Family, at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School's recruitment conference, Su Yuntao pointed at the broken sword in my hand and called me a waste martial soul. But when it came time to test my soul power, the crystal ball exploded with blue light, revealing that I actually have a full innate soul power. This slap in the face reversal is simply exhilarating. And all of this started 3 days ago when BB Dong forced me to go undercover. Let me tell you, I have never seen such a face-slapping scene in my life. Just now, at the recruitment conference of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, that guy named Su Yuntao pointed at the broken piece of junk in my hand and sadly said, "Alas, a waste martial soul. What a pity for this full innate soul power." As soon as he finished speaking, the crystal ball he was holding suddenly burst with light. The blue light was so bright that it could almost blind everyone present. Su Yuntao's expression froze instantly. His mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg. Family, who understands? Just a second ago, he was calling me a useless piece of trash, and the next second, I was an on-scene-a-century genius. This reversal is simply too satisfying. Huh, how did things develop like this? Let's rewind a bit. This all started 3 days ago. Jiang, you appear to be a 6-year-old orphan, but in reality, I was raised by the Spirit Hall. My direct superior is none other than the beautiful and fierce pontiff, BB Dong. Let me tell you, my life at the Spirit Hall was incredibly comfortable. Before I turned 3, if I was thirsty, Sister Dong would personally feed me milk if I was hungry. I had soul beast meat to eat, and I had a beautiful senior sister, Hulaina, to keep me company every day. It was simply the peak of my life. But then, good times came to an end. 3 days ago, I was about to cuddle up and sleep with my senior sister when the door was kicked open with a bang. BB Dong stood at the door with a dark face, and without saying a word, kicked my senior sister out. That night, she had a heart-to-heart talk with me, which was essentially giving me a mission. She actually wanted me to go undercover at the continent's wealthiest sect, the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. I wanted to refuse. What a joke. Historically, undercover agents have a 9 out of 10 chance of dying. I was living a good life. Why would I go play the role of a spy? But my dear pontiff mother didn't say much. Right in front of me, she coldly looked at a little cockroach that happened to be passing by, and with a bang, she directly used her soul power to optimize it to a molecular state. This was her way of giving me a live demonstration of physical exorcism. Family, what could I do? I was terrified. I could only nod with tears in my eyes, indicating that for the Spirit Hall, I was willing to go through fire and water. So, I ended up at the recruitment site of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. The place was packed with people, all of them looking like they were on high, while I was in the corner with my hands together, praying frantically, "Don't see me, please don't pick me." The first round was identity verification, and my heart was in my throat. The guy in front of me was immediately found out to have a fake identity and was dragged away by 2 muscular men. His screams were tragic. When it was my turn, my palms were sweaty as I handed over the Spirit Hall's specially made fake ID, silently chanting Amitabha in my heart 800 times. Guess what? The official checked it, looked it over, and surprisingly let me pass. Phew. As expected of the Spirit Hall, the quality is guaranteed. Once I got into the inner hall, I realized that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School was indeed wealthy. In the middle of the square stood a 100-meter-high glazed tower. The entire tower was adorned with gemstones, shining so brightly in the sun that it hurt my eyes. The marble floor was polished to a mirror finish, simply extravagantly inhuman. I finally understood why BB Dong sent me here. Who wouldn't be envious after seeing this? Finally, the main event started. The sect leader, Ning Fengji, looked exceptionally cultured and approachable, like a star. As soon as he appeared, a bunch of little girls started to swoon. Soon after, people from the Spirit Hall arrived to preside over the awakening ceremony. When I saw the leader, I thought, wow, it's Su Yuntao. This is stable. Anyone who has read the script knows that this guy is the blind eye god king. Those who awaken under him are either divine kings or hanging kings. Waste martial soul? Not possible. The ceremony began, and the scene was chaotic. There were all sorts of transformations like lone wolf possession and fiery wolf possession, all of them howling as they transformed. The most absurd thing was that I actually heard someone shout, "Husky possession." I nearly lost it there. We really bringing in huskies now? Does this guy have to argue with the opponent first to make them cry before he fights? In the first few batches of kids, the awakened martial souls were all sorts of junk bricks, stools, blue silvergrass. Basically stuff that belonged in a recycling station. It was hard to find a few who awakened lions or tigers, and their innate soul power was only around level 5 or 6. Finally, it was my turn. As I stepped up, a few elegantly dressed little kids started chattering. Look at his poor appearance. Does he even deserve to be at our Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School? Exactly. Just a commoner. What good martial soul could he have? I couldn't be bothered to respond to them. because the one who was about to awaken me was Su Yuntao. I stood in the center of the formation, a golden light flashed, and a warm current surged into my body. The next second, a sword appeared in the palm of my right hand. A seemingly ordinary, even a bit rusty, iron sword. Laughter erupted around me instantly. Su Yuntao sighed. Just as he was about to say something, I glanced at the blade and saw two ancient characters engraved on it: Qi Xiao. Holy crap. My mind went buzz. Qi Xiao sword. That's the imperial sword used by Emperor Gaozu of Han to slay the White Serpent. One of the legendary 10 famous swords of China. Suddenly, a set of sword techniques appeared in my mind, including Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique and Earth Fiend Sword Technique, which were exceptionally powerful. This is no waste iron, this is a divine artifact. As soon as Su Yuntao uttered the words waste martial soul, I knew it was done. Blind-eyed God King certified, the gold content is through the roof. He asked me to test my soul power, and as I placed my hand on the crystal ball, the scene from the beginning unfolded. That blue light shot up into the sky, directly blinding the entire audience. First innate, full soul power. Su Yuntao's voice was trembling. The entire venue fell silent. Looking at his shocked expression, I felt utterly elated, and then I suddenly had a brainwave and directly quoted a classic line from my master, saying with a deep expression, "There are no waste martial souls, only waste soul masters." Let me tell you, when it comes to showing off, I'm the best. This statement stunned Ning Fengji, who was sitting on the high platform. His gaze towards me instantly changed, and he ordered his subordinates to take me to the Seven Treasures Hall to meet him personally. By the way, those little kids who mocked me earlier were directly disqualified and sent away. Ning Fengji really knows how to win people's hearts. Later, I was taken to a resting area where the table was filled with snacks. Thinking of filling my stomach first, I grabbed some snacks and started eating. To avoid drawing attention, I even squatted under the table. But then, under the table, my left hand suddenly uncontrollably emitted a burst of purple light. I was so startled that I nearly spat out the snacks in my mouth. When the light faded, I discovered another sword in my hand. It was a long sword made entirely of pure silver, studded with rubies, looking extremely ornate with a touch of sinister aura. My mind rang again, and a new memory popped up. Hongmeng Purple Qi Dao. Feipeng Divine General. Divine Demon Sword. Holy crap, this is extraordinary. Dual martial souls? Or is it the Divine Demon Sword from Xianjian 3 that could destroy the heavens and the earth? This is so powerful that it scares me. What's the Hao Ian hammer in front of it? When Tang San comes, won't he have to call me Big Brother after I strike him down with one sword? I quickly stored away the Divine Demon Sword. This is my biggest trump card and must not be exposed. When the initiation ceremony ended, I was taken alone by the manager to the Seven Treasures Hall. The grand hall was resplendent, with all the furniture made of pure gold, dazzling me to the point of dizziness. After passing through several doors, I finally met Ning Fengji in a dining room. He was accompanied by two old men. One was dressed in flowing white, looking like an immortal. The other was shrouded in gray robes, thin as a skeleton, but his sharp gaze was terrifying. Before I could say anything, a little girl in a white dress jumped down from her chair and pointed at me, saying, "Daddy, is this the genius you mentioned with innate full soul power? Doesn't look like much." Ning Fengji immediately scolded her. "Rong Rong, no rudeness." Ning Rong Rong. Well, this spoiled little princess has also made her appearance. Although she looked quite cute, her personality. TSK, really not my type. The two old men immediately came to Ning Rong Rong's defense, like protective fathers, while Ning Fengji looked helpless. However, he was very polite to me, smiling warmly. "Xiaoyu, don't mind, my daughter has been spoiled by us." What could I say? I could only quickly wave my hand and say it was fine. Seeing that I was so understanding, Ning Fengzi's eyes brightened even more. He pointed at the table full of dishes and said, "You haven't eaten enough, right? Come over and have some more." How could I be polite then? Uncle Ning personally pulled me to the table and served me a bowl of abalone chicken porridge. Let me tell you, this treatment was simply top-notch. Just after taking a couple of sips, the little girl Ning Rong Rong couldn't sit still anymore. She reached out her small hand to poke me, her big eyes blinking with curiosity. "Hey, I heard you have innate full soul power. Can I see your martial soul?" I thought, isn't this just what I wanted? How can I show off if you don't look? I readily nodded, sure. With a stretch of my right hand, a flash of red light appeared, and a broken sword appeared in my hand. Wow. As soon as my sword came out, the two old men beside me, Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, almost had their eyes pop out. They exchanged glances, their faces filled with question marks. Let me tell you, their expressions were practically saying, "What is this? A rusty old sword? What a pile of scrap iron. Can this thing truly possess innate, full soul power?" The master's so-called 10 core theories of martial souls have crumbled before me. Does anyone understand? It's a direct slap to the face of the theoretical master. I ask you, does it not feel exhilarating? Yet, these two old foxes maintain an outward calm, while inwardly they are well aware of the truth. Regardless of the martial soul, innate full soul power is genuine. This equates to a VIP ticket to becoming a title Douluo. Just a single point is worth their utmost investment of resources. Ning Fengji's smile radiates brighter than flowers. As warm and welcoming as a neighborly elder brother, he directly approaches me, saying, Xiaoyu, you're just 1 year older than Rong, so I shall call you that from now on. Welcome to the Qibao Lili sect. From this day forth, we are family. I immediately play the role, feigning surprise as I ask, Uncle, does this mean I've passed the assessment? My expression is innocent, concealing the thoughts swirling in my mind. Of course. Ning Fengji nods emphatically, then retrieves a blue token from his robe and hands it to me. From now on, you're a core disciple of our Qibao Lili sect. Henceforth, let the sword Douluo be your teacher. As I examine the token, I am astounded. The blue Qibao token is exclusive to core disciples. Fewer than 100 individuals in the entire sect possess such a thing. This signifies that from this moment, I am considered one of Ning Fengji's own. He casually inquires, by the way, Xiaoyu, are there any family members at home? Ah, the dramatic moment has arrived. My gaze dims instantaneously, and my voice drops. No, I'm all alone. Seeing my demeanor, Ning Fengji's heart aches, and he quickly squats down, reassuringly resting his hand on my shoulder. Don't be sad, Xiaoyu. This place is now your home, and we are all your family. Seizing the opportunity, I burst into tears, burying my head on his shoulder. I must say, my acting could earn me an Oscar, evoking sympathy from the seasoned sword Douluo and Bon Douluo standing nearby. The meal is a joyous affair, and just after we finish, the sword Douluo can no longer contain himself, abruptly lifting me and declaring, let us get you a soul ring. As we exit the main hall, he releases his martial soul with a thunderous roar. What I behold is a colossal sword over 2 meters long, adorned with 9 shimmering soul rings that nearly blind me. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, 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 black. This is the 7 killing sword. He mutters a few incantations, and the sword expands further. With a single arm around me, he steps onto it, and we soar into the sky, racing towards the sunset forest like a rocket. Upon landing, the sword Douluo asks, boy, what kind of soul ring do you desire? Speak up, which one do you want, and I shall procure it for you. His tone radiates authority. I have long since made my decision. Senior, I seek a fire attribute. I must test whether I can activate the hidden properties of my Qi Shao sword. The sword Douluo nods, and without hesitation, guides me deeper into the forest. His formidable presence frightens the surrounding soul beasts into retreat, fleeing faster than rabbits. After traversing for over half an hour, I finally spot a target. A 5-meter-long snake, its fiery red scales resembling jagged rocks, exuding a fearsome aura. I point, Senior, I want that one. The sword Douluo furrows his brow. The red steel snake? You have a keen eye, but I advise you to reconsider. This creature is over 500 years old, while your first soul ring's limit is 423 years. It exceeds your capacity for absorption. Upon hearing 500 years, I grow even more exhilarated. If Tang San can absorb beyond his limits, why can't I? With my dual martial souls and innate full soul power, this opportunity is too precious to pass up. I assert my determination. Senior, I want it. Just a slight excess in years. I wish to try. Please, make your move. The sword Douluo, touched by the stubborn resolve written across my youthful face, ultimately sighs and refrains from further counsel. The 7 killing sword. He brandishes his martial soul and charges forth. The red steel snake, sensing a formidable opponent, attempts to flee. But the sword Douluo's killing intent pins it in place, rendering it immobile. Realizing escape is futile, it ignites in flames, its scales raining down like fiery meteorites upon the sword Douluo. And what do you think happens next? The sword Douluo doesn't even flinch, lightly swinging his sword. The first soul skill, Sword Qi Storm. In an instant, all the fiery scales are reduced to mere fragments. The remaining sword energy cleaves the massive serpent in two. It skillfully spares its last breath. He tosses a dagger to me. Go on. Clutching the dagger, I approach step by step. To be honest, as a modern recluse, I have never killed even a chicken, and now I must slay a 5-meter-long serpent. My heart races like a drum. Witnessing the snake's agonized thrashing on the ground, I find myself hesitating. The sword Douluo's cold voice pierces through my thoughts. The world of soul masters is one of slaughter. If you lack the courage for this, then return home. The Qibao Yili sect does not accept the weak. His words awaken me. Yes, this is Douluo, where the weak are devoured by the strong. If I do not kill, I will be killed. My gaze shifts resolutely, and I seize the dagger, plunging it fiercely into the serpent's head. Before long, a yellow soul ring ascends from the serpent's body. The sword Douluo instructs me, sit down, draw it in with your mind, and do not resist. Following his command, the power of the soul ring crashes into my body like a freight truck. The sensation is overwhelming, as if my bones might shatter. The pain nearly renders me unconscious. Yet, I grit my teeth, knowing this is a pivotal moment. Endure, and vast horizons await. Observing my drenched brow, yet silence, the sword Douluo is taken aback, his expression filled with admiration. Finally, the violent energy begins to meld into my being, the agony dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength. I have succeeded. I abruptly open my eyes, eager to summon the Qishao sword. Just as I finish absorbing, ready to inspect my soul skill, the sword in my hand vibrates. I must tell you, the scene is akin to unveiling a hidden treasure. With a crash, all the rust falls away, and a dazzling golden light erupts. A divine sword, inlaid with colorful orbs and exquisite jade, gleaming like frost and snow, appears in my grasp. The character's Qishao on the sword transformed into pure gold. The sword Douluo is left dumbfounded. What is happening? Yet I, with clarity in my heart, proclaim its name aloud. This is its true form, Qishao sword. Qishao sword. Upon hearing those three words, the sword Douluo's expression shifts dramatically, his voice trembling with excitement, nearly brought to tears. Heavens! The legendary Qishao sword, ranked first among the world's martial souls. The king of swords. After 3,000 years, it has finally re-emerged. He recounts that 3,500 years ago, the continent's foremost sect was the Qishao sword sect, which could contend with the spirit hall solely due to this sword. Alas, no one could awaken this martial soul thereafter, leading to the sect's decline. His own 7-killing sword, though formidable, is merely ranked third in legend. Upon hearing this, I am astounded. The number 1 martial soul in the world, the king of swords. What does Tang San's pitiful hammer amount to? Unable to contain my delight, I burst into hearty laughter. The sword Douluo, seeing my triumphant expression, playfully taps my head. What are you laughing at? Come, use your first soul skill on me. Let me see its power. Feeling somewhat bashful, I respond, what if I accidentally hurt you? Nonsense. If you can harm me, I shall withdraw from the world of soul masters on the spot. Very well, I shall not hold back. The soul ring glows, and a myriad of fiery sword shadows bursts forth from the blade, forming a sword array that shoots toward him. First soul skill, Qishao sword array. Yet, the sword Douluo remains unmoving, releasing an aura of killing intent to shield himself. My sword's shadows halt just before his brow, unable to penetrate further. However, my flames intensify, ultimately transforming into a brilliant golden hue. The murderous aura of Jiang was unexpectedly sizzling under the heat of my flames, causing his expression to shift dramatically. He hastily increased his strength to deflect my sword's shadow back. Is this the ultimate fire? He was taken aback, momentarily losing face, and grudgingly said, All right, kid, retract your soul skill. I have questions for you. I, unable to resist, cheekily asked, What's wrong, senior? Can't hold on so soon? You little brat, watch your words, or I'll skin you alive. This was Jiang Douluo's first outburst of profanity, prompting me to quickly retract my soul skill. He nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly turned serious. His gaze sharp as a blade. Kid, swear to me that you will forever be loyal to the Qibao glazed sect and never commit any acts of betrayal against the sect. My heart sank. This was about to get intense. As an undercover agent, how could I make such a vow? Yet, seeing his hand already hovering near the sword's hilt, I realized that refusing could lead to my demise today. A thought flashed through my mind, and I raised my hand, declaring, I, Jiang, swear to be eternally loyal to the Qibao glazed sect and will never harm the sect in any way. See? Betrayal for harm. A clever play on words. Skillfully stretching the limits. As long as I did not take action myself, it would not count as breaking the vow. Jiang Douluo seemed satisfied and asked me to name my ultimate fire. After some contemplation, I decided on the name Emperor Fire for such a formidable flame. Upon returning to the sect, Douluo took me directly to the Qibao Hall. Shortly thereafter, Ning Fengji rushed out, followed closely by Douluo and Douluo. He excitedly urged me to unleash my martial soul once more. When the Qishao sword appeared, Ning Fengji's eyes widened in sheer delight. Although Douluo maintained his usual poker face, he was undoubtedly overjoyed within, thinking, good, this kid's talent surpasses that old fool Chenexine. Finally, someone capable of dealing with him. Thus, my undercover journey officially commenced. Each day, I diligently recorded my experiences. On June 1st, under clear skies, I successfully infiltrated the enemy's inner circle, and they treated me quite well, focusing on companionship. By June 3rd, it was overcast, and my soul power had reached level 13. Douluo began teaching me the core techniques, truly pouring his heart and soul into it. On July 3rd, during the sect's newcomer competition, I regrettably secured first place again while observing potential candidates like Su Linya with his purple lightning hammer and Lin Gang with his earth dragon. I needed to keep a close eye on them. On July 5th, just as I was contemplating my next moves, I was suddenly ambushed. Let me tell you, Douluo is quite the trickster. He insisted on seeing how well I trained by sending his eldest disciple to spar with me. Imagine that, a 13-year-old brat with soul power at level 29, wielding a shabby weapon called the Kunshin sword, relentlessly beating me up. Did I not care about my pride? The most infuriating part was that Douluo was right there, stifling his laughter. I realized he was envious of my talent and deliberately sent someone to challenge me. While I grimaced in pain, who should arrive but Ning Rongrong? She unexpectedly brought with her a healing ointment, and in that moment, I swear she radiated with a divine light akin to a goddess Athena. But what happened next? Those who understand will know. The instant I applied the ointment, I jumped up as if shocked. That concoction had itching powder mixed in. One moment I was basking in divine light, and the next, I transformed into a mischievous little demon. How could I endure this? I promptly grabbed her and gave her a sound physical reprimand, leaving her in tears, threatening to have her father and Douluo deal with me. The following day, I was filled with anxiety, yet to my surprise, she did not report me. This little demoness is quite interesting. From that moment on, we became locked in a playful rivalry. She would sneak chili powder into my porridge, while I would find ways to add mustard to her water cup, engaging in a mutual exchange of harm and affection. For half a year, we engaged in this battle of wits, which only drew us closer together. I discovered that she was merely a spoiled child with a good heart. Of course, that thought was quickly swallowed when I next encountered chili porridge. Time flew swiftly, and before I knew it, we had arrived at the following year. I had mastered the first 3 moves of the 7 killing sword technique that Douluo had taught me and had honed my ability to multitask with the 3 apertures of the heart. I truly consider myself a genius, On May 31st, the next day marked Ning Rongrong's martial soul awakening. I had just completed my undercover journal and hidden my notes under the bed when there was a knock at the door. Upon opening it, there stood Ning Rongrong, beaming like a flower. What is going on? Why are you up at this hour? I replied with irritation. You scoundrel Jiang, there's a meteor shower outside. I specially came to invite you to watch it together. What's with that attitude? Her large eyes stared at me innocently. I was not fooled by her act. I simply turned over and lay down on my bed, declaring, no, I'm going to sleep. Close the door on your way out. I thought she had left. But when I turned around, her face was suddenly right in front of me, wearing a strangely mischievous grin. What are you doing? I asked, only for her to grab my hand and pull it toward herself. If you don't accompany me to watch the meteors, I'll tell my dad you assaulted me. I was momentarily at a loss for words. If Ning Fengji found out, I would surely be in deep trouble. You're ruthless. I'm afraid of you. We ran to a small patch of grass, where she suddenly became despondent, worrying that her martial soul might not awaken properly the next day. Fearing her father would stop caring for her, and that her brothers would look down on her. Seeing her pitiful expression softened my heart, and I casually plucked a few strands of blue silvergrass to weave her a ring. Here, wear this tomorrow, and I guarantee your innate soul power will be at least level 9. You're deceiving me, she protested, though her hands were quick to snatch it away. Once I gave something away, I could not take it back. I reluctantly accepted it. Seeing her proud demeanor made me chuckle. You're quite adorable when you're silent. Mind your own business. She blushed, angrily reaching to pinch me. Feigning great pain, I exclaimed, should I receive an Oscar for my performance? She shot me an eye roll, saying, with your acting skills, perhaps I should indeed give you an award. As we playfully bantered, a massive purple meteor streaked across the sky. Ning Rongrong hurriedly closed her eyes to make a wish. Meteor, meteor, Grant me the awakening of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda with innate soul power of level 9. To my astonishment, the meteor seemed to respond, its brilliance flashing as it hurtled toward us. I wanted to flee, but found myself immobilized as if struck by a spell. Just when it seemed I would be crushed, 2 beams of light shot out from the glowing orb, darting into our hands and transforming into 2 jade pendants. I examined my pendant. It was green, inscribed with an ancient tree, and felt pleasantly warm to the touch. Ning Rongrong received a similar piece, and to our surprise, they fit together perfectly. What a twist! This plot felt familiar. Was this not a classic recreation from Xianjian-san? A pair of jade pendants reminiscent of Jing Tian and Shui Jian, forcibly binding us as a couple? I pondered whether my luck had somehow crossed into another narrative. Just as I was reeling from the shock, 2 more light points flew from the pendants and entered our bodies, creating an indescribable bond between Ning Rongrong and me. The next day, at the Qibao Hall, during the martial soul awakening ceremony, the first several candidates awakened their souls with nothing remarkable. Then, a girl named Lin Jing stepped forward, awakening the Earth Dragon martial soul with innate soul power of level 8, finally eliciting a smile from Ning Fengji. Finally, it was Ning Rongrong's turn. As she stood in the center of the formation, a dazzling spectrum of light erupted, revealing a petite and exquisite 7 treasures glazed pagoda in her palm. The entire hall held its breath as she placed her hand on the crystal ball, which hummed with energy, the brilliance nearly bursting the sphere. Innate soul power, level 9. Ning Fengji, in an uncharacteristic display of emotion, erupted into laughter, resembling a jovial child weighing 200 pounds, as he pointed at Ning Rongrong and exclaimed, "Ha ha ha! Heaven bless our sect! The revival is within reach." The elderly Duoluo and Douluo were so exhilarated that their hands trembled, as if they had just won a lottery worth 500 million. Although I had anticipated this outcome, witnessing the scene still provoked an uncontrollable chuckle for me. In a corner, Ning Hengji, Ning Rongrong's half-brother, turned pale with jealousy, his envy evident in his eyes. That evening, a celebration party was held. I was hiding in a corner, munching on some rogu too, when Lin Jing approached me with a drink, attempting to ingratiate herself. Just then, Ning Rongrong burst forth, thrusting a glass of milk into my hands, declaring her preference for fresh milk over alcohol. I was thoroughly impressed by her assertiveness, embodying a beauty that demanded respect, yet maintained her boundaries. Lin Jing, caught off guard, left in embarrassment. As I was about to complain about Ning Rongrong interrupting my romantic prospects, she invited me to her room later that night to recount the story of Zhen Huanzhuan. I agreed, but reminded her to leave the door open for me, as I had no desire to climb through the window like a thief. That night, I spent a full 2 hours narrating, my throat parched as I exited her room. Habitually, I attempted to climb out the window, only to crash down with a thud, nearly ending up in a rather undignified position. Who on earth lacks common decency to toss a banana peel beneath a window? Laughter erupted from Ning Rongrong's room, and I realized I had once again fallen victim to this little sorceress's tricks. 3 days later, Ning Rongrong's soul power broke through to level 10. I surmised her innate soul power was likely 9. 9, just a step away from the threshold. It was time to seek out a soul ring. Ning Fengji, accompanied by Duoluo and Douluo, prepared to take her on a soul-hunting expedition. To my surprise, this little sorceress insisted on bringing me along. Without hesitation, Duoluo stormed into my room and dragged me from my warm bed onto the floor. My irritation flared, and before I could think, I unleashed my first soul skill, striking him in the face. Upon regaining my senses, I noticed half of Duoluo's eyebrow had been singed off. Before I could apologize, he kicked me out of the door, and I had to plead for him to toss my clothes back to me. We journeyed to a valley behind the castle, where a massive light barrier marked the entrance. Ning Fengji summoned his 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, pointing at the barrier to create an opening through which we entered. Upon entering, I discovered that the soul beasts were all domesticated, clearly divided into distinct groups, with heaps of dried meat nearby. Ning Fengji began to educate Ning Rongrong. For the first soul ring from our 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, we generally select a power-type soul beast. This knowledge is derived from centuries of experience passed down by our ancestors. Why power type, you ask? It is to strengthen our fragile support bodies. Otherwise, if we absorb stronger soul rings and our soul power surges, we could be sent away on the spot. Look there in the valley. We have 3 options: the Dolly King Kong bear, the rampaging giant ape, and the golden armored elephant. Choose one for yourself. I followed his gaze and saw the three-souled beasts lounging in the sun like retired officials. Ning Rongrong, with a glint in her eye, pointed and exclaimed, "Let's go with the Dolly King Kong bear. It looks the cutest." I nearly choked on my breath. Who understands that selecting a soul beast is akin to shopping for pets? It's all about appearance, disregarding combatability and compatibility. Before I could voice my thoughts, Douluo commanded, "Xiao Yu, go catch a Dolly King Kong bear for Rongrong. I want to see if you've been slacking this past year." My mind was reeling. Why me? I realized that this old man must have some vendetta against me. All because I accidentally singed half his eyebrow last time. Was this personal revenge? You two titled Daw, stand guard, while I, a mere soul master of barely a dozen levels, am sent to catch a bear? Of course, I could only grumble internally. If I spoke my mind, I could very well be sent flying. I forced a smile. "Master, I haven't yet mastered your 7-kill sword technique. Perhaps you could demonstrate for me?" "Enough chatter. If you dawdle, I'll toss you in with it." Jian's brows furrowed as he tossed a small cylindrical device before me, stating, "Don't say I don't care for you. This is a soul-capturing device. Choose your target, press the button, and ensnare it with the emerging rope. Just pull it once you channel your soul power. Go on, young one, gain some experience." Douluo stifled a laugh beside him. "Indeed, your master is nurturing your growth." I mentally cursed these crafty old foxes, but realized I was powerless against them. I resigned myself to pick up the soul-capturing device and shuffled toward the bear group. "Jiang, you go for it. I believe in you." Ning Rongrong, the little sorceress, was even cheering me on. I felt far from elated. Let me tell you, that Dolly King Kong bear was no pushover. I cautiously approached, only to find that these bears bore no resemblance to true soul beasts. They looked like a group of lazy animals waiting for feeding time at a zoo, utterly lacking any sense of danger. One bear, acting foolishly, seized the opportunity while its companion slept and let out a thunderous fart right next to its face, the odor wafting over to me from afar. The startled bear immediately retaliated with a furious counterattack, leaving the foolish bear leaping as if it had been struck by lightning. Shaking my head, I noted how this domesticated life had dulled their instincts. I activated the soul-capturing device, and with a whoosh, a glowing rope shot out. Mimicking the cowboys I'd seen on television, I aimed for the most spirited bear, a muscular specimen with a tuft of red curls on its forehead. Clearly the rebellious type among the bears. Upon closer inspection, I noted its markings indicated it was 413 years old. Perfect. I flicked my wrist, and the glowing circle accurately encircled its neck. Channeling my soul power, I pulled. To my surprise, the device worked remarkably well. I easily dragged the hefty bear toward me. Alarmed by this sudden turn of events, the bear began to roar, and as it reached Ning Rongrong and the others, I quickly boasted, "How about this one? Are you satisfied?" Jiang inspected the bear's muscles, commenting, "Firm meat, impressive strength, acceptable," just as I exhaled in relief. He abruptly turned the conversation. "But how can Rongrong absorb a soul ring from such a lively creature? Go incapacitate it, but leave it with just enough breath." At that moment, I wanted to retort with a resounding comeback, but alas, my role as a worker soul was to comply with his every demand. As I turned, the Dolly King Kong bear had also reacted, roaring in fury, and with a single motion, it tore the rope from its neck, crushing the soul-capturing device into fragments. "My soul-capturing device." Jian's face paled, visibly pained. "Disciple, teach this beast a lesson." I feigned agreement, but inwardly, I admired the bear for its defiance. Well done. However, my jesting thoughts were interrupted as the bear, now furious, swung a massive paw toward me. The force of the blow ruffled my hair into a disheveled mess. My appearance was in ruins. I activated my first soul skill, Qi Shao Jianjun. My martial spirit emerged, and the soul skill was instantaneously unleashed. A dozen flying swords, ablaze with golden flames, shot forth. This was no longer just an illusion. These were genuine fire swords, combining steel and fire attributes, delivering maximum damage. The bear attempted to swipe at me, but upon contact, the flames breached its defenses, singeing its fur and leaving a deep gash that bled profusely. Roar! It was utterly enraged, wildly swinging its arms to deflect the flying swords, charging towards me with an intensity reminiscent of a locomotive, despite its numerous injuries. Allow me to tell you, my efforts over the past year were not in vain. In addition to mastering soul techniques, I diligently practiced the 7 kills sword technique taught by the sword Douluo. Taking a deep breath, I advanced rather than retreated, secretly channeling a bit of my unique secret skill, Hongmeng Ziki, into my sword. With the first move, Long Rainbow pierces the sun. I leap high into the air, the golden flames on the Qishao sword surging dramatically, and struck down upon the charging bear with a single, decisive blow. With a resounding crash, I landed gracefully, sheathing my sword without even glancing back. As a sword cultivator, one must maintain an air of elegance. Behind me, the colossal brown bear collapsed with a thunderous thud, creating a sizable crater in the ground. I consider my performance to be quite impressive, but the sword Douluo began berating me again. What are you showing off for? Get back here. Although I detected a hint of pride in his tone, he refused to commend me, clearly out of jealousy. I hurried back, only to find the sword Douluo and the bone Douluo amusingly entertaining Ning Rongrong. The sword Douluo produced a handkerchief. Rongrong, come here. Grandfather Sword will perform a little magic trick for you. First, cover your eyes. The bone Douluo also produced a dagger. Rongrong, take this little prop. I was incensed. Family. This double standard was too blatant. When I hunted soul beasts, they insisted it was a rite of passage for soul masters that I had to undertake alone. Yet now they were treating Ning Rongrong as if she were a baby, covering her eyes and handing her props, afraid she might glimpse any bloodshed. The two old men guided Ning Rongrong, hand in hand, placing the dagger into the bear's body. A circle of yellow soul rings emerged, and the bone Douluo even cast a soul technique to mask the smell of blood. Rongrong, sit down and release your 7-treasure glazed tile. Ning Rongrong sat cross-legged, and as the tower emerged, the yellow soul ring pressed down upon her. Her little face instantly paled, and she cried out in pain. I quickly reassured her from the side. Hang in there, it will be over soon. I felt the same way during my first time. Upon hearing my voice, she seemed to find a measure of comfort, gritting her teeth and remaining silent, her face ashen and slick with sweat. After a moment, the soul ring suddenly contracted, firmly encircling the first layer of the 7-treasure glazed tile. Success! The sword Douluo sighed in relief, exchanging a knowing glance with the bone Douluo, who promptly discarded the bear's carcass 100,000 miles away, clearing the scene with remarkable efficiency. Only then did the sword Douluo remove Ning Rongrong's blindfold. Rongrong, what do you see that is different about your martial soul? Grandfather Sword, what is this? Ning Rongrong gazed at the newly appeared yellow light ring on the tower, her eyes filled with curiosity. Ning Fengji approached and said, Rongrong, this is called a soul ring. From now on, you are a true soul master. Soul ring, soul technique. The little witch's eyes sparkled with excitement. I quickly inched closer. Hurry, add a buff to me. Sure. The 7 treasures are renowned, the first being strength. A beam of colorful light enveloped me, and I felt an immediate surge of power, as if I could easily fell a cow with a single punch. This 30% increase in strength truly lived up to the reputation of the continent's foremost support martial soul. Yet Ning Rongrong expressed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, my martial soul can only provide support and lacks offensive capabilities, so I cannot strike at you. I was flabbergasted. What was this little witch thinking? The sword Douluo and bone Douluo, however, found amusement in her words, laughingly saying, If Rongrong wishes to strike him, just tell us, and we will take care of him. At that moment, I could only think, this undercover work is truly no easy task. I longed to return to the spirit hall, reminiscing about the days spent lounging on teacher Bibi Dong's lap, listening to her stories. Then, a grand event was organized within the sect. In simple terms, it was a large-scale matchmaking event to select bodyguards, no, lifelong partners, for Ning Rongrong and her direct descendants. This was an excellent opportunity for the outer disciples to ascend quickly, and the square was bustling with people. As expected, Ning Fengji and several elders took the stage. Good heavens! Their speeches were as lengthy and tedious as an old woman's bound feet, repetitive and dull, filled with phrases about competition second, friendship first. I was nearly falling asleep by the time they finished. After an hour, Ning Fengji finally declared, I announced that the competition officially begins. The rules were straightforward and brutally simple. A free-for-all with 3,000 participants. Defeat 10 opponents whose soul power is not lower than yours, and you advance. I stood there, yet no one dared to approach me for quite some time. Understandably, my reputation as the sword Douluo's direct disciple was too formidable. No one wanted to invite misfortune upon themselves. I felt like a glaring anomaly amidst the chaotic battlefield, wholly out of place. At last, someone approached me. Chen Tong, martial soul, green vine giant, 16th level assault soul master. Upon hearing this, I thought it was acceptable. Our levels matched. However, when he activated his martial soul, I nearly lost my composure. I must say, upon activation, his entire being was entwined with green vines, his hair and skin turning green. He resembled a real-life version of the live well. One must wear a bit of green. I struggled to contain my laughter, nearly injuring myself in the process. Jiang, martial soul. Qishao sword, 16th level. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The fellow looked resigned. Feel free to laugh. I've grown accustomed to it. My apologies. I hastily waved my hand. Please, you go first. He wasted no time. First soul technique, green vine entanglement. Several thick vines lunged towards me. Yet I was as swift as lightning. Ever since I practiced the Hongming Ziki, my physical abilities had soared. Before he could even register my presence, I had already circled behind his vines, and with a swift swipe of the Qishao sword, I severed them into pieces. By the time he reacted, my sword was already poised against his neck. I concede, he was quite decisive. I sheathed my sword, thinking it was only logical. If I couldn't even defeat an opponent of the same level, how could I consider myself a genius? Thus, I dispatched 10 opponents with the ease of slicing through melons and then headed to the rest area to await the next round. After battling for an entire morning, I was so hungry I felt as though I might collapse, my stomach growling like a tractor. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as I was about to faint from hunger, a familiar voice called from behind. Here, take this. Turning around, I found it was indeed Ning Rongrong. The little girl had brought an oil paper bag. Curiosity piqued. I watched as she beamed like a blooming flower while handing it to me. Your favorite meat buns. I must say, her smile was utterly enchanting, warming my heart. My stomach, too, responded eagerly at the mention of buns, immediately clamoring for attention. Unwrapping the oil paper, the aroma wafted through the air, and I couldn't resist. I snatched one and stuffed it into my mouth. Wow, the succulent meat, juices, and delightful texture filled me with a profound sense of happiness. Just as I took my first bite, I heard a soft gurgle beside me. I glanced over to see Ning Rongrong clutching her stomach, her face flushed. I chuckled, hey, you haven't eaten yet? She stubbornly claimed she wasn't hungry. I wasn't fooled. I promptly shoved another bun into her hands, playfully insisting, if you don't eat, then neither will I. This tactic worked. She had no choice but to take small bites, albeit too hastily, causing oil to trickle from the corners of her mouth. I couldn't help but wipe it away, teasing her for being such a silly girl. She, not one to back down, muttered bashfully, her cheeks rosy. The onlookers who had been chosen were practically wide-eyed with envy, their gazes filled with jealousy and resentment, as if they were ready to devour me whole. Naturally, the sect master S. Little Darling, the #1 little witch of the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, personally delivering me food, such a stark contrast in status was unmistakable. After Ning Rongrong finished eating, she turned to the crowd, glaring at them with a fierce look. If anyone dares to utter a word about today, you all know what will happen. See, the little witch's true nature was on full display. The assembled crowd nodded like frightened chicks pecking at rice. Watching her bounce away, I felt warmth in my heart, yet I quickly reminded myself, Jiang, you are here to be an undercover agent. Do not allow your emotions to deepen. At most, consider her a little sister. Having just finished digesting my baozi and barely settling into my seat, the cunning Ning Fengji announced that the second round of selection had commenced. Goodness, the intensity was palpable. There was no respite to be found. The rules were stark and merciless. 300 participants and 100 iron towers, with victory granted to those who could cling to a tower for an hour. Interference was permitted, but should one be dislodged or allow their tower to slip, they would be immediately eliminated, regardless of any subsequent recovery. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on soul power, clearly designed to push us to our limits. The moment these rules were unveiled, chaos erupted among the crowd. With everyone already drained of energy, those who ventured first would surely become easy targets for a mob. As such, the 100 towers stood untouched, with participants exchanging wary glances, each unwilling to make the first move. I realized this stalemate could not continue. Someone had to break the ice. Thus, I boldly stepped out from the ranks and strode toward the towers with confidence. The entire square erupted in a buzz of astonishment. Who was this? Had they lost their mind? The first to step forward was either a warrior or a fool. Soon, a knowledgeable voice emerged from the crowd, clarifying, Fool? This is Jiang, our sect's first innate full soul power, a direct disciple of the sword-fighting pro. Yet, dissent lingered among the onlookers, with one sour voice sneering. What does being handsome matter if he is merely a pretty face? I dismissed their comments with indifference, casually lifting one of the iron towers, which proved surprisingly heavy. about 20 pounds. As I weighed it in my hands, a burly man resembling a stout tiger charged at me, his martial soul manifesting as a black elephant. He boldly demanded, "Kid, hand over that tower." My immediate thought was one of incredulity. Who was this imbecile? I didn't even bother to respond, and simply launched a punch in his direction. Truly, it was just a single punch. He transformed into a shooting star, hurtling several meters away, and fainted on the spot. The arena fell into a stunned silence. The very individuals who had mocked me moments earlier now stood agape, jaws nearly grazing the ground. After all, I had been nourished on the kind of milk befitting a titled Douluo since childhood. This display of strength was merely a warm-up. This singular event silenced most, instilling a sense of trepidation that left no one willing to challenge me. Yet, there were always those who defied reason. Suddenly, another figure emerged from the crowd, cloaked in black, strikingly handsome, and exuding an air of arrogance. As he approached, it felt as though a dramatic soundtrack accompanied his entrance. He clasped his fists together and declared, "I am Xiao Fan, wielding the martial soul of Ice Flame, a level 16 agility attack soul master. I seek your guidance." Upon hearing his name, I was intrigued. I had heard whispers of him during the grand competition. His anomalous martial soul bore a tale of deep vengeance, his family annihilated, fleeing with a younger sister. Was this not the quintessential protagonist archetype, complete with all the requisite elements? I felt a surge of excitement and brandished my Qi Shao sword. "Jiang, level 16 assault type. Let us engage." Just as our gazes locked, a melodious female voice rang out from afar. "Xiao Fan, go for it. You are the best." Following the sound, I spotted a stunning beauty clad in a blue dress with twin ponytails, her eyes sparkling like sapphires. No need for inquiry. This had to be the legendary younger sister, Xiao Mei. Just then, Ning Rongrong chimed in, equally determined. "Jiang, you better watch out if you lose." Such unique encouragement. Upon hearing his sister's cheer, Xiao Fan's spirit soared. He unleashed his first soul skill, a technique he called the fiery 7-star bomb, launching 7 fireballs toward me like missiles. Though his flames appeared formidable, a mix of ice and fire, his strategy was clear: to deceive me with the fireballs, intending to detonate the coldness within upon contact with my sword. A clever tactic, yet ultimately flawed against my expertise. I countered with the Qi Shao sword formation, sending 7 fiery blades to meet his attack. Just as anticipated, he commanded, "Freeze them." My sword was immediately encased in ice. His triumphant grin hadn't even reached his ears when I calmly uttered a single word: break. In an instant, the flames on my 7 swords surged, melting the ice into vapor, and with a swift motion, the swords pierced through his fireballs, surrounding him at 7 distinct points, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. He stood there, dumbfounded, disbelief written across his face. Yet, this gentleman was forthright. He conceded, "I admit defeat." Appreciating his decisiveness, I sheathed my sword. To my surprise, instead of exiting the arena, he retrieved a tower for himself and quietly positioned himself in a corner. This individual possesses both humility and potential. With my victory, no one dared to confront me thereafter. I clutched the iron tower, resembling a guardian deity, observing as the remaining participants fought fiercely for the 100 available spots. As the sun set, the second round concluded. Next came the final phase, pairing. In essence, we were to be assigned 100 direct disciples from the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda as support. My eyes immediately caught Ning Rongrong among the support group. She was fixedly watching me, anxious that someone might steal me away. While I awaited the proceedings, a figure suddenly appeared before me, wafting a fragrant aura. I looked up and was met with a strikingly voluptuous woman, appearing a few years older than Ning Rongrong, who wasted no time in declaring her intent. "I am Ning Yufei, and I wish to invite you to be my partner." She bent slightly, revealing a tantalizing décolletage. This was blatant seduction. Alas, did she think I was so superficial? I didn't even flinch, simply replying, "I'm sorry, but I've already chosen someone." Unwilling to concede, she began to speak again, but Ning Rongrong sprang forth like a protective kitten, linking her arm with mine and proudly asserting to Ning Yufei, "Cousin Yufei, you're too late. He is already reserved by me." Upon witnessing this, Ning Yufei understood her position and departed with a hint of reluctance. Once she was gone, I teased Ning Rongrong, "Who made an agreement with you?" "I never consented." The little girl puffed up her cheeks in irritation, pointing at me in frustration before finally exclaiming, "No, you must be my partner. I want to let you be with those big-breasted beauties. What if you lose control?" I couldn't help but find her antics amusing. Lightly flicking her forehead. What are you thinking? She isn't even as pretty as you. I then extended my hand, declaring, from now on, we are partners. A smile broke across her face as she grasped my hand firmly, loudly announcing, from now on, you are my meat shield. My exclusive meat shield. Very well. If I must be a meat shield, so be it, for I have encountered this little enchantress. The ceremony concluded, and darkness enveloped the sky. Ning Rongrong insisted I had only consumed a baozi that day and dragged me to her room for dinner. We enjoyed grapes, competing to see who could spit the seeds the farthest, relishing the playful contest. The meal featured stir-fried tender rabbit, a flavor so exquisite it was unparalleled. However, the next day, before dawn had even broken, my door was forcefully kicked open. As I stirred from sleep, ready to express my annoyance, a sharp and familiar voice pierced the air. Get up. I have something to discuss with you. I opened my eyes to find Douluo. My irritation dissipated instantly, and with dark circles under my eyes and a groggy expression, I asked, Master, what is the matter so early? He, however, wasted no time, beginning a countdown, 3, 2. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I sprang from my bed in an instant. Any delay, and his 7-killing sword would find itself at my throat. Satisfied to see me upright, he relaxed his stance and instructed, pack your things. We are heading to Notting City. My heart sank. Notting City? Had my undercover identity been exposed? Was he bringing me back to verify my household registration? Just as anxiety gripped me, he seized me, and we soared through the skies on his sword, racing forward at lightning speed. Upon arriving at the territory of Notting City, he did not enter the city, but instead flew towards a volcano in the southern region. Puzzled, I found myself unceremoniously abandoned in a desolate place known as Douluo, Yengu, where he informed me that my martial spirit was extreme fire and that this location would serve as a treasure trove for my training. From that day forth, I was to cultivate here, and he would return to collect me once my soul power surpassed level 20. I was about to inquire how I could notify him, perhaps through dreams, but the old man, displaying a modicum of conscience, tossed me a spatial ring filled to the brim with provisions and a glowing stone for illumination before departing, leaving me alone and bewildered in the wind. Well, since I was already here, I had no choice but to make the best of it. This forsaken valley was rife with flames, so I found a safe spot to pitch my tent and decided to get some rest. Thus began my arduous training journey in this wretched place, where day and night were consumed by relentless cultivation. The monotony was palpable, yet the results were remarkable. Within merely a month, I ascended to level 17. I must say, the flames at my feet felt as innocuous as mere footbath water. One day, while practicing my swordsmanship, I struggled with the Zhan Tian Ba Jian technique, feeling as though my arms might ignite from exertion without grasping the method. Just as I was becoming dizzy from my efforts, I suddenly heard voices. Xiao Wu, let us take a look ahead. Brother, slow down. Upon hearing the name Xiao Wu, my sword clattered to the ground. Could it be that Tang San and Xiao Wu had ventured to this desolate place? I craned my neck to see, and to my astonishment, 2 figures emerged from behind a rock. The young man, though unremarkable in appearance, possessed eyes that shone like twin suns and wore vibrant red attire, exuding a spirited aura. Following him was a young girl, perhaps 12 or 13 years old, whose beauty was striking. She donned a fiery red dress and had dark red hair, resembling a small flame, captivatingly bright. It was evident from their attire that they were not Tang San and his companions. Connecting their previous conversation, I deduced their identities, Huo Wu and Huo Wu Shuang, the 2-star members of the Chihua battle team, who had frequently troubled Tang San in the original narrative. Huo Wu soon spotted me and, astonished, pointed in my direction, exclaiming, Brother, look, there's someone over there. Huo Wu Shuang, with his spotlight-like eyes, scanned my direction, a puzzled expression crossing his face, seemingly wondering which adult had the audacity to leave such a young child in this desolate place. He offered me a smile that was more unsettling than welcoming, plunging me into silence. Little brother, why are you here all alone? He inquired cautiously. Training, I replied frankly, as they were not malevolent individuals. Training? Huo Wushuang's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Here, in Douluo Yengu? Little brother, you are truly bold. His expression resembled that of someone witnessing a rabbit nesting in a tigeress den. Huo Wu, ever the instigator, pointed at her brother and said, You're quite courageous. The first time my brother came here, he nearly wet his pants. Later, my father used the threat of Douluo Yengu to frighten him. And it worked every time. Huo Wushuang's face turned a shade of green, and he quickly interrupted, ahem. That was all in the past. Clearing his throat, he introduced himself with an air of social bravado. I am Huo Wushuang, martial spirit, the uniquely horned fire violent dragon, a 35-level battle spirit master. This is my sister, Huo Wu. Our grandfather is the sect master of Chihuazong. Goodness, a third-generation sect member. I felt a sense of respect. I am Jiang, a core disciple of Qibao Liulizong. Qibao Liulizong. Their shock was palpable. Huo Wushuang instantly donned a familiar demeanor, approaching me with brotherly affection. Ah, so you're Jiang, my brother. I must apologize for not recognizing you. We came here to find a third spirit ring for my sister. Hunting soul beasts in such a desolate place. I had been here for a month and had yet to see a single fur of a soul beast. I directly inquired, and Huo Wushuang explained that they were searching for a rare soul beast called Hui Jingling, which only appeared near volcanic craters, formed from the essence of fire elements. Hui Jingling? That sounds intriguing, I said eagerly. Brother Hua, take me along. I wish to witness it myself. Huo Wushuang readily agreed, likely thinking that having another person would distribute the workload. Thus, I joined their little team. As we approached the volcano, Huo Wu's chatter was incessant, akin to a census taker, almost uncovering my entire ancestry. Fortunately, my storytelling skills were top-notch, allowing me to deftly sidestep her inquiries. The closer we got to the volcano, the higher the temperature rose, akin to stepping into a furnace. Both Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu were flushed, nearly at their limits. Just as they were about to give up, a small creature suddenly appeared ahead. Hui Jingling, Huo Wu exclaimed, nearly leaping in excitement. I focused my gaze, and indeed, this creature was utterly adorable. It was roughly the size of an infant, composed entirely of flames, with fiery red ribbons fluttering beside its ears and a ruby embedded in its forehead. The contrast was stark. Who would have thought such a cute little being was a millennium-year soul beast? Huo Wushuang commenced his educational moment. According to the texts, 1,000-year Hui Jingling possesses a gemstone on its forehead and grows one ribbon every 100 years. Since it has 6 ribbons, it is 1,600 years old. Xiao Wu, the age is perfect for absorption. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Wu, impulsive as ever, charged forward, shouting, Brother, don't move. Let me handle this. With a martial spirit manifestation, an orange-red shadow emerged from her, mirroring her appearance, her unique fire shadow martial spirit. Immediately, her first spirit ring activated, and a 3-meter-long flaming whip lashed out. What happened next? The Hui Jingling did not even flinch, tilting its head and blinking its large eyes, exuding an expression of utter bewilderment, as if to ask, Who am I? Where am I? And what do you want from me? Huo Wu was undeterred, exclaiming, Don't think that I will spare you just because you're cute. The whip, charged with explosive energy, came crashing down. It appeared destined to strike, but suddenly, the Hui Jingling emitted a vibrant red light, forming a protective ring. Upon contact, the flaming whip was repelled as if striking a spring, flung back effortlessly. How could this be? Huo Wu was left dumbfounded. I quickly grasped the situation. This was the future third soul skill of Huo Wu, the rejection fire ring. So this was its origin, a pure and absolute defense. The Hui Jingling seemed to be provoked, making distressed sounds before turning to flee. In an instant, I understood. This little creature had invested all its talent into defense, lacking any offensive capabilities. Huo Wushuang, recognizing the urgency, immediately pursued. Martial spirit manifestation. His entire being was enveloped in dark red scales, short horns sprouting from his head as he unleashed his third soul skill, the golden scale fire dragon transformation, transforming into a golden figure with doubled strength, attack, and defense. Where do you think you're going? He bellowed, chasing after it. The siblings, in perfect synchronization, deployed their second soul skills, launching 2 differently colored fireballs toward the Hui Jingling. With a resounding explosion, the Hui Jingling was blasted away but remained unscathed, shielded by that luminous ring. Huo Wushuang, now agitated, shouted fire wheel light, curling into a ball and rolling forward like a fire wheel, attempting to break through its defenses with a physical attack. What was the result? With a thunderous crash, he was propelled back at an even swifter pace than he had charged, landing on the ground in a disheveled heap. What in the world? This creature is too difficult to handle. Huo Wushuang was on the verge of giving up. However, Huo Wu remained resolute, her gaze unwavering. No, I must have it. This anti-flame ring is the finest control technique. I must acquire it. Seeing his sister's determination, her brother, Wu Shuang could only grit his teeth and press on. After observing the siblings clash for quite some time, producing nothing but ineffective strikes, I could no longer bear to watch. Perhaps I should lend him a hand. Setting a small trap for Tang San's future, I seized the Qi Shao sword and charged forward, employing not brute force, but the spirit attack killing slash taught by the sword Douluo. An invisible blade of killing intent instantly struck the fire spirit's ring. Others could not perceive it, but I witnessed a minuscule crack appear on that invincible ring. Now it was the moment. With a mighty shout, I invoked the Qi Shao sword formation. Dozens of fire swords surged through the crack. Although most were repelled by the rapidly mending ring, one successfully struck the fire spirit's core. The little creature emitted a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky, its ring vanishing. Wu Shuang's eyes nearly popped out. "Wow, brother, you are incredible." Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement, almost leaping toward me in appreciation. I noticed her cheeks flushed, likely imagining an elaborate scenario in her mind. "What are you waiting for? Hurry and collect the soul ring," I hastily reminded her. Only then did Wu snap back to reality, hurriedly rushing to the fire spirit. Despite feeling a twinge of guilt, she drew her dagger and delivered the final blow. Soon, a circle of purple thousand-year soul rings emerged. She quickly sat cross-legged to begin absorbing it. At the onset, Wu was drenched in sweat, unable to suppress her cries of pain. Wu Shuang paced anxiously nearby like an ant on a hot pan, utterly helpless except for his prayers. Recognizing that this was not sufficient, I decided to employ a tactic of provocation. Clearing my throat, I spoke in an irritating tone. "Hey, didn't you say you wanted to be the strongest control type, Soul Master? If you can't endure this little pain, you might as well go home and get married. Find a powerful husband to take care of you. It would be much simpler." The moment those words left my mouth, Wu, who was on the verge of collapsing, suddenly regained her resolve, gritting her teeth to endure. Wu Shuang also caught on, joining me in encouragement. "Yes. Come on, Xiaowu. Don't let anyone underestimate you." Remarkably, this tactic proved effective. With the support of her brother and me, Wu persevered, successfully binding the purple soul ring to her martial soul. "I did it." Wu opened her eyes, letting out a sigh of relief. Wu Shuang, ecstatic, was about to approach her with concern, but Wu ignored him and walked straight up to me. "Thank you. You're welcome." Just as I finished speaking, she suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck, pressing her alluring lips against mine. I was momentarily stunned. Gentle and soft, I was unexpectedly kissed. This was my first kiss. Of course, unless we count the countless times I was kissed by Bibi Dong and Hulaina in childhood. My friends, how could I endure this? As a grown man, how humiliating. I immediately retaliated, boldly taking the initiative. Wu was taken aback, initially intending to express gratitude, not expecting my fervor. After a few seconds, her face flushed deeply as she pushed me away, panting, "Humph, I never imagined you were such a rogue." "But you initiated it," I replied innocently. As the saying goes, one should reciprocate. I was merely concerned for your well-being. Now we are even. This was my first kiss. How can we be even? Who hasn't had their first kiss? I immediately shifted to a pitiful demeanor. "Do you know how startling it was when you suddenly kissed me? I'm still just a child." Wu was unconvinced, noting my earlier adeptness, which hardly resembled that of child. Just then, Wu Shuang charged forward, grasping my hand with a serious expression. "I don't care. You kissed my sister, so you must marry her and become my brother-in-law." I was instantly petrified. "Are you serious, brother? A kiss necessitates marriage? What kind of absurd logic is this? By that reasoning, Bibi Dong and Hulaina would also have to marry me." "Brother, what are you doing?" Wu exclaimed upon seeing my distressed expression, rushing to defuse the situation. Wu Shuang then released my hand, still earnestly telling Wu, "Brother is doing this for your own good. I think this guy is decent. Let us knock him out and take him home. Then have your father propose to the 7-treasure glazed tile school." I was momentarily bewildered, unable to suppress my sarcasm. "Are you two comedians? Anyone unfamiliar would think you came from the Yin Society." To my surprise, Wu proudly replied, "I've never heard of a Yin Society, but I know of a Yin sect, a third-rate sect whose leader comes to our Chihua sect every year to offer gifts and seek protection." My goodness, there really is a Yin sect in Douluo continent? Bosquet's business ventures are truly extensive. I casually inquired, "Have you met Master Qian? You mean that peculiar old man who smokes and curls his hair?" Wu actually recognized him, having met him before. I burned his hair, and he thanked me, saying it saved him money on hairstyling. I was utterly speechless, This world was becoming increasingly surreal. I waved my hands dismissively. All right, enough about them. You've obtained your soul ring. Hurry and take your brother home. However, no sooner had I spoken than Huo Wu's stubborn temper flared. She raised an eyebrow and shouted at me. What a joke. Who are you looking down on? If a little brat like you can stay, why can't I? Today, I'm going to stand my ground and not leave. I must tell you. She then turned to her brother and launched into another tirade. Brother, let us practice here. We need to avoid being underestimated by this little brat. Huo Wuxuang was visibly conflicted, his face resembling a bitter melon. What kind of environment was this? A volcano erupting daily, akin to raining fire. If it weren't for the soul ring, no one would endure such suffering. Yet, upon seeing his sister's resolute gaze, he instantly conceded. Who understands the plight of a brother? This is what they call doting on a sister. Whatever she says goes. He could only grit his teeth and agree. Fine, we'll stay. Though he spoke begrudgingly, his expression was one of solemnity, as if he were about to face a perilous battle. To prevent Huo Wu from worrying, he feigned a nonchalant demeanor, patting his chest and declaring, Xiao Wu, don't fear, your brother will protect you. Meanwhile, internally, he was fervently praying, Heaven, please don't let this fiery rain scorch my handsome face. I still needed to attract girls. I nearly burst out laughing. Huo Wu, too, laughed heartily, saying, Brother, you should take care of yourself first. After years of siblinghood, she could clearly see that her brother was merely a paper tiger, terrified inside, but putting on a brave front. However, in truth, Huo Wu undoubtedly felt warmth in her heart, for where else could one find a brother so caring? Observing the situation, I decided not to intervene further. After all, this place was not my home. They could stay if they wished. I waved my hand. All right, do as you please, just don't disturb my training. With that, I returned to practicing my sword techniques. Thus, the three of us began our arduous cohabitation in this desolate volcanic gorge. My goodness, time truly flew. Several months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, after my usual sword practice, drenched in sweat and feeling quite uncomfortable, I meandered toward the treasure cave I had discovered a month prior. I must tell you, this cave concealed a natural hot spring in this fiery rock valley. It was nothing short of a miracle. Ever since, bathing in it after sword practice had become my sole indulgence. Entering the cave, I navigated it with ease. The warm steam enveloped me, resembling a fairyland. I quickly shed my clothes, leaving only my underwear, and stepped into the hot spring. Ah, delightful. I found a comfortable position, submerging my entire body in the warm water, leaning against the heated stone wall. The sensation was sublime. I closed my eyes, relishing this rare tranquility. The steam from the spring warming my cheeks to a rosy glow. I cannot ascertain how much time has elapsed, but I feel as though the weariness that enveloped me has dissipated, prompting an involuntary stretch. As I reached out, I suddenly encountered something peculiar, soft and slippery, with a surprisingly pleasant texture. Just as I pondered this anomaly, a familiar shriek pierced the air. Ah, my mind buzzed with realization. This voice belonged to Huo Wu. How could she possibly be here? At that moment, I comprehended the nature of what I had touched, and I knew that there was no way to absolve myself of this situation. It was you. Huo Wu had awoken, and upon opening her eyes, she found my hand lingering inappropriately. Her charming face flushed crimson, whether from anger or embarrassment, and she unleashed an indignant cry. You perverted rogue. I was utterly taken aback. Scrambling to clarify, it's a misunderstanding. Absolutely a misunderstanding. I just finished practicing my swordplay and came here for a soak with all this steam. I truly did not see you. Then remove your filthy hand. Huo Wu's fury escalated as she noticed my hand still hovering there. Oh, misunderstanding. I hastily withdrew my hand. Yet her next question left me utterly bewildered. Biting her lip, she inquired, So what now? As a person who prides himself on honesty, I blurted out without hesitation, It's fine. Jiang. Huo Wu exploded in anger, her martial spirit igniting in an instant. Flames enveloping her as the water in the hot spring began to boil. You have tarnished my innocence. How do you propose to settle this? Seeing the storm brewing, I realized this was not going to end well. Although my actions were unintentional, she was indeed a young lady, and it was clear she had been wronged. I contemplated how to make amends. Thus, I stood up abruptly from the water, wearing a sincere expression, and declared with righteous conviction, You may inspect my body at your leisure. I inadvertently touched you earlier. Now you may touch me back. As a man, I can endure some losses. 3 touches seem only fair, don't you think? Huo Wu was momentarily speechless, likely taken aback by my audacity. She quickly covered her eyes and shouted in disgust, "Shameless." However, I noticed her fingers were barely covering her eyes, revealing a significant gap. She muttered under her breath, "I wonder how many girls will fall victim to him in the future. Quick, crouch down." She yelled, eyes shut tight, fearing she might lose control if she continued to look. "Oh, but you're the one who won T-Touch." I returned to my seated position in the water and solemnly proclaimed, "Then let us consider this matter settled. From now on, let us speak of it no more. Is that so?" A peculiar smile crept onto Huo Wu's face, and in the next instant, an explosive flame engulfed me. When I emerged from the cave, disheveled and covered in soot, I found Huo Wuxuang outside, gleefully roasting chicken wings. Upon seeing us, he was momentarily stunned. His sister, Huo Wu, appeared to be in high spirits, bouncing about, while I trailed behind, my eyebrows singed and my face smeared with ash, feeling somewhat lightheaded. Huo Wuxuang's expression shifted dramatically, filled with a knowing look. I could almost hear the unfolding drama in his mind. He quickly offered me a freshly roasted chicken wing. Concern etched on his face. "Shall you come? Have some chicken wings. You look unsteady on your feet. Clearly, you must be famished." I was taken aback. He muttered under his breath, "Who knew Xiao Wu would play so recklessly? My friend, your logic astounds me." I was scorched, not drained. Yet, judging by his expression, I knew an explanation would fall on deaf ears. I could only accept the chicken wing with a heavy heart, transforming my indignation into appetite. A year later, the three of us finally emerged from that cursed place, arriving at a quaint town called Xingyunjun. After a year of subsisting on meager fare, we were eager for a grand feast to reward ourselves. Upon entering the tavern, Huo Wuxuang, like a famished ghost, bellowed, "Boss, bring us 10 pounds of marinated beef, 30 skewers of grilled kidney, a plate of stir-fried chives, a whole roasted lamb, and a barrel of wine." The dishes he ordered were all hearty fare for men, especially those 30 skewers of grilled kidney, clearly aimed at me. For the entire year, his gaze had not wavered, consistently viewing me as a victim of his sister's antics. Convinced that I needed a substantial replenishment, we settled at a table by the window. Huo Wuxuang clapped me on the shoulder and, with a flourish, proclaimed, "Xiao Yu, should you find it hard to survive in the Qibao Lili sect, come join our Qihua sect. We'll reserve a core disciple position for you. No problem." Huo Wu chimed in, her tone still haughty. "Indeed, I've heard your Qibao Lili sect is full of beautiful women. You little lecher are bound to offend someone sooner or later. Should that happen, come find me, and out of gratitude for your assistance in obtaining my soul ring, I might reluctantly take you in." As she spoke, she produced a fiery red token from her bosom and tossed it to me, inscribed with the characters Qihua. This woman may speak harshly, yet her heart burns with warmth. I accepted the token and tucked it away, feeling a warmth within. Before long, our food arrived. Huo Wuxuang grabbed a handful of grilled kidney and thrust it into my hand. "Here, shall you eat up? How did you know I like this?" He wore a knowing expression. "If you like it, indulge yourself." As I munched on the kidney, I grumbled, "You should eat too." He waved his hand dismissively. "I can't handle that taste. I prefer chives." I silently scoffed. In youth, I failed to recognize the value of kidney, mistaking chives for treasure. This fellow truly lacks discernment. Consequently, those 30 skewers of grilled kidney quickly found their way into my stomach. Patting my now round belly, I let out a satisfied burp. Delightful. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a piercing roar echoed through the tavern. Who dares to steal my seat? I recognized this as a classic scenario. A flamboyantly dressed youth, flanked by sycophants and a mysterious figure cloaked in gray, stormed toward our table with an imposing demeanor. This youth was Xiao Chunxian, originally intent on claiming the table, but upon spotting Huo Wu, his eyes widened with desire, drool nearly escaping his lips. He pretentiously introduced himself. "This lovely lady, I am Xiao Chunxian, son of the Lord of Nodding City. Might I have the honor of sharing a drink with you?" Without even glancing at him, Huo Wu coldly retorted, "Scram." Xiao Chunxian was taken aback, likely unaccustomed to such treatment. Enraged, he unleashed his martial spirit. 2 rings of yellow soul, rings rising. Just a mere soul master, and he dared to create a ruckus here. I scoffed disdainfully. His brashness only fueled my irritation. And with a thunderous crash, he swept our entire table of food to the ground. A new generation master of table clearing, indeed. He pointed at us with bravado. "Hand this woman over, and I shall spare you. How dare you?" Huo Wuxuang erupted in fury, slamming his palm on the table and charging forward. As a sole sovereign, he He revealed 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, instantly intimidating Xiao Chunxian into a stupor. However, before he could act, the figure in gray moved. Goodness! 4 soul rings, 1 white and 2 purple. He was a soul sect. With a single strike, he forced Wu Shuang back. Seeing my friend being bullied, I could not remain idle. Unleashing the Qi Xiao sword martial spirit, a formidable pressure radiated, momentarily stunning even the soul sect. Seizing the opportunity, I unleashed my fiery downpour attack. Yet his iron seal martial spirit was peculiar, absorbing all my assaults. Recognizing my talent, he harbored murderous intent. The 4th soul skill, the Thousand Gene Seal, a massive iron seal descended from above, the pressure so immense it threatened to collapse the entire tavern. There was no alternative. I had to resort to my ultimate move, channeling all the Hongming purple energy within me into the Qi Xiao sword. I summoned every ounce of strength and executed the heavenly slash. Break for me! A colossal purple-red sword light shot up toward the heavens, colliding directly with a massive iron seal. With a thunderous crash, that imposing iron seal was surprisingly sent flying by my sword. At that moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. A mere one-ring soul master had boldly withstood the mightiest blow from the soul sect and emerged victorious. Who would believe such a tale? Handsome as I may be, my strength was a mere facade. That strike had drained every ounce of my soul power, and I found myself struggling to remain upright. The man in the gray robe discerned my weakness. A cruel smile creeping onto his face as he prepared to deliver the final blow. Just as the situation seemed dire, a hoarse voice rang out. Stop! I turned to see 3 figures approaching us. The central figure, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, possessed an unremarkable appearance, yet exuded an indescribable aura. He immediately reprimanded the gray-robed man. Bullying the weak. What kind of soul master are you? The gray-robed man, clearly taken aback, inquired about his identity. The middle-aged man, hands clasped behind his back, replied enigmatically, others call me Master. Upon hearing this, I nearly choked. Master? You Jiang? Just him? To bolster his pretentiousness, he even dragged an elderly man beside him into the conversation, claiming he was the Dean of Nuoding Academy, a level 42 soul master. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed man, especially after the Dean made a crude joke involving his name, immediately wilted and fled, dragging the spoiled young man with him. Once they departed, Yu Xiaojing swiftly approached me, beaming with enthusiasm. Young friend, what is your martial soul? I was disinclined to engage, but since he had just come to my aid, I coldly replied. The sword is named Qi Xiao. Upon hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed his face, yet he pretended to understand completely. Ah, the Qi Xiao sword. It is a variant martial soul, known only to me on the entire continent. Your innate talent is commendable. Why not take me as your master? I couldn't help but roll my eyes at his arrogance. With a firm no, thank you, I left him speechless. How could I even consider apprenticing under him? He had caused my benefactor, Bai Dong, tremendous suffering. Merely refraining from striking him was already a show of restraint. Yu Xiaojing, visibly agitated, flushed red as he exclaimed, Think carefully. No one else can guide you. Don't make a grave mistake. I chuckled lightly. There is no need for your concern, master. I already have a teacher. Who is he? He pressed, unconvinced that anyone could possess greater knowledge of martial souls than he. I looked him in the eye and pronounced each word deliberately. Sword path. Dust heart. The moment I finished speaking, Yu Xiaojing's face drained of color, as if he had swallowed a fly. Stammering, he exclaimed, It's him. Your master is the sword Douluo. His expression was nothing short of spectacular. The boy beside him, Tang San, was equally astonished, gazing at me in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity, I scrutinized this legendary protagonist. He appeared thin and unremarkable, dressed simply, yet who could fathom the depth of his lineage? His father was a titled Douluo, his uncle a titled Douluo, his grandfather an ultimate Douluo, and his mother a 100,000-year-old soul beast. It dawned on me that the vast wealth had indeed fallen into his lap. In the realm of fantasy novels, if happiness were to be ranked, Tang San would undoubtedly place within the top 3. After all, his journey seemed almost divinely ordained, with adventures and fortunes raining upon him like a deluge. His father, the Haoqian Douluo, provided unwavering protection, ensuring he traversed the world unharmed. When Zhao Wujin from Shrek Academy dared to impose an initiation challenge, he was swiftly dealt with by Tang San's father, leaving him utterly incapacitated. This was not training. It was akin to a prince gilding himself in the countryside, destined to inherit a thriving estate. As I marveled at how this young man was living in a world of his own, Tang San was still persuading Yu Xiaojing. The latter's face shifted colors like a traffic light, alternating between red and green, nearly resorting to kidnapping me. However, Tang San, with his eloquence, soothed the situation, emphasizing that forced relationships yield no sweetness and that destiny is paramount. Eventually, Yu Xiaojing regained his composure and feigned generosity, stating that should I encounter difficulties in my training, I could always seek him at Nuoding Academy. His pride was unmistakable as he gestured toward Tang San, implying that my master was exceptional, thereby reflecting his own prowess. Meanwhile, my rather flamboyant uncle insisted on hunting soul rings together for safety. Upon learning I was also at level 20, Yu Xiaojing's eyes lit up like fireworks, clearly eager to showcase his extensive theoretical knowledge and charm. Fine, let us form a team. I was curious to see what this master-student duo could concoct. Upon entering the Stardow Forest, we rested beneath a large tree when, suddenly, a dark vine shot down from above, ensnaring all 6 of us tightly. Yu Xiaojing initially screamed in terror, exclaiming about some cursed vine, but to my astonishment, a second later, he was exhilarated. He exclaimed to Tang San, "Little San, what a treasure! This vine is 600 years old, perfect for your soul ring. Better than my designs." I could only watch in disbelief. How could he be so carefree while we were still bound? Fortunately, a soul master named Sun Yuan, part of our team, extracted a flaming scythe and swiftly freed the 3 of them. Just as he approached to rescue us, he noticed that we 3 siblings had already burned through the vine using fire. The flame from my Qishao sword was of the purest quality, rendering the cursed vine as nothing more than kindling. Yu Xiaojing watched in awe, likely daydreaming about me becoming his disciple, leading both master and apprentice to the pinnacle of success. Meanwhile, Sun Yuan had already dealt a near-fatal blow to the cursed vine, and Tang San seized the opportunity to deliver the final strike, subsequently sitting cross-legged to absorb his second soul ring. My heart raced with envy. I needed a soul ring that eclipsed his. After Tang San completed his absorption, Yu Xiaojing, with a face thicker than a city wall, grinned widely and suggested I spar with the newly upgraded Tang San. Clearly, he intended to use this opportunity to demonstrate his invincible theories. Well then, let us engage. Tang San was equally prepared. Upon unleashing his martial soul, the blue-silver grass appeared transformed, thicker and darker, adorned with poisonous thorns, resembling a creature from the depths of nightmares. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of vines towards me. Regrettably for him, in the presence of my pure flames, his grass was mere fodder. With a swift motion of my Qishao sword, golden flames surged forth, incinerating everything in their path. Unwilling to concede, he fashioned the blue-silver grass into a spear and launched it at me with the finesse of a hidden weapon. Did he think to catch me off guard? I had seen countless tricks. With precision, I struck at its weak point, shattering it effortlessly. Growing desperate, he engaged me in close combat, adopting a claw-like stance and employing a technique he called controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. I couldn't help but laugh. Did he wish to challenge me in martial arts? Come, let me show you the 8 extremes fist, the earth-shattering cannon. I grounded my stance, launching my fists upward to meet his claws. With a single punch, I sent him crashing to the ground, the impact echoing as he was flung far away, blood spilling from his lips. Yu Xiaojing turned pale and hurried over to assist him. I feigned an apology, claiming I hadn't controlled my strength. You want to believe what happened next. This boy, Tang San, was a masochist. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he looked at me with gleaming eyes and said, "Next time, don't hold back. Hit harder." What a request I had never encountered before in my life. Very well, I shall oblige. After our bout, Yu Xiaojing regarded me with a newfound intensity, his possessiveness reminiscent of an unsettling obsession. To persuade me, he launched into an enthusiastic discourse about martial soul theory, proclaiming there were over 3,000 types of sword martial souls, and that the ultimate attributes were unparalleled, showering me with extravagant praises. The essence of a narrative can be distilled into 2 distinct paths. One path is that of the berserker, where a fierce onslaught leads to either your demise or that of your opponent. Pursuing ultimate explosive power, yet depleting one's energy, leads to inevitable failure. The other path emphasizes sustained output, focusing on endurance and steady damage, consuming minimal soul power to gradually wear down the adversary. The character Huo Wushuang, with his naive exuberance, readily opts for high burst damage, exclaiming that this is what true masculinity embodies. As for me, I naturally gravitate towards the path of endurance. Dear friends, while ferocity may be fleeting, resilience is a lifelong trait. The joy of battle must be savored slowly, as you well understand. Once the course was determined, Jiang exhibited an enthusiastic demeanor, eagerly volunteering to assist in finding the most suitable soul rings for me. Our journey continued, and along the way, we encountered numerous fire attribute soul beasts, yet they were either too young or unsuitable. Wuxuang gazed at them with envy, but it was futile, as he had yet to reach level 40 and could only watch. Jiang began to enlighten me academically, analyzing my situation with great expertise. Presenting 3 options, the Yizue Yanlong, the Taiku Jianshou, and the Hua Shunchong. Frustrated, I implored the master to forego the abstract choices and simply disclose the most superior, rare, and formidable option available. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang proclaimed the existence of the Qi Pao Shao, who, the king among tiger-type soul beasts. At that instant, Wuxuang gasped in astonishment, and they commenced to educate me on its rarity and strength, noting that it could rival the cultivation of others from birth, questioning whether it still existed on the continent. I pondered whether they were hunting soul beasts or engaged in an academic conference. Jiang, initially eager to showcase his knowledge, soon realized that Wuxuang was quite knowledgeable himself, and his expression changed, likely calculating whether Wuxuang hailed from a prominent sect. After traversing for over half an hour, we entered a small hill where soul beasts were noticeably more abundant. Having just vanquished a pack of wolves, we heard a peculiar call. Turning to look, we were met with a bizarre creature, possessing the head of a dragon and the beak of a duck, its body of flame, running on 2 legs with an oddly captivating gait. Jiang's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This is it, the Yizue Yanlong. 700 years of cultivation. Just right." He began to reminisce, recalling how his sister had once acquired this ring. But as he spoke, his expression turned melancholy, likely recalling his own past sorrows. Wuxuang, brimming with enthusiasm, called me brother-in-law, cautioning me about its flame-induced dizziness. Wu, blushing, stepped on his foot, admonishing him to cease his reckless declarations. Wuxuang, grinning, retorted, "If you like it, why hide it?" In a fit of exasperation, Wu pointed at the Yizue Yanlong and challenged him to assist in its capture. Wuxuang, eager to comply, dashed forward despite his injuries. Observing Tang San's contemplative demeanor, I mused upon the prevalence of infatuated individuals in this era, pondering if anyone understood the joys of being a devoted admirer. As Wuxuang engaged the Yizue Yanlong in battle, a tremendous roar erupted from the depths of the forest. Subsequently, a fiery figure dashed forth with astonishing speed, muscles rippling, adorned with an emblem upon its brow, exuding an imposing aura. The Qi Pao Shao Hu. Jiang's eyes nearly bulged from his head in disbelief. I thought to myself, what a coincidence. Yet, to our astonishment, the legendary Qi Pao Shao Hu paid us no heed, swiftly fleeing as if pursued by malevolent spirits. Following closely behind was a herd of horned cattle-like soul beasts, stampeding chaotically and nearly trampling Jiang. His face drained of color. Jiang realized that whatever struck fear into the Qi Pao Shao Hu must be far more terrifying. Even the battling Yizue Yanlong screeched and fled in panic. "Run!" Jiang, shedding his composed demeanor, seized Tang San and bolted. Without hesitation, I grasped Wu's hand and followed suit. Glancing back, I was taken aback by the sight of a colossal, 3-headed dog, its size akin to a small truck, barreling toward us with an overwhelming presence. In a moment of urgency, Jiang clasped his hands together and shouted, "Reveal yourself, Luo Sanpao." In an instant, a purple corgi pig materialized beside him, plump and affectionately nuzzling his pant leg. Stunned, I listened as Jiang unleashed his soul skill, fart like smoke. Hypnotic sleep, Luo Sanpao. The corgi pig soared into the air, its rear raised, releasing a dense yellow-green fog that enveloped the area. Dear friends, the odor was nearly overwhelming, rendering me momentarily incapacitated. Such an abstract form of attack was unprecedented. Surprisingly, the scent proved somewhat effective, momentarily halting the 3-headed dog, likely bewildered by such an unclean tactic. Yet, this respite was fleeting. The 3 heads roared in unison, unleashing a powerful sound wave that left us all momentarily blinded and unconscious. When I regained consciousness, I heard the dog speaking. demanding to know if we had seen a large white ice silkworm. Jiang, regaining his theoretical bravado, began to educate the 10,000-year-old beast about the ice silkworm, asserting its origins from the extreme north. The three-headed dog erupted in fury, kicking him away, declaring, "I detest being lectured." It repeated its inquiry with menacing intensity. "No, we haven't seen it," Jiang replied, subdued. "Then what use are you?" The three-headed dog, now enraged, radiated an aura of terrifying malice. Just as it prepared to unleash its wrath, I felt a surge of golden light and a faint purple mist enveloping me. The once mighty, three-headed dog froze in place, its expressions betraying reverence, as if encountering ancestral spirits, and retreated in fear, tail tucked between its legs. As my awareness slowly returned, I noticed a large fissure in the ground, from which emerged a plump, white, and lengthy worm, its golden eyes observing me with curiosity, drool dripping from its mouth. My mind raced with thoughts of how best to prepare this creature for a meal. To my astonishment, the worm spoke, exclaiming, "I am the embodiment of wisdom and beauty, heroism and chivalry, the Tianming Bangcan. Young one, I wish to become your soul ring, an unprecedented million-year soul ring in the history of Douluo. What? I was utterly bewildered by this unexpected windfall. The notion of a soul beast presenting itself so willingly was entirely new to me. Just as I contemplated refusing, the worm's patience waned, asserting, "This is not up for debate. Fear not, though. I am large, you will manage." With that, an overwhelming cold enveloped my face, plunging me back into unconsciousness. In my semi-conscious state, I felt a massive, frigid, and fleshy presence pressed against my forehead, and then darkness consumed me. I heard it laughing maniacally, claiming it was finally free from its previous role as a mere delicacy. Meanwhile, within the core of the Douluo forest, numerous formidable presences stirred as if convening an urgent council, and from one direction, the anguished cries of the three-headed dog echoed. As the ancient beings deliberated, their leader, a silvery figure, materialized above the central pool. The aura it exuded compelled all soul beasts, including the previously striking man, to kneel in unison, declaring, "We welcome our master." The man sought to take credit, proclaiming he would retrieve the ice silkworm from my mind. As a result, the silver shadow laughed, its voice akin to celestial music. Yet the words it uttered were quite domineering. "No need. Compared to that wretched bug, I have discovered something far more intriguing. It appears I must venture into the realm of humanity." The man was taken aback and insisted on arranging for protection. The silver shadow dismissively replied, "No need. Isn't Xiao Wu already over there? Her presence suffices." With that, the shadow vanished. I must tell you, the exchange among these top-tier elites was nothing short of explosive in terms of information. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in an ethereal white space, reminiscent of a cyber world. Countless white dots of light surrounded me, so numerous they were beyond counting. As I floated there, suddenly 10 beams of golden light erupted, converging above my head to form 10 enormous golden halos that spun in mesmerizing motion. Then, these halos transformed into 10 sun-like golden orbs. At that moment, I noticed a seemingly inconspicuous gray light cluster floating nearby. The 10 large golden orbs appeared to disdain it, radiating light as if attempting to push it away. Yet the small gray orb remained unmoved, as if invincible. Eventually, the 10 golden orbs had no choice but to remain by themselves. "So, your name is Jiang." A voice suddenly resonated within my mind. I was momentarily bewildered. "Who are you? Who is speaking in my mind?" "Stop searching, young lad." The voice replied with a mischievous tone. "This is your sea of consciousness, and it shall be my home from now on. This place was originally small, but I have expanded it for you. It is now barely habitable." Before I could fully comprehend, it continued, "By the way, I just took a stroll through your memories and discovered quite a few treasures. Who are those teachers, Hashimoto and Sanchong? If it weren't for the protection of the purple aura, I would have thoroughly perused all your teachers. You seem to have quite a few, don't you? What do they teach you?" My face flushed crimson. Who among my family understands? This fellow truly had a loose tongue, opening with such inquiries. I quickly cleared my throat and fibbed. "They are merely ordinary teachers instructing me in marksmanship and staff techniques." "Oh, not bad." The voice sounded quite surprised. "Young people nowadays seldom practice weaponry. You have a promising future." I thought to myself, you can forget it, and swiftly changed the subject. "Are you truly a million-year soul beast?" "Of course. I am the Tianming Bangcan." It declared, pride evident in its tone. Who else on this continent possesses such capability besides me? Then why do you insist on becoming my soul ring? I directly struck at its vulnerable spot. Cough, cough, cough. It was momentarily silenced, and after a pause, it sighed. Well, since we are destined to meet every day from now on, I shall not hide it from you. I had no choice. If I do not flee, I shall be drained dry by the myriad spirits of the Douluo forest. Good heavens! It then began to pour out its woes. It described how those 10,000-year-old beasts were extraordinarily perverse, draining its essence and binding it up for incessant amusement, even committing unspeakable acts of cruelty. The more it spoke, the more aggrieved it became, eventually breaking into song. When the chrysanthemum blooms, pick it with force, its fragrance lingers. When the chrysanthemum withers, sorrow covers the ground, whose tears have turned yellow. I was utterly dumbfounded. What a diabolical tune! It continued, explaining that it was originally an ordinary ice silkworm, slightly more handsome and larger than average. Logically, it should have been sent to the silkworm queen to toil for reproduction daily. However, at the age of 13, it accidentally fell into an ice pit while evading enemies. Below lay an entire mass of 10,000-year cold marrow. When it regained consciousness, the marrow was gone, and it had transformed into a million-year soul beast. Yet, it could not escape. The ice pit was impenetrably hard. Fortunately, it discovered other passages, and as it crawled, stumbled upon an even larger mass of 10,000-year cold marrow. With no alternative, it continued to consume. Who among my kin understands? Such overwhelming wealth was a matter of eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. After an unknowable span of time, it developed its first golden stripe, becoming the unprecedented 10,000-year-old beast of the ice silkworm clan. It believed itself invincible and thought it could roam freely. However, upon emerging, it was swiftly educated by an ordinary 10,000-year-old beast, realizing that despite its cultivation, its combat prowess was practically nil. The outside world was perilous, so it retreated back into the ice pit to continue its cultivation of cold marrow. After consuming all the stock within the ice pit, it bore 9 golden stripes, its cultivation nearing 1,000,000 years. Only then did it muster the courage to emerge from the depths of the pit, drifting into the ocean and from the extreme north to the southern continent. However, as soon as it reached the shore, its unique fragrance attracted the soul beasts of the Douluo forest. Those ancient creatures discovered it was a walking tonic, capable of helping soul beasts break through the 10,000-year bottleneck. Initially, only one soul beast ravaged it, but when it could no longer endure, it released its aura, drawing all the 10,000-year soul beasts of the forest to it, hoping they would annihilate one another. As it happened, those ancient beings ceased their fighting after a while, deliberating and deciding to collectively enjoy it. What a turn of events! It transformed from being bullied by a single entity to being besieged by the entire map. Those old monsters focused on sustainable exploitation. Having run out of options, it devised the plan of becoming a human soul ring, relying on its formidable spiritual power to preserve its consciousness and seek vengeance through human hands. After much deliberation, it selected a title Douluo, only for that individual to be too weak, resulting in its spiritual power overwhelming him. Over the course of several millennia, it exploded multiple candidates without success. Just as it approached despair, the 10th golden stripe sprouted upon its body, and with a resounding duong, it became the first million-year soul beast of antiquity. Finally endowed with some power, it stealthily slipped away and discovered me alongside Tang San. It remarked that both of our spiritual powers were exceptionally strong, yet upon closer comparison, it found my skeletal structure astonishing, far surpassing that of the lad named Tang beside me, which prompted its choice of me. Upon hearing this, I felt an immense satisfaction. This was a direct testament to my superior talent over Tang San. Then came the most exhilarating moment, the unveiling of the soul ring. Tianming Bankan revealed that it had become my first soul ring, although it was a million-year soul ring, to avoid overwhelming me. It was currently sealed to only 800 years of power, with plans to gradually unseal it. Moreover, the energy within it was sufficient to elevate all of my future 10 soul rings to 10,000-year level. While it lacked soul bones, it could additionally grant me an ice attribute martial soul. Furthermore, this inaugural soul ring unprecedentedly provided me with 4 soul skills. I exclaimed in astonishment. 4 skills, and a new martial soul. This was not merely a soul ring. It was a luxurious gift package of buy 1 get 10. Now, I possessed a triune martial soul, eclipsing both Bai Dong and Tang San. It informed me that the new martial soul was of the ice type but lacked a defined form, requiring me to absorb a soul ring to solidify its shape. I was already ecstatic and hastily inquired about the 4 soul skills. They were mental detection, mental sharing, mental interference domain, and soul impact. All were auxiliary skills of the mental type. My goodness, with these, coupled with the offensive power of my Qi Shao sword, I was truly a versatile warrior. All right, the outside world is awakening. You must exit now. Tianming bink and caution me. I forced myself to regain composure, promptly summoning the Shinma sword while the others remained unconscious. What a sight! A pitch-black sword entwined with a brilliant yellow soul ring emanated an overwhelming aura. Most notably, the red gem in the center of the hilt emitted a swirl of gray mist, which gradually transformed into an icy blue hue. Within the mist, a radiant figure clad in a blue gown materialized. I recognized that form and visage instantly. It was none other than my goddess, Long Kuei. As I was about to call out, that figure swiftly retreated into the gem. My martial soul even harbored a sword spirit sister. I tried for some time to summon her again, but the sword remained unresponsive. Just then, Tang Sin stirred beside me. The opportunity had arrived. I hastily retracted my wuhuan and hurriedly approached him. I plucked a handful of freshly soiled lawn, Yin Chao, from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Then, I quickly retreated a few steps and feigned sleep on the ground. Upon awakening, Tang Sin discovered his mouth full of grass, and with a swift motion, he sat up and spat it all out. He gazed at the grass in his hand, bewildered, and looked around, finding nothing amiss. I seized the moment, pretending to just wake up, and upon seeing the mud at the corners of his mouth and the grass in his hand, I struggled to contain my laughter and teased. Little San, you can't eat grass just because you're hungry. Your wuhuan is Lan Yin Chao, but you can't actually consume it to replenish your energy. Here, I have some baozi. Saying this, I pulled out a vegetable baozi that had long gone sour from my soul guiding device and handed it to him. He must have been really hungry, as he took it and took a large bite. After just a couple of chews, his face turned green. The taste was even more sour than sauerkraut fish. How does it taste? I asked with eager anticipation. He swallowed hard, forcing out a look of surprise. This baozi tastes amazing. I never expected the sauerkraut filling to be this delicious. Sauerkraut filling? I feigned surprise, for it was clearly a vegetable filling. Suddenly, Tang San's face transformed into a palette of colors. He tried to save face. I believe that the baozi tastes even better with time. Much like fine wine, the older, the better. Looking at his desperate attempt to maintain his dignity, I nearly burst out in laughter. Well, he had already fallen for my trick, and I had achieved my goal, so it was time to withdraw. Before long, Huo Wu Shuang, and Dean's son gradually awoke. The last to awaken was Yu Xiaojiang, whose face was flushed, resembling someone who had consumed counterfeit liquor. It took him quite some time to regain his composure. I pondered how this master, who often spoke with great theories, found himself lacking in spiritual strength. After some discussion, we realized I still lacked a second soul ring and would need to remain in the forest. For safety, we decided to move toward the outskirts. Just then, we encountered the previously seen Qi Yin Pao Xiao, who, its entire body ablaze in red, prowling about. Yu Xiaojing observed and remarked that the tiger bore 8 black stripes, indicating it was 800 years old, far too advanced for me to absorb. Internally, I roll my eyes. Come on, I had just acquired a 1,000,000-year soul ring. What was 800 years? A mere drop in the bucket. I confidently replied, no need to trouble yourself, master. I can handle this. Huo Wu Shuang, this hot-headed brother, instantly shouted, I believe in you, brother-in-law, and charged in with his wuhuan activated. He unleashed his 3rd soul skill, but the tiger, agile as ever, leaped aside, retaliating with a fireball. Initially, Huo Wu Shuang thought it was a mere scratch, but the tiger spat out 6 or 7 fireballs in succession. It was then he realized something was amiss, as his movements began to slow. I quickly understood. The tiger was implementing a damage over time strategy, and Huo Wu Shuang was in danger of becoming a roasted iron-headed doll. As the 7th fireball was about to hit his face, he could no longer evade it. Without hesitation, I brandished my Qi Shao Jian, which flew forth and cleaved the fireball in 2. Seizing the opportunity, Huo Wu Shuang counterattacked, while I guided the Qi Shao Jian to pierce the tiger's paw. Tang San, seeing this, also wanted to assist, and sent several strands of Lan Yin Chao towards the tiger. However, the moment his Lan Yin Chao approached, it was instantly incinerated by the flames surrounding the tiger, leaving not a trace. I thought to myself, the control effect must be better generated by AI. He frowned at the outcome. I kindly advised him, Brother Xiao San, you should stay back. I can handle this tiger. This statement clearly struck a nerve, shattering his pride. He no longer cared about caution and reached for the jade belt containing his soul guiding device. I noticed the belt and thought, 24 bridges on a moonlit night? Well, Tang San, you certainly know how to play. With a flash of blue light, a gleaming iron spike appeared in his hand. Using the Tang Sek's hidden weapon technique, he swiftly flung the spikes at the great tiger. Let me tell you, those spikes pierced into the tiger's flesh with a satisfying thud. Thankfully, Tang San had the decency not to poison them. Otherwise, the tiger would have been finished on the spot. Spotting a golden opportunity, I resolved to take its life while it was weak. No matter that it was a Qi Yin Pao Xiao Hu, it was now merely a live target. Without hesitation, I activated the Qi Xiao Jian Array. My second soul ring erupted in yellow light, and a dozen flaming swords shot forth, embedding themselves within the tiger's body. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. With a final defiant roar, the tiger collapsed, kneeling before falling completely silent. Moments later, a golden soul ring floated up from its form. Without a second thought, I quickly sat down cross-legged to absorb it. Surprisingly, the process was exceedingly smooth. Brother Tianming had long told me that with my constitution, not only could I handle 800 or 900-year soul rings, but even higher ones would pose no problem, as I would not experience a soul backlash. Thus, I absorbed the power of the soul ring as effortlessly as drinking water. My internal soul power surged, feeling as if I were riding a rocket, faster than a year of regular training. I estimated that after this absorption, I would at least level up twice. Yu Xiaojing watched in disbelief, his eyes wide and mouth agape, likely pondering, this defies logic. How could absorbing a soul ring be this easy? Has this lad found a cheat code? As he remained in a daze, Huo Wushuang, with his big mouth, began to boast proudly, no wonder he is my brother-in-law. His physical prowess is extraordinary. Absorbing beyond his level is like child's play. Upon hearing this, Huo Wu's face turned green, and she stomped down hard on her brother's foot. Ouch! Huo Wushuang winced in pain and asked with a pitiful expression, Xiao Wu, what's wrong now? I told you to stop talking nonsense. I wasn't talking nonsense. Huo Wushuang protested, scratching his head in frustration before unleashing a shocking revelation. Back in the Dihui Yingu, you two were sneaking around together, and once I overheard you shout, harder, don't stop. Given all this, who else would you marry if not him? I was utterly bewildered. Who among my family could comprehend this? Such words were utterly nonsensical. Huo Wu's face flushed crimson, reaching down to her neck, as she never expected her brother would eavesdrop and misconstrue the situation. She hurriedly explained that she had merely sprained her ankle that day, and I was giving her a foot massage due to my exceptional skills. Huo Wushuang wore an expression of understanding, clearly not buying her explanation. Just as the tension mounted, I had just finished absorbing the soul ring and slowly opened my eyes. The information regarding my second soul skill crystallized in my mind. Upon inspection, I found the effect to be quite impressive. Yu Xiaojing was the first to approach me. His curiosity piqued. Xiao Yu, how is your second soul skill? Could I tell him the truth? Absolutely not. With a quick thought, I decided to embellish my description, keeping a card close to my chest. I replied, my soul skill allows me to conjure a small fiery sword to strike, capable of being launched 9 times, with each strike increasing in power. However, it can only target one individual. Changing targets mid-attack will negate the cumulative effect. In reality, the brilliance of this skill lay in its ability to switch targets, and remarkably, the soul power consumption decreases with each successive attack. The 9th strike consumes 90 less soul power than the first. This makes it extraordinary for prolonged battles. But can I reveal this? Of course not. I intended to surprise Tang San later. As expected, Yu Xiaojing nodded vigorously, stating that it was already quite impressive, emphasizing that there is no strongest soul skill, only the most suitable one, and filled me with motivational words. Beside him, Tang San's envious gaze nearly sparked, likely pondering how such disparities between individuals could exist. Upon exiting the Xingdou Great Forest, we prepared to part ways with Yu Xiaojing and his group. That fellow was still not giving up, attempting to recruit me as his apprentice, boasting about how, under his guidance, I would surely reach the pinnacle of soul masters. I could hardly contain my laughter. My dear brother, as a level 29 soul master, you are unable to comprehend your own training, yet you persist in offering misguided guidance, oblivious to the potential harm you may cause to others. If it were not for Tang San's protagonist aura, you would have surely led him astray. You speak of being at the pinnacle of soul masters, but But do you truly believe you hold such a position? I merely rolled my eyes and resolutely declined, stating, Master, my mentor's kindness towards me is immeasurable. I could never betray him for another. The mentor I refer to is none other than the sword Douluo and Bibi Dong. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. And as for the nurturing I receive from Bibi Dong, how could I possibly betray her? Absolutely not. To my astonishment, Yu Jiang applauded and expressed his admiration for my loyalty and sense of honor. At that moment, even Tang San could not bear to watch, likely pondering whether his teacher possessed a penchant for masochism. As we were about to depart, Tang San proudly shouted at me, Jiang Yu, the next time we meet, I shall astonish you. I glanced back at him and chuckled. Very well, I shall await your surprise, before turning away without a backward glance. Together with the fiery duo, Huo Wu and her brother Huo Wuxuang, we hastened towards Tiando City, arriving a few days later at a bustling locale known as Nanjing City. This city was far more prosperous than Notting City, and we chose to stay at one of its finest establishments, the Rose Hotel. Allow me to tell you, the hotel's welcoming lady, named Su, possessed such beauty and figure that she could have stepped straight onto the stage. Huo Wuxuang was practically drooling, holding onto her hand as if he would never let go, a sight that left me utterly embarrassed. Huo Wu, standing nearby, covered her face in shame, mortified by her brother's behavior. With ample funds at our disposal, we reserved 3 luxurious VIP suites. As night fell, Huo Wu, feeling competitive, insisted on a spar in the hotel's arena. The outcome? I decisively defeated her 7 times in a row. Yet, she remained unconvinced and resorted to underhanded tactics, swiftly delivering a blow to my well-earned abdominals, leaving 5 vivid claw marks. My heart ached at the sight, and to my surprise, she leaned in close, blowing gently on my abs, claiming that it would alleviate the pain. A minute later, she looked up and asked, How about now? Is it better? I regarded her with utmost seriousness and replied, Not at all. Please blow a bit more. The next morning, as I stepped out of my room, I spotted Huo Wu emerging with dark circles under her eyes. Just then, her brother Huo Wuxuang opened the door, and upon seeing her weary appearance, inquired, Xiao Wu, did you not rest well last night? Huo Wu groggily replied, Rest was fine. It was just that Jiang Yu wore me out a bit. My word. Huo Wuxuang was immediately rendered speechless. I quickly interjected, Oh, it's nothing. We merely shared a few beers. Upon hearing the mention of alcohol, Huo Wuxuang's eyes lit up, and he dragged me towards the dining hall. Once there, he truly demonstrated his prowess, downing bottle after bottle of beer, showcasing what it means to be a master of indulgence. Before long, with a dozen bottles consumed and his face flushed, he announced his need to visit the restroom. I knew full well what that meant. He was likely going to purge himself. Men in their pride, I understood. However, he did not return for quite some time. As Huo Wu and I grew concerned, we suddenly heard a cacophony of fighting erupt outside the hotel. My heart sank, and I grabbed a nearby staff member to inquire, only to learn that a young man was engaged in a brawl with local ruffians. I exclaimed, Oh no, it can't be your brother. Gripping Huo Wu's hand, I dashed outside. To my horror, I found Huo Wuxuang surrounded by 3 assailants, bearing visible injuries. He had bravely intervened to protect the very welcoming lady, Su. Seeing her brother hurt ignited Huo Wu's fury. How dare you strike my brother? I will make you pay 100-fold. With that, she unleashed her martial spirit and charged forward. I could not stand idly by. With a flash of red light, the Qishao sword appeared in my grasp. Huo Wu led the charge, her 3rd spirit ring glowing brightly as she unleashed a dazzling circle of fire, shouting at the 3 thugs, Get lost! The fire exploded, akin to a small bomb, sending the ruffians flying and dispersing their encirclement. Hurry! Huo Wu sprinted forward to support her brother, her concern palpable. Are you all right? Can you hold on? Huo Wuxuang, though in evident pain, managed a brave smile. I'm fine. Don't worry, I can handle this. Just then, I strolled over, patted his shoulder, and said, Brother Hua, it won't do for you to take all the glory alone. We must share this opportunity to rescue the damsel. I wasn't merely being polite. Huo Wuxuang had a strong sense of pride, and if I had directly offered assistance, he might have taken offense. However, by framing it as a collective effort, the atmosphere shifted. I continued, There are 3 of them, and 3 of us. Now, that is a fair match. Let's fight side by side. With that, I extended my hand. Without hesitation, Huo Wu placed her hand atop mine, declaring, Absolutely. Together. The look in Huo Wuxuang's eyes at that moment was genuinely heartwarming. Brotherhood is about sharing burdens. He no longer hesitated, extending his hand to join ours, sealing our pact. To be honest, though Huo Wushuang may seem a bit straightforward and overly protective of his sister, he is a true companion, unlike Tang San, whose thoughts are as deep as the Mariana Trench. I have no desire to befriend someone like him. Second spirit skill, explosive fireball. Huo Wushuang charged at the one known as Crow, whose dark feathers had inflicted his injuries. Revenge was swift and sweet. A dark red fireball soared through the air, compelling Crow to activate his Millennium Spirit skill, encasing himself in a protective barrier. Meanwhile, Huo Wu confronted the one named Leopard. Ikan assure you, a control type battling an agility type is a match made in heaven. A fiery whip materialized in her hand, and with a swift flick, it split into 4, entangling Leopard like a giant crab. Now it was my turn to face the one called Tiger. He regarded me with disdain, noticing my 2 spirit rings, and warned, "Child, I advise against fighting. I will show no mercy." I merely chuckled, thinking to myself, give it a try. With a flash of red light, I activated my second spirit skill, sending forth a small fiery sword. Tiger, emboldened, unleashed his third spirit skill, Roar the Tiger. Yet, my little sword merely quivered before piercing his body with ease. What happened next was quite amusing. Tiger paused, bewildered, and exclaimed, "It doesn't hurt." He laughed, mistaking me for a mere facade. Oh, how I reveled in this moment. Underestimating your opponent is not a wise habit, I remarked casually. He had fallen right into my trap. My technique may have seemed harmless, but it stacked buffs. I unleashed sword after sword upon him. As the strikes accumulated, his confidence waned, transforming from mockery to fear. Eventually, the fiery onslaught left him dazed, and, with a final blow, he collapsed to the ground. To my astonishment, I, the one with the lowest soul power, had been the first to take down an opponent. Huo Wu and Huo Wushuang, unable to accept this, intensified their attacks. In no time, Crow and Leopard also lay defeated. Huo Wushuang, ever the fierce warrior, stacked the 3 ruffians atop one another and conjured a fireball aimed at their rear ends, delivering a fiery surprise. "Thank you." The young lady, Su, rushed over, bowing repeatedly with tears in her eyes. "If it weren't for you, I would have been sold to the Yihong Lu today." Huo Wushuang was immediately filled with heroic spirit, exclaiming that it was a trivial matter to draw his sword in aid of those wronged. He took Su's small hand, expressing concern. "Oh dear, your little hand is cold. You must be frightened. Come, let me warm it for you." Beside them, Huo Wu rolled her eyes, struggling to stifle her laughter. "Let me tell you, Huo Wushuang is a fine fellow in every respect, except he has no resistance to beautiful women. And his taste is particularly peculiar. He favors the mature ones. He has a set of twisted logic, claiming that mature women possess 3 virtues: a good figure, good temperament, and good character. The Su before us was undeniably developed, making it no wonder that he struggled to maintain his composure. I was not blinded by her beauty. Rather, I was curious. After all, these 3 were soul lords. Was it truly worth it over a girl? I asked Su, "Sister Su, why are they causing you trouble?" Upon hearing my question, her eyes brimmed with tears. In short, she had fallen prey to loan sharks. Her grandfather was ill, and she borrowed a gold soul coin from a crow, only for the debt to multiply into 10. When she could not repay, those ruffians intended to sell her as repayment. Those brutes. Huo Wushuang exploded with rage. Without a moment's hesitation, he approached the 3 individuals he had just scorched and delivered several resounding slaps, physically waking them up. Then, he pulled out 10 gold soul coins and tossed them to the ground, declaring fiercely, "Here's your money. If you dare to trouble Su again, next time at 1T, just be your backsides that burn. If you don't want to end up roasted, be wise." The 3 men trembled in fear and fled, crawling away in haste. With this matter resolved, our team gained a new member, Su. This girl insisted on repaying Huo Wushuang by serving him, much to his delight. His father, worried about his early romantic inclinations, had sent muscular men to look after him, but now he had acquired a personal maid. We exited the city, heading straight for Tiando City. Along the way, we discovered that Su's martial soul was the Fengwei Jigwanch, allowing her to travel at an impressive speed, even outpacing us. To take a shortcut, we entered the silent forest. That night, as we camped in the forest, a dilemma arose. Who among us could comprehend this? 1 tent for 4 people. Me, Huo Wu, her brother, and the newly arrived Su. How should we divide the sleeping positions? Should I sleep beside Huo Wu? Wouldn't her brother wake up in the middle of the night and slice me to pieces? In the end, a vote of 3 to 1 rendered my opinion moot. and I found myself lying next to Huowu. Huowu and Su slept in the middle, while I took the far left, and her brother occupied the far right. In less than 10 minutes, Huowu Shuang's snores echoed from the right, and I suddenly felt something soft and warm on my thigh. I froze in place, unable to breathe. To my astonishment, Huowu let out a particularly soft MMHM from beside me. Goodness, my heart raced in fear. Was she really that sensitive? If I moved even slightly, what chaos would ensue? With 2 others present, I remained perfectly still, enduring the situation with a mix of pain and pleasure. I did not know how long it took, but eventually I fell asleep. When I opened my eyes again, dawn was approaching, and Huowu was nowhere to be seen. Just then, she hurriedly entered from outside. Having changed her clothes, our eyes met, and her pretty face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. I thought nothing of it, greeted her with a good morning, and got up to practice my cultivation. My technique requires me to absorb the purple energy at the moment the sun rises. I found a large stone and sat cross-legged. Before long, the sun rose on the horizon, and a faint purple aura enveloped me, surging into my body. 3 days passed, and we finally emerged from that wretched forest. Upon reaching the vicinity of Tiano City, it was time to part ways. The Chihua sect lay to the north of the city, while our 7-treasure glazed tile sect was situated to the south, making it an inconvenient route. Brother Hua, farewell. I will treat you to drinks next time. I clasped my fists in salute. Good brother, come visit me at Chihua sect whenever you can. Huowu Shuang clapped my shoulder heartily. As I turned to leave, I felt Huowu's gaze burning a hole in my back. Her brother continued to encourage her. Xiao Wu, for a boy as exceptional as him, you must continuously grow stronger to keep up with him and stand together at the pinnacle. Goodness, this fellow should consider a career as a relationship advisor. I returned to the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, and darkness had enveloped the sky. I produced the core disciples token, and the guards let me pass without hesitation. I figured that the sword Douluo was likely asleep and chose not to disturb him, heading straight to my room. Having spent the past year, either sleeping in caves or forests, all I desired was a good night's sleep in my own bed. However, the next morning before dawn, I was awakened by the sound of a rooster crowing. Upon opening my eyes, I was met with the sight of a long, smooth, and tender white leg sprawled across my abdomen, moving restlessly. I focused my gaze and realized the person in my embrace was none other than Ning Rongrong. How did she end up in my bed? Jiang, if you don't come back soon, I won't pay you any attention. This little girl was still talking in her sleep. I quickly gave her a playful smack on her rear. The slap jolted her awake. Initially, she wore an expression of anger, but upon seeing me, her irritation vanished, and she burst into laughter. You naughty Jiang, you have finally returned. She playfully punched my chest. Now tell me, how should I punish you? At the mention of punishment, I shivered, knowing this little trickster had many ways to torment me. I quickly shifted the topic. First, tell me why you are in my bed. Isn't it because of you? She huffed. Grandpa Jian said you could break through in a year, so I came to wait for you in your room, hoping to give you a surprise. But after waiting so long and getting too late, I fell asleep on your bed. She sneezed, clearly having caught a chill while waiting. Seeing her like this warmed my heart. Fine, I'll concede. I immediately said, all right, it's all my fault. Rongrong, however you wish to punish me, I will comply. You said it. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes, and her cough ceased as she smiled triumphantly. At that moment, I realized I had fallen into her trap. She picked up a feather quill, dipped it in ink, and gleefully began to create a work of art on my face. After several minutes, I gazed into the bronze mirror and found that I had been adorned with a 7-treasure glazed tile tower on my face. You will wear this design all day without washing or wiping it off, she declared. Very well, I accepted my fate. Sporting this colorful visage, I stepped outside. On the way, I encountered the guard, Brother Jianlong. Upon seeing me, he burst into laughter and, being a loyal friend, exclaimed, Brother, who did this to you? Tell me, and I will help you teach them a lesson. I quickly concocted a plan and replied earnestly, Oh, it was no one but the beloved daughter of our sect master. Ning Rongrong. Brother Jianlong's face, which was already comically round, froze instantly, his expression shifting faster than a Sichuan opera face change, contorting into a smile that was more painful than crying. Since it was Princess Rongrong who did it, you should accept it with joy. Ordinary folks can only dream of such an honor. I thought to myself, how thick-skinned he was. To make amends, he gritted his teeth and insisted on gifting me his newly acquired collection, Beast Ears and Cat Ears Gallery, to soothe my wounded spirit. How could I refuse such a generous offer? I eagerly accepted. After we arranged for me to collect the collection later, I headed straight to the 7 Treasure Hall. At this hour, Sect Master Ning and Sword Douluo were likely having breakfast. Sure enough, as I entered the dining hall, I spotted the 3 esteemed elders enjoying their morning meal, with dozens of delicacies adorning the table, resembling a grand feast. "You rascal, how come you're back?" Sword Douluo exclaimed upon seeing me, taken aback. Ning Fengji's attention was entirely on my face. "Xiaoyu, what happened to your face?" Seizing the opportunity, I let my tears flow freely, dramatically lamenting, "Uncle Ning, this past year in the Dihuiyan Valley, I missed the sect every moment. That's why I drew the 7 treasure glazed tile pattern on my face to alleviate my longing." Continuing on, I recounted my experiences from the past year, including my encounters with Tang, San, and Huo Wushuang, in vivid detail. Upon hearing my tale, Ning Fengji was deeply moved, his face blooming with joy like a flower. "Xiaoyu, I never imagined you would feel such a sense of belonging to the sect. It brings me great comfort." The Sword Douluo also expressed his approval, saying, "You rascal, I didn't expect you to break through to the 20th level so swiftly, and your second soul ring is the legendary Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger. You're not inferior to me in my prime." Just as my master finished his praise, my grandfather, Bonduo, could no longer contain himself and immediately countered, "Old sword, have you no shame? I recall you were only at the 17th level at this age. Can your pitiful soul ring compare to the Crimson Flame Roaring Tiger? This is no mere comparison. It's a crushing defeat." My master's face flushed a deep red, akin to a monkey's behind. He wanted to retort, but found no words. His embarrassment palpable. For a titled Douluo to admit inferiority to his disciple, that would be a significant blow to his pride. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the restaurant door suddenly swung open, and a mysterious figure entered, wrapped from head to toe, resembling a walking dumpling. I was taken aback, wondering what was going on. Is the security of the Qibao glazed sect merely for show? However, when I glanced at my master and grandfather, they appeared unfazed, calmly sipping their tea. It seemed this was an internal matter. The mysterious figure approached Uncle Ning and whispered something in his ear, despite the softness of his voice. My keen ears caught a few keywords. "Wuhuan Temple Spy." My heart dropped. Could it be that my identity was exposed so soon? This cannot be, for I pride myself on my impeccable acting skills. I watched as Uncle Ning's smile slowly faded, his expression shifting like weather in June. My heart raced. And then he turned to me, a forced smile on his face. "Xiaoyu, come with Uncle Ning to a certain place. Those who understand can empathize." My legs felt weak, yet I had to maintain a facade of calm. Following Uncle Ning out, my mind raced chaotically. Escape? Don't be ridiculous. With the Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo as guardians, I could barely make a meter. Fleeing would be tantamount to confessing my guilt. Yet, if I remained and was indeed exposed, the consequences were too dire to contemplate. We followed the mysterious figure through several doors until we arrived in front of a towering black iron tower. The figure produced a key and opened the door with a resounding click. Upon entering, I was astounded by the vast hall, hundreds of square meters in size, patrolled by dozens of blue-robed individuals, with a single room at its center. Once inside the room, we were directed to a peculiar apparatus. To put it plainly, it was a large iron cage with a transparent crystal door. Upon entering, the door closed behind us, and the mysterious figure pulled a lever, and with a buzzing sound, we began to ascend. Internally, I scoffed. This was nothing more than a dilapidated elevator from 2025. It seemed the ingenuity of the natives of Douluo should not be underestimated. The elevator halted on the 6th floor, and as the door opened, I nearly retched. This level was lined with dozens of iron-doored rooms, filled with the sounds of whips cracking and heart-wrenching cries. It was evidently a place of torment. The mysterious figure led us to the innermost room and respectfully invited Uncle Ning and the others inside, not sparing me a single glance. Upon entering, I saw a bloodied, burly man bound to a wooden frame, his skin shredded like a rag. A blazing brazier stood before him, a red-hot iron resting within. It was evident how the man had acquired the crimson marks upon his chest. The enforcers in the room, upon seeing Uncle Ning and the others, quickly bowed. A particularly astute-looking thin man immediately presented a piece of paper, declaring, reporting to the sect master, he has confessed. Uncle Ning took the confession and his brow furrowed upon reading it. Ding Feng, an inner sect disciple and member of the Seven Kills Pavilion, known for his loyalty and bravery? Uncle Ning likely puzzled over how such a person could be turned. Once he reached the subsequent details, however, He seemed to grasp the situation. I can assure you, it was the old trick, the beauty trap. The Wuhuan temple had dispatched a beautiful soul master who effortlessly ensnared Ding Feng. After being turned, Ding Feng had sold several crucial pieces of information and had even risen to become a mysterious spy for the Wuhuan temple. Most alarming was his admission that there were several undercover agents within the sect, one of whom was none other than me, the sword Douluo's personal disciple, Jiang. At that moment, my mind buzzed and cold sweat cascaded down my back. This was it. I was done for. Uncle Ning suddenly raised his head, fixing a fiery gaze upon Ding Feng, his voice simmering with barely contained rage. Ding Feng, I ask you, you claim Jiang is also an undercover agent. Do you have any evidence? After speaking, he turned to me, forcing a smile. Xiao Yu, do not worry. Uncle Ning believes in you. I wish to see how he attempts to sow discord between us. I thought to myself, what a deceptive old fox. He claims to believe in me, but in truth, he is issuing a final ultimatum. The implication being, if I cannot prove my innocence, I would meet the same fate as Ding Feng. Ding Feng, panting heavily, hesitated for a long moment before stating, he is my liaison within the sect. Moreover, he holds a higher rank than I do. He is a Tianzi spy, overseeing all matters. Upon hearing this, I felt a jolt of realization and quickly understood. How outrageous. This fool was merely fabricating lies. He had no knowledge of my true identity. The hierarchy of Wuhuan temple spies was such that above Tianzi spies, there were Huangji spies, only dispatched by the Pope Bibi Dong and the Grand Offering, holding the highest level of confidentiality. Before I arrived, Bibi Dong had already silenced all those in the know. Ding Feng could not possibly be aware of this. In his desperation, he was attempting to drag me down with him, hoping to incite the Qibao glazed sect to self-destruct. His scheme was utterly malicious. A Tianzi spy? Uncle Ning appeared skeptical, likely doubting that Bibi Dong would dispatch a mere child to serve as the highest-level spy. At that moment, my master stepped forward. Though he often ridiculed me, at critical times, he truly defended his students. With a disdainful expression, he remarked, Fengji, this is clearly nonsense. I guarantee, Xiao, you could never be an undercover agent. Just as I began to feel touched, he added, given this child's intellect, he is ill-suited for such a cerebral role. Those who understand will relate. My master praises and insults in the same breath. Am I lacking in intelligence? I have always been clever. However, considering his towering stature, I chose to overlook it. I stepped forward with a sincere expression, feigning grievance. Uncle Ning, master, I know you believe in me, but this matter cannot simply be dismissed. He is tarnishing my reputation. If this is not thoroughly investigated, how can I face anyone in the sect in the future? For the sake of my honor, I implore both of you to investigate this matter thoroughly and restore my name. My strategy of retreating to advance proved effective. Uncle Ning's gaze softened considerably, and he nodded. Xiao Yu, rest assured, Uncle will seek justice for you. He then summoned the mysterious figure and whispered a few words. The individual immediately turned and left. Next, Uncle Ning inquired of Ding Feng. You insist Jiang is your superior. Tell me, where is he from, and who else is in his family? Ding Feng was immediately stumped, stammering for an extended period without a coherent answer. Uncle Ning's suspicions were likely diminished significantly. After approximately half an hour, the mysterious figure returned, holding a small iron box. Upon seeing it, my heart skipped a beat. It was my diary. How could something I hid so deeply be uncovered? Reporting to the sect master, I searched Jiang Yu's room thoroughly and found this small iron box to be the most suspicious. Without further ado, Ning Fengji ordered it opened. I hurriedly feigned a look of panic, exclaiming, Uncle Ning, do not. Jiu'er-san, open it. Upon witnessing my reaction, Ning Fengji grew increasingly suspicious of the mysterious individual referred to by the code name Jiu'er-san. The figure before us, adorned with 5 soul rings, was indeed a soul king. He produced a silver needle, deftly inserting it into the lock and twisting it. With a decisive click, the box sprang open. Inside lay a small blue notebook. Without hesitation, Ning Fengji picked it up and began to leaf through its pages. June 1st, Sunny. I can hardly believe I have joined the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. I am overjoyed. Uncle Ning is so kind, and both grandfathers are so benevolent. June 3rd, overcast. My soul power has reached level 13. My master has taught me a unique secret technique, and I must practice diligently so as not to disappoint him. July 5th, Sunny. Today I sparred with my senior brother, and he is incredibly skilled. Princess Rong Rong even brought me some healing ointment. She is so noble and kind. What should I do? I think I have developed feelings for her. Jiang, you wake up. What is your status to be worthy of her? June 1st of the following year. Wonderful news. Rong has awakened the 7 treasures glazed tower. I must practice hard to protect her in the future. I cannot allow the evil beings from the spirit hall to harm a single hair on her head. I must tell you, this diary is all about a pure-hearted warrior of love. The more Ning Fengji read, the more his smile blossomed, until it practically radiated joy. After finishing, the sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, who had snatched the notebook from him, leaned in to take a look as well. Upon reading, my master tossed the notebook to Old Bone and turned to me with a stern voice. You little rascal, do you dare to tease your master again? However, given your loyalty, I shall overlook it this time. Remember, you must protect Rong well, or I will not spare you. Uncle Ning then decisively declared, Look at you. My child, what is there to hide? Rest assured, I do not oppose your relationship with Rong, as long as she is willing. I will be delighted to have you as my son-in-law. At that moment, I felt an overwhelming urge to laugh. Thankfully, I had prepared in advance. Before embarking on my journey to the Fire Rock Valley for training, I feared my secrets would be exposed. So I had crafted this fake diary to place within the box, never anticipating it would come in handy. Once it was confirmed that I was in the clear, Ning Fengji's expression grew cold as he addressed Ding Feng. Ding Feng, I shall give you one last chance. If you do not reveal your accomplices, I will send you to the palace to live as a eunuch. Upon hearing this, Ding Feng collapsed in despair, weeping and pleading as he divulged every name of the undercover agents he knew. Ning Fengji nodded in satisfaction after listening, grant him a swift end. The 2 men beside him drew their swords, and in an instant, Ding Feng ceased to breathe. Immediately afterward, Ding Feng's summoned associates were brought forth. Among them was a flute master who, typically meek, suddenly grew bold, shouting at Ning Fengji. Those who do not share the same path should not conspire together. Only the Spirit Hall can save the world. Long live the Pope. Long live the Spirit Hall. Ning Fengji sighed, his gaze icy as he commanded. Take them all out and execute them at noon in the central square. All disciples of the sect shall witness. At noon in the central square, a vast crowd had gathered. As the executioner issued the command, the blade came down, blood splattering everywhere. That flute master, in his final moments, continued to shout, Long live the Pope. I stood among the crowd, my heart heavy. Though he was an enemy, he was a pure man with ideals. Regrettably, he would never see another day. With no desire to linger, I returned to my room. Approaching the bookshelf, I pulled out several volumes, including the complete collection of bunny-eared girls and classic illustrations of fox demons. I opened one of the books and carefully sliced through the seam of the pages, extracting a thin sheet of paper from within. This was my true undercover diary. As the saying goes, the most dangerous places often provide the greatest safety. Who would have imagined that my secret would be hidden in such a manner? Just as I concealed the items, I heard a knock at the door, and the voice of brother Jiang came through. Little you, I have brought you something good. I quickly wiped away a bit of adhesive that had accidentally spilled onto the table and invited him in. Upon entering, he surreptitiously closed the door, only to immediately spot the illustrated collection on my desk, along with the still wet white liquid. He paused for a moment. Then a knowing grin spread across his face, a grin that any man would understand. He patted my shoulder and said, Little you, no need to explain, I understand. Young people have abundant energy. But next time, be careful not to make a mess on your desk. It's rather uncouth. I was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized he had misunderstood. However, it turned out to be a fortuitous misinterpretation, saving me from having to explain. I adopted a chastened expression and replied, Thank you, Brother Jiang, for the advice. I shall choose a different location next time. He nodded in satisfaction, then retrieved an oil paper package from his pocket, reluctantly handing me a volume with an even more provocative cover, the illustrated collection of cat-eared girls. Late into the night, my room remained illuminated. On the surface, I was diligently studying an introduction to Soul Masters, yet in reality, I had hidden behind the book the illustrated collection that Brother Jiang had gifted me. I must clarify, I was not merely indulging, I was studying. I needed to memorize the contents within, for if anyone were to inquire, I must feign ignorance, lest my cover be blown. As an undercover agent, one must be dedicated. The following morning, I was summoned to the Soul Martial Hall for a strength test. The first few disciples completed their assessments, creating a ruckus akin to a bustling marketplace. Finally, it was my turn, and I too wished to ascertain the extent of my current strength. I approached the testing stone tablet, inhaled deeply, and summoned my soul power delivering a seemingly unremarkable palm strike. With a thunderous boom, the light on the stone tablets surged upward, swiftly filling the ninth segment, and it appeared to be climbing even higher. The middle-aged man in charge of the test nearly had his eyes pop out in astonishment. He likely never anticipated that my slight frame could nearly obliterate his stone tablet, which was only capable of measuring up to 1,000 pounds. His expression was akin to that of someone who had encountered a monster. You see, this was not simply innate strength. It was all due to the secret training I had undertaken with the Hongmeng Ziki. Although my soul power had progressed slowly because of it, who among my family could comprehend the solid foundation I was building as well as the remarkable quality of my physicality? Moreover, without this, would the million-year-old treasure, the Tianming Ice Silkworm, have sought me out as its host? Thus, this was a monumental gain. Following the strength test, we proceeded to measure soul power. To my astonishment, after absorbing the soul ring from the Scarlet Flame Roaring Tiger, my soul power surged directly to level 23. I had risen a full 3 levels. My expression at that moment was one of pure awe. Wow, Tianming Ice Silkworm forever. This was the culmination of a year's worth of hard work. The so-called geniuses around me gaped in disbelief, their envious gazes nearly piercing through me. Alas, what can I say? I am simply this exceptional. My desire for modesty is thwarted by my own prowess. After a lengthy series of assessments, the middle-aged man finally led us toward the Seven Treasures Hall. Along the way, he cryptically informed us that a distinguished guest had arrived at the sect, seeking to borrow one of our talented individuals for assistance. At that moment, a jolt ran through me. Borrow someone? Who could possibly warrant such an honor as to receive Ning Fengji's utmost respect? Instantly, a woman's image flashed through my mind. Could it be her? If so, this would be quite the event. I felt a rush of anticipation. If she were indeed the one, our first meeting would occur at the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, akin to a thrilling rendezvous in a crime drama. Upon entering the guest hall of the Seven Treasures Hall, I was met with a sight. Ning Fengji, Sword Duo, and Bone Duo, the 3 titans, engaged in conversation with a young man. The man, while possessing a rather ordinary appearance with well-defined features, exuded an undeniable air of nobility. Especially notable was his hair, polished to a shine that surpassed even my grandmother's freshly cleaned floor, so meticulously groomed that he hardly resembled a man. Upon witnessing this demeanor, I instinctively understood the situation. Ning Fengji rose to introduce us, stating, "This is His Highness, the Prince of the Tiando Empire, Xue Qinghe." Externally, I maintained an air of reverence, while internally, my thoughts were exploding. Keep pretending. Don't think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a disguise. This Xue Qinghe is not a prince at all. She is, in fact, Qian Rinxue, the beloved daughter of the Pope Bibi Dong of the Spirit Hall. She is one of our own. I felt compelled to assist her. After all, she's my half-sister. Xue Qinghe, or rather Qian Rinxue, displayed remarkable humility, proclaiming that we were all family and that I should simply call her sister. This instantaneously garnered her a wave of goodwill. Later, I learned that due to the failing health of the emperor of the Tiando Empire, he was preparing to appoint a crown prince and had summoned his 4 sons to engage in a reality show battle to determine who would ascend to the throne. Qian Rinxue had come to recruit participants for this competition. Her opponents were quite formidable, having enlisted talents from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and she found herself short-handed. Hence her appeal to our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect for assistance. As Ning Fengji handed over our profiles, I boldly stepped forward and proclaimed, "Brother, choose me. Grant me this opportunity." What a joke. This was a serendipitous chance to ally with a future female pope. If not now, when? I had to take the initiative and leave a profound impression on her. Upon witnessing my confidence, Qian Rinxue's eyes sparkled, likely admiring my fervor. Ning Fengji, standing nearby, boasted of my status as a disciple of the Sword Awe, a leading figure of the younger generation, claiming my martial soul was superior to the 7-killing sword. Oh, Qian Rinxue's interest was piqued. Her gaze was penetrating, as if she could see through me. With a smile, she inquired, "Little brother, with such great talent, might I have the honor of witnessing your martial soul?" "Absolutely, sister. You may see whatever you wish." I struck a striking pose and shouted, "Qi Shao sword." In an instant, a fiery red sword materialized in my hand, adorned with jewels, its blade inscribed with the characters Qi Shao and 2 circles of yellow soul rings spinning gracefully. I assure you, the effect was spectacular. Upon seeing my sword, Qian Rinxue was momentarily captivated, her expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a rare treasure. Surely, she thought to herself, is this not far superior to the 7-killing sword? Without hesitation, she declared, Teacher, I have decided. I choose Jiang Yu to compete. Naturally, how could she choose anyone else? The value I brought to the table was evident to those who understood. 3 days later, Qian Rinxue arrived in her luxurious vehicle to fetch me. This carriage was incredibly stable, likely equipped with the latest floating technology from the Royal Research Institute, gliding smoothly without a bump. Throughout the journey, my esteemed brother kept glancing at me, offering snacks and inquiring about various topics, making me feel rather bashful. Who could understand the pressure of being scrutinized by future Pope, disguised as a boy? I could only fabricate tales of my lineage while internally lamenting, Sister, please stop staring at me. I'm terrified. An hour later, we finally arrived at the palace, which was nothing short of magnificent. The golden splendor was blinding. Qian Rinxue led me into an attic where, to my surprise, familiar faces awaited us. The siblings Huo Wushuang and Huo Wu were also present. Upon seeing me, Huo Wushuang rushed over, excitedly grasping my shoulders. Little you, I never expected the genius His Highness spoke of would be you. We can fight side by side again. Huo Wu, observing from the side, smiled knowingly. After all, I was a man who had seen her in her most vulnerable moments. Her thoughts were not lost on me. Seeing us acquainted seemed to please Qian Rinxue, easing the need for introductions. She began to introduce the other teammates. A muscular man named Talon with the martial soul of a mighty gorilla at level 29, a cunning attacker named Ouyang Ingjun at level 31, and a control type named Yashi, also at level 29. The most absurd was a support type named Gaoli Ji at level 25, whose martial soul was a banana. One must first consume a banana to replenish energy before engaging in battle, I suppose. I glanced at our team, realizing I was the weakest with my level 23 soul power. Nevertheless, it was clear that I must occupy the central role. This was non-negotiable. Subsequently, Qian Rinxue began to outline our adversaries, the Royal Combat Team. Their captain, Yu Tianheng, possessed the martial soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon at level 35. His teammate, Duguyen, wielded the martial soul of a green phosphor snake at level 34. The Shi brothers, with their martial soul of the Black Tortoise, were notably resilient. The most crucial player was the support, Yi Lingling, whose martial soul was the Nine-Hearted Begonia. I can assure you, she was a mobile fountain of healing. As long as she was not obliterated instantly, she could restore your vitality in an instant. At that moment, I resolved firmly. I had to recruit that exceptional healer. It would be a waste for someone of her caliber to remain with the Royal Combat Team. She must join our Spirit Hall. Before long, the main event arrived. The Snow Knight Emperor made his entrance, donned in a dragon robe and crowned, emanating an aura of authority despite his advanced age. Accompanying him were Prince Xuexing and 2 formidable bodyguards. One, a young-looking captain of the Imperial Guard, whom Qian Rinxue discreetly informed me was nearly 60 but possessed remarkable youthful charm. The other was a eunuch Chao, who was also a soul Douluo. I couldn't help but scoff internally, wondering why every Chao I encountered seemed to possess extraordinary prowess. As the emperor settled into his seat, Shui Beng, that brash youth, eagerly leaped forward, challenging our team directly. Naturally, with someone like me, a mere level 23 novice, present, who else would they target but us? It was typical of them to mistake my potential, thinking I was merely a bronze-level player when, in truth, I was a king. Very well. The Snow Knight Emperor nodded. Qinghe, you may commence the proceedings. Let us do this. As our 2 teams took to the stage, the atmosphere ignited with excitement. The referee waved a small flag and bellowed, "Let the match begin." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the captains unleashed their ultimate transformations. Huo Wushuang roared, "Unicorn Fire Tyrant Dragon, manifest!" Simultaneously, Yu Tianheng bellowed, "Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, manifest!" I must say, Yu Tianheng's transformation was nothing short of spectacular. His right arm swelled dramatically, bursting through his clothing, now adorned with blue and purple dragon scales, his hand morphing into a massive dragon claw, crackling with vibrant purple lightning. 3 soul rings encircled that dragon-like arm. Quite the display indeed. However, the opposing team was equally formidable. Just as Yu Tianheng completed his transformation, the girl named Duguyen behind him began to unleash her abilities. I must tell you, she radiated a green glow that even tinted Yu Tianheng's hair green. Had he just received a forgiveness package right after transforming? She slithered like a serpent, her body pressed against Yu Qianheng's back, her eyes glowing an eerie green, her pink tongue flicking out, and a green diamond scale emerging on her forehead. In the next moment, her legs fused into a massive serpentine tail. Unbelievable. The remaining members of their team began to transform as well. The Sure brothers, with their martial soul of the black tortoise, sprouted a massive tortoise shell on their backs, gradually retracting into it, their limbs shortening. Had they truly turned into Ninja Turtles? Another member, named Yufeng, transformed his arms into wings. Only the final member, the healer Yulingling, stood there, exuding an air of aloofness, making no movement. I must say, while the Royal Combat Team showcased impressive effects, our team was equally captivating. I, Brother Yu, had donned a pristine white robe, and as the Qishao sword gleamed in my hand, my appearance and charisma were nothing short of divine, to the extent that I felt compelled to shower myself with gifts. The audience, including the Snow Knight Emperor of the Tiando Empire, was entranced, repeatedly asking the chief eunuch beside him, "Who is that young man? His presence is remarkable." The eunuch, equally astute, replied with a smile, "Your Majesty, that is Jiang from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect, a disciple of the Sword Douluo." Upon hearing this, the emperor's interest was further piqued. As a result, the eunuch made a sharp quip. "Oh dear, such a remarkable talent. It's truly a pity he does not join our inner court." Laughter erupted, and the emperor was in stitches, pointing at him and exclaiming, "You really dare to think that? If Douluo learns you've lured away his disciple to become a eunuch, he might just cleanse you again." My brother Yu inexplicably shuddered on stage, perhaps because he had caught the attention of this old eunuch. At that moment, we all activated our martial spirits. Talon transformed into a massive gorilla, while another comrade, Yashi, had his eyes turn crimson, and a 3-meter-long iron chain in his hand radiated a blood-red glow. The most abstract of all was our food system soul master, Gao Liji, who chanted his soul spell, leaving me dumbfounded. "I possess a colossal banana. I possess a sesame banana." With a bang, he produced 6 small bananas. I thought to myself, seriously, are you genuine with that incantation? The level of awkwardness is simply unparalleled. Upon seeing this, Huowu turned green with disgust, her face scrunching up. How revolting. I won't eat that. Yet my brother Yu took one, devouring it whole, skin and all, and remarked that it tasted rather good. Then, he handed one to Huowu, unusually gentle, saying, "Be good, eat it. The quicker you are, the sooner you can deal with that healer on the other side." Huowu had never seen him like this. Her face flushed as she likely thought, "For my brother Yu, I'd eat anything, even durian." She opened her mouth and consumed the banana. The battle erupted instantly. Huowu Shuang clashed directly with the muscular Yu Tianheng, both unleashing their dragon spirits in a cacophony of strikes. Talon, the gorilla, charged in to assist, turning it into a 2-on-1. Yu Tianheng was momentarily bewildered. As a soul master of rank, he found Talon's strength astonishingly overwhelming. Just as he was distracted, the enigmatic Dugu Yin struck, unleashing a cloud of crimson poison mist, granting their entire team a 20 buff in attack and speed. Observing Yu Tianheng struggle, the 2 agile attackers on their team sprang into action. The wings of Yufeng transformed into blades, while the Black Panther Osro, akin to a specter, executed a coordinated assault aimed directly at Huowu Shuang, intent on eliminating him first. Just as Osro's claws approached Huowu Shuang within 10 centimeters, my brother Yu intervened. With a swing of his Qishao sword, dozens of swords enveloped in golden flames materialized, encircling Osro. The heat was palpable, akin to stepping into a sauna. Osro was drenched in sweat, quickly becoming drained and unsteady. In the air, only Yufeng remained, while Huowu Shuang managed the situation effortlessly. Seeing this, Yu Qianheng grew anxious, no longer holding back, and unleashed his ultimate move. The purple Millennium Soul ring glowed brightly. The Wrath of Thunder activated. He entered a frenzied state, his attack power doubled, and his soul power surged by 50%, sending Talon flying with a single swipe. Huowu Shuang was equally fierce. Witnessing Yu Tianheng's unleashed power, he followed suit. His third soul skill, Golden Scale Fire Dragon, manifested a colossal fire dragon behind him, its scales gleaming in gold and crimson, bracing for the assault from Yu Tianheng and Yufeng. In that critical moment, Yashi also made his move, activating his first soul skill. Binding, blood-red chains erupted from the ground, ensnaring Yufeng and dragging him down from the sky. Simultaneously, Huo Wu had stealthily approached the enemy's backline, preparing to ambush the healer Yi Lingling, only to be confronted by the two ninja turtle brothers from the Shijia clan. Huo Wu lashed out with a fiery whip, striking the turtle shell with an enormous clang, leaving not even a mark. Infuriated, Huo Wu shouted, "You filthy turtle, your shell is so hard. Just wait until I peel your shell for soup. No, I'll grind it to powder. I heard it does wonders for men. I'll let my brother you try it." My brother you arrived, just in time, nearly stumbling upon hearing her words. He promptly interrupted her dangerous remarks with a serious expression, stating, "The Xuanwu turtle's defense is indeed formidable. Do not hold back later." Huo Wu immediately nodded obediently, conjuring two small fireballs, one aimed at Shijia's feet and the other at his legs, with a cunning angle. My brother you charged forward, swinging the Qishao sword against the turtle's shell, producing a sizzling sound as the shell, renowned for its invincibility, was sliced open, revealing a fiery red gash. The brothers inside were instantly jolted, their vitality surging. To make matters worse, Huo Wu's fireballs detonated beneath them, nearly toppling the pair. Just then a cold, icy voice echoed from behind. It was the healer Yi Lingling. She had finally made her move. The 9 hearts CP in her hand glimmered, petals floating toward each member of the Huang Do battle team. To my astonishment, the Shijia brothers and Yu Tianheng's injuries healed instantaneously. They were fully revived. This healing ability was absurdly overpowered. My brother Yu gazed at Yi Lingling, who cradled the CP flower and appeared as ethereal as a fairy, momentarily entranced. However, Huo Wu, observing this, became fiercely jealous, storming over and twisting my brother Yu's ear. "You little lecher, what is there to admire? Am I not more beautiful? Have you considered my feelings while gazing at other women in front of me? I tell you, you can only have eyes for me." My brother Yu yelped in pain, utterly speechless. "Are you out of your mind? I'm a scholar. I was contemplating how to counter her martial spirit." The Shijia brothers, witnessing their antics on the battlefield, were driven to distraction, letting out an enraged roar as their second soul ring ignited. Their turtle shells soared from their backs, transforming into 2 enormous shields, which they hurled at my brother Yu and Huo Wu. They were so overwhelmed by the display of affection that it seemed they wanted to kill. My brother Yu shouted a warning, stepping in front of Huo Wu, plunging his sword into the ground. Earth Fiend's sword technique. The ground fractured, and countless debris surged upward, forming a massive stone shield. The turtle shell shields crashed against it 3 times before shattering. The final piece hurtled straight toward my brother Yu. He parried with his sword, and the golden flames on the Qishao sword ignited, melting the shell in an instant. The Shijia brothers, wounded, exchanged glances, unleashing their third soul skill, the Millennium Ultimate Move. Tourtel Shed Explosion. The turtle shell shield detonated into 32 sharp fragments that rained down upon them. My brother Yu thought to himself that he had underestimated them. In a critical moment, Huo Wu dashed out from behind him, positioning herself in front. Several fragments pierced her arms and calves, blood flowing profusely. She strained to activate her resistance fire ring, deflecting the remaining shards, but due to excessive blood loss, she was on the verge of collapsing. Huo Wu, my brother Yu scooped her into his arms, but due to height differences, his arms encircled her most prominent feature. Yet, he was too preoccupied to care. Huo Wu, in his embrace, weakly murmured, "You're the first man to see my body. Only I can hit you." After saying this, she fainted, seeing Huo Wu gravely injured. My brother Yu erupted with fury. His eyes turned crimson, rage surging. He hurled the Qishao sword into the sky, summoning the Qishao sword array. Hundreds of flying swords, imbued with boundless wrath, struck the Shijia brothers, who had just raised their shields, sending them flying and rendering them unconscious. With the turtle brothers dispatched, my brother Yu's figure flickered, appearing before Yi Lingling. The icy blade rested against her snow-white neck, his voice as frigid as ice. "Heal my comrade." Yi Lingling's pupils contracted in fear, yet her resolve remained. "Unless you concede." My brother Yu applied slight pressure on his wrist, the blade slicing her skin, drawing a trickle of blood as he coldly inquired, "Do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? Fine, I will heal. No need to be so fierce." Yi Lingling quickly relented, raising the 9 hearts CP, sending a beam of light toward Huo Wu. The wounds visibly healed, and soon enough, she regained consciousness. My brother Yu, seeing that Huo Wu was unharmed, sheathed his sword and expressed his gratitude. He turned to leave, only to suddenly recall something. spinning around with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, but I must trouble you once more. Yi Lingling had yet to comprehend the situation when my brother Yu delivered a punch to her abdomen, followed by a swift chop to the back of her neck. Just before she lost consciousness, she mustered her last ounce of strength to ask in confusion, "If you wanted to knock me out, why hit my stomach? I feared you would resist. I am merely a support. How could I possibly counter?" Upon finishing her words, Yi Lingling closed her eyes and collapsed. With the most significant threat neutralized, Douluo Yan erupted in fury. Witnessing her best friend being incapacitated, her hair stood on end, and the purple light of her third soul ring shone brilliantly. The third soul skill by Lin Zidu, a dense purple toxic mist erupted from her, enveloping the arena instantly. I can tell you, the moment that toxic mist appeared, I felt a sense of dread. Its dark purple hue screamed danger. Yet my comrade Jiang remained unfazed, akin to a magician as he retrieved a pouch of powder from his pocket and elegantly tossed it into the air, subsequently hurling a gourd. As I pondered his intentions, he swiftly unleashed a blade of fire, cleaving the gourd in two. The potent liquor within cascaded down like rain, and combined with that powder, the toxic mist vanished as if it had encountered a ghost. Later, I discovered that the powder was a specially formulated super arsenic powder from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, 10 times more effective than ordinary ones. Coupled with the strongest liquor in Jiang Yu's extraordinary imperial fire, not only was Douluo Yan's toxin insignificant, but I felt that even her grandfather Douluo Bo would think twice. Douluo Yan stood there in shock, her jaw nearly touching the ground, likely overwhelmed by the thought of my poison. She couldn't fathom it. There had been those who could resist her toxins before, but they either had martial spirits that countered hers or possessed sufficient soul power to withstand it. Never had she encountered such a scientific approach to dispelling magic. Not only was she stunned, but the spectators, including the Emperor Shui, were equally bewildered, subtly inquiring of the Grand Eunuch beside them. "Did you understand that?" The eunuch, equally perplexed, could only flatter profusely, "Your Majesty, if you cannot comprehend, how could I?" Only the Crown Prince, Shui Qinghe, had an expression that radiated admiration as he gazed at Jiang Yu, as if he were a rare treasure, his pupils sparkling with brilliance. Proclaiming, "You are mine." The essence of a domineering CEO was unmistakable. With our side overcoming the toxin, the Imperial combat team was utterly shattered. Without their healer, they were merely a large-scale target. Yu Qianheng was pummeled by the fierce duo, Huo Shuang and Talon, and ultimately, Talon unleashed his family's ultimate technique, the Wild Diamond Fist, bringing him down. Had it not been for his martial spirit being the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, his bones would have shattered into multiple fragments. With the leader defeated, what could the remaining members do but surrender? Our victory was resounding, and Shui Qinghe was elated, while his rival, the Crown Prince Shuebong, wore a face as dark as the bottom of a pot. The second match soon commenced, featuring the Thunder Academy against the Wind God Academy. I must say, the male spectators were utterly captivated, not due to the intensity of the battle, but primarily because of the archer from Wind God Academy, a stunning lady with pointed ears, golden hair, and clad in a green bodysuit. Her figure was striking, as if the designer had focused their efforts in unexpected areas. My comrade Jiang was mesmerized, muttering, "She is an elf. I wonder how someone so worldly could behave like a naive country bumpkin." Beside him, Huo wore a scowl, swiftly awakening him with a soft jab to his sides. As the battle commenced, the Thunder Academy launched their assault with an auxiliary named Gu Ting, who struck his drum, instantly paralyzing the entire arena. Both sides were affected, yet their team, composed entirely of lightning attributes, emerged unscathed and even enhanced. However, our elf lady was not to be trifled with. She swiftly released arrows targeting the auxiliary. A muscular man named Lei Gang stepped in to block the arrows, making lewd remarks about how he intended to crush her. Just as his words fell, a colossal figure emerged from the Elephant Armament clan, named Hu Yanli, standing an imposing height of 2 meters and weighing 500 pounds, who decisively pinned Lei Gang to the ground with a resounding clash. The scene was utter chaos. To top it all off, someone in the air attempted to sneak attack Feng Xiaotian from behind. What kind of grudge was that? Of course, he was ultimately intercepted. In the end, amidst the fray, the numbers prevailed, and Yu Qianxin, standing alone, had no choice but to concede. During the intermission, the palace had prepared an extravagant array of snacks. A cup of milk tea cost dozens of gold soul coins, leaving me astounded. Was this milk tea or liquid gold? Adhering to the principle of not wasting, my comrade downed it in one go. As a consequence of indulging in the milk, he urgently sought a restroom. He excused himself and slipped away, only to spot Yi Lingling, the girl from Jiao Exine Haitang, sneaking in a corner, ravenously devouring a plate of grilled sausages. With one in her mouth, Jiang Yu approached, startling her to the point where she nearly spat out her food. She indignantly questioned him about why he had knocked her out on stage. My comrade, with a silver tongue, could charm the dead back to life. He began to fervently explain that the enemies were on stage while the friends were below, and how he would go to great lengths for friends, referring to Huo Wu, assuring her that if she became his friend, he would avenge any wrongs done to her. This naive girl nearly fell for it, and just as she was about to seal the deal with a pinky promise, she realized he was merely a lecherous scoundrel, eyeing her figure. Jiang Yu then presented his twisted logic. I treat women well. You are a woman, so I treat you well. Makes perfect sense, right? He managed to convince this aloof girl, and they clinked their grilled sausages together as if to toast their newfound friendship. Having secured Yi Lingling's camaraderie, Jiang Yu could no longer contain himself and began his quest for a restroom. Just as he found a garden, he heard cries for help. Rushing over, he discovered a girl had fallen into a lake. Without a second thought, he dove in, only to find that her first request was to save her rabbit. He was dumbfounded, risking his life for a mere rabbit. After much effort, he managed to retrieve the rabbit, only to be told, "This is the princess's pet." I'm merely a maid. I was bewildered. In this day and age, even maids appeared so enchanting. Her looks could easily secure a spot in a talent show. Before departing, the girl inquired his name, and he replied, Jiang Yu. She introduced herself as a Ke. I could only imagine his thoughts. Goodness, I'm like Wei Xiaobao. Just as he returned to the arena, Huo Wu was on his case, urgently reminding him that the match was about to begin and questioning why he was wandering around. My comrade, with a hint of urgency, retorted that nature called, leaving her speechless and hastening him onto the platform. This final showdown was no trivial matter, directly influencing whether Xue Qinghe would ascend to the throne, thus igniting Huo Wu's normally fiery temper with a tinge of anxiety. The decisive battle was upon us. Leading the opposing side were familiar faces, Feng Xiaotian and his elder brother, Huo Wushuang. Neither side wasted words, immediately revealing their martial spirits and engaging in combat. Aside from my comrade Talon, who was oblivious, and the two muscle-bound men from the Elephant Armament clan, everyone else was cautiously testing one another, akin to a tango. However, Talon disregarded the subtleties and charged forward with both his soul skills, Rock's protection and explosive might, aimed directly at the Elephant Armament clan S-member, Hu Yanzhuang. He was not foolish. Aware that Hu Yanli's soul power surpassed his, he deliberately targeted someone with comparable strength, eager to prove that their powerful gorilla surpassed the might of a diamond mammoth. Hu Yanzhuang, sensing the challenge, was ready for action. As both engaged in a power clash, he soared into the air, propelled by a whirlwind, becoming a human cannonball. The most astonishing aspect of this soul skill is its ability to convert the renowned defensive prowess of the diamond mammoth entirely into offensive might. Who could withstand such a force? Tai Long firmly established his stance, his muscles bulging as he unleashed a powerful fist, the Great Strength Fist. However, with a resounding crash, he was forcefully repelled several steps back by the opponent's Iron Head technique. At that moment, Tai Long's heart sank as he realized that the Xiangjia sect was indeed formidable. In a state of shock, Hu Yanzhuang was equally taken aback. Not expecting the plump youth to withstand his attack, Tai Long could not afford to bring shame upon his clan. In a critical moment, he activated the clan's secret technique, shouting primordial titan strength. Instantly, his power doubled, akin to entering a state of fury. With a thunderous impact, he sent Hu Yanzhuang flying with a single punch. This stirred the hornet's nest. Hu Yanli, witnessing this, turned furious, cursing as he charged towards Tai Long. Yet, before he could take more than a couple of steps, my companion Jiang Yu stood his ground like a steadfast nail, blocking him with an aura reminiscent of an unsheathed, exquisite sword. In a most nonchalant tone, Jiang Yu uttered the most menacing words. I am in a good mood today and wish to avoid bloodshed. Those who are wise should retreat. Ungria Yanli, infurieta raturta. Little brother, go home and drink your milk. This remark struck home, as the mention of milk brought to mind the image of Bai Bai Dong. Although he desired a drink, the problem was that Bai Bai Dong refused to allow it. In this moment of distraction, Hu Yanli attempted a sneak attack, his purple third soul ring glowing as he expanded in size, charging forward with a move reminiscent of Mount Tai pressing down. What was even more outrageous was that this attack was homing. My friend realized he had no means of evasion, as a massive flesh mountain descended upon him. At this critical juncture, a voice exploded in Jiang Yu's mind. "Kid, are you in trouble?" It was Tian Meng Bingcan. The creature had awakened. Jiang Yu felt a surge of joy as Tian Meng Bingcan decisively instructed, "Cut the nonsense. Let me help you deal with this hefty elephant. Extend your index finger." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu pointed his finger forward. In the next instant, a beam of ice blue light shot forth, instantly encasing Hu Yin Li in a massive ice sculpture, which crashed to the ground, shattering the arena. My companions were left astonished, inquiring about the name of this technique. Tian Meng Bingcan, filled with pride, declared Tian Meng Yi. After boasting, it exhausted its energy and advised Jiang Yu to visit the extreme north one day before returning to slumber. This spectacle sent the audience into a frenzy. Who could comprehend that a fire attribute soul master could unleash ice-type skills? On the spectator's stand, Shui Di's mind raced as he sought a plausible explanation. Soul bone. It must have been arranged by the sword Douluo. With this thought, the emperor's gaze towards Jiang Yu shifted significantly as he began contemplating alliances. He directly inquired of a nearby eunuch among my daughters, which one would be suitable for this lad. It was a political marriage at play. The shrewd eunuch promptly recommended the 9th princess, Shui Ke. Remarkably, this was the very maiden Jiang Yu had encountered in the garden. What an exquisite twist of fate. Upon hearing this, Shui Di made an immediate decision, instructing that they should encourage closeness between them, while also resolving to visit the 9th princess's mother, Liang Fei, that very night. Such immense fortune was now bestowed upon Liang Fei. On the arena, Feng Xiaotian and his companions were equally astonished, finally perceiving Jiang Yu as a genuine adversary. The archery maiden, Fu Ye, undeterred, drew her bow and shot an arrow, only for Jiang Yu to activate the Qi Shao sword array, not only blocking her arrows, but also employing the underhanded tactics of Bo Sangu, slicing her clothing to shreds and rendering her defenseless, forcing her to withdraw from the competition. Huo Wu, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded, exclaiming at Jiang Yu's lecherous behavior before rushing to assist her brother against Feng Xiaotian. With a fiery whip, she scorched Feng Xiaotian's claws. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Feng Xiaotian's demeanor shifted dramatically as he gazed at Huo Wu, his eyes lighting up, declaring, "You are so spicy, I adore you. Shall we dine together after the match?" Huo Wu rolled her eyes in disdain, retorting, "Pa, I'm already taken." She then pointedly gestured towards Jiang Yu. The smile on Feng Xiaotian's face froze. As he looked at Jiang Yu, his composure shattered, likely pondering why this unseasoned boy had such a beautiful girlfriend. Jealousy contorted his features, and he abandoned Huo Wu, charging at Jiang Yu, shouting, "I will show you who the real man is." Jiang Yu observed, bemused, as Feng Xiaotian attempted to encroach upon his territory. Initially, he had considered fostering an alliance, but it now seemed unnecessary. Feng Xiaotian moved with remarkable speed, a whirlwind of blades rushing toward him. Yet, Jiang Yu remained calm, drawing his sword and infusing it with a hint of Hongmeng purple qi. With a swift motion, he executed the Zhan Tian Ba Jin technique. That strike was nothing short of extraordinary. The golden sword light, infused with a mysterious purple hue, shattered all the wind blades, culminating in a thunderous crash as it cleaved Feng Xiaotian from the air, sending him crashing to the ground like a severed kite, unconscious. With Feng Xiaotian down, his team crumbled instantly, easily harvested by Huo Wu and Tai Long. As the match concluded, the position of the crown prince on Xueqing, He's side, was secured. However, amidst the celebrations, a member of the Luan Yi rushed in urgently, whispering something into the ear of Shui Di. The emperor's fury erupted as he smashed the table, bellowing, "How dare they? The Liangshan Principality is rebelling." Without a moment's pause for the prince's coronation, he convened an emergency meeting. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered. Xueqing, he quickly pulled Jiang Yu aside, explaining that the Liangshan Principality had discovered a massive purple gold mine, and the empire sought to nationalize it, prompting them to declare their secession and align with the Xing Luo Empire. Xueqing, he keenly recognized this as an opportunity to solidify his claim to the prince's title. He implored Jiang Yu to return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and inform his mentor, Ning Fengji, as he required their intelligence and support to quell the rebellion. Jiang Yu understood and readily agreed. As he bid farewell to the Huo Wu siblings, the bold Huo Wu embraced his face, showering him with kisses, leaving him with a comical visage. With his cheeks marked by lip impressions, Jiang boarded the carriage back to the sect. While he rested his eyes, the carriage suddenly screeched to a halt, causing him to alertly awaken. Indeed, the next moment, a sharp arrow whizzed through the window, narrowly grazing his scalp. Furrowing his brow, he wondered who dared attempt an assassination within the Tiando imperial city. Before he could ponder further, several more arrows shot in, forming a pattern that sealed all avenues of escape. Trapped within the carriage, he was practically a living target. Acting swiftly, he summoned the Qi Xiao sword, piercing through the roof with a resounding crash and leaping out, immediately unleashing a Qi Xiao sword array towards the 5 cloaked figures ahead. Remarkably, these assailants were no ordinary foes. They revealed their martial souls, all boasting optimal soul ring configurations, each a 4-ring soul master. The leader produced a long flute, directing its melody at Jiang. As the flute's notes resonated, a surge of purple light manifested into a fire dragon, charging forth. Yet Jiang merely smiled, his expression almost mocking, as if to say, "How foolish to summon a fire dragon in the presence of its master." A radiant golden flame erupted from his body, and I must say, this fellow possesses an astonishing level of nonchalance. Despite the dire circumstances, he remained lost in thought, contemplating whether his ultimate fire was akin to that of Shaoji's. Oblivious to the plight of those immune to electrical attacks, could he not show some respect to his adversaries? In an even more outrageous turn of events, a ferocious fire dragon lunged at him, only to be consumed by the very flames enveloping him. Yes, you heard correctly. He effectively became a reverse power bank, and the fire on my friend's body blazed even brighter. The fellow playing the flute was utterly dumbfounded. His soul skill was effortlessly countered by a stationary great soul master. Where could he seek justice for this? Observing the situation, another individual thought, if fire fails, then I shall summon water. Water conquers fire. Surely there is no fault in this. His martial spirit was a sharp-toothed sea lion, unleashing a barrage of water cannons akin to a Gatling gun. And what was the outcome? With a sizzle, all the flames from my friend's imperial fire evaporated. Not even a hair was touched. Unwilling to concede, the fellow activated his ultimate ability, his 2 large tusks doubling in size, charging forward like a walrus transformed. I pondered whether he was a rogue or a zombie. My friend had similar thoughts, and with a swift motion, he struck, severing the tusks. The fellow immediately clutched his mouth and wept. The remaining trio stood frozen in shock. "Brother, this is not right. The pain is too intense. Should we not retreat?" Yet guess what? They convened a pre-battle assembly right then and there. "No, we cannot retreat. What will happen to our reputation in the assassin world? Shall we seek employment instead? Employment leads to no future." I found myself nearly laughing out loud at their dedication to avoiding a mundane job. Without further ado, the one who had been shooting arrows cast aside his bow and summoned his martial spirit. To my astonishment, a massive rhinoceros clad in steel armor emerged. Unmistakably a formidable figure, boasting a soul power of level 46. He unleashed a devastating attack, akin to Mount Tai descending upon us, hurling a small mountain towards my friend. Meanwhile, my friend's soul power was nearly depleted as he pondered a swift resolution, only for another soul ring to illuminate across from him. Can you guess who it was? The largest man reeking of sweat. And what was his martial spirit? A delicate flower. I nearly burst into laughter at the delightful contrast of a muscular man paired with a petite daisy. Was Chung Yaojin channeling Kai Wenji, making a grand, albeit ironic, entrance? The flower man initiated with a debuff, scattering petals that rendered my friend weak, as if poisoned. He promptly bestowed upon his allies a protective golden armor, bolstering their defense by 30. Now, the opposing team had transformed into a tank with invulnerable health, mercilessly hammering my friend, who instantly found himself on the defensive. At that critical moment, reinforcements arrived. The city guards, hundreds of them, swiftly surrounded the scene. The leader, Zhao Yi, radiated an aura of intimidation. Without a word, he unveiled his martial spirit, revealing 7 soul rings. A soul sage. The very assassins who had fervently proclaimed their resolve to avoid employment now quivered at the sight of a soul sage, their confidence crumbling as they declared, "Brother, we were mistaken. We are merely here for the money." Their rapid change in demeanor could rival the speed of a Sichuan opera face change. My friend still wished to inquire about the mastermind behind this plot, but the city guard commander offered no opportunity, promptly revealing his martial spirit. In an instant, a colossal spear, several meters long, pierced through the assassins like a skewer through candied hawthorn. A clean and decisive kill. With the fallen came the loss of equipment, including a copper plate emblazoned with a prominent character from martial spirit. Upon seeing this, the city guard commander turned pale. The martial spirit hall? My friend was equally bewildered. The martial spirit hall? Was this a scheme against him? After all, he was an undercover agent planted by the Pope himself. One must understand. This role involved not only guarding against outsiders, but also against potential betrayal from within. Being an undercover agent was far too emotionally taxing. This incident sparked a tremendous uproar. The entire continent buzzed with rumors. The martial spirit hall had forsaken martial ethics, engaging in assassination. My friend's sect leader, Ning Fengxi, was furious and led the sword Douluo to the martial spirit hall's branch. However, en route, I must tell you, this old fox shared his strategy with the sword Douluo. Whether or not the martial spirit hall was responsible was irrelevant. What mattered was seizing the opportunity to tarnish their reputation. Such a tactical mind was indeed clever. Simultaneously, at the headquarters of the martial spirit hall, Hope Bibi Dong slammed her fist on the table. Who did this? Which scoundrel dares to harm my people? After a thorough investigation, it was discovered that someone had framed them. I assure you, this Pope is quite formidable. She immediately prepared 2 courses of action. On one hand, issuing a bounty while pretending to search for the true culprit to clear her name. On the other, dispatching a warning to Ning Fengxi to refrain from going too far, lest he face dire consequences. Once everyone had departed, she remained alone, worried about my friend, fearing he might succumb to the charms of the 7 treasures, glazed tile school's beauties. Meanwhile, let us return to my friend. Can you guess what he was doing? He was indulging in a foot massage provided by the lovely Ning Rongrong. As she massaged, she complained about his foot odor, and he, emboldened, suggested, "Why not wash them while you're at it?" This remark sent her fleeing in indignation. He reflected on how comfortable life at the martial spirit hall was, being fed, bathed by 6 maidens, and snuggled by Hulaina at night. Such bliss was unparalleled. However, before long, the haughty young lady returned with a basin of water. To his dismay, it was cold water. My friend was speechless. "Sister, do you use ice water for foot baths?" The young lady looked innocent. She genuinely did not understand. Left with no choice, my friend secretly channeled his soul power to heat the water. It began to bubble with warmth, and the young lady exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, how did the water get warm?" My friend, maintaining his composure, fabricated an excuse. Perhaps it was heated by the sun. Surprisingly, she believed him. While my friend luxuriated in his contrasting foot bath, his sect leader was embroiled in a fierce confrontation at the entrance of the martial spirit hall. As the situation escalated to the brink of destruction, a responsible figure finally emerged. The leader of the Tiando Holy Hall, Salus. The old man intended to issue a harsh reprimand, but faltered upon noticing the sword beside Ning Fengxi, instantly suppressing his words. The transformation of his expression was remarkable, shifting from arrogance to utmost politeness, seamlessly transitioning like a Sichuan opera face change. He addressed the sword Douluo with utmost courtesy, bowing slightly and adhering to all manners. Yet, Ning Fengxi was not easily appeased. I assure you, old Ning unleashed a torrent of accusations, pointing a finger at Salus. "Do not feign ignorance. Your martial spirit hall dispatched assassins to target our talented disciple. There must be accountability today, or none shall leave." Salus, the seasoned trickster, remained unfazed, hands tucked away as he began his performance. "Zhong Zhuning, one must speak with evidence. What stature does our martial spirit hall possess to resort to such underhanded tactics? If we speak of genius, who can rival our golden generation? They are leagues ahead, I assure you. You must be mistaken. His ability to invert truth was astonishing. He would be wasted in a mere pyramid scheme." Ning Fengxi, infuriated, let a cold laugh. "Oh? And what of this martial spirit hall VIP gold card retrieved from the assassin? Was it a promotional giveaway from your establishment? Let me tell you, Salus's mind was in turmoil. He truly had no knowledge of this. If someone from above had indeed sent agents, would they not have notified him, the local authority? Was he to become the scapegoat? Staring blankly, he struggled to articulate a response, creating a profoundly awkward atmosphere. Just as both parties exchanged glances, the tension in the air thickening, a piercing eagle's cry resounded from the heavens. To everyone's astonishment, a resplendent golden eagle descended, its dramatic entrance transforming into a person. Without hesitation, this individual produced the Pope's command and began to recite. The specifics remain unknown, but the effect was immediate. Salas stood in shock, while Ning Fengji's expression darkened. Old Ning's heart raced. He thought, what a formidable figure, Bibi Dong. Her methods are unparalleled. She had issued a continent-wide bounty, calling for the capture of the mastermind behind the plot, with a reward so exorbitant it was astonishing. In a decisive move, he extricated himself entirely from the situation while simultaneously rendering a favor to the Qibao Liuli zone. This maneuver was nothing short of a textbook example of crisis management. With the matter resolved, Salas hosted a soiree that evening, surrounded by admirers, as the melodies of music filled the air and he reveled in the festivities. However, the merriment was short-lived as an elderly gentleman, Duke Yu Xiao, made his entrance. I must tell you, this old man is no trifling character. At his advanced age, he boasts over 300 wives, having married an 18-year-old just last year, truly the epitome of a time management maestro. Initially feigning concern over the day's events, he inquired whether assistance from the Navy was necessary, to which Salas replied it was unnecessary since the Pope himself had taken action. It was then that the old man revealed his true intentions, stating that his disciple, Prince Xuechen, was preparing for battle and sought the protection of the Wuhuan Temple. Opening with a request for 100,000 gold soul coins, Salas calculated the situation and deemed it advantageous by granting a favor to a potential future crown prince. He could also stir the pot between two great empires. He promptly agreed, waving his hand to arrange a luxurious escort of 3 soul saints and 10 soul emperors. The scene shifted back to my friend Jiang. He had been thoroughly enjoying his time at the Qibao Liuli zone. Previously, as a disciple of the Sword Douluo, he had lived the life of a pure ascetic, but now he was attended to by a throng of maidservants. With even our little demoness Ning Rongrong providing daily foot massages and back rubs, emphasizing companionship. Who among our family would not appreciate such fortune? One day, while splashing about in the pool, Rongrong approached with a refreshing drink and casually mentioned that her brother, Xue Qinghe, was heading off to war. Initially languid, upon hearing the names Xue Qinghe and war, Jiang was suddenly jolted into alertness. This was a dire situation. He recalled that Xue Qinghe was none other than Qian Renxue. If she were to engage in battle, she would be wielding the broken swan martial soul of the Tiando imperial family, utterly incapable of using her seraphic angel martial soul. That wretched martial soul was ineffective even for a simple massage. How could she possibly survive on the battlefield? Without a moment's hesitation, he donned his clothes and dashed toward the main hall. Upon entering, he beheld Qian Renxue clad in military garb, exuding an aura of heroism. Ignoring the chance to admire her, he directly addressed Ning Fengji. Uncle Ning, I wish to join the fray. A flower sheltered in a greenhouse cannot bloom into a fierce flower of war. Just look at my master, the Sword Douluo. He once carved his path through a sea of corpses. After delivering a passionate speech, he left Ning Fengji momentarily stunned, yet he ultimately acquiesced. Thus, the army set forth, the atmosphere alive with the sound of drums and firecrackers. Jiang, riding alongside Qian Renxue, comfortably nestled in her embrace, embarked on their expedition. After several days of rapid marching, exhaustion set in. That night, Jiang and Qian Renxue shared a tent. Renxue, ever particular, chose to sleep in her armor, while Jiang, unable to tolerate such discomfort, quickly shed his clothing down to his undergarments. However, in the middle of the night, an odd occurrence transpired. Jiang dreamt he was savoring steaming hot buns, 2 of them. The sensation and warmth were exquisite. In his drowsiness, he murmured little buns, round and plump, each bite a delightful treat. I tell you, Qian Renxue was utterly flabbergasted, her face reddening as she pondered how this lad could be so unrestrained in his slumber. Yet, upon seeing his innocent visage, she refrained from expressing her displeasure and endured the entire night. The next morning, upon awakening, Qian Renxue felt a strange discomfort in her chest, only to discover Jiang had vanished. Enraged, she resolved to sleep separately that night. Exiting the tent, she found him engaged in a peculiar exercise routine, claiming it was for kidney health. When she summoned him for breakfast, can you guess what was served? Indeed, the fluffy white buns. Jiang eyes sparkled at the sight, and he eagerly devoured them, praising their taste, while Qian Renxue's face turned shade of green, likely vowing never to gaze upon buns again. And so they journeyed to the border of the Liangshan Principality. Suddenly, the Grand Marshal Gailong issued a command for the entire army to stand by, halting their advance for 3 days. The new recruits were bewildered, fearing their commander had lost his nerve. Just as morale began to waver, Gaelong summoned all the generals and several princes to the central tent. Clad in gleaming silver armor, he sat solemnly at the head of the hall, exuding an air of authority. Jiang, accompanying Xue Qinghe, could not help but scrutinize the three-army commander. Gaelong appeared as an ordinary middle-aged man, sporting a thick mustache. Yet he was, in reality, a formidable soul de law. For someone of his age, to possess such prowess was indicative of a genius, and he might one day ascend to the rank of title de law. Coupled with his exceptional military acumen, Gaelong could undoubtedly be considered a rare talent on the continent. The Emperor of the Snowy Night had a discerning eye for talent. As the sun rose on the 71st day, reinforcements from several surrounding principalities arrived, comprising seasoned soldiers who, despite lacking the equipment of the Imperial Guard, had seen battle and bloodshed. In total, they numbered over 50,000. Along with Gaelong's 100,000 troops, they amassed a force of 150,000, 3 times the standing army of the Liangshan Principality. Given that the Imperial Guard's equipment was the finest in the Tiando Empire, fashioned from tungsten steel and meticulously forged, as long as Gaelong's military genius did not falter like that of Sun Shitwan, victory was virtually assured. The united forces of the Tiando Empire exuded a vibrant energy, and confidence in the impending conflict was palpable. It seemed capturing the Liangshan Principality would be a trivial task. Some even speculated they could depart at noon and revel in victory within the walls of Yinshan City by nightfall. The troops received their orders and set forth. In the heart of the camp, Gaelong mounted a sturdy white steed, his gaze unwavering as he addressed the soldiers. Drawing his secret silver sword, he proclaimed, "We shall not return without conquering Liangshan." A thunderous roar erupted from the soldiers in affirmation. Even Jiang, amidst the throng, felt a surge of heroism swell within him. Outside Yinshan City, the army of 150,000 stood in formation, poised to breach the formidable fortress. Gaelong surveyed the city before him, furrowing his brow. This city, the bastion of the Liangshan Principality, was flanked by towering rocks, with the remaining walls forged from solid stone. Rising nearly 20 meters, it pierced the heavens, resembling an iron fortress. Even a figure like Marshal Gaelong felt a twinge of apprehension. However, as the commander of the 3 armies, he understood he could not display even a hint of cowardice before the multitude. I, Gaelong, commander of the Tiando Empire's forces, have been dispatched by imperial decree to subjugate the Liangshan Principality. If you, the city's defenders, open your gates and surrender, I will petition His Majesty for leniency regarding your rebellion. Raising his sword, his voice resonated powerfully, causing his steed to rear in response. At that moment, Gaelong embodied the spirit of a great general. Moments later, the city gates began to creak open. To Gaelong's surprise, a group of women were seen drying grains in the street, chatting amiably, utterly devoid of any sense of alarm. Under normal circumstances, with an army encroaching, their calm demeanor was perplexing. Sensing something amiss, Gaelong was immediately on guard, though he could not decipher the intentions of the city's defenders. At that moment, a tall figure appeared at the city gate, a person with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuding a heroic demeanor. Clad in glistening silver armor, he unmistakably bore the air of a renowned general. To my astonishment, it was General Gaelong himself leading the troops. The man atop the city revealed a look of surprise, introducing himself as Zhuge Xian, the Lord of Yinshan City, expressing his long-standing admiration for the general's illustrious name. However, he remained steadfastly loyal to the Duke of Liangshan, who had shown him favor and vowed not to betray his trust. The gate was now open, and he inquired whether General Gaelong had the audacity to lead his army in for a discussion. Zhuge Xian then drew a jade flute from his waist and began to play, a chilling melody emanating from it that sent shivers down the spines of those outside the city. Aghast, Jiang remarked, "Are you attempting to employ the empty city ruse, General?" Just then, the great general of the Tonglan Principality, Hua Wu, arrived on horseback before Gaelong. He had previously clashed with Zhuge Xian 3 times, suffering significant losses, over 1,000 troops the first time, 3,000 the second, and by the third encounter, he had learned to be cautious, yet still lost 5,000 men, never anticipating that Zhuge Xian would change his tactics. This man was a strategist of considerable depth, one of the 3 great generals under the Duke of Liangshan, and Hua Wu had always found himself outmatched in their encounters. As he spoke, a flush crept onto his face, and he cautioned, "In my humble opinion, there must be hidden troops within the city. You must not fall into Zhuge Xian's cunning trap. After years of warfare, Gulong was not so easily deceived. He recognized Zhuge Xian's clear intention to lure him into the city only to trap him. General Hua's reasoning is sound. Gulong chuckled, stroking his beard. Although this man possessed some wisdom, his arrogance was evident, believing a mere ruse could ensnare them. How laughable. Jiang Yu could not help but roll his eyes at Gulong's analysis, thinking, is this truly the commander-in-chief of the Empire's 3 armies? He cannot even see through the empty city ruse. It was abundantly clear that Yinshan City was devoid of forces, necessitating such a stratagem. General Gulong, Jiang Yu implored, unwilling to see the vast army languish outside the city. This was the first confrontation with the Liangshan Principality, and retreating without engaging would be a severe blow to morale. Once morale waned, it would be a daunting task to restore. I suspect the troops of Yinshan have been dispatched elsewhere, which is why Zhuge Xian resorted to this empty city ploy. The women left inside are merely a diversion. If he had not employed this tactic, I would not have perceived the truth, but now I am certain this is nothing but a feigned strategy by Zhuge Xian. Jiang Yu promptly advised Gulong, if the general has doubts, it would be prudent to send scouts into the city to ascertain the situation before making a decision. Gulong found Jiang Yu's concerns somewhat exaggerated, yet upon reflection, he did not dismiss the idea. Relay my command, instructing Captain Hitreda to lead 100 agile strategists into the city to investigate the enemy's conditions. Gulong issued the order, and a nearby guard quickly rode off towards the rear of the army. Shortly thereafter, 101 agile strategists, all clad in green robes, soared into the sky. Each possessed a flying-type martial spirit, and while their soul rings were not particularly exceptional, they were all at least soul ancestor rank, holding significant status within the army. On the city wall, Zhuge Xian's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Gulong would bring agile strategists. The entire Tiando Empire possessed only a little over 300 such strategists, all directly under the Emperor of Tiando, making it remarkable that the Snow Knight Emperor would allocate them to Gulong. It seemed he was determined to conquer the Liangshan Principality. Alarmed, Zhuge Xian quickly pondered his countermeasures as the figures in the air approached Yinshan City. He realized Jiang Yu was correct. Since the Duke of Liangshan declared independence from the Tiando Empire, he had foreseen the Snow Knight Emperor's potential military response. Thus, he had ordered the evacuation of wealthy merchants, robust males, and those with soul power from the city, leaving behind only the elderly, infirm, and 1,000 or so rearguard soldiers led by Zhuge Xian. Otherwise, he would not have risked employing the empty city ruse. Originally, this strategy should have been foolproof, yet it had been uncovered by Jiang Yu. Zhuge Xian lamented that he had not anticipated the presence of this young prodigy, who had seen through his plan so easily. Zhuge Xian was indeed a capable individual, yet he had failed to account for Gulong's air support. Jiang Yu gazed at the approaching figures in the sky, a smile breaking across his face. These agile strategists were all adept in swift offensive tactics, and even arrows would struggle to hit them. Zhuge Xian's scheme was destined to fail. Quickly close the city gates and have granite stones transported to barricade the entrance, Zhuge Xian commanded, no longer pretending to be cryptic. Once the deception was unveiled, it lost its intimidating effect. He could only rely on Yinshan City's formidable defenses to hold out. Fire arrows, regardless of their efficacy. Shoot down as many agile strategists as possible, Zhuge Xian ordered, and the troops within the city sprang into action. 500 archers swiftly knocked their arrows, targeting the descending figures in the sky. A volley of 500 arrows was released. The agile strategists were taken by surprise by the sudden assault, and many were struck by arrows, though fortunately, most injuries were not critical. A few plummeted to the mountainside, crashing down to the ground. After this initial strike, the remaining agile strategists became wary, ascending higher into the air until they were out of range of the arrows. Could it truly be a feigned attack? Gulong shuddered at the sudden volley, his expression turning doubtful. Leading the way, Hitreda darted into the city, his martial spirit a falcon. Its body length only over 60 centimeters, yet with wings spread, it spanned over a meter. Surrounding him were 4 soul rings of white and yellow hues. Though he was over 500 meters above the ground, thanks to the keen eyesight bestowed by his falcon spirit, the scenery below was laid out before him in vivid detail. There were no hidden troops at all. At most, there were only 1,000 soldiers stationed at the city gate. Report to the general. There are no ambushes within the city, Hitreda called out with a resounding voice. Gailong was instantly gripped by an inexplicable terror. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's timely warning, he would have fallen prey to Zhuge Xian's cunning ruse. The shame of such an ignominious defeat would have forever etched his name in history, though not as the victor, but as the object of ridicule, overshadowed by Zhuge Xian. Thankfully, he heeded the words of this young lad. Gailong's gaze shifted to Jiang Yu, surprised that such a young individual possessed such acute perception, a trait that even seasoned generals, who had fought on the battlefield for years, might lack. Soldiers! Gailong raised his sword high and bellowed. The city's defenses are weak. Now is the opportune moment to launch a full-scale assault. Upon receiving Gailong's command, the troops roared in unison, charge. Leading the front were the shield-bearers, wielding rectangular shields measuring 90 centimeters wide and 130 centimeters long, constructed from 3 layers of hardwood. The leather covering had been specially treated and layered with fabric, reinforced with metal fittings to enhance its strength. Behind the shield-bearers were the spear-wielders, each equipped with a 1-kilogram iron short sword, whose blade was exceptionally sharp and ergonomically designed for a comfortable grip. They carried long spears, featuring a metallic shaft with an iron tip, complemented by a wooden pole wrapped with a slender rope, which enabled them to be used both as javelins and short spears. As the siege army approached the city gate, Zhuge Xian, stationed atop the battlements, commanded his archers to attack. 500 archers coated their arrows in oiled cloth, dipping them into barrels of black liquid, a substance Jiang you would instantly recognize as the precious resource, petroleum, from Blue Star. The moment the arrows met the spark, they ignited into flames. Fire! Zhuge Xian shouted, unleashing a barrage of flaming arrows upon the soldiers below. Despite their shields, many were struck down, their armor ignited, and within moments, hundreds of soldiers were mercilessly consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Nevertheless, they pressed on, driven by the resolve of imperial soldiers. Retreat was not an option unless commanded by their leader. After enduring considerable losses, some soldiers finally reached the city gate and unleashed their martial spirits. Though they bore only a single white soul ring, most possessed beast martial spirits, granting them significant strength. United, they charged against the massive gates, which trembled slightly but quickly regained their steadfastness. Commander, Hua Wu cautioned, this direct assault will not suffice. Among the generals of the Liangshan Principality, Zhuge Xian is the most adept at fortifying defenses. He once led 800 elite troops to withstand tens of thousands of enemies, stalling their advance for months until they retreated in vain. Oh, Gailong frowned, taken aback by the prowess of this seemingly humble Liangshan Principality. After years of warfare and countless adversaries, he had faced even the so-called 4 divine generals of the Xinglua Empire without fear. Yet he had nearly fallen for Zhuge Xian's stratagem. General Hua, do you know the origins of this individual? On the entire Douluo continent, the number of generals whom Gailong respected could be counted on one hand. Besides the 4 from the Xinglua Empire, there was only Melusa, the Valkyrie of the Atarinda Kingdom. Now, Zhuge Xian had joined their ranks, a figure shrouded in mystery. Hua Wu's eyes sparkled with determination as he gripped the hilt of his sword, stating with gravity, "It is said he hails from a hidden sect. I am unaware of its name, but his martial spirit is a scroll known as the Thunderous Image, containing the ferocious power of lightning. When unleashed, Zhuge Xian can envelop a radius of several hundred meters in thunder, making his attack range exceptionally expansive." Asiden sect. Gailong had heard whispers of such places. Although these secretive sects had long ceased involvement in the continent's affairs, they were not devoid of formidable warriors, and their locations and martial spirit legacies remained enigmatic, often eluding even the martial spirit hall. It was said that these hidden sects forbade their disciples from venturing out for training, yet Zhuge Xian was an anomaly. Gailong's interest in the figure at the city gate deepened. Any sect capable of nurturing such talent must possess extraordinary qualities. However, since he had chosen to engage in the continent's conflicts, he would inevitably pay the price. "I shall confront him," Gailong declared, his voice resonating with authority as he erupted in a brilliant glow. Shortly after, a colossal dragon-like entity materialized behind him, a pure black dragon, enveloped in thick scales. With robust limbs resembling the size of a bathing tub, its elongated tail adorned with 9 circular golden feathers. This was Gailong's martial spirit, the Golden Feather Scale Dragon, a title he earned due to his unique soul spirit. Though the Golden Feather Scale Dragon and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon both belonged to the subdragon species, their abilities were strikingly different. One was renowned for its defensive capabilities and remarkable recovery, while the other was celebrated for its explosive power and unparalleled offensive strength. revered as the greatest beast martial spirit on the Douluo continent. Gaelong's soul rings exhibited the optimal configuration, and as the seventh soul ring illuminated, his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive dragon several meters long, precisely like the golden feather scale dragon that had appeared behind him moments earlier. This chapter isn't over yet. Please turn to the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. Third soul skill, golden feather scale wing. Gaelong's voice resonated from the dragon's mouth as the golden feathers at the tip of his tail began to spin rapidly, lifting his enormous form into the air. Once level with the city gate, the golden feathers shot forth from his tail, targeting the soldiers stationed atop the battlements. With Zhuge Xian being the primary focus of their assault, thunderous image manifest. Zhuge Xian remained calm and collected, summoning his martial spirit. A yellow glow emanated from within him, converging in his right palm. A grand and imposing scroll materialized, subtly depicting a grotesque giant wielding a hammer and sprouting wings. As the seventh soul ring illuminated, Zhuge Xian transformed into a beam of light, merging with the scroll, which expanded as it ascended into the sky. Fifth soul skill, thunderous flash. The giant within the scroll opened its mouth, unleashing a voice akin to thunder that echoed through the heavens. Suddenly, the clouds erupted with crackling lightning, shattering the feather blades aimed at him and redirecting the force toward Gaelong. Though Zhuge Xian was merely a soul sage at level 73, his martial spirit's uniqueness often allowed him to prevail against peers of equal rank. Even those with greater soul power might not match him in combat. However, Gaelong clearly did not fall into that category. The lightning struck Gaelong, but inflicted minimal damage. After all, the defensive prowess of the golden feather scale dragon was comparable to that of the armored giant rhinoceros, the diamond mammoth, the white armored earth dragon, and the scale armored crocodile, often ranking first among defensive martial spirits. While Zhuge Xian was formidable, he remained just a soul sage, while Gaelong was a soul Douluo at level 83. Although the golden feather blade was neutralized by Zhuge Xian, his attack failed to inflict any damage upon Gaelong. Instead, the soldiers stationed on the city walls suffered immediate losses, with approximately 100 of them falling victim to the onslaught. The might of Hound Douluo's attack was beyond the endurance of these low-ranking soul masters. Zhuge Xian, witnessing the slaughter of his men, felt utterly powerless. Though anxiety gripped his heart, he recognized that the pressing task at hand was to swiftly obstruct Gaelong. With a resolute determination, he unleashed his sixth soul skill, Thunderstorm Dragon Tornado. The sky illuminated with a brilliant yellow light as an astonishing force of thunder erupted, forming a tornado with a diameter exceeding 100 meters in an instant. Within the tempest, thunder roared, and boundless lightning appeared as if it were poised to leap forth. This was Zhuge Xian's most formidable strike, one he approached with considerable confidence. Chapter 73. Night Raid. The ferocious storm of lightning emanated an overwhelming pressure that even Gaelong found himself compelled to retreat. Despite his formidable defenses, he experienced a tingling sensation throughout his body from the electric power. Truly, the power of the lightning element was not to be underestimated. Gaelong felt a surge of unease. With the aid of the wind element, this strike was indeed extraordinary. Were it not for his advantage in soul power, he would have likely suffered severe injuries. After witnessing Zhuge Xian's prowess, Gaelong no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. In the realm of soul masters, there existed precedents of soul saints defeating Hound Douluo. The renowned Hound Douluo Tang, how had once made a seasoned Hound Douluo warrior question his very existence, having achieved such a feat shortly after reaching the soul saint realm. However, this was merely an exceptional case. Gaelong did not believe that Zhuge Xian possessed Tang Hao's strength. The latter's ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks was not solely due to his own skill, but also benefited from the secret techniques of the Haotian sect. Nevertheless, caution is the mother of safety. Gaelong had no desire to encounter defeat in such a manner. Though Zhuge Xian may not rival Tang Hao, he certainly stood on par with Zhao Wujie. The peerless warrior known as the immutable Ming Wang had managed to carve a path through 16 equally ranked bishops. Yet against a Hound level powerhouse, he would likely find himself similarly constrained. Zhuge Xian appeared to be in his early 40s, yet he had achieved the realm of Soul Saint, rivaling the genius Soul Master Pile Fire, Qin Ming, who was hailed as the most likely candidate to break Tang Hao's record. Gaelong felt a surge of ambition. Zhuge Xian not only exhibited remarkable talent and cultivation, but also possessed insights into military strategy that far surpassed those of ordinary individuals. marking him as a rare talent of both intellect and valor. Should he choose to align himself with the empire, the strength of the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly advance further. In recent years, the Tiando military had suffered a decline in talent, falling short in comparison to the Star Luo Empire, which boasted a plethora of skilled individuals. Although Douluo held no fear of any of the four great generals of the Star Luo Empire, facing them collectively posed a significant challenge. For he could not stand alone against such odds. If Zhuge Xian were to assist him, the pressure would be greatly alleviated, allowing him to enjoy leisure like his fellow colleagues, rather than bearing the burden of command alone. Yet, the heavy responsibilities of the empire rested squarely on Douluo's shoulders, leaving him no avenue for escape. With this thought, Douluo instinctively reduced the intensity of his strikes. Although they remained powerful, they would not inflict particularly grave injuries upon Zhuge Xian. He did not wish to damage this valuable asset. However, Zhuge Xian, transformed into the embodiment of thunder, had no intention of holding back, instead unleashing a strength even greater than usual amid the crisis. As their strengths fluctuated, the two engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds, while the archers atop the city walls provided covering fire, making it difficult for Douluo to overpower Zhuge Xian. Maintaining his martial soul's true form was an immensely draining endeavor. Observing that continuing the fight would yield no advantage, Douluo retreated to a position beneath the city walls and promptly dispelled his martial soul's true form. "Sound the retreat," he commanded, signaling the withdrawal of his forces. In the military encampment, seated upon the commanding platform, Douluo's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and determination. The generals within the tent dared not breathe a word, as none had anticipated that the coalition of 100,000 would be thwarted by a mere 1,000 souls, failing to breach the gates of Yinshan City. For them, this was a tremendous disgrace. At that moment, a young man clad in golden armor stepped forward, respectfully voicing, "I humbly request, Marshal, to be granted 500 elite soldiers. Tonight, I shall personally lead them to stealthily infiltrate the city from the cliffs of Yinshan. I will signal with fire, coordinating with you to open the city gates from within." Xuezhu's demeanor was exceedingly respectful. Although he was a prince of the Tiando Empire, Douluo was not only a trusted minister of the emperor, but also commanded an army of 1,000,000 and stood as a Douluo-level powerhouse. He had long harbored intentions of winning Douluo's favor. Among the princes, Xuezhu held the greatest advantage, having the support of Ning Fengji and maintaining close ties with the 3 committee members of the Tiando Royal Academy. However, should he successfully recruit Douluo to his side, he would no longer fear the influence of Xue Qinghe. With the backing of 1,000,000 soldiers, he would stand a chance at inheriting the throne. Douluo raised an eyebrow, regarding Xuezhu with newfound admiration for his courage. Frankly speaking, he held a certain fondness for Xuezhu. This third prince possessed not the ordinary swan martial soul passed down through the royal lineage, but rather a variant martial soul known as the explosive swan. This unique martial soul boasted considerable offensive capabilities, and Xuezhu was one of the few strong attack-type soul masters within the royal family. However, Douluo was not inclined to support Xuezhu's proposal. The terrain of Yinshan City was treacherous. The cliffs on either side offered no cover, rendering any approach conspicuous. As a prince, Douluo could not allow Xuezhu to undertake such a perilous risk, lest he face the emperor's wrath. The third prince's bravery was commendable, truly befitting a royal descendant, yet the chances of success for this plan were exceedingly slim, and the risks were substantial. It was best to abandon the notion. Douluo waved his hand, signaling his disapproval. "Marshal Ge, I actually agree with this strategy." Jiang interjected, believing there was potential in Xuezhu's proposal. With slight modifications, it could very well succeed. He proceeded to articulate his thoughts. Before the third prince led the elite forces into Yinshan City, Marshal Ge should command the army to challenge the city gates, drawing the attention of the defenders within. Meanwhile, the third prince could traverse the cliffs using ropes to enter the city and await the opportune moment to open the gates. My lord, this chapter still has more content. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. Jiang plan was undoubtedly more refined. After nightfall, visibility would be low, and even with torches illuminating the city walls, a well-chosen point of entry might go unnoticed. Moreover, the army outside would undoubtedly attract the majority of the defenders' attention. Upon hearing Jiang proposal, Douluo found himself deep in thought. After the events of the day, he no longer regarded Jiang as a mere child. This plan was considerably more prudent than the one suggested by Xuezhu, presenting a higher chance of success. Douluo felt intrigued. This battle was under the scrutiny of the entire continent. Now, while the Star Luo Empire had yet to intervene, he could seize the opportunity to conquer the Liangshan Principality with overwhelming force. Once accomplished, any attempts by the Star Luo Empire to intervene would be futile. Thus, Douluo began to lean toward Jiang Yu's plan. However, he refrained from making an immediate decision. With great opportunity came immense risk. A marshal must act decisively. Hesitation could lead to chaos. Although Shuizhu was unaware of why Shui Qinghe spoke on his behalf, he recognized that this was indeed a prime opportunity to establish his own legacy. If he could be the first to enter Yinshan City, he would undoubtedly claim the credit for this great battle. When the time came, his father might be so pleased that the position of crown prince could very well be his. With this thought in mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of impatience. Thus, Douluo steeled his resolve, slammed his hand on the table, and promptly issued a military order, requesting the third prince to lead 500 elite soldiers ahead of the main force. He would command the army to advance to the battlefield. Seeing Douluo finally acquiesce, Shuizhu was filled with exhilaration. After receiving the command, he immediately left the tent to select elite soldiers from the camp. Chapter 74. Ingenious Strategy. Under the sparse moonlight, a fierce battle raged outside Yinshan City. Soldiers from both sides wielded torches, illuminating the area for miles as if it were daylight. As before, the shield-bearers formed the front line, while archers stationed behind readied their arrows to provide cover for their advancing comrades. Gazing at the throngs of soldiers below, Zhuge Xian's expression darkened. What was Douluo scheming? Night combat was a taboo in warfare, as it was well known that visibility was severely diminished after dark. Typically, sieges were conducted during the day. Given Douluo's recent defeat, Zhuge Xian had expected him to at least rest for a day. Yet, to his surprise, Douluo led his army to attack once more. Did he intend to deny them any chance to recuperate? Zhuge Xian speculated that although they had achieved victory in the previous day's battle, they had still lost over 100 soldiers. Even though the Tiando alliance suffered greater losses, they had a formidable force of 150,000. Thus, their losses were but a drop in the bucket. While for Zhuge Xian's side, it represented a significant depletion of their strength. Douluo underestimated me. How could I fall for such a simple ploy? Zhuge Xian immediately summoned his personal guard, instructing him to keep only the archers stationed on the city walls, while the remaining soldiers rested near the city gates. This way, even if the situation grew dire, they could swiftly come to the rescue. Just as Zhuge Xian believed he had secured his defenses, a hidden force emerged from the cliffs to the right of Yinshan City. Shuizhu had not only brought all the agile strategists, but also soldiers who possessed animal spirits such as leopards, rabbits, and cats, granting them enhanced mobility. They were tied with sturdy ropes, each equipped with sharp grappling claws at the ends. Although not as impressive as Tang San's heavenly claws, they were sufficient to embed into solid rock. To ensure safety, these soldiers also wore claw-like devices on their hands, allowing them to secure themselves to the stone in case the grappling claws slipped. Once Shuizhu had donned his gear, he hooked the claws onto a massive boulder and secured himself with a safety buckle, descending rapidly down the 1,000-meter cliff. To avoid alerting the enemy, he refrained from activating his spirit, but, thanks to the strength provided by the explosive swan, he moved with remarkable agility. Seeing the third prince lead the charge, the other soldiers were greatly inspired, eagerly descending the rope down the cliff. Commander, intensify the assault and draw all enemy attention to the city walls. Jiang Yu urged Douluo. Although the distance was shrouded in darkness, he could still faintly discern hundreds of figures atop the cliff. While Jiang Yu had not cultivated the purple extreme demon eye, the transformation wrought by the Hongmeng purple qi was astonishing, likely rivaling the legendary vision of the 1,000-mile eye. As Shuizhu initiated his actions, the moment was critical. Should Zhuge Xian discover their advance, it would spell disaster. All troops charge, Douluo commanded without hesitation, drawing his sword and issuing the order to advance. The call to arms sounded, and the 100,000 Imperial Guards charged forward in perfect formation. The remaining 50,000 allied troops, hailing from various duchies, displayed a somewhat disordered march, lacking cohesion. However, Douluo regarded them merely as a means to bolster his own forces. Not good. They're launching a full-scale attack. Zhuge Xian sensed something amiss. The enemy was clearly engaging recklessly. Despite increasing casualties, their offensive did not wane. Soldiers had already erected ladders, preparing to ascend the city walls. although the archers had detected them in time, and their arrows thwarted the initial attempt. As more enemies surged forward, the number of soldiers on the ladders only increased, climbing several meters in a short span. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Zhuge Xian hastily issued a series of commands. He ordered all resting soldiers to ascend the city walls for support and instructed others to douse the ladders with oil. Just as Zhuge Xian focused intently on the base of the city walls, Xuezhu had already infiltrated the city. Seeing the massive boulder at the city gate, Xuezhu disregarded the risk of exposure. He had brought 500 elite troops, combined with the support of the tens of thousands outside. Even if discovered by Zhuge Xian, they could hold their ground. Brothers, unleash your spirits. In an instant, Xuezhu radiated a fiery crimson light, and a magnificent burning swan appeared behind him. The swan boasted a pair of red wings and a remarkably sharp beak with 4 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, arranged neatly around its form. As the explosive swan spirit manifested, Xuezhu's muscles swelled rapidly, and he grew significantly in size. Third soul skill, Inferno Assault. Xuezhu's purple soul ring shone brightly, enveloping him in fierce flames as he surged forward, his wings unfurling. The massive boulder at the city gate, though heavy, was merely an ordinary stone. And under Xuezhu's onslaught, it shattered instantly, debris flying in all directions. What noise is that? Zhuge Xian heard the commotion within the city and hurriedly approached. Peering down to witness a scene of flames and the 500 elite troops led by Xuezhu. This is terrible. How did they enter the city? Zhuge Xian suddenly realized he had fallen into the enemy's trap. Golong's late-night assault was a ruse to divert his attention while the forces in the city seized the opportunity to infiltrate from the cliffs. Regret washed over Zhuge Xian. He had not anticipated that the enemy would breach the city from such towering heights, leading to his oversight. Now, he faced 2 choices: either split his forces to reinforce the city gates or fully concentrate on defending the walls against the external enemy. Yet neither option could salvage the dire situation in Yinshan City. At that moment, Golong had already soared towards the city walls. Given the circumstances, he could only repay Duke's favor with his life. Zhuge Xian resolved to fight to the end and swiftly unleashed the thunderstorm diagram. Although he was no match for Golong, he chose to initiate the attack. As the diagram unfolded, his third soul ring gradually lit up, and bolts of lightning manifested as golden birds, surging forth from the diagram. These lightning-infused creatures were even more ferocious than ordinary soul beasts. Third soul skill, Iron Wall. Golong was equally unyielding, summoning a colossal stone wall formed from solid rock before him. The formidable Lei Diandinyao, despite its prowess, was unable to breach Golong's defenses. As the two remained locked in combat, Xuezhu led his subordinates to open the gates of Yinshan City. The Tiando allied forces thundered into the city. An hour later, within the city lord's mansion of Yinshan, Golong cast a smug glance at Zhuge Xian before him. Though this man was indeed powerful, he had ultimately become his captive. Recognizing his talent, "I shall spare your life, and after I petition the emperor, you may serve in the army." Golong spoke in as calm a tone as he could muster. No need for that. Zhuge Xian, though bound by ropes, maintained an air of pride, showing no hint of fear. A loyal minister does not serve 2 masters. The Duke of Liangshan has shown me great kindness. How could I betray him? Moreover, I am merely a defeated general under your command. With your abilities, you need not rely on someone like me. Upon hearing Zhuge Xian's words, Golong felt an even greater admiration for him. Who does not appreciate a loyal subject? This only intensified his desire to win him over. That cannot be said, Golong replied with a smile. I have fought countless battles over the years and have encountered numerous foes, yet rarely have I faced such a dire situation as today. Had it not been for a young brother who pointed out to me, I might have fallen into your trap and failed to capture Yinshan City. Young brother? Zhuge Xian's face was filled with skepticism. Are you saying that it was a mere child who saw through my empty city ploy? Nonsense. He found it hard to believe Golong's words, convinced that the general was merely attempting to insult him. Indeed, it was this young brother. Golong then pointed to Jiang. Chapter 75. The Choice of Qian Run Shui. When Zhuge Xian learned that the one who had unraveled his scheme was a child yet to reach maturity, his mouth dropped open in disbelief. Had it been Golong, he would not have been surprised, for he was the renowned military god of Douluo continent, commanding 1,000,000 troops of the Tiando Empire. But now Golong was telling him that it was a child who had turned the tide. For a moment, Zhuge Xian found it difficult to accept. General Zhuge, you are indeed quite clever, as expected from someone of the Zhuge lineage. Had you not encountered me, Perhaps you truly could have defended Yinshan City. Jiang Yu remarked nonchalantly. As a competent citizen of Huagua, he possessed a fair understanding of the traditional four great masters, particularly the romance of the Three Kingdoms and water margin. After all, he had been steeped in traditional culture, which was sufficient to outclass the brute force of Douluo continent. Zhuge Xian, though possessing some intellect, was evidently inferior to Jiang Yu. After all, some had once regarded the romance of the Three Kingdoms as a military manual. Although Jiang Yu was on the battlefield for the first time, he merely assisted with strategy without engaging in actual command, thus avoiding the pitfalls of Zhao Kuo's theoretical approach to warfare. Zhuge Xian, feeling dejected, found himself at a loss for words. He had always prided himself on his extraordinary talent, only to be schooled by a child. Zhuge Xian, go long, unwilling to let such an exceptional talent slip away. Continue to persuade. I appreciate your skills, which is why I offer you this advice. The meager Liangshan Principality does not merit your loyalty. You are clearly an intelligent individual. Why not join the Empire and achieve great accomplishments alongside me? Ha ha, thank you for your kind intentions. Marshal, Zhuge Xian replied disdainfully. Zhuge Xian will never join the Tiando Empire. Please cease your futile efforts and grant me a swift end. Golong instantly judged him to be a tough nut to crack. Individuals of such steadfastness would never surrender. In that case, he cannot be allowed to live. Execute him, Golong declared, his face displaying regret. It was indeed lamentable that such talent would not pledge allegiance to the Empire. However, it could not be allowed to fall into the hands of rival factions, especially the Xing Luo Empire. Marshal Go, please allow me to speak. Jiang Yu quickly intervened. Spare his life for now. We can temporarily imprison him in the camp and spread the word that Zhuge Xian has defected to our Tiando Empire. This will surely destabilize the morale of the Liangshan army. Remember, to conquer a city is to act below, but to conquer the heart is to act above. As Jiang Yu's words fell, Xueqing, his eyes gleamed with brilliance. He had initially held Jiang Yu in high regard, but he now realized he had underestimated his intelligence. It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Qianren Shui began to ponder with his talents. Breaking through to the rank of titled law would not be difficult. Coupled with his formidable military acumen, he would serve as an exceptional commander when the Spirit Hall eradicated the two great empires. I must devise a means to secure his unwavering loyalty. But how to extricate him from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school? Wealth and status would likely hold no allure for him. Should I resort to using the charms of a woman? Qianren Shui soon arrived at a resolution, recognizing the timeless truth that even the most heroic of men can falter before beauty. But where could I find a beauty worthy of his attention? It was evident that he had high standards. If she were not an absolute stunner, she would fail to captivate him. Am I to personally take on this task? Qianren Shui quickly dismissed that thought. After all, she was a noble scion of the six-winged angel family. How could she stoop to seducing a man? Such actions would tarnish her family's reputation, and her grandfather would surely disapprove if he knew. Nevertheless, there was no rush. It would be wise to first cultivate a good relationship before gradually assessing the situation later. She realized that she had been overly impatient. After all, Jiang Yu was still a child. It would be prudent to wait until he matured further. Having infiltrated the Tiando Empire for so long, she possessed the requisite patience. The strategy of winning hearts. Golong pondered Jiang Yu's words and found them quite reasonable, deciding to adopt his plan. Indeed, it was a brilliant stratagem. Though he had initially underestimated Jiang Yu, the events that had unfolded had revealed the young man's extraordinary capabilities, prompting him to cast aside his previous contempt. He now followed Jiang Yu's sound advice without hesitation. 7 days later, news of Zhuge Xian's defection spread like wildfire throughout the Liangshan Principality. Initially, the Duke of Liangshan refused to believe that Zhuge Xian would betray him, even issuing orders to execute anyone who dared to discuss it. Yet, as more soldiers from the principality fled back to Yinshan City, Zhuge Xian's allegiance to the Tiando Empire appeared increasingly undeniable. Even the Duke began to harbor doubts. As the saying goes, 3 men can create a tiger. The collective voice can tarnish even the sturdiest of bonds. No matter how deep the relationship, it could not withstand the incessant incitements of those around them, especially from a seasoned figure like the Duke. At that moment, Golong led the Tiando allied forces to the next city, Linshan City. Throughout the journey, Golong's mood was buoyant. According to reports from his scouts, the Duke of Liangshan had become fully convinced of Zhuge Xian's defection to the Empire. Now he understood why Jiang Yu had advised him to discreetly allow some traitorous soldiers to return to Yinshan City. It was to sow discord between the duke and his subordinate. This stratagem of sowing discord was nothing short of masterful. Gulong's gaze towards Jiang Yu transformed. Admiration now filled his eyes. Had it not been for Gulong's esteemed identity, he would have genuinely considered taking Jiang Yu as his master. In his view, knowledge knows no age, and true experts deserve respect regardless of their years. However, the customs and etiquette of the continent are still held in high regard, and Gulong could not disregard these traditions. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu had already secured a unique position in Gulong's heart. Little brother, Lin Shan, Chung lies ahead. Gulong said with a beaming smile, turning to Jiang Yu for guidance. What do you think we should do? I am entirely at your command. Jiang Yu was momentarily speechless. You, the grand commander of the three armies, are relying on a child for battle strategies? If this were to get out, it would surely evoke laughter. Let us observe first. Jiang Yu decided against making an immediate judgment, as his knowledge of Lin Shan Chung was limited, making it unwise to leap to conclusions. After all, warfare is no trivial matter and requires careful consideration. As they approached the gates of Lin Shan Chung, Jiang Yu was taken aback to find not a single soldier on the battlements, and the gates stood wide open. The interior was eerily devoid of life. This was illogical. Could it be a ruse, a strategy of an empty city? Yet, employing the same tactic twice would be foolish. What was the commanding officer of Lin Shan Chung plotting? Jiang Yu could not decipher it at that moment. General Hua. Gulong sensed something was amiss and called upon Hua Wu, asking, "Do you know who commands Lin Shan Chung?" "I have some knowledge." Hua Wu immediately responded with a salute. "The commander is named Pan Yu, whose brother is the unparalleled General Panfeng of the Liangshan Principality. Though his talent may not match that of his brother, he is indeed a formidable warrior. Pan Yu wields a wolf-toothed club as his martial spirit and has achieved the rank of sole emperor. He once cleaved a boulder weighing over 1,000 pounds with his club, displaying extraordinary strength. However, it is rumored that while he possesses great valor, his strategic acumen is lacking. His combat style does not suggest he would employ cunning tactics. This is perplexing." After hearing Hua Wu's account, Jiang Yu found himself in a quandary. If that was the case, why was Lin Shan Chung devoid of defenders? Had Pan Yu fled without a fight? That seemed improbable. Considering his brother was a general of Liangshan Principality, he would surely understand the ramifications of such actions. "Commander," although Jiang Yu had not unraveled the mystery, he proposed, "I suggest you dispatch scouts to investigate Lin Shan Chung. If we ascertain that there are no ambushes, we can send our forces in batches at staggered intervals." Gulong, now fully trusting of Jiang Yu's counsel, promptly dispatched all the agile strategists to enter the city. Half an hour later, Zidalata returned with news from the reconnaissance. There were indeed no ambushes within the city, only some harmless civilians remaining. 2nd Battalion Commander. Gulong commanded a robust man at his side. "Led your battalion into the city to scout the way for our forces." "Yes, Commander." Shen Quan immediately accepted the order and led the soldiers of the 2nd Battalion towards Lin Shan Chung. The Thunderfire Battalion excels in disarming traps and executing small-scale assaults. Gulong explained to Jiang Yu. So they were bomb disposal experts and flying tigers. Jiang Yu instantly grasped the advantages of the Thunderfire Battalion, and it was indeed a sound decision to position them at the forefront. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Shan Chung harbored no ambushes, and it was not until the entire Tiando allied forces had entered the city that they encountered no soldiers from Liangshan Principality. They seemed to have retreated long ago. Capturing the city without a fight left Gulong in a state of exhilaration, while Jiang Yu furrowed his brow in concern. What could have prompted the commander of Lin Shan Chung to abandon the city? What conspiracy lay beneath this? Not dwelling on Jiang Yu's speculations, Gulong calmed the remaining citizens within the city and stationed 1,000 elite guards there before continuing their march. As noon passed, the sun unleashed its intense rays, enveloping the air in a thick heat. The ground gradually became scorching under this energy, and even the leaves by the roadside began to emit faint wisps of smoke before igniting. The oppressive heat of the day far surpassed anything previously experienced. The various principalities had long acclimatized to such sweltering weather, but it was the imperial guards of Tiando who suffered the most. Located in the northern reaches of the continent, the Tiando imperial city did not typically endure such heat, and this was their first encounter with such oppressive temperatures after years of residing there. After marching scarcely 100 meters, several guards succumbed to heat exhaustion, prompting Gulong to send the accompanying physicians back to Lin Shan Chung with them, while the remainder pressed on. striving to reach the vicinity of Yin Shancheng before nightfall. As evening approached, the sun began to dip in the west, and the air grew less stifling than at midday. The Tiando allied forces finally neared Yin Shancheng. Commander, Huawu pointed towards a dense thicket ahead. Beyond this forest lies the territory of Yin Shancheng. Gazing at the lush foliage, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of unease, a nagging intuition that danger lurked within the woods. Commander Go, Jiang Yu could not help but advise. The military text caution against entering forests. We should consider an alternate route. That is unwise, Huawu immediately countered. Commander, if we take a detour, it will add an additional 500 miles to our journey, and we may not reach Yin Shancheng by tomorrow. Is that so? While Go Long trusted Jiang Yu, he hesitated at the thought of delaying their advance, and ultimately decided to proceed through the forest. He reasoned that the commander of Lin Shancheng had likely led his soldiers back to Liang Shancheng, and thus the path should bear no dangers. I have made my decision. We shall continue forward. However, before Jiang Yu could voice any further concerns, Go Long interjected. Rest assured, the forest is not vast, and even if there are ambushes, they will be few. We possess a force of over 100,000 men, so we need not worry. Thus, under Go Long's resolute command, the army commenced its advance into the forest. Although this woodland was smaller than the average soul-hunting forest, the trees grew remarkably tall, some reaching heights of 20 meters, with many towering even 100 meters. The underbrush flourished, reaching up to the ankles of the soldiers. However, the spirit beasts inhabiting this area were mostly 10-year-old beasts, with sightings of 100-year-old beasts being rare. Upon witnessing the massive Tiando allied forces, the spirit beasts scattered in fear, eager to avoid capture. Even the typically aggressive, violent bear spirit beasts did not obstruct the army's path, wisely retreating. After half an hour of marching, the army encountered no perilous situations, suggesting the absence of ambushes. Go Long felt reassured that Jiang Yu had been overly cautious. Steady yourselves. Go Long observed the fatigue among the soldiers. In another half hour, we should emerge from this forest. Once we reach the vicinity of Yin Shancheng, we will set up camp for the night, allowing you to rest well before we resume our assault on Yin Shancheng. Upon hearing Go Long's words, although the soldiers remained weary, the prospect of imminent rest invigorated them, and they pressed on with renewed determination. Just then, a multitude of blazing arrows pierced through the foliage and struck the ground, followed by an unsettling rain that carried an unpleasant odor, igniting upon contact with flames. It was fire oil. Go Long's expression darkened instantly. This was dire news. They had resorted to fire attacks. Go Long had never anticipated that the people of Liangshan Gongwu would dare to commit such an egregious act. It is known that water and fire are merciless. Across the continent, nations had an unspoken agreement to refrain from employing water or fire attacks, even in the most intense of wars, as such actions were deemed profoundly immoral. Historically, those who resorted to such tactics met with disastrous fates. Even a titled Douluo had once stated the nation's fortune could be severely affected by such acts. No one would question the words of a titled Douluo. Therefore, even in wars between two great empires, the use of such a treacherous strategy was unheard of. Go Long had chosen the forest route for his troops, convinced that the Liangshan Gongwu forces would not dare to employ fire attacks. Little did he know how swiftly he would be proven wrong. Due to the sweltering weather, even the slightest spark could ignite a wildfire among the trees, let alone hundreds of flaming arrows aided by fire oil. In an instant, the entire forest erupted into a raging inferno, and before long, thousands of soldiers were charred. Witnessing the transformation of once living beings into fiery specters, followed by agonized moans, only to become lifeless corpses, even a seasoned general like Go Long struggled to suppress his nausea, let alone the others. At that moment, Jiang Yu, although he had seen such scenes in dramas, could not fathom the sheer brutality of reality until he experienced it firsthand. Lives that were once vibrant were mercilessly consumed by the flames, and they had hoped to find respite upon reaching Yin Mountain City. Alas, they would never arrive at Yin Mountain City. This was Jiang Yu's first realization of the harshness of war. Combat was far from the thrilling adventure he had imagined. Just as Jiang Yu stood there in a daze, an arrow shot towards him. Be careful. Xue Qinghe, who had been watching over him, noticed his dazed expression and swiftly pushed him aside. Fortunately, Xue Qinghe's quick reflexes caused the arrow to miss its mark, and he rolled forward with Jiang Yu in his arms. Remaining calm in the critical moment, Go Long did not lose his composure, demonstrating why he was the supreme commander of the Empire's army. He swiftly issued commands. all those with water attribute martial souls were to extinguish the flames, while those with defensive martial souls or high soul power were to stand guard on the periphery. Hurry, he bellowed, among the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Though only a small fraction possessed soul power, over 1,000 could still be gathered, even if most had only one soul ring. In such dire circumstances, they could only rely on their soul skills to combat the surrounding inferno. As the only soul Douluo present, Gulong unhesitatingly activated his martial soul's true form. Transforming into a colossal dragon, he charged into the heart of the blaze, using his body to halt the spread of the flames. His martial soul, the golden feather scale dragon, was renowned for its defensive prowess. Although the flames raged fiercely, they were merely ordinary fire, and with Gulong's cultivation as a soul Douluo, they could not harm him in the slightest. Water barrier, water sphere, call the tide. Numerous water attribute soul masters unleashed their soul skills. Captain Jia, he of the 3rd Battalion of the Tiando Imperial Guard, a rank 39 soul elder with a water attribute martial soul, transformed into a frog-like creature with a human semblance. This blue frog bore a sword-shaped weapon formed from condensed water upon its back, known as the water sword frog. Upon activation, Jiahe's hands morphed into frog claws, and the water sword manifested on his right arm. With his purple 1,000-year soul ring glowing, he raised his arm, sending the water sword soaring into the sky. Torrential rain began to pour down from the clouds, precisely where the water sword had pointed. Although Jiahe's 3rd soul skill lacked offensive power, it proved immensely effective at this moment, even surpassing that of the golden feather scale dragon. With the rain's assistance, the flames in the forest gradually diminished in intensity, and the arrows raining from above were extinguished by the downpour. As long as they were not struck, the soldiers would remain unharmed. With the aid of these water attribute soldiers, the fire's ferocity began to wane, and though it had not yet been completely extinguished, the scope of damage was far less severe than at the outset, allowing everyone a sigh of relief. How are you holding up? Now is not the time to be dazed. Shui Qinghe asked, concern etched on his face as he observed Jiang Yu. He was oblivious to their awkward position. A faint fragrance gradually roused Jiang Yu from his stupor, and he found himself gazing into the captivating visage of Qian Renxue, whose presence quickened his breath. Although she appeared as a young man, Jiang Yu recognized the extraordinary beauty concealed beneath that exterior, the future angelic goddess. The delicate scent emanating from Qian Renxue stirred something within him. How delightful! Noticing Jiang Yu's entranced expression, Qian Renxue could not help but chuckle. Though you possess a fire attribute martial soul, having you assist in this situation would only exacerbate the flames. But you ought to take care of yourself. After all, you are here to aid me. Yet it seems I must protect you. She rarely let her guard down, playfully chiding Jiang Yu. However, accompanied by her slightly feminine features, it resembled more of a playful tease than a reprimand. The image of a dignified goddess displaying such affection was a sight to behold. A privilege perhaps only Jiang Yu could experience. Thank you, Your Highness, he said, flipping over to pin Qian Renxue beneath him, a smile brightening his face. Thank you. Upon seeing Jiang Yu's sincere gaze, a hint of crimson colored Qian Renxue's cheeks, and her once icy heart stirred with an unfamiliar flutter. What is happening? He is just a child. Suddenly, Qian Renxue felt a pang of embarrassment. Was she not akin to those lecherous old men preying on a young? You are the inheritor of the angelic martial soul, Qian Renxue. You must not behave this way. Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the ripples his gratitude had stirred within her. He simply wished to express his thanks. Chapter 77. The Flaw in Qian Renxue's Armor. Get off me. You're on top of me, Qian Renxue exclaimed, her face flushed. Oh, Jiang Yu finally realized their awkward position and hastily scratched his head, rising to his feet. However, he unexpectedly stepped on a dry branch, causing him to stumble and land atop Qian Renxue once more. Luckily, she turned her head just in time to avoid a collision of lips, but she still felt the tremendous weight pressing down upon her, flattening her chest against the ground. Jiang Yu couldn't help but sigh, realizing that Qian Renxue's disguise was not as flawless as it seemed. Perhaps it was due to her soul bone not having surpassed the age of 100,000 years. The angelic attire of the spirit hall was composed of 6 soul bones, each precisely 99,999 years old, all derived from the same species of soul beast. Jiang Yu speculated that Qian Renxue had absorbed the head soul bone, the versatile and transformative disguise skull. Were this head soul bone to evolve to the level of 100,000 years, Qian Renxue's disguise would undoubtedly be without flaw, unlike her current state. Fortunately, it was Jiang Yu who bore the burden. Had it been anyone else, they would certainly have begun to doubt her identity. "What are you thinking?" Qianren Xue, noticing the contemplative expression on Jiang Yu's face, could not help but inquire. "I am craving grape jelly," Jiang Yu replied, unaware of any impropriety, casually expressing his current thought. However, upon realizing the awkwardness of his statement, he contemplated how to dismiss it. Yet, to his surprise, Qianren Xue appeared perplexed. "Grape jelly? What is that? I've only heard of grape wine and grape cake. Is grape jelly delicious?" Observing the innocent look on Qianren Xue's face, Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. It was not merely a matter of taste. Certainly, it was quite delectable. "Those who have tasted it all say it is good." "Really?" Qianren Xue replied, somewhat skeptical. "I won't believe it unless you make some for me." That might be a bit challenging." Just then, a Soul Emperor from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School hurried over from a distance. "Your Highness, Xiao Yu," Ning Lang asked with concern. "How are you both?" The earlier chaos had been overwhelming. By the time he regained his composure, Xue Qinghe had already vanished. He had searched for quite some time before spotting Xue Qinghe's figure, as well as Jiang Yu, the direct disciple of the Sword Douluo. He. Jiang Yu quickly stood up from beside Qianren Xue. Having learned from his previous experience, he managed to avoid being tripped this time. Seeing Ning Lang approach, he waved his hand and said, "Uncle Lang, we are fine." This middle-aged man was a core member of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, having made significant contributions to the sect, which is why Ning Fengji granted him the surname Ning. Due to Jiang Yu being a disciple of the Sword Douluo, he had developed a good rapport with Ning Lang. Despite being merely a Soul Emperor, he could easily contend with most Soul Saints in combat. Ning Lang's martial soul, the Lang Bird, possessed the bloodline of the Phoenix, inherently controlling the 9 nether mystic flames, which would far surpass the Phoenix evil fire wielded by Ma Hongjun before he consumed the 10-headed Sunfire pill. However, Ning Lang's Lang Bird martial soul had not undergone a retrogressive phenomenon, preventing him from fully unleashing the power of the 9 nether mystic flames. Nevertheless, even in this state, Ning Lang's strength was formidable. Jiang Yu had even heard the Sword Douluo mention that Ning Lang had at least a 50% chance of breaking through to the titled Douluo realm. Should he encounter a fortuitous event and acquire a top-tier fire attribute treasure, that probability would rise to 90%, a truly terrifying prospect. Although the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School currently held the nominal title of the foremost sect among the 7 great sects, with thousands of disciples, only 1.5 individuals truly had the potential to break through to the titled Douluo realm. One being Jiang Yu, and the other being Xian Shun, a disciple of the Bone Douluo, who possessed the Taotai divine bull martial soul. As the proud disciple of the Sword Douluo, Jiang Yu often sparred with him. Xian Shen's Taotai divine bull embodied a profound earth power, and Jiang Yu speculated that it was not far from reaching its ultimate strength. After all, according to the Bone Douluo, the Taotai divine bull bore the bloodline of the earth elemental sacred dragon, certainly not inferior to the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Were it not for the extreme rarity of such martial souls, which had yet to unify into a cohesive faction, the blue lightning tyrant dragon school would not have enjoyed such preeminence. If Ning Lang were to experience a fortunate event, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would have 2.5 individuals with the hope of breaking through to the title Douluo. Ning Fengji's decision to send Ning Lang to protect Xue Qinghe also had ulterior motives. The climate in the Liangshan Kingdom was exceedingly hot, presenting a significant chance of fire attribute treasures, and he hoped Ning Lang might strike it lucky. Little did he expect that the scoundrels of the Liangshan Kingdom would resort to fire attacks. Thankfully, Marshal Go Long reacted in time. Otherwise, the casualties could have been far greater. Ning Lang sighed. Though he too played with fire, he had never directed flames at the innocent. Unlike the shameless individuals from the Liangshan Kingdom, who would stop at nothing to win. "Uncle Lang, rest assured, they will certainly pay the price." Jiang Yu's expression turned icy, declaring that when the time came, none involved in this scheme would escape unscathed. This was the first time he felt such intense anger. Even Ning Lang shivered at the sight of Jiang Yu's expression, not expecting that the usually calm Jiang Yu could appear so terrifying when enraged. Once the flames were completely extinguished, Gulong eagerly led the army forward with great speed, and the soldiers, invigorated by the spirit of vengeance, ignited with a fervent desire for retribution. The fatigue they had felt was replaced by a fierce determination, and they arrived at their destination in a mere 10 minutes, a journey that would ordinarily take half an hour. Upon exiting the forest, they beheld a vast valley entrance. According to Hua Wu, crossing the valley would bring them close to Yin Mountain City. Hitlada, Take your men ahead to scout. If there are any issues, sound the whistle to alert us. This time, Douluo was determined not to be careless. Yes, Marshal. Hitlata promptly spread his wings and led the remaining agile scouts to explore ahead. Half an hour passed before a whistle echoed from within the valley. Trouble. We are under attack. Douluo's brow furrowed instantly, drawing his sword and commanding, "Form ranks." Moments later, Hitlata stumbled out of the valley in disarray, with only a handful of agile scouts remaining. The rest appeared to have met with dire fates. Indeed, there was an ambush in the valley. Hitlata cried out, his voice laced with despair. Though I fought with all my might, I couldn't bring all my comrades to safety. What? Douluo could no longer contain his fury. It was known that cultivating these agile scouts was no easy feat. The Snow Knight Emperor had specifically allocated over 100 men to him due to his trust. To find that only a few remained was a devastating blow, especially under such circumstances in the Liangshan kingdom. For someone as proud as Douluo, this was an unbearable humiliation. He vowed to wash away this disgrace with the blood of his enemies, declaring he would not rest until he achieved his goal. All troops advance. Douluo mounted his steed and charged into the valley, a brilliant light erupting from his form as his martial soul enveloped him. He intended to show these ignorant scoundrels just how terrifying the wrath of a soul Douluo could be. Marshal Jiang observed that Douluo was blinded by rage, prompting him to hastily instruct Xue Qinghe, who followed closely behind, to spur their steeds onward in pursuit. Meanwhile, Ning Lang and the other disciples from the Qi Bao Lu Lizong accompanied them, providing protection with their formidable powers capable of thwarting enemy ambushes. The circumstances surrounding Xue Chun and Xue Zhu mirrored those of Xue Qinghe, as they too were well guarded. These individuals were advanced soul masters, unafraid of mere battlefield skirmishes. At their level, ordinary soldiers posed little threat. Moreover, the standing military force of the Liangshan Principality numbered only 50,000, which paled in comparison to the Tianzhou allied forces. The valley ahead was not vast enough to conceal a significant number of troops. With their defenses in place, the hidden ambushers had lost their element of surprise and could no longer achieve their objectives. Perhaps the enemy realized this as well, for the concealed forces within the valley had retreated entirely. The Tianzhou allied forces successfully exited the valley. A massive fortress loomed before them, just 100 meters ahead, astonishingly occupied by a volcano. As they approached Yin Shancheng, the surrounding temperature escalated, rendering even their breath scorching. The ground's heat was so intense that a raw egg would likely sizzle upon contact. However, the Tianzhou allied forces did not voice the anticipated complaints. They persevered, their fury rivaling that of the sweltering weather. The desire for vengeance overshadowed all. Soon, Douluo arrived at the gates of Yin Shancheng. He bellowed from below the city walls, demanding the ambushers to reveal themselves for a confrontation. The gates creaked open with a thunderous sound. Shortly thereafter, thousands of fully armed soldiers emerged from within, and as they did, the gates slammed shut, splitting the formation in two. 3 middle-aged men donned in general's attire rode forward on horseback. Truly, Douluo was deserving of his title as the 9 Lives Divine Dragon. The burly man in the center, muscles rippling, could not help but admire Douluo's formidable vitality, which had withstood even the fiercest flames. "General, this man is Pan Yu," explained Hua Wu, who had previously clashed with the Liangshan Principality. "To his left is the city commander Niu Jin, and the man on his right is unfamiliar to me. But given his position beside the other two, he must possess considerable skill." Regardless of their identities, Douluo was determined to make them pay. His gaze fixed on the figures ahead, his teeth clenched in anger. This was a level of fury he had never experienced before. "I am Pan Yu, brother of." Before the burly man could finish, Douluo galloped forward, his hand resting on the jade at his waist. A brilliant yellow light flashed as a crescent-shaped longsword, over 2 meters in length, materialized in his grasp. Douluo aimed the sword at the ground and tugged the reins to hasten his steed, causing sparks to fly as the sword dragged across the earth. "Damn it," Pan Yu seethed, wishing to trample the blue-silver grass beneath him. This was utterly devoid of martial ethics. According to battlefield conventions, both commanders were expected to introduce themselves and boast before the fighting commenced. And combat should ideally follow a turn-based system. Douluo's reckless eagerness to strike was unprecedented. "Do you think I'm an easy target?" Pan Yu felt urgency rising within him. Although he knew that Douluo's soul power vastly outmatched his own, he nevertheless summoned his martial soul. A surge of black light erupted as a dark wolf-toothed club appeared in his right hand. Before anyone could react, the club swelled in size, exceeding 2 meters, its spikes as sharp as actual fangs. 6 soul rings, yellow, purple, and black, swirled around the club, each radiating an enchanting glow. While Pan Yu's innate talent did not match that of his brother Pan Feng, he possessed a soul power level of 7 and was renowned across several principalities for his wolf-toothed club martial soul, earning him the title of the strongest in Liangshan. As a major principality under the Tianshou Empire, Liangshan boasted a population of 1 million, and Pan Yu's reputation as the foremost wielder of the wolf-toothed club was well-deserved. 6th soul skill, Wolf-Tooth Mountain Splitter. Pan Yu unleashed his most potent soul skill in response to Douluo's sudden attack, causing the club's weight to amplify dramatically. His 6th soul ring derived from a 2,000-year-old great force demon ape soul beast, known for its immense strength and the Titan giant ape bloodline within. It was a hybrid of the Titan giant ape and the diamond ape, surpassing even the great force diamond bear in raw power. Pan Yu swung the wolf-toothed club towards Douluo, reasoning that although Douluo was a soul Douluo and a defensive type, he might not overpower him. A strong offensive soul emperor. However, Pan Yu's thinking proved overly simplistic. Douluo wielded his long sword while in a state of martial soul manifestation, and with the enhancement of speed, the force behind his strike was formidable. As he neared Pan Yu, Douluo's steed leapt into the air, and with all his might, he swung the sword downwards at incredible speed. The impact resonated as Pan Yu raised the wolf-toothed club to shield his head, but upon contact with the crescent blade, he felt an overwhelming force that nearly rendered his hands powerless. It was only then that Pan Yu truly grasped the terror of a soul Douluo. Douluo had not even employed a soul skill, yet he had already dominated Pan Yu's strength. Jiang, do not hold back. Gradually, Pan Yu found himself struggling to maintain his stance, abandoning battlefield etiquette. After all, Douluo had shattered the conventions first, making his adherents seem antiquated. Brother Pan, hold on. Without hesitation, Jiang summoned his martial soul, a massive, 3-meter-long black axe, adorned with a fierce golden-horned black bull motif, enveloped in raging black flames. Jiang was a level 63 offensive soul emperor, and his martial soul was the fiery black bull axe, which contained a soul-shocking black flame known as Black Demon Flame. Black Bull's breath. Jiang's 6th soul ring ignited, releasing a torrent of black flames from the axe. Despite appearing as mere flames, this was no ordinary soul skill. Its temperature reached over 10,000 degrees, accompanied by a unique force that impacted the soul. The flames emitted a piercing howl, causing even the tiniest particles in the air to diminish rapidly. Douluo sensed the potency of the black flames and swiftly activated his 6th soul skill, Golden Scale Dragon Armor Shield. A radiant gold light erupted from his body, gradually enveloping him in shimmering golden scales. In the chapter that follows, the tension escalates as a dark flame lunges toward the scaled shield, yet it fails to penetrate the formidable defenses of Douluo. It is no jest. The golden feather-scaled armor dragon is renowned for its unparalleled defensive prowess. Furthermore, Douluo's spirit power far exceeds that of Jiang, making it a Herculean task for even a titled Douluo to breach his golden-scaled shield. In their previous encounter, Douluo withstood over 100 rounds against Douluo solely due to his exceptional defense. It was only when Douluo, enraged and without restraint, unleashed his terrifying toxins that the match concluded. Otherwise, Douluo might have endured for yet another 100 rounds. Jiang, a mere soul emperor, stands no chance against Douluo's superior defense. Li Rui, stop dawdling. Pan Yu shouted in urgency, seeing Jiang's attack thwarted. At this critical moment, he disregarded all decorum and sought to demonstrate what true justice in numbers meant to Douluo. Alas, it seems I must intervene. Although clad in brilliant armor, Li Rui appeared somewhat frail, his aura lacking the ferocity of seasoned warrior, instead exuding an air of scholarly gentility. Mirror Demon, Li Rui bellowed, instantly enveloped in a dense black mist. A chilling atmosphere permeated the area, erasing all warmth. As the black fog dissipated, a peculiar entity emerged behind him, a black copper mirror, astonishingly possessing a human form with facial features. The sight was undeniably bizarre. Typically, mirror-type martial souls are classified as weapon souls. Yet the behavior of this mirror demon suggested an anomaly. The soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, rose from his feet, ascending to his head and then cycling back down. What kind of martial soul is this? Even Jiang, witnessing such a strange phenomenon for the first time, was intrigued. as no records existed within the Spirit Hall's archives. The novelty of this martial soul piqued Jiang Yu's curiosity regarding its capabilities. Fifth soul skill, mirror space. The black soul ring at the fifth position on Li Rui's body suddenly illuminated, conjuring an extraordinary scene composed entirely of mirrors that enclosed a 100-meter radius, creating a peculiar realm. Everyone unleash your attacks. As soon as Li Rui's command echoed, the hundreds of soldiers ensnared within the domain launched their javelins. Wolf Fong 1,000 pounds. Pan Yu brandished his Wolf Fong mace. Black Demon Earth Splitter. Niu Jin, unwilling to be outdone, hefted his colossal axe and struck the ground fiercely, sending a jet of dark flames hurtling toward Gulong miraculously. These assaults multiplied in reflection upon the mirror surfaces, with the javelins appearing to be scattered throughout the battlefield due to the mirror's refraction. The entire mirrored space became a canvas for the onslaught of projectiles from Pan Yu and Niu Jin. As Gulong faced this overwhelming barrage, he was compelled to retract his long knife and concentrate fully on the onslaught. Martial. Observers from the Royal Guard grew anxious for Gulong's safety upon witnessing the unfolding chaos. The forces of the Liangshan Duchy displayed an utter lack of shame, resorting to such underhanded tactics as a collective assault, thereby lowering the dignity of soul masters. All troops charge. Retrieve the marshal, commanded Shangwan Qianxin, the leader of the Royal Guard and deputy commander of the Tiando Alliance, as he spurred his steed forward. Let these shameless ruffians experience the true meaning of a collective assault. The sight of tens of thousands charging was a rare spectacle. With dust clouds rising visibility for hundreds of meters, a far cry from the mere hundreds depicted in television dramas. Meanwhile, the mirrored space began to crumble. Though Li Rui's soul skill was remarkable, it was not without its flaws, and even the abilities of a titled law have vulnerabilities. The mirror realm had a temporal limit, and with Li Rui's current cultivation, it could endure for no more than 3 minutes. True to his defense-oriented nature, Gulong withstood the relentless assault, though his arms bore cuts, which for such a battle-hardened warrior were mere trifles. Despite the combined might of 3 soul emperors, Gulong remained unvanquished, and soon the mirrored space shattered. At that moment, the Tiando Alliance surged forward against 1,000 foes, and the outcome was unmistakably clear. When dozens surrounded a single individual, the soldiers of the Yinshan city garrison quickly recognized who embodied true justice. Who dares to disrupt the rules? Is there no law? Only when their comrades were the ones being besieged did the Yinshan soldiers regret their previous actions. Once the Tiando Alliance had their fill of retribution, they paused momentarily. But just as the garrison believed the turmoil had subsided, another wave of punishment ensued. Spatial transfer. Just when victory seemed assured, Li Rui's 6th soul ring glimmered, and the mirror behind him levitated into the air, erupting in a brilliant light that shot 500 meters away. At that moment, another beam of light enveloped Li Rui, transforming him into a point of light that vanished into the mirror, leaving the crowd in awe. Is this mirror truly that formidable? Jiang Yu marveled, realizing it contained spatial power. Generally, spatial and temporal abilities are powerful forces that surpass other elements. It became evident why the Liangshan Duchy boldly declared independence from the Tiando Empire. They had extraordinary allies. Both Zhuge Xian and Li Rui were capable individuals, rare talents even among the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall. It was no wonder the Liangshan Duchy maintained an upper hand in conflicts with neighboring principalities. Gulong's gaze flickered with intrigue as he witnessed Li Rui's escape. Although the continent boasted an array of bizarre martial souls, even he had never encountered such a peculiar mirror martial soul. Spare me, Marshal Ge, pleaded Pan Yu, who was subdued alongside by Gulong's subordinates. All of the strategies were devised by Li Rui. I merely executed them under Niu Jin's command. I beg you, let me go. Bah! Niu Jin spat contemptuously at Pan Yu's face, astonished that the esteemed general of Liangshan could be such a coward, having expected much more from him. Pan Yu, you spineless wretch. General Pan, Feng, must be utterly ashamed to have you as his brother. Niu Jin, brimming with pride, declared, as a man of Liangshan, I would rather sever my head and spill my blood than lose my dignity. How dare you? Pan Yu's face flushed crimson with humiliation at being insulted by a brash oaf, yet he could find no words to retort, feeling a wave of shame wash over him. Had it not been for the instinct of self-preservation, he would not have resorted to such measures. Yet, the circumstances were undeniably overwhelming. At this juncture, it was evident that life held far greater significance than mere dignity. the scion of the Tiando Empire, who had recently set fire to the forest, was merely following the directives of his grandfather. In matters of vengeance, one must confront the right culprit. This incident was unrelated to others, and if one possessed courage, they ought to direct their ire solely towards the grandfather. Jiang bellowed vehemently, inciting the surrounding imperial guards to seethe with rage. The expressions on their faces revealed a desire to rend Jiang asunder. It was an unprecedented affront to the esteemed Tiando Iron Army to be labeled as children. Their indignation was wholly justified. "One man," Douluo remarked, casting a cold smile at Jiang. "It appears that the denizens of the Liangshan Principality are not entirely cowardly. However, your provocations hold no sway over me." Douluo's demeanor abruptly shifted to one of sternness. "From the moment you unleashed your fiery assault, you should have anticipated the repercussions. Relay my command, raze Yinshan City to the ground, and ensure that not a single defender remains. All shall be executed without exception." Douluo displayed no hint of remorse. The brutality of warfare far surpassed that of a battle between soul masters. In a certain sense, a merciful general is not a competent one. General Go, spare us. This chapter has not concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Pan Yu's countenance turned ashen as he repeatedly bowed in supplication to Douluo, for he had no desire to perish in Yinshan City. He possessed immense wealth and 19 wives and concubines in Liangshan City. Should he cease to exist, all that he held dear would be claimed by others. Douluo, regarding the spineless Pan Yu with disdain, found him unworthy of attention. Had he exhibited resolute defiance in the face of death, he might have earned respect. Yet now, Douluo felt no sympathy for such a cowardly general. With a single command from Douluo, the army surged towards Yinshan City with fervor. The remaining defenders atop the battlements, witnessing the capture of several generals, instantly lost all morale, their expressions reflecting utter despondency. Half an hour later, the once impenetrable walls succumbed to destruction. Douluo fulfilled his promise, driving all defenders of Yinshan City into the forest, then commanding his troops to dig a 100-meter-deep pit, where they buried them alive. Observing this grim spectacle, Jiang Yu found himself at a loss for words. Though he wished to thwart Douluo's actions, the thought of those young warriors who had fought alongside him rendered him incapable of dissuading Douluo. Had it not been for the initial arson by the inhabitants of Yinshan City, those souls would not find themselves eternally entombed in this forest. As the last shovelful of earth filled the grave, Douluo knelt before the distance, bowing deeply in tribute to the unfortunate soldiers whose remains had been obliterated. Following this solemn act, he retrieved a piece of wood from the ground, cleansing his sword of excess, and inscribed upon it the words "Spirit of the Heroes." After completing the inscription, Douluo proceeded 100 meters forward. He traversed this short distance with deliberate slowness, each step seeming laborious, resembling an ordinary elder rather than a powerful soul master. Upon reaching the scorched earth, Douluo paused to plant the wooden marker into the ground. Surely, the soldiers would derive some solace from witnessing the defenders of Yinshan City accompanying them in death. After breaching Yinshan City, the troops did not rejoice as anticipated. Their sole desire was to swiftly conquer the Liangshan Principality and prevent the prolongation of the war. Strangely, the subsequent cities were devoid of defenders from the Liangshan Principality, allowing Douluo's Tiando coalition to effortlessly seize several major cities without a single casualty. In the stillness of the deep night, the tent of Douluo's central command remained aglow with candlelight. "Little brother, take a look at this." Douluo offered a plate of shelled walnuts to Jiang Yu, gesturing towards the strategic map laid out on the table. The Liangshan Principality boasted 9 cities. Having conquered 6, only 3 remained: Doushan City, Yashan City, and Liangshan City. Before achieving their grand victory, Douluo understood that the challenges ahead would not be as straightforward as before. The remaining cities formed a formidable triangle, closely situated to one another. With Douluo's experience, he could discern that the Duke of Liangshan had intentionally relinquished the earlier cities, consolidating all forces within these 3 strongholds. Even though our campaign has progressed relatively smoothly, we have not annihilated a significant number of enemies. The Liangshan Principality still possesses a standing army of at least 40 to 50,000. Douluo stated gravely, "Meanwhile, our Tiando coalition has already suffered the loss of approximately 10,000 soldiers. However, our apparent advantage is not as clear-cut as it seems. Historically, the attacking side bears considerably greater pressure than the defenders. Moreover, the Liangshan army, fighting on their home turf, enjoys inherent advantages, while our front lines are excessively extended. Although we can rely on some logistical support from neighboring principalities, this is not a sustainable strategy. Douluo recognized that siege warfare was the most time-consuming endeavor, often yielding little progress even after a year or more. The Liangshan army could afford to bide their time, but for them, prolonged engagement posed numerous risks. Should the Xingluo Empire seize this opportunity to make a move, the consequences could be dire. The marshal is concerned about a protracted conflict. Jiang quickly surmised Douluo's apprehensions. As soon as he spoke, admiration flickered across Douluo's face. Conversing with an astute individual undoubtedly saved much unnecessary effort and enhanced efficiency. Might I inquire if you have any strategies in mind? Douluo gazed at Jiang with anticipation. Chapter 80. The conflict triggered by the Rugu rabbit. I have yet to devise a plan. Jiang casually tossed a walnut into his mouth, the satisfying crack resonating as the plump kernel broke apart. He swallowed contentedly. These walnuts sourced from the outer territories, where the sunlight was abundant, grasses lush, and the soil richer than elsewhere, yielding fruits and nuts of unparalleled quality. This region was aptly dubbed the granary of the Tiando Empire, prompting the empire to station a contingent of 100,000 elite soldiers there to prevent it from falling into the hands of the Xingluo Empire. Douluo's brow furrowed in frustration. He had placed all his hopes on Jiang, only to discover that he too could not conjure a viable solution. What should be done? They could not simply linger idly. This represented a significant expenditure. Douluo vividly imagined the expression of the empire's Minister of Finance, well aware of how miserly his old friend could be. Yet, one could not entirely fault him. The empire's annual financial assessments were notoriously stringent. Should the reports fall short of expectations, the minister would face dire consequences. If they squandered too much time in the Liangshan Principality, it would undoubtedly impact this year's imperial revenue, a dire situation for the empire's citizens. Even the imperial ministers would not escape unscathed. Year-end bonuses and allowances would be substantially reduced. In years when the empire's finances declined, each minister found their expected disbursements severely curtailed. Although Douluo held a prominent position, he too had a family to support. The daily sustenance for his 3,000 kin alone consumed over 1,000 gold soul coins, and even noble households lacked surplus provisions. Marshal Gu, fortunately, when Jiang noticed Douluo's somewhat dazed expression, he offered him a suggestion that helped restore some of his spirit. Early the next morning, just as the dawn's chill enveloped the air, 1,000-strong contingent emerged from the central military camp, setting their course for Yashan City. Zitalata also took to the skies to monitor the situation. Not far from the city gates, however, the soldiers of the Imperial Guard halted, and before the eyes of the garrison, they ignited several wooden frames to kindle charcoal fires. Subsequently, they retrieved some tender Rugu rabbit and grass chickens from their bags, placing them upon the frames to roast. Before long, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted up to the city walls. Brothers on the opposite side, come down for some roasted rabbit, exclaimed a clever soldier, echoing Jiang words from the previous day. This is none other than the plump and tender Rugu rabbit. Upon hearing this, a robust man clad in the attire of a deputy general could no longer contain his fury. Bah! How can you eat such a lovely creature as a rabbit? Is that not akin to barbarism? Zhao Wu, who had a particular fondness for rabbit-eared maidens, had collected nearly every art book featuring them, but his favorite was the one depicting Rugu rabbit maidens. Witnessing the enemy below roasting his cherished Rugu rabbit, Zhao Wu felt an overwhelming urge to dash down and thrash them to quell his rising anger. Just as he prepared to act, the Lord of Yashan City restrained him. Do not fall for their trickery. Cannot you see that they are doing this on purpose? It is unknown who is so cunning as to learn of your fondness for Rugu rabbit, employing such a despicable ploy to provoke you. The clever soldier who had called out earlier observed the movements atop the city walls with keen eyes. His martial spirit, though merely that of an ordinary hawk, endowed him with exceptionally acute vision. Strange. How is it that I have yet to hurl insults, yet the people on the walls are already enraged? Could it be that they do not enjoy eating rabbit meat? As the saying goes, a casual remark may yield unexpected consequences. Even Jiang had not anticipated that the Deputy General of Yashan City was an ardent admirer of Rugu rabbit. The coarse language he had taught the soldiers, which would not even be broadcast on television, had yet to escape his lips before the occupants of the city were already incensed. They nearly fell into their trap. Let us stoke the flames further. This soldier of the Imperial Guard, quick-witted, soon discerned the Deputy General's weakness and added fuel to the fire. These are all freshly caught female rabbits, raised on specialized farms, and they feast only on pure blue-silver grass, making their meat extraordinarily delectable. As he spoke, he tore a piece of rabbit meat, savoring it with an expression of utmost enjoyment. How infuriating! Zhao Wu, seeing the enemy's smug demeanor, could no longer suppress his wrath. Immediately, he unleashed his martial spirit. Ironclad lion eagle, manifest! Zhao Wu bellowed, and a radiant golden light enveloped him. Behind him appeared a colossal eagle, its majestic body reminiscent of a lion, standing on powerful legs, with a pair of grayish-white wings and a hindquarters cloaked in golden fur, while its eagle-like head and forelegs were adorned with brilliant golden feathers. Its robust upper body was enveloped in thick, plush fur, resembling a suit of armor. Its eagle-like beak and feet were also golden, particularly the sharp, elongated talons that gleamed with a mesmerizing brightness, instilling a sense of awe. Zhao Wu's form was immediately accompanied by 5 brilliant soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Zhao Wu, the deputy general of Yashan City, ranked among the 4 valiant commanders of the Liangshan Principality, with a martial spirit of the ironclad lion eagle. Once his martial spirit was manifested, a pair of wings sprouted from his back, extending over 9 meters in length. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped from the city walls, flapping his wings and soaring directly towards the Tiando army. Zhao Wu, the lord of Yashan City, concerned for Zhao Wu's reckless behavior, quickly instructed his subordinates to assemble soldiers to support him at the city gate. Young master, there is still more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. First soul skill, Featherblade. Zhao Wu's wings abruptly launched sharp feather blades, raining down indiscriminately toward the ground. Ha! Manifest! Ho Yang reacted swiftly, summoning his martial spirit, activating his first soul skill, Eagle's Roar. A tremendous scream erupted from his mouth, reverberating within a 100-meter radius, sending flocks of birds fleeing from the trees to the distant skies. Even the feather blades were nearly dislodged from their course by the force of the roar. Fortunately, the fluctuations of soul power tightly enveloped the blades, preventing them from falling. Featherblade, piercing the air. Ho Yang adeptly flapped his wings to evade the feather blades that whizzed past, but others were not so fortunate, unable to react in time. This highlighted the disparity between their martial spirits. While both possessed first soul skills, Ho Yang's could not compare to Zhao Wu's. This is the advantage of a higher-level martial spirit. Although both were avian spirits, Zhao Wu's first soul skill, Featherblade, was a potent offensive maneuver, while Ho Yang's was merely a roar. Void Slash. Realizing that Ho Yang had evaded his first soul skill, Zhao Wu hastily unleashed a new soul skill. With his third soul ring aglow, a brilliant radiance emanated from his wings as he repeatedly flapped them, creating a deafening sound in the air. Before Ho Yang could react, he found himself bearing several crimson scars, as if he had been slashed multiple times. Zhao Wu's third soul skill was derived from a mystical soul beast known as the Void Bird, whose signature attack involved compressing air into a fierce assault, formless and invisible. It was exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to perceive. Ho Yang had unwittingly fallen into the trap. The morale of the defending troops in Yashan City was immediately shaken, and the 1,000-strong soldiers who had been observing surged forward, weapons at the ready. Although the Imperial Guard was hailed as the Empire's most elite unit, they primarily trained within Tiando City and had never experienced the brutalities of true battlefield slaughter. This expedition to Liangshan Principality marked their first engagement in genuine combat. In contrast, the defenders of Yashan City were elite troops drawn from various cities, emanating a palpable aura of lethality. In a single charge, the Imperial Guard was scattered, hastily retreating under Ho Yang's leadership, scrambling in disarray. Upon returning to the Allied forces camp, Ho Yang counted the remaining soldiers and realized there were barely 700 left. In such a short span, the Imperial Guard had lost 300 men. Ho Yang could scarcely fathom the consequences of martial learning of this. Yet he steeled himself to enter the central tent, bracing for the ire of Golong. After reporting the outcome of the battle with his head bowed, he prepared to accept the marshal's punishment. Unexpectedly, the young boy seated beside the commander, who had been enjoying a chicken leg, spoke first. Continue, do not stop. Jiang, you said in a low voice, every 3 hours have Captain Ho lead the soldiers to challenge at the city gate. Remember, do not win, but also do not lose too disgracefully. The nuances of this will depend on Captain Ho's discretion. Ho Yang hesitated. He had never heard of such a method of warfare, much less such a request. To follow this young man's instructions, he finally acquiesced. Yes, Marshal. After observing in recent days, Jiang realized that the one truly making decisions for the Allied forces was the handsome young boy before him, despite the seemingly absurd nature of the situation. However, soldiers regard obedience to orders as their sacred duty. As a member of the Imperial Guard, Jiang understood the essence of unconditional submission. Yet, he lacked experience in gracefully conceding defeat. To avoid hindering the Marshal's significant endeavors, he humbly requested assistance. Regarding how to lose a battle without revealing any hint, he admitted to having little expertise, fearing he might falter. He thus asked the Marshal to assign the third team, led by Captain Pan Hai, to offer support, as Pan Shu possessed greater experience in such matters. With a sincere expression, Jiang earnestly implored for this arrangement. The Pan Shu he mentioned was a legendary figure in the Imperial Guard. Any battle he participated in was almost guaranteed to end in loss. Consequently, Pan Hai earned the moniker of the General of Constant Defeat. However, as a scion of nobility, others refrained from commenting, allowing him to remain in the Imperial Guard and even rise to the position of captain despite his failures. Such occurrences were not uncommon within the ranks. Douluo had some knowledge of Pan Hai and, out of respect, felt powerless to intervene. Now is the time for them to serve their purpose. Granted, go forth, Douluo declared, unable to suppress a chuckle. He had not anticipated that such a wayward son could prove useful. It seemed that Jiang Yu's assertion held merit. Everyone has their role to play and purpose to fulfill. Douluo's admiration for Jiang Yu burgeoned, akin to a gushing spring, nearly overflowing. Brother Yu, if all goes according to plan, how long until we capture Yishan City? Douluo inquired, crouching down to solicit his counsel. Jiang Yu did not respond immediately. He merely tossed the chicken bone onto the plate. Observing this, Douluo promptly handed him a nearby towel, which Jiang Yu accepted without hesitation, wiping his hands clean. Within 3 days, Jiang Yu exclaimed, leaping off the chair and striding towards the tent's entrance. The sunlight outside reflected off him, casting a silver glow, rendering Jiang Yu almost godlike in appearance. Even Douluo could not help but murmur in awe. Truly, he was an extraordinary child. Chapter 81. The Delicious Abalone. With Pan Hai, the proverbial lucky charm, joining their ranks, the Tiando Allied forces successfully fulfilled Jiang Yu's directive to lose every battle. Initially, the commanding officer of Yishan City suspected it was an enemy ploy, but Pan Hai's dismal performance gradually lulled him into a false sense of security. A foolish general can exhaust his troops. Pan Hai vividly illustrated the truth of this adage. With each successive victory, the defenders of Yishan City became increasingly arrogant, failing to recognize that the so-called elite Imperial Guard was merely a facade, ineffectual in the face of equally matched forces, rendering them inferior to the local garrison, an absurdity of the highest order. Within 3 days, the Imperial Guard initiated multiple challenges, all of which ended in resounding defeat. After yet another crushing victory against the cowardly soldiers below the city walls, the commander of Yishan City, Liu, could not contain his jubilation. He immediately instructed his subordinates to prepare some light dishes and a pot of fragrant tea. Had the Tiando Allied forces been entirely vanquished, he would have ordered wine as well. Brother, I toast you with tea in place of wine. Liu personally poured a cup of strong tea for Zhao Wu. Despite his slightly higher rank, Zhao Wu was one of the 4 heroes of the Liangshan Principality. Were it not for Liu Yin's discovery of his talent, Zhao Wu would not have remained in Yishan City as Liu Yin's deputy, assisting him without any complaints. Aware of this, Liu Yin treated Zhao Wu as a brother, devoid of any hierarchical pretense. Thank you, brother. Zhao Wu raised the teacup and downed it in one gulp, then exclaimed, people on the continent say Douluo is the god of the Tiando army. In my humble opinion, he is merely a facade of silver, relying solely on his sole Douluo prowess. When it comes to strategy, he cannot compare to you at all. Listening to his younger brother's flattery, Liu Yin felt a swell of pride. To have rendered the god of the Tiando army utterly impotent, even if he had contributed little himself, stirred a sense of satisfaction within him. In the Tiando Allied forces camp, following a series of dismal defeats, the morale among the soldiers plummeted. Even the vice commander, Shangguan Qianxin, was perplexed as to why Douluo did not lead the army to directly assault the city, but instead dispatch troops in waves to challenge Yishan City, creating unnecessary complications. It is time. After hearing Douluo's report, Jiang Yu, reclining in a chair, suddenly opened his eyes, their gaze electric. Observing this, Douluo felt invigorated. Despite knowing it was a strategy to lower the enemy's guard, he felt stifled after so many losses. Hearing that they could finally unleash their pent-up frustration, Douluo became filled with enthusiasm. This time, he would personally engage in battle. Commander Go, I entrust you to don the attire of a common soldier and lead 1,000 elite troops to challenge them. Then, instruct Vice Commander Shangwan to have the main army ready to provide support at any moment. A smile graced Jiang Yu's face. After 3 days of waiting, he had finally anticipated the perfect opportunity. Understood. I will prepare at once. Douluo promptly exited the tent and, after ensuring everything was in order, donned the uniform of a common soldier, personally selecting the finest troops to rush towards Yashan City. Just after Lu Yan and Zhao Wu finished celebrating, they noticed a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Recognizing the banners, they realized the Tiando allied forces were challenging them once more, which irritated them greatly. This ragtag group of defeated soldiers had barely settled down before daring to stir up trouble again. It was as if they held them in utter contempt. Brother, this time I shall leave no survivors. Let us see if they dare to disturb us again. Anger surged within Zhao Wu as he seized his weapon and mounted his black steed, charging out of the city gates. A throng of soldiers followed closely behind, prepared to reap another bounty from these oblivious Imperial Guards, who were known to carry substantial wealth. It was well known that the Imperial Guard enjoyed generous compensation, and many noble offspring within their ranks carried enough riches to indulge in the city as finest establishments for months. As the defenders of Yashan City observed the enemy's return, they eagerly scrambled to exit the city and engage in battle. Who among them did not realize that the Imperial Guard was merely a paper tiger? Such a golden opportunity was too tempting for anyone to resist. Alas, they were unaware that this time was markedly different. Leading the charge was Douluo. After luring the defenders out, Douluo did not rush to reveal his identity, but patiently awaited the opportune moment to ensnare them within a trap. When the time was ripe, Douluo immediately unleashed his martial spirit, spreading his wings and soaring towards the city gates. A soul Douluo, we're in trouble. Lu Yan, observing from the city walls, recognized the soldier adorned with 8 radiant soul rings and realized the dire situation. Even he, with his limited intellect, could deduce that this individual was Douluo. Just as Lu Yan prepared to command his men to hastily shut the city gates, Douluo had already surged into the city. By the time reinforcements descended from the walls, it was too late. These soldiers stood no chance against the soul Douluo's might. Douluo's single soul technique claimed dozens of lives. Meanwhile, the elite troops of the Imperial Guard outside the city successfully routed the defenders of Yashan City, leaving them in utter disarray. When had they become so formidable? This question echoed in the minds of all defenders of Yashan City. What had emboldened the enemy today? They failed to comprehend the sheer ferocity unleashed by a group of pent-up, robust men. Even the ground beneath them could be crushed, let alone their foes. In less than 10 minutes, the Imperial Guards had reduced the defenders of Yashan to a pitiful state, begging for mercy. Zhao Wu, one of the 4 brave generals of the Liangshan Principality, found himself in a rather precarious situation under the siege of 3 Soul Kings. Just as this chapter was unfolding, Shangwan Qinshin led his troops towards Yashan City, causing Lu Yan's complexion to turn ashen. He realized that the Liangshan Principality was on the brink of collapse. Once Yashan City fell, it would no longer form a strategic triangle with the other 2 cities, and even Liangshan City would be indefensible. Lu Yan was plunged into a tormenting dilemma. As the saying goes, a wise bird chooses its perch. Since the Liangshan Principality was crumbling, why not depart early and seek refuge with a more powerful ally? Within a minute, Lu Yan came to a resolution. Whether in a different position or not, aligning with the Tiando Empire might yield greater rewards. He was not a man of rigid principles. The notion of loyalty to one master was mere rhetoric to him, far less tangible than the pursuit of self-interest. Soon enough, Yashan City was breached by the Imperial Guards. The first thing Lu Yan uttered upon capture was his desire to abandon the shadows for the light, to embrace the mighty Tiando Empire while resolutely severing ties with the Liangshan Principality, even volunteering to lead an assault on Liangshan City. It was at this moment that Zhao Wu finally discerned the treachery of Lu Yan, the confidant he had once respected. How could he have imagined that his esteemed elder brother would display such ignoble behavior? Bah, Lu Yan, I never expected you to be this kind of person, devoid of any backbone, willing to betray your own principality. Zhao Wu bellowed in indignation. To associate with you was the gravest mistake I ever made. The disparity between their characters was starkly evident. Jiang Yu, who admired loyal and righteous individuals, recognized that in this dire situation, a scoundrel could indeed be of greater utility. Long understood this as well, promptly ordering the execution of all obstinate rebels. As for Lu Yan, sparing his life for the moment posed no detriment. After settling all matters, Jiang Yu instructed Long to send men disguised as defeated soldiers of the Yashan defenders to Dushan City. Should they successfully infiltrate the city, the subsequent siege by the coalition forces would become significantly easier. What a brilliant stratagem. Long had long been deeply impressed by Jiang Yu's sagacity, marveling at the ingenuity of his young mind. Compared to Jiang Yu, the intellect of others seemed almost pedestrian, and Long was immensely grateful that Jiang Yu hailed from the Tiando Empire. Had he been from the Xinghua Empire or the Spirit Hall, Long would have found himself at a loss. After ensuring order within the city, Long hosted a banquet at the Lord's mansion to honor the meritorious individuals. However, Jiang Yu preferred to remain low-key and did not wish to attend such gatherings. After all, if it became widely known that all the strategies were conceived by him, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, and such attention would not bode well for him. Thus, caution was prudent. Recognizing Jiang Yu's reluctance to participate in the victory banquet, Long did not press him, but arranged for the most beautiful maidens of the mansion to serve Jiang Yu during his meal, knowing that such a gesture would be well received. Upon entering the opulent chamber designated for him, several exquisitely beautiful maidens greeted him. After taking a seat, they began to attend to him with great diligence. One fanned him from behind, another delicately fed him with chopsticks, and a third held a golden basin at the ready for him to discard any bones. This decadent lifestyle warranted criticism. Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of it all. To have so many lovely maidens at his service for a mere meal. All he had to do was open his mouth to be fed. It was utterly excessive. "Sister, I wish to have abalone," Jiang Yu remarked, pointing at a plate of fragrant, plump fish nearby. The maidens promptly complied, feeding him the abalone and allowing him to savor its exquisite flavor. You needn't say, although this abalone has a slight fishy taste, it is remarkably delicious and possesses a delightful chewiness. Jiang Yu casually inquired, "Where does this abalone come from?" The maiden smiled, pleased to see Jiang Yu enjoying the delicacies she had selected personally, each a top-tier choice. "My lord, these are all personally chosen by this servant. While I may not be adept at other things, I certainly have some familiarity with abalone," she replied with a gentle smile, fully aware that Long had instructed them to ensure Jiang Yu's utmost comfort, and they dared not be negligent. Initially, it was intended for Zhu Zhuqing to make her entrance when the protagonist acquired his second soul ring, leading to some widely favored interactions. However, upon further contemplation, it was deemed that the protagonist was still too young. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing's appearance was postponed. Nevertheless, it would not be long now. Chapter 82. The Hercules. The following day, after leaving a contingent of 10,000 imperial guards in Yashan City, Long led his forces towards Dushan City. Just past dawn, the army assembled at the training ground, and Jiang Yu accompanied Xue Qinghe, leaning on his waist. "What happened to your waist?" Xue Qinghe inquired, puzzled. "Did you strain it?" "Ah, it's nothing," Jiang Yu replied, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, as it was indeed due to the overly enthusiastic attentions of the maidens the previous night. After dinner, they insisted on giving him a massage, and fearing their disappointment, he acquiesced. Little did he expect that one maiden would be rather forceful, hence his waist ached that morning. Naturally, he did not wish for Qian Rinxue to know about this embarrassing incident and opted for a vague excuse. "The bed in the Lord's mansion is too hard. My waist is just a bit unaccustomed." "Is that so?" Qian Rinxue appeared unconvinced, instead feeling that the Lord's bed was rather soft. Jiang Yu, realizing he had not successfully diverted the conversation, inwardly scoffed. "What does my waist pain matter to you? Why ask so many questions?" "Brother Qinghe, we should hasten to the training ground. It would be unfortunate to be late," Jiang Yu declared, darting out the door without waiting for Xue Qinghe's response. "This boy." Qian Rinxue shook her head in exasperation. Since Jiang Yu was unwilling to share, she saw no point in pressing further. After all, it was not a significant matter, and even if he had strained his waist, it would not affect the overall situation. Once everyone had gathered, Long announced the march towards Dushan City. He had intentionally brought Lu Yan along. Had he not needed the identity of the Lord of Yashan City, Long would have already dealt with this shameless traitor, as he held no fondness for betrayers. Dushan City, one of the three major cities of the Liangshan Principality, was primarily constructed of granite. The city walls towered approximately 30 meters high, flanked by numerous towers housing archers. It could be said that Dushan City's defenses ranked second only to Liangshan City among the 9 strongholds of the Liangshan Principality. Upon receiving Lu Lian's intelligence, Gulong raised an eyebrow. Dushan City was essentially a fortress of steel. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's meticulous planning, even an army of 150,000 would find it arduous to breach this formidable stronghold. After the army advanced to a slope, Gulong led the Soul Masters and elite soldiers to don the uniforms of the mountain garrison. According to Jiang Yu's plan, they intended to coordinate with their companions who had previously infiltrated the city. Gulong understood the principle of capturing the leader first. Only by controlling the Lord of Dushan City could the garrison within be subdued without much effort, rendering the conquest of Dushan City a trivial task. Notably, the 3 princes also took the initiative to participate, eager to share in the glory of this significant achievement, and they were unconcerned about safety, as they would be accompanied by skilled warriors. Besides Xue Qinghe, there were members of the Qi Bao Luli sect, and even Jiang Yu would join them. Although Xue Chun lacked combat prowess, he was supported by his retainers and members of the Wuhuan Temple, so there was no cause for concern. As for Xue Zhu, his mutated martial soul granted him formidable combat strength, ensuring his self-preservation. After entrusting the command of the army to Shangwan Qianxin, Gulong set off with his entourage, crossing hills and traversing vast plains until they reached the gates of Dushan City. Suddenly, a group of fleeing soldiers approached. A burly middle-aged man atop the city tower furrowed his brow upon seeing the familiar uniforms below. What had Lu Lian and Zhao Wu done? Cheng Feng sighed, lamenting how the mountain city had fallen to the forces of the Tiando Empire in just a few days. Truly pathetic. Cheng Feng held a higher rank in the Liangshan Principality than Zhao Wu, being the foremost among the 5 tiger generals of Liangshan, second only to the 3 great marshals. One of the strongest armies of the Liangshan Principality, the Tengjiao Army, had been trained under his command. The 10,000 soldiers of Dushan City were all elite members of the Tengjiao Army, and Cheng Feng was confident they were no less capable than the so-called Imperial Guards. For their usual adversaries were the ferocious soul beasts, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. General Cheng, Lu Lian shouted according to Gulong's orders. I am Lu Lian. The enemy breached your mountain city a few days ago, and I fought my way through to bring my subordinates to seek refuge with you. Indeed, it was Lu Lian. Cheng Feng scrutinized the figure below and soon confirmed his identity. As fellow ministers, they were well acquainted with each other's features. Cheng Feng even knew of a mole on Lu Lian's concubine's thigh, so recognizing him was effortless. Seeing Lu Lian arrive, Cheng Feng had no suspicions. After all, several fleeing soldiers had entered the city in recent days. The immediate priority was to repel the Tiando coalition, and discussions about Lu Lian's accountability could wait. Open the gates. Cheng Feng commanded, and the heavy black iron gates slowly creaked open. It took over 100 robust soldiers to push open the iron gates, which weighed a staggering 10,000 pounds. As the gates swung wide, the enemy showed no signs of vigilance, and Gulong felt a surge of delight. Things were proceeding even more smoothly than anticipated. Upon entering the city, Lu Lian was invited up to the city tower, and it was entirely reasonable for Gulong, as his personal guard, to accompany him, so no one obstructed their passage. Just as they arrived at the tower, before Cheng Feng could speak, Gulong unleashed his martial soul. An 8-ring soul Douluo. Cheng Feng immediately sensed something was amiss. There were no soul Douluo in the Liangshan Principality, and Lu Lian's personal guard was indeed a soul Douluo. This was impossible. There was only one explanation. Lu Lian had defected, and the guard beside him must be the commander-in-chief of the Tiando Empire's forces, Gulong, a revelation that suddenly made sense. Avatar of the great strength god ape. Cheng Feng roared without hesitation, pounding his chest with his fists. As his martial soul activated, his height surged from around 1.8 meters to nearly 2 meters. His powerful muscles strained against his armor, and his skin gradually turned a dark iron hue. His eyes transformed from black to yellow, and his teeth protruded from his thickened lips. The muscles in his limbs appeared as solid as steel. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black, 6 dazzling soul rings simultaneously rose from beneath his feet. Cheng Feng, a level 69 assault type, Soul Emperor, wielded the martial soul of the great strength god ape, renowned for its unparalleled strength and resilience. While there are many types of ape martial souls, few surpass the high-ranking varieties. Apart from the Titan Great Ape, which has never been awakened by a human soul master, only 10 types reach the level of high-ranking martial souls. Changfeng's great strength god ape is even superior to the inherited martial soul of the strength clan, the great strength gorilla, and is on par with the similarly named great strength demon ape, making it a dual star among ape martial souls, the king of monkeys. According to reason, the ruler of ape-type beings should be the Titan great ape. However, this soul beast is so domineering that no soul master has ever awakened its martial soul. Thus, it is often excluded from consideration. Fifth soul skill, strength cannon. Changfeng leaped forward, his feet thundering against the ground with a resounding boom. This demonstrated the immense power he possessed. Changfeng's fist struck toward Douluo, unleashing a massive yellow energy sphere the size of a small sun from his hands. Under the effect of the energy sphere's targeting, Douluo could not evade Changfeng's attack despite multiple attempts, and had no choice but to channel his soul power to brace for impact. To acquire his fifth soul ring, Changfeng had sacrificed the lives of 100 soldiers to successfully capture a ferocious Iron Fury soul beast, from which he gained the strength cannon soul skill. The power granted by this skill could amplify his strength by 150, a significant boon for a power-type soul master, allowing Changfeng to contend even with the renowned Pan Feng, known as the unparalleled general. As his fist descended, Douluo felt a tremendous force crash against his body, akin to being struck by a mighty hammer, causing his armor to tremble. Fortunately, Douluo's profound soul power allowed him to withstand the blow. Otherwise, he might have been forced back. Though not a power-type soul master, his soul power was still a dozen levels higher than Changfeng's. As cultivation progresses, the difficulty of advancement increases, sometimes taking years to gain even a single level, making the gap between levels a chasm. Even with the Titan great ape martial soul, Changfeng might not be Douluo's match. After several exchanges, Changfeng found himself at a disadvantage, quickly falling under Douluo's overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, the Imperial Guards had secured control of the city gates. Although the Dushan garrison attempted to reclaim control, they were relentlessly repelled by the guards. Shangguan Qianxin led the main army toward Dushan City. Despite the defenders on the arrow towers continuously raining down sharp arrows, the sheer number of troops proved overwhelming. For each soldier that fell, dozens more advanced closer to the gates. Before long, the higher-ranked soldiers arrived at the city gates, and with their reinforcements, control of the gates was firmly established in the hands of the Tiando coalition. The Dushan garrison's desperate efforts to reclaim control proved futile, resulting in heavy losses. All of this unfolded as Douluo maintained his hold over Changfeng. The fate of the battle was sealed. Though the Dushan garrison resisted with great reluctance, they could not alter the course of events. In the blink of an eye, Dushan City had fallen. The next target is Liangshan City, and the spirits of all the soldiers have become fervently excited. Once Liangshan City is captured, everyone can be promoted, amass wealth, and indulge in the embrace of beautiful women to their heart's content. The mere thought of this makes the crowd eager to rush to Liangshan City, where they can unleash their desires after breaching its defenses. Chapter 83. 1,000 sharp arrows target Tang San. Thousands of mighty men digging holes. Liangshan City lies less than 500 miles from the border of the Xingluo Empire. Beyond this city, 300 miles further, is the border fortress controlled by the Tiando Empire. Consequently, trade between Liangshan City and the Xingluo Empire is exceedingly frequent, particularly due to the popularity of the pitaya fruit that thrives in this region. Given the strategic importance of Liangshan City, Emperor Shuya would never allow the Duchy of Liangshan to break free from the Empire's control. Initially, he intended for the border troops to subdue the Duke of Liangshan. But due to the Xingluo Empire's continuous reinforcement of troops in Longxing City, he abandoned this plan, recognizing the potential threat to the Tiando Empire should the borders falter. The collapse of the border would allow the Xingluo army to unite with the Duke of Liangshan, placing several principalities under the Tiando Empire in peril. Should they pledge allegiance to the Xingluo Empire, it would pose a significant threat to the empire's dominion. Therefore, after careful deliberation, Emperor Shuya dispatched Douluo to quell the unrest. At the Duke of Liangshan's residence, an elderly man dressed in luxurious brocade robes sat upright in the grand hall, his face etched with deep concern. He had not anticipated the Tiando coalition's rapid approach. "Gentlemen," the Duke of Liangshan spoke solemnly, "do you have any strategies to repel our formidable foes? Douluo has besieged the city for 10 days. Although we have ample supplies within, continuing like this will only cause panic among the populace, which is not a sustainable solution. My lord, do not panic," a robust man, resembling a small mountain, replied with composure. Clad in resplendent golden armor and draped in a striking red cloak, he bore a massive axe weighing over 100 pounds on his back. This was Pan Feng, the foremost general of the Liangshan Duchy, renowned as the unparalleled general and the strongest soul master of the region. A level 77 soul saint specializing in offensive abilities, the true pillar of the duchy. As long as I am here, Liangshan City will not falter, Pan Feng assured with confidence. The Duke of Liangshan exhaled in relief, having great faith in Pan Feng's abilities. At that moment, another individual stepped forward, a figure with a noble visage and an upright posture, exuding an air of valor. My lord, I have arranged for the crafting of 100,000 sharp arrows. With the fortifications of Liangshan City being robust, we merely need to defend the city. Should the Tiando coalition attempt an incursion, our archers will take care of them. The speaker was Li Guang, one of the 3 great generals of the Liangshan Duchy, possessing a soul power nearly equal to Pan Feng's. Since Zhuge Xian aligned himself with the Tiando Empire, the Duke had regarded these two as his right and left arms. He yielded to their strategies, as he was not well-versed in military affairs and entrusted all matters to his capable subordinates. Outside Liangshan City, 100 meters away, the Tiando army had been encamped for several days. Gelong, aside from encircling the city, had taken no further action. This inactivity posed a significant test for the eager soldiers, akin to a beautiful woman standing before them, completely undraped, yet they could only watch, unable to act. Who could endure such a trial? Were it not for Gelong's high prestige within the army, it is likely that the soldiers would have disregarded military orders and acted independently. In truth, Gelong also faced his own set of frustrations. He wished to launch an assault on Liangshan City promptly, yet Jiang Yu had instructed him to maintain the siege without attacking. Gelong was curious about the reasoning behind this directive, but Jiang Yu remained mysteriously silent, offering no explanations. Thus, Gelong chose to trust him, knowing that Jiang Yu would not engage in a battle without assurance. He believed that Liangshan City would inevitably fall. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu was engaged in a game of Go with Xue Qinghe in their tent, patiently waiting for an opportune moment. Xue Qinghe understood that Jiang Yu was biding his time, so he stayed in the tent to accompany him. Alongside their Go matches, they explored other games. Though Jiang Yu consistently emerged victorious, much to Xue Qinghe's chagrin, it was only when he suggested playing Go that he realized Jiang Yu was not particularly adept at it, leading him to invite Jiang Yu for daily games in the tent. For reasons unknown, she derived great pleasure from witnessing Jiang Yu's misfortunes, and the more he lost, the happier she became. Jiang Yu began to suspect that Xianren Xue had been undercover for too long, developing an odd psychological inclination. As evening descended, a thick fog suddenly enveloped Liangshan City. The very mist that Jiang Yu had been waiting for had arrived. Upon his initial arrival, he had inquired about the local weather patterns and learned that Liangshan City experienced dense fog once a month. He then advised Gelong to delay the assault on the city. Drawing inspiration from Zhuge Liang's historical stratagem of borrowing arrows with straw boats, Jiang Yu devised a plan. Once the fog thickened, he instructed Gelong to push out the more than 1,000 straw dummies they had prepared in advance. Surrounding the camp, the abundant blue-silver grass provided ample material for crafting these dummies. To enhance their realism, Jiang Yu had them outfitted with a layer of thin armor, even adorning their faces with an image of a particular individual. Anyone familiar with the person would undoubtedly recognize him as Tang San, as none were better suited to embody the blue-silver grass. This was, of course, Jiang Yu's mischievous whim. Once the dummies were neatly arranged on carts, Gelong commanded heavily armored soldiers to push the carts toward Liangshan City. Concealed by the fog, these armored straw figures swiftly deceived the defenders atop the city walls. Observing the enemy's advance, the commanding general of the defenders wasted no time in ordering his subordinates to unleash a volley of arrows. A simultaneous barrage of 1,000 sharp arrows soon enveloped the straw dummies, which became laden with arrows in no time. After accomplishing this, the heavily armored soldiers withdrew the carts back toward the camp. The defending army, seeing the enemy's retreat, displayed wide smiles, appearing rather self-satisfied. However, once the arrows were exhausted, they realized something was amiss. The enemy had not diminished in numbers. Had all those arrows been wasted? As the fog lifted and the defenders beheld the multitude of straw dummies below, the commanding general finally understood. The enemy was indeed cunning, employing straw dummies to masquerade as soldiers, a remarkable stratagem. It was no wonder they managed to breach multiple defenses in such a short span, pressing toward Liangshan City. As the heavily armored soldiers once again retreated with the straw dummies, Douluo led 50,000 coalition troops from various principalities to launch an assault on the city gates. Until now, the Imperial Guard had taken a lead in siege efforts, but it was time for these coalition forces to contribute. Meanwhile, the main force of the Imperial Guard had not been idle, as they were in the tents digging tunnels. The targeted entrance of these tunnels pointed directly at Liangshan City. With the defenders having exhausted their arrows, they could only resort to hurling stones down upon the enemy, yet the city was rich in stone resources, ensuring a steady supply for the time being. However, this tactic presented a challenge. Those stones possessed great impact. The enemy, having anticipated such actions, could easily evade them. Their accuracy paled in comparison to that of arrows. Half an hour later, the coalition forces ascended the city walls, yet the defenders were not to be underestimated. They valiantly repelled wave after wave of enemies attempting to scale the battlements. The garrison clearly possessed extensive experience in defensive warfare, and under their adept command, reinforcements were dispatched promptly to any breach that appeared. They exemplified the principle of fortification. Wherever there was a gap, they would swiftly send troops to mend it. Fortunately, Douluo heeded Jiang Yu's counsel and prepared for contingencies, not placing his hopes solely on the coalition forces. As fierce combat raged at the city gates, the large tunnel within the encampment proceeded steadily forward. Countless strong men exerted their strength toward a single entrance, causing the vast hole to continuously expel and draw in materials, deepening with every passing minute. At this rate, it would not be long before they could tunnel from the Tiando encampment into Liangshan City. The day of the city's fall was imminent. At the Duke of Liangshan's residence, upon learning of the enemy's ferocious assault on the city, Pan Feng departed the Duke's estate, leading his personal guard towards the city walls. Meanwhile, Li Guang dispatched elite troops to establish robust defenses at various key points near the Duke's residence. Wooden barricades, spikes, and various defensive structures were erected at the street entrances. All soldiers were fully equipped and ready for battle, with even large siege engines positioned strategically. Thus, even if the enemy breached the city, it would not be easy for them to penetrate the defenses surrounding the Duke's estate. As night fell, the moon shone brightly, though it seemed to cast a faint red glow, likely tainted by the horrors of war. The battle for Liangshan City had reached its most critical juncture. Both sides were driven by sheer will and fervor, relentlessly attacking the enemy. The battlements were strewn with corpses, yet the expressions of the combatants remained stoic. It was not that they were devoid of emotion. Rather, they had grown numb to death after enduring such prolonged conflict. One side fought to protect their last bastion, while the other sought to uphold the empire's dominion, creating an irreconcilable conflict akin to maddened beasts. There could be no cessation until a victor emerged. Although the coalition forces were somewhat poorly equipped, they were comprised of youthful and vigorous soldiers, full of spirit. The Liangshan army, initially faltering, began to regain its footing with Pan Feng's timely support. After several hours of fierce combat atop the walls, neither side had gained a definitive advantage. A thunderous sound suddenly shifted the stalemate. The Imperial Guard had finally breached Liangshan City. Upon the soldiers' entry, Pan Feng sensed impending doom. His prior boastfulness crumbled instantaneously. Despite his overflowing confidence, he was forced to acknowledge that the fate of Liangshan City was sealed beyond the reach of human intervention. Nevertheless, as the heart and backbone of the troops, he could not reveal an ounce of fear. "Brothers, charge with me." Pan Feng erupted with a courage that defied death, determined to reclaim their ground and repel these marauders. "Charge, charge, charge!" The Liangshan army ignited with unparalleled fighting spirit. Behind them lay their homeland, and they had no retreat left. When the final line of defense fell, some would choose to surrender, while others would resist until the very end. The Liangshan army clearly belonged to the latter. All commanders under Pan Feng exhibited the responsibility befitting their rank, leading the charge at the forefront. With their lives on the line, not a single soldier faltered. As the battle raged on, some warriors had lost their weapons and even their soul power, yet they continued to resist with bare hands. Those who had lost limbs resorted to biting their foes. Although the city was in ruins, the advance of the Tiando coalition was painfully slow, having progressed only 3 meters in 2 hours. The brutality of this war far exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations. Far bloodier than any game. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, mingling with sweat and the acrid essence of desperation. Even those experienced in battle, such as Shui Qinghe and the guards of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, found it challenging to endure. despite many among them having combat experience. They had never collectively faced a battlefield where the death toll surged minute by minute. The intensity of this impact was unimaginable. The battles between soul masters paled in comparison to this. After all, unless driven by deep-seated enmity, conflicts among soul masters typically ended without fatalities, rarely wagering their lives as the ultimate stake. War, however, was an entirely different beast. Those who entered the fray could no longer be deemed human. They had transformed into irrational beasts, driven solely by the instinct to kill. A moment's hesitation would spell their doom, and in such times, few could maintain their composure. The ferocity of the fighting escalated, continuing unabated throughout the night. As the gates of Liangshan City crumbled, Douluo was unwilling to forfeit this opportunity. To retreat now would render any future attempts to breach the city nearly impossible. The dawn of victory lay within reach. They must persevere, unwavering in their resolve. In the Douluo continent, every individual possesses a martial soul. While not all are endowed with soul power, their physical capabilities surpass those of ordinary individuals from Blue Star. After a night of warfare, they were merely fatigued, with no significant discomfort. Many appeared invigorated, their faces alight with fervent determination. If we do not capture Liangshan City, the entire army shall face punishment. Douluo shouted in desperation, unleashing his soul abilities as if they were free of cost. The besieged Liangshan soldiers were not oblivious. They understood that defeating a soul Douluo through sheer individual strength was a formidable challenge, so they continually hurled stones from the periphery to create chaos for Douluo. What truly restrained Douluo were Pan Feng and several formidable generals, each possessing at least the cultivation of a soul king. Sixth soul skill, Hammer of the Earth-Shaking Mountains. Pan Feng wielded a massive silver hammer, approximately 3 meters long, adorned with the engraving of a fearsome beast on its handle, and veined with patterns reminiscent of lightning on its head. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black dazzling soul rings encircled him, with thunderous sounds emanating from the hammer's head. Pan Feng's martial soul, the frenzied thunder hammer, infused with violent electrical elements, marked him as a formidable rank 77 Assault System Battle Soul Emperor. Upon the activation of his 6th soul skill, the frenzied thunder hammer flew from his grasp, unleashing a torrent of electrical power that disturbed the surrounding electromagnetic field. Following Pan Feng, another middle-aged soul master unleashed his strongest attack. His martial soul, an extraordinary creature formed from the convergence of lightning elements, bore antlers reminiscent of a deer while resembling a golden body. Once his martial soul manifested, he sprouted a pair of long deer antlers, flickering with electric light. This was his martial soul, the Lei Ci Junju, a mutated variant, clearly indicating a successful transformation given the aura it exuded. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the captivating content. A hammer and a ball charged towards Douluo, colliding violently with his body. Despite the protection of his golden scale armor, Douluo could not withstand the onslaught for long and was forced to retreat repeatedly. The terrifying power emanating from the Kuang Lei hammer instilled a sense of trepidation in Douluo were it not for his high soul power. He might have been overwhelmed by this formidable strike. It was clear that Pan Feng's reputation as the unparalleled general was well-deserved, prompting Douluo to abandon any carelessness. With a roar, Douluo unleashed his 7th soul skill, transforming his entire being into a colossal dragon. The manifestation of his martial soul. Pan Feng's 7th soul ring suddenly illuminated, for only the manifestation of weapon souls could contend with martial soul manifestations. The reason weapon soul masters could surpass B soul masters after attaining soul sage status was largely due to the advantages of weapon soul manifestations. Thus, even with lower soul power than Douluo, Pan Feng fearlessly charged forward. As he sprinted, the Kuang Lei hammer soared into the air. Pan Feng executed an exceptionally intricate maneuver, leaping into the air and curling his body into a spherical shape, causing the hammer to emit a brilliant light and draw him inside. The Kuang Lei hammer expanded dramatically, ceasing its growth only when it reached approximately 10 meters in length. At this moment, everyone retreated, for the battle had escalated beyond their participation. The newly cleared arena transformed into the stage for Douluo and Pan Feng, where the hammer and the giant dragon engaged in fierce clashes, sending gusts of wind surging outward. Ordinary soldiers were instantly knocked to the ground, with only soul masters able to withstand the onslaught of the gale. Douluo's dragon claws lunged towards the gigantic hammer, but the Kuang Lei hammer was surprisingly agile. deftly evading the incoming strike. Guolong's attack ended in failure, yet he swiftly initiated a new assault. With a bellow, the giant dragon roared, and its third soul ring glowed. The air was suddenly filled with intense atmospheric pressure as immense weight bore down upon the Kuang Lei hammer. Pan Feng's consciousness struggled against the gravitational pull, but he found himself inexorably drawn closer to the dragon. This was Guolong's third soul skill, gravity compression. Although Guolong took a defensive approach, he wielded formidable soul skills, capable of exerting tenfold gravity with his current soul power. Thus, even the powerful Kuang Lei hammer succumbed to the overwhelming force. The dragon's claws seized the massive hammer, executing a complete rotation in midair. Following this maneuver, Guolong hurled the hammer towards the mountainside outside the city. At that moment, Pan Feng was still in a state of dizziness, unable to react. The hammer crashed against the mountainside with a thunderous roar, dislodging boulders the size of fists that plummeted downward. Pan Feng felt a jolt of pain deep within his soul. The bond between his martial soul and himself meant that any severe impact on the martial soul would directly affect him. This close connection was the reason some soul masters suffered backlash from their martial souls, rendering them incapacitated. Pan Feng was in considerable discomfort, yet this pain helped him regain his clarity. In such moments, panic must be avoided. He steadied his mind, calming himself. After manifesting his weapon soul, he could wield all soul skills beneath his seventh soul skill without restriction for a duration of 30 minutes. During this time, the potency of his soul skills would increase to 130%, while his defenses would rise by 190%. However, each use would diminish his own attributes by 50%, necessitating 7 days for recovery. His third soul skill, Lightning Dragon Drill, sprang to mind. Pan Feng intoned silently, causing the third soul ring on the hammer to illuminate. Violent lightning erupted from within, enveloping the entire hammer and ultimately taking the shape of a dragon. Under Pan Feng's command, the hammer spun rapidly, hurtling towards Guolong. Meanwhile, Jiang, engaged in fierce combat at the city gate, witnessed the colossal hammer slicing through the air like a massive electric drill, crashing into the dragon with a resounding impact. The shockwave sent hundreds of soldiers sprawling over the city walls, falling like hailstones to the ground below. From dozens of meters high, the sound of their bones shattering echoed. Many ended up in a gruesome state, unrecognizable and bloodied. When gods clash, mortals suffer. These soldiers, with their meager soul power, lost their lives merely from the residual force of the battle between high-level soul masters, a tragic fate indeed. Nonetheless, some continued to fight valiantly. Xueqing has summoned his Tian, Yi Wuhan. Although the royal martial soul of the Tiando Empire lacked offensive capabilities, it possessed remarkable healing properties. Xueqing unleashed 3 soul skills in succession, sending healing waves towards the injured soldiers. As the light entered their bodies, their wounds began to mend somewhat. A vast circle of light emanated from Xueqing, within which those affected quickly shed their negative states and regained awareness. Simultaneously, a beam of light shot from Xueqing's eyes, dispelling the surrounding malaise. Upon inhaling this revitalizing aura, the soldiers felt their fatigue dissipate, their stamina restored. Xueqing's initial 3 soul skills were Healing Wave, Purification Circle, and Radiant Beam. On the battlefield, these skills proved far more beneficial than offensive techniques, even reducing the casualties among the soldiers. Seeing Xueqing's healing abilities, the enemy surged towards him like a swarm. Fortunately, Jiang and the members of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School protected Xueqing, preventing the frenzied Liangshan army from breaching their defenses. All unleashed their powerful soul skills, including Jiang. The Qi Shao sword formation activated, each streak of sword light claiming the life of an enemy. His heart, once filled with excitement, gradually settled into calmness. For there was no room for leniency on the battlefield. Through these days of training, Jiang was no longer the timid child who trembled at the thought of slaying a soul beast. His capacity to endure had increased, and if the Dihua Yin Valley honed his cultivation, then this journey to Liangshan had forged his will into something unyielding. To conserve soul power, Jiang meticulously infused his energy into every aspect of the Qi Shao sword. After repeatedly deploying his soul skills, he found his mastery over them had matured considerably. The wasteful tendencies of his soul power had been greatly improved. The Qi Shao sword formation, which initially required 10% of his soul power to activate, now consumed only 90%. This revelation brought Jiang Yu immense joy. His soul power, already superior due to the transformation of the Hongmeng Ziki, had now been further optimized, making it feasible for him to challenge opponents of a higher rank. Estimating his current capabilities, he believed he could easily contend with a soul respect level adversary. To test this, he sought out a high-ranking soldier of that caliber. The enemy appeared to be in his 30s. With a relatively poor configuration of soul rings, merely 3 yellow rings, lacking even a 1,000-year ring. His martial soul was a blue crocodile, and he possessed notably well-developed muscles. This chapter still has more to offer. Please turn to the next page to continue your reading. The subsequent events are even more thrilling. The sharp claws of the crocodile glimmered with a chilling light, while blue bony plates adorned its head and tail, serrated like a saw. Due to the manifestation of his martial spirit, the man's arms had significantly bulked up, and his nails extended several centimeters, yet they did not transform into crocodile claws. However, several sharp fangs protruded from his mouth, and every time he opened it, a terrifying sound emerged, undoubtedly inherited from the formidable bite force of the crocodile. This martial spirit, known as Gongli Ao, was something Jiang Yu had encountered in the records of the Martial Spirit Hall. It was indeed the one. Jiang Yu, wielding the Qishao sword, swiftly appeared before the Gongli Ao Spirit Master, unleashing several beams of sword light towards him. The Gongli Ao Spirit Master remained unfazed. With a sudden snap of his jaw, he shattered all the sword blades as hard as steel. However, to his surprise, the terrifying flames contained within did not extinguish. Instead, they erupted violently. The Qishao sword harbored the imperial fire, the sovereign of all flames, far surpassing Ma Hongjuan's phoenix flames. The Gongli Ao Spirit Master's grave mistake was to attempt to withstand the Qishao sword's assault with his mouth, even though the muscles there had become as robust and hardened as those of a crocodile. Yet, under the onslaught of the imperial fire, he was seared beyond recognition, leaving his mouth utterly destroyed. Enraged, the Gongli Ao Spirit Master lost all reason and lunged towards Jiang Yu. This was his third soul skill, Fierce Push. His arms swelled again, amplifying his strength by 1.5 times. Jiang Yu chose not to evade, but instead swung his sword. The Gongli Ao Spirit Master, sensing the force emanating from the Qishao sword, refrained from clashing directly with his arms. At the moment of the sword's horizontal swing, he retracted his arms and maneuvered around. This man was rather astute. Jiang Yu sighed, surprised by his ability to weigh the pros and cons and adopt a suitable strategy even in a state of fury. It seemed he was not entirely a brute. Thus, the two became locked in a stalemate until Jiang Yu deliberately left an opening to lure the Gongli Ao Spirit Master into action, who, indeed, failed to recognize it as a trap. As he extended his arms to strike Jiang Yu leaped into the air and swiftly positioned himself behind the Spirit Master, thrusting his sword forcefully into the Gongli Ao Spirit Master's abdomen. A soul master of the Soul Sage level fell just like that. Although the Gongli Ao Spirit Master had an average soul ring configuration and his martial spirit was not top tier, he was still a genuine Soul Sage. Whereas Jiang Yu was merely a 23rd rank Great Soul Master. Yet, he had managed to defeat a Soul Sage, a talent scarcely seen across the continent. Shui Qinghe, witnessing Jiang Yu's performance, felt a twinge of surprise. She even had a premonition that Jiang Yu's talent was sufficient to stand shoulder to shoulder with her. Qian Rinxue's heart ignited with a fierce determination. She had not encountered a worthy rival among soul masters until Jiang Yu appeared. As the possessor of the divine martial spirit, the six-winged angel, she deemed her innate full soul power as nothing significant, for she possessed a foundational soul power of 20, making her a great soul master. Although Qian Rinxue was resolved to recruit Jiang Yu, she also regarded him as an adversary of equal standing. If the opportunity arose, she would certainly relish the chance to overpower him. Naturally, she would hold back somewhat, for she would not wish to damage him irreparably. Better to savor the challenge gradually. Contemplating this, a smile crept upon Qian Rinxue's face. Just as Jiang Yu reveled in the joy of victory, he suddenly felt a cold wind sweep past his back, chilling him. On such a hot day, where could this cold draft come from? Curious, he pondered, but his thoughts were soon interrupted by the advancing enemy forces. Facing their onslaught, Jiang Yu remained undaunted, the wind rustling the edges of his garments as he approached the foe with the elegance of a swordsman, wielding his long sword. At that moment, Shui Qinghe shot a powerful beam of light towards Jiang Yu, replenishing much of his energy. Sensing the change within his body, Jiang Yu recognized without turning that it was Shui Qinghe aiding him. Although the enemy was fearlessly aggressive, Jiang Yu's prowess was undeniable, beneath the might of the Qishao sword. They could not endure for long before being utterly vanquished. During the battle, Jiang Yu discovered that the rate of his soul power growth far surpassed that of his usual meditative state. Moreover, this soul power was exceptionally refined, leaving his foundation unaffected, thus proving to be a tremendous boon. Chapter 86. The dragon's breath. Gaelong, having sustained a significant blow, was utterly enraged. How could a mere soul saint injure a soul, Douluo? What would others think if word got out? He could not afford to lose face. Gaelong immediately lashed out with his tail, propelled by the immense inertia of his massive form. From his jaws, he unleashed a golden energy sphere approximately 10 meters in diameter, radiating an intense heat felt by everyone present. This was Gaelong's most formidable attack, the dragon's breath. This strike consumed nearly half of his soul power, and he would never use it unless absolutely necessary. Pan Feng dared not confront it head-on. The eighth soul skill of Douluo was not something to be taken lightly. No matter how he evaded, the energy sphere relentlessly pursued him, unbeknownst to Pan Yu, whose life force had already been locked onto by the sphere, making escape impossible. With a resounding impact, the sphere collided with the giant hammer. Overwhelmed by the ferocity of the attack, the hammer could no longer maintain its true form, and Pan Yu's figure gradually became visible, crashing violently to the ground. Even a soul saint, after such a blow, was on the verge of having his bones shattered. Yet, despite this, Pan Yu had lost all capacity to continue fighting. His defeat struck a heavy blow to the Liangshan army. How could the illustrious General Wu Shuang suffer such a devastating loss? A shadow enveloped the hearts of all the defenders. If even the commander had fallen, how could they persist? In contrast, the Tiando allied forces surged with morale after Gaelong displayed his might, each soldier brimming with fighting spirit. The scales of victory had undoubtedly tipped. A lack of morale on the battlefield is a terrifying reality. Although the Liangshan army continued to resist valiantly, they had lost the fierce determination they once possessed. Soon, the Tiando allied forces breached the defenses at the city gates, advancing steadily into the city. Meanwhile, the fallen Pan Feng was mercilessly cut down by the elite guards, reduced to a mere pile of flesh. The downfall of such a distinguished general left the Liangshan defenders feeling utterly despondent. Before long, the defenders within the city began to retreat in disarray. After Gaelong dispelled his martial spirit form, he swiftly led his forces to seize the vital pathways at the city gates, the Liangshan Duke's residence. Upon learning of Pan Feng's demise and the breach of the city gates, the color drained from the Duke's face. The situation was dire. It was as if the heavens had decreed the downfall of Liangshan. The Duke slumped into his chair, devoid of his previous vigor. With even his strongest general defeated by the Tiando allied forces, who could possibly salvage the current predicament? My lord, do not despair. The towering figure guarding nearby knelt and implored, why not allow me to escort you to the Xinglua Empire? Were it not for their instigations, how could Liangshan have fallen to such depths? As long as our lord remains, there shall be a day of resurgence for Liangshan. Indeed, the Duke of Liangshan suddenly awakened to the truth. As long as he yet lives, he is the true Duke of Liangshan. Even if the snowy Night Emperor were to install another, that would merely be a false duke. As long as the Green Mountains stand, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Rather than languishing in the Duke's mansion awaiting death, it would be prudent to escape while the Tiando allied forces have yet to advance. Once within the borders of the Xinglua Empire, even the Tiando army would not dare to cross. Yinshan, the Duke commanded, gather 500 elite warriors to accompany me to the Xinglua Empire. One must admit, the Duke of Liangshan possessed quite the audacity, managing to present his flight as something noble and refined. As you command, Yinshan responded, turning to carry out the order. At that moment, the Duke reminded him, be discreet, do not alarm the others. Having resolved to flee, everyone else, including Li Guang, had become inconsequential to him. Allowing them to delay the Tiando army would facilitate his escape. Were it not for safety concerns, he would not even wish to lead that group of loyal guards. For this was the Duke's true nature, one he had concealed well until now. Had he not been pushed to such a precipice, his true self would not have been revealed. As Li Guang held the Tiando allied forces at bay on the front lines, the Duke of Liangshan, under the guidance of his escort, stealthily slipped out of the Duke's mansion, fleeing in the opposite direction. The southern gate remained under the control of the Liangshan army, and upon arrival, Yinshan merely claimed he was sent by the Duke to seek aid from the Xinglua Empire, prompting the gatekeeper to grant swift passage. Thus the Duke, disguised as a common soldier, made his way out of Liangshan city. Once outside the city, the group changed into the attire of ordinary civilians and hastened towards the border. Meanwhile, the army led by Douluo was stalled by Li Guang, making little progress and even being forced into urban combat. In such circumstances, despite the numerical superiority of the Tiando allied forces, they could not fully exploit their advantage. The alleys were scarcely a meter wide, making it impossible for numerous troops to advance simultaneously. Furthermore, the enemy had established robust defensive structures on the opposite side, preventing the allied forces from capturing the narrow lanes. "Sergeant, why haven't you breached the entrance?" Douluo bellowed. "Marshal, I have no solution. The enemy fights fiercely, and their armaments are complete. If this continues, our entire battalion may be lost. Perhaps you could devise a plan?" The sergeant replied urgently. "Hold your ground." Douluo, feeling powerless, was enraged as he watched his comrades fall one by one in the unknown alleyways and roared, "Quickly summon Brother Jiang." Douluo had developed a habit in recent days. Whenever faced with uncertainty, he sought Jiang. Although he doubted Jiang would possess a better strategy for the current predicament, he still chose to place his trust in the boy. Perhaps he could conjure another miracle. Ultimately, Douluo was at a loss regarding the situation, so he could only take a gamble. Soon, Jiang was summoned to the alley's entrance. After listening to Douluo, he fell into deep contemplation. "Alas, I knew there would be no solution," Douluo sighed. Having anticipated this outcome, and thus not feeling overly disheartened, just as he prepared to revert to old methods, he suddenly heard Jiang's voice. Reminiscent of a celestial being, "I have an idea. Why not blow up the alley? Marshal Douluo is a formidable soul Douluo. Your 8th soul skill is immensely powerful. Surely, this narrow alley cannot pose a challenge for you?" Jiang suggested. "Indeed, how did I not think of that?" Douluo exclaimed, his mind suddenly enlightened. "Let us just blow it up. Why contemplate so much?" Douluo chastised himself for his momentary confusion. Young minds indeed possess greater agility. "Everyone, step aside," Douluo commanded, and upon hearing his voice, the Tiando allied forces prudently withdrew. Then, with a mighty breath of the dragon, the alley collapsed with a resounding crash, effectively resolving the issue. The enemy was taken aback. Is this not an abuse of power? Did they truly believe we lacked a soul Douluo? Upon realizing the absence of a soul Douluo in Liangshan City, they recalled that the city's foremost soul master had perished at the city gate. Thus, the Tiando allied forces surged forward, decisively defeating the enemy. The remainder of their encounters with enemy forces in narrow alleys proved easy, as Douluo simply repeated his successful tactic. Upon reaching the street where the Duke's mansion was located, Douluo was utterly drained. Despite the assistance of support-type soul masters restoring his soul power along the way, the consumption from his dragon breath was tremendous, far exceeding the energy he had regained. Chapter 87. Beauty is Justice. After the Tiando allied forces secured the street surrounding the Duke's mansion, Douluo was carried out. This commander of the 3 armies now appeared pale, devoid of strength, visibly weakened from the overuse of his dragon breath. Nevertheless, as the supreme commander of the allied forces, he was still presented prominently, for he was needed to persuade the enemy to surrender. Douluo mustered his remaining strength and shouted towards the front, proclaiming that they had been surrounded and urging the enemy to lay down their arms and surrender. He then extolled the achievements of the Snowy Night Emperor, lamenting the Duke of Liangshan's rebellion, and finally, he shifted his tone to address the treatment of the rebels, suggesting that if they could awaken to the truth and abandon darkness for light, the empire would show leniency. Bah! Li Guang dismissed Douluo's entreaty. If he cared about such things, he would not have rebelled. There is no sincerity in this call to surrender. Marshal Douluo, Li Guang inquired about the matters of greatest concern. What assurances do we have regarding our treatment post-surrender? What money? Titles? Women? You haven't hoarded them all, have you? What are you dreaming of? Douluo was momentarily speechless. This is a rebellion. Not punishing you would be generous enough. Rewards? If that were the case, everyone would rebel. Douluo could not fathom how someone like Li Guang had risen to such prominence. Did the generals of Liangshan not value intelligence? The other 2 certainly did not fit that mold. In truth, Li Guang's ascent to general was not solely due to strength, but rather his exceptional connections. His 6 sisters were married to the Duke of Liangshan, Pan Feng, Zhuge Xian, and the 3 prominent noble families of Liangshan City. This was true royalty. With such connections, Li Guang's position as general was particularly stable, for the highest echelons of the Liangshan Principality were all his brothers-in-law. Who would dare oppose him? No rewards. And you still dare to call for surrender? Li Guang scoffed, deeming him a fool. Douluo's wariness diminished. He had initially thought Li Guang, as one of the three great generals of Liangshan, would possess exceptional abilities, but now he felt reassured. It seemed he was merely a pretender. With no further patience for such a fool, Gulong immediately ordered the entire army to advance. As the resonant sounds of dong 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 echoed, tens of thousands of soldiers brandished their long spears and charged forward, victory within their grasp. The conquest of the Duke's residence would mark the completion of their mission. In that moment, all fear was cast aside as they surged ahead, united in purpose. Long live Tiendo! A cry emerged from the ranks of the Imperial Guards, seemingly infused with a magical power, inspiring the remaining soldiers to join in the fervent shout. Even the coalition forces of the various principalities were swept up in this fervor. Stop them! Li Guang's voice trembled momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Although his rise to rank was facilitated by connections, he was well-versed in military strategy and was far from mere fool. Lacking slightly in practical experience, he nonetheless possessed unique insights into theoretical matters. In simpler terms, Li Guang was akin to a prodigy among generals, having memorized military treatises with remarkable proficiency. Now was the time for practice. Release the rolling barrels, deploy the spikes. Bulzu otoid. Following Li Guang's orders, the Liangshan army divided their tasks, pushing the rolling barrels towards the enemy. Next came the deployment of sharp spikes and the pouring of hot oil. To be frank, the development of weaponry on the Douluo continent was still at a primitive level. Not to mention large siege weapons like catapults and ballistae. Even smaller mechanisms like crossbows were absent. In battle, reliance was placed on rudimentary weapons such as spears and bows. Therefore, sharp spikes were considered formidable defensive tools. Were it not for the existence of martial spirits, the conflict would resemble little more than a street brawl. Initially, Jiang contemplated whether to share the method of crossbow production with Gulong, as the process was not overly complex and sketches were readily available online. He believed that by merely presenting the concept, the artisans of Douluo continent could bring it to fruition, as there were no significant technological barriers like those associated with firearms. However, after careful consideration, Jiang abandoned this idea. As a member of the Martial Spirit Hall, he recognized that if the Tiendo army were to be equipped with crossbows, the gap between low-ranking soldiers and soul masters would diminish, leading to a net loss. It was crucial to remember that the greatest advantage of the Martial Spirit Hall lay in the abundance of soul masters. Observing the battlefield from a distance, Jiang was reminded of childhood games played with friends, where the objective was to see who could throw objects the farthest. The only difference was that they had used glass marbles and small stones. At first, the Tiendo coalition was caught off guard and suffered significant losses. However, after some exploration, they gradually developed countermeasures against the enemy's tactics. The Liangshan army began to retreat. Noticing the unfavorable turn of events, Li Guang unsheathed his sword and executed the soldiers who faltered, roaring, "Those who retreat shall be slain. Push them back." With that, he unleashed his martial spirit. A brilliant yellow light erupted from him, and above him appeared a feline figure. This was a large, tawny cat with a round head and rare golden eyes. Its physique robust and muscular, adorned with a thick coat. 7 soul rings, 3 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, rose gracefully from Li Guang's feet. Although he was also a soul saint, the disparity between his soul rings and those of Pan Feng was evident, possessing only one 10,000-year soul ring. Li Guang's martial spirit was a Maine Coon cat, and he was a level 73 agility-type soul saint. Upon embodying his martial spirit, his physique began to take on feline characteristics, the most striking alteration being his eyes transforming from black to a golden hue, with a pair of tawny cat ears sprouting from his head, creating a rather peculiar appearance. Cat ears. Jiang felt a wave of nausea. Why on earth would a grown man possess a cat martial spirit, and grow cat ears, no less? Such traits were typically associated with females. Akin to the alluring Zhu Zhuqing, Jiang found it difficult to accept Li Guang's transformation. He preferred Zhu Zhuqing's charm. Rarely did Jiang experience anger. But at this moment, he was overwhelmed with rage, even feeling the urge to confront Li Guang physically. How dare you grow cat ears? Such traits are not befitting a man. Grass on the head would be more appropriate. Turning to General Ge, he inquired whether he wished to intervene and deliver a blow to Li Guang. Fortunately, Jiang retained some rationality, recognizing that Li Guang was a soul saint. He shifted his gaze to Gulong, who reclined in a chair, hoping this soul Douluo could take action. Gulong merely smiled and shrugged. Indicating his inability to assist due to his depleted soul energy, he had none left. This cannot be allowed to continue. Jiang Yu swiftly ran to the rear, and soon returned with Xue Qinghe and several support-type soul masters. I have a thick loaf of bread, a restorative bun, a stamina-boosting pepper. The food-type soul masters began to chant their soul incantations. For unlike other soul masters, food-type soul masters required incantations for their abilities to take effect. Otherwise, the food would lose its potency. Before long, they manifested food items in their hands, thick slices of bread, buns, and red peppers. Under their guidance, Douluo gradually regained some soul energy, enough to withstand for a while, provided he refrained from using any skills above his 7th soul skill. General, we are counting on you, Jiang Yu thoughtfully reminded Douluo. You must take down that perverse individual and avenge the grievances of your fellow men. Instantly, Douluo sprang from his chair, fully aware of his course of action, spurred on by his own affinity for cat-eared characters. Li Guang's actions had evidently crossed a line, inciting Douluo's wrath at such a disruption of dreams. Unbeknownst to Li Guang, his martial spirit had unwittingly ignited the ire of many, including Douluo, who sought to vent his frustrations. Li Guang had not anticipated that his martial spirit would provoke such hostility, and he would soon discover what it meant to face the wrath of a cat-eared enthusiast. Douluo's righteous fist surged toward Li Guang, and although speed was Li Guang's advantage, it was of no avail. In a fit of rage, Douluo's terrifying might exceeded all expectations. Douluo soared into the sky, overcoming numerous obstacles, and extended his massive fist toward Li Guang. In the midst of panic, Li Guang hastily unleashed his soul skill. His purple soul rings illuminated, and a long pink tongue emerged from his mouth, stretching forth to ensnare Douluo, enveloping him entirely. Wet, sticky, dizzying, such was Douluo's current sensation. Li Guang's 6th soul skill stemmed from a sticky cat soul, beast approximately 9,000 years old. Its attack method relied upon its tongue, which secreted a viscous substance capable of inducing dizziness. Even formidable soul beasts of equal rank might find it challenging to counter such a unique assault. Truly, how revolting. Although Douluo felt somewhat disoriented, he continued to struggle fiercely, bewildered by such a peculiar form of attack, using his tongue. Witnessing the scene, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to toss Li Guang into a garbage bin. Nevertheless, this soul skill was not entirely devoid of merit, prompting him to indulge in some whimsical thoughts. As fellow felines in the realm of martial souls, he couldn't help but wonder what the outcome would be if Zhu Zhuqing employed such a technique. The experience would surely be delightful. However, he swiftly admonished himself to awaken from these fanciful dreams. At such a critical juncture, Jiang Yu managed to regain his composure. Where had his promised character gone? How could he entertain such lascivious thoughts? Realizing his error, he began to chastise himself internally. He reminded himself that although he had just committed a blunder common among many men, he must exercise restraint, for he was still but a boy. He had no desire to emulate Dai Mubai, who, at a tender age, took young ladies to hotels, and not just one, but twins. It was utterly beastly. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form. Jiang Yu recited this mantra, hoping to suppress the earlier surge of inappropriate thoughts and correct his mindset. Suddenly, a frustrated voice echoed through the air as Douluo exclaimed, "What a formidable tongue this is!" Despite his attempts to break free, he found no release. That long tongue seemed more unyielding than the city walls. With a furious roar, Douluo's soul rings blazed to life, and a golden tail flared into existence behind him, from which sharp feather blades erupted, swiftly resolving his predicament. "Do you think I won't act just because I seem placid?" Douluo bellowed in anger, extending his arms and diving downwards. As Li Guang gazed at the enormous hand descending from the sky, he stood frozen, his eyes vacant, as if in a stupor. With a resounding crash, Li Guang's body was instantaneously crushed, while spewing from his mouth. This strike from Douluo had even forced Li Guang's gallbladder to expel its contents. After clearing his mouth of the vile liquid, Li Guang pleaded for mercy. "Marshal Douluo, spare me. I surrender." Indeed, what a wretched man he was, Douluo mused. Having offered kind counsel only to be met with obstinacy, and now reduced to this pitiful state. It was too late. Douluo was poised to deal with Li Guang. Yet the next words compelled him to reconsider. "Please, Marshal, spare me. My 6 sisters have long admired you. If you would not mind, we could become family through marriage. And my family, the Li clan, would gladly serve the empire. Thus, we would all be united as one. 6 sisters." A bold thought suddenly crossed Douluo's mind. Li Guang's proposition held some merit. After all, he was a native of Liangshan. Although the Liangshan Principality had been obliterated, numerous issues would undoubtedly arise. Should the principality be dissolved and replaced with a province, or should a new Duke of Liangshan be established? Guolong was uncertain. Perhaps Li Guang could still prove useful. Though he was inept, his standing within the Liangshan Principality was not insignificant. The Duke of Liangshan would certainly face execution, and with 2 of the 3 great generals eliminated. Whether appointing a new duke or a provincial governor, Li Guang could be a fitting candidate, potentially alleviating the fears of the Liangshan people. Most importantly, Li Guang was easily manipulated. For the grand cause of the empire, Guolong did not mind taking Li Guang's 6 sisters as concubines, ensuring that the Li clan remained firmly anchored along the empire's front lines, thus eliminating any potential dissent from Li Guang. In an instant, Guolong's mind was made up. After the Liangshan army's surrender, he led his forces towards the duke's residence. The remaining guards, witnessing the inevitable tide of defeat, promptly laid down their arms in surrender. The Tiando allied forces successfully took control of the duke's estate. True to its reputation, the Liangshan Principality was a formidable power. The estate spanned 1,000 acres, boasting over 300 rooms, complete with pavilions, gardens, and all necessary amenities. Li Guang realized that he would henceforth rely on Guolong. Thus he diligently catered to this future brother-in-law. Upon entering the grand hall, they searched extensively, yet the Duke of Liangshan was nowhere to be found, leaving even Li Guang astounded. Logically, the Duke should have been awaiting them. Guolong promptly ordered his soldiers to search the entire estate. An hour later, a soldier reported back, having scoured every corner without locating the Duke's whereabouts. This was bad. He had escaped. Guolong's expression shifted as he realized the mastermind behind the Liangshan rebellion had evaded capture. How could he explain this to Emperor Shuiyi? Marshal Gu. The chapter does not end here. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Jiang Yu quickly suggested, send someone to the border fortress immediately, instructing them to guard the checkpoints strictly, posting images of the Duke of Liangshan for all to assist in the search. We must not allow him to escape. Jiang Yu swiftly deduced the Duke's likely escape route. He was surely heading towards the territory of the Xinglua Empire, as Liangshan City was not far from the Xinglua border. As long as he crossed the Tiando fortress, he would reach the cities under Xinglua's control. The Duke of Liangshan would have to reach there to preserve his life. For on this continent, only the Xinglua Empire and the Spirit Hall were not afraid of the Tiando Empire. Quickly, the words jolted Guolong back to reality, and he promptly commanded his soldiers to relay orders to the fortress. The guards at the southern gate had already surrendered under Li Guang's orders. When Guolong's men inquired whether any suspicious individuals had passed through recently, the city general revealed that the Duke of Liangshan had sent someone to seek aid from the Xinglua Empire. Consequently, several members of the Imperial Guard hastened to report to Guolong, while the rest mounted swift horses and departed the city. The situation was urgent. They needed to inform their comrades at the fortress to ensure the Duke of Liangshan was not allowed to escape across the border. As night fell, Li Guang led Guolong to an opulent chamber, with Jiang Yu, the core of Guolong's plans, following closely behind. Upon entering the room, Li Guang guided a few individuals to the bookshelf, where he reached for the 1st, 3rd, and 9th books on the top shelf. To their astonishment, the bookshelf parted, revealing a long passageway, which Li Guang claimed was the secret treasury of the Duke of Liangshan, containing numerous rare treasures. This act served as Li Guang's declaration of loyalty to Guolong, signifying his complete severance from the Duke. At this moment, Guolong felt reassured about Li Guang's sincerity in his allegiance. Thus, Guolong stepped into the passageway, with Jiang Yu closely trailing his footsteps. Guolong had no intentions of hoarding the treasures within for himself. He planned to present them to Emperor Shuiyi. He brought Jiang Yu along, knowing that the greatest contribution in this Liangshan expedition was Jiang Yu himself, intending to reward him with some fine treasures before bestowing the rest. Guolong was indeed a reasonable man, holding a favorable view of Jiang Yu, his idol. Naturally, he also sought to seize this opportunity to see what valuable items the secret treasury contained, for if there were treasures of interest, it would be quite justifiable to take some for himself. Chapter 89. A Bountiful Harvest. Upon entering the passageway, Li Guang produced a firestone, instantly illuminating the space within. After traversing 100 meters, 3 forked paths emerged ahead. Li Guang promptly elaborated that only one passage led to the treasure vault. Choosing incorrectly would result in getting lost down the wrong path, making it exceedingly difficult to escape. Under Li Guang's guidance, Jiang Yu and Guolong proceeded down the right corridor. After approximately 10 minutes, they finally beheld the entrance to the treasure vault. It was an ancient-looking bronze door, adorned with a vividly carved creature. This creature, a green humanoid soul beast, possessed an elongated, smooth head, and its ears resembled the shape of morning glory flowers, reminiscent of small trumpets. Shrek. Jiang Yu recognized the being depicted on the door. It was indeed the exceedingly rare soul beast known as Shrek. This curious old beast was so unique that even Flandre had named his academy after it, hoping that all students would become extraordinary beings akin to Shrek. Li Guang calmly extended his hands and began to twist the small trumpets atop Shrek's head. After completing 3 circles in both directions, a click echoed as the door unlocked, swinging open to reveal a dazzling light within. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was astounded. The ceiling was embedded with countless sparkling jewels, while the floor was strewn with bright yellow gold soul coins. Even Golong was taken aback by the wealth of Duke Liangshan, which surpassed that of some princes in the imperial city. It was no wonder he dared to rebel. After walking for a while, the 3 arrived at a massive stone platform, spanning over 100 square meters. It was laden with hundreds of large wooden boxes, all opened and brimming with pearls, agates, ivory, tortoise shell, and various precious gemstones. This is monumental. I must find a way to notify the Spirit Hall. Jiang Yu thought. Such a vast treasure, if it fell into the hands of the Tiando Empire, would allow the Snow Knight Emperor to expand his army by several 100,000, undoubtedly disrupting the delicate balance of power on the continent, a scenario the Spirit Hall would not wish to see. Positioned at the center of the stone platform, Jiang Yu was captivated by 3 transparent crystal boxes. Although the contents appeared ordinary from the outside, the use of such precious containers indicated that what lay within was extraordinary. As Li Guang opened the 3 boxes in succession, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a stirring within him, as if something inside was calling to him. Approaching the boxes, he discovered that one item resonated with him in a peculiar way. Noticing the silence around him, Jiang Yu realized that only he could hear the sound emanating from it. It was a sun-shaped object, with a perfectly round pearl at its center, exhibiting no signs of artificial polishing, as if it had been naturally formed. The pearl radiated a warm glow, and surrounding it were sharp objects, all crafted from golden jade. For reasons unknown, the sight of this object caused his Qi Shao sword to rumble with excitement, and even Emperor Fire seemed to rejoice. Although he was unsure of its nature, Jiang Yu instinctively felt that it would be immensely beneficial to him. General Ge, these 3 boxes contain unparalleled treasures. Li Guang casually picked up a piece of jade from within and handed it to Golong. Despite its unassuming exterior, it was a rare spatial soul guide, reportedly unearthed from an ancient relic according to the thief Song Kuei. The name Song Kuei referred to Duke Liangshan. Li Guang showed no hesitation in his words regarding this former lord, revealing his adaptability to circumstances, swaying wherever the benefits lay. A spatial soul guide, Golong mused, holding the jade with reluctant admiration. The crafting techniques for soul guides were shrouded in secrecy, with many methods long lost. The soul guides circulating on the continent were primarily relics from ancient times, especially spatial ones. As far as Golong knew, no soul master currently possessed the ability to create spatial soul guides. This was indeed a rare treasure that even he lacked. Observing Golong's expression, Li Guang quickly understood. However, this piece of jade required the cultivation level of a soul Da to utilize, making Golong the most suitable person for it. No one would believe Li Guang's statement, as it was not a unique soul guide with restrictions. Nonetheless, Golong, recognizing the underlying meaning, accepted it graciously without further inquiry. Jiang Yu shook his head and smiled, choosing not to comment further. After all, he too possessed a spatial soul guide gifted by the Sword Law and understood the intricacies involved. His interest in the jade was minimal. He yearned solely for the sun-shaped gem. As Golong stored the green jade, Li Guang retrieved another jade box. Upon opening it, several dark, brick-like objects were revealed. At that moment, the sun-shaped gemstone emitted a faint glow. The dark objects began to transform, radiating a subtle golden light and metamorphosing into an extraordinary dark gold hue. A peculiar fragrance wafted from them, rich yet dense, lingering within a meter radius. According to Song Kuei, this substance was called whale glue, known to enhance physical constitution. Though its specific effects remained unclear, it resembled a supplement, purportedly potent, but only applicable to assault-type soul masters. Initially intrigued by the whale glue, Li Guang relinquished his interest after Song Kuei's explanation, recognizing that he was merely a sensitive attack-type soul master. I see, Gelong lamented slightly. For as a defense-type soul master, the whale glue held no utility for him, yet could benefit Jiang, the assault-type soul master. Thus, he willingly passed the whale glue in the jade box to Jiang. Whale glue, though Jiang was unaware of what it truly was. He gladly accepted it since it could enhance his physique. Soon, Li Guang produced the sun-shaped gemstone, which captivated Jiang attention entirely. I do not know what this is, but given its exquisite craftsmanship, it must be a valuable ornament. Li Guang intended to suggest returning it to Gelong for safekeeping, but Jiang eagerly interjected, Uncle Ge, this gemstone is breathtaking. Could you possibly gift it to me? In his eagerness to acquire the gemstone, Jiang even resorted to calling Gelong uncle. Gelong, upon hearing this, waved his hand generously in agreement. He had no need for gemstones. Although this particular piece appeared more refined, it held little interest for him. Jiang, fearing Gelong might reconsider, promptly seized the gemstone, joyfully stowing it in his pocket. After exiting the treasure vault, Jiang made his way straight to his room, where he began to examine the gemstone closely. However, after extensive scrutiny, he found nothing particularly remarkable, only noting that the flames within him danced more vigorously, while the gemstone's true properties remained elusive. Holding a candle to the gemstone for a closer inspection, he was taken aback when wax unexpectedly dripped onto his hand, causing him to drop the candle. The flame of the candle fortuitously surged towards the gemstone, and upon contact, it was instantly engulfed. In that moment, the gemstone emitted a dazzling radiance that surged towards Jiang brow, swiftly entering his body. An astonishing scene unfolded. The gemstone began to transform, gradually becoming transparent as it integrated into Jiang form. A sun-shaped pattern appeared on his forehead, its brilliance fading to obscurity until it ultimately vanished. Following the gemstone's incorporation, Jiang mind was flooded with a peculiar vision. A strikingly handsome man bathed in sunlight, his golden hair glimmering like gold itself. Clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding a golden holy sword, he raised his blade, summoning a fierce flame from the sun above that enveloped the entire sword. With a decisive swing, he directed it towards a colossal dragon, resulting in a cacophony of shattering sounds. The vision abruptly ceased. What could this phenomenon be? Jiang realized that this gemstone was far from ordinary, and the figure within the vision was certainly no common entity. Even the aura exuded by Bai Dong could not compare to a fraction of that man's power. Thus, only one possibility remained. Chapter 90. A deeper understanding with Qianren Xue. A deity? But which deity? Jiang pondered. The golden god? No, that did not seem right. The god of fire? No. Given that he could command the true fire of the sun, he must be more than merely the god of fire. Could he be the sun god? According to the hierarchy of Luodalu, the true fire of the sun was undoubtedly the highest grade of flame. Even the god of angels could only wield a fraction of its power. The man in the vision had wielded far more than just a portion. Could it be that he was indeed the sun god? If so, Jiang had struck an immense fortune, as the sun god represented a true first-tier deity, possessing powers that rivaled those of the divine kings in various mythologies. Although Jiang was uncertain of the sun god's strength within the Douluo realm, if the god of angels could only access a mere fraction of the true fire of the sun and still be so formidable, the sun god's power must be similarly formidable, at least on par with a first-tier deity. Perhaps the gemstone served as a token of the sun god's inheritance, akin to Tang San as Han Hai, Qian Kuinjiao. While Jiang could not definitively validate his conjecture, he was certain it would bring him no detriment. In high spirits, Jiang resolved to focus on the present, retrieving a jade box from his possession. He opened it and took out a piece of whale glue, which was somewhat hot. After blowing on it for a considerable time, it cooled down enough for him to chew. As soon as it touched his tongue, a strong fishy taste overwhelmed him, causing him to frown. However, the fishiness quickly transformed into warm currents flowing into his abdomen. Upon entering, the whale glue released a fragrant aroma that wafted through his nostrils. Jiang felt warmth gradually spreading through his lower abdomen, an extraordinary sensation. The warm currents coursed through his limbs, filling him with an inexhaustible vigor, causing his meridians to expand slowly, even the extraordinary channels becoming noticeably thicker, ultimately achieving a remarkable openness. It was hard to fathom that the whale glue could possess such miraculous qualities, even unblocking Jiang extraordinary channels. The warmth continued to circulate within him, causing beads of sweat to trickle down, yet the sensation was incredibly pleasurable, nearly eliciting moans of delight. Jiang Yu's complexion grew, increasingly flushed, his skin taking on a reddish hue, with his sweat transforming into a reddish-brown color. At this moment, his vitality surged, surpassing that of an adult man, igniting an intense restlessness within him. As the heat escalated, Jiang Yu became increasingly aware of his predicament, only to find his body temperature soaring, rendering his thoughts hazy. Unbeknownst to him, whale glue was a potent substance, renowned for its invigorating properties, and it could induce certain effects in most men. Having consumed an entire piece, much of which his body absorbed, he was left with excess yang energy, leading him to a state of overwhelming desire. Jiang Yu could no longer contain himself. He yearned for release. Just then, the door swung open. Xue Qinghe had intended to discuss matters with Jiang Yu, but upon seeing his unsteady form and his clearly altered state, she instantly sensed something was amiss. Jiang Yu, what has happened to you? Xue Qinghe rushed forward, reaching out to touch Jiang Yu's forehead, discovering it to be extremely hot. A faint fragrance enveloped the air, and at that moment, Jiang Yu could no longer suppress the fire within him, transforming into a wild beast as he grasped Xue Qinghe's hand and lunged toward her, pinning her beneath him. Jiang Yu, stop. Qian Rinxue's face flushed crimson, her voice tinged with embarrassment and anger as she found herself once again beneath Jiang Yu. This infuriated her. She was not one to be subdued. If it were to happen, she would prefer to be on top. However, Qian Rinxue soon realized that no matter how she struggled, she could not break free from Jiang Yu's hold, bewildered by the sudden surge of his strength. As she struggled, her countenance began to transform. Her once ordinary face became strikingly different. The straight nose, slightly delicate phoenix eyes, and her jawline, imbued with authority and sharp angles, were fully revealed. Her skin as smooth and white as snow. The elegant curve of her neck led down to a previously flat area that now resembled towering peaks. A small six-winged angel mark appeared between her brows, and her golden hair cascaded wildly as Jiang Yu moved. Qian Rinxue's golden eyes flickered with panic. What to do? This was her first encounter with such a scenario, and she could even hear her body emitting a sound akin to flowing water. Despite her extraordinary talent, this experience was entirely new to her, rendering her no different from any ordinary girl. In this predicament, Qian Rinxue found herself at a loss. While Jiang Yu leaned in to kiss her cheek, after a fervent embrace, she finally regained her senses. It could not continue like this. For Jiang Yu's hand had already ascended to the peaks, while the other ventured towards the depths. In an instant, a surge of holy light erupted from Qian Rinxue, a powerful pressure forcefully repelling Jiang Yu, sending him crashing against the wall several meters away. The violent impact rendered Jiang Yu unconscious. Seeing this, Qian Rinxue quickly straightened her attire before approaching to assess Jiang Yu's condition. Unconscious, Qian Rinxue cautiously extended her hand toward him, this time moving slowly. Wary that Jiang Yu might succumb to madness once more, she could not endure another episode like that. Little Master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to continue reading on the next page for more excitement. How could his forehead still be so hot? Qian Rinxue felt a wave of concern. This could not continue. She could not simply stand by and watch him suffer like this. Without further hesitation, she lifted Jiang Yu into her arms and, upon exiting the door, his visage transformed back to that of Xue Qinghe. The ice cellar. Due to the sweltering heat, the nobility of Liangshan City often constructed a cool retreat within their residences. The Duke's residence was even more formidable, having constructed an immense ice cellar spanning over 1,000 square meters, filled with frigid ice transported from the far northern regions, boasting an exceptional cooling effect. Upon arriving at the entrance of the ice cellar, Qian Rinxue felt a chilling aura envelop her. Dressed merely in a thin garment, she was ill-prepared for the cold. However, glancing at Jiang Yu's pallor, she resolutely embraced him and stepped into the ice cellar. Once inside, Qian Rinxue sensed an immediate contrast. The inside felt like an entirely different realm. Massive blocks of ice were meticulously arranged on either side, emanating an intense cold. Even her breath transformed into visible mist, each inhalation sending shivers through her body. In stark contrast, Jiang Yu gradually regained control of his body temperature within the ice cellar, the color in his face slowly returning to normalcy. Observing Jiang Yu's improving condition, Qian Rinxue let out a sigh of relief and placed him upon an ice bed. If it weren't for your remarkable capabilities, I would not have saved you. I hope you do not disappoint me in the future, as individuals of your caliber are rare these days. Staring at Jiang Yu's somewhat youthful visage, she found herself reminiscing about the earlier events. How to describe that feeling? Though she felt a twinge of fear, there was an inexplicable anticipation stirring in the depths of her heart. Such a boorish boy. She couldn't deny the sensation it evoked within her. With that thought, warmth spread through Qian Rinchue's body, even the surrounding ice failing to suppress it. This warmth radiated from within, starkly contrasting Jiang Yu's condition, leaving her to rely solely on herself. After half an hour, Jiang Yu's complexion finally normalized, and his body temperature ceased to be excessively hot. Phew! Qian Rinchue exclaimed with relief. It seems he is no longer in distress. Reassured, she suddenly concocted a mischievous plan, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light. Tonight, I shall leave you here in the ice cellar to sleep for a night, serving as a punishment for your rough treatment towards me. Let's see if you dare to act so brazenly again. With a huff, Qian Rinchue turned and departed, leaving Jiang Yu alone upon the frigid ice. As she closed the door of the ice cellar, gazing at the moonlit sky, her laughter rang out like silver bells. In the depths of unconsciousness, Jiang Yu dreamt of pressing Qian Rinchue beneath him and engaging in some unspeakable actions. Although a dream, the sensations felt strikingly real, causing a flush to rise on his cheeks. Wake up, you little rascal. Tianming Bangcan roused from slumber, attempting to awaken the still unconscious Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu stirred, realizing he found himself within the ice cellar, a wave of cold washing over him. He couldn't help but shiver as his body felt on the verge of freezing. His muscles stiffened, and even his hair stood straight. This ice, from a far north, how nostalgic. Tianming Bangcan recognized the origins of the ice around them. Oh, that block of ice. Spotting a brick-sized piece of solid ice not far ahead, Tianming Bingsan's excitement grew. It bore strange inscriptions, translated into human language. It read, Dear Bing Bing, I am your devoted Rokan. The heart of the worm is eternally yours, Bing Bing. Each time I sleep, I dream of you. Oh, Bing Bing, how I long for you. As Tianming Bingcan gazed at its own whimsical scribblings, it reminisced about its affection for a female beast, an ice-blue emperor scorpion. With its chilling gaze, emerald tail, and silver mandibles, all irresistibly captivating. Alas, the Iceworm clan possessed low offensive capabilities, relegating them merely to the role of prey for the ice-blue scorpions. Tianming Bangcan understood the vast chasm between them. It did not yearn for an ordinary ice-blue scorpion, but for the emperor among them, the ice-blue emperor scorpion, one of the three great kings of the far north. Thus, this love remained nothing more than a fanciful wish. Young man, stow that ice brick in your soul guide device, and remember to safeguard it diligently. Tianming Bingsan's voice echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. Jiang Yu glanced ahead and soon spotted the ice brick. Although he couldn't comprehend the inscriptions, he was profoundly shaken. The letters, though coated in frost, hinted at something profound within. It resembled something written in mucus. Disgusting. Who writes with mucus? Nonetheless, recognizing that Tianming Bangcan had good reason for wanting him to collect that ice brick, he picked it up and secured it within his soul guide device. By the way, Tianming, how did I end up in the ice cellar? Jiang Yu asked, perplexed. How would I know? Tianming Bangcan replied, somewhat astonished. I thought you came here for amusement. Who seeks entertainment in an ice cellar? Jiang Yu retorted, incredulous. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed through the ice cellar. Someone's coming, Jiang Yu exclaimed, and just then, Tianming Bangcan began to dissipate. I'm going to sleep now. Take care of yourself. Truly, it was difficult to please. What a diva, Jiang Yu couldn't help but comment. You're awake. Qian Rinchue gracefully entered the ice cellar, surprised to see Jiang Yu conscious. She had feared the low temperature would harm him, but to her relief, his face still bore a healthy hue. What brings you here? I. Qian Rinchue pointed to herself, her expression astonished. Do you not recall? Last night you upon recalling the events of the previous night, a blush crept across her cheeks, realizing Jiang Yu, the little lecher, had no memory of it. Had she been touched by him without his knowledge? In her moment of distraction, Jiang Yu's hand had already brushed against her warm cheek. Why is your face so hot? Chinghagij, this is an ice cellar. Jiang Yu questioned, confusion evident in his eyes. Ah, no, nothing. Qian Rinchue quickly retreated, her heart troubled by his innocent demeanor. Now, he remembered to call her sister, yet had forgotten his roughness from the previous night. How vexatious. The pressure he exerted still lingered painfully. Qian Rinchue was no fool. She had trusted Jiang Yu too much before, nearly losing everything. Forgotten? How convenient for you to deny it, after taking everything. Such a cheap trick. Do you truly not remember what transpired last night? Qian Renshua pressed on, seeking to discern whether he was feigning ignorance. If he was sincere, she might let him off the hook. If not, she would reveal the harsher side of her angelic facade. What should I say? At this moment, Qian Renshua stood merely a few centimeters away from me. Should I inquire about last night? No. Jiang, you desperately wanted to know whether the scene in his dream was merely a fabrication or reality. Yet, upon reflection, if it hadn't occurred, Qian Renshua would surely view him as a rogue. That was not the outcome Jiang Yu desired. I truly have no recollection. Jiang Yu scratched his head, wearing an expression of utter bewilderment. Last night, he was oblivious to what transpired. He felt feverishly hot and continually rubbed against the table. Fearing for his safety, Qian Renshua had moved him to this ice cellar. Struggling to suppress her laughter, Qian Renshua gazed at Jiang Yu mischievously, since he had forgotten. It was the perfect opportunity to play a trick on him. The table? Rubbing. Jiang Yu's face instantly turned dark. Could it be? What a brazen fabrication. No sooner had he realized the gravity of the situation than he felt too embarrassed to remain in the ice cellar. Covering his face, he dashed outside, not wanting Qian Renshua to witness his humiliation. Qian Renshua could no longer contain her laughter, feeling that she had avenged herself. Upon returning to his room, Jiang Yu noticed that the items on the table had fallen to the ground, with even the edges showing signs of wear. Could it be true? Picking up the jade box from the floor, he opened it to find the dark whale gelatin still lying quietly inside. This substance had been the source of his embarrassment last night. Jiang Yu felt an urge to discard it, but ultimately managed to regain his composure. After consuming the whale gelatin, he had indeed felt a surge of formidable power within him, as if even his soul power had increased, though he was uncertain by how much. It appeared he needed to visit the Wuhuan Temple in Liangshan City, in the realm of Douluo. Every city possessed a Wuhuan Temple, which stood as a hallmark of significance. The Wuhuan Temple is categorized into 6 levels, the lowest being the Wuhuan Branch Temple, followed by the Wuhuan Sub-Temple, the Wuhuan Main Temple, and the Wuhuan Holy Temple, culminating in the Pope's Hall and the highest tier, the Douluo Offering Hall. Accessible only to the most powerful titled Douluo. The Wuhuan Main Temple in Liangshan City was situated in the most prosperous part of the city, sprawling over tens of thousands of square meters. Despite the recent battle, no faction dared to invade the Wuhuan Main Temple, which remained completely unscathed. Jiang Yu soon arrived at the Wuhuan Main Temple. It was an immense structure with a vaulted ceiling, its facade exceeding 1 kilometer in width and soaring 30 meters high, comprising 5 levels and entirely constructed of brown materials. The emblem at the entrance displayed 3 symbols, a sword, a hammer, and a colossal dragon. The guards at the entrance appeared to be in their 20s, yet their soul power fluctuations were impressive, befitting the main temple's stature, as even the gatekeepers were formidable. "Hello, Uncle. I have come to test my soul power," Jiang Yu greeted with a smile. "Please proceed inside." One of the guards responded monotonously, accustomed to the daily influx of soul masters seeking to assess their soul power. Upon entering the grand hall, Jiang Yu was greeted by exquisite murals, each small panel intricately carved with different martial souls, all set against a uniform golden background. Surrounding him were crystal windows, through which sunlight refracted, casting a radiant golden glow upon the murals. At this moment, the hall was not particularly crowded. After casually inquiring from a nearby beauty, Jiang Yu learned where to go for the soul power test. He did not linger, but walked toward the grand doors ahead, pushing open a crystal door to reveal the soul power testing apparatus at the very center of the room. Beside it sat an elderly gentleman, dressed in a neatly organized soul master outfit, adorned with the standard 4-sword insignia on his arm, signifying his rank as a soul master of the soul respect level. Xiao Kai, responsible for soul awakening and soul power testing at the Wuhuan Main Temple, martial soul, Wind Baboon, level 37 agility-based soul respect. Child, congratulations on obtaining your first soul ring. Although you have just acquired it, you have embarked on the path of a soul master. With diligent training, you can certainly become a powerful soul master like your grandfather. By the way, your grandfather is a soul respect. In Xiao Kai's eyes, Jiang Yu was merely a novice soul master who had recently attained his first soul ring. Such talent, although somewhat average, still surpassed many others. After all, possessing soul skills would grant him access to numerous extraordinary abilities, placing him above the majority of commoners. Hence, Xiao Kai wore a benevolent expression. "Thank you, grandfather." Jiang Yu did not offer any further explanation. Facts speak louder than words, and soon he would reveal the extent of his soul power. "Press your hand firmly against this orb," Shiokai instructed, gesturing toward the yellow crystal ball. Infuse your soul power into it, and you shall discover the measure of your soul power. Typically, those who have just acquired their first soul ring possess around level 11 soul power. Before Shiokai could finish his sentence, Jiang placed his hand on the crystal ball and released his entire soul power. Upon witnessing the displayed strength, Shiokai nearly dropped his jaw. Jiang possessed not one, but 2 yellow soul rings, and the crystal ball indicated his soul power to be at level 25. Staring at Jiang in disbelief, Shiokai exclaimed, You are a great soul master. Is this even human? You are nothing short of prodigy. Having devoted decades to training, Shiokai had only attained the rank of soul respect, while Jiang, at such a young age, had already reached the status of a great soul master. The disparity was staggering. How old are you? Shiokai inquired, his ears perking up. 8 years old. Jiang replied honestly. 8 years old. Shiokai gasped in shock. Level 25 soul power at such a tender age? Is this even human? The golden generation of our Wuhuan temple cannot compare to such prowess. He found it hard to believe that anyone on the continent could possess talent that surpassed the most exceptional geniuses of the Wuhuan temple. Yet, the soul power could not lie, as the crystal ball clearly indicated level 25. To his astonishment, he had risen 2 levels. It appeared the effects of the whale gelatin were not inferior to those of celestial herbs. Jiang understood his own circumstances well. Although he had only gained 2 levels of soul power, any other individual consuming the whale gelatin would likely experience a far greater increase. Due to his cultivation of the Hongmeng purple qi, the difficulty of enhancing his soul power surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Nevertheless, his soul power's refinement exceeded that of anyone else, allowing him to challenge soul respects. Young brother, might I inquire if you're interested in joining our Wuhuan temple? The benefits here are indeed the most generous on the continent. Shiokai immediately sought to recruit Jiang. Join the Wuhuan temple? Donotist. I was already part of it while still nursing from BB Dong, Jiang thought to himself. However, he could not divulge this to Shiokai. After all, the fewer individuals aware of his undercover status, the safer he would be. I apologize, grandfather. Jiang feigned innocence in his refusal. I have already joined another sect, and it is impossible for me to join your Wuhuan temple. Is that so? Shiokai lamented, realizing the missed opportunity. With Jiang talent, joining the Wuhuan temple would undoubtedly lead to his significant rise, perhaps surpassing even the golden generation to become the holy son of the Wuhuan temple. In that case, he might even be taken under the wing of the esteemed Pope, ensuring a boundless future. As his recommender, Shiokai would also receive rewards, potentially leading to a position in Wuhuan City, where he could meet the revered Pope. Alas, this aspiration had now evaporated, as Jiang had already aligned himself with another faction. After departing from the Grand Hall, Jiang did not rush back, but instead turned to the rear of the palace. Upon finding the appropriate position, he retrieved a slingshot from his pocket. This contraption required little skill. He merely carved a Y-shaped piece of wood and affixed a rubber band to complete it. Jiang bent down to pick up a stone and took out a small note he had prepared earlier, wrapping the stone in it. With a swift pull of the slingshot, he launched the stone, which struck the crystal window with a resounding thud, shattering it and sending debris flying into the inner sanctum of the Wuhuan temple. Ouch! A familiar voice exclaimed. The stone fortuitously hit Shiokai. Who lacks civic virtue like this? Shiokai glanced down and noticed the stone was wrapped in a small note, hastily picking it up. Upon unfolding the note, he discerned its contents. Despite Jiang's intentionally convoluted writing, he grasped the key information. It was imperative to report this to Wuhuan City promptly, as it pertained to significant matters that only His Holiness the Pope could decide. Ignoring his pain, Shiokai quickly rose to seek the main hall's master. Shortly thereafter, a soul master with 5 soul rings and a pair of wings emerged from the Wuhuan main hall, swiftly disappearing into the horizon, heading towards the Wuhuan temple. In the Pope's chamber, Bai Dong recognized the crumpled note in her hand at a glance. Although Jiang had written it awkwardly, it could not escape her keen eye. After all, she had once taught him how to write, and no transformation could elude her scrutiny. Finally, she had procured a piece of valuable intelligence. Bai Dong contemplated and summoned Luo Dia to her side. Half an hour later, 500 flying-type soul masters departed from Wuhuan City, each possessing at least 5 soul rings, all boasting optimal configurations. Such a formidable assembly of soul masters could only be mobilized by the Wuhuan temple on the continent. The army lingered around Liangshan City for 7 days but failed to locate Duke Liangshan, likely having fled to the Luo Empire, thus tarnishing the mission. At that moment, a decree from the Emperor of Snow Night also arrived in Liangshan City, and Guilong immediately knelt to receive the edict. According to the Emperor's directive, the title of the Liangshan Principality would be revoked, and it would be rebranded as Liangshan Province. Soon, a new governor for Liangshan would be appointed. As for Li Guang, mentioned in Guilong's letter, the Emperor decided against appointing him as governor, but instead granted him a title of Earl, along with 1,000 acres of land. The Emperor's intentions were clear. Li Guang could continue to enjoy wealth and luxury, but should abandon any thoughts of real power, content to be a wealthy gentleman. After nearly half a month, the new governor of Liangshan finally assumed office, accompanied by a host of officials. Though he hailed from a civil background, he managed affairs with remarkable decisiveness and was not averse to bloodshed. Upon taking office, he executed hundreds of officials from the former Liangshan Principality suspected of harboring ill intentions. However, he was not solely focused on slaughter. He also endeavored to win the hearts of the populace. In summary, he would execute some, promote others, and demote a few. Approximately half a month later, the situation stabilized completely. Guilong, following the emperor's orders, left behind 30,000 imperial guards in Liangshan province before leading the remaining troops back to Tiando Imperial City. Upon exiting Liangshan territory, the army pressed onward towards the imperial city, traveling by day and camping by night, encountering no significant issues along the way. In Wenyo Valley, although it was not an ideal camping spot, the night had grown late and the journey had proven cumbersome, compelling Guilong to make camp within the valley. Having faced no dangers in Liangshan, he relaxed his vigilance now that they were in the territory controlled by the Tiando Empire. Nevertheless, he stationed over 1,000 elite guards to protect the treasures unearthed from the Duke of Liangshan's estate. After midnight, everyone fell into a deep slumber, and the soldiers assigned to guard appeared utterly exhausted, lacking any semblance of alertness. At that moment, a group of masked figures stealthily infiltrated the camp. They were members of the Wu Hun Temple, each a sole master, and even in numbers of hundreds, they made no sound. Soon, they reached the rear of the camp, where the treasures were laid out before them. "There it is," Luo Dia exclaimed upon spotting the numerous large chests, his expression brightening. "Let me handle this," spoke a woman, her voice cool yet laced with a hint of languor. Clad in a form-fitting black suit that accentuated her figure, she possessed long, slender legs, a tiny waist, and a pair of ample curves reminiscent of Mount Everest, captivating the eye. Although her face was obscured by a black lace mask, her bright apricot eyes suggested an undeniable beauty. "Be careful, Tifa," Luo Dia refrained from stopping her, well aware of his daughter's capabilities. Among the few female soul masters in the Wu Hun Temple, she was a standout, even earning the title of the Golden Eagle Goddess, a designation not easily attained. Tifa had inherited the family's Golden Eagle Wu Hun and had further transformed into the Golden Feather Eagle Emperor, despite being just over 30. Her cultivation had already surpassed the Soul Emperor realm, representing the hope of the entire Luo family. Though Luo Dia had many children, Tifa was the only one with the potential to reach the rank of title Douluo, hence he had brought her along for this trial. "Don't worry, father," Tifa confidently replied as she advanced, her light steps causing her alluring curves to sway enticingly. The masked figures behind her could hardly suppress their salivation, infuriating Luo Dia, who nearly reprimanded them, but refrained for fear of alerting the enemy. His daughter was not someone they could fantasize about. She deserved to be a champion in the continental-level competitions. As Tifa approached the drowsy soldiers, a radiant golden light erupted from her body, encircling her within a meter without spilling outward. Soon, a small golden eagle materialized behind her, its entire form gleaming like gold, including its wings and talons. The sight was particularly dazzling. After manifesting her martial spirit, Tifa underwent significant transformation. Not only did her pupils turn golden, but her hands also morphed into golden eagle talons, and a pair of resplendent golden wings sprouted from her back, evoking the image of a goddess of war, akin to Athena from a certain game. Luo Dia possesses a talent that far exceeds that of her father, attributed to the formidable mutated martial soul, Jin Yuinghuang. Her innate soul power has reached the remarkable level of 9. Even among the exceptionally gifted individuals within the Wuhuan Dian, she is considered prodigy. Due to her illustrious lineage as the daughter of a renowned genius, coupled with the support of judo law, Luo Dia has increasingly been favored within the Wuhuan Dian in recent years, embodying the notion that the daughter brings greater prestige than the father. At that moment, a guard, startled by an overwhelming urge to relieve himself, rose to attend to his needs, only to be met with the sight of a figure cloaked in black and radiating golden light approaching. Before he could utter a word, the soldier's mouth involuntarily closed, and his gaze became vacant. Upon closer inspection, one could see the golden light emanating from Luo or Difa's golden pupils reflected in the soldier's eyes. This was her first soul technique, Huang Tone. Under the influence of this technique, all who encountered it would be irresistibly compelled to feel the oppressive aura of royalty, leading to an involuntary sense of submission, the duration of which depended on the individual's will. Generally speaking, those with soul power surpassing Luo or Difa would only be affected for a few seconds at most, yet the soldier in question evidently did not meet this standard. Under the effect of her soul technique, he instantaneously became a puppet. Having dealt with the soldier, Luo or Difa approached a box, verifying its contents before signaling her companions to assist with the transport. Go! Luo or Dialan nodded in satisfaction, and with a commanding shout, hundreds of soul masters sprang into action. They retrieved the ropes tied around their waists, secured one end of the box, wrapped it several times, and fastened the latch before spreading their wings to take flight. However, a sparrow soul master, unable to bear the weight of the box, was abruptly yanked down, causing both him and the box to crash heavily to the ground. Thief! The commotion disturbed the slumbering guards, who, upon witnessing the black-clad figures stealing, began to shout, and some even rang the nearby gong to raise the alarm. This is dire. We must act swiftly. Luo Dialas' expression turned serious. Although the individuals accompanying him were all soul masters, being surrounded by tens of thousands of troops would inevitably lead to complications. Despite the Wuhuan Dian's vast resources, losing 500 Soul Kings was simply unacceptable. In the Central Army's command tent, Galong was engaged in a game with Li Guang's sextuplet sister when a sudden outcry caught his attention, nearly prompting him to exit the tent. What is happening? Why the commotion? He bellowed. General, there is trouble. A kneeling guard exclaimed urgently. Someone has infiltrated the camp and is attempting to steal those boxes. Stealing boxes? How outrageous! Galong seethed in fury, incredulous that thieves had the audacity to breach his tent. Fetch my 100-pound blade. After issuing his command, he turned and re-entered the tent. After donning his armor and relaying a few instructions to the 6 identical beauties, he accepted the massive sword handed to him by the attendant at the entrance. In Jiang Yu's tent, the outside noise roused him, and upon inquiring with a nearby soldier, he quickly grasped the situation. Thieves? Jiang Yu realized immediately that the Wuhuan Dian had arrived, and the leader, it seemed, was not foolish. Choosing to strike when Galong and his men had relaxed their vigilance after leaving the territory of Liangshan. However, Jiang Yu was mistaken. It was not the leader's cleverness at play, but rather Luo or Difa's cunning decision. This golden eagle goddess possessed not only beauty, but also intellect far beyond the ordinary. It was precisely for this reason that Luo or Difa garnered great favor from Bibi Dong, often being paired with Uliana for missions, enabling the proud disciple to learn from a figure who embodied both beauty and wisdom. Returning to his tent, Jiang Yu chose not to sleep, but instead awaited further news. Despite the overwhelming numbers of the Imperial Guards, he remained confident that the Wuhuan Dian could handle the situation. Yet the waiting was arduous. Half an hour passed without any updates. It remained uncertain whether the Wuhuan Dian had successfully retreated or if the Imperial Guards had safeguarded the treasures. As Jiang Yu anxiously awaited news, a shadow approached his tent. The figure's lower body resembled that of a serpent, and remarkably, the snake's body glided silently above the ground, suspended a foot above the surface. A closer look revealed that the snake-like form was not in contact with the earth, a feat evidently linked to the individual's martial soul. This person bore the martial soul of a vibrant multicolored snake, adorned with 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings, indicating a soul emperor's prowess. Upon reaching the tent entrance, the mysterious individual's black soul rings suddenly illuminated, and he exhaled a swirling mist of vibrant colors that wafted into the tent. A derisive smirk curled at the corners of the mysterious man's mouth. What of genius? He was confident that a mere great soul master could not evade his colorful venom, his most adept form of attack. In the realm of Douluo, poison was regarded as a despicable tactic, seldom held in high esteem. Even within the realm of poison masters, the poison Douluo, known for his venomous prowess, was often looked down upon by other titled Dao. Thus, He was universally regarded as the weakest of the titled Douluo, a sentiment widely acknowledged across the continent. The mysterious man's martial soul, named Wu Zaijian Lansha, possessed toxicity comparable to that of the Bilin Sha, though it paled in comparison to Dugu Bo's Bilin Shahuan. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu succumbed to the effects of the vibrant poison, losing consciousness as the mysterious figure entered the tent and found his target lying motionless on the table. Without hesitation, he swiftly made his way to Jiang Yu's side, hoisting him onto his back and exiting the tent. The mysterious man appeared well acquainted with the camp layout, and most soldiers were preoccupied with a large group of thieves, allowing him to evade detection with relative ease. Once outside the encampment, he led Jiang Yu into the forest, continuing until they reached a riverbank. Boy, unless the poisoned Douluo himself comes to your aid, no titled Douluo will save you from my poison, he mused. Such a talent. What a pity. You have entangled yourself in royal conflict. Following his master's orders, the mysterious man unceremoniously tossed Jiang Yu into the turbulent waters of the river. Being a person of importance to Xue, Qinghe, and a core disciple of the Seven Treasures Liuli sect, the mysterious man's faction dared not act too overtly. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate any trace of Jiang Yu, knowing that as long as they left no evidence, no one would be able to trace the incident back to them. At worst, they could attribute the deed to the thieves who had attacked that night, which seemed to be an act of divine providence. Watching as the river swept Jiang Yu further away, the mysterious man finally felt at ease, eager to return and report his success to his master. Upon his return to the camp, Douluo was still engaged in a struggle with the thieves. Although the masked figures were few in number, each was a soul master, the weakest among them being at the soul king level, which perplexed Douluo. Such formidable forces were rare throughout the continent. The situation primarily revolves around the Wuhuan Temple, the seven great sects, and a few notable families, including the Xingluo Empire. The question arises, is it the Yi family, the Lin family, or the Fong family? Douluo's expression grew increasingly grave. Or perhaps it is the Wuhuan Temple, the Fong, Lin, and Yi families are all colossal entities among the top 10 families of the continent, and they're all situated within the Xingluo Empire, traditionally supporting the imperial family while often opposing the Tiando Empire. This is why Douluo's suspicion first fell upon them. Xingluo Empire, Baroque province. When Jiang Yu opened his eyes again, he realized he was no longer inside the tent. The decorations above and the sounds of swaying indicated that he was lying on a carriage. Where am I? Jiang Yu murmured. Little brother, you are awake. I didn't expect you to wake up first. It seems your constitution is quite remarkable. Upon hearing Jiang Yu stir, the owner of the carriage, an elderly man, handed him a small porcelain cup. The elder appeared tall and slender, with well-maintained black hair akin to that of a middle-aged man, his complexion rosy, though his eyes bore an ominous glint. Quickly drink this medicine, the elder urged, attempting to adopt a kindly demeanor. You have been poisoned by the colorful snake venom. Fortunately, I possess the gall of the colorful snake here, which, when used as a medicinal catalyst along with 5 specific herbs to counteract snake venom, can completely eliminate your poison. At this point, the elder's expression began to swell with pride. He was quite confident in his accomplishments regarding toxins. Even if a poisoned Douluo were to arrive, he would not be intimidated. To him, the minor colorful snake venom was merely child's play, for few on the continent could rival his expertise in the field of toxins. Poison. Jiang Yu finally realized that he had indeed been poisoned by someone, and until now, he had no recollection of the event. Who could have inflicted such a treachery? Jiang Yu took the medicine from the elder's hand, deep in thought. The porcelain vial emitted an unpleasant odor, yet he did not suspect the elder of any malice. Had the man intended to harm him, he would not have come to his aid. Jiang Yu steeled himself against the foul smell and drank the green liquid in one gulp. To his surprise, the antidote was not as bitter as he had imagined. Instead, it carried a refreshing fragrance. Before long, Jiang Yu felt a warm current flowing through his lower abdomen, and his strength began to gradually return, even alleviating his negative state. Thank you, grandfather. Jiang Yu sincerely expressed his gratitude to the elder. Although he had confidence in his own constitution, without the elder's assistance, he might have remained unconscious. There's no need for thanks. It was merely a small effort on my part. You are fortunate. When I discovered you by the riverbank, the poison had already spread throughout your entire body. I merely tried my best, not expecting your constitution to be stronger than that of an ordinary adult. You should thank yourself, the elder replied without taking credit. Nonetheless, I must thank you, grandfather. I am indebted to you for saving my life. May I know your esteemed name, so that I may repay you in the future? Jiang Yu asked. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, the elder nodded in satisfaction, a faint smile appearing on his face. This young boy, though small in age, understood the importance of gratitude. He truly had not saved the wrong person. My name is Yang Wudi. Thank you, Elder Yang. Just as this chapter was not yet concluded, Jiang Yu was taken aback. Young Wudi? He scrutinized the elder before him, realizing that this seemingly unassuming old man was actually the renowned leader of the poison clan, Yang Wudi. This was indeed a formidable figure. Among the leaders of the four single-attribute sects, while none could be dismissed lightly, Yang Wudi was undoubtedly the most noteworthy. After all, few could challenge a titled Douluo head-on without losing face, and he was one of them, alongside Tang Hao. Jiang Yu felt a tangle of emotions. After all, he was affiliated with the Wuhuan Temple. The enmity between Yang Wudi and the Wuhuan Temple was significant. When the Haoyan sect declared its retreat, it had not informed the four single-attribute sects beforehand, leading to a fierce battle with the Wuhuan Temple. This conflict nearly resulted in the extermination of the four single-attribute sects. If Yang Wudi were to discover Jiang Yu's affiliation with the Wuhuan Temple, he would likely turn hostile instantly. Thank you, Elder Yang. Jiang Yu forced a smile. What is your name, little one, and where do you come from? How did you end up in the river? Yang Wudi inquired curiously. I am Jiang Shanyo. Jiang Yu quickly fabricated a name. Since the assassination incident, his name had spread across the continent, so for safety's sake, he could not reveal his true identity. Although deceiving was somewhat wrong, he felt he had no other choice. At that moment, a melodious female voice interrupted him, and Jiang Yu turned in surprise. The woman beside him appeared to be in her early 30s, her black bodysuit riddled with numerous large tears, exposing her fair skin beneath. With her striking golden hair, voluptuous figure, and slender waist, she was truly a stunning beauty. Such a beautiful lady is a rarity, Jiang Yu thought. Jiang Shangyo. No wonder you were tossed into the river. It must be due to your name, Yang Wudi commented after handing the medicine to Jiang Yu, only to be roused by the unpleasant odor, although he did not immediately act. Luo or Tia, understanding her predicament, recalled that their operation last night had initially gone smoothly, only to be disrupted by Golong and his forces. Even their elite members of the Wuhuan Temple found themselves in a tough battle against the heavily armored soldiers of the Imperial Guard, who, despite their lower soul power, were a nuisance, particularly the thousands of archers raining arrows upon them. As a rare female soul master, Luo or Tia attracted more attention than others. They had dispatched 10 soul emperors to besiege her alone. Meanwhile, her father was entangled with Golong, unable to assist, though her strength was considerable. Facing so many opponents of equal rank was quite daunting. Even when she managed to break free, she sustained severe injuries and ended up drifting in the river alongside Jiang Yu, where they were both discovered by Yang Wudi. Who are you? Jiang Yu asked, slightly puzzled. While the lady was indeed attractive, her social skills seemed lacking, as she openly mocked his name. Me? Luo or Tia chuckled at Jiang Yu's inquiry. My name is F.A. Lon. Why, little brother, do you have a crush on me? Such a young boy already interested in women. Naturally, she would not disclose her true name. This lady is rather inappropriate, Jiang Yu thought. Although he often engaged in playful banter, he understood the concept of restraint. Unlike the woman before him. Enough. He is still a child, Yang Wudi interjected. You have many injuries. Who did this to you? Sigh. It was an enemy seeking revenge. Luo or Tia casually offered an explanation, her face flushing slightly as she noticed the bandages covering various parts of her body, even in some rather awkward places. Rest assured, Yang Wudi observed the gradual reddening of her complexion and discerned her concerns. He immediately spoke to reassure her. The one tending to your wounds is the granddaughter of a friend of mine. I have not laid a finger on you. His words instantly alleviated Luo Erdi's worries. Reminded of her earlier misgivings, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, I apologize for my misunderstanding, and I am grateful for your life-saving assistance, Senior Yang. There's no need for thanks, Yang Wudi chuckled. A soul master who turns a blind eye to those in peril is hardly worthy of the title. You should rest here for now. We shall decide on our next steps once you have fully recovered. Chapter 95, Lowly. Ani. Upon learning that Jiang Yu had gone missing, Shui Qinghe and Golong immediately scoured the entire camp but found no trace of him. This absence sent Golong into a furious rage. Not only had the treasures seized from the Liangshan Duke's estate been completely plundered, but his sole advisor, Jiang Yu, had also vanished, marking a disastrous loss of both wealth and manpower. Since acquiring news of Jiang Yu's predicament, Shui Qinghe had remained inside his tent, striving to uncover any clues. Yet he found nothing amiss until deep into the night. Senior Sitten, in desperation, he turned to the enigmatic elder who had been guarding him. As soon as Xue Qinghe called out, a shadow silently appeared within the tent, leaving no one to discern how he had entered. Under the moonlight, the figure emanated an air of mystery, exuding an immensely repressed aura, with not a hint of soul power leaking from him. The man was of average build, neither tall nor short, with an unremarkable appearance that made him blend into the crowd seamlessly. "What is your command, miss?" The elder bowed respectfully to Qian Renxue, clearly not a member of the Tiando royal family. He was one of the few who knew the true identity of the man before him. "Please, senior, investigate if there is anything unusual in this tent. I have searched for ages and found nothing." Qian Renxue's tone held a hint of respect. The Sitten Douluo was a trusted confidant of her grandfather. When she was dispatched to the Tiando Empire to undertake a covert mission to replace Xue Qinghe. This title, Douluo, and another, the Shimao Douluo, had been hidden in the shadows, ensuring her safety. During this campaign against the Liangshan Principality, she had brought the Sitten Douluo along, while the Shimao Douluo remained in the imperial city. Yes, Mississippi. The Sitten Douluo began to inspect the tent. With his cultivation level, it did not take long for him to sense something was amiss. Sitten manifest. The strange aura was exceedingly faint, prompting him to summon his martial spirit. His martial spirit, like his title, was the Sitten. Although the name might seem plain, lacking the grandiosity of the blue lightning tyrant dragon or the evil fire phoenix. Underestimating the Sitten would be a grave error. This creature of the sea is fiercely protective, puffing up its body to defend itself with its spines when threatened. This trait has been perfectly inherited by Sitten soul masters, and the Sitten Douluo, in particular, has inherited numerous abilities from the Sitten martial spirit, including fortification, hardening, expansion, toxin purification, venom, poisonous quills, and toxin tracking. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, the Sitten Douluo's body began to swell like a balloon, countless purple spines erupting from him, surrounding his form, even transforming his hands into purple spiny appendages, enveloped in a distinctive hue. 2 yellow, 3 purple, for black. 9 brilliant soul rings gradually appeared. The Sitten Douluo swiftly discerned the remnants of toxins within the tent. "Miss, there is indeed poison here, notably the exceedingly rare rainbow serpent venom." Poison. Qian Renxue did not doubt the Sitten Douluo's words. While many knew of the poison Douluo's formidable reputation across the Douluo continent, few realized that the Sitten Douluo was not inferior to Douluo, and his martial spirit was one of the few that could counter the Bailian Snake Emperor. The rainbow serpent venom. Suddenly, Qian Renxue recalled that a guard beside Xue Qinghe possessed the rainbow serpent martial spirit. This revelation pointed towards the mastermind behind the incident. The previous assassins posing as members of the Spirit Hall may have been orchestrated by Xue Qinghe. "I have not sought you out, yet you dare to harm those I cherish. It seems you shall not be spared." A cold glint flashed across Qian Renxue's face. "Senior Sitten, I must trouble you to deal with Xue Qinghe and his guard possessing the rainbow serpent martial spirit." Qian Renxue's tone was resolute, indicating that Jiang Yu's situation had ignited her fury. "Yes, miss." The Sitten Douluo was somewhat taken aback. This was the first instance he had witnessed the usually composed Qian Renxue reveal such emotion. However, given her command, he had no choice but to comply. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu lay leisurely in the carriage, resting quietly. According to Yang Wudi, they were headed to my city in the eastern part of the Xingluo Empire to participate in the annual poison exchange competition, where the champion was to receive a highly coveted medicinal treasure. Given Yang Wudi's obsession with herbs, it was only natural for him to attend. Upon learning this, Jiang Yu decided to accompany Yang Wudi, as he had little else to occupy his time. Besides, he hoped to cultivate a closer rapport with Yang Wudi and learn the arts of poisoning and detoxification from him. After all, Yang Wudi was a master in the field, and acquiring his techniques would ensure that he would not fall victim to poison again, thereby enhancing his self-defense capabilities. For reasons unknown, Luo Erdi also chose to remain, leaving Jiang Yu somewhat amused and exasperated by this older woman, despite her undeniable beauty. However, her incessant chatter was a source of irritation, contrasting sharply with the composure of Bibi Dong. Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the vast disparities between individuals. Both were mature women. Yet the one named F.A. Lan was particularly vexing. Throughout the journey, her incessant prattle clashed with Jiang Yu's demeanor. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue enjoying the captivating narrative. What a juxtaposition of an aloof visage paired with a mouth reminiscent of Gang and Kai Go, truly disrupting the atmosphere. Jiang Yu silently critiqued. Baroque Province, Baiyu City. This city holds great renown throughout the Xinglua Empire, celebrated for its exquisite gems and jewels, which are famed across the Douluo continent. Upon reaching the city gates, Yang Wudi called for Jiang Yu and Fa Lan to disembark from the carriage. According to protocol, they were to undergo an inspection. With a stretch, Jiang Yu pushed aside the curtain and leaped from the carriage, having fully expelled the toxins from his body and restored his physique to peak condition. Just then, two figures descended from the carriage behind him, a venerable elder and a young girl, resembling a grandparent and grandchild. The elder possessed a youthful appearance, his snow-white hair cascading loosely behind him, his complexion rosy like that of an infant, and his figure remarkably well-proportioned, clad in a flowing white robe that imparted an ethereal quality. After alighting from the carriage, he cautiously assisted the girl down, seemingly fearful of her falling. Jiang Yu's attention was soon captured by the young girl. The young girl appeared to be of a similar age to Jiang Yu, yet her figure was exceptionally tall and well-proportioned, even surpassing Jiang Yu's height. Her beauty was striking, with skin as smooth and fair as the exterior of a freshly laid egg, leaving no room for criticism. Her short, purple hair framed her face with an air of sharpness and competence, while the playful ponytail at the back added a touch of whimsy. Her captivating phoenix-like eyes sparkled with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings with keen interest. "Oh, by now, after such a long journey, let's take a moment to rest in Baiyu Cheng. I have heard there are unique activities happening tonight. Let us join in the festivities," Yang Wudi said gently, casting a warm glance at the elderly man behind him. With few friends, his closest companion was this silver-haired elder, confirming his intuition. Upon hearing Yang Wudi's address to the aged man, coupled with the presence of the sweet-faced girl beside him, Jiang Yu deduced that they were none other than the leader of the Minji clan, Bai He, and his granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang. Jiang Yu was correct in his assumption. Bai He's journey alongside Yang Wudi was due to the necessities he sought in Muyi Cheng, a place he visited annually. And coincidentally, Yang Wudi was traveling the same route, bringing these old friends together once more. Which one is prettier, the little girl or the aunt? Lord of teased, noticing Jiang Yu's unwavering gaze on the young girl. "Certainly her," Jiang Yu replied candidly. "Just look at yourself. You are not as young anymore. Your skin is almost wrinkled. How could you compare?" In truth, Jiang Yu intentionally provoked her, for Lord of his skin was not wrinkled at all. Rather, it was taut and youthful. "Where are the wrinkles?" Lord of exclaimed, quickly examining her own skin with both hands, relieved to find it still smooth and supple. "You little rascal." Lord of chuckled, pointing at Jiang Yu's head. "You truly have no taste. You will come to appreciate the merits of an older woman. How could a little girl compare?" Jiang Yu dismissed her teasing, preferring the freshness of new sprouts over the staleness of old dishes. "You are awake." Bai Qinxiang approached Jiang Yu with curiosity. Without hesitation, she exclaimed, "Grandfather Goat said you were gravely poisoned, and he had little hope for your recovery. I never expected you to awaken so swiftly and be so lively. You must possess remarkable vitality." Bai Qinxiang's eyes scrutinized Jiang Yu from head to toe, examining every aspect of his physique. Chapter 96. Jiang Yu's Advice. Jiang Yu felt somewhat uncomfortable under her intense scrutiny and awkwardly responded, "I'm doing all right." Bai Qinxiang, filled with excitement, grasped Jiang Yu's hand, her phoenix eyes shimmering with bright light. "Could you teach me how to cultivate such an impressive physique?" Although the Minji clan's inherited martial soul, the swift-tailed swallow, was an exceedingly noble one, its offensive power was not particularly strong aside from its incredible speed. Therefore, Bai Qinxiang regularly trained to enhance her physical agility and combat capabilities. Witnessing Jiang Yu's formidable physique stirred her interest. "How adorable!" Yang Wudi's hearty laughter echoed from a distance. He cherished Bai Qinxiang deeply, treating her with the same affection he reserved for his own grandchildren, especially given that his descendants had perished in the battle against the martial Soul Hall. "Silly girl." Bai He observed Jiang Yu's awkward demeanor and skillfully diverted the conversation. Girls naturally possess inferior physical strength compared to boys, and this young brother's condition may well be innate. No matter how much you train, you might not catch up. Our Minji clan's strength lies in speed. Strength is not the focus. Remember, unparalleled speed is truly our ace in the hole. No matter how strong the enemy, if they cannot catch us, it is all for naught. Bai He's words held merit, prompting Jiang Yu to recall several famous sayings. In the realm of martial arts, nothing is unbreakable, only speed is unbreakable. As he pondered, he voiced his thoughts aloud. Indeed, that is the essence. He beamed at Jiang Yu's appreciation of his perspective, nodding enthusiastically, finding him increasingly agreeable. Regarding Bai Qinxiang, Jiang Yu held no disdain and was happy to offer her advice. Unless you are born with extraordinary strength, it is challenging for girls to surpass boys in raw power. Therefore, you need not pursue offensive capabilities aggressively. Your advantage lies in speed. I recommend you pursue an assassin's path, focusing on honing your skills in throwing stones and archery. In order to guide Bai Qinxiang away from a misguided path, Jiang Yu offered his insights with genuine care. Your insights are quite remarkable. May I inquire about your sect? He expressed a keen interest in Jiang Yu, recognizing the sophistication in his speech as indicative of a prominent sect's disciple. Thank you for your kind praise, esteemed elder. But I am without a sect, Jiang Yu replied, intentionally withholding the truth. Having assumed an alias, he needed to maintain the facade. Revealing his true affiliation with the Qibao Luli sect would render his fabricated identity meaningless. He was somewhat surprised, but quickly recognized the opportunity at hand. This young man was perceptive and of a similar age to his granddaughter. Perhaps, if they could cultivate a bond, their clan might see renewal. A glimmer of hope flickered in Bai's eyes, yet he remained patient, prioritizing the investigation into Jiang Yu's true background. I hope you won't mind my boldness, young brother. May I ask about your martial soul and current soul power level? Despite the abruptness of Bai's question, Jiang Yu complied, unleashing his martial soul. A vibrant aura erupted from him, gradually coalescing in the center of his right palm, and soon, a resplendent sword radiating with multicolored light appeared in his grasp. My martial soul is a sword, and I am a level 25 assault system soul master. He refrained from specifying that his martial soul was the Qi Shao sword. A sword martial soul, a level 25 soul master. Bai's excitement surged. This was an exceptional manifestation among weapon martial souls. The sword not only boasted formidable attack power, but was also revered as the gentleman among weapons, the king of all arms, representing a highly noble martial soul. The Minji clan's martial souls were also known for their nobility, and the synergy with a sword martial soul was a perfect match. This aura. Yang Wudi's expression grew serious as he sensed the powerful energy emanating from the Qi Shao sword, such an overwhelming presence he had only felt from the Haoyan hammer before. The astonishing aura of this mysterious sword martial soul seemed even more formidable than the Haoyan hammer, renowned as the supreme weapon martial soul. How is this possible? Young Wudi, despite feeling disheartened by the actions of the Haoyan sect during the conflict with their four major clans and the martial soul hall, could not deny the Haoyan hammer's might. Even the inherited martial soul of the Piji clan, the Pahun spear, fell short in comparison to the Haoyan hammer. Could it be that there truly exists a weapon martial soul even more powerful than the Haoyan hammer? This young man is no ordinary individual. Yang Wudi's pupils flickered with a hint of peculiarity as he stroked his beard, his expression reflecting deep contemplation. This young lad? Luo Ortia was equally astonished by Jiang Yu's extraordinary talent. This mere child had remarkably achieved a soul power level of 25, coupled with an optimal soul ring configuration. Generally speaking, it is rare for a soul master's first soul ring to exceed a century in age. Even among the novice soul masters of the Wuhuan Temple, not everyone possesses a century-old first soul ring, let alone someone like Jiang Yu, a commoner soul master who is not affiliated with any sect. To his astonishment, he possessed 2 century-old soul rings, and his soul power had ascended to the realm of the great soul master. This talent was not inferior to that of their Wuhuan Temple's golden generation. Luo Ortia's gaze inevitably grew fervent. If he could bring such a genius back to the Wuhuan Temple and present him to His Holiness the Pope, it would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement. In that moment, everyone was captivated by Jiang Yu, the great soul master. Bai Qinxiang felt a surge of competitiveness. She had not anticipated that Jiang Yu had already acquired 2 soul rings. It is worth noting that she, a prodigy of the Minji clan with an innate soul power level of 7, had only managed to cultivate her soul power to level 15. Jiang Yu's soul power level was a staggering 10 levels higher than hers, leading to a profound sense of disparity within her. Bai Qinxiang had believed that with her talent and the astonishing speed granted by her Wuhuan, the sharp-tailed swift, few could rival her across the continent. Yet, unexpectedly, an ordinary young boy emerged with such terrifying talent. Jiang Yu appeared rather unremarkable. Aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing broader knowledge, he exhibited no other discernible merits. So how could his strength be so formidable? Bai Qinxiang was perplexed. Cough, cough, cough. Noticing the astonished expressions of those around him, Jiang Yu awkwardly sheathed his Qishao sword. Let us proceed to the city first, he chuckled in embarrassment. The young brother is right. Let us all enter the city. Yang Wudi broke the awkward atmosphere, beckoning everyone toward the city. The city guards merely conducted a cursory search of the carriage for any contraband. They inquired about Yang Wudi's purpose for entering the city and where they had come from before permitting their entry. As for soul-guided devices and other special items, the soldiers did not impose a rigorous search, which could be considered a privilege afforded to soul masters. Baiyu City was vast, with streets crisscrossing and wide enough to accommodate hundreds of people walking side by side. Stalls lined the streets, and numerous vendors called out to passers-by, creating a bustling scene. Upon entering the city, Yang Wudi inquired with locals and led everyone to a hotel. Although the hotel was not lavishly decorated, it appeared clean and spacious. Upon arrival, staff members took charge of the carriage, leading it to a designated parking area where there were attendants to feed the horses fresh blue silvergrass. This hotel, though not as renowned as the large chain Rose Hotel, offered commendable service. Upon entering the hotel, a group of bright-eyed young women in uniforms welcomed them, all wearing identical smiles, indicating they had likely trained together frequently. After securing their rooms, everyone retired to their quarters to rest. The interior decor featured distinctive characteristics, with posters of young women adorning the walls, all wearing exquisite jade ornaments. In addition to fruit on the tables, there was a remarkably eye-catching promotional flyer. Jiang Yu casually picked it up and discovered that a grand celebration would be held in the city that evening, open to all, regardless of whether they were locals. Numerous activities were planned, and even the most famous entertainment venue in Baiyu City, Yixiang Yuan, would dispatch top-notch singers and dancers to showcase their talents. Moreover, a series of prizes would be awarded, including many items of considerable value. It would be delightful to attend in the evening. Jiang Yu took an apple from the table and began to savor it. The taste was indeed exceptional, far superior to ordinary apples. It was evident that it was the renowned Hongyu apple from the outskirts, known for its quality and affordability, making it quite popular even within the Luo Empire. Hence the hotel served it to guests. As night fell, Baiyu City illuminated the darkness with thousands of lanterns, their flames instantly brightening the night. The city's annual festivities commenced, and Jiang Yu and his companions arrived at the most vibrant commercial street. Although the festivities had yet to officially begin, the streets were already teeming with crowds. Alongside the youth, even elderly men and women eagerly awaited the upcoming series of celebratory events. The Baiyu Festival was a grand occasion for the city. On this day, residents, no matter how busy, would come to partake in the celebrations. The stalls lining the streets had begun promotional activities, with prices slashed by at least half compared to usual. Baiyu Square, located at the heart of the commercial district, spanned several tens of thousands of square meters, and a stage had been prepared for the festivities. The celebration commenced with the attendance of the city lord and prominent figures from the Wuhuan Temple, who offered their congratulations and well wishes for the event's success. Following an introduction to the history of the Baiyu Festival, the first event, a duo battle, began. Any soul master under the age of 16 and below the soul sect rank could register to participate. The aim was to discover new talent, so renowned soul masters typically refrained from joining. Upon hearing the introduction, Bai Helling had a sudden inspiration. He intended to create an opportunity for Jiang Yu and his granddaughter to grow closer, and fortune favored him as the opportunity presented itself. Thus, he took it upon himself to secretly register Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang. Jiang Yu, upon learning this, felt somewhat helpless but decided not to refuse, as battling with different soul masters would quickly enhance his experience, which he welcomed. Arriving at the registration area, Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang received their respective number tags after their bone ages were tested. They were designated as the 13th pair to compete. Let us name your duo, the staff member inquired. Let it be called Jiang Bai Duo, Jiang Yu casually suggested, indifferent to the name as it was merely temporary. Bai Qinxiang rolled her eyes. The name lacked elegance. It simply lacks gravitas. What do you propose? Jiang Yu asked, unconcerned. Let me think, Bai Qinxiang pondered. Soon, she conceived a name imbued with sophistication. Yuxiang Duo. Jiang Yu, not particularly impressed by the name's elegance, refrained from arguing, as he held no strong preference. Is that settled? The staff member confirmed before inscribing their duo's name on the number tags. Half an hour later, the duo battles commenced. With the first competitors being a pair of muscular men, their opponents a boy of slight stature and a girl with a curvaceous figure, towering over 1.8 meters. Many spectators favored the muscular man, as their imposing presence was more palpable. Upon the release of their martial souls, two muscular men suddenly sprouted chestnut-brown fur, exuding a faint scent of blood. A massive white fur-like crescent on their chest stood out conspicuously. Their heights expanded to 3 meters. And the most chilling aspect was their pale red eyes, which radiated a fierce and bloodthirsty gleam. 2 yellow soul rings encircled them, known as the bloodthirsty demon bear. They were Earth attribute soul beasts. Both muscular men were assault-type soul masters, possessing a distinct advantage in explosive strength. In contrast, the male-female duo consisted of a speed-oriented soul master and a formidable blue giant wolf as her martial soul, measuring approximately 2 meters in length with wild brown eyes. This soul beast was called the Wind Spirit Wolf, renowned for its swiftness. The fiery female soul master, surprisingly, was also an assault-type soul master, wielding a unique martial soul, a special artifact known as the classics. Generally, book-type martial souls are deemed inferior, with less than 10% potential for cultivation. Yet, this female soul master astonishingly possessed 2 yellow soul rings, indicating her exceptional nature. Upon activation, her artifact, Martial Soul, revealed 2 soul rings, transforming into a colossal ice bear glistening with cold light and a fierce tiger engulfed in searing flames. These 2 formidable soul beasts flanked the female soul master, charging ferociously towards the muscular men under her command. Meanwhile, the Wind Spirit Wolf soul master provided support, unleashing a barrage of colossal wind blades. The 2 muscular men swiftly extended their massive hands to counter the oncoming soul beasts, unleashing a vibrant yellow light from their palms, resulting in a tremendous surge of power. However, the ice bear and tiger were no pushover. Both were formidable, century-old soul beasts, equally matched with the bloodthirsty demon bear. Coupled with the wind blades from the Wind Spirit Wolf soul master, the muscular men quickly found themselves at a disadvantage. The battle's progression exceeded everyone's expectations, as the muscular men were soon overwhelmed and defeated, allowing the male-female duo to secure victory in the first round. Next to take the stage were the Jiang duo, facing off against the Dili duo. Upon hearing their names, Jiang and Bai Qinxiang joined hands to ascend the stage, their handsome appearance captivating the audience's attention. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. Their opponents were a pair of twin sisters, the elder named Hu Di and the younger Hu Li. As the match commenced, Bai Qinxiang leaped like lightning, her legs together as if glued, her arms outstretched like wings. With a swift motion, she soared into the air, although she had yet to acquire flight-type soul skills. Her inherent advantages as a swift-tail swallow did not hinder her aerial capabilities. Thus, her first soul ring skill was a remarkably unique soul skill called Mirage. Upon its activation, 4 afterimages appeared behind Bai Qinxiang, gradually becoming indistinguishable from her actual form. Simultaneously, Jiang manifested a long sword emanating vibrant flames. The twin sisters also released their martial souls, both radiating a similar green light. Soon after, a humanoid soul beast materialized behind them, adorned with flowing green hair and a mask formed of leaves. With wings made of foliage, the tumultuous peaks and the enigmatic triangular region were shrouded in dense greenery. This pair of twin sisters possessed a rare, mutated martial soul known as the Green Light Maiden, appearing but a few times throughout the continent's history. It was Jiang Yu's first encounter with such a phenomenon, igniting his keen interest. Upon releasing their martial souls, the sisters sprouted wings of green leaves, their figures transforming from straight lines into striking curves. Jiang Yu had never witnessed such a transformation before. It was indeed fascinating. As Udi's first soul ring blazed to life, both sisters simultaneously extended their right hands, pulling back their left hands to conjure a green light arrow. The first soul skill, Green Light Arrow Blade, was unleashed. The arrows seemed to possess sentience, homing in on Bai Qinxiang and Jiang Yu. The figure in the air swiftly dodged, yet the arrows pursued relentlessly. After piercing through 3 afterimages, they surged towards the genuine Bai Qinxiang, who was on the verge of being struck. At that critical moment, Jiang Yu intervened. The Qishao sword array was immediately activated, and several golden fire swords erupted forth, with one darting toward the airborne green light arrow. Upon collision, the arrow and golden sword erupted into a blaze of white smoke, quickly dissipating. The arrow that had ensnared Jiang Yu was likewise vanquished under the onslaught of the Qishao sword array. Sister, This boy is quite formidable. We have indeed encountered a worthy opponent this time, Huli remarked, her eyes gleaming with admiration as she recognized the boy's strength. Even together, they found themselves at a disadvantage. Chapter 98. The Irreverent Sisters. It is time. Hudi nodded at her sister, although Jiang Yu's prowess surpassed their expectations. Victory in this duet battle would undoubtedly belong to them. Yes, sister. Huli understood her sister's intent immediately. Her 2 yellow soul rings suddenly ignited, and with a swift motion, she thrust her hand forward. The soul rings detached from her body. Concurrently, Hudi performed the same action, and the 4 yellow soul rings collided and merged. What is this? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, realizing it was a martial soul fusion technique. For soul masters, such a technique was exceptionally rare. Even 2 identical martial souls might not possess this capability. This was due to the necessity for complementary and perfect pairing, alongside a high degree of spiritual compatibility between the soul masters. Consequently, soul masters with fusion techniques were scarce throughout the continent. The most renowned among them were the dual polar stillness domain and the netherworld white tiger, as well as the formidable dragon snake couple. Jiang Yu's suspicions were confirmed. The Dilly duo indeed utilized a martial soul fusion technique, their ace in the hole, capable of besting even soul masters of the soul sovereign rank. The sisters extended their hands, palms pressed together, and the 4 yellow soul rings radiated a dazzling light that enveloped them. Shortly thereafter, they released waves of green light, their forms gradually merging into a singular green pillar. We must not allow them to complete their martial soul fusion technique. Jiang Yu promptly activated the Qishao sword array, striving to interrupt their fusion. A barrage of fire swords surged towards the green pillar. Yet, the seemingly indomitable blades failed to breach the pillar, revealing its formidable resilience. At this moment, the green light from the female warrior was on the verge of completion. The lush leaves enveloped the towering apex, revealing only the delicate curves of her white bosom from the side. The leaves then cascaded downwards, cloaking the enigmatic valley below, while 2 green ribbons coalesced on the outer sides of her legs and extended towards her feet. Once the leaf-crafted boots adorned the fair ankles of the green light warrior, her wings materialized from behind. Following the completion of the martial soul fusion technique, the most striking transformation of the green light warrior was the gradual dissolution of the mask on her face, revealing a visage that resembled that of twin sisters. Allow us to demonstrate the martial soul fusion technique of the green light warrior. A cold, feminine voice emanated from their lips, and the green light warrior sprang into action. Instantly, dozens of verdant arrows appeared in her hands, each one significantly longer than before, brimming with an unparalleled force. Under the influence of the martial soul fusion technique, the potency of their soul skills surged dramatically. The arrows soared towards the airborne by Qinxiang and the ground-bound Jiang Yu, prompting by Qinxiang's silhouette to split into 3 doppelgangers, each darting in different directions. Her speed was astonishing, leaving only a blurred afterimage in the eyes of the spectators. Before anyone could react, Bai Qinxiang had already soared hundreds of meters away. Jiang Yu was not idle either. He raised his Qishao sword and unleashed a flurry of sword shadows towards the green light warrior. However, this time, it was not as effortless as before. The arrows unleashed a tremendous force, augmented by an ominous, devouring ability. Jiang Yu felt his soul power gradually waning, an increasingly intense sensation as time passed. After absorbing Jiang Yu's soul energy, the green light warrior's luminescence intensified, and even the arrows grew thicker. At that moment, Bai Qinxiang found herself in a precarious situation. Her doppelgangers had been struck by the arrows and dissipated into thin air, although her main body narrowly evaded the attack. Her disheveled appearance suggested that she might not escape the arrow's pursuit for long. Unfortunately, Bai Qinxiang lacked offensive capabilities. Her claws could only perform rudimentary attacks, which were merely akin to a tickle against the opponents employing a martial soul fusion technique. The outcome of the match hinged entirely on Jiang Yu's performance, reliant on his ability to counter the adversary's martial soul fusion technique. Despite the formidable nature of the green light warrior, the twin sisters could only sustain their soul fusion for a maximum of 5 minutes. Beyond that, the technique would automatically dissolve, draining their soul power completely. Should they fail to vanquish their foe within that time, they would be left vulnerable. To put it succinctly, if Jiang Yu could endure this onslaught, he would have free reign over the twin sisters, able to do as he pleased. Suddenly, a moan escaped by Qinxiang's lips as an arrow struck her wing. sending her plummeting towards the ground. Realizing the imminent danger, Jiang Yu swiftly leapt into action, propelling himself upwards to catch her midair. The moment his hands made contact with her body, he felt the astonishing elasticity emanating from her form, soft yet firm, accentuated by her alluring curves. However, this was a competition. Jiang Yu quickly set her down upon reaching the ground and dashed forward. As he witnessed his silhouette from Bai Chenxiang's perspective, a peculiar sensation blossomed within her heart. The feeling of being protected was indescribably blissful. In an instant, Jiang Yu's figure loomed larger in her eyes, evoking an illusion that he was the hero from the tales her grandfather had recounted. The hero who would recklessly rush to her aid in times of peril. Old goat, hurry, hurry! Seeing his granddaughter injured, Bai he could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and urgently called out to Yang Wudi, prepare the healing medicine. Rest assured, leave it to me, Yang Wudi replied, promptly retrieving a round purple jade bowl from his soul guide, along with a pestle. After placing it on the ground, he extracted several ingredients from the soul guide and began to pound them together in measured proportions. First, he crushed rami leaves, sorghum leaves, and hibiscus leaves into fragments, which he then scattered onto a cotton cloth. Next, he combined astragalus, rehmannia, white atractylodes, salvia, prince ginseng, leeches, peach kernels, and xuanxiong into a fine powder using the pestle. Finally, he produced a water flask wrapped in thick mink fur, opened it, and poured steaming hot water into the bowl. In no time, a medicinal concoction was prepared. Yang Wudi declared with pride, with my specially crafted medicine and topical ointment, Bai Qinxiang will undoubtedly bear no scars. Just watch, old Bai Bird. Bai he was not surprised by Yang Wudi's confidence, fully aware of his friend's capabilities. However, witnessing his smug demeanor, Bai he couldn't help but shake his head, recognizing the old goat's penchant for showboating and lack of foresight. As Yang Wudi completed the healing concoction, the battle on stage reached a fever pitch. The Green Light Warrior realized that Jiang Yu was a more formidable opponent than anticipated, prompting her to abandon the arrows and engage in close combat. In an instant, the green figure accelerated towards Jiang Yu. Just as he prepared to swing his sword, the green silhouette deftly maneuvered behind him, her fair arms wrapped tightly around his neck. Their bodies nearly pressed against each other, and Jiang Yu could distinctly feel the remarkable elasticity of her impressive form. How dastardly, resorting to such tactics. It was indeed the peculiar nature of their martial soul that allowed for such behavior, an affront to the dignity of soul beasts. As he felt the grip around his throat tightening, Jiang Yu understood the urgency of the situation. With a swift elbow strike aimed at the mountain-like form behind him and a simultaneous kick directed at her thigh, he unleashed a tremendous force that compelled the Green Light Warrior to loosen her embrace. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu broke free from her grasp and swung his Qishao sword in her direction. The Green Light Warrior was momentarily taken aback, evidently astonished by Jiang Yu's formidable strength. As the twin sisters regained their wits, it was already too late. The Qishao sword was poised to strike at their bodies. The Green Light Warrior, possessing a wood attribute martial soul, was at a distinct disadvantage against Jiang Yu's Qishao sword, which embodied the essence of fire, resulting in an all-encompassing elemental suppression against the twin sisters. Even though they had employed their martial soul fusion technique, subduing Jiang Yu in such a short time frame proved impossible. Even though Jiang Yu possesses only the cultivation of a grand soul master, his mastery of the Hongmeng Ziki Dao endows his soul power with exceptional quality, far surpassing that of other soul masters. Furthermore, having consumed a millennium-old whale resin, his physique has reached an astonishing level. Even a pair of twin sisters united would find it impossible to breach Jiang Yu's defenses. Moreover, their martial soul fusion technique clearly lacked the perfect harmony required for complete integration, which allowed Jiang Yu to successfully counter their attack. Otherwise, the Green Light Maiden would not have been so easily subdued. When the blazing golden flames of the Qishao sword struck the Green Light Maiden's body, a piercing roar echoed through the heavens, and her radiant green face transformed into a terrifying visage, appearing exceptionally ferocious. With a thunderous crash, the Green Light Maiden collapsed, her alluring form disintegrating into specks of green light. Shortly thereafter, the twin sisters revealed themselves, their faces pale and blood oozing from their mouths, dripping down to the pristine crevice of their chins, evoking an indescribable sense of tragic beauty. Upon witnessing this, the judge promptly declared the victors to be the Youxiang duo. Though the twins displayed expressions of unwillingness, they did not voice any objections. Their soul power had been entirely depleted, leaving them without the capacity to continue fighting. rendering their reluctance futile. Under the mournful gazes of the twin sisters, Jiang Yu escorted by Chen Xiang off the stage. As they returned to Yang Wudi and the others, Bai He rushed toward Bai Chen Xiang in a flurry. Without a word, Bai He handed her a medicinal concoction, urging her to drink it, and then applied a topical ointment to the bloody scar on her back. Bai He had only one granddaughter, and although he often appeared stern, he cherished her dearly. His concern for Bai Chen Xiang's injury surpassed that of anyone else. "Your sword is quite formidable." Lord Ifa approached Jiang Yu, a fragrant breeze accompanying her, causing him to sneeze. "My sister is becoming increasingly interested in you," she added with a smile. "Please, I have no interest in you." "Aunt," Jiang Yu maintained his composure, unfazed by her advances. The enigmatic woman named F.A. Lan had a somewhat sharp tongue, and it was wise to minimize contact with her. Lord Ifa's brows furrowed, and with a flick of her finger, her expression transformed into one of indignation. In the spirit hall, she was revered as the golden eagle goddess, pursued by countless men. She had never encountered such disrespect before. Jiang Yu's blatant disregard for her left her feeling an unprecedented sense of disappointment. Just then, a new round of battles commenced, and Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang had to hurry back toward the stage. Observing Jiang Yu's upright silhouette ignited Lord Ifa's competitive spirit. "I refuse to believe you can escape my grasp. Sooner or later, I shall bring you back to the spirit hall. Such a talent must be presented to His Holiness the Pope." As Lord Ifa contemplated ways to entice Jiang Yu to join the spirit hall, the battle on stage commenced, pitting the Youxiang duo against a male and female opponent. Following the introduction, combat swiftly ensued. The female soul master named Yin Linger appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, standing approximately 1.6 meters tall, with her body exhibiting a flawless S-curve and an exceptionally rare golden ratio. Clad in a fiery red robe adorned with elemental flames. Its unique design featured slender slits at the waist and no sleeves, held up merely by thin fabric ties. With her alluring figure, delicate waist, and smooth, long legs, coupled with her captivating eyes and exquisite features, Yin Linger's beauty rivaled that of Hulayina. From her appearance, it was apparent that her martial soul was fire-based, a hypothesis that was soon confirmed. A rich crimson light erupted from Yin Linger, and in an instant, she began to levitate. Beneath her feet, a massive fireball emerged, measuring roughly 1/2 meter in diameter, while each of her hands conjured a fist-sized fireball, her martial soul in action. While Yin Linger's martial soul differed from the elemental souls like Xiao Chen's, it was only slightly inferior, and her command over fire elements surpassed that of typical fire-based beast martial souls. Shortly after, her elder brother, Yin Yi, also unleashed his martial soul. He was a tall figure, and his martial soul manifested as a block-like entity composed of flames, adorned with 2 brilliant yellow soul rings. His martial soul was called Fire Brick, and unlike his sister who pursued a strong attack route, he specialized in control. Jiang Yu scrutinized his adversaries ahead. The siblings showed considerable talent, especially Yin Linger, who despite her young age, had already cultivated her soul power to the 26th level. Though she fell short of the Shrek's 7 monsters, she at least reached the level of Mangaran. Yin Linger chose to strike first. Having observed the previous battle closely, she was acutely aware of Jiang Yu's prowess, making her target clear. As for Bai Qinxiang, suspended in midair, she did not regard her as a threat. An aerial soul master with little offensive capability was inconsequential in this match. Yin Linger activated her first soul ring and swiftly brought her hands together in front of her chest. In an instant, the 2 fireballs in her palms merged into one, transforming into a massive fireball approximately 1 foot in diameter. This blazing sphere surged toward Jiang Yu, raising the air temperature in its wake. Despite its appearance resembling that of an ordinary flame, the internal temperature soared to over 1,000 degrees. Typical fire-based martial souls could not control such intense heat. Yin Linger's talent was indeed exceptional. As the fireball hurtled toward him, Jiang Yu exhibited no signs of panic. He focused intently on the approaching sphere, preparing his Qishao sword for a decisive strike. At the crucial moment, Jiang Yu swung his long sword, causing flames to erupt from its blade. A 3-foot wave of energy surged forth, unleashing a torrent of flames as the sword pierced the heart of the fireball, causing the 2 flames to collide, releasing scorching heat that radiated outward from the stage. While Jiang Yu and Yin Linger were locked in this fiery confrontation, Yin Yi also made his move. Upon activating his first soul ring, the fire brick in his hand expanded dramatically, ultimately reaching the size of a bench, with the fire elements within it surging energetically. Invigorating Yin Yi. His attack was straightforward. He hurled the fire brick toward Jiang Yu. Do not underestimate the power of this fire brick. It carried both burning and stunning effects and traveled at remarkable speed. Even if Jiang Yu were to be fully prepared, he would still find it challenging to withstand the blow while entangled with the fireball. Just as Jiang Yu cleaved through the fireball, he found himself unable to wield the Qishao sword in time to counter the imminent fire brick. With a resounding impact, Jiang Yu suddenly felt his head spin, flashes of light dancing before his eyes, followed by a wave of dizziness that persisted for 5 seconds. According to the effect of Yin Ye's soul skill, this strike was supposed to last at least a minute. However, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Yu's physique proved remarkably resilient as he regained consciousness in just a few seconds, seemingly unaffected by the searing flames. While Yin Yi basked in his triumph, Jiang Yu had already completely shaken off his negative status, unbeknownst to his adversaries. Yin Linger, believing this to be the perfect moment, urged, "Brother, go deal with that annoying presence in the air." With a light laugh, she added, "Leave him to me." As she spoke, her demeanor shifted dramatically. A fireball erupted beneath her feet, soaring into the air. Moreover, she clasped her hands before her chest, and a colossal fireball began to coalesce in front of her, causing the air around the stage to grow increasingly scorching. This represented Yin Linger's most formidable attack at this stage. Few soul masters in Bayou City could withstand such a blow. Despite her appearance as a seemingly delicate girl, her prowess ranked among the top 10 amongst all soul masters in the city. The soul masters ahead of her were all of higher rank, some even striving towards the realm of Soul Zone. Among soul masters of the same level, only the city lord's daughter could rival her. These two arch-rivals had clashed numerous times, with neither able to dominate the other, leading to a series of matches that ended in draws, earning them the title of Bayou Shuangzhu among the people of Bayou City. This honor was not solely due to their beauty. In the world of soul masters, strength reigns supreme, especially in a realm where female soul masters are scarce. Those who gain acclaim do so through extraordinary power. Yin Linger was certainly not a mere ornamental figure, a sentiment Jiang Yu also recognized. A massive purple fireball descended from the sky towards Jiang Yu, who hesitated no longer and activated the Qishao sword formation. Dozens of crimson swords formed a formidable array that charged toward the fireball, a more intense golden flame erupting from the sword blades. The momentum of the purple flames was swiftly overshadowed. How could this be? Yan Lingia gazed in disbelief. It is worth noting that her second soul skill originated from the Yanlong beast, a soul beast rumored to possess a trace of the bloodline of the Fire Dragon King, which is why her purple fireball was so powerful. Yet, such a formidable flame faltered against the brilliant golden flames. Before long, the purple fireball was entirely consumed by the golden flames. Although Yin Linger's fireball martial spirit was of considerable rank and had absorbed the essence of the soul beast with the Fire Dragon King's bloodline, it was no match for Jiang Yu's imperial fire. As she witnessed her fireball being devoured, confusion clouded Yin Linger's large eyes. While she had encountered many powerful fire attribute soul masters before, none had ever been capable of swallowing her flames. How could that sword possess such a powerful fire attribute? She pondered, perplexed. Although there were many soul masters with swords as their martial spirits, those containing fire attributes were few, with the most notable being the Lihua sect's signature martial spirit, the Lihua sword martial spirit. Jiang Yu's martial spirit was clearly not that. Could it be a mutated martial spirit? Suddenly, realization dawned upon Yan Lingia. Mutated martial spirits are the most unpredictable of all types, and no one knows in which direction they might evolve, even altering their attributes entirely. For instance, Lu Erlong from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had her martial spirit mutated into a powerful fire dragon. Some individuals whose martial spirits were merely ordinary carp or even non-combative green caterpillars could transform into potent dragon-type martial spirits. This exemplifies the terrifying nature of mutated martial spirits. Of course, not all mutated martial spirits progress successfully. Many fail and become useless. However, it was evident that Jiang Yu's mutation had succeeded. Yin Linger could not help but regard Jiang Yu with newfound respect. A powerful mutated martial spirit and a 25th level great soul master, his talents surpassed her own significantly, evoking admiration within her. Nevertheless, Yin Linger was not one to concede easily. The more formidable Jiang Yu appeared, the more exhilarated she became. It had been a long time since she had encountered such an impressive boy, igniting a strong desire to conquer within her. Several fireballs erupted from her palms, hurtling toward Jiang. Though these fireballs were smaller than before, the temperature of the flames within them was even higher. The power of these fireballs was contained to the utmost. Once unleashed, the energy released would surely engulf the stage in flames, indicating that Yenling was truly giving it her all. As the fireballs detonated just 10 centimeters from Jiang, the explosive flames surged forth, igniting the arena, particularly surrounding Jiang. The temperature soared, yet Jiang remained unfazed, perhaps due to the nature of the Qi Xiao sword martial spirit, rendering him unafraid of fiery assaults. However, if the flames continued to spread, the stage would soon be destroyed, endangering even those in the audience, which would leave Yenling helpless. The flames grew increasingly fierce, threatening to spill over the stage. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, with ice-blue wings sprouting from her back and 2 yellow soul rings adorning her. She summoned a torrent of water from above as her first soul ring illuminated. The raging inferno on the ground was swiftly quelled. Han Jiang, it's you again. Upon seeing the figure in the air, Yenling's expression shifted to one of growing anger. Whenever she reveled in her success, this city's young lady seemed determined to thwart her. This had led to Han Jiang enjoying a far better reputation in Baiyu City than Yenling, who had become known as the troublemaking witch. Why must you always ruin my plans? Yenling exclaimed, her tone tinged with fury as her eyes blazed with indignation. I have no interest in sabotaging your endeavors. However, you have gone too far this time. If the flames spread, who knows how many innocents would be affected by your recklessness? Han Jiang's voice was ethereal and clear, providing a stark contrast to Yenling. She soon descended gracefully from the sky, her delicate feet lightly touching the ground, and an aura of frost enveloped the area, freezing the surrounding flames. Observing her graceful silhouette, Jiang felt a stir within. The girl appeared to be of similar age to Yenling, clad in a flowing blue gown. She wore white lace stockings, and her ice-blue hair was tied back with a blue headband, cascading into twin braids that reached her waist. Her features seemed to have been sculpted by divine hands, strikingly exquisite, with no element of discord among them, exuding an innate beauty. Jiang noted that her martial spirit was a butterfly of pure ice blue, its tail adorned with several blue phoenix feathers, sparkling with glimmering ice crystals, creating an enchanting sight. It emanated an immense power of ice and water elements. The Xianbing Feng Dai. Han Jiang's martial spirit was a rare dual elemental type. Though it still fell short of ultimate power, the strength it embodied was formidable. Yenling, today is the Baiyu Festival. If it is ruined because of you, will you bear the responsibility? Han Jiang's tone turned serious. Do not lecture me. Yenling remained unyielding. Others may have feared her status as the daughter of a lord of Han Jiangxue City, but she herself felt no trepidation. Her family had deep roots in Baiyu City for several centuries, and the power they had amassed was not something a mere city lord could shake. After all, the position of city lord is temporary, and once the term ends, they are reassigned elsewhere. In contrast, Yenling's family was the foremost clan in Baiyu City, with her father holding the esteemed title of a count within the empire, an elevation that rivaled that of the city lord. Han Jiangxue, who do you think you are? I detest your lofty demeanor. Do you truly believe yourself to be a pure and virtuous saintess? You are merely a creature of vanity. Yenling's character was nearly the antithesis of Han Jiangxue's. Their personalities clashed like fire and frost, leading to frequent friction whenever they met, and this occasion was no exception. I did not think that at all, Han Jiangxue replied, shaking her head. She had grown accustomed to Yenling's unreasonable antics. Noticing the flames had subsided, she was disinclined to continue the argument. With a graceful turn, her wings unfurled, and she soared into the sky like a celestial being. What a disappointment! Yenling exclaimed irritably, turning to Jiang and demanding, what is the matter? Are we not continuing? I suggest you concede. Nonsense. I shall never concede, Jiang declared, brandishing her long sword at Yenling. Let us continue. I have not yet had my fill. Yenling responded with confidence, conjuring 2 fireballs in her palms and charging toward Jiang's sword. She was determined to smelt Jiang's blade to the point of uselessness, believing her fiery orbs would easily overpower it. Yet, she underestimated the might of the Qi Xiao sword, which contained the imperial fire, renowned as the most potent flame on the Douluo continent. As Yenling approached Jiang, she hurled the fireballs forward. Jiang Yu raised her sword, piercing through the fireballs with ease, the elemental energy invigorating her weapon. A delightful warmth enveloped Jiang Yu, filling her with a sense of comfort, while Yinling felt her own soul power wane as the energy flowed toward Jiang Yu, leaving her fatigued. To prevent further depletion, Yinling attempted to retract the fireballs, but her control over the flames was still lacking. As she pulled them back, the powerful force surged back toward her, igniting her clothing. Jiang Yu, seeing this, quickly sheathed her sword and rushed to assist. For Yinling was but a young lady. It would be quite embarrassing for her to be exposed before so many. However, in a rather awkward turn of events, a significant portion of her garment was singed away, revealing her pink undergarment. Though fortunate for her, it was only visible to Jiang Yu. Chapter 101. Temptation. Yinling gasped, her complexion paling. Although Jiang Yu had extinguished the flames, their proximity stirred unfamiliar sensations within her. As this was her first intimate contact with a male, the straps of her undergarment, already precarious, began to slip as she cried out. Jiang Yu, noticing her distress, swiftly draped his outer garment over her figure, striving to uphold his gentlemanly decorum and avert any misunderstandings. Meanwhile, in the skies, Bai Qinxiang and Yin Ye found themselves embroiled in a fierce contest. Although lacking offensive capabilities, Bai Qinxiang utilized her remarkable speed to evade Yin Ye's fiery bricks, continuously harassing him, leaving him in a state of disarray as he struggled to defend himself. This contest had surpassed all expectations. It was assumed that the prowess of Yinling and her brother would swiftly secure victory. Yet, the enigmatic duo of Youxiang proved unexpectedly resilient, particularly the boy with the sword martial spirit, who had effortlessly dispelled Yinling's fireballs and nearly led her to be consumed by flames. It appeared that the mysterious pair held the upper hand. What is your decision? Shall we continue? Jiang Yu inquired, still brimming with energy from the energy he had absorbed from Yinling feeling capable of battling for hours more, though he wondered how Yinling fared. Her pallor suggested she could not endure much longer. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu maintained his composure. Should Yinling refuse to yield, he was more than willing to engage further with this fiery young lady. Yinling hesitated after their earlier clash. Her soul power was nearly depleted, and following their recent exchange, she felt as if Jiang Yu had siphoned away her remaining strength, leaving her with only enough energy for a single use of her first soul skill. In contrast, Jiang Yu appeared utterly relaxed, indicating he likely possessed ample soul power. Yinling acknowledging her disadvantage, found it impossible to concede. As a prominent figure in the city, her pride would not allow her to submit to a younger opponent. She feared the ridicule that Han Jiangxue would surely heap upon her if she were to relent. I shall not back down, Yinling declared, extending her left arm, attempting to demonstrate her remaining strength. Yet, unexpectedly, her robe slipped, revealing her skin beneath. The blush that adorned her cheeks was undeniably captivating. Perhaps you should attire yourself properly, Jiang Yu suggested awkwardly. I have no intention of taking advantage of you. With that, he turned away. Yinling blushing, hastily donned the robe, which still bore Jiang Yu's scent, though she had no choice but to accept it. I am ready now. Let us continue, she called out from behind, her voice tinged with determination. When Jiang Yu turned, he found himself momentarily stunned. Yinling was strikingly beautiful. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and Jiang Yu's garment barely covered her thighs, leaving her long, slender legs exposed. Coupled with her delicate features, she exuded an enticing allure that reminded Jiang Yu of his previous girlfriend, who would don his pure white shirt after bathing, similarly covering only her essentials. Alas, how time had changed. He wondered how she fared now, perhaps thriving as a celebrated star in the entertainment industry, in an era where appearances reigned supreme. Rising to fame is not an arduous task. With her striking beauty and a modicum of backing from capital, transitioning from an internet sensation to a first-tier star is hardly unprecedented in the entertainment industry. What are you staring at? Yinling felt a bit uncomfortable under Jiang Yu's gaze. Her cheeks suddenly flushed a deep crimson. It's nothing. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, noticing that Yinling was ready, and gestured for her to proceed. Yinling was not easily swayed. No one understood her physical condition better than herself. Though she stubbornly refused to concede, she had yet to devise a countermeasure. Well, I can only take it one step at a time. The first soul ring on Yinling's body suddenly glowed, and a fireball coalesced in her palm. This was her last vestige of soul power, and if she could not defeat Jiang Yu with it, she would be a loss. Go! Yin Ling shouted, hurling a fireball rapidly toward Jiang Yu's chest. Jiang Yu, seeing this, did not hesitate to expend his soul power and immediately activated the Qixiao sword array to counter the fireball. Ultimately, Yin Ling attack failed. The sword shadows shattered the fireball and surged toward her form. Second soul skill, explosive fire brick. Observing Yin Ling in dire straits, Yin disregarded the entanglement with Bai Qinxiang, and in an instant, the fire brick in his hand swelled to the size of a wall. Under Yin Ye's command, the massive fire brick soared into the air and landed before Yin Ling, shielding her from the Qixiao sword array's assault. Naturally, Bai Qinxiang would not relinquish this prime opportunity. She dove from the sky, her sharp claws lunging toward Yin Ye's neck, leaving a substantial mark on him. A sudden wave of pain coursed through Yin Ye, forcing him to stagger back a few steps. Yet Bai Qinxiang relentlessly pursued him. At that moment, he found himself unable to unleash any new soul skills, raising his arms defensively above his head in a passive stance. Before long, his arms were riddled with bloodstains, while scars may be considered badges of honor for men. This was excessive. Yin Ye did not wish for his arms to resemble those of a monster and fervently hoped Yin Ling could swiftly deal with her adversary and return to assist him. Unbeknownst to him, Yin Ling was in an even more precarious state. Let alone subduing Jiang Yu, she could hardly maintain her own stability, lacking the strength to support him. The fire brick, or rather, the firewall, though it temporarily protected Yin Ling was not a long-term solution. Seeing the Qixiao sword array impeded, Jiang Yu swiftly adapted his strategy. The second soul ring on the Qixiao sword erupted with brilliance, unleashing a fiery sword aura that shot toward the center of the wall with great speed. After 3 successive sword strikes, the firewall was breached, and Jiang Yu leaped through the opening, extending his sword toward the startled Yin Ling. Ding! Jiang Yu successfully drew the first drop of blood from her. The tip of his sword grazed her neck, and blood began to drip to the ground. It seems I have emerged victorious. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. In the VIP section, a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent red robe observed the unfolding scene with astonishment. My lord, shall I seek retribution for the young lady? An elder beside him whispered. Having served the Yin family for 3 generations and having watched Yin Ling grow up, witnessing her humiliation, the elder was naturally inclined to avenge her. No need. The middle-aged man decisively rejected the notion. Yin Lao, I understand your affection for Ling but this boy possesses exceptional talent. He may one day achieve great heights, possibly even reaching the level of a title Douluo. We have no need to provoke a formidable enemy for the sake of a mere child's sparring match. If he loses, allowing us adults to intervene would only bring shame to the Yin family. Rather, we should extend our goodwill while he is still on a rise. In due time, the Yin family will reap substantial rewards. Yin Lao, after the celebration concludes, I hope you will invite that boy to our residence for a discussion. The middle-aged man said, stroking his beard with a smile. As you wish, family head. Though the elder did not fully agree with his words, he recognized the wisdom in them. The Yin family had endured for centuries in Baiyu City, thriving through the cultivation of good relationships. Many who had benefited from their kindness had become prominent figures in the realm of soul masters. And it was through their influence that the Yin family could maintain its prosperity. Yin Kun certainly would not jeopardize a promising young man over such trivial matters. And he was even inclined to cultivate goodwill. Chapter 102. The Enigmatic Codex. The moment Jiang Yu's sword was poised against Yin Ling's neck, her fate was sealed. No matter her reluctance, Yin Ling had no choice but to accept the outcome. Even though Yin had extricated himself from Bai Qinxiang's grasp and rushed to her aid, it was all in vain. 3 minutes later, Yin was forced off the stage by the onslaught of the Qixiao sword array, and the siblings' defeat was unequivocally declared. Having triumphed over the Yin siblings, no one dared to underestimate the Yo-Xiang duo any longer. Even the influential figures of Baiyu City found themselves outmatched. Subsequently, Jiang Yu and Bai Qinxiang united to vanquish other adversaries, successfully advancing to the finals. Their ultimate opponents were a duo wielding the Codex Martial Soul and the Wind Spirit Wolf Martial Soul. The female Soul Master, Zhou Xuan, was a powerful Soul Master with a soul power level of 29, while her companion, the Wind Spirit Wolf Soul Master, lagged slightly behind, but had also surpassed a soul power level of 26. Jiang Yu, the strongest of the Yo-Xiang duo, boasted a mere 25 levels of soul power. Not to mention Bai Qinxiang, with a first-ring soul master who was somewhat of a hindrance. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's remarkable performance in the previous matches, few would have placed their faith in them. Thanks to Jiang Yu's growing popularity, despite the vast disparity in strength between the two teams, there were still some supporters who rallied behind them unconditionally. As the match commenced, Zhou Xuan unleashed her Codex martial soul, and soon, her first and second soul rings glimmered to life, conjuring a massive ice bear and a blazing flame tiger from thin air. Zhou Xuan's soul skills stem from a 400-year-old snow magic bear and a 700-year-old fire tiger. Although they had become her soul rings, they still retained the strength of their prime states at 9/10 of their power. This alone was formidable. Should she be fortunate enough to absorb a 100,000-year spirit beast as a soul ring in the future, she could summon such a beast to aid her. Even if only at 9/10 of its strength, it could potentially defeat an ordinary title Douluo. This was the true terror of the Codex martial soul. If Zhou Xuan's luck were extraordinarily fortuitous, attracting a 100,000-year spirit beast to sacrifice itself, her third soul skill could summon such a beast. However, this scenario was virtually impossible. Absent exceedingly rare and special circumstances, it was unlikely that any 100,000-year spirit beast would willingly offer itself. Only Tang San, with his extraordinary fortune, could be said to have experienced such luck. Wolf of the Wind, manifest! The young soul master roared, his palms sprouting sharp claws, while his legs shrank down to the size of chopsticks. His once dark eyes transformed into a brownish hue, instantly filled with a wild frenzy. Two resplendent yellow soul rings gradually ascended from the ground, rising until they reached the apex of the head, continuously cycling thereafter. Although Shen Teng's Wind Spirit Wolf martial soul could merely be categorized as a mid-tier martial soul, it excelled in extraordinary speed, surpassing even some ordinary high-tier martial souls. This formidable combination, having advanced to the finals, was not to be underestimated. Even a lion, when hunting a rabbit, utilizes its utmost strength. While Jiang Yu harbored confidence in his abilities, he remained vigilant and did not underestimate his opponents. The summoned ice bear stood resolutely before him, safeguarding his safety, while the flame tiger, exuding the pride of the king of beasts, charged toward Jiang Yu. In truth, Zhou Xian did not wish to initiate the attack on Jiang Yu. However, Qinxiang had already ascended into the air, and their combination lacked soul masters equipped with flight capabilities. Thus, despite recognizing Jiang Yu as a formidable adversary, Zhou Xian felt compelled to strike first, while Shen Teng exhibited no such reservations, closely following the flame tiger. As an agile attack-type soul master, he specialized in delivering strikes at the most opportune moments to maximize the impact of his assaults. As the fierce tiger loomed menacingly, Jiang Yu's second soul ring illuminated, and a powerful aura emanated from within him, that of the Qi Yin roaring tiger. Under this overwhelming pressure, the flame tiger's stout legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Although tigers are revered as the king of beasts, the Qi Yin roaring tiger is an emperor-level soul beast among them, and only a handful of tiger-type soul beasts can withstand its imposing presence. The flame tiger appeared merely as a kitten in comparison. With his second soul skill, the Sword of Radiance pierces the heavens. Jiang Yu unleashed a fiery sword energy from his Qi Shao sword, leaving the flame tiger with no time to evade. The sword energy shot through the air like a meteor, swiftly striking the flame tiger. Witnessing this, Shen Teng gasped in astonishment. He could not discern the method Jiang Yu employed that instilled such fear in the flame tiger, rendering it paralyzed with trepidation. As 5 successive sword energies struck the flame tiger, pain gradually etched itself across its visage, yet it lacked the courage to retaliate against the foe before it. As a fire attribute soul beast, the Qi Yin roaring tiger exerted comprehensive dominance over the flame tiger. Despite now being a soul ring for Jiang Yu, the intense sense of oppression it exuded continued to evoke profound fear within the flame tiger. After enduring 9 sword energies, the flame tiger collapsed with a resounding crash, gradually disappearing from sight. Oh! Zhou Xian's countenance darkened suddenly. Although she could still summon the flame tiger after Jiang Yu's assault, it would likely be a month before she could utilize this second soul ring again. This was the most significant drawback of her precious martial soul. If a summoned beast were vanquished, the corresponding soul ring would remain unusable for a time. Were it not for this limitation, Zhou Xian's martial soul could rival some of the elite martial souls. Little Bear, the chapter is not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading. Frustrated, Zhou Xian roared the ice snow magic bear, blocking her path, commanding it to use hail to vanquish the enemy. Her summoned beast possessed not only physical prowess, but also the ability to unleash its signature attack. Hail was indeed the Ice Snow Magic Bear's innate soul skill. With a mighty roar, the Ice Snow Magic Bear opened its enormous maw, conjuring a chilling blue energy sphere, which then unleashed a barrage of ice pellets the size of fists. Although the Qi Yin Roaring Tiger held a level advantage over the Ice Snow Magic Bear, after becoming Jiang Yu's Soul Ring, its presence was significantly diminished compared to its original form, allowing the Ice Snow Magic Bear to move without the same oppressive restraint as the Flame Tiger. Hundreds of ice pellets rained down upon Jiang Yu, who swiftly wielded his Qi Shao sword to defend. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's swordsmanship was commendable. He wielded the long sword with such finesse that it seemed impenetrable, deflecting all the ice pellets. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Teng suddenly crouched down and propelled himself toward Jiang Yu with a burst of speed, skillfully maneuvering behind him. Just as Jiang Yu resisted the ice pellets, Shen Teng leapt into the air, claws poised to strike at Jiang Yu's back. Observing Shen Teng's attack from above, Bai Qinxiang could not idly stand by. She flapped her wings and dove swiftly, quickly catching up to Shen Teng, grasping his legs tightly. With a forceful tug, Shen Teng's objective was thwarted, vanishing in an instant. To make matters worse, Bai Qinxiang's swift action caused Shen Teng to crash to the ground, dust swirling into his mouth. After reporting his findings, Jiang Yu turned to witness this spectacle, chuckling at the growing synergy between Bai Qinxiang and himself throughout the matches. Taking advantage of Shen Teng's fall, Jiang Yu swiftly advanced to deliver a finishing blow, and Shen Teng soon succumbed to unconsciousness. Only Zhou Xian remained, relying solely on the Ice Snow Magic Bear. Realizing her predicament, Zhou Xian's expression shifted dramatically. She had anticipated Shen Teng's attack would yield results, yet she never expected it to be so easily thwarted, leaving her in such a passive state. To be honest, Zhou Xian now harbored little confidence. The Ice Snow Magic Bear could only temporarily shield her, while overcoming Jiang Yu would prove to be an arduous task. Seeing Shen Teng had lost his combat ability, Bai Qinxiang rapidly flew toward Zhou Xian's direction, intent on creating an opportunity for Jiang Yu to attack. During her flight, four phantoms, identical to her, emerged beside Bai Qinxiang. In no time, she had encircled Zhou Xian. The five figures swooped down from all directions, front, back, sides, and above, launching themselves at Zhou Xian. At this moment, Jiang Yu also made his move. He engaged the Ice Snow Magic Bear single-handedly, allowing Bai Qinxiang the freedom to unleash her attacks. Without the aid of summoned beast, Zhou Xian's precious martial soul was rendered nearly equivalent to an ordinary book. Faced with the five descending figures, she resorted to the most primitive of methods. At this moment, her precious tome transformed in her hands from a book into a heavy brick. Zhou Xian, disregarding everything, swung the tome with all her might, hurling it at the approaching figures. With a resounding crash, one of Bai Qinxiang's phantoms was sent flying. However, at that instant, the other four figures ensnared Zhou Xian, and soon Bai Qinxiang's true form gained control over the adversary. As a pure agility-type soul master, Bai Qinxiang was not particularly skilled in combat. Yet through rigorous training under Bai He, she had mastered techniques such as throat locks, eye strikes, and other unconventional methods. Bai Qinxiang's throat lock technique, known as Fei Yin Suo, was one of the three great secrets of the agility faction founded by Bai He. Once ensnared, even a man would find it difficult to escape. Moreover, Zhou Xian, who was heavily reliant on her martial soul, found her struggles futile against Bai Qinxiang's control. As Bai Qinxiang subdued Zhou Xian, Jiang Yu found himself in an intense battle with the Ice Snow Magic Bear. Although bear-type soul beasts possess both strength and resilience, they are not without a critical weakness, speed. The Ice Snow Magic Bear was no exception. While Jiang Yu's speed may not rival Bai Qinxiang's, it was certainly superior to that of an average agility-type soul master. This is all attributed to the transformation of his body by Hongmong Ziki. With his current speed, he can complete 100 meters in merely 5 seconds, surpassing even the world athletics champion by a considerable margin. Although the power of the Ice Bear is formidable, each strike lands only on empty air, while Jiang Yu's long sword leaves numerous scars upon its body. As time progresses, the strength of the Ice Bear gradually wanes. It is merely a manifestation summoned by the Baodan and cannot be compared to a true soul beast. Once the host's soul power diminishes, its strength will correspondingly weaken. After 3 minutes, the Ice Bear finally can no longer endure and completely dissipates, rendering any possibility of comeback in this battle non-existent. The Youxiang duo successfully secures first place in the competition. Following their victory, enthusiastic applause and fervent cheers resonate throughout the arena. The Lord of Baiyuqing announces that the prize for first place is a pair of jade rings. Once the staff presents the jade platter, the Lord elaborates on the functions of the Baiyu rings. These rings are not ordinary, but rather a rare pair of soul-guiding artifacts. Both rings serve as protective soul-guiding devices that, when faced with enemy attacks, generate a wave of light capable of effectively reducing damage by 70%. More astonishingly, the Lord of Baiyuqing suddenly builds suspense, revealing a mysterious smile. Witnessing this, the audience grows increasingly intrigued, urging him to disclose further details. Observing the audience's excitement, the Lord decides to reveal the information, proclaiming that when these two rings are worn together, this protective, soul-guiding artifact can unleash a beam of destruction akin to an attacking soul-guiding device, boasting a power equivalent to double the wearer's attack strength. As soon as the Lord's words conclude, the audience erupts in fervor. Such a treasure is estimated to be worth no less than several 100,000 gold soul coins. Moreover, for soul masters, a quality soul-guiding artifact holds far greater significance than mere gold soul coins. Particularly, a protective, soul-guiding artifact with offensive capabilities. This pair of Baiyu rings holds value not inferior to spatial, soul-guiding artifacts. As the Lord of Baiyuqing presents the prize to Jiang and Bai Qinxiang, envy is palpable among the soul masters in attendance, including Yin Er. This pair of Baiyu rings was originally a treasure from her family, meant for her, but her father intended to enhance her reputation by using it as a prize for the competition. Who could have anticipated that a formidable competitor would emerge? Yin Er's failure to secure first place is a bitter disappointment. Such a precious treasure has inadvertently fallen into the hands of Jiang and Bai Qinxiang, and her feelings at this moment are undoubtedly tumultuous. After accepting the reward, Jiang and his companion descend the stage amidst envious gazes. Bai He is grinning from ear to ear, astonished that a mere rest stop at Baiyuqing would yield such a substantial reward. He does not even possess a protective, soul-guiding artifact. With the Baiyu rings, his granddaughter's safety is significantly enhanced, granting Bai He some peace of mind. Following the conclusion of the duo's battle, Jiang and the others prepare to explore the streets, eager to appreciate the city's scenery and indulge in the local culinary delights, as the bouts have left him quite famished. He is in dire need of sustenance to replenish his strength. Earlier, he spotted numerous food stalls around, such as Huaji grilled fish and Zhaoji sweet abalone, offering an array of culinary delights. Jiang is unable to contain his excitement, and his first stop is Zhaoji sweet abalone. Ever since he tasted it at the Duke of Liangshan's residence, he has developed a fondness for this food. The meat is rich and succulent, with a delightful chewiness. The stall, occupying less than 10 square meters, is already filled with eager customers drawn by the enticing aroma. The proprietor is a mature woman clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, her ample bosom almost bursting from her black undergarment. The deep cleavage presents an alluring glimpse, creating a captivating allure. This voluptuous beauty is a food-type soul master, her martial soul being abalone, although her soul rings are only one white and two yellow. The cultivation difficulty for food-type soul masters is inherently greater than that of other types. Few manage to reach the rank of soul venerable, and not everyone possesses the innate talent akin to Osika. The third soul skill, honey-glazed abalone, suddenly activates as the third soul ring on the woman illuminates, and a plump abalone appears in her hand, adorned with a golden liquid resembling honey. This is the origin of her signature dish. Her stall is named Sweet Abalone due to this third soul skill. Most customers flock to the stall for this very delicacy. Jiang, patiently waiting in line, observes that those ahead are ordering honey-glazed abalone, leading him to deduce that this must be the stall's signature dish, and its flavor is unlikely to disappoint. As the abalone is summoned through a soul skill, it circumvents many preparatory steps, and soon over a dozen customers acquire their coveted abalones, devouring them with expressions of sheer bliss. Jiang cannot help but lick his lips in anticipation. At this moment, there are fewer than 10 people ahead of him, and he is eager to sample the delectable dish that is so tantalizingly close. Just then, a commotion arises, as someone is accused of eating an bawang ball, bawang meaning tyrant, and ball meaning abalone, refusing to pay for the abalone. The delicate voice of the woman instantly attracts support from the male patrons, who uphold the principle that beauty equates to justice. Everyone rallies to her side. Bawang bao. Upon reflection, Jiang realizes that this refers to someone dining without paying. The term bawang ball cleverly denotes the act of consuming abalone without settling the bill. Soon, the young man who dined and dashed encounters the harsh realities of society, surrounded by a group of indignant men who deliver a thorough beating. Undeterred by the presence of the woman, each strike is more forceful than the last. Especially brutal is a man adorned with a dragon tattoo on his arm, delivering a flurry of relentless blows. After approximately 3 minutes of assault, the tattooed man retrieves a silver soul coin from the young man accused of dining and dashing. While the abalone may not be worth that much, his attempt to evade payment warranted a lesson. Here you go, boss lady. The tattooed man tosses the silver soul coin into the large circular container at the stall, considering the excess as compensation for emotional distress. The woman beams with delight. The price of a single abalone is merely 10 copper coins, and a silver soul coin is a significant profit. She expresses her gratitude to the tattooed man, her smile radiating charm, captivating the surrounding men. The intent behind the transaction is clear. It's not merely about the abalone, but also the allure of the woman. Chapter 104. Honey Glazed Abalone. Young man, how many abalones would you like? The woman has never encountered such a young child purchasing abalone before, as the clientele typically consists of adult males. Any, I'll take 10 honey-glazed abalones, Jiang replies with a smile, noting that the price is marked at 10 copper coins each, which is quite reasonable. Thus, he decides to buy a few extra to share with Bai Qiang and the others. Such exquisite abalone is likely a rare treat for them as well. Oh, a glimmer of excitement flashes in the woman's eyes. This is a big customer, and she must attend to him well. All right, little brother, I never expected your appetite to be so immense. Please hold on for a moment. You are asking for too much, and Annie needs a bit of time to summon the abalone. She was not speaking falsely. Typically, adult customers can only purchase a maximum of 3 abalones, as her honey-glazed abalone is not only substantial in size, but also rich in flavor. Moreover, it is quite filling. Even for a robust individual, consuming 3 or 4 is already sufficient, and 5 would be the absolute limit. To her surprise, this young lad could devour 10. He must possess remarkable physical prowess. Jiang Yin thought to herself, and as this realization struck her, a blush crept onto her cheeks. Despite being 30, she had never tasted the flavor of a man. Jiang Yu, though younger, was strikingly handsome, far surpassing the rugged men surrounding them. The more Jiang Yin gazed at Jiang Yu, the more she found him irresistibly charming, causing her heart to flutter. Instantly, her body felt a delightful, tingling sensation, which inadvertently slowed the pace at which she crafted the abalone. What should have taken mere seconds to prepare stretched into several minutes. After a brief while, 10 delectable abalones were finally ready. Jiang Yu eagerly grabbed a bamboo skewer from the stall and inserted it into the opening of the abalone. In an instant, golden juices erupted forth, revealing the hidden floral nectar within the honey-glazed abalone. A single bite sent waves of sweetness cascading in his mouth, perfectly complementing the succulent meat. The taste surpassed even that of the one he had enjoyed at the Duke of Liangshan's residence. He had certainly made the right choice. After consuming 1 abalone, Jiang Yu felt a warm surge in his abdomen, invigorating his entire being. The fatigue from previous battles gradually dissipated, and his hunger diminished significantly. He was astonished to discover that this abalone also possessed restorative properties. Jiang Yu quickly skewered another piece and relished it, savoring the flavors. Within no time, 5 abalones had vanished, leaving Jiang Yin utterly astonished. This was an extraordinary feat. To her disbelief, Jiang Yu had not yet reached his limit, swiftly skewering another abalone. Caught up in his enjoyment, Jiang Yu neglected to save a few for Bai Qiang and the others, rapidly finishing the remaining 5 abalones. After the last one disappeared into his belly, he smacked his lips, his face reflecting pure satisfaction. What a monster! Jiang Yu gazed at Jiang Yu in awe. Even the most talented soul master in the city could only manage 5 pieces of her honey-glazed abalone when ravenous. Jiang Yu had shattered that record. Finished. With the oil paper now empty, Jiang Yu requested another 5 abalones from the beautiful woman. More? Jiang Yin wanted to exclaim in protest. She was already exhausted. To her surprise, Jiang Yu was still not satisfied and demanded more. Even though her abalone was delicious, it was too much. As the saying goes, one cannot overindulge. No matter how delectable, one should not consume excessively. Yet, who could deny a customer? Regardless of her fatigue, she had to meet his demands. With her third soul skill, honey-glazed abalone, Jiang Yin steeled herself and continued her work. After a while, 5 fresh abalones were finally prepared, though her soul power was nearly depleted. Jiang took the wrapped oil paper, but did not immediately devour the abalones. Instead, he produced silver coins from his pocket and handed them to the beautiful woman. Satisfied as he returned with his spoils. All the abalones have sold out. Jiang Yuyin panted, initially capable of enduring for another 2 hours. But she had not anticipated encountering such a voracious eater, and her energy had been nearly exhausted. She would have to set up her stall again tomorrow. Sold out. How could this be? Boss lady, I have waited an hour just to taste your honey-glazed abalone, skipping all other activities. How could you run out? Indeed. I came here specifically for this. I must leave Bayou City early tomorrow. Could you please prepare a few more? The crowd's pleas went unheard by Jiang, who had already located his group. Upon unwrapping the oil paper, a wave of delicious aroma wafted out, and Jiang shared the abalones with Bai Qinxiang and the others. Even Fa Lan Ai, whom he usually disregarded, received one, for they were all companions, and despite her sharp tongue, Jiang maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, refusing to hold a grudge against a woman. Accepting the still warm abalone, Lodi Fa cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang and said with a playful smile, "Little brother knows how to care for others. My stomach has been empty for ages. Thank you for the abalone." With that, she took a hearty bite of the fragrant abalone. Though Lodi Fa had a petite mouth, she devoured half of the abalone in one go. Jiang was no stranger to this. She had previously consumed an entire large sausage over 10 centimeters long. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. You never know the depths of one's appetite until you try. As Lodi Fa savored the abalone, she kept her gaze fixed on Jiang, her alluring eyes never straying from him. And as she chewed, she bit down with particular intensity, sending a shiver down Jiang spine. A sudden chill enveloped him. Despite the sweltering heat of over 30 degrees in the city, he could not shake off this sensation. After enjoying the abalone, the group decided to continue exploring the city. As they passed a stall selling trinkets, they heard an elderly voice behind them. The speaker was Yen Lao. He had come at the behest of the family head to invite the young prodigy before him to the estate for a discussion. Upon hearing his voice, Jiang turned to see an old man adorned in a red brocade robe, the sleeve of his right arm embroidered with an exquisite flame pattern. Anyone with a bit of knowledge would recognize this as the family crest of the Yin family, the most prominent clan in the city. However, Jiang and his companions were evidently unaware of this. The old man appeared entirely unfamiliar, and Jiang was certain he did not know him. He was unsure of the man's intentions. "Young Master Jiang, I am the chief steward of the Yin family." Yen Lao, perceiving Jiang confusion, wasted no time in revealing the purpose of his visit. "My master requests your presence at the estate for a discussion." "Your master?" Jiang remained skeptical. This was his first visit to Bayou City, and he could not possibly know anyone here. Who was this master, and where did he come from? Yen Lao understood Jiang hesitation and quickly clarified, "My master is the father of Miss Yen Linger, with whom you just competed. He admires your talent and wishes to invite you for a meal. Rest assured, we mean no harm." Yen Lao endeavored to lower his stance, wearing a friendly smile in hopes of easing Jiang apprehension. "Yen Linger, a meal?" Jiang pondered, wondering if Yen Linger was upset over her defeat and had sent her father to seek revenge under the guise of a meal invitation. This banquet could very well turn out to be a trap. Jiang martial spirit is none other than the Qi Shao sword, and he is indeed acquainted with the tale of the Hongmen banquet. A banquet is seldom a pleasant affair. After all, Bayou City is someone else's territory, and Jiang would prefer not to attend the banquet impulsively. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I am not well acquainted with your master, so I must decline the meal," he stated decisively, turning away before the old man could respond. Yang Wudi and the others quickly followed suit. "You seem to be quite popular." Bai Qinxiang nudged Jiang with her elbow, her modest bosom inadvertently pressing against him. However, it was evident that Bai Qinxiang was oblivious to this, playfully remarking, "Someone has invited you for a meal. Perhaps they wish for you to become a son-in-law?" Jiang scoffed at the thought. "What nonsense! Am I the kind of person to be swayed by mere beauty?" While Yen Linger was undoubtedly charming, Jiang was no stranger to beauty, having been surrounded by various lovely maidens since childhood. Bai Qinxiang underestimated him greatly. Chapter 105, Treasures. He was far from being a mere lecherous man. His relationship with Hua Wu had developed gradually over time. Jiang was not devoid of emotions. After declining the invitation from the old man, the group began to explore the night market. They remained unaware that Bai Qinxiang's back now bore a leaf, a remnant left by the old man. With this leaf, he could distinctly sense Jiang and his companion's movements. The choice of Bai Qinxiang was strategic, as her cultivation was the weakest, thereby minimizing the risk of detection. Due to the Baiyu festival, the stalls lining the streets had multiplied exponentially, with even rare items used by soul masters available for sale. Judging by the fluctuations in the soul power of the vendors, they all possessed at least the strength of a grand soul master. It was likely they hailed from once prominent soul master families, now fallen on hard times and forced to sell ancestral treasures for financial sustenance. However, the items they displayed were far from high-end. Even Bai Qinxiang found them unworthy of her attention. Despite the financial struggles of the Minji clan, Bai He had always treated Bai Qinxiang well, providing her with high standards of living, which had consequently raised her expectations. After meandering for over half an hour, Jiang suddenly sensed an intense surge of fire element energy, piquing his curiosity. Following this energy, he soon found himself at a dimly lit stall run by an elderly man. The old man's soul power was not particularly formidable, and the items on display were commonplace. Yet the source of that energy was undoubtedly here. Jiang was certain that the item exuding a potent fire element was nestled within this unassuming stall. His gaze swept across the table, finally settling on a small crimson box. Inside lay a red seed. Jiang could not ascertain the exact plant it originated from, but its aura indicated it was likely a fire attribute plant. "Old man, how much for this seed?" Jiang inquired, pointing at the red box. 1,000 gold soul coins, the old man declared, demanding an exorbitant price. It was known that on Douluo continent, a single gold soul coin was equivalent to a year's expenses for an average family. To charge 1,000 gold soul coins for an unknown seed was outrageous, even for the wealthiest individuals. "Could you possibly lower the price?" Jiang attempted to haggle. While he possessed enough gold soul coins to purchase the seed, a discount would be preferable. After all, who buys something without bargaining? The old man appeared indifferent, seemingly unconcerned about the sale. "Do you even know what type of seed this is?" he queried. "No," Jiang replied honestly. While he suspected the seed held significant origins, he had no inkling of the specific plant. "Have you ever heard of the Qicai Lianhua?" The old man's tone was calm, yet it struck Jiang like thunder. He recognized the name from the secret tomes of the Spear Hall. The Qicai Lianhua was an exceedingly rare treasure and a remarkable gem among fire attribute artifacts. It was said that the flames birthed from the Qicai Lianhua could incinerate all things and purify impurities from metals. Historical records indicated that the Qicai Lianhua fire was a treasure of the ancient Hua Li clan, which had vanished from the annals of history following a cataclysmic battle that swept across the Douluo continent a millennium ago. The Hua Li clan, legendary for their dual-gendered members, reproduced through division and were born as natural masters of fire elements. Even a newborn from a Hua Li clan possessed strength comparable to a human soul master. However, their low birth rate resulted in a population smaller than that of the elven race. "Old man, could this truly be the seed of the Qicai Lianhua?" Jiang tone was a mixture of excitement, skepticism, and disbelief. The Qicai Lianhua was far more precious than the chicken-crowned phoenix flower that Ma Hongjun had consumed. Should he acquire it, his imperial fire could undoubtedly evolve to a higher tier of ultimate fire. Ultimate fire exists in various ranks. Jiang imperial fire was currently merely a mid-tier ultimate flame, with high-tier, top-tier, and ultimate flames above it. According to Jiang knowledge, even the true sun fire controlled by the sun god and the Dari Jin Yen were only high-tier and top-tier flames, respectively. The ultimate flame had never been documented in Douluo continent's history. Jiang ambition was to elevate his imperial fire to a high-tier ultimate flame. He did not overly aspire for the ultimate flame, content to achieve high-tier ultimate fire. With this thought in mind, Jiang hesitated no longer and prepared to retrieve the money from his soul guide. The old man interjected, "Young brother, I must caution you that once the items in the shop are sold, they cannot be returned. Though this seed is indeed from the Qicai Lianhua, it is highly unlikely to grow into one unless you can locate the Hua Li clan's secret realm and irrigate it with their legendary 7-colored fire sap. However, I can inform you that no one has found the secret realm of the Hua Li clan for thousands of years, not even with the Spirit Hall's considerable resources." Although the price of his items was steep, the old man maintained his principles, unlike those unscrupulous merchants who only sought to swindle. The seed of the Qicai Lianhua was a family heirloom. Had he not needed the money, he would not have parted with it. "Is that so?" Jiang was taken aback. No wonder the old man was willing to sell such a treasure. The flower would never bloom. Nonetheless, he still intended to purchase the seed. Although 1,000 gold soul coins was a considerable expenditure, acquiring the seed of the Qicai Lianhua would be well worth it. Even if it may not be of any practical use, it is still worthwhile to conduct some research. Who knows, he might discover a way to make it bloom. Thank you. I shall take this. Jiang Yu handed over a golden note with a denomination of 1,000 to the old man, marked with the insignia of the Wuhuan Temple. In significant transactions, many individuals prefer to use the gold notes issued by the Wuhuan Temple. Of course, the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire also have similar currency. However, the silver notes issued by these two great empires can only be utilized within their respective territories. This limitation has led many to favor the gold notes from the Wuhuan Temple. After all, every city on the continent has the presence of the Wuhuan Temple, and funds deposited in the Wuhuan Bank can be exchanged for gold notes at any branch of the Wuhuan Temple. The old man clearly understood the value of the gold note. After examining the insignia closely, he held it up to the night sky. Under the moonlight, a faint glow emanated from a golden line in the center of the note. The gold notes issued by the Wuhuan Temple possess dual anti-counterfeiting features, making them difficult for other factions to replicate. Once he confirmed its authenticity, the old man joyfully accepted the note. His gaze toward Jiang Yu slightly altered. This young boy, so generous in his expenditure, clearly hailed from an extraordinary background, likely a member of one of the prominent families within the city. Most importantly, he had knowledge of the Qicai Lianhua. When did such a person emerge in Baiyu City? Why had he never heard of him before? After a moment, the old man couldn't help but chuckle. This was of no concern to him. His purpose for setting up the stall was merely to gather enough gold soul coins. And now that the seeds of the Qicai Lianhua had been sold, he had acquired sufficient wealth. After storing the seeds in his soul guide device, Jiang Yu bowed to the old man and expressed his gratitude before departing from the stall. What did you buy? By Chen Xiang. Noticing Jiang Yu's mysterious demeanor as he approached a small stall and soon returned with evident joy, was filled with curiosity about his newfound treasure. Oh, just some trinkets. Jiang Yu was not deliberately being secretive. He simply believed that even if he told Bai Qinxiang about the seeds of the Qicai Lianhua, she would not comprehend their significance. So there was no need for elaboration. Trinkets? Luo Ertifa's expression suddenly became playful, as she seemed to have an inkling of what he might have purchased. You didn't buy a plastic doll, did you? Ugh, Jiang Yu nearly wanted to strike her. Could she not exercise a bit of restraint in public? Her mouth was as unbridled as ever. Close your mouth. Jiang Yu understood that this ant was the type to take liberties, and explaining himself would lead to endless inquiries, which he wished to avoid. Oh, even your sister won't say a word. Luo Ertifa was increasingly convinced of her assumption. I must tell you, while that item may be delightful, you are still young and should not indulge recklessly. Moderation is key. This was truly absurd. What was this conversation even about? Jiang Yu could hardly be bothered to engage with her further. However, Luo Ertifa was clearly determined to cling to Jiang Yu, incessantly chattering beside him and providing various pieces of information. Bai Qinxiang, upon hearing this, felt her cheeks flush a bright red, akin to a monkey's backside. She knew very little about such matters, having only occasionally heard her older sister speak of them within the clan. Bai chuckled and did not intervene with Phelan. This knowledge could indeed be of some use to his granddaughter. Previously, due to his status, he had refrained from discussing such topics with Bai Qinxiang. Now, with someone else doing the explaining, he welcomed it. Thus, Bai He and Yang Wudi, the two elders, listened attentively, their faces reflecting a sense of nostalgia. They too had been young once, having practiced their crafts. However, years of disuse had dulled their skills, and hearing Phelan's descriptions ignited a desire within them to revisit those long-neglected crafts. Yes, I shall try it when I return. I wonder if I have regressed. After all, they had a foundation. It should not be too difficult. The two elders thought to themselves. Chapter 106. Huali Clan. Upon returning to his hotel room, Jiang Yu eagerly retrieved the seeds of the Qicai Lianhua. Under the light, the oval-shaped seed radiated an extraordinarily brilliant glow. Jiang Yu could sense the fiery power contained within. If this seed could indeed blossom, it would likely produce the Qicai Lianhua flame. However, according to the old man's words, in order to make it bloom, one must locate the Hua Li clan's dwelling, and only with their 7-colored flame sap could it potentially flower. The challenge was no less daunting than attaining the status of a title Douluo. Even the Wuhuan Temple struggled to find the Hua Li clan's habitat. What right did Jiang Yu have to seek it out? Even if fortune smiled upon him, and he miraculously located it, would the Hua Li clan willingly present their ancestral treasures? Such a gifted race would surely possess individuals comparable to titled Douluos, perhaps even more than one. With Jiang Yu's current strength, he would be no match in a direct confrontation. The Lin family powerhouse who single-handedly overturned the entire Ice Spirit clan had done so only after becoming the progenitor of that realm. Though Jiang Yu held confidence in himself, he did not believe the Huoli clan would simply be swayed by his presence, relinquishing their seven-colored flame sap without a fight. Thus, Jiang Yu did not press for the Qi-Tsai Lianhua to bloom. To him, it was merely a chance encounter, and perhaps in the future, he would find a way to cultivate it successfully. At this stage, he was not in a hurry. After storing the seeds of the Qi-Tsai Lianhua in his soul guide device, Jiang Yu prepared to rest, feeling fatigue from the earlier battles and wishing to replenish his energy through sleep. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door, leaving Jiang Yu somewhat vexed. Who could it be at such a late hour? Upon opening the door, Jiang Yu found a man standing outside, appearing to be in his 40s. With a well-proportioned physique and a striking appearance, certainly 1 in 100. His face was remarkably clean, devoid of even a hint of stubble, and his complexion was exceptionally fair. Who are you? Jiang Yu was certain he did not recognize this individual. May I inquire if you are Jiang Shangyo, young Master Jiang? The middle-aged man asked respectfully. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but relying on his instincts, he quickly regained composure. Yes, I am Jiang Shangyo. The middle-aged man bowed to Jiang Yu and extended a box forward. I'm a servant of the Yin family. Earlier, during your match with my young lady, our family head observed it as well and holds great admiration for your performance. He initially wished to invite you to our estate for a discussion. However, understanding your reservations, he does not wish to impose. Nevertheless, the Yin family wishes to establish a good rapport with you, young Master Jiang. Therefore, the head has instructed me to present you with some treasures that may assist in your cultivation, along with a few words. The middle-aged man paused momentarily before solemnly conveying Yin Kuin's message. Given your talents, young Master Jiang may find these items beneath your notice, but they're the finest treasures we, the Yin family, could gather. I humbly request that you accept them without delay. With your potential, you are destined to ascend to the rank of title Douluo. Yin Kuin does not seek any promises in return. He merely wishes to establish a good relationship with you, young Master Jiang, and harbors no ulterior motives. Yan Kun's words were imbued with sincerity, devoid of any excessive demands. Although Jiang Yu had never encountered this individual, he recognized him as a person of discernment, aware of whom to invest in. Perhaps such individuals may never reach the zenith of the continent, but they can undoubtedly preserve their family's wealth, at least ensuring a leisurely existence within the confines of this Bayou city. Historically, Lu Buwei epitomized such a figure. Upon recognizing the value in Ying Yiren, he unhesitatingly invested his vast fortune in him, even going so far as to send his most cherished concubine, Zhu Ji, to his bed. History vindicated Lu Buwei's investment. When Ying Yiren returned to inherit the throne, he was appointed as chancellor. From a mere merchant to a paramount figure wielding national power, Lu Buwei's maneuver was indeed a lucrative one, truly a remarkable triumph. Yan Kun's insight could very well rival that of Lu Buwei, given the clarity with which he expressed his intentions. Jiang Yu felt that rejecting the gift would only put Yan Kun in an awkward position. Thus he graciously accepted the offering. Please convey to your master that I appreciate his goodwill. I am well aware of his intentions. Thank you. The middle-aged man sighed with relief upon Jiang Yu's acceptance, as Yan Kun had ordered the delivery of this gift to the talented soul master at all costs. He had anticipated a lengthy discourse, yet Jiang Yu's promptness exceeded his expectations. Truly a genius, his actions were swift and decisive. After delivering the gift, the man discreetly exited the room, respecting Jiang Yu's privacy. Upon opening the box, Jiang Yu was taken aback by the lavishness within. The contents were likely worth tens of thousands of gold soul coins. Notably, the two fiery red fruits immediately caught his eye. He recognized them as huolonghua, an exceedingly rare delicacy typically found in the vicinity of fire dragons. As apex predators among soul beasts, dragons possess formidable strength, capable of subduing even the mightiest of tiger-like beasts. The bloodline of the fire dragon surpasses many others, being a direct descendant of the fire dragon king. This rarity made huolonghua highly sought after, for it harbors intrinsic fire attribute energy, unlike the commonplace dragon fruit found on Blue Planet. Additionally, the box contained a coil resembling incense, which turned out to be Long Yin Xiang, a treasure that aids soul masters in swiftly entering a meditative state and significantly enhances the quality of their meditation. Despite its modest appearance, It was worth at least 3,000 gold soul coins, a sum even the affluent Qibao Liuli sect would struggle to provide for its disciples. For a genius like Jiang, a direct disciple of the Sword Douluo, his monthly allocation would scarcely amount to a mere fraction of this. This was considered generous. Some core disciples received only a minuscule portion. Thus, the preciousness of Long Yin Xiang is evident. Furthermore, there lay a soft armor shimmering with golden light, clearly crafted from golden threads and the scales of the Lin Jia beast. Jiang Yu lifted the soft armor. Its weight was akin to that of an ordinary garment. The Lin Jia beast is renowned for its defensive capabilities. Ning Rongrong's fourth spirit ring derives from this creature, and its scales are ideal for crafting soft armor, providing formidable protection while remaining lightweight and comfortable. However, due to the scarcity of Lin Jia beasts, few dare to fashion their scales into armor. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, upon inspecting the interior of the armor, he discovered the name Shunjiang, Lu Gao inscribed within. It is widely acknowledged that only 3 master blacksmiths of the divine level exist in Douluo continent: Tang Hao, Titan, and the universally recognized Lu Gao, whose creations are rare treasures. Jiang Yu, well aware of Lu Gao's esteemed reputation, wasted no time in donning the golden Lin Jiao armor. As the sun reached its zenith, Jiang Yu languidly arose from his slumber, preparing his belongings before heading to the hotel dining hall. By this hour, many had already partaken in breakfast, rendering the restaurant relatively uncrowded. Jiang Yu filled a bowl with meat porridge, selected a large chicken leg, and grabbed 3 steamed buns before returning to his seat. His morning appetite was generally modest, and this sufficed. Chapter 107. My city after a fortnight. Jiang Yu and his companions finally traversed the provinces of Baroque, Guevara, and Taimo, arriving at the largest city in the Huahuang province, my city. Legend has it that my city was not always known by this name. It was renamed over a century ago in honor of a titled Douluo who emerged from within its walls. The city adopted the name in tribute to the title of this powerful figure. The poison competition, hosted by the Star Luo Empire and organized by the Huahuang province in collaboration with my city, was deliberately chosen for its profound significance. Although the Mai Douluo was not primarily renowned for his expertise in poison, he had made notable contributions to the field, even authoring a treatise on poisons titled My Baidu, Fanglu. Upon its publication, the book swiftly gained popularity across Douluo continent, selling tens of thousands of copies and eventually being recognized by the Wuhuan Palace as one of the 9 essential texts in pharmacology. Even the proud Yang Wudi could not help but admire the Mai Douluo, wishing he had been born a century earlier to engage in scholarly exchange with his idol. The weather in my city was sweltering. Under Yang Wudi's advisement, the group hastily changed into short-sleeved attire, particularly the 2 women, by Chunxiang and Luolaitai Fa. One donned a water-blue short-sleeve top paired with matching shorts, complemented by white thigh-high stockings. The other sported a sleeveless black top, her ample curves subtly revealed, captivating the gazes of those nearby. The phrase from every angle, the landscape varies perfectly encapsulated her figure. Even more enticing, Luolaitai Fa wore a short pink plaid skirt that barely covered her thighs, her long, fair legs eliciting admiration. Had it not been for Yang Wudi's formidable aura, local ruffians would have surely approached. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Jiang Yu and his companions obediently stood at the city gate, awaiting inspection by the guards responsible for city security. The peak hour for entry had commenced, with over 100 individuals queuing ahead. The oppressive heat prompted numerous complaints, yet no one dared to cause a disturbance. After all, the guard stationed at the gate numbered in the hundreds, armed with sharp weapons. Despite the discomfort of waiting, order was maintained, with only the occasional grumbling. After half an hour, a sharp voice pierced the stillness. "What is this?" A guard questioned an elderly woman, having seized something from her that seemed to pose a threat to the city's safety, evident by his anxious demeanor. Jiang Yu's curiosity piqued, and he directed his gaze toward the elderly woman a few meters ahead. She appeared strikingly ordinary, her long, snow-white hair neatly arranged, tied back into a ponytail. She donned a simple brown robe, and beside her stood a young girl. Although Jiang Yu could not see the girl's full face, the exquisite profile combined with her alluring figure assured him that she was undoubtedly a woman of remarkable beauty and potential. "I advise you not to touch it. This is the venomous fong of the Jia Fei Chui, with an exceedingly potent toxin. Once the poison spreads to your shoulder, your arms will become useless," the old woman remarked with an air of indifference. "What?" The guard stationed at the city gate was instantly struck with terror, hastily discarding the sharp fong at his feet. Jia Fei Chui. Venomous fawn. Hearing the old woman's words, Yang Wudi couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. Could be her? He suddenly recalled a certain individual, a prominent figure among poison attribute soul masters. Despite her cultivation being at the soul saint level, her Jiao Fei Chui martial soul made her a formidable opponent even against ordinary soul Douluo. In the Douluo continent, there were few poison attribute soul masters whom Yang Wudi respected. Only Dugabo and the enigmatic Douluo from the Wuhuan Palace, followed by this woman with the Jiao Fei Chui martial soul. As the soldier watched his hands turning green, with a green line creeping up his palm, he realized the old woman was not merely trying to scare him. He quickly knelt, pleading for mercy. I implore your forgiveness. My duties compelled me to act, and I did not intend to offend you, esteemed elder. Please spare me this once. The soldier, tearful and desperate, elaborated on his plight, detailing his responsibilities to his elderly parents, 3 children, and multiple wives, along with a few dogs at home. The old woman did not press further. She had no intention of harming such a minor character, especially one who had acted foolishly by touching everything. Eat this. She produced a dark, round pill from her robe, the size of a steam bun. Make sure to consume it entirely. The soldier, confronted with the unappealing appearance and the foul odor reminiscent of fermented stinky tofu mingled with garlic and pickled vegetables, felt the urge to vomit before he had even ingested it. What? Are you disgusted? If you hesitate any longer, even if you take the antidote, it will be too late. At that point, your masculine capabilities will be severely diminished, and you may not last a minute. The old woman's gaze fixated on a certain part of the soldier's anatomy, her expression betraying a sense of schadenfreude. As soon as she finished speaking, the soldier ceased to waver, swiftly grasping the pill and chewing it without a second thought, soon finishing it entirely. After consuming the antidote, he noticed the green lines on his arms receding to his fingertips, then suddenly bursting forth and dripping onto the ground. Thank you, esteemed elder. The soldier's face reflected deep relief, no longer daring to offend this mysterious old woman. Might I inquire if you're the medicine granny? At that moment, Yang Wudi stepped forward, addressing the old woman with an expression of eager anticipation. Indeed, it is I, the old woman replied, puzzled as to how he knew her identity. May I ask who you are? So you are the medicine granny, Yang Wudi exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. It seemed she had also come to my city for the poison championship, which he had previously thought would be a simple contest. He anticipated encountering such a formidable opponent as the medicine granny. Yang Wudi of the Pa family, he introduced himself. This revelation left the medicine granny astonished. She was well aware of Yang Wudi's reputation. In terms of poison crafting across the Douluo continent, few could stand beside him, not even the poison Douluo. Although she had confidence in her abilities, she recognized that a confrontation with Yang Wudi would likely end in a stalemate, contingent on her performing exceptionally while he was at a disadvantage. Ah, the esteemed leader of the Yang clan, she said, inclining her head slightly with a smile. I have long heard of your renown. Today, I see it is truly well-deserved. Too kind, Yang Wudi responded, a rare smile gracing his face. I have often heard of your esteemed name. I always wished for an opportunity to meet you. And to encounter you here in my city is indeed a stroke of fate. His admiration was genuine. Poison attribute soul masters were scarce, and female ones even rarer. A woman like the medicine granny, with her profound skills, was truly a singular figure. Chapter 108. Xiao Xiao. Perhaps due to their shared interests, Yang Wudi felt elated throughout their conversation. Although the medicine granny was no longer young, one could still perceive traces of her past beauty in her features. It was unclear whether Yang Wudi felt a spark of affection, as he had been single for many years. Seeking companionship was only natural. The medicine granny appeared to be a fitting match for him, and even his old friend Bai felt pleased for him. In contrast, Jiang's attention was fixated on the young girl beside the medicine granny. He considered himself well-versed in the company of women, yet none compared to the girl before him, save perhaps for Hulaina, and even Ning Rongrong paled in comparison. The girl seemed slightly shorter than Bai Qinxiang, with lush black hair cascading down her back, devoid of any adornments, yet exuding an air of nobility. Her skin was fair, not pale, but radiantly healthy, and most strikingly, her figure belied her age, boasting a bust that appeared to measure at least 36B. While this might seem unremarkable for an adult woman, it was extraordinarily exaggerated for a young girl. With her talent, surpassing the D level would surely be an effortless achievement. in stark contrast to her voluptuous physique. The girl's expression was extremely indifferent, emanating a genuine coldness. Her black eyes held no emotional hue, resembling an ice princess. Her limbs were evenly proportioned, with weight distributed perfectly, lacking any imperfections. Such a flawless figure Jiang had only seen in animation. This was his first encounter with a living embodiment of his dreams. Noticing the girl's solitude, Jiang, with great consideration, approached her to engage in conversation, hoping to lighten the atmosphere. "Little sister, what is your name?" His gaze was gentle, devoid of any predatory intent, his face adorned with a sunny smile that imparted a refreshing warmth, resembling the comforting presence of a neighborly older brother. In stark contrast to the lecherous gazes of other men. "Xiao Xiao," the girl replied, momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yu's sudden inquiry. Though her face remained as frosty as ever, the mere fact that she spoke to him was a significant breakthrough in Jiang Yu's eyes. After ripening, perhaps the young girl will become more passionate. In the past, Jiang Yu had encountered numerous cold-faced beauties, yet none had managed to withstand his allure for long. He firmly believed that he could conquer this ice mountain before him, and he harbored such confidence. After all, even Bai Bai Dong had been charmed by him beyond measure. Jiang Yu had never lost in the art of persuasion. Even the most aloof individuals could be swayed by his words. The name Xiao Xiao, which bore a certain contrast to her stature, left Jiang Yu pondering its origins, as she was undeniably well endowed. Nevertheless, he gracefully introduced himself to her, of course using the pseudonym Jiang Shangyo. As Jiang Yu circled around the young girl, two individuals expressed their discontent, by Qinxiang and Luo Tifa, albeit for different reasons. Bai Qinxiang was simply upset that her charm was overshadowed by another girl, while Luo Tifa was displeased with Jiang Yu's gaze, secretly deeming him blind to her merits. As her physique was more developed than the young girl's. After half an hour, the group finally arrived at the city lord's mansion, located in the heart of my city. By this time, the entrance was crowded with participants eager to register for the competition. Although poison-type soul masters were scarce across the continent, the number of individuals gathered here easily reached several hundred. Likely even poison users from the Tiando Empire had come to compete. The Poison Soul Master Championship hosted by the Xingluo Empire imposed no restrictions regarding nationality or region, theoretically allowing anyone to participate, unlike the various limitations set by the Tiando Empire. Xingluo Empire had always revered strength, regardless of one's identity or methods, even if it involved the vile use of poison. Victory would yield respect. Consequently, the royal family of Xingluo had attracted an array of extraordinary individuals, making their power formidable, despite the absence of a title de law. In fact, in recent years, the overall strength of the Xingluo Empire had steadily surpassed that of the Tiando Empire, were it not for the incessant interference from the Wuhuan Temple. The Xingluo Empire might have unified the entire continent. As the principal city, my city's city lord's mansion was grander than that of smaller towns, covering an area of over 1,000 square meters, with its walls crafted from exquisite stone. Hundreds of elite city defense soldiers stood guard outside the mansion. With the competition set to commence the next day, the number of registrants was particularly high. Even Yang Wudi and Yao Popo, renowned figures in their field, patiently queued. As time slowly passed, the wait became excruciating. After what felt like an eternity, it was finally Yang Wudi's turn. Upon completing all registration procedures, a staff member handed him a badge, which served as proof of entry. On the day of the competition, only those wearing the badge would be permitted to enter the venue for the poison contest. After the registration was complete, Jiang Yu and his companions followed the staff's guidance to their designated hotel. The My City officials were quite generous, accommodating the participants in the renowned Rose Hotel. As night fell, after having dinner, Jiang Yu decided to take a stroll in the garden to aid digestion. Suddenly, a familiar sound erupted from the bushes. Jiang Yu recognized it as Yao Popo's voice. Peering forward, he saw her wielding a vine to chastise Xiao Xiao, simultaneously berating her. "You're too slow. How many times have I told you? To improve your speed, you must not only maintain your weight, but also control your breathing rhythm. Look at you. After nearly half a year of training, your speed has only just reached the first rank. With such progress, do you think you can surpass your sister? Dream on." Yao Popo, though stern, acted out of concern for her disciple. Otherwise, she wouldn't have imparted her self-created soul technique, the Ling Shibu Fa, and her secret skill, the Jifeng Hushi Fa, to the young girl. In truth, Xiao Zhao's talent was not lacking. Achieving the first rank in the Jifeng Hushi Fa within 6 months was commendable. However, This was far from sufficient in Yao Popo's eyes. Aware of Xiao Zhao's noble lineage, she understood that such a background came with harsh realities, where even siblings would show no mercy in the fight for family inheritance. Xiao Zhao's siblings were older, possessing far greater soul power. If Yao Popo did not push her hard, Xiao Xiao would stand no chance against her fierce sisters. The whip struck Xiao Zhao's body, causing her to sweat profusely, yet she remained silent, enduring the pain. She was determined to grow stronger. As long as she could become more powerful, she could bear all the tears. Observing her stubborn disciple, Yao Popo felt a flicker of compassion. But she quickly suppressed it and resumed the intense training. 9-section emerald, manifest, Yao Popo suddenly exclaimed, and a brilliant green light erupted from her. Almost transparently, a serpentine creature materialized behind her, radiating a rich green glow, with small crimson eyes that appeared exceptionally cute, albeit slightly diminutive at only 5 inches long. To underestimate the 9-section emerald would be a grave mistake. It was a top-tier variant among the bamboo leaf snakes, small in size, yet one of the most venomous serpents. With a body as hard as steel, it was nearly impervious to harm, and combined with its incredible speed, it was a regal entity among serpent-soul beasts. Had Douluo not cultivated the biling snake to the realm of the biling snake emperor, becoming the progenitor of all snakes, he might not have been able to surpass Yao Popo's 9-section emerald. Yao Popo possessed 7 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. With this optimal configuration of soul rings, she was significantly stronger than an average soul sage. Chapter 109. The Zhu Sisters. Yao Popo's speed was astonishing. Even Jiang could barely comprehend how she suddenly appeared before Xiao Xiao. The frightened young girl hastily unleashed her soul, revealing an extraordinary black cat. Once her martial soul was activated, Xiao Zhao's eyes transformed, one becoming dark green and the other bright blue. Her long hair naturally cascaded down her back, and most notably, a pair of fluffy black cat ears sprouted from her head, while her hands morphed into claw-like appendages, giving her a uniquely enchanting appearance. To Jiang, who observed from a distance, it was surprising to find that Xiao Xiao not only bore a resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing in stature, but also shared a feline martial soul. He couldn't help but wonder if there was some familial connection. Upon releasing her martial soul, Xiao Zhao's speed surged, her movements leaving behind faint illusions. Her assault commenced without hesitation. Faced with the formidable Yao Popo, a soul sage, Xiao Xiao dared not hold back, targeting her vital points with her sharp claws, compelling Yao Popo to remain vigilant. Witnessing Xiao Zhao's agility and ferocity, a flicker of admiration crossed Yao Popo's eyes. Although they had not spent much time together, she found herself growing fond of this disciple. Although the modest talent of Xiao Xiao is commendable, it pales in comparison to the innate abilities of the super genius with soul power levels of 8 or 9. What truly earns the admiration of Yao Popo is her character. Perhaps aware that her natural gifts do not match those of the top prodigies, Xiao Zhao's determination and effort far exceed the expectations of others. Each day, before dawn, she rises to practice, undertaking a grueling regimen of running 1,000 meters and performing 1,000 palm training repetitions. Despite the hardships, she has never once uttered a word of fatigue, resolutely persevering through it all. In her quest for strength, she has sacrificed immensely, and fortunately, heaven has not forsaken those who toil quietly. Her cultivation has progressed remarkably. Merely 2 years after awakening her martial spirit, her soul power has already reached level 17. It is noteworthy that at the time of her awakening, her soul power was only level 7, thereby achieving a 10-level increase in just 2 years, a figure that rivals even the most elite geniuses. However, Yao Popo adheres to the philosophy of teaching through adversity. Though she secretly feels proud of Xiao Xiao, she does not express it verbally and often resorts to discouraging remarks. What brings her solace is that Xiao Xiao grows more resilient with each setback, her training becoming increasingly rigorous. Not only has she mastered the Gale breathing technique to the first stage, but she's also on the verge of breaking through to the advanced level of the Spirit Serpent Step technique. At her current stage, Xiao Zhao's speed can undoubtedly rival that of a typical Great Soul Master, perhaps even surpassing it. Nonetheless, her opponent is Yao Popo, a formidable soul saint with an impressive soul power level of 75. Within the same realm, only a few, such as Baihe, could possibly equal her in speed. Despite Xiao Zhao's swift movements and cleverly chosen attack angles, Yao Popo perceives numerous flaws in her technique. After a few exchanges, she swiftly seizes Xiao Zhao's wrist. Yao Papa does not hold back. Her sharp fingers pierce into Xiao Zhao's wrist, leaving a shallow wound from which a greenish liquid, the essence of a 9-section emerald's potent poison, seeps into her body. Soon, Xiao Zhao's body begins to tremble uncontrollably, her face contorting in agony as if she is enduring immense suffering, with veins bulging on her forehead and neck. Nevertheless, Xiao Xiao does not utter a sound of surrender, her gaze filled with determination. It is truly remarkable for a young girl to exhibit such fortitude, a quality that many adult soul masters might lack. Prompting a sense of admiration from Jiang. Observing Xiao Zhao's distress, Yao Papa does not rush to her aid, merely watching from the sidelines. After a minute has passed, she approaches and produces an unknown pill from her robes, administering it to Xiao Xiao before turning to leave. Once Yao Bopo departs, Jiang Yu approaches Xiao Xiao to examine her injuries, the moonlight casting a cold glow on the girl's fair complexion. In that moment, Xiao Xiao bears a striking resemblance to a celestial being, evoking a sense of sympathy. Even Jiang Yu, accustomed to grand spectacles, finds himself moved. He has encountered countless beauties, yet none compare to this young girl, rendering those he has seen before mere ordinary figures in comparison. Lost in thought, Jiang Yu forgets his initial purpose. Captivated by Xiao Zhao's frost-like visage, after an indeterminate time, the moonlit maiden's eyes flutter open. What are you doing here? Xiao Zhao's gaze is filled with caution as she quickly assesses her surroundings. Her clothes remain intact, and nothing feels amiss. It appears nothing inappropriate occurred. Jiang Yu chuckles softly. I was merely bored after dinner and decided to take a stroll, only to see you and your master practicing here. I feared you might be in danger after witnessing your apparent poisoning. Realizing her misjudgment, Xiao Xiao feels a pang of regret. She had suspected someone genuinely concerned for her well-being of ulterior motives. Thank you for your concern. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Acknowledging her error, Xiao Xiao graciously offers her apologies to Jiang Yu. It's quite all right. Jiang Yu replies, unperturbed. Do you train like this often? He finds himself inexplicably eager for her response. Yes. Despite her puzzlement at Jiang Yu's sudden inquiry, Xiao Xiao eventually nods. Such training has become routine for her. Hardly worthy of note, she recalls the most grueling experience of her life, where she remained bedridden for 3 days and nights, requiring Yao Papa to feed her. Such harsh training is something she has endured. Tonight's regimen is merely child's play in comparison. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, feels a surge of compassion for the young girl. Other children her age are akin to sheltered flowers, dependent on others even for meals. Yet Xiao Xiao has grown accustomed to such inhumane training. Previously, Jiang Yu believed his training was rigorous enough, but in this moment, he realizes that there are those, even young girls, who can endure far more. At a loss for words, he retrieves a healing ointment from his soul guide device. This is a healing balm, Jiang Yu states, holding a blue jade bottle. Please turn around. I will apply it for you, ensuring no trace remains. Xiao Xiao initially intends to refuse, but just then, the scar from the whip on her back suddenly splits open, sending a wave of pain coursing through her, prompting her to accept his kindness. After receiving her consent, Jiang Yu opens the jade bottle and pours the viscous white liquid into his hands, rubbing them together to warm it before gently applying it to her smooth, porcelain-like back. The soft sound breaks the night silence. Soon, Jiang Yu's hands press against Xiao Zhao's delicate skin, a chill emanating from his palms, which gradually warms her previously cool flesh. A soft moan escapes Xiao Zhao's lips, a sensation of comfort she has never experienced before. After a moment, she realizes her reaction might be inappropriate. A faint blush rising to her cheeks. He must not have heard that. She muses inwardly, her heart fluttering. Jiang Yu indeed heard her soft sound, but chooses to remain silent, voicing it would only add awkwardness to the moment. He continues to massage the milky liquid into her wounds. The starry sky over my city is breathtaking, unmarred by the light pollution of electric lamps, allowing the stars to shine clearly. Even the vast Milky Way is perfectly displayed. A gentle breeze stirs, ruffling Xiao Zhao's hair, releasing a subtle fragrance unique to young girls. Truly refreshing. What drives you to train so diligently? Jiang Yu inquires, gazing at the girl before him, curious about her unwavering dedication. What drives me? Xiao Zhao's expression shifts abruptly, and she cannot help but respond with self-deprecation. Of course, it is to survive. Her tone is flat. Yet, Jiang Yu discerns a hint of desolation and helplessness underlying her words. At such a tender age, bearing so much burden must be quite arduous, right? Observing the scars on the young girl's back, Jiang Yu inquired. I have grown accustomed to it, Xiao Xiao replied, offering no further lamentations. She had long been accustomed to this way of life. Chapter 110, Night Conversations. I believe that if you lived in a family like mine, you would understand that the only choice is to strive for strength. Xiao Zhao's tone carried a hint of melancholy. The weak have no right to survive. Although Jiang Yu had only spent a brief time with her, it was not difficult to surmise from Xiao Zhao's words the cruelty of her family, likely rivaling that of royal households. What is your surname? Jiang Yu increasingly suspected that she belonged to the Zhu family, as the young girl's stature, demeanor, and familial circumstances were strikingly reminiscent of the Zhu clan. It was hard not to be suspicious. Zhu. Xiao Xiao elongated her syllables, prompting Jiang Yu's excitement upon her utterance of the first character. Indeed, she was of the Zhu family. Could she be the sister of Zhu Zhuqing, or perhaps her elder sister Zhu Zhuyan? Yet, given her age, it seemed unlikely. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in such conjectures, Xiao Zhao's next words curtailed his speculations. Zhuge, I'm called Zhuge Xiao. Her voice gradually grew more resolute. Zhuge Xiao. Jiang Yu was taken aback. Who is this? Such a character was not present in the original narrative. It shouldn't be. A girl of such beauty. Not even a mere supporting role. Where is the justice? After a pause, Jiang Yu realized that the entirety of Douluo was narrated from Tang San's perspective, and descriptions concerning the Xingluo Empire were primarily conveyed through Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai's accounts, receiving scant attention. The characters from the Xingluo Empire, aside from Zhu and Dai, included only their elder siblings. Jiang Yu had not even seen the name of their father. Perhaps that was why Zhuge Xiao, a stunning beauty, had never been depicted. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Given your words are so harsh, your family must be quite renowned within the Xingluo Empire. Am I right? Jiang Yu couldn't help but press further. Well, I suppose so. Xiao Zhao's face briefly flushed with a hint of embarrassment. She was not adept at lying, but she did not wish to reveal her true identity while outside, especially since Granny Yao was aware of her origins. Moreover, it was rare for anyone to inquire about her family circumstances, much less someone like Jiang Yu who asked such detailed questions. The fib she had spun today exceeded all those she had told previously, leaving her feeling a bit bashful. My father is a duke bestowed by His Majesty the Emperor, so my family is considered quite respectable in the empire. This time, she spoke the truth. Although their title was hereditary, each generation still required the emperor's endorsement. So, you are the daughter of a duke. Jiang Yu was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that she was a little heiress. The duke was the highest rank, and the title of prince was generally reserved for royal nobles, while commoners had no chance of being conferred kingship. Neither the Xingluo Empire nor the Tiando Empire had ever conferred titles to those of different surnames. The princely titles from other kingdoms had little relation to the two great empires. The other kingdoms and principalities were long-standing factions on the continent. Although they nominally submitted to the two empires, they had their own sets of laws akin to the vassal states of the Zhou dynasty. Thus, generally speaking, the title of duke was the highest rank attainable by non-royalty. Xiao Zhao's lineage could be deemed quite noble indeed. No wonder your father is so stern. Even a daughter as lovely as you is subjected to such rigorous training. Jiang Yu genuinely admired Xiao Zhao's father. How could such an adorable girl endure such hardship? If he had a daughter, he would surely cherish her, protecting her from even the slightest distress. Jiang Yu found himself in disagreement with Xiao Zhao's father's methods. If I had a daughter as lovely as you, I would treasure her dearly. Your father is truly lacking in compassion. You wish to be my father? Xiao Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, finding humor in Jiang Yu's harsh critique of her father. Reflecting on it, he indeed seemed somewhat neglectful, even disregarding his own daughter. Hearing Xiao Zhao's laughter, Jiang Yu too felt lighthearted, having expected to face a scolding but instead finding her unfazed, even pleased by his words, creating a jovial atmosphere. After a while, Xiao Zhao's laughter gradually subsided. She twisted her arm behind her, teasing, I didn't expect you to be so frivolous. Thinking about having children at such a young age. Young? Jiang Yu retorted. You should know that many boys on Douluo continent marry by the age of 13 or 14. Oscar was born when his father was merely 14. There's even a saying here that one should have children while young. Moreover, Jiang Yu was merely pondering aloud. He did not respond to Xiao Zhao's comment, instead increasing the gentle pressure of his hands. For him, words felt inadequate, and actions aligned more closely with his character. "You're hurting me," Xiao Xiao exclaimed as a sharp pain shot through her. "That's more like it. The more it hurts, the more effective it is. It proves the medicine is working, and the scars on your back are gradually healing. They should be fine soon," Jiang Yu said, suppressing a sly grin. "Is that so?" Xiao Xiao felt a flicker of disbelief. It was her first time hearing such a claim, yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible rather than absurd. This chapter has not yet concluded. Please click the next page to continue reading the enthralling content. Then hurry up. It cannot be rushed. It will take at least an hour. It needs to warm up for the effects to take hold, allowing the ointment to permeate your body fully. Just bear with it, Jiang Yu assured her. He was not deceiving her. This method was derived from a medical text he had read, grounded in scientific rationale. Time passed, and Xiao Xiao felt an increasing warmth behind her. Whether it was due to friction or the ointment taking effect, she could only feel heat, accompanied by a tingling sensation. This feeling was quite unique, something she had never experienced before. Is it done yet? It should be soon. Just hang in there. Once the white liquid has fully penetrated your body, we can proceed, Jiang Yu replied, maintaining his gentle rubbing of Xiao Zhao's back despite his hands growing somewhat weary. The white ointment, under his firm pressure, gradually seeped into Xiao Zhao's body, and the scars on her back visibly began to mend. When the scars on her back vanished, Jiang Yu ceased his motions and swiftly moved beside Xiao Xiao, then plopped down onto the grass. The night sky was beautiful, and he began to gaze at the stars. The heavens were ablaze with twinkling stars, densely packed, their numbers unknown. The stars, large and small alike, tirelessly radiated their brilliance. Suddenly, amidst the deep and vast night sky, a bright and dazzling light burst forth, tracing a graceful arc, leaving behind a radiant trail akin to the splendid feathers of a peacock. However, its brilliance soon began to fade, and before long, it vanished into the vast expanse of the night sky. That beam of light may have embarked on its journey from a distant starry river billions of years ago, only to finally arrive on the Douluo. But it quickly returned to tranquility. Billions of years of existence were dedicated to this moment of splendor. One cannot help but wonder if it feels any regret. Jiang Yu gazed at the starry sky, unable to restrain his contemplations. "Do you believe in fate?" Xiao Xiao did not directly respond to his question. Instead, she abruptly posed one to Jiang Yu. "I do and I do not." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yu replied, "Fate does indeed exist, as evidenced by the stark differences in the lives of individuals. Some are born as beggars while others are the sons of emperors. Their destinies diverge from the very beginning. Nevertheless," Jiang Yu then declared with conviction, "fate can also be altered. I firmly believe that even fate can be grasped in one's own hands. A beggar has the potential to become an emperor, just as the son of an emperor may one day lose everything and find himself worse off than a beggar. With effort, one can indeed change their destiny." As he spoke, Jiang Yu turned to face Xiao Xiao. "Your diligent training is precisely to alter your fate, is it not? I believe you will surely defeat your sisters. Remember, your destiny lies solely in your own hands. No one, not even your father, can dictate it." Jiang Yu continually reassured the young girl beside him. He was well aware of Xiao Zhao's efforts and was confident that she could transform her fate, becoming an exceptional woman. Chapter 111. Are you asleep? The sun had barely risen, with a faint blush of dawn illuminating the eastern horizon, while a boy and girl lay on the lush grass. Their positions were quite intimate. The little girl nestled in the boy's embrace, her long legs entwined around his waist. A gentle smile gracing her face as she occasionally exhaled sweet scents. This pair was none other than Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao. The reason for their repose on the grass was a lengthy tale. In short, they had conversed late into the night, discussing aspirations in life. Their dialogue growing increasingly harmonious until they eventually drifted off to sleep. Thus, the scene unfolded this morning. As the day gradually brightened, warm sunlight bathed the earth. Yet, Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao remained undisturbed, their expressions blissfully serene, showing no inclination to awaken. They slept until the sun hung high in the sky, and it was Xiao Xiao who first stirred. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Jiang Yu's handsome visage, causing her to momentarily freeze before realization dawned upon her. She had actually spent the night beside a boy. Embarrassment washed over her as she shyly withdrew from Jiang Yu's embrace and began inspecting her body for any irregularities. After a thorough examination, she found nothing amiss apart from slightly wrinkled clothes and faint red marks on her arms, and there was a peculiar sensation in her chest. However, upon further reflection, Xiao Xiao dismissed her concerns, attributing it to the developmental changes described by Granny Yao. He sleeps so soundly, realizing she had not been violated. Xiao Xiao turned her attention to the still sleeping Jiang Yu. This was her first time observing a man in slumber, and she was captivated by the myriad expressions that danced across his face. Watching Jiang Yu sleep so peacefully, a playful impulse surged within her, leading her to devise a delightful idea. She plucked a slender blue blade of grass from the ground, its softness inviting, and gently brushed it against Jiang Yu's cheek. Suddenly, Jiang Yu felt a tickling sensation on his face, awakening him from his dreams. Their eyes met, and Xiao Xiao felt a wave of awkwardness. Jiang Yu, slightly startled, chuckled. Xiao Xiao giggled, her embarrassment evident. The sun is already high, yet you still linger in bed. Her voice had an endearing charm that stirred Jiang Yu's spirits, and he quickly flipped over to his feet. Together, they set off toward the hotel, for today marked the day of Yang Wudi and the others' competition, and they needed to hurry to avoid missing it. Throughout their journey, the two shared an unspoken understanding, refraining from mentioning the events of the previous night. Yet, it was clear that their relationship had subtly shifted. Although they were unaware, a unique bond had begun to form between them. In later reflections, Jiang Yu would often reminisce about that night at the hotel, as it marked the true beginning of his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing. Even after Jiang Yu ascended to become the most formidable figure recognized across the continent, he would still discreetly bring Zhu Zhuqing to the hotel in my city for a getaway, a cherished little secret between them. Of course, this came at a cost, as every time he took Zhu Zhuqing out, the women around him would inevitably discover it, leading to troublesome consequences. The jealousy of women is a formidable force, and even the goddess Qianren was not exempt, especially with Bibi Dong watching closely. Faced with two goddesses, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of trepidation. Thus he complied with Qianren whims, striving to appease the wrathful angel goddess. However, such matters are better left for another time. As Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao stepped into the hotel lobby, the front desk attendant informed them that Yang Wudi and the others had already departed for the competition, leaving them to find their own way to the venue. Alas, they had missed their chance. With that realization, Jiang Yu felt no urgency. Having just awoken, he was also quite hungry, so he decided it would be best to have breakfast first. He took Xiao Xiao by the hand and led her to the hotel restaurant. Perhaps due to the competitors rushing to the event, the bright and spacious dining area appeared rather empty, with only a few staff members present. Rising late had its advantages. At least they did not have to queue for their meals, enjoying the freedom to eat as they pleased. Upon reaching the serving counter, Jiang Yu soon discovered that his initial assumptions were mistaken. Though they did not have to wait in line, the remaining food was evidently scarce. Aside from some rice porridge, there were only 2 buns and a few plates of pickles left, with nothing else in sight. At this juncture, complaining would serve no purpose. Jiang Yu filled 2 bowls with porridge, handing one to Xiao Xiao while keeping the one laden with goji berries for himself. Jiang Yu had always relished goji berries and chives, knowing them to be beneficial for kidney health. He would never overlook anything that nourished the kidneys. This principle applied to both his training and his diet. Conversely, he avoided anything detrimental to his kidneys. Unlike many boys who engaged in traditional crafts, he seldom partook, perhaps explaining why his vitality surpassed that of the average man. Otherwise, his previous girlfriend, a prominent streamer, would not have sought him out again, even going so far as to shower him with money. Jiang Yu, however, regarded such gestures with disdain. He was not the type to be swayed by mere tens of thousands of dollars. His principles were far too steadfast for that. This chapter is not yet complete. Please click to the next page to continue enjoying the riveting content. He is a man of integrity. How could he acquiesce to the unreasonable demands of his ex-girlfriend? After finishing the soup, Jiang Yu reached out for a meat bun, only to be unexpectedly thwarted by a small hand that snatched one of the buns away. Turning around, Jiang Yu was about to say something when he saw that the bun was already being chewed by the stranger before him. This unfamiliar girl appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, yet her figure was remarkably mature. Even the ordinary attire of a martial artist could not conceal her voluptuous and alluring physique. She possessed a well-proportioned form, with a full and rounded bosom that was quite prominent, while her slender waist and hips were as graceful as a serpent, and her long, straight legs surpassed those of Xiao Xiao beside Jiang Yu, even slightly due to her height. The girl had deep brown eyes adorned with long, neatly arranged eyelashes, and her face was strikingly beautiful. Her short hair, cut to ear length, lent her an air of spirited elegance, distinguishing her from other enchanting girls. Although her appearance bore a hint of seduction, it lacked any vulgarity, embodying a rare gracefulness in a young woman. "Thank you for the bun," the girl exclaimed, holding up the remaining half of the bun and flashing a smile at Jiang. Before he could respond, she turned and dashed toward the exit of the dining hall. "Hey, how can you do that?" Jiang remarked indignantly, having never encountered such brazen behavior from a girl who would snatch another's bun. Entirely oblivious to the rules of propriety. Had the girl not been so swift, he would have seriously reprimanded her to instill a sense of decorum. With only one bun left, Jiang reluctantly handed the large meat bun to Xiao Xiao. "This bun is so big. Let us share it." Xiao Xiao, instead of taking it for herself, tore the bun in half and offered the larger portion back to Jiang, as she, being a girl, could not consume so much in the morning. Chapter 112, Douluo Phone. The competition venue was not far from the hotel, situated just a few hundred meters away on the central avenue. Following the directions of passers-by, Jiang and Xiao Xiao swiftly arrived at the competition site. To their dismay, they discovered that tickets were required for close-up viewing of the contest, with the cheapest priced at 1 gold soul coin. Fortunately, Jiang was not short on funds and promptly purchased 2 tickets, including one for Xiao Xiao. With tickets in hand, the guards finally permitted their entry. Jiang's tickets were for the 3rd row. He had initially intended to secure seats in the 1st row, but they were sold out. So he had to make do with the 3rd row, which was still reasonably close. Shortly after Jiang and Xiao Xiao settled into their seats, the competition commenced. According to the host's announcement, the first round of the elimination tournament would consist of a written examination with simple rules. Staff distributed examination papers to each contestant, while a renowned elder from the poison path posed the questions. There were 10 judges, meaning each question was worth 10 points. Only the top 20 contestants with the highest scores would advance to the next round, while the others would be eliminated. The judges soon began to read the questions one by one. Yang Wudi and Granny Yao immediately wrote down their answers, as these questions posed no challenge for them. Although a few participants were slightly slower, they too began to produce answers after a brief moment of contemplation, while many others appeared to be deep in thought. It was evident that for these contestants, the questions were quite challenging, revealing their varying levels of skill. Yang Wudi and Granny Yao clearly stood at the top tier, with only a handful of individuals able to somewhat compete with them. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Jiang pondered the answers quietly. Although his studies in toxicology were still in their infancy, they had been imparted by Yang Wudi, and it is said that a distinguished teacher produces exceptional students. Additionally, Jiang was quite astute. The knowledge Yang Wudi had shared with him was firmly etched in his memory, aside from some esoteric techniques. The foundational concepts posed no difficulty for him. Out of the 10 questions posed by the judges, he managed to answer at least 3, a commendable feat for a newcomer. It should be noted that all participants in this competition were masters of the poison attribute, and even the judges found some of the questions somewhat challenging. It was conceivable that a newcomer might struggle to answer even a single question, with the notable exception of Tang San, who, due to his exceptional talents, might have even secured the championship, considering Tang Min's famed expertise in poison. Half an hour later, the examination concluded, and all participants were required to submit their answer sheets to the staff. Despite the presence of hundreds of contestants, the judges opted for on-site scoring. Although the judges were of advanced age, they all possessed at least soul sage-level cultivation, with 3 elderly individuals seated in the center having reached the soul Douluo realm. This task required minimal exertion on their part. In just 1 hour, the results of the competition were announced. Yang Wudi dominated the field with a perfect score, rightfully claiming first place, while Granny Yao followed closely behind with a score of 99, securing second place. The 3rd place was awarded to a robust elder, whose head was adorned with white hair and whose skin appeared quite wrinkled. Yet his physique was remarkably impressive, rivaling that of younger competitors with prominent six-pack abs. The elder achieved a score of 93, demonstrating that he was far more formidable than he appeared. Underestimating him as merely a brawny figure would be a grave mistake. Following the announcement of the results, the 20 contestants advancing to the next round were confirmed, 15 men and 5 women, illustrating the scarcity of female poison soul masters. The youngest among them was around 40, signifying a significant gap in age. This was largely due to the low status of poison attribute soul masters in the continent, where even the Poison Douluo faced exclusion from other titled Douluo, earning the unfortunate label of the weakest. Knowing this, Douluo refrained from allowing his granddaughter to pursue the path of poison. Thus, apart from the inherent toxins of the Bailin snake, Douluo did not employ any other poisons, focusing instead on control. After the list of successful candidates was announced, the eliminated contestants were escorted off the stage. Although they wore faces of reluctance, they could not deny their defeat. No matter how unwilling they were, a loss is a loss. Clang, clang, clang. The staff promptly struck the gong. The 20 contestants were divided into 10 groups. The rules for this round stipulated that both sides would take turns deploying poison against each other, and whoever could endure would advance to the semifinals. The first match featured the muscular elder, named Wang Jinji, hailing from Douluo City, while his opponent was a female contestant who appeared to be in her 40s. With a slender figure, her face bore a hint of allure, exuding an enduring charm, her ample bosom resembling ripe peaches. This female contestant was known as Dong Yufeng, and her striking beauty garnered a considerable fan following. Before the match even began, a throng of male admirers enthusiastically shouted her name, making her the crowd's favorite and securing significant support from male spectators. Centipede King, manifest. Mandala Snake, manifest. The two contestants simultaneously summoned their martial spirits, both encompassing formidable toxic properties, making them exceptionally potent for combat. Wang Jinji's martial soul manifests as a colossal centipede, exceeding 2 meters in length, entirely cloaked in a deep black hue. Its head boasts a pair of exceedingly sharp antennae, which upon a martial soul's embodiment, also appear atop Wang Jinji's head. His eyes transform to a striking golden yellow, exuding an air of authority. Adorned with 7 soul rings, all perfectly aligned for optimal synergy, his formidable power is evident. Although Dong Yufeng is taken aback by the elder's might, she chooses not to retreat. This is not a soul master duel, despite being merely a soul emperor. The toxins inherent in her martial soul rival the venom of Wang Jinji's Centipede King. Dong Yufeng's martial soul, known as Mandala Snake, takes the form of a small green serpent. The dark green triangular head of the snake radiates a formidable presence, and its small eyes glimmer like rubies, invoking involuntary shivers in those who gaze upon it. Despite its modest size, the Mandala snake is renowned for its potent venom, ranking among the most fearsome of toxic soul beasts, complemented by its remarkable resilience. Indeed, it is the Mandala snake, Jiang exclaims, his gaze fixed on Dong Yufeng's alabaster form, astonished. It is known that Tang San's first soul ring originated from a century-old Mandala snake soul beast, heightening his anticipation for the forthcoming contest. You may attack first. Wang Jinji, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor, gestures towards Dong Yufeng rather than striking first. It is evident that beautiful women possess an inherent advantage, a reality Dong Yufeng has grown accustomed to, hence she does not decline and promptly launches her assault. Her 7th soul skill, Martial Soul True Form, ignites the 7th soul ring, unleashing a vibrant green radiance. A warm gust gathers around her, transforming her physique as her legs meld into a singular serpentine tail, which undulates upon the ground. Green scales envelop her upper body, ascending toward her forehead until she resembles the Mandala snake entirely. Upon activating her true martial soul, the Mandala snake's massive tail lashes out towards Wang Jinji, swiftly ensnaring him. Wang Jinji feels the constriction of the tail, intensifying as the green venom infiltrates his skin and respiratory passages. Upon this toxin's invasion, a numbing sensation envelopes his body, and his consciousness begins to wane, highlighting the Mandala snake's most terrifying attribute, its devastating effect on human nerves. Nevertheless, Wang Jinji is far from defenseless. Sensing the venom's potency, he unleashes his martial soul's true form, transforming into the enormous Centipede King, surpassing 2 meters in size. He swiftly extricates himself from the serpent's grasp. Chapter 113, The Azure-Eyed Golden Toad. Wang Jinji's Centipede King inherently embodies formidable toxins, although he cannot entirely disregard the Mandala snake's venom. Its impact on him is significantly diminished compared to others. He quickly retaliates, launching his sharp antennae with vigor, his colossal form lunging towards the Mandala snake, piercing through the green serpent's body and allowing his toxins to flow in. Centipedes are naturally toxic, and the venom within the Centipede King is dozens of times more potent than that of an ordinary centipede soul beast. While centipede soul beasts are not uncommon in Douluo continent, the evolution into a Centipede King is a rarity. Such evolution necessitates the consumption of numerous kin. An ordinary centipede soul beast must devour at least 1,000 of its kind to possibly evolve into a Centipede King. Thus, even if it reaches the realm of a 10,000-year soul beast, it it cannot metamorphose into a centipede king. Consequently, Wang Jinji's martial soul is not inferior to the mandala snake's, and may even surpass it. Moreover, his soul power considerably exceeds Dong Yufeng's, rendering the mandala snake's venom a negligible threat to him. Upon releasing his martial soul's true form, Wang Jinji channels his primal toxins, which rapidly invade Dong Yufeng's body through his antennae. Soon, the green serpent convulses uncontrollably, writhing violently, as black gas escapes from its form. Dong Yufeng can no longer maintain her true martial soul state and swiftly reverts to her original appearance. It appears that Wang Jinji has emerged victorious. Jiang Yu is not surprised by this outcome. After all, Dong Yufeng was at a disadvantage, her martial soul being a mere ordinary mandala snake, inherently inferior to the centipede king. Defeat is to be expected. However, not everyone is willing to accept this conclusion. At least Dong Yufeng's fervent admirers are discontent, wishing to see their idol continue to perform on stage. In contrast to a gathering of elderly men, many males would prefer to witness a beautiful performance, which explains why certain islands frequently host wrestling competitions featuring attractive participants. Regardless of skill, allure, and aesthetics reign supreme, as the audience for wrestling is relatively sparse. Beautiful women, however, attract a different kind of attention. Otherwise, why would internet celebrities and popular actresses thrive despite lacking talent or acting prowess, merely relying on their striking appearances to garner immense popularity and substantial earnings annually? Thus, Dong Yufeng, simply based on her beauty, becomes a frontrunner for the championship in this competition. Upon witnessing her falter, her fans erupt in fervent shouts, vehemently criticizing Wang Jinji. Nevertheless, the judges remain impartial. In their eyes, strength is paramount. Dong Yufeng is clearly no match for Wang Jinji, and she possesses no solution for the centipede's venom. As the toxins within her intensify, Dong Yufeng reluctantly concedes, prioritizing her life over the outcome of the contest. Subsequently, the judges announce Wang Jinji's advancement to the semifinals, and he alleviates the toxins, afflicting Dong Yufeng. The second match commences promptly, featuring Yao Popo against an elderly man adorned with a mane of silvery hair, clad in a black robe. This elder, known as Jing Chun, had secured 9th place in the previous round, demonstrating formidable prowess. As the referee proclaims the match's commencement, Jing Chun promptly releases his martial soul, a toad of considerable size, approximately 1 meter long, with a notably broad head and prominent oval eardrums. The toad's dorsal surface exhibits an olive-yellow hue, adorned with irregular spots, while a light green ridge runs along its back. Its limbs display patterns of deep brown, with its underside a milky white. As the martial soul materializes, Jing Chen's soul rings ascend from the ground, revealing a total of 7 luminous rings, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. The azure-eyed golden toad. Jiang Yu immediately identifies Jing Chen's martial soul, a rarity among soul masters and difficult to locate even within the soul beast realm. The azure-eyed golden toad not only harbors potent toxins, but also possesses immense medicinal value, capable of neutralizing poisons, exterminating pests, alleviating pain, and effectively treating ailments such as ulcers. Due to its remarkable properties, the azure-eyed golden toad has attracted the avarice of countless soul masters, leading to a rapid decline in its population due to relentless human hunting. According to the Spirit Hall's estimates, the current number of azure-eyed golden toads on the continent is likely under 300. Thus, Jiang Yu is astonished. He has only encountered the azure-eyed golden toad in texts, never imagining that Jing Chun would possess such a rare martial soul. This match promises to be captivating. Yao Popo evidently recognized this soul weapon, her brows slightly furrowing. However, she swiftly suppressed her astonishment and unleashed the Jiu Jiefei. Upon witnessing Yao Popo's soul weapon, Jing Chun dared not be careless. The Jiu Jiefei was a pinnacle among the bamboo leaf greens, regarded as a regal entity among serpentine soul beasts. At this moment, Jing Chun, clearly disregarding gentlemanly decorum, instantly activated her true soul form, transforming into a golden toad, albeit notably smaller than before. Typically, a soul would enlarge upon activation of its true form, making such a reduction quite rare. This indicated that the Bai Yin Jing Chun was indeed distinct from ordinary soul weapons. Although Jing Chen's form had become compact and agile, its inherent toxins had become more refined, even more potent than before. The golden toad leapt fiercely, its viscous saliva shooting forth in a straight line toward Yao Popo. According to the competition rules, both participants must endure each other's toxic attacks, as this was a poison contest. Thus, Yao Popo opted not to evade. The transparent liquid cascaded onto her body, penetrating through layers of her clothing and seeping into her essence. Initially, Yao Popo felt little, but she remained wary. If the Bai Yin Jinchan's toxin were so simplistic, it would not bear its infamous reputation. Yao Popo released the original toxin of the Jiao Jie Fei Cui from her dantian. For the best method to counter the Bai Yin Jinchan's poison was to employ poison against poison. It would ultimately reveal which toxin was superior. Yao Popo held considerable faith in the Jiao Jie Fei Cui. Although she had never encountered the Bai Yin Jinchan before, an inexplicable confidence surged within her. Soon, the golden toad's toxin fully manifested. The liquid coursed through Yao Popo's meridians, and her strength waned instantaneously, causing her to collapse. A chill emanated from her being, and within a radius of several meters, the temperature plummeted dramatically. In the audience, Xiao Xiao, upon witnessing Yao Popo's fall, was suddenly struck with panic, her complexion turning ashen. "Do not panic," Jiang Yu urged, pulling the already standing Xiao Xiao down. "Trust your master, she can handle this." For reasons unknown, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Xiao Xiao's anxious heart swiftly calmed. Jiang Yu did not speak in vain. He sensed that Yao Popo's life force had not diminished, but rather, another formidable toxin was rapidly being released. This was indeed the original toxin of the Jiao Jie Fei Cui, which Yao Popo enveloped her vital areas with, shielding them from the Bai Yin Jinchan's venom. The two toxins clashed violently, intertwining and consuming one another, neither able to overpower the other. As the spectators observed Yao Popo incapacitated, they assumed the outcome of the match was decided. Even the referee prepared to declare Jiang the victor. However, just as the referee was about to wave the small flag, an elder seated at the center of the judges' panel intervened, recognizing that Yao Popo had not completely lost her capacity to retaliate. 3 minutes later, Yao Popo sprang to her feet, her complexion gradually regaining its color, suggesting that the Bai Yin Jinchan's toxin had been thoroughly neutralized by her original serpent toxin. How can this be? Jing Chun gazed in disbelief at Yao Popo, who appeared unaffected, a tempest of emotions swirling within him. Although he acknowledged the potency of the Jiao Jie Fei Cui, he never anticipated that his Bai Yin Jinchan's toxin would have so little effect on Yao Popo. Even he would require at least 5 minutes to dispel the golden toad's poison. The realization struck Jing Chun that Yao Popo had outpaced him, the poisoner. One mountain surpasses another, he thought. I, Jing Chun, have always considered myself exceptional, yet I find a worthy adversary in this Muyi city. Yao Popo, I shall remember you. You are a commendable opponent. After his shock, Jing Chun could not help but express admiration for Yao Popo. It had been long since he encountered such a formidable rival, leaving him with mixed emotions, both astonishment and relief. Unbeknownst to others, Jing Chun was acutely aware of his circumstances. While many praised his toxic mastery as worthy of ranking among the top 3 in Xingluo, he understood he had reached a bottleneck. Without external aid, it would be challenging to advance further. This was why he participated in the Xingluo Empire's Poison Championship. The stimulation from other masters might help him break through his limitations. The Tiando Empire already had a title Douluo renowned for poison, and Jing Chun aspired to become the second poison Douluo on the continent, even formulating a title for himself, the Baidu, surpassing the poison Douluo. Yet, he found himself unable to subdue even Yao Popo, realizing his inadequacies at this moment. Your golden toad toxin, while commendable, is no match for me. Now, let me show you the might of my serpent toxin. Yao Popo pointed at Jing Chun, her nails extending several centimeters, glinting with a chilling brilliance. Without further ado, Yao Popo lunged at Jing Chun. Her sharp nails, akin to swords, merely grazed his neck, leaving a deep scar from which blood gushed forth. The fingertip was imbued with Yao Popo's original serpent toxin, surging into Jing Chun's body through the wound. Feeling the potency of the toxin, Jing Chun's brow furrowed instantly. The toxin contained within the Jiao Jie Fei Cui was far more fearsome than he had imagined. No wonder this soul weapon was hailed as the king of serpents, second only to the Bai Lin Shi Huang of Douluo. I concede, Jing Chun promptly declared his surrender. His action sparked a flurry of discussions among the audience, their gazes shifting from admiration to disdain. No one anticipated his capitulation would come so swiftly. Yao Popo had merely grazed him, Yet, Jing Chun relinquished his resistance without a second thought. Regarding the crowd's criticism, Jing Chun remained unfazed. Encounters between masters often hinge upon fleeting moments. With just that one move, he discerned the vast disparity between his realm and Yao Popo's. Rather than futilely resisting, it was more honorable to concede gracefully. For Jing Chun, victory or defeat bore little significance. You possess a modicum of self-awareness, Yao Popo remarked, a hint of appreciation gracing her features. Such a straightforward opponent was indeed a rarity. After securing her advancement, the subsequent contestants took the stage to duel. Though their soul power had reached the realm of soul kings, their soul weapons were not particularly impressive. Merely common toxic soul beasts. The excitement of the competition plummeted, leaving the audience rather bored. It was not until Yang Wudi's appearance that the crowd erupted in collective enthusiasm. As he was the first contestant to secure the top position, his strength widely acknowledged. Yang Wudi's opponent was a female soul master named Yazi. Though her temples were touched with gray, her skin remained remarkably well-preserved. While it could not compare to the smooth, youthful complexion of a young girl, it still appeared quite firm. Yazi seemed to be in her 60s, yet her presence exuded a breathtaking aura, imbued with a unique charm. As she entered the arena, she activated her martial spirit. Although she was unaware of Yang Wudi's martial spirit, she could sense an overwhelming and formidable pressure emanating from him, a force that instilled in her a profound sense of helplessness. Montakzu, Ata. Yazi's voice was chilling. Upon releasing her martial spirit, a nauseating stench enveloped her, and a sinister martial spirit materialized, shocking Jiang. It was a colossal spider measuring over 1.5 meters in diameter, with 8 long, spear-like legs extending over 3 meters. Its body was covered in a glossy black shell, and although the legs appeared slightly slender, their icy gleam indicated their sharpness. On the spider's underbelly were white patterns that clashed with its black body, forming a grotesque human face. 8 small eyes, twinkling with a ghostly purple light, were positioned just beneath it. The human-faced demon spider. Yazi's martial spirit was indeed the human-faced demon spider, a creature that haunted many soul masters. Even a century-old specimen could contend with ordinary thousand-year soul beasts due to its terrifying venom, which even thousand-year soul beasts found difficult to withstand. Without hesitation, Yazi unleashed her martial spirit's true form, transforming into the human-faced demon spider. Strangely, the spider's face morphed into Yazi's own visage, appearing even more sinister than before. The human-faced demon spider wasted no time. Its 8 sharp legs silently pierced the ground as it lunged toward Yang Wudi, the face on its belly contorting into a ghastly grin. The malevolent killer eagerly awaited the sweet taste of victory, while Yang Wudi remained motionless, quietly standing there. It seemed that the human-faced demon spider posed no significant threat to him, as he had yet to unleash his martial spirit. In truth, Yang Wudi did not refrain from summoning his Pa Huan Chong. Rather, his martial spirit bore no trace of poison. His remarkable achievements in the realm of toxins stemmed solely from his innate talent, utterly independent of his martial spirit. This was the essence of Yang Wudi's terrifying prowess. Even a poison master of Du Gu Bo's caliber relied heavily on the fearsome toxins contained within their martial spirits. Without such assistance, their accomplishments in the field of poison would undoubtedly diminish significantly. Yet Yang Wudi was an anomaly. He had truly arrived at his current state through diligent research, a rarity throughout the Douluo continent. As the spider's legs penetrated Yang Wudi's skin, a torrent of horrifying toxins surged into his body. "You are too arrogant," Yazi's cold voice echoed. "Without even releasing your martial spirit, let us see how you withstand this spider's venom." She had clearly misunderstood. Yang Wudi's reluctance to activate his martial spirit was not born of arrogance. However, he chose not to clarify, as it was not his style. He preferred to conquer through decisive actions. After withdrawing her furry spider legs from Yang Wudi's body, Yazi retreated, unable to suppress her sinister smile. In her eyes, the victor of this battle was no longer in doubt. She believed Yang Wudi had overestimated himself, thinking that his previous first-place victory held any significance. Theoretical knowledge proved ineffective in actual combat. Perhaps had he activated his martial spirit from the outset, the outcome would have differed, but alas. Even if Yang Wudi regretted it now, it was too late. The poison of a human-faced demon spider was not so easily undone. "What now? Your master seems to be losing," Xiao Xiao remarked, glancing at Jiang, who maintained a calm demeanor, causing her to feel perplexed. She even questioned whether Yang Wudi truly was Jiang Yu's master, given his indifference. "He is not my master," Jiang Yu clarified, explaining that while Yang Wudi had imparted some knowledge of toxins, they did not share a formal master-disciple relationship. Of course, Jiang Yu was grateful to Yang Wudi and regarded him as a mentor, even if he had only one true master, the sword Douluo. He had many teachers, including those who taught him combat techniques and staff handling, such as Sanshang Laoshi and Qiao Ben Laoshi. Nevertheless, in Jiang Yu's heart, Yang Wudi held a weight far exceeding that of his other instructors, rivaling even the sword Douluo due to his life-saving grace. Jiang Yu's calmness stemmed from his understanding of Yang Wudi's strength. While the venom of the human-faced demon spider was indeed fearsome, it depended on the opponent. Yang Wudi was a top-notch toxicologist capable of counteracting even the poison from the porcupine Douluo. In the context of the Blue Star, he would undoubtedly be regarded as an esteemed academician. Without Yang Wudi's assistance, the Snow Knight Emperor might not have lasted long, and Qian Rinxue could have easily ascended to the throne under her princely status. As for Tang San and Ning Fengji, should Qian Rinxue accuse them of conspiracy and treason, the majority would likely believe her as the crown prince. Thus, without Yang Wudi's support, Qian Rinxue's plans might have succeeded, enabling her to ascend to the imperial throne. Jiang Yu believed that while the venom of the human-faced demon spider might be insurmountable for ordinary individuals, it would have no effect on Yang Wudi, who could easily neutralize it with a flick of his hand. "Do not panic," Jiang Yu signaled Xiao Xiao to remain calm. "This amount of poison is inconsequential for Senior Yang. Just watch. Not your master?" Xiao Xiao realized that Jiang Yu's relationship with Yang Wudi was not as she had assumed. It seemed she had misjudged. However, since Jiang Yu had such confidence in Yang Wudi, Xiao Xiao could only continue watching, eager to see how Yang Wudi would counter the poison. Jiang Yu was correct. Yang Wudi, unaffected by the poison of the human-faced demon spider, calmly retrieved various herbs from his soul guide. While some were unfamiliar to Jiang Yu, most were common, albeit precious, to ordinary soul masters. Among them were century-old ginseng and millennium snow lotus, treasures rare for typical soul masters. In Yang Wudi's hands, however, they were akin to mere weeds. He deftly took a jade knife and began slicing the herbs into fine fragments. Then, he recklessly poured everything into the medicinal jar, wielding the jade pestle with a vigorous and chaotic motion, a stark contrast to the refined methods of a typical alchemist. Many observers regarded his alchemical techniques with skepticism, as his approach appeared exceedingly crude. However, the doubts of the onlookers did not sway Yang Wudi, as the various herbs within the jar amalgamated into a vibrant concoction. He grasped the jar without a second thought and tilted his head back, pouring the mixture into his mouth. Time passed slowly as the spectators awaited Yang Wudi's fate, uncertain if the potion would counteract the venom of the Renmian Maju. Yet, Yang Wudi stood on stage, his demeanor unwavering, exuding confidence in his abilities. Not even the venom of the Shirhan Maju could intimidate him, save for the toxin contained within the evolved Shirhan Juwang. Other poisons held little concern for him. After consuming the specially formulated antidote, the lethal toxins from the Renmian Maju within Yang Wudi's body were subdued, and soon all traces of the poison were entirely purified. Yazi also reverted from her martial spirit form, as maintaining that state was demanding on her soul power. Once in her human form, she observed Yang Wudi closely. Uncertain of his capacity to withstand the venom's potency, his cold expression was highly deceptive, leaving the spectators in suspense regarding his condition. While Yazi was intently focused on Yang Wudi, he suddenly retrieved a pill from his soul guide. This is the Qichong Qihua pill, crafted from 7 poisonous insects and 7 toxic flowers. If you can endure its effects, I shall concede. With a serious expression, Yang Wudi extended the black pill toward Yazi, not uttering any boastful claims. Should she successfully neutralize his concocted poison, he would immediately withdraw from the competition. However, Yang Wudi held little faith in Yazi's ability to counter his poison. Few alchemical masters in the entirety of Douluo commanded his respect, and she was evidently not among them. Upon seeing the ominous pill, Yazi displayed a look of distaste, were it not for the competition. She would have declined to consume such an odd substance. Nevertheless, in pursuit of victory, she accepted the pill from Yang Wudi. After a moment's hesitation, she pinched her nose and placed the pill in her mouth, only to be greeted by a surprisingly sweet taste, far from the unpleasantness she had anticipated. Could he have made a mistake? Yazi found herself questioning. How could such a sweet pill possibly be poisonous? Perhaps it was merely a common candy. The thought filled her with delight, As long as she remained silent, no one would know of Yang Wudi's supposed error, thus ensuring her victory in the match. How exhilarating it would be to win with such minimal effort. Chapter 116. The Demon-Eyed Magic Tree. Yazi's optimism was commendable, yet reality proved to be unforgiving. Before long, the effects of the Chichong Chihua pill began to manifest. Had it not been for her Renmian Maju martial spirit, which inherently contained formidable toxins, she would have succumbed to the effects of Yang Wudi's secret poison much sooner. Blood suddenly erupted from Yazi's mouth, and the confidence she had felt moments ago was swiftly replaced by foreboding. She had underestimated Yang Wudi gravely. Yet, now was not the time for regrets. Her priority was to swiftly neutralize the toxins within her body. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain composure. This was her first encounter with such a poison. The Chichong Chihua pill was a composite toxin, and while neutralizing it could be straightforward or complex, the crux lay in understanding the sequence and types of the ingredients used. The difficulty arose from Yazi's ignorance regarding the specific toxins Yang Wudi had employed in his concoction. The continent boasted thousands of toxic insects and flowers, and even a titled Douluo might struggle to deduce the exact components of Yang Wudi's poison. Moreover, time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for meticulous analysis during the competition. Regardless, she resolved to try. With determination, Yazi released all her innate toxins, hoping to delay the invasion of the poison. She then produced a collection of materials, squatting down to fervently mix them together. Observing Yazi's actions, Jiang perceived her intent. She was not merely seeking a method of detoxification, but was attempting to utilize the potent life force of the materials to resist the terrifying toxins of the Chichong Chihua pill. This approach was not without merit, though ultimately it addressed only the symptoms rather than the root cause. As long as the toxins remained, any amount of materials would be wasted. After consuming all the substances she had gathered, Yazi exhaled with relief. The powerful life essence had restored her state somewhat. Even if the insidious toxin remained unpurged, its intensity had diminished. Indeed, it was effective, Yazi thought to herself, yet before she could revel in her small victory, the toxins within her body surged forth once more, progressing far too swiftly for her to react before she lost consciousness. Upon witnessing her collapse, Yang Wudi promptly retrieved an antidote from his possession and rushed to Yazi's side, prying her mouth open to administer the remedy. It was merely a competition. Yang Wudi had no desire to take another's life. The referee, recognizing that Yang Wudi's prowess surpassed that of Yazi, declared the match's outcome, affirming Yang Wudi's advancement to the semifinals. Despite her reluctance, Yazi had no choice but to accept the situation. Truth be told, her strength was inferior to Yang Wudi's, and she was powerless against his crafted toxins. Even her prideful Renmian Maju venom had proven ineffective against him. Denying defeat was an arduous task. She lost this match without grievance. Yazi bowed respectfully to Yang Wudi, acknowledging that her lack of skill was to blame. His expertise in the art of poison far exceeded her expectations, placing him at a masterful level, and losing to him was no shame. The first round of the competition continued into the afternoon, concluding with the identification of the semifinalists. The thrilling moment of the finals was fast approaching. Those advancing to the semifinals were not ordinary individuals. They were renowned soul masters of the continent, some even eclipsing the fame of Yang Wudi and the Poison Mistress. While the two were considered a formidable duo in the study of toxins, they shared a common trait, humility, which rendered their renown somewhat muted. Yang Wudi fared better, being the clan leader of the Pa family. Even if his prowess in the realm of poison was unknown, he was still recognized as part of the core strength of the esteemed Haoyin clan, the most powerful sect in the world of soul masters. It was rumored that the leaders of the 4 single attribute clans were poised to reach the level of title Douluo, especially Yang Wudi. It is rumored that he once engaged in combat with a title Douluo, and although the outcome remains uncertain, ever since that encounter, the aforementioned title Douluo has declared a retreat into seclusion, refraining from stepping outside for several years. Consequently, some assert that the title Douluo was severely injured by Yang Wudi, which compelled him to enter isolation for recuperation. As this news spread fervently, all were astonished by the terrifying prowess of Yang Wudi. While the veracity of this claim awaits confirmation, the title Douluo has neither denied it nor have his kin responded, lending an air of credibility to the information. Though Yang Wudi may not be particularly renowned in the field of toxicology, the competing soul masters are well acquainted with his illustrious name. They were taken aback to discover that Yang Wudi possesses such multifaceted attributes, excelling not only in soul power, but also demonstrating remarkable proficiency in the art of poison, rendering him quite the anomaly. The semifinals posed little challenge for Yang Wudi, as his opponent was a soul sage, seemingly of a similar age. With short silver hair as pale as snow and skin wrinkled like withered wood, this soul sage was known as Mr. Kumu. Clad in a long black robe with short sleeves at the arms, he firmly grasped a black staff over a meter in length. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. Confronted by such an unusual adversary, Yang Wudi exhibited no signs of unease. He practiced the path of destruction, and regardless of his opponent, be it a title Douluo or otherwise, Yang Wudi felt no trepidation. The mightier the foe, the more his own abilities could be unleashed in a spectacular display, revealing strengths beyond ordinary comprehension, which is the essence of the path of destruction. No matter the situation, he would prevail with his spear. Mr. Kumu, aware of Yang Wudi's fearsome reputation, dared not underestimate this formidable opponent. As the match commenced, he unleashed his martial soul, and with a flash of dense black light, the essence of his martial soul manifested behind him. It was a colossal tree, its branches thick and abundant, and most terrifyingly, it possessed a pair of eyes emanating an overwhelming aura of dark malevolence. Mr. Kumu's martial soul was a rare plant-type soul beast. Generally, the likelihood of such soul beasts appearing in human soul masters is significantly lower than that of animal martial souls, and many plant-type martial souls lack substantial offensive capabilities. However, Mr. Kumu's martial soul was an exception, named the Yao Yan Mo Shu, a highly rare advanced plant-type soul beast, distinct from the singular attributes of ordinary soul beasts. The Yao Yan Mo Shu inherently embodies the attributes of wood, poison, and spirit, making it a remarkably formidable opponent. Yang Wudi had also heard of the Yao Yan Mo Shu's formidable nature, with legends claiming that within the Qingdao Great Forest, there exists a Yao Yan Mo Shu soul beast over 10,000 years old, which even a titled Douluo of level 95 could not contend with. Although some consider this claim to be mere fabrication without credible evidence, Yang Wudi harbored an intuition that the Yao Yan Mo Shu within the Qingdao Great Forest was likely more than just an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast. Yet, lacking evidence, he could not make grand assertions. With Mr. Kumu's martial soul being the Yao Yan Mo Shu, Yang Wudi recognized that this opponent warranted his utmost seriousness. Observing the imminent threat, Mr. Kumu was far from relaxed. The aura emanating from Yang Wudi was overwhelmingly potent, exuding a sense of dominance that led Mr. Kumu to feel as though he faced not merely a soul Douluo, but a genuine titled Douluo. This sensation was profoundly unsettling, prompting Mr. Kumu to remain vigilant. In a flash of black light, his seventh soul ring began to pulsate, and Mr. Kumu's form rapidly transformed, his skin taking on a bark-like texture. Black tendrils enveloped his body, and wooden appendages sprouted from his palms. Before long, Mr. Kumu had fully assumed the guise of the Yao Yan Mo Shu, his height reaching 2 to 3 meters. Striking first, Mr. Kumu unleashed countless black tendrils from all directions, ensnaring Yang Wudi's body with unyielding force. These tendrils were no ordinary vines. They contained the horrific poison of the Yao Yan Mo Shu, with a single drop sufficient to kill a fly. Due to this terrifying capability, no other living creatures dare dwell in proximity to the Yao Yan Mo Shu, rendering the surrounding area barren, devoid of life, not even allowing the lawn-eating grass to escape its toxic grasp. Thus, even soul beasts are hesitant to provoke the Yao Yan Mo Shu, as its offensive capabilities, while not overwhelmingly strong, are overshadowed by its fearsome toxins. At this moment, Yang Wudi found himself ensnared in a predicament. The tendrils tightened around him, making it difficult for him to breathe, compounded by the noxious black liquid seeping into his garments and dripping onto his skin, leaving him feeling somewhat nauseated. Poison spear, Yang Wudi shouted, and in an instant, his martial soul manifested in his right hand, a long spear. The black spear shimmered with a chilling luster, its shaft measuring 8 feet in length, and the spearhead was notably broader than usual, exceeding 4 feet. The shaft was as thick as a robust man's arm, adorned with 8 optimal soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black, which swirled around the spear in a dazzling display. Suddenly, an exquisite radiance erupted forth, suppressing the black light emanating from the Yao Yan Mo Shu. Break! The spear in Yang Wudi's hand seemed to heed his command, swiftly launching itself from his grasp. And in no time, the black tendrils were completely eradicated. As for the toxins within him, Yang Wudi remained unperturbed. Although the Yao Yin Mo Shu was indeed a rare soul beast with terrifying toxins, he possessed his own methods of detoxification. According to the lore of the Path of Destruction, antidotes for the Yao Yin Mo Shu's poison could be concocted using specific herbs in precise ratios, and fortuitously, Yang Wudi had these herbs on his person. Before long, he retrieved the necessary herbs from his soul guide device and prepared them in a 1:1 ratio. He then produced a jade vial and poured the green liquid within into the concocted herbal mixture. This verdant liquid, known as the green light divine water, was a unique elixir crafted by the Path of Destruction, capable of maximizing the efficacy of the herbs, an arcane secret of the clan. Even within the Path of Destruction, few were privy to the method of creating the green light divine water. Aside from Yang Wudi and his brother, only a handful of elders possessed the formula. After consuming the antidote, the toxins in Yang Wudi's body were swiftly neutralized, restoring his vitality. I concede, Mr. Kumu, witnessing Yang Wudi effortlessly dispel his poison, felt the fire of combat extinguish within him. He recognized the insurmountable gap between himself and this formidable opponent. There was truly no necessity to continue this contest. Why subject himself to further humiliation? Kumu possessed a remarkable self-awareness. He promptly released his martial spirit and bowed respectfully to Yang Wudi before descending the arena, even conceding with a unique flair. An intriguing character indeed. Yang Wudi nodded with a smile, acknowledging that Mr. Kumu was not only strong, but also possessed the wisdom to know when to retreat, making him a remarkable individual. As dusk fell, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the arena. The final match was underway, pitting Yang Wudi against Yao Papa. The champion of this poison-contending tournament would emerge from these two, and until the last moment, no one could predict who would seize the coveted title. Would Yang Wudi prevail, or would Yao Papa continue her underdog ascent? No one could foresee the outcome. Do you believe Senior Yang will win? Or will my master triumph? Xiao Xiao inquired, nudging Jiang Yu playfully. Need you even ask? Of course, it's Senior Yang, Jiang Yu replied, naturally supporting Yang Wudi. Xiao Xiao appeared unconvinced. I believe my master is formidable. I'm confident she can defeat Senior Yang and claim victory. Having followed Yao Papa for some time, Xiao Xiao was assured of her master-esque capabilities and did not entertain the thought of defeat against Yang Wudi. The chapter was not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. Oh, Jiang Yu remarked, piqued with interest. Since that's the case, why not make a wager to see who will win this match? I'm in, Xiao Xiao responded confidently, but what shall we wager? I'm not interested in trivial stakes. If we're to bet, let us make it worthwhile. Jiang Yu pondered momentarily before proposing. If you lose, you must allow me a kiss. If I lose, I shall permit you the same. Fair enough? This wager appeared equitable at first glance. Xiao Xiao, momentarily oblivious to the underlying implications, readily agreed to Jiang Yu's suggestion. Upon hearing Xiao Xiao's acceptance, a radiant smile illuminated Jiang Yu's face. Strangely, Xiao Xiao felt a sudden inkling of being outsmarted. Why do I feel like I may have lost out? She mused inwardly. On the arena, the battle between Yang Wudi and Yao Papa reached a fever pitch. Although the 9-section emerald snake's venom was potent, it was rendered ineffectual against Yang Wudi, who had previously consumed an antidote. His profound understanding of the snake venom became evident as he prepared for the confrontation. As the 9-section emerald emerged, Yang Wudi scattered strong spirits around him and ignited the alcohol, releasing a mixture of xionghuang and various antidotal herbs that enveloped the arena. Yet, Yao Papa did not relent. She and Yang Wudi had exchanged insights for an entire day and night, developing a mutual admiration that transcended mere acquaintance. Yao Papa was acutely aware of Yang Wudi's advantages and believed he had gained an intimate understanding of her own weaknesses, which explained his initial strategy against the 9-section emerald. This contest posed significant challenges for both, and Yao Papa was not one to make hasty promises. Seeing the wrinkles on Yao Papa's face, Yang Wudi rarely displayed a sense of pride. The previous night's sparring had left him only just managing to suppress her. 9-section purple spirit poison, Yao Papa declared, unwilling to prolong the battle. Her 6th spirit ring activated, radiating bright light as it ascended from her feet. A stream of purple liquid erupted from her mouth, shimmering with an intense violet glow as it transformed into a colossal transparent serpent in midair. The purple liquid swiftly permeated the serpent's body. This spirit ability stemmed from a rare serpent-type spirit beast known as the Ziling snake, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, suggesting it was not native to Douluo continent. Consequently, the Ziling snake was exceedingly rare, even scarcer than typical dragon-type spirit beasts. Yao Papa had endured countless trials to acquire one, and despite its age of merely 13,000 years, far from the 2-decade mark, she resolutely absorbed its spirit ring. While the age of a spirit ring held significance, it was not the sole consideration for a spirit master. Sometimes, the right spirit ability could overshadow the ring's age. Yao Papo's 6th spirit ability was formidable. The 3-meter-long transparent serpent appeared fearsome, adorned with sharp short horns on its head, for legs beneath its body, and a tail tipped with a hard, diamond-like spike. With ridges above its eyes creating an intersecting pattern, the serpent unleashed a beam of purple light, hurtling towards Yang Wudi. Observing this, Yang Wudi immediately brandished his spear, unleashing an overwhelming force that radiated outward from his center. The spear's tip emitted an intense aura that surged skyward. Undeterred by the 3-meter-long serpent, Yang Wudi charged forward, his expression unwavering in the face of danger. The spear sliced through the air, tracing a graceful arc as it aimed for the serpent's head. Yang Wudi eschewed flamboyant techniques. His approach was refreshingly straightforward. For him, a decisive strike was paramount. No ornate maneuver could substitute for swiftly incapacitating an opponent. Thus, he rejected the superficial in favor of the primal and effective. A tremendous force erupted from him, propelling the pistol gun from his grasp. The spear pierced the serpent's head, obliterating its form and allowing the purple liquid to surge forth, rushing towards Yang Wudi. Even from a distance, he sensed the potent miasma of the liquid, indicating its formidable toxicity. As the liquid splattered upon the ground, it corroded the arena's stone tiles. But fortunately, Yang Wudi was shielded by the aura surrounding him, preventing the liquid from seeping into his skin. It turned out the aura could be utilized in such a manner. Jiang Yu marveled at Yang Wudi's maneuver, which sparked a novel inspiration within him. Perhaps he could adopt Yang Wudi's method and diversify the applications of his own aura. In the arena, Yao Papa, witnessing her venom deflected, was taken aback. This protective method was entirely new to her, evoking a sense of wonder. Yang Wudi's methods are far from limited. While Yao Popo was momentarily distracted, he swiftly retrieved a black bottle from his soul guiding device. Upon uncorking it, a vibrant aura of 7 colors emanated forth, swiftly enveloping the entire arena. Just as this mesmerizing essence threatened to spill into the audience below, the sinister energy surrounding Yang Wudi instantaneously subdued the 7-colored aura, preventing its further expansion. This 7-colored energy was concocted by Yang Wudi himself, and its toxicity was formidable. Should it reach the spectators below, they would undoubtedly suffer dire consequences. And he had no desire to harm the innocent. As for Yao Popo, Yang Wudi believed that although she might not be able to neutralize the toxins of the 7-colored aura, preserving her life should pose no challenge. The woman he admired certainly possessed that level of capability. Yang Wudi's expectations were not misplaced. The moment the 7-colored aura appeared, Yao Popo sensed something amiss. Within this gaseous substance lay several potent toxins. She quickly identified 6 of them, one of which was the notorious Yunlan Zhuangqi. The last toxin remained elusive, even to her vast knowledge. Yao Popo, unwilling to take risks, promptly released her own primordial toxin, enveloping her body in a protective shroud. As the green mist emerged, it seemed to encounter a formidable opponent. A powerful repulsive force emanated from around Yao Popo, pushing the foreign energy away. The two were locked in a stalemate. How about it? My master is indeed impressive, Xiao Xiao exclaimed with a touch of pride, confident in Yao Popo's defensive capabilities against Yang Wudi's toxins. Not necessarily. Jiang Yu remained unperturbed, even retrieving a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and casually munching on them. Just wait for the promise to be fulfilled, he remarked, observing the unfolding battle with amusement. Xiao Xiao shot him an exasperated glance, swiftly snatching some seeds from Jiang Yu's hand with remarkable speed, as he had not anticipated her action. You are far too confident, she taunted while cracking the seeds. Just wait until I win. I wonder what you'll do then. Jiang Yu shrugged, turning to face Xiao Xiao with a grin. What else could I do? I would kiss you, of course. At his shameless demeanor, Xiao Xiao suddenly realized she might have fallen into his trap without realizing it. Why do I feel like I've been duped? Jiang Yu chose not to address her question directly, but rather defended himself. I would never deceive you. Everyone knows I, Jiang, am fair and just. How could I possibly trick a young lady? Really? Xiao Xiao was skeptical. Of course, it's true, Jiang Yu replied with earnest sincerity. At that moment, the seven-colored aura suddenly unleashed a more formidable force, gradually consuming the green mist. The space for the green smoke to exist was being relentlessly compressed. How could this happen? A bead of cold sweat appeared on Yao Popo's forehead. This was her final resort, and to her dismay, it was entirely ineffective against Yang Wudi. She pondered what the final toxin could possibly be, yet remained clueless. Yao Popo could not fathom that the seven-colored energy was Yang Wudi's exclusive secret, a formula unknown even to the members of the Paji clan, let alone anyone else. Chapter 119. The one named Dai is unworthy. The outcome of the match soon became evident. Yao Popo was utterly helpless against Yang Wudi's seven-colored aura and had no means of countering it, ultimately conceding defeat. The referee promptly declared the result. The champion's prize was exceptionally generous, including rare treasures such as the 10,000-year snow lotus and the 1,000-year blood ginseng. It was no wonder Yang Wudi had traveled such a great distance to participate in the competition. Perhaps his sole aim was to acquire these precious herbs, while the title of champion was of secondary importance. Yang Wudi carefully stored the prizes within his sole guiding device, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Truly, as an aficionado of herbs, only such treasures could elicit his genuine joy. Well then, it is time to fulfill our promise. Jiang Yu directed his attention to Xiao Xiao, who was fidgeting adorably, her hands twisting together in a manner that would be difficult for even the most stoic of men to resist. At that moment, Xiao Xiao exuded a magical charm, capable of transforming the hardest steel into gentle tenderness. Aye. Xiao Xiao's face flushed a deep crimson. Perhaps it would be best not to press her. Jiang Yu contemplated abandoning the notion of making Xiao Xiao honor their wager, as he had merely been jesting. Go ahead and kiss me. Xiao Xiao, ready and emboldened, presented her cheek to Jiang Yu, declaring, a bet is a bet. I still possess some integrity. As Jiang Yu gazed at her rosy cheeks, he momentarily lost his focus. It would be a shame to let such an enticing opportunity pass. However, after careful consideration, he refrained from kissing her. Instead, he pinched his fingers together to form a mock mouth and gently tapped her fair cheek. Smack! Xiao Xiao was taken aback. What are you doing? Not kissing? Just using your finger? Do you look down upon me? If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation, I won't let you off easily. Xiao Xiao was furious, and the consequences could be severe. Jiang Yu's actions had left her feeling deeply humiliated. She had willingly accepted the terms, only to have him replace a kiss with a mere finger, as if she were unworthy. This was intolerable. Xiao Xiao immediately entered a state of rage. If there were no reasonable explanation, she would make Jiang Yu understand the wrath of a spirit cat, capable of turning the world upside down. Despite her martial spirit being a cat, when provoked, she was as fierce as a tigress. You misunderstand. Jiang Yu, witnessing the sudden ferocity on Xiao Xiao's face, akin to a wildcat in heat, hastily clarified, I thought you might be shy, so I devised a substitute method, allowing you to fulfill your promise without feeling embarrassed. It was a twofold advantage. Seeing Jiang Yu's earnest expression, which did not seem to suggest deceit, Xiao Xiao began to question whether she had overreacted. If it truly was a misunderstanding, then she had wrongfully judged his intentions. Thus it was indeed her fault. I'm sorry, I misjudged you. Xiao Xiao was not one to remain obstinate. Upon realizing her error, she graciously apologized to Jiang Yu, acknowledging that she had misinterpreted his good intentions. That's quite all right. I don't mind. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. As long as the situation was clarified, it was of little consequence. As a man, he possessed the maturity to not hold a grudge against Xiao Xiao. Thank you. At that moment, Xiao Xiao felt a surge of gratitude. She had never encountered such a magnanimous man, so unlike the one her family had arranged for her to meet. It was not only an unabashed lecher, but also possessed a volatile temperament, devoid of any gentlemanly grace, were it not for his noble status as a prince. Xiao Xiao would have relished the opportunity to slap him and put him in his place. Upon contemplating the prospect of marrying such a man in the future, Xiao Xiao felt a sense of helplessness in her heart. It was rumored that the prince, despite his tender age, had already indulged in the pleasures of the brothel, even engaging in the most disgraceful acts, thus becoming the laughingstock of Xinghua Imperial City. Xiao Xiao harbored no desire for her future husband to be such a shameless individual. However, matters of marriage were traditionally decided by her father, rendering her feelings inconsequential. Regardless of how absurd the prince might be, she was inescapably fated to wed him. Her family had long been entwined with the Xingluo royal lineage, and it was not within her power to refuse marriage unless she could attain the formidable status of a title Douluo, standing atop the pinnacle of soul masters. The mere mention of title Douluo carried an immense weight. Although countless soul masters roamed the continent, only a handful had ever achieved such a level. The path to becoming a title Douluo was fraught with challenges, and even a family as powerful as hers lacked a title Douluo among their ranks. Furthermore, as far as she knew, even the ancestral elder of the Xingluo royal family was merely an 89th level soul Douluo, seemingly just a step away from the title Douluo realm. Yet in reality, the chasm between them was vast, with a minuscule chance of breakthrough. Despite Xiao Xiao's unwavering confidence in herself, she recognized that without serendipity, her innate talent would not suffice for her to ascend to the title Douluo level. While the pinnacle soul Douluos of the continent were few, there were still a couple of dozen. Many had devoted decades to nurturing their soul power to the 89th level without achieving a breakthrough. This indicates that the criteria for becoming a title Douluo were far more stringent than one might imagine. It was likely not merely a matter of condensing soul power. Xiao Xiao resolutely thought to herself, I must become a title Douluo. The secret contained herein, despite the profound ties between her family and the Xingluo royal family, yielded no useful information from their lips. If Xiao Xiao sought to ascend to the title Douluo realm, she could only rely on her own efforts, for her family could not assist her. This path was destined to be arduous. Yet Xiao Xiao had no intention of resigning herself to fate. The journey is forged by those who tread it, and the more challenging the task, the harder one must strive. She believed that with perseverance, even the loftiest peaks would eventually be summit. Time would prove all. Title Douluo, I shall become one. In her heart, she silently vowed, Daimu Bai, a frivolous playboy like you is not worthy of my hand in marriage. I shall make all aware that you are nothing but a worthless fool. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Xiao Zhao's face, Jiang Yu could not decipher her thoughts, so he turned his gaze toward the arena. A grand awards ceremony was underway. Besides the champion Yang Wudi, who received a substantial reward, the prizes for the runner-up and second runner-up were also quite enticing. Granny Yao received a rare herb along with a reward of 10,000 gold soul coins. The award presenter was none other than the Lord of my city, who, it was said, had a legendary title Douluo as his great-grandfather. After distributing all the awards, the Lord of my city conveyed the words of the Xingluo Emperor to all the contestants present. Although the Emperor spoke at length, his intentions regarding the recruitment of the poison masters were abundantly clear, offering generous conditions. Money, beauty, and strong men were all included. The Xingluo Emperor even planned to establish a special department dedicated to the production and research of poisons. The head of this department would hold a rank equivalent to that of a minister, reserved specifically for the champion of this poison competition. This meant that if Yang Wudi so desired, he could immediately become a high-ranking official of the Xingluo Empire. Unfortunately, he had no interest in officialdom and politely declined the emperor's offer on the spot. The Lord of my city did not press the matter further, and instead turned his attention to Granny Yao. However, it was evident from Granny Yao's expression that she too was disinterested. For individuals like Yang Wudi and Granny Yao, high office and abundant wealth held little allure compared to rare herbs. Thus, both graciously rejected the Xingluo royal family's overtures. They had grown accustomed to their freedom and had no desire to endure the regimented life of officials in the two great empires. Freedom possessed a magical allure. Once experienced, it was impossible to return to the past. In many ways, Yang Wudi and Granny Yao were kindred spirits. In their world, nothing mattered beyond poison and liberty. Yet, not everyone shared this sentiment. A contestant who placed third readily accepted the Xingluo royal family's invitation, for his family was not of notable pedigree, and the position of department head was quite appealing to him. Ultimately, hundreds of contestants accepted the Xingluo royal family's recruitment, with only a handful explicitly refusing. Although the top two spots had not been claimed, the outcomes were still within the Lord of my city's expectations. After all, the Xingluo Emperor had not imposed any rigid demands, merely stating that the more, the better. After the event concluded, Jiang Yu accompanied Xiao Xiao onto the stage to congratulate Yang Wudi and Granny Yao. Shortly thereafter, Bai Chunxiang and the others emerged from the crowd. It turned out that Bai He had deemed the ticket prices exorbitant, resulting in them securing seats at the rear. Bai Chunxiang had grown accustomed to her grandfather's stinginess and refrained from complaining, while Luo Ertfa appeared somewhat disgruntled, her expression sour throughout the journey. Upon seeing Jiang Yu reach the stage faster than they did, Fa Lan's cheeks puffed in annoyance. Had I known, I wouldn't have accompanied by he. Had I followed Jiang Yu, I could have been seated in the front row to watch the match. Luo Air TFA felt equally exasperated. During the ambush against the Tido camp, she had lost her storage soul guide containing all her money. And had it not been for her earlier purchase of a front row seat, she would not have had to mooch off others. How did you two end up together? Granny Yao questioned, puzzled to see her beloved disciple mingling with Jiang Yu. Could it be that they had spent the night together? This could be troublesome. Granny Yao maintained a good relationship with the Duke of Yuming and held Xiao Zhao's mother in high regard, which was why she had taken Xiao Xiao as her disciple. While others might be unaware of Xiao Zhao's background, Granny Yao was well informed. Her true name was Zhu Zhuqing. She was the daughter of the Duke of Yuming's concubine. A concubine was not to be compared with a mere mistress. Her status, while slightly inferior to the legitimate wife, was still significant. Among the 3 wives and 4 concubines, the 3 wives referred to 1 legitimate wife and 2 concubines, all of whom were entitled to inherit the Duke's estate, unlike the easily dispensable mistresses with status akin to that of servants. Although the Duke of Yuming had many offspring, only a few were qualified to inherit the family fortune, namely the legitimate son Zhu Neng and the 3 daughters Zhu Jing, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing. Given the duke's standing in the Xingluo Empire, Zhu Zhuqing's nobility was no less than that of a princess. If something were to transpire between her and Jiang Yu, how could she explain it to the duke? If Zhu Zhuqing were to lose her purity, the duke would undoubtedly fly into a rage and likely take matters into his own hands. I happened to run into Xiao Xiao on my way to the arena, so we decided to accompany each other. The status of female soul masters, while somewhat elevated compared to that of ordinary women, is still fraught with numerous restrictions. If it were to be revealed that Xiao Xiao, unmarried, had shared a bed with a man, it would be a grave matter. Both would likely face severe consequences. Jiang Yu, well aware of the prevailing attitudes across the continent, cleverly chose to remain silent about the events of the previous night. Though nothing untoward transpired between him and Xiao Xiao, merely a brief embrace and some gentle nuzzling, such an encounter, if it were to circulate, would inevitably lead to scandal. Xiao Zhao's reputation would undoubtedly suffer significantly, making her future prospects for marriage exceedingly bleak. Therefore, Jiang Yu exercised considerable discretion. Really? Granny Yao scrutinized the faces of Jiang Yu and Xiao Xiao, attempting to discern any signs of deceit. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's background as an undercover agent rendered him impervious to detection. Even a titled Douluo would struggle to uncover his falsehoods. As for Xiao Xiao, she was far from naive. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, she instinctively knew how to proceed and quickly adopted a demeanor of nonchalance. Observing that the two did not appear to be acting, Granny Yao refrained from further inquiries, noting that Xiao Xiao moved with an ease and grace that belied her supposed experiences. The following morning, after breakfast at the hotel, Bai proposed a trip to the Grand Seoul Arena for some shopping. Yang Wudi and Granny Yao seemed to harbor mutual affection and chose to remain together for some sparring, while Fa Lan expressed little interest in meandering about. Thus, Bai took Jiang Yu, his granddaughter, and Xiao Xiao, 3 youngsters, to the Grand Seoul Arena. The Grand Seoul Arena in my city is undoubtedly one of the most magnificent structures in the region, spanning over 100 acres. This 9-story edifice boasts a grand plaque made entirely of gold, radiating a dazzling brilliance that exudes opulence. Most astonishingly, the entire structure is constructed from the precious golden silk Nama wood, a material so rare that it is worth its weight in gold and has historically been reserved for royal tributes. This exquisite wood is found solely in Jinshan City of the Xingluo Empire. My city, situated in the southern part of the empire, lies 1,000 miles from Jinshan City. The logistics involved in transporting such an immense quantity of golden silk Nanmu would undoubtedly amount to astronomical figures. Across the continent, Grand Seoul Arenas are owned by the 6 great families, and my arena is under the jurisdiction of the Yi family. Each of the 6 families is backed by a title Douluo, and it is said that the Yi family's ancestor, the Tiangang Douluo Yi fan, has attained a remarkable level of soul power, ranking among the top 3 protectors of the 6 families. It is no wonder that this Grand Seoul Arena is so grandiose. As by he and his companions enter the hall, they were greeted by a striking young woman clad in a form-fitting black uniform. Her legs were adorned with sheer black stockings, and she wore a gentle smile on her face. "May I inquire what services our esteemed guest requires?" she asked warmly. "I understand that an auction is to be held here soon, and I have come to see if there is anything of interest to me, Bai he replied. Having heard of the rare 1,000-year-old agarwood to be auctioned that day, his passion for collecting agarwood was well known, and even his granddaughter bore a name inspired by it. The 1,000-year-old variety was a rare treasure he could not afford to miss. Ah, a guest here for the auction. Shortly thereafter, a captivating woman with a voluptuous figure approached. Although she walked slowly, her ample curves were impossible to conceal. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with alluring peach blossom eyes and full, sensuous lips. Her radiant golden hair shone brilliantly, and she wore a high-waisted red dress with a daring slit, revealing her shapely legs, which were far from the thin, stick-like variety. She was indeed a natural beauty. This enchanting woman was Yi Fanxing, the highest authority at the Grand Seoul Arena of my city. Her youth belied her impressive accomplishments, as she had transformed the arena into the leading establishment in the southern region of the Xinghua Empire in under a year. With 81 cities across the 9 provinces of southern Xinghua, her rapid rise was nothing short of remarkable, earning her the title of the most beautiful woman in my city. This is the person in charge of our Grand Seoul Arena, Ms. Yi Fanxing, the lovely attendant promptly introduced. So young, I couldn't help but exclaim, taken aback. The Grand Seoul Arena was a veritable gold mine, generating substantial daily revenue, and it was rare to find someone as young as Yi Fanxing in such a high position. Bai he had visited other Grand Seoul arenas, where the heads were typically elderly men. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation at my. Little did Bai he know, Yi Fanxing was not only exceptionally capable, but also a direct descendant of the Yi family, were it not for her family's influence. Even her talents might not have sufficed to secure her position, given her relatively short experience. Welcome, esteemed guests. May I ask if you have an invitation? Yi Fanxing inquired, lightly touching her forehead and smiling charmingly at the group. This auction was extraordinary, featuring numerous valuable items. And the Grand Seoul Arena had set a prerequisite that only those holding invitations could participate. Indeed, Bai he replied, producing an exquisite invitation embossed with gold from within his attire. He had leveraged numerous connections to obtain it, and it had cost him a significant sum of gold soul coins. Yi Fanxing accepted the invitation and examined it closely. After reviewing the front, she flipped it over to reveal an intricate golden seal on the back, the Yi family's ancestral martial spirit, the Runwang seal. The ancestor of the Yi family was an ancient emperor who possessed extraordinary power, capable of commanding respect from all soul masters during his time. The Yi family was once the undisputed ruler of the continent, but as the ages passed, they too faced decline. Nevertheless, they remained a formidable force, far greater than many minor factions, though they had long since lost their former glory. As Yi Fanxing confirmed the authenticity of the invitation, she led by he and the others into the Grand Seoul Arena. Ascending to the 3rd floor, they arrived at a corner under her guidance. Jiang, following closely behind, could not help but admire Yi Fanxing's alluring figure. Her legs were perfectly sculpted, neither too thin nor too thick, and her overall physique was a testament to nature's artistry. Upon arriving at the entrance of a room, Yi Fanxing gently pushed open the door, ushering everyone inside. Although the space measured only a few dozen square meters, it was adorned with exquisite decor. The auction was about to commence. If any of the attendees had their hearts set on particular treasures, they could call out their bids into the megaphone. With a delicate gesture, Yi Fanxing pointed towards a large cylindrical device positioned near the floor-to-ceiling windows. This was a soul amplification device specially prepared by the Dahan field. Afterward, Yi Fanxing closed the door and departed. The table was laden with an array of delectable dishes and fruits. Jiang, feeling unreserved, promptly grabbed a large banana and began to munch on it. Here, have a banana, Jiang said, not forgetting to select 2 plump bananas for Xiao Xiao and Bai Qinxiang. After the 3 had finished their bananas, the auction commenced. Through the glass window ahead, Jiang could behold the vast expanse of the auction hall, illuminated by enormous lighting soul devices that radiated a bright glow, casting a clear light over the entire venue and revealing everything in sight. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the mighty Duhan field. A female auctioneer clad in a sleek black gown emerged from the shadows, making her way to the stage. I am Xiangling, the chief auctioneer of Mai, and I am delighted to serve our distinguished guests. I hope you all find something to your satisfaction. Now, let me introduce the first auction item. Xiangling's voice was vibrant and commanding, infused with genuine enthusiasm that resonated pleasantly. As her words fell, a large column began to rise from the ground, reaching a height of about 1 meter before coming to a stop. With a series of clicks, the stone platform opened, revealing 10 golden boxes within. Xiangling approached and opened the first box, revealing a hardened bone that appeared to be from her right arm. With a sweet smile, she pointed to the bone and declared, "The first auction item today is this soul bone." Soon, gasps of astonishment echoed from the surrounding boxes. It was well known that soul bones were exceedingly rare treasures, and to have one as the first item on auction was a promising sign for even more extraordinary items to follow. According to professional verification, this was the right arm bone from a 3,000-year-old King Kong tiger soul beast, which harbored immense power. Thus, the starting bid for this King Kong right arm bone was set at 100,000 gold soul coins, with increments of no less than 100 for each subsequent bid. Xiangling elaborated. Why he inhaled sharply. He understood the rarity of soul bones. Yet he had not anticipated such a steep price. A mere 3,000-year-old soul bone commanding 100,000 gold soul coins? What would a 10,000-year-old one be worth? 1 million gold soul coins. It was simply exorbitant. However, Baihe's dismay did not deter others, and soon a voice resonated through the hall. 110,000. A deep voice echoed, indicating a confident bidder aiming to secure the item. Oomph. Came a dismissive retort from another bidder. 1,300,000 gold soul coins. This soul bone is mine. As the words faded, a sharp voice interjected from the central box, laced with disdain. 20,000 gold soul coins. This price exceeded everyone's expectations, as 20,000 gold soul coins could procure a soul bone of approximately 5,000 years, making this acquisition seem imprudent. Consequently, several bidders withdrew from the competition. After the item was sold, Xiangling beamed with even greater radiance. The selling price had surpassed her expectations, ensuring her a substantial commission, which elevated her spirits. The next item was introduced, 10,000-year-old agarwood, renowned for its excellent effects on soul master's meditation. It is common knowledge that meditation is integral to a soul master's cultivation, and agarwood can significantly expedite the training of soul power. The starting bid is set at 130,000 gold soul coins. No sooner had Xiangling finished speaking than Baihe rushed to the megaphone, shouting eagerly. His eyes were fixed on the agarwood, which shimmered with an enticing glow. In his determination to acquire this exquisite material, he even considered selling his own treasured possessions for funds. While the appearance of the 10,000-year-old agarwood sparked interest, the fervor was not as intense as that for the soul bone, as it was merely a single piece. Despite its value, it might not necessarily surpass that of the soul bone in utility. Ultimately, Baihe successfully obtained the agarwood with a bid of 139,000 gold soul coins. Next, Xiangling opened a sizable rectangular golden box, revealing a long sword exceeding 1 meter in length. The blade was entirely made of pure silver, radiating a chilling gleam, while the black hilt resembled the gaping maw of a fierce beast, captivating all who beheld it. Xiangling introduced the sword with great solemnity. This is the soul-devouring blade, an attack soul device crafted from deep-sea silver and featuring a skull from a 10,000-year-old soul beast known as the soul-devouring spider. It possesses the soul bone skill of soul devouring, enhancing the attack power of similar soul skills by 30% and 10% for purely weapon-based soul skills. Notably, each strike with this device will carry the soul devouring effect, and it can be stacked with all similar soul skills. For those possessing comparable soul skills, this is an opportunity not to be missed, as the soul power consumed by the soul devouring effect is merely 1/10 of the usual amount. The starting bid is set at 1 million gold soul coins. Though the soul-devouring blade was undeniably alluring, the million gold soul coin starting price deterred many potential bidders. Furthermore, the restrictions on its use meant that only soul masters with soul-devouring skills could fully harness its value, which was a significant barrier. It was well known that soul-devouring skills were exceptionally advanced, typically beyond the reach of most soul masters. Even though those attending the auction were not short on funds, it did not imply they would invest 1 million gold soul coins in an item whose full potential they could not realize. Amidst the silence, a youthful voice emerged from the third box on the right. 1 million gold soul coins. My family will take it. The young man seemed eager to showcase his family's name, the Fong family, known for its prominence in my city and significant influence throughout the southern regions of the Xinglua Empire. The presence of young Master Fong was unexpected. Attendees quickly deduced the identity of the youth. After all, everyone in my city was familiar with the lavish lifestyle of Fong Ping, the heir of the Fong family. It was said that he had recently spent an extravagant sum at the Yanhua land as Huakai to secure an exclusive night with a courtesan. Rumor had it that Fang Deshao had recently hunted a moonlight fox in the Star Doe forest, suggesting he had acquired a soul skill akin to soul devouring. If he were to wield the soul devouring blade, he might ascend to the top of the my elite rankings. As one of the most renowned cities in the southern part of the Xingluo Empire, my city had long since introduced a list of youthful prodigies, which extended beyond the city limits to encompass the most talented individuals from various provinces in the south. Only renowned geniuses can make it to the rankings, each possessing the strength to be selected for the inner academy of the Xingluo Royal Soul Master Academy. It is essential to understand that the Xingluo Royal Academy is distinct from the Tiando Royal Academy. This institution values strength over lineage. If one's abilities do not meet the standards, even a prince would find no leniency. Those who are allowed to study here are all formidable individuals, let alone those in the inner academy. Fang Ping's prowess, which allows him to compete for the top position on the My Ingjia ranking, speaks volumes about his extraordinary talent. Given the restrictions of the Shihun blade and the influence of the Fang family, others soon relinquished their bids, allowing Fang Ping to acquire the Shihun blade. Jiang initially intended to purchase the Shihun blade as a gift for Bai Bai Dong, yet the price proved exorbitant. Moreover, upon further reflection, Bai Bai Dong's cultivation level rendered external enhancements unnecessary. Thus, Jiang merely entertained the thought without taking action. Laughter filled Fang Ping's private box, a testament to his elation at acquiring the Shihun blade, for such items are of paramount importance to young soul masters striving to enhance their strength. The next item up for auction was a treasure. Xiang Ling's words were laced with allure, hinting at the extraordinary nature of what was to come. To heighten the suspense, her movements were deliberately slow, taking over 10 seconds to touch the box. This only intensified the curiosity of the esteemed guests in the box. All eyes fixated upon it. When the golden box was opened, a dazzling red light burst forth, accompanied by a surge of purple gas that overflowed from within. This is... Jiang could no longer remain seated. Springing up from the sofa, he recognized this aura all too well. The scent emanating from the box was unmistakably Hongmeng Ziki. Though its concentration was far less potent than the first wisp of purple gas he absorbed each morning, it was undeniably genuine. Xiang Ling pointed to the purplish-red fruit within the box, declaring aloud, "This is the Zihong Zhuhua, a rare celestial treasure that can significantly enhance a soul master's physique." The preciousness of such an item is well understood by all present. It is not merely a simple enhancement of physical attributes. With the Zihong Zhuhua, a soul master could absorb soul rings beyond their current capabilities, potentially elevating to a higher level altogether. Xiang Ling's words ignited a frenzy among the attendees. This means that if one were to obtain the Zihong Zhuhua, they could directly leap from being able to absorb a century-old soul ring to a millennium-old one, without the risk of bodily explosion. Xiang Ling continued, explaining that the Zihong Zhuhua also contained intense fire attribute energy, particularly pure solar fire energy. A coveted treasure for fire attribute soul masters, guaranteed to greatly enhance their elemental power. Her words sent fire attribute soul masters into a frenzy, even stirring Jiang's interest. He resolved to acquire the Zihong Zhuhua. While the gold soul coins in his possession may not suffice to purchase such a treasure, Jiang had his methods. He would not relent when it came to items that could bolster his strength. The starting bid was set at 3 million gold soul coins. Xiang Ling's audacious opening price caught everyone off guard, as few anticipated the Zihong Zhuhua to be so exorbitantly priced. Many who had intended to compete quickly withdrew, not due to lack of desire, but rather a lack of funds. Those who could casually carry over 1 million gold soul coins in Konoha City were exceedingly rare, and for many, even the right to compete was beyond reach. Seeing the lack of bidders, Xiang Ling remained unfazed, given the limited number of individuals with such substantial financial means. She had been instructed by Yi Fanqing to accept barter in this auction. If esteemed guests lack sufficient funds, the Great Soul Arena would also accept items in exchange, albeit at a price lower than external purchase rates. This announcement quickly stirred a tumultuous reaction. Many vocally condemned the unscrupulous practices of the Great Soul Arena. Yet despite their grievances, they hastened to produce valuable items, clearly prioritizing the Zihong Zhuhua. A bid of 100 gold soul coins was soon made, cautious in nature, as the bidders sought not to squander excess funds. In a short time, dozens began to bid, and the price of the Zihong Zhuhua steadily climbed, reaching an astounding 55 million. At this point, few remained in the fray, with only 3 competitors still vying for the prize, including the young master of the Fong family. After all, having previously spent tens of thousands on a courtesan, a sum exceeding 100 million gold soul coins hardly seemed exorbitant. The other contenders were not ordinary individuals either. Both were affluent figures in the city, accustomed to spending lavishly. Soon, the bidding soared past 2 million. These individuals were indeed wealthy. Bai He wore an envious expression. Although he was a clan leader, the Min family had never been affluent. Previously, as a subordinate force of the Haotian sect, financial concerns were minimal. But since severing ties with the sect, the Min family had lost a significant portion of its economic support. The funds for that Millennium Agrwood were acquired by he selling numerous cherished treasures. 2 million gold soul coins was beyond the collective savings of the Min family. In the expansive auction hall, only 3 voices remained in the bidding war. Despite the already exorbitant price, no one was willing to relent, clearly indicating that the allure of the Zihong Zhu was surpassed mere monetary value. 5 million gold soul coins. Fong Ping's voice grew increasingly frantic as he called out a staggering price to secure the treasure. 5 million for the first time. Xiang Ling could not contain her joy, her voice brimming with excitement. 5 million for the second time, 5 million for the third time. The remaining 2 bidders were taken aback by Fong Ping's offer and hesitated to continue, as 5 million was not a sum one could simply produce. Ultimately, the Zihong Zhu fell into Fong Ping's possession. Following this, several other rare treasures were auctioned off, yet none held the same significance for Jiang Yu, far eclipsed by the value embodied in the Zihong Zhu. Until the final piece was revealed, capturing the attention of all present. Within the golden box lay only a painting. However, the content of the artwork was immensely tantalizing. It depicted a sensuous woman clad minimally, with only 3 points concealed by verdant leaves, leaving the rest exposed. It was even more provocative than an erotic illustration. Her voluptuous figure towered majestically, her long, porcelain legs reminiscent of towering white pillars. Even more captivating were her sharply pointed ears, complemented by a pair of translucent wings extending from her back, far surpassing the allure of women from the flower houses. Xiang Ling opened her cherry-like mouth, her melodious voice resonating throughout the auction hall, declaring that this final item may not be the most expensive, but it was certainly the most coveted due to its rarity. Pointing at the woman in the painting, she continued, "Esteemed guests, you must have discerned that this lady is no ordinary human. Many of you may have guessed her identity. Indeed, she hails from the elven race." The words of Xiangling immediately ignited a stir. It is generally believed that creatures such as elves have long since become extinct in Douluo, with many considering them to be completely obliterated. No one anticipated that they would encounter one at an auction, prompting numerous skeptics to voice their doubts. Xiangling refrained from offering an explanation, adhering to the adage that seeing is believing. Only by allowing the doubters to witness the elf with their own eyes would they naturally fall silent. Subsequently, Xiangling pressed a button on the wall beside her, and after a brief moment, 2 robust men entered, pushing a cage. Although shrouded in a black cloth, everyone guessed what lay within, and all eyes fixated intently on the cage. Xiangling did not keep them in suspense. She swiftly pulled away the black cloth, revealing a young elven girl. With her fair skin and alluring figure, even the leaves could not fully conceal her bosom. The elven maiden appeared frightened, curling up within the cage with her arms wrapped around her knees, which only intensified the primal desires of the onlookers. Who would not wish to cradle such a delicate beauty and cherish her? The elf's eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, instantly evoked a protective instinct in everyone present. The esteemed guests now beheld the tangible reality. Xiangling circled the cage, stating that to acquire this elf, the My Auction House had expended considerable resources. Thus the starting bid was set at 2 million gold soul coins. However, she assured the guests that bidding was entirely voluntary, with no minimum increment required. Honestly, while the price may appear steep, it is comprehensible, for it has been millennia since such a rare species as elves has graced the continent. Thus, 2 million gold soul coins for a genuine elf is indeed a remarkable value. It is essential to acknowledge that elves possess significant research value. 2,100,000 gold soul coins. A familiar voice rang out, belonging to the young master Fong Ping of the Fong family. No one expected him to bid again, given that his previous purchases had nearly reached 10 million. It seemed he had not depleted his resources after all. The strength of the Fong family astonished everyone once more. This person is truly despicable. In the private box, a character named Xiao Xiao observed the scene with indignation. exclaiming that such an auction was immoral, daring to auction off a person, a blatant display of wealth without compassion. Indeed, by Xiang echoed, expressing her sympathy for the elven girl, stating that it would be better to set her free. Bai Xiang's empathy surged like a torrential river, and, as a fellow woman, she could not bear to witness such a scene. Alas, Jiang Yu sighed, though he too felt sympathy for the elven maiden. He understood that persuading the might Great Soul Arena to cancel the auction was no easy feat. It would be tantamount to cutting off someone's livelihood, and those behind the scenes would never agree to such a thing. Besides, he could not afford to rescue the elven girl. If only he had the means to assist her. It was lamentable that money often fell short when it was most needed. The exorbitant auction fees caused the other eager bidders to retreat, and despite their reluctance, they had no choice but to withdraw as they lacked the funds. Congratulations, young Master Fong, on acquiring this exquisite treasure, Xiangling applauded, her voice filled with mockery. Tonight, I shall thoroughly investigate the differences between elves and ordinary women. A sinister chuckle echoed through the room. The men present, seasoned in the ways of romance, could easily discern Fong Ping's ulterior motives. His reputation in my city was notorious, and everyone knew that his intentions were far from scholarly research. It was evident that he was merely lusting after the elf's form, a truly base desire. Yet, amidst the scorn, many felt a deeper pang of jealousy, for they lacked even the means to be so shameless. This, indeed, was what truly incensed them. However, jealousy was futile. They could only watch helplessly as such a beautiful and enchanting elf fell into the clutches of a predator. All the treasures that were meant to be auctioned today should have been present. However, Xiangling revealed that she had just received a piece of news. A mysterious smile graced her face as she announced the addition of another item to the auction, one whose value is uncertain even to the auction house. Thus it would start at a mere 1,000 gold soul coins. The doors soon opened, and a striking woman entered, clad in a pink qipao, with slits that nearly reached her hips, revealing her delicate legs that swayed enticingly with each step. In her hands, she held a silk tray upon which lay a scroll of sheepskin. Xiangling quickly explained that this scroll contained a treasure map, but the specifics of what it concealed were unknown even to the seller, leaving everything to chance. If the esteemed guests wished to test their luck, they were welcome to bid on it and take it home for amusement. A treasure map of uncertain contents. In an instant, the interest of the audience waned. Although they were wealthy, they would not squander their resources on what was clearly a ruse. It was evident that such treasure maps were mere fabrications. The continent could not possibly harbor that many treasures. This was likely just a trick devised by swindlers. It is unclear when the tales of treasures began circulating across the continent, but initially, many believed in these stories, willingly spending lavish sums on information regarding treasures, with treasure maps being the most common. Ultimately, they discovered that these maps were nothing but frauds, the entire scheme orchestrated by a small sect that thrived on deception. They concocted various legends, produced a plethora of treasure maps and items corresponding to those tales, and even employed beggars to disseminate the stories. To add insult to injury, they set up tea stalls near the supposed treasure sites. Each time someone arrived at the location indicated on the treasure map, those individuals would sell tea and pastries at exorbitant prices. Most treasure seekers, eager to uncover riches, hurried along their journey, and by the time they reached the treasure site, they were often exhausted. Thus, even if the prices were steep, the promise of untold wealth dulled their concerns over a few extra coins. The meticulous planning of that sect created a self-sustaining industry, ensnaring many victims, and by the time they realized the truth, the perpetrators had already amassed fortunes exceeding 10 million gold soul coins. Of course, the sect ultimately paid a steep price, as it was entirely eradicated, with only the sect leader and a handful of others escaping the wrath of vengeful seekers. Currently, many no longer believed in treasure maps, and thus, no one responded to Xiangling's offer. They would not fall for such tricks again, as the item neared the brink of being unsold. Chapter 124. The Imperial Sword, the bid of 1,000 gold soul coins was suddenly called out. In the silence, Jiang Yu made his move. Though uncertain of the treasure map's authenticity, he had an instinct that it might prove useful. Furthermore, he could afford the 1,000 gold soul coins. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's somewhat youthful voice, the crowd dismissed him, perceiving him merely as another reckless spendthrift, akin to young Master Fong, squandering his family's wealth without restraint. Fong Ping harbored a sense of curiosity, for it was rare to encounter a young man in the entirety of my city who squandered wealth as liberally as he did. The voice of Jiang Yu was quite unfamiliar, evidently not belonging to any of the few young lords he recognized, which further piqued Fong Ping's interest. Shortly after their arrival in the private box, a staff member from the Great Dahan Arena entered, bringing with them the items that had just been auctioned. Jiang Yu and Bai He each paid their respective amounts in Jin Hun Bai, utilizing their gold cards to effortlessly transfer the funds via the device, sparing them the hassle of cash transactions. Once the staff member placed the gold box down, they bowed in gratitude to the two, then respectfully exited. In contrast to Bai He's exuberance, Jiang Yu maintained a calm demeanor. As he unfurled the sheepskin scroll, he discovered that the locations marked within were entirely unfamiliar to him, prompting a wave of contemplation. This treasure map appeared to be genuine. A fraud would have no incentive to concoct false place names, as this would deter potential buyers. With no immediate leads, Jiang Yu stowed the treasure map in his sole guiding device, intending to examine it further in the future. The auction had concluded, and Bai He, having achieved his objective, prepared to escort Jiang Yu and the others back. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside the door. Zhao Jiao, you should return and inform the bodyguard to lead 100 elite guards to escort this young master. While you are at it, I will warm up at the Great Dahan Arena. The speaker was none other than the young Master Fong. He was not naive. Having spent nearly 10 million Jin Han Bai at the Great Dahan Arena, he was wary of attracting unwanted attention. Although the Fong family held considerable power in my city, there were always desperate individuals willing to betray their integrity for wealth. Thus, he dispatched a servant to return and gather reinforcements, ensuring the safety of his possessions. Upon hearing Fong Ping's words, Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with intent. He quickly informed Bai He of his desire to participate in the Duhun competition at the Great Dahan Arena, suggesting that they return without waiting for him. Bai He, acquiescing to Jiang Yu's request, took Bai Chunxiang and Xiao Xiao back first, confident that Jiang Yu would encounter no issues at the arena. The Duhun area was the largest section of the entire Great Dahan Arena, intricately divided into 33 competition venues. Although the layout was dazzling, it did not impair one's judgment. Each sub-venue was marked with conspicuous signs, encompassing two primary categories, the gambling area and the life and death arena, further subdivided into various match formats, such as 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. Thus, a single sub-venue contained 6 isolated arenas, with all gambling matches occurring in the main arena, where ticket prices were the highest. Due to the absence of regulations in gambling matches, a large audience was eager to purchase tickets for the spectacle. Fong Ping was participating in the gambling format. Jiang Yu, without hesitation, followed closely behind him and soon registered for the competition. As it was his first time participating in a match at the Great Dahan Arena, the staff required him to provide detailed personal information, which caused a slight delay. Fortunately, the staff informed him that participants in gambling matches could choose their opponents freely. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu selected the young Master Fong as his adversary. He had initially anticipated needing to employ some cunning, but Fong Ping's participation in the gambling match simplified matters, allowing him to face him openly and fairly. Given that the Great Dahan Arena required real name registration, Jiang Yu's information was based on his household registration data, accessible only within the arena. All competitors had the option of adopting a pseudonym to conceal their true identities. When the staff inquired if he wished to choose an alias, he pondered briefly before declaring, Dijan, the Qi Shao Jian was indeed the sword of the Emperor's path, and no name could suit him better. The staff member appeared somewhat taken aback, clearly not expecting such audacity from one so young. Even the renowned sword Douluo had not claimed the title of Emperor's sword. It was truly a case of a young calf fearing no tiger. Despite finding it somewhat amusing, the staff inscribed the name onto Jiang Yu's badge. The pseudonyms chosen by other young competitors were often flamboyant and ostentatious, and Jiang Yu had grown accustomed to this. Compared to outlandish names like Wu Zhu, Yuan Tian Di, Zhu Mo Wang, or Sheng Wang, the name Di Jian was surprisingly down to earth. After completing his registration, Jiang Yu purchased a mask from the staff, which would both conceal his identity and deter prying eyes. The Great Dahan Arena offered an array of mask designs, and Jiang Yu quickly dismissed a garish green one, ultimately selecting a blue dragon-shaped mask after much deliberation. Stepping into the main arena of the Great Dahan Arena, he was greeted by the sight of wildly enthusiastic spectators in an enormous arena. Shortly after Jiang Yu's arrival, a match concluded, with the victor being a strikingly attractive woman clad in revealing attire. Her radiant smile, coupled with a playful gesture of blowing kisses to the audience, sent the crowd into a frenzy. Next up for the gambling match was none other than the renowned young genius of my city, Fong Ping. who had achieved an impressive record of 99 consecutive victories since entering the gambling competitions. His opponent today, however, was a novice in the Duhun matches, suggesting another foregone conclusion. Hearing the announcer's tiresome words, Jiang could not help but shake his head in resignation, realizing he was being underestimated. Nonetheless, he refrained from engaging in verbal sparring, choosing instead to demonstrate his capabilities through action when the match commenced. He awaited the moment when the announcer would be proven wrong. Not long after Jiang arrived at the edge of the arena, the sound of a gong reverberated, signaling the announcement of the match. He and Fang Ping ascended the stage simultaneously. Fang Ping, as Jiang had envisioned, epitomized the image of a wealthy young master, possessing a handsome visage that, despite his somewhat pallid complexion and unsteady gait, remained appealing to the female spectators. "I propose we wager on the purple-red jugua that you acquired at the auction," Jiang stated directly, eschewing any preamble and revealing his intent for participating in this competition. Fang Ping frowned slightly, recognizing Jiang as the one who had purchased the treasure map, clearly aware that he possessed the jugua and had come prepared. His gaze was fixed on Jiang, who, despite wearing a mask, was unmistakably just a child. The advantage lay with him, and Fang Ping felt no fear of defeat. "It seems this young brother has done his homework. I can indeed put forth the purple-red jugua. However, I wonder what equivalent item you possess to wager." Fang Ping replied, a smirk of derision evident in his tone. Jiang had been well prepared. He promptly retrieved a box from his soul-guiding device and opened it, revealing several dark, gelatinous substances, which evoked a chorus of disapproval from the audience. They had anticipated something of value, only to be confronted with these unremarkable black masses, seemingly worthless. "This is one Yin Jing Jiao. I wonder if it can serve as a wager," Jiang stated nonchalantly. One Yin Jing Jiao. Fang Ping had evidently heard of this name. A young master hailing from a prestigious family, though he spent money lavishly, was quite knowledgeable about the rare treasures in the mainland. His considerable wealth had cultivated an exceptional discernment and a broad perspective. Thus, unlike others who looked upon Jiang with disdain, Fang Ping meticulously examined the so-called 10,000-year whale glue in Jiang's hand, quickly forming a judgment. Upon confirming the authenticity of the whale glue, a radiant smile illuminated Fang Ping's face. Indeed, its value warranted a wager of his purple-red jugua. Since his opponent intended to bestow a treasure upon him, Fang Ping harbored no objections to accepting it. Thoughts of defeat did not even cross his mind. How could he possibly lose to a mere child? Soon enough, he would witness his opponent's tears. Observing Fang Ping's overly confident demeanor, Jiang could not help but begin to strategize. Following the wager confirmation, the announcer declared the commencement of the match, gesturing for both sides to unleash their martial souls. "Thunder Dragon, manifest!" Fang Ping bellowed, and a golden aura enveloped him. In an instant, the air crackled with thunderous roars within a radius of several meters around him. Gradually, a massive golden serpent, over 3 meters in length, emerged behind him, adorned with a pair of sharp yellow antennae resembling deer antlers. This was the legendary Jiao. It was said that certain serpentine soul beasts could transform into Jiao after 10,000 years of cultivation, and upon reaching 100,000 years, they could even transcend their life limits and evolve into true dragons. Consequently, the Jiao was regarded as superior to ordinary serpentine soul beasts, rivaling even the strength of lesser dragon species, making it an extraordinary entity. With the Jiao's manifestation, Fang Ping's physique swelled considerably, and his black hair transformed into a golden hue. When he reopened his eyes, they gleamed like gold, radiating an alluring light. The 4 optimal soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, slowly rose from beneath his feet, swirling around him. Fang Ping, martial soul, Thunder Dragon, level 41 assault-type soul master. His voice boomed like thunder. The audience below chanted his name, and his illustrious record bore testament to his unparalleled strength. All were united in their support for him. No one had high hopes for Jiang. After all, this was his first competition, and how could he possibly triumph over Fang Ping? A dazzling radiance erupted from within Jiang as his soul power converged towards his right hand. In an instant, a magnificent long sword materialized in his grasp. The sword emanated an intense fire element, its radiant golden flames reminiscent of the sun's scorching heat. With the long sword in hand, Jiang appeared as a sovereign of flames. His seemingly delicate figure now elevated to a divine stature, exuding an air of solemnity that commanded respect. It evoked a sense of reverence, causing the spectators to overlook the fact that he possessed merely 2 soul rings. Imperial Sword, Martial Soul, Sword, level 25 Assault Type Battle Soul Master. Though Jiang Yu's words were calm, they resonated with unwavering confidence. You are but a great soul master? The moment Jiang Yu's Qishao sword materialized, Fang Ping realized he had misjudged the situation. He was not foolish enough to overlook the aura emanating from that supreme martial soul. Even his thunder dragon trembled in its presence. However, upon hearing that Jiang Yu was merely a great soul master, ripples of doubt stirred within him. Even if his opponent's martial soul was of a higher rank, what did it matter? He was a level 41 soul master, possessing 2 additional 1,000-year soul rings. This was a gap that no martial soul rank could bridge. To deal with you, this is more than sufficient. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, his words imbued with confidence. Oomph. Fang Ping snorted in anger. You truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation. Do not presume that a higher martial soul rank grants you the right to look down upon everything. The disparity of 2 soul rings is a threshold you cannot cross. Fang Ping's words jolted the stunned audience back to reality. Indeed, the disparity in their soul power was immense, akin to a vast chasm. Furthermore, Fang Ping was a frequent contender in the Grand Soul Arena, his combat experience unparalleled by a novice. With this realization, the audience's faith in Fang Ping was restored. This match promised to be far more exhilarating than previously anticipated, yet victory was undoubtedly destined for him. However, within the private box, Yi Fanqing viewed the situation differently, her eyes glimmering with intrigue. The Imperial Path's oppressive aura. How could that sword possibly harbor such a potent Imperial pressure? This is unfathomable. According to her family's records, even a human Emperor seal wielded by their ancestors did not possess such formidable Imperial pressure. Moreover, this should be a unique essence inherent to their bloodline's martial soul. How could it manifest in another martial soul? Yi Fanqing was perplexed and profoundly shocked. It was well known that since their ancestor ascended to the divine realm, the imperial pressure of the Yi family's human Emperor seal had significantly diminished, ultimately reducing to a mere shadow of its former glory. The mysterious sword martial soul in the hands of that young boy exuded such a powerful aura. It was truly astonishing. What Yi Fanqing did not realize was that Jiang Yu's Qishao sword martial soul did not contain imperial pressure, but rather imperial path pressure. Though the difference was merely a word, the distinction was vast. The term emperor merely originated from the ancient human king, representing a ruler governing the world. In contrast, the term sovereign was entirely different. The one who harmonizes with heaven and earth is called the sovereign. Only upon achieving a state of unity with the cosmos and becoming the creator and ruler of all could one be deemed a sovereign. The imperial pressure merely signifies dominion over the populace, inciting a sense of subservience. Yet how could it compare to the sovereign path pressure that commands the heavens and earth, compelling all beings to submit willingly? It seemed that a conversation would be necessary later. Yi Fanqing gazed intently at Jiang Yu through the glass window, her eyes glinting with predatory intent. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, who stood oblivious on the arena, Fang Ping launched the first strike. First soul skill, Thunder Fang. Although Fang Ping was an assault-type soul master, his speed was not to be underestimated. In fact, he was a harmonious blend of offensive and agile prowess, a terrifying talent bestowed by his Thunder Dragon martial soul. As his yellow soul ring illuminated, Fang Ping's mouth sprouted a pair of razor-sharp fangs, crackling with thunderous energy, radiating a menacing glimmer. Fang Ping's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he lunged towards Jiang Yu, aiming to sink his fang-like teeth into him. Jiang Yu raised the Qishao sword to block, yet Fang Ping had anticipated this opportunity. His body slithered like a serpent, swiftly redirecting his target from Jiang Yu's neck to his arm. With a sharp snap, just as Fang Ping's Thunder Fang was about to seize Jiang Yu's right arm, Jiang Yu deftly swung his long sword to intercept. The collision between the thunderous power of the Thunder Fang and the Qishao sword unleashed an overwhelming surge of energy. At that moment, Jiang Yu suddenly conceived a new idea. If executed properly, why not raise the stakes? If you win, I will add 1 million gold soul coins. If you lose, I do not desire your money, but rather you must hand over that elven girl to me. Jiang Yu certainly did not possess such a vast fortune. However, Fang Ping remained oblivious to the fact that he was operating on a mere promissory note. In a bid to entice Fang Ping to raise the stakes, Jiang Yu deliberately restrained his energy, adopting a visage of slight anguish, while his arm trembled as if he were on the verge of collapse. If you are eager to bestow money upon me, I am more than willing to accept. Should you emerge victorious, the Zihong Zhugua and the female elf shall be yours." Observing that his opponent's strength was rather mediocre, Fong Ping quickly acquiesced to Jiang Yu's proposal. How could one refuse money that was practically offered on a silver platter? Over 1 million is no trifling sum, and having exhausted all his savings at the auction, he felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of receiving such a substantial amount. Chapter 126. The might of Qishao. Fong Ping was already contemplating the idea of hiring a few courtesans, as 1 million Jinhun coins would suffice for several months of indulgence. Upon hearing Fong Ping's laughter, Jiang Yu realized he had successfully deceived him, promptly unleashing his full energy. Fong Ping's laughter abruptly ceased, startled by Jiang Yu's transformation, akin to a courtesan insisting on continuing an engagement despite her partner's exhaustion. Jiang Yu's sudden eruption of power left Fong Ping astounded. Had he been feigning weakness all along? Suddenly, Fong Ping recognized that he might have been duped. This young man was not as simple as he appeared, employing cunning tactics at such a tender age, leading Fong Ping to stake everything, including his pursuit of women. The thought of losing this duel, and consequently relinquishing the dazzling beauty to this insufferable youth, was unbearable. He had academic research to conduct with a female elf that night. Without her, where would he find someone to demonstrate his self-created techniques? Thus, he could not afford to lose this match. At that moment, Jiang Yu unleashed the full might of his Qishao sword, as brilliant golden flames erupted from the blade. Fong Ping's Leiyu was unable to withstand the searing heat, its sharp fangs turning a deep crimson. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu swung his sword, sending a swift beam of light towards Fong Ping, who was forced to retreat several paces, his abdomen's clothing torn asunder, revealing bloodied flesh beneath. How could this be possible? The arena erupted in murmurs. The disparity between the two was evidently vast, yet the newcomer had secured the first victory. Fong Ping had been pushed back by a single strike, a spectacle that left spectators astounded. Do not panic. It seems Fong Ping underestimated his opponent, failing to exert his full strength, which resulted in a minor setback. Just wait. He will undoubtedly turn the tide. There is no need for concern, a voice reassured the crowd, as considerable sums had been wagered on Fong Ping's success. As others absorbed this analysis, they began to feel reassured, believing that Fong Ping was prepared and that Jiang Yu's attempts at surprise would not be so easily accomplished. Fong Ping spat a mouthful of blood, an overwhelming fury igniting within him. This was the first time he had bled in front of so many spectators. Such humiliation was intolerable for the illustrious Fong Ping, the renowned king of the My Seven Wolves. A roar of rage erupted from his lips as his third purple soul ring flared to life. As his first Millennium Soul Ring, he had meticulously chosen it, ultimately selecting a three-headed Jiao that was approximately 1,300 years old. With his third soul skill, Thunder Jiao Strike, a torrent of violent lightning surged forth from Fong Ping. Bright yellow currents spilling from his fingertips and coalescing into 3 bolts of electricity. The energy crackled, forming 3 creatures resembling thunderous Jiao, their explosive energy creating a resonating hum in the air, bolstering the confidence of the audience. Behold, this strike will surely vanquish that young man. Fong Ping's fervent supporters expressed their excitement unabashedly. Employing his first soul skill, Qishao sword formation, Jiang Yu plunged his sword into the ground, and dozens of sword shadows erupted forth, charging directly towards the oncoming Thunder Jiao. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yu felt an exhilarating thrill emanating from the Qishao sword, as if the approaching Jiao were an irresistible target, eager to claim victory. Perhaps the Qishao sword held an innate affinity for serpentine forms. Jiang Yu recalled legends of Liu Bang, who wielded the Qishao sword to slay a white serpent before achieving transformation. Similarly, he too had slain the Qi Gang snake, revealing the true potential of the Qishao sword. Although Fong Ping's martial soul was a Thunder Jiao, it had originated from a serpentine form, presenting a fortuitous opportunity. Had Fong Ping's third soul skill not manifested in the guise of Thunder Jiao, he might have had a fighting chance. As the Qishao sword formation encircled the 3 Thunder Jiao, it unleashed an astonishing energy, summoning a tempest that intensified the golden flames of the sword shadows, igniting the ceiling in a golden hue. As the relentless fire encircled the Jiao, the sword shadows emitted a series of mournful sounds, akin to ravenous beasts seeking to devour. Fong Ping felt a shiver run down his spine. The terror of the Qishao sword formation exceeded his expectations. to avoid a calamitous defeat. He channeled all his soul power into the 3 Thunder Jiao, causing them to swell dramatically, growing to over 4 meters in length. The resounding thunder reverberated throughout the entire arena, even captivating the combatants engaged in matches at the sub-arenas, who paused to gaze towards the main arena. As the energy within the Thunder Jiao surged, the sword shadows seemed to dance with joy, even initiating a sword dance. This exhilaration transferred to Jiang, the host, who could not suppress a smile. The 3 Thunder Jiao charged forward, their overwhelming energy necessitating release. The Qishao sword formation met their advance. The 2 forces clashing with incredible speed, producing a cacophony of slicing sounds accompanied by the harmonious resonance of sword cries, as if proclaiming, "Brothers, there is a feast to be had. Such exquisite prey, let us all partake." Soon, the sword shadows and Thunder Jiao became entwined, their energies erupting. The Thunder Jiao writhed, attempting to engulf the sword shadows. However, Jiang was no novice. Under his command, the sword shadows deftly evaded the Jiao's grasp, leaving behind streaks of energy that crackled and dissipated into the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Fang Ping was consumed with fury. The sword shadows appeared almost sentient, exhibiting cunning as they toyed with the Thunder Jiao, leaving him in a state of exasperation. Despite the opponent's lower soul power, he found himself at a constant disadvantage. While that insufferable youth danced with glee, Fang Ping, a distinguished genius, ranked among the top 10 of my elite list, never anticipated that he would struggle against a mere great soul master. If word of this reached other geniuses, he would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. The companions of the fireworks realm are likely to secretly mock him for his inadequacies. Fang Ping is determined to prevent such an occurrence. Chapter 127, The Tempting Trial. Just as Fang Ping was consumed by anxiety, the Qishao sword formation launched a full-scale assault, unleashing an overwhelming inferno upon the Lei Jiao. The shadows of the swords collided violently with a massive serpent's body, cleaving it asunder. Soon, a platter of Lei Jiao's flesh was presented to the audience, with the fragments of its electric power surging towards Fang Ping, instilling a profound sense of dread even among these pure, elemental energies. All the energy rushed back into Fang Ping's body. Fortunately, the electrical power had dissipated considerably after being severed by the sword shadows, or else his body might have been overwhelmed. Even so, Fang Ping found himself in a rather uncomfortable state, as his physique had expanded significantly. He transformed from an ordinary man into a corpulent figure akin to Ma Hongjun, with powerful energies jostling within him, causing his body to contort incessantly, reminiscent of Master Ma wielding the lightning whip. The scene was undeniably comical. Ha ha ha! Even Fang Ping's most ardent supporters could not contain their laughter at this spectacle. Though his profession demanded a serious demeanor, having undergone extensive training to suppress laughter, he found himself unable to refrain from bursting into laughter at that moment, amidst the overwhelming energies clashing against him. Fang Ping paid no heed to the mocking laughter from the crowd. All he desired was to calm the tumultuous energies within him and restore his body to its original state. Fortunately, the electric forces originated from within Fang Ping himself. Had it not been for Jiang terrifying Qishao sword formation, they would not have spiraled out of control. Once the chaotic energy returned to his body, it gradually subsided, and he returned to normalcy. The 4th soul skill, Soul Capturing Sound. Fang Ping, utterly incensed, slammed his palms against the ground, stirring a dense cloud of dust. The violet 4th soul ring radiated a brilliant light that pierced through the fog. Cornered by Jiang, Fang Ping lost his rationality, disregarding the side effects of his soul skill, and immediately unleashed the innate soul skill derived from the Moonlight Fox. The Moonlight Fox is an exceptionally unique soul beast that only appears on nights of the full moon. Research on the Moonlight Fox is still in its infancy, with only its remarkable ability to influence the souls of human soul masters understood. To hunt this soul beast, Fang Ping personally led his family's protector to the Stardow Forest and waited for months until he discovered the Moonlight Fox's trace on a full moon night. The family protector, possessing a soul power of 73, successfully subdued the Moonlight Fox, allowing Fang Ping to deliver the final blow, but he too was affected. Since then, that protector developed a penchant for cross-dressing, donning women's attire daily, and even his orientation shifted. The Fang family had to reassign him to a remote location to avoid tarnishing their reputation. It is noteworthy that this protector was a soul saint, yet he was influenced by a 1,000-year soul beast, illustrating the terrifying nature of the Moonlight Fox's innate soul skill. A thunderous sound emanated from Fang Ping's mouth, distinct from ordinary thunder, lacking intimidation, yet imbued with a sorrowful lament. The audience fell silent, and soon expressions of sorrow emerged on their faces, with some unable to restrain their tears. Jiang, confronting the soul-capturing sound directly, felt this sensation more acutely than others. Under the impact of the thunderous sound, he sensed a violent shock to his very soul. An indescribable scene unfolded in the depths of his mind. Beneath the moonlight, a resplendent white fox stood atop a mountain, howling at the moon, its fur glimmering with brilliance. The white fox emanated a sacred radiance, gradually transforming as its limbs shed their fur, revealing smooth skin until it became indistinguishable from a human woman. Before long, the white fox was entirely transformed into a stunning beauty, her body as smooth and pure as white jade, exuding an ethereal transparency. She lay gracefully upon the ground, her form perfectly shaped, and at the moment she stood, Jiang was taken aback. The white fox's body bore no trace of fur, and her exquisite features were untainted by any imperfection, resembling a celestial being. Even Jiang, who had grown up surrounded by beauty, felt an unusual stirring within him. He was utterly captivated. "Master," the stunning beauty, transformed from the white fox, cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang, her lips curling into a subtle smile. "I am here. You may do as you wish. Whatever your desires, I shall gladly fulfill." The seductive melody echoed in Jiang's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. Such a delightful sensation was beyond the imagination of ordinary men. Even the strongest-willed could hardly remain unaffected in the face of such allure. The enchanting beauty lay before him, revealing herself completely, her celestial aura striking at the very core of male vulnerability. It was nearly impossible for any man, barring eunuchs, to remain unresponsive. Jiang felt a wave of heat flooding his abdomen, intensifying to an unbearable level. The exquisite beauty stood before him, ready to indulge his every whim. Jiang teetered on the brink of losing his reason. At a critical moment, a reminder from the depths of his soul restored some semblance of clarity, warning him that succumbing to temptation with the beauty before him would lead to his complete entrapment in this illusion. This chapter is not yet concluded. Please turn to the next page to continue reading. As Jiang faced off against the enchanting beauty from his soul, Fang Ping finally exhaled in relief. Observing his opponent standing motionless, he knew that the soul-capturing sound had taken effect. Although using this soul skill would require him to abstain for 7 days, and his voice would take on a feminine quality, the victory in this match made it all worthwhile. As for communicating with that elven maiden, it could be postponed for a few days. That was far preferable to losing this contest. Fang Ping's performance ignited the crowd, swiftly reversing the tide of battle, and his spectacular display caused the audience to erupt in fervor. Indeed, the outcome of this match aligned with their prior expectations. Fang Ping emerged victorious. In their eyes, Jiang had lost all chance of comeback. The match was effectively concluded. However, they overlooked one crucial detail. Jiang's soul power was far superior to that of others. In this regard, even a titled Douluo-level powerhouse might not match him. Furthermore, the presence of the Tianmeng ice silkworm, a million-year soul beast, lingered in Jiang's mind, and at this pivotal moment, the long-dormant Tianmeng stirred awake. Upon witnessing the beauty transformed from the white fox, it was momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining its composure, assuming Jiang had absorbed yet another soul beast's essence. "You've made quite the progress, silently acquiring the power of yet another soul beast, and such a stunning female soul beast at that. Did you sense my loneliness, and thus procure a companion of such high caliber for me?" The cheeky voice of the Tianmeng ice silkworm echoed in Jiang's mind, affirming that its assistance had not been in vain. Jiang found himself at a loss for words with the Tianmeng Binkan. The visions of grandeur it had entertained were far from reality. Thus, he felt compelled to elucidate the situation to the Tianmeng Binkan, which merely furrowed its brows in response. Though its eyebrows were sparse and as pure white as its body, this did not hinder its ability to express concern. In chapter 128, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Was it an attack of a psychic nature? The voice of the Tianmeng Binkan grew louder. For if it was not the absorption of a soul beast's essence, then this was the only plausible explanation. Psychic attack soul beasts were scarce indeed. It seemed that Jiang had encountered a formidable opponent. Soon, Jiang recounted the sequence of events to the Tianmeng Binkan. Upon hearing that the effect was caused by the Yuguang who, It emitted a sound of confusion, clearly unaware of the detailed information regarding such a soul beast. This lack of knowledge could not be laid entirely at the feet of the Tianming Binkan, despite being the first million-year soul beast on the continent. Its experiences were woefully limited, having spent most of its time in slumber. It could hardly recognize even the soul beasts from the extreme north, let alone the more rare ones. However, although the Tianming Binkan had never encountered the Yueguanghu, it possessed methods to counter psychic attacks. It promptly unleashed a vast psychic force, a milky light emanating from its being, shattering the mesmerizing image of the moonlit fox. Jiang Yu's consciousness was thoroughly revived. In truth, Fang Ping's fourth soul skill was indeed powerful. However, he had the misfortune of facing Jiang Yu, a man of unwavering will, whose body housed the spirit of the Tianming Binkan. Though this million-year soul beast lacked combat prowess, it excelled in psychic assaults. Fang Ping's defeat was not unjust. Regrettably, he remained oblivious to the fact that the effects of the soul capturing melody had been dismantled by Jiang Yu, lost in the euphoria of the moment. Approaching Jiang Yu without a hint of caution, with his first soul skill, Thunderfang, Fang Ping sought to deliver a final blow while Jiang Yu appeared ensnared in a dilemma. The sharp, bright yellow fangs extended from the corners of Fang Ping's mouth, aimed directly at Jiang Yu's neck. Should this strike succeed, the damage would be significant. However, Jiang Yu had already regained his senses, and there was no way he would allow Fang Ping to have his way. Just as Fang Ping's fangs reached out, Jiang Yu swiftly brandished the Qi Shao sword to block in front of him. Before Fang Ping could react, he was sent flying by the tremendous energy that erupted from the sword. The audience witnessed a straight parabolic arc as Fang Ping crashed heavily to the ground. This all transpired too swiftly for many to comprehend. The sound of his fangs shattering upon impact with the ground echoed painfully, and Fang Ping writhed in agony. It is worth noting that while Thunder Fang was a soul skill, those two fangs were genuine, extending from his incisors. Without them, Fang Ping felt a rush of air in his mouth, his speech becoming slightly stammered. He was on the verge of facing a formidable adversary. Yet who could have anticipated that his opponent would awaken at such a critical moment, catching him completely off guard? Fang Ping seethed with rage, nearly spitting blood. The outcome of this match was undeniably humiliating. He had even lost his incisors, which were his tools of charisma in the arena. He had truly suffered a double loss. The result of the contest was now clear. Fang Ping crawled on the ground, reluctant to rise. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu stood tall with his sword, a striking figure on the arena stage. Though masked, his presence captivated all, radiating an aura that left no doubt he was the most resplendent star of the entire Great Spirit Arena. After the contest concluded, Fang Ping could no longer bear to remain on stage, his face covered in dust and shame as he descended from the platform. At that moment, Jiang Yu obstructed his path. A wager is a wager, Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Mr. Fang wouldn't intend to welch on a bet, would he? Such behavior is unbecoming of a gentleman. Aye. Fang Ping stammered, his speech hindered not only by the pain, but also by his desire to evade the consequences. The Zihong Zhuguo and the female elf were of utmost importance to him. One would enhance his physique, while the other would satisfy his spirit. The two were complementary, their combined worth immeasurable. Now, relinquishing them to another was something he was most unwilling to do. Moments later, staff from the Great Spirit Arena arrived, insisting that Fang Ping fulfill his promise and surrender his wager. Should he dare to default, he would face severe penalties from the arena. Consequently, Fang Ping would find himself blacklisted across all Great Spirit arenas on the Douluo continent. Due to the severity of these penalties, no one had ever dared to renege on a wager in the arena, serving as a crucial safeguard for betting matches. Though reluctant, Fang Ping knew he could not delay any further, recognizing that while the Fang family held significant power in my city, they paled in comparison to the Great Spirit Arena. The Yi family, though no longer basking in the glory of ancient times, was not a mere regional power like the Fang family could afford to provoke. The 6 great families were tightly knit, and any of the 7 sects would weigh the consequences of opposing them, let alone a local force like the Fang family. Fang Ping begrudgingly retrieved the Zihong Zhuguo from his soul guide and handed it over to Jiang Yu. Upon receiving the crimson fruit, Jiang Yu did not store it away, but rather consumed it before Fang Ping's very eyes. This action served to deter any thoughts Fang Ping might have entertained about reclaiming it. The Zihong Zhuguo quickly vanished into Jiang Yu's stomach, invigorating his meridians, making them noticeably thicker and solidifying his soul power. His overall strength surged dramatically. Notably, The fire attribute energy contained within the Qishao sword received a slight enhancement. Although there remained a distance to ascend to the next level, Jiang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Any increase in strength was a cause for celebration. And he was not one to be greedy. And the female elf? Jiang Yu disregarded Fong Ping's already pale face and continued to demand. In the VIP box, Fong Ping wore an expression of barely concealed animosity, grinding his teeth as he muttered, "I'll go get her for you. Let us go together." Jiang Yu responded cheerfully. He then accompanied the staff to Fong Ping's private box. Upon entering, they found the alluring female elf curled up within a cage. The burly guards surrounding her were clearly affected by her presence, their pants visibly dampened. "Open the cage and release her," Fong Ping commanded his guards with resignation. Although they did not comprehend their master's motivations, the guards complied with the order. Soon, they unlocked the cage and removed the chain that bound the elf. "Take her away." Fong Ping felt a pang of regret. Such generosity from young Master Fong. They exclaimed, laughing heartily. Jiang Yu did not waste words and walked directly to the female elf. Taking her hand and heading towards the exit, the elf's hand was incredibly soft, yet somewhat cold, suggesting she had endured considerable hardship in the Great Dahan Arena. With a resounding bang, the door closed, and the guards exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by Fong Ping's furious expression. No one anticipated that the young master would so generously gift the female elf, whom he had painstakingly auctioned for, to another. This act of generosity significantly altered their impression of Fong Ping. It was not so easy to take something that belonged to the young master. Fong Ping's gaze turned icy. Once the other party left the Great Dahan Arena, he would undoubtedly find a way to ensure the return of what was his. The city of Mai was under the Fong family's dominion, and no one could steal his people from him. Chapter 129. The maid upon exiting the private room, the staff members bowed to Jiang Yu, acknowledging that since Fong Ping had fulfilled his bet, their mission was complete, and they had other tasks to attend to. Observing the delicate female elf beside him, Jiang Yu marveled at the creator's ingenuity. A closer look revealed that this woman was truly exceptional, devoid of any flaw. She bore a striking resemblance to a celebrity he was familiar with. Her face reminiscent of Gu Li and her figure akin to Di Li, truly a combination of beauty. It was a double delight. However, Jiang Yu merely appreciated her beauty and had no intentions of possessing her against her will. Thus, he gently untangled the chain that bound the elf. "You are free now. Go." "Are you really letting me go?" The elf's pale face displayed profound surprise. She had not expected to be freed. "Quickly return home. Be cautious next time and avoid being captured again. The value of elves is immense, and not everyone can resist such temptation as I do." Jiang Yu nodded and added a warning. "I cannot return." The elf's expression turned despondent, her tone tinged with helplessness. She wished to return, but for some unknown reason. The portal to the secret realm had suddenly closed, severing the only connection between her race and the outside world. With the portal shut, she had no means to return her kin and could only wait for it to reopen. Yet, no one knew when that would happen. She could not simply wait indefinitely. Thus, she had ventured into the human world, only to be captured by the individuals from the Great Dahan Arena. "Why can you not return?" Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled. He thought that even if the elf tribe resided far from my city, they were still on the continent of Douluo, which was not larger than Blue Star. How could the elf possibly be unable to return to her homeland? The elf then recounted everything to Jiang Yu, sensing he did not appear malicious. Clearly, he had become her only lifeline in this foreign land, prompting her to divulge her background without reservation. The portal to the secret realm. Jiang Yu finally grasped why the elf could not return home. According to her, the portal was not just the sole passage connecting the elf tribe to the outside world, but also a formidable barrier. If a human were to enter the portal, their strength would be drastically diminished. No wonder the Spirit Hall had previously invested heavily, yet failed to conquer the elf tribe. This was a significant factor. However, why had the portal suddenly closed? The reasons remained shrouded in mystery. "What are your plans now, Luna?" Jiang Yu addressed the elf by name, having learned it moments ago. "I am unsure. If you do not mind, may I accompany you? Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I can serve as your maid." Luna declared proudly. "I am skilled in many arts, particularly in playing the flute." The elf tribe possessed an extraordinary talent for music, and Luna was among the best of her kin, with her flute-playing skills considered unparalleled. Hearing Luna's words, Jiang Yu could not help but glance at her again. To be honest, it was impossible not to be moved by such beauty. An elf maid was a dream for many men, and now he could easily possess that dream with a mere nod. To refuse her would indeed be a waste. Moreover, if he did not take her in, Luna would likely become someone else's plaything, which was both morally and ethically unacceptable. Very well. You may accompany me. Jiang nodded in agreement to Luna's request. Thank you, young master. Luna expressed her heartfelt gratitude, bowing deeply to Jiang, her graceful movement causing a mesmerizing effect. Come, let's find you some clothing. Being exposed like this is not appropriate, Jiang said, for he was still a young man full of vigor. Although he was still young, the transformation brought about by the Hongmeng Ziki and the nourishment from the Wan Nian Jingjiao and Zihong Zhukua had endowed him with a physique stronger than that of most adult soul masters, even in certain aspects surpassing the average man. Thus, to avoid any embarrassing situations, Jiang hurriedly led Luna to select some garments. The Great Duhan Arena boasted not only the arena and auction house, but also a plethora of shops, resembling a grand multifunctional mall. Soon, they arrived at a boutique specializing in women's clothing. The female staff, noticing the stunning, scantily clad beauty following Jiang, immediately understood the situation and felt a surge of admiration for him. Youth certainly knows how to enjoy life, they thought. Once inside, Jiang instructed Luna to select clothes at her leisure, while the female shop assistant began to offer her assistance. They started with undergarments, but Luna found several sizes too small, which left the shop assistant envious. It was her first time encountering someone with such a stunning figure. Eventually, the assistant successfully found a fitting set of pink lingerie adorned with a delicate lace trim that appeared quite alluring. Based on Jiang estimation, the lingerie was easily a D cup, confirming Luna's ample endowments. The legends of the elf tribe's women being all beautiful held true. None could be deemed unattractive, and their male counterparts were equally handsome, making their race's beauty vastly superior to others. Under the shop assistant's guidance, Luna entered the changing room to don the lingerie. Shortly after, she lifted the curtain, calling out to Jiang for his opinion. Jiang blinked in astonishment, momentarily entranced. Ahem, he coughed and managed to say not bad. Upon hearing her master's praise, Luna's face blossomed into a radiant smile, and she skipped eagerly after the shop assistant to choose an outer garment. Ultimately, she selected a cream-colored dress that perfectly suited her demeanor, pure and noble. Even the shop assistant could not help but cast envious glances at Jiang, marveling at his extraordinary fortune. Such a breathtaking beauty. If the renowned playboy, Master Fong, were to learn of this, he would surely be consumed by envy. Upon exiting the clothing store, Jiang led Luna directly to the hall, preparing to step outside when a familiar voice suddenly called from behind. Turning around, he was greeted by Yi Fanqing. Please, esteemed guest, wait a moment. Her tone was somewhat urgent as she hurried to Jiang side, quickly explaining her intentions. Might I invite you to my room for a discussion? Yi Fanqing appeared quite enthusiastic. Although Jiang was unaware of her motives, he presumed she bore no ill will, as they had never met before and held no grievances. Thus, he agreed to accompany her with Luna. As the head of the Grand Soul Arena, Yi Fanqing's quarters were undoubtedly far beyond the reach of ordinary staff. The entire upper floor and expansive space was her domain. Upon entering, Jiang marveled at the wealth of this young overseer. The floor was adorned with pure wool imported from the Tiando Empire, far more precious than the finest wool produced in the Shilan County of Xingluo. The sheer magnitude of the room, likely exceeding 1,000 square meters, was completely covered in woolen carpets, an extravagant display of opulence. Additionally, the room featured sofas made from rhino skin and tables crafted from rosewood. Even the crystal lighting fixtures were as large as basketballs, not to mention the hundreds of luminous pearls embedded in the walls. The cost of decorating Yi Fanqing's room could likely purchase an entire street in Tiando City, particularly within the third ring. This was no mere wealthy lady. Would you care for some wine? After seating the two on the sofa, Yi Fanqing turned towards the wine cabinet, preparing to pour. I'll just have milk, Jiang replied casually. I would like milk as well, Luna chimed in. As a maid, she naturally followed her master's lead, drinking whatever he chose. If her master desired milk, she would comply, even if it meant sacrificing her own. This was what her elder sister in the clan referred to as the spirit of a maid. Luna's expression was exceedingly earnest. Chapter 130, Blowing. Upon hearing Jiang request, Yi Fanqing couldn't help but smile. Right, he's still a child. Wine is truly unsuitable for him. She mentally chided herself for her oversight. Soon, she closed the wine cabinet and approached a side table, retrieving a small wooden barrel from the right. Opening the lid revealed a creamy liquid, a delightful aroma of milk wafting through the air. Yi Fanqing poured the fresh milk into 2 transparent glass cups and presented one to Jiang Yu. Just as he took a sip, Yi Fanqing's voice suddenly rang out. "May I see your sword again?" "Sword?" Jiang Yu was somewhat bewildered. Did she have an interest in his weapon? Aside from its length, it bore no remarkable features. Yi Fanqing's sudden request to see his sword puzzled him. Had she recognized the Qi Shao sword? "Little brother, you are being too modest," Yi Fanqing remarked, her smile brightening. "Your sword is no ordinary blade. How could a common sword possess imperial pressure?" Her words left Jiang Yu perplexed. Imperial pressure? What is that? Don't you know? This time, it was Yi Fanqing who appeared astonished, realizing he was completely unaware of the concept. Was he feigning ignorance, or did he genuinely not know? Unsure, Yi Fanqing decided to probe deeper into Jiang Yu's background. A dazzling golden light erupted from her, coalescing around her right hand, gradually forming a golden seal, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure. While Jiang Yu remained unaffected, Luna trembled at the sight of the seal, feeling a sense of dread from the aura it exuded. Jiang Yu observed the golden seal in Yi Fanqing's hand, deep in thought. The ancient, square seal was engraved with a 5-clawed golden dragon, surrounded by depictions of mountains, rivers, sun and moon. The Renhuang seal. This was the golden seal inscribed on the invitation. Jiang Yu was somewhat familiar with the Renhuang seal, a powerful martial soul originating from ancient times, named after a formidable figure from that era. The legendary Yi Renhuang was once the most revered individual on the Douluo continent, renowned for his unmatched prowess, revered by countless admirers. Remarkably, he single-handedly vanquished 200,000-year-old beasts deep within the Stardow forest, quelling a calamity that threatened the continent. This was a legendary figure who suppressed an entire era. It was said that even the ancestors of the Tang sect, the first generation of Hao Yanhua, had once served under Yi Renhuang, becoming his trusted aides. Although the Yi family no longer held its former glory, it remained a formidable force. The Yi Fanqing before him, likely a direct descendant of the Yi family, appeared to be in her early 20s and possessed 4 spirit rings, indicating her exceptional talent. "I can't believe you recognize the Renhuang seal," Yi Fanqing exclaimed, her tone laced with surprise. It seemed this young man possessed some knowledge after all, prompting her to reveal her true background without further pretense. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Yu was taken aback. While he had surmised that she was a member of the Yi family, he had not anticipated that she was the daughter of the family head. Moreover, it seemed there were plans for her to inherit the family's leadership in the future. This beauty was indeed remarkable, perhaps even on par with figures like Bai Bai Dong. Yi Fanqing was forthright, revealing everything without concealment, her demeanor appearing sincere. Thus, Jiang Yu resolved to fulfill her request. After all, what was it to merely show her his sword? In the anticipation reflected in Yi Fanqing's gaze, Jiang Yu summoned forth his warm blade. As she beheld the long, sturdy sword, Yi Fanqing swallowed hard, her left hand involuntarily reaching out. "May I touch your sword?" While this request seemed somewhat unusual, seeing her eagerness, Jiang Yu hesitated before consenting. "Take care, it might be hot," he offered as a gentle warning. Yi Fanqing nodded, yet her expression suggested she had not heeded his caution. To prevent her from being burned, Jiang Yu reined in the sword's aura as much as possible. When Yi Fanqing's delicate hand made contact with the blade, it was indeed warm, but still within tolerable limits, not unbearable. "It's a bit hot," Yi Fanqing spoke as she crawled forward, urging, "Do not move. Allow me to cool your sword. The flames are still quite intense, and after I blow on it for a while, the heat will naturally diminish." Before Jiang Yu could utter a word, Yi Fanqing had already begun to carefully blow on Jiang Yu's long sword. This continued for several minutes. Observing her determined demeanor, Jiang Yu resigned himself to her antics and seized a cup of milk to share with Luna. Thus, the two engaged in casual conversation. Once Yi Fanqing concluded her task, she held the Qishao sword and caressed it for a while. Jiang Yu found himself somewhat disdainful. Was it merely a sword? Was such fuss truly necessary? She was a young lady from a prominent family, yet she behaved like a naive girl who had never seen the world. "Could you possibly accompany me home?" After Yi Fanqing removed her hands from Jiang Yu's sword, she adopted a sincere expression, looking as though she was not jesting. "Come to my home? This is our first meeting, and that would hardly be proper." Jiang Yu had no desire to invite trouble. He was not well acquainted with Yi Fanqing, and it was illogical to accompany her home. "Please." Yi Fanqing clasped her hands together, pleading with Jiang Yu, her expression transforming into one of desperation. "I truly need your assistance." Her tone was urgent, indicating that she had a genuine matter requiring Jiang Yu's help. This sister is rather shameless. Yi Fanqing's relentless persistence immediately instilled a strong aversion in Luna, who feared that her master might acquiesce to her request and follow her home. Generally speaking, when a woman seeks a man's aid, it is often challenging for the man to refuse, especially when the woman is a beauty. This made it even more difficult to decline. However, Jiang Yu is evidently not an ordinary man. Sister, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. Jiang Yu, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, promptly declined. I am merely passing through, and my companions and I shall soon depart from my city, so I cannot visit your home. Jiang Yu's words were not entirely false. He had come to my city to accompany Yang Wudi for a competition. Yi Fanqing sensed Jiang Yu's reluctance and felt a pang of anxiety. If she were not genuinely in need, how could a daughter of a noble family lower herself so? But now she sought assistance. Yi Fanqing had to humble herself and decided to disclose her reasons without further pretense. Let me pretend to be your fiancé. Yi Fanqing's request truly astonished Jiang Yu. Was she jesting? Sister, our age difference is significant. How could your family believe we are a couple? Furthermore, are you not concerned about what others might say behind your back? It would be tantamount to an old cow eating tender grass, lacking in shame. Jiang Yu's reasoning was indeed sound. In the Douluo continent, it was customary for older men to marry younger women, with the reverse being exceedingly rare. Even if there were instances, they were typically relationships involving a kept man. Yi Fanqing, despite being the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, could not escape public scrutiny. After all, public opinion was formidable. Yi Fanqing's face flushed with embarrassment, for Jiang Yu's bluntness was too much. How could he speak so candidly? He was truly a straightforward man. Alas, Yi Fanqing sighed. Resigned, I have no choice but to seek your help. My father wishes me to marry the son of an old friend of the Yi family, but I have no affection for him. Unfortunately, he possesses extraordinary talent, and my father has declared that only if I find a genius with talent surpassing his can the engagement be annulled. Although that fellow is somewhat disagreeable, his innate abilities are exceptional. He possesses a rare innate full soul power, a feat few can rival. Yi Fanqing's brow furrowed deeper, her gaze at Jiang Yu growing more expectant. To be honest, the so-called 3 great soul masters of my city cannot compare to you. Just as I prepared to abandon my hopes and acquiesce to marrying that man, you unexpectedly appeared. Her voice grew increasingly animated. Your mysterious sword martial spirit harbors such profound imperial pressure. Its rank surely exceeds that of the human emperor's seal. I assume you awakened your martial spirit with innate full soul power. Although Yi Fanqing was merely speculating, her assertion was grounded in reason. The strength of innate soul power is closely tied to the potency of the martial spirit. The more powerful the martial spirit, the greater the innate soul power bestowed upon the host. Even though the Yi family's human emperor seal martial spirit is no longer as formidable as it was in ancient times, the innate soul power it grants its host is no less than level 7. Currently, the Yi family boasts over 90 direct descendants who have awakened their human emperor seal martial spirits, with almost all possessing innate soul power exceeding level 7. Yi Fanqing herself had achieved an impressive innate soul power level of 9, second only to her great-grandfather, who awakened full innate soul power and later became a titled Douluo. From this perspective, Jiang Yu, even if not possessing innate full soul power, would surely be close, and having him around would undoubtedly convince her father to annul the engagement, freeing her from marrying someone she did not love. So, you wish for me to accompany you in this charade? Jiang Yu suddenly understood. Yi Fanqing's urgent request for his assistance was to facilitate her escape from the engagement. However, he preferred not to entangle himself in such trivial matters. He had no affection for Yi Fanqing, and accompanying her to the Yi family would certainly attract trouble. While Jiang Yu was not one to shy away from confrontation, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. He would rather devote his time to cultivating his skills, and he intended to consult Luna about certain matters that evening. Sister, I must decline your request, Jiang Yu firmly stated. Yi Fanqing was taken aback by his refusal. Can you truly bear to see me wed to a man I do not love? This is not the action of a young hero. How absurd, Jiang Yu thought. To hear such theatrics from Yi Fanqing, who seems to be a master of moral persuasion. Jiang Yu was not swayed by such tactics. Monsieur. His voice suddenly turned stern, revealing his annoyance, for he despised being morally coerced. If I recall correctly, this is our first meeting. We have no bond to speak of. Your marriage is of no concern to me, and I am under no obligation to assist you. With that, Jiang Yu prepared to leave. Luna nodded in agreement, pleased that her master had not been swayed by beauty. The woman before them displayed a shocking lack of self-awareness, daring to flirt with someone so much younger. Before departing, Luna discreetly spat out her disdain for Yi Fanqing. Stop! Seeing Jiang about to leave, Yi Fanqing hastily leaped from the sofa to block his path. If you agree to help me, I will grant you any request. To be honest, if an ordinary person had heard Yi Fanqing's offer, they would likely have accepted on the spot. As the chief overseer of the Great Soul Arena in Mai, Yi Fanqing held significant power, capable of mobilizing vast sums of gold soul coins with ease. As long as she is willing, she can, in an instant, transform a destitute beggar into a renowned wealthy figure within the city. Her promise holds immense value. However, Jiang Yu is not swayed by Yi Fanqing's tactics. The desires he harbors may well be beyond her means to fulfill. What if I desire the seven-colored fire essence? Jiang Yu deliberately posed a challenging dilemma. This treasure belongs to the Huoli clan, unattainable by anyone else. Even with the Yi family as her backing, it remains beyond her reach. The seven-colored fire essence. Upon hearing this name, Yi Fanqing's eyes widened in surprise. She had indeed heard of this treasure. It is said to be the exclusive secret treasure of the Huoli clan, with the method of its refinement known only to them. Even with the Yi family's profound heritage, acquiring the seven-colored fire essence is impossible. Perhaps you could propose an alternative condition, Yi Fanqing suggested, her tone softening as she attempted to negotiate with Jiang Yu. I can comply with everything else. Ridiculous. Jiang Yu ignored her entirely. Find someone else. With that, he took Luna by the hand and exited the room, leaving Yi Fanqing fuming in place. It was her first experience of rejection from a man. Once outside the Great Soul Arena, Jiang Yu guided Luna towards the hotel. Passers-by on the street, upon catching sight of Luna, were visibly taken aback. Such a breathtaking beauty was a rare sight, surpassing even the most renowned beauty of my city, leaving them curious about her origins. Look at her ears. They bear no resemblance to those of a human. It seems she is a variant due to her martial spirit. Some observers, recognizing Luna's appearance, began to speculate. They were familiar with the concept of cat girls from illustrations, thus naturally associating Luna with that notion, while the idea of elves was beyond their consideration, as they were merely ordinary folk. Chapter 132. Luna. Upon hearing the comments from the onlookers, Luna furrowed her brow. The lack of decency displayed by those individuals was astonishing. They were audaciously commenting on her figure. So what if I have a more ample bosom? It's not something I can control. If given a choice, Luna would prefer a smaller size to avoid the scrutiny of others. As they entered a narrow alley, the surrounding chatter finally subsided. The alley was cramped, allowing only a few individuals to pass through simultaneously, with residential houses lining both sides. The gray tiles of the roofs extended into the alley, casting shadows that limited the sunlight's reach to a mere sliver of the constricted space. Despite the dimness ahead, Jiang Yu opted for this path, as it was the closest route to the hotel. The alley's length was less than 100 meters, leading directly to a bustling street. As they ventured deeper, Luna's breathing grew increasingly labored, and beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead. What is wrong? Jiang Yu inquired, puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor. It's nothing serious. Luna replied, panting. It's just that our light elves are not accustomed to dark spaces. Light elves? Jiang Yu recalled from the novels he had read that the elven race was divided into different attributes. Curiously, he asked, you mentioned you are from the light elf tribe. How many other types of elves exist apart from yours? Luna, not wishing to conceal anything from Jiang Yu, replied. Though our population is not as vast as that of humans, we are divided into 9 distinct categories. I hail from the kingdom of light, the sacred land of the light elves. In addition, there are the night elves from the kingdom of night, the thunder elves from the kingdom of Leichio, as well as the kingdoms of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, and wind. These 9 elven realms each represent a different type of elf, collectively forming the entire elven race. Luna's expression grew increasingly proud. The kingdom of light. Jiang Yu could not help but jest. Is your leader the king of Ultraman? Luna's large eyes filled with confusion. Who is the king of Ultraman? I've never heard that name. Our leader is the king of light elves. Jiang Yu, aware that it could not possibly be the king of Ultraman, had merely made a light-hearted quip. To his surprise, Luna took it seriously. He chose not to elaborate further, casually dismissing the topic, and Luna did not press on. As the pair approached the end of the alley, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind them. A palpable aura of menace. Jiang Yu sensed a strong, threatening presence approaching from behind, unmistakably indicating that the newcomers bore ill intentions. Without hesitation, he summoned his martial spirit the Qi Shao sword, which materialized silently in his hand. The searing flames dispelled the surrounding darkness, and Luna's condition gradually improved, her breath stabilizing. Saint Light's staff. Realizing the danger, Luna unleashed her martial spirit, ready to fight alongside Jiang. A holy radiance erupted from her being. In an instant, her right hand shimmered with golden light, growing increasingly intense until a resplendent golden staff appeared. At its pinnacle rested a massive pearl emitting a dazzling glow, overshadowing the colorful golden grooves beneath it. 4 radiant soul rings encircled the staff. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, an optimal configuration. Even Jiang was astonished to discover that Luna possessed the cultivation of a soul master, indicating that the elven race's innate talents surpassed those of humans, with even the average elf rivaling human prodigies. In truth, Jiang was mistaken. Luna was not an ordinary elf, but possessed a supreme elven bloodline. I didn't expect your vigilance to be so acute. Emerging from the shadows were several figures, led by the young man who had recently suffered a humiliating defeat at the Great Soul Arena, Fong Ping, the young master of the Fong family. Upon seeing him, Jiang needed no further speculation to deduce Fong Ping's intentions, which were undoubtedly driven by his unwillingness to accept defeat and a desire to reclaim Luna. Kid, I advise you to comply and hand over the beauty beside you. Perhaps I might spare your life. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safe passage out of this alley. You seem to be a wise individual. Fong Ping paused, a cruel smirk crossing his face. You should know what to do. Bah! Jiang spat defiantly, the saliva landing squarely on Fong Ping's face. What if I refuse? Fong Ping was taken aback by Jiang audacity, incensed by such humiliation. Preposterous, he bellowed, pointing at Jiang. Kill him, but remember to leave the lovely lady unscathed. Yes, young master, the nearby guards responded in unison. In an instant, an array of vibrant lights filled the alleyway. This group of guards possesses formidable martial souls, all of which are beast martial souls, featuring powerful entities such as tigers, bears, wolves, and leopards, known for their significant offensive capabilities. The chapter has yet to conclude. Please proceed to the next page for the continuation of this thrilling narrative. Furthermore, they are all formidable soul masters of the soul sect. Upon receiving Fong Ping's command, several guards surged towards Jiang direction, with the foremost being a robust man, a King Kong Tiger Soul Master, whose martial soul ranks the highest among the guards. He unleashed his 4th soul skill immediately, Thunder King Kong Claw. The immense tiger claw erupted with a surge of powerful energy, its icy sheen becoming increasingly ominous. Purple-blue electric arcs suddenly crackled around the claw, accompanied by the thunderous roar of released lightning. Kixiao Sword Formation Activate. Jiang swung his long sword fiercely, causing several sword shadows to burst forth. Shooting towards the front, his first soul skill, Sacred Light of Strength, was employed. Luna wielded a golden staff, her first soul ring illuminating, as a rich beam of light surged forth from the staff and entered Jiang body. In an instant, he felt his inner strength rapidly augmenting, brimming with boundless vigor. Surprised to discover that Luna was a support-type soul master, Jiang stepped forward decisively, positioning himself to shield her securely. Given that support-type soul masters lack combat prowess, he feared Luna would be unable to withstand even the aftershocks of battle. The King Kong Tiger Soul Master, witnessing the multiple sword shadows sealing off all his escape routes, displayed a look of astonishment. Initially, he had underestimated Jiang, viewing him merely as a child lacking in combat experience, unaware that Fong Ping had not disclosed his defeat to Jiang to the guards, as it would have been too humiliating. Had the guards known that even their young master had been thoroughly defeated by Jiang, they would not have been so dismissive. It was only when the battle commenced that the guards realized the boy in front of them was far more formidable than he appeared. Though merely a great soul master, his strikes were remarkably precise. Even the King Kong Tiger Soul Master found it impossible to evade Jiang attacks, having to rely solely on his rugged tiger claws to confront the onslaught, leaning on the King Kong Tiger's tough hide. With a fierce roar, the King Kong Tiger Soul Master struck at the sword shadows with his claw, unleashing the full force of his thunderous power. Despite this, his claw nearly succumbed to the searing flames emanating from the sword shadows. Fortunately, the thunderous energy mitigated some of the flame's assault, yet his claw was still scorched and tinged with red. Chapter 133, Bear 3. The King Kong Tiger Soul Master gazed at his injured paw, nearly brought to tears. His once smooth and pristine tiger paw had transformed into a charred mess, exuding a mouth-watering aroma, causing his companions to salivate. The King Kong Tiger Soul Master felt rather speechless. Although he enjoyed eating braised tiger paws, he found it unbearable when it came to his own. After all, humanity is inherently hypocritical. His third soul skill, Tiger's Roar Shakes the Mountains and Rivers, was unleashed in fury. A deluge of sound waves erupted from his mouth, resonating with echoes of tiger roars that reverberated through the skies, sharp as thunder. The Ice Wolf Soul Master, appearing diminutive yet possessing keen eyes that shone like an eagle's, had a martial soul resembling a wolf, cloaked in blue fur, adorned with armor. Prominent cylindrical protrusions adorned his broad shoulders, while enormous iron wings sprouted from his ankles. This martial soul was known as the Ice Iron Wolf. While typical wolf martial souls are predominantly ice attribute and not uncommon, the Ice Iron Wolf, possessing dual attributes, was quite rare. The quality of the Ice Iron Wolf reached at least the mid-high level among martial souls, significantly surpassing ordinary ones. Once the Ice Wolf Soul Master unleashed his fourth soul skill, a chill wind swept through the alley, and soon water-blue ice crystals appeared in the sky, rapidly covering the ground with frost and snow, transforming the environment into a winter landscape. The temperature plummeted drastically, and while Jiang Yu's robust constitution rendered him largely unaffected, Luna, dressed lightly and unaccustomed to such cold, soon began to shiver. As the icy aura manifested, Jiang Yu sensed that the flames upon the Qishao sword were also somewhat diminished, burning less fiercely than before, albeit only slightly. Yet, he remained unfazed, for the Money Leopard Soul Master had already launched a surprise attack towards him. His first soul skill, Leopard Flash, unleashed razor-sharp wind blades that shot forth from his side, slicing directly towards Jiang Yu. In the face of the three soul sect members' onslaught, Jiang Yu maintained his composure, knowing that remaining calm in perilous moments was crucial, a lesson learned from countless battles. Panic would only disrupt his focus and provide his adversaries with an opportunity to exploit. Fortunately, none of the opponents were control-type soul masters, while the offensive capabilities of attack-type soul masters were indeed fearsome. It was the unpredictable nature of control-type soul masters that warranted the most caution. As the wind blades approached, Jiang Yu swung the Qishao sword, summoning sword shadows that cleaved through the air, shattering the wind blades with a resounding crash. The Money Leopard Soul Master had underestimated him, believing that a mere first soul skill would suffice to subdue Jiang Yu. His naivety was evident. Even titled Douluo level experts have their limits when employing their first soul skills. This explains the terrifying nature of twin martial souls. As once one soul power reaches the rank of Soul King, the second martial soul can begin with a 10,000-year soul ring. Although Jiang Yu is currently only a great soul master, his physical condition surpassed that of the Money Leopard Soul Master. Even if the latter was a soul sect member, he had no chance of defeating Jiang Yu with solely his first soul skill. The moment the wind blade shattered, the Money Leopard Soul Master realized his folly, and having witnessed Jiang Yu's prowess, he no longer dared to underestimate him, hastily unleashing his fourth soul skill, Wind Blade Magic Barrage. In the blink of an eye, a multitude of wind blades manifested, gathering above the Money Leopard Soul Master, significantly larger and more powerful than before. Simultaneously, the Ice Wolf Soul Master was not idle. His third purple soul ring illuminated, and formidable, steel-like, arc-shaped weapons formed on his arms, gleaming with a cold light and emanating a menacing aura. The King Kong Tiger Soul Master's sonic assault persisted, nearly deafening Jiang Yu. Faced with the coordinated assault of the three adversaries, he had no choice but to respond with all his might. However, what concerned him most was that the Bear Soul Master had yet to make a move, remaining silently at a distance, potentially harboring a sinister plot. Jiang Yu remained vigilant, occasionally casting glances at the Bear Soul Master, even amidst the surrounding assault. An overwhelming barrage of wind blades surged towards Jiang Yu, compelling him to continuously wield the Qishao sword. Had his swordsmanship not reached a certain level of proficiency, he might have already found himself wounded by the relentless onslaught. The Golden Leopard Soul Master seized the opportunity while Jiang Yu was distracted by the wind blades, swiftly raising his sharp scythe and charging forward with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he covered several dozen meters and soon stood before Jiang Yu, poised to strike. At that moment, Luna, who had been hiding behind, sprang into action. Her third soul skill, Holy Light Guardian, erupted from her staff, emitting a dazzling golden radiance that coalesced into a net-like shield, enveloping Jiang Yu in an instant. The moment the scythe of the golden leopard soul master touched the golden net, it was repelled by the divine light, leaving no trace of injury on Jiang Yu. This left the golden leopard soul master utterly astonished. The beauty behind Jiang Yu was no ordinary companion. Her extraordinary support abilities were truly rare in the world. At the very least, the golden leopard soul master had never encountered such a formidable support-type soul master in my city. With the golden light shielding Jiang Yu, the golden leopard soul master's plans were evidently thwarted, leaving him feeling humiliated. It was a disgrace that 3 soul masters could not subdue a mere grand soul master. If this were to spread, how could they maintain their standing in the Fong family? The young master surely would not favor them any longer. Brother Xiong, stop dawdling. The golden leopard soul master exclaimed, taking several steps back and turning to the muscular man behind him. Get in there and help. Forget about any notions of soul master honor. This kid is a tough nut to crack. We'll need to work together to take him down. Hearing his comrade's call, the enormous bear soul master furrowed his brow, clearly hesitant. Xiong-san, why haven't you moved yet? Fong Ping urged, growing impatient. In his view, Xiong-san was being overly principled. What did it matter if they outnumbered him? The soul master world respected strength above all, and as long as they could win, the means were inconsequential. Young master, this. The bear soul master hesitated repeatedly, but ultimately stepped forward, each of his strides resonating with thunderous intensity, causing the ground to crack beneath him. Xiong-san's martial soul, the rampaging giant bear, was famed for its immense strength, which was the very reason he overshadowed his companions. With a roar, he unleashed his third soul skill, Mountain-Splitting Fist. As the third soul ring on his body blazed to life, all of his power surged into his fists. Open, he bellowed, unleashing a force capable of splitting mountains and shattering peaks. A fist the size of small hill shot toward Jiang Yu's abdomen like a rocket. Caught in the midst of contending with 3 attackers, Jiang Yu had no time to prepare for Xiong-san's assault. The colossal shadow of the fist crashed down upon him, and the golden net of divine light before him began to crack under the impact. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming force wash over him, a searing pain coursing through his body as cold sweat broke out. He had never encountered such a grievous injury since awakening his martial soul. Although Xiong-san's attack was a sneak attack, it nonetheless attested to his formidable strength. Seeing Jiang Yu wounded, Fong Ping, who had been observing for the sidelines, could not help but exclaim in delight, eager to demonstrate the consequences of opposing him. Master, are you all right? Luna rushed forward, using her body to brace Jiang Yu, concerned he might collapse. This strike was extraordinary, and despite having remained behind Jiang Yu, she could still sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from that punch. It's just a small matter. Jiang Yu quickly suppressed the pain, his furrowed brow relaxing in an instant. At such a moment, he needed to maintain morale. I am here. There is no need for concern. He extended his hand to shield Luna, swallowing the blood in his mouth and declaring with steadfast resolve. In that moment, Luna felt an unprecedented sense of security. The diminutive figure before her, barely taller than herself, evoked an illusion of standing before a towering pillar of strength. An unfamiliar sensation enveloped her heart, causing her to momentarily forget the perilous situation they faced. It seemed that as long as Jiang Yu was present, the sky could not possibly fall. An excellent opportunity. The golden leopard soul master swiftly activated Leopard Flash, unleashing transparent wind blades that sliced toward Jiang Yu's arms. In an instant, crimson blood stained his arms, oozing forth. Ha ha! Fong Ping observed the situation unfolding to his advantage and could not contain his triumphant laughter. This young master has arrived. The Lei Jiao martial soul enveloped him. And seizing the moment, Fong Ping lunged forward to exact revenge for the earlier humiliation in the Grand Soul Arena. He aimed to personally eliminate Jiang Yu. What a waste, Jiang Yu thought disdainfully. Despite Fong Ping's status, he could not believe he would stoop to such despicable actions. He was nothing more than a quintessential scoundrel. The claws crackling with thunderous power sliced through the air, producing a sharp, resonating sound. Sensing imminent danger, the Qi Shao sword trembled, and a beam of golden light shot forth from his sword's body, merging with Jiang Yu, transforming into a small blade within his mind. At that moment, Jiang Yu experienced a sudden sense of unity with the Qi Shao sword, feeling as though he were the sword itself. No wonder he had struggled to master the man-sword unity technique. It was because he had not yet comprehended the essence of this profound connection. To his astonishment, He grasped the most unfathomable move within the Qi Shao sword technique at such a critical juncture. As the thunderous claws approached, Jiang Yu focused his mind, and the Qi Shao sword soared into the air. Fang Ping, caught off guard, heard a swift whoosh before his claw was pierced through, creating a gaping hole. Momentarily stunned, Fang Ping then felt a searing pain in his hand. Disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to accept this unexpected outcome. Jiang Yu, who had been ensnared by his guards, had suddenly transformed into a formidable opponent. Young master, the guards, witnessing Fang Ping's injury, were engulfed in fury, veins bulging and eyes wide as saucers. Their fierce demeanor was not born from deep affection for Fang Ping, but rather from the stringent regulations of the Fang family. If a member of the Fang family suffered harm, the guards responsible for their protection would bear the brunt of the consequences and face severe punishment. Previously, a distant relative of the Fang family had been beaten for disrespecting another's wife, and his guards, deemed ineffective, had been exiled to a perilous land to fend for themselves. This was merely a distant relative, and Fang Ping was the legitimate son of the family head, the most likely heir to inherit the family position. Now, he had suffered such a grievous blow. It was clear that the family head would not spare them. The guards understood the gravity of the situation. Only by eliminating Jiang Yu could they mitigate their culpability. Even Xiong San cast aside any pretense, prioritizing survival over any notions of honor. Though he appeared somewhat naive, he was far from foolish. Those deceived by his exterior were the true simpletons. Xiong San was the first to rush in front of Jiang Yu. With his fourth soul skill, Frenzy, the deep purple soul ring around him suddenly illuminated, causing his muscles to swell rapidly. The hairs on his skin stood on end, and before long, his stature exceeded 2 meters, his muscles becoming increasingly robust. Frenzy, 100% increase in attack power, 100% increase in soul power, 100% increase in speed, 100% increase in defense, and immunity to all negative states. Undoubtedly, Frenzy is an extraordinarily powerful soul skill. However, the more potent the soul skill, the more likely it is to impose unbearable negative effects on the soul master. In the realm of soul masters, genuinely powerful soul skills without side effects are exceedingly rare. Most individuals never have the opportunity to acquire them. This explains why soul masters with connections find it easier to obtain soul skills with minimal side effects, while commoner soul masters, regardless of their exceptional talents, often end up with only mediocre soul rings if they do not join a significant faction. Although Xiong San's Frenzy soul skill carries substantial side effects, it is undeniably powerful. Without the support of the Fang family, he would not have been able to obtain it. In a state of frenzy, Xiong San unleashed his formidable mountain-splitting fist. And this time, the power behind his fists was significantly amplified, creating a force that even displaced the gentle breeze around him. At that moment, several guards nearby also launched fierce attacks, pouncing towards Jiang Yu from various directions. From their auras, it was clear that each of them was exerting their utmost, evidently spurred on by Fang Ping's injuries. To counter Xiong San, Jiang Yu had no choice but to direct the Qi Shao sword towards the other enemies, while simultaneously executing the Ba Ji Quan he had learned in school. Originally intended merely for physical fitness, this martial art erupted with tremendous power when bolstered by his soul power. Upon arriving at Douluo, Jiang Yu found himself regretting not having studied more traditional martial arts during his school days. These were not inferior to the soul master's self-created skills. Unfortunately, he had devoted most of his energy to his school beauty girlfriend, choosing only to study Ba Ji Quan and Ba Duanjin, and for certain reasons. He had focused more on a specific move from Ba Duanjin, the two hands grasping the feet to strengthen the kidneys and waist. Remarkably, it proved to be effective. Indeed, it could strengthen the kidneys and fortify the body. Since practicing it, the frequency of Jiang Yu's intimate exchanges with his girlfriend had increased from once every 3 days to once a day, and his vitality had grown ever more robust. Reflecting on it now, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of regret for having concentrated solely on this aspect. He had even dismissed the renowned Lightning 5 whips taught by the esteemed teacher Ma, which was the most popular elective. However, now that he was in Douluo, it was too late for regrets. Fortunately, Ba Ji Quan and Ba Duanjin were not lacking and were sufficient for Jiang Yu's needs. As the saying goes, one cannot chew more than they can swallow. If thoroughly mastered, these two martial arts could suffice to create a master of their own. Though Jiang Yu had yet to fully comprehend Ba Ji Quan, with the support of his soul power and his currently formidable physique, the power of this technique was indeed considerable. Chapter 135. A clever response. Jiang Yu unleashed both fists to meet Xiong San's, engaging in a contest of raw strength without any frills. The remaining guards, entangled with the Qi Shao sword, were momentarily unable to assist. The situation quickly devolved into a one-on-one confrontation. Xiong San did not dare to underestimate the moment, channeling all his strength into his arms. The force behind this strike was capable of rivaling that of a power-type Soul King. He was determined to defeat Jiang Yu. In a world of soul beasts, bears are undoubtedly among the strongest. Even the tiger, hailed as the king of beasts, cannot match the raw power of bear-type soul beasts. Moreover, Xiong San's frenzied giant bear was a standout among his kind, his strength truly fearsome. Were it not for his humble origins and urgent need for money, he would not have sold himself to the Fong family as a guard. Of course, in return, the family had resolved his soul ring issues. From his perspective, it was not a bad arrangement. Otherwise, as a commoner soul master, it would be impossible for Xiong San to have optimal soul ring configurations. Jiang Yu sensed the immense power emanating from Xiong San's punch. Although Xiong San hailed from humble beginnings and lacked soul bones or ancestral secrets, his strength was commendable. Unfortunately, he had chosen the wrong master. After all, Fang Ping insisted on opposing Jiang Yu. Faced with such despicable tactics from the enemy, Jiang Yu would not adopt a merciful stance. A wildfire cannot be extinguished, and spring breezes bring rebirth. Being lenient with enemies is tantamount to being cruel to oneself. Jiang Yu was no longer the child who hesitated even to slay soul beasts. Over the past 2 years, he had endured too much, witnessing even the harshness of war. Though he was reluctant to harm the innocent, Fang Ping and his cohort were evidently no paragons of virtue. To eliminate them was to eradicate a threat. Thus, Jiang Yu had no intention of holding back. With Ba Ji Quan's explosive force and the enhancement of his martial skills, his own power surged exponentially. A terrifying might emanated from Jiang Yu, as if it could tear apart the very heavens. Even Xiong San could not help but tremble. As a power-type soul master, Xiong San could feel the intensity of Jiang Yu's unleashed might. Even he felt a flicker of apprehension. Although the outcome remained uncertain, Xiong San had lost his unwavering confidence. His heart in disarray, fearing even before the clash had begun, clearly falling into a disadvantageous position. In sharp contrast, Jiang Yu appeared utterly fearless. Upon their fists colliding, an immense force erupted outward, creating a whirlwind that swept across a radius of several dozen meters. The earth trembled and shattered under the destructive power they unleashed, their impact comparable to that of a cataclysm. The strength of this individual was no small matter. Feeling the pressure emanating from his opponent, Jiang Yu could not help but commend Xiong San, albeit briefly. Xiong San had not yet reached the level that warranted his full attention. Truly a little monster. Xiong San was increasingly alarmed. After all, he was a power-type soul master. The youth before him, though also a close combat soul master, wielded merely a weapon spirit. Although weapon spirits could unleash their full potential upon reaching the soul sage realm, surpassing beast spirits, prior to that, beast spirits were generally acknowledged to be superior, particularly among power-type beast soul masters. Their attacks were not something an ordinary individual could withstand. To put it plainly, if Tang San relied solely on his blue-silver grass without any external enhancements, Dai Mu Bai would send him flying. While sword spirits are formidable, they cannot contend with beast spirits in terms of sheer strength. Xiong San was thoroughly perplexed. This was utterly contrary to reason. Could it be that contemporary sword masters had become so formidable, adopting a muscle-bound approach akin to their own? The power radiating from Jiang Yu was truly terrifying. Despite exerting all his might, Xiong San found he could not budge Jiang Yu in the slightest, which was rather absurd. Even a genius like their young master would find it challenging to contend with Xiong San. Yet this upstart, emerging from seemingly nowhere, has managed to gain the upper hand against him. Could this young man be a deity incarnate? Xiong San mused, recalling the legends of ancient times when gods would descend to the mortal realm, journeying across the continent and engaging in battles with so-called geniuses. Given Jiang Yu's performance, the notion of a god in disguise hardly seems far-fetched. Despite lacking concrete proof, Xiong San deemed this theory the most plausible. He would never admit defeat to a mere boy, but should he be a god, it would be a different matter entirely. Losing to a deity is hardly shameful. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to Xiong San's musings. The other guard from the Fang family had sustained injuries under the assault of the Qi Shao sword, yet they remained capable of retaliating. As they approached the defenses of the Qi Shao sword, Jiang Yu had already activated the Qi Shao sword formation, but against several formidable soul sect warriors, it was unlikely to contain them for long. After all, these warriors were far from inept. Their combat experience was commendable. Had it not been for the Imperial Fire's might empowering the Qi Shao sword, they would have swiftly breached Jiang Yu's formation. Among the guards, the Wolf Spirit Master exhibited the most formidable offensive capabilities. Although not the one with the highest soul power, his martial soul's powerful ice attributes proved invaluable at this juncture. Unleashing extraordinary strength, Jiang Yu realized he could not afford a delay. He needed to swiftly subdue Xiong San. If his companions broke through the Qi Shao sword formation and encircled him, the battle would grow increasingly difficult. To preemptively avoid a passive predicament, Jiang Yu had no choice but to unleash his full power to bring down Xiong San. An overwhelming force erupted from within him, and the muscular man opposite him sensed the impending crisis, hastily squatting to stabilize his stance. Alas, Xiong San underestimated the strength emanating from Jiang Yu. Before long, an immense pressure descended upon him, overwhelming even his hefty frame. In an instant, Xiong San was sent hurtling backward, tracing an arc through the air before crashing toward the ground. Curse it! As the massive figure descended from the sky, Fong Ping realized the impending disaster. But before he could react, Xiong San's colossal form struck him with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. Witnessing this spectacle, the other guards turned ashen, knowing they faced dire consequences. Given Xiong San's size, how could their young master withstand such an impact? Even if they managed to capture Jiang Yu, returning to the Fong residence would likely incur severe punishment, the consequences of which were unimaginable, as history had shown. Doubts began to creep into the minds of the guards. At this point, it would be wiser to flee, seeking greener pastures elsewhere, for their strength would ensure they would not go hungry. Exchanging knowing glances, they realized that serving Fong Ping was far from rewarding. It was better to seize this opportunity to escape my city and seek a more favorable master. In a flash, the guards made their decision, swiftly retracting their released soul skills and retreating in unison. Observing their retreat, Jiang Yu had no intention of letting them go. The Qi Shao sword erupted with searing golden flames, swiftly targeting the fleeing guards. Within moments, the sword pierced through their bodies, delivering swift retribution. These guards had committed numerous heinous acts alongside Fong Ping, and Jiang Yu harbored no qualms about eliminating such individuals. After dispatching the guards, Jiang Yu approached the fallen Xiong San, who lay unconscious yet still breathed. Gazing upon the robust man's visage, Jiang Yu showed no mercy, despite holding on to certain principles. He was no paragon of virtue, for he would not assist in perpetuating tyranny. With the Qi Shao sword, he thrust downward with fierce intent, the blade piercing through both Xiong San and Fong Ping. Regardless of whether Fong Ping had been crushed under Xiong San's formidable bulk, he was now irrevocably deceased. The imperial fire enveloping the Qi Shao sword blazed like infernal flames, incinerating the bodies of both men. In no time, the remains of Xiong San and Fong Ping vanished, leaving behind only a pile of ash, a testament to their earlier existence. Luna gazed at Jiang Yu, her emotions tumultuous, while Fong Ping and his ilk were undoubtedly villains. She had never contemplated their demise. The elven race seldom took lives, believing each soul to be a gift from the goddess of life, deserving of existence despite their transgressions. Only the great goddess held the authority to take a life. Jiang Yu's actions clearly contradicted Luna's beliefs. How could you kill them? Luna's face was a picture of shock. Jiang Yu had not anticipated such naivety from Luna. Had Fong Ping not struck first, he would not have resorted to such measures. He was hardly a bloodthirsty killer. The elven maiden, having spent too long among her kin, was likely unfamiliar with the darker aspects of humanity. They sought my life. It is their lack of skill that led to their downfall. Had I not acted decisively, it would have been me lying there, Jiang Yu asserted with gravity. Luna opened her mouth to retort, but found herself at a loss for words, unsure how to express her thoughts. This place is no longer safe. We should leave, Jiang Yu suggested, recognizing her internal struggle. However, such matters could not be resolved in haste. It was best to return to their lodgings and address them later. Cultivating a game of sorts could prove to be quite delightful, he mused, confident in his ability to bring about a transformation in Luna. Upon returning to the hotel, the moment they entered the lobby, every staff member was captivated by Luna's stunning beauty, her delicate features and pointed ears evoking a desire to approach her. Jiang Yu escorted Luna to his suite, which was spacious and featured a uniquely designed round bed, with a screen partitioning the sleeping area from a large sofa and table. Feel free to rest if you are weary. I shall take a bath. You need not concern yourself with me, Jiang said graciously, yielding the large bed to Luna before making his way to the bathing area. After 2 consecutive battles, he was drenched in sweat and bore the metallic scent of blood. He had no desire to sleep in such a state. He entered the glass-walled shower room, where a large wooden tub awaited, equipped with a soul guide device for water. Pressing the circular button, steaming water soon cascaded forth. The bathing soul device, though not inexpensive, boasts a remarkably simple manufacturing process. While the average individual may find it beyond their means, it is hardly an extraordinary item for larger brand hotels. Take the hotel where Jiang resides, for instance. Nearly every guest room is equipped with one. Jiang feels quite satisfied with this arrangement, as it spares him the hassle of boiling water, offering convenience akin to the water heater he previously used. After filling the tub with hot water, Jiang promptly shed his garments and swiftly leapt into the tub. The sensation was delightful. He dipped his hands into the warm water and applied it to his skin, quickly revitalizing his previously fatigued spirit. He even began to sing. Had he managed to restrain his excitement during the earlier gathering, he would not have found himself in this moment. Jiang sang a popular love song, and the melodious notes drifted beyond the confines of the bathing area, reaching the ears of the hesitant Luna, who could not help but blush at the sound. Let me lie on the bed while singing such a song. He can't possibly be contemplating that, can he? Though Luna was somewhat naive. She had heard her kin speak of matters between men and women. An elder sister in her clan had informed her that the physical union of a man and a woman was a profoundly pleasurable experience, one that transcended the ordinary realm of existence. However, the women of the Elven clan must adhere to their customs. They can only offer themselves to the man they love most, and thereafter, they must remain devoted, refraining from forming intimate relationships with others. Any who violate this decree face imprisonment in the most perilous confines of the Elven lands, subjected to the tortures of fire. Although Luna had temporarily accepted Jiang as her master, due to her inability to return to her clan, she was unprepared to offer her body to him. After all, for the women of the Elven tribe, chastity is an exceedingly precious treasure, not to be surrendered lightly. Thus, Luna did not heed Jiang suggestion to lie on the bed. Instead, she retreated to a corner beside the sofa, feeling somewhat at a loss as she huddled against the wall. This truly felt like escaping from a wolf's den only to enter a tiger's lair. Luna felt a pang of regret, fearing that Jiang might be akin to that notorious gentleman, or perhaps even more fearsome. What would she do if that were the case? Flee? Yet, where could she possibly run? Resist? Luna quickly dismissed that notion, for she was merely a support-type soul master with limited offensive capabilities. Moreover, Jiang had just effortlessly dispatched 5 soul masters. Luna was acutely aware of her limitations. Given her strength, she would struggle even against a mere battle soul master, a common weakness among support-type soul masters. It could be said that without the protection of her companions, even a title-level support-type soul master would be of little concern, let alone her. Thus, resistance was simply not an option. This left but one path to choose. Even if she could not resist, she could at least embrace the experience. Upon reflection, Jiang was quite handsome, not at all inferior to the men of her Elven tribe, and his talent was formidable, surely destined to reach the realm of Douluo. As for his actions against Fong Ping and the others, Luna had heard from her kin that humans outside were accustomed to violence. In the world of soul masters, taking a life was merely a commonplace occurrence. He was not of the Elven clan and thus not bound by their customs. Besides, those individuals had initiated the conflict, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. When considering it closely, there seemed to be little fault in his actions. In chapter 137, titled The Overbearing Assault, Luna concocted an excuse for herself, and a fearless expression emerged in her eyes. The fear that had enveloped her dissipated in an instant. Since she could not avoid it, she might as well enjoy it thoroughly. Luna stood and walked toward the grand circular bed, shedding her clothing before reclining upon it. The bed was not as rigid as she had imagined. Instead, it was quite soft and comfortable. With her eyes closed, she awaited Jiang's arrival. Her emotions a tangle of complexity, nervousness, fear, and even a hint of anticipation. She was about to undergo an experience she had only heard of before, one that her elder sister had described as a transcendent state of harmony. Initially, Luna had thought her sister's words exaggerated, yet she was now on the cusp of a personal encounter. Whether her sister's claims were indeed exaggerated would soon be revealed. As time passed slowly, Luna lay perfectly still on the bed, hardly daring to move, beads of fragrant sweat beginning to form on her skin. Suddenly, the door to the bathing area swung open, and the sound of footsteps reached her ears. He was here. Luna finally exhaled, relieved. The wait had been unbearable, and she wished for Jiang to arrive sooner. A soft sigh escaped her lips. While feeling somewhat embarrassed, she couldn't deny a vague sense of anticipation for what was to come. After drying his hair with a towel, Jiang surveyed the surroundings, realizing that Luna had vanished. Had she fallen asleep so quickly? He paused for a moment, then stepped beyond the screen to the circular bed, discovering Luna lying there in nothing but her undergarments. Gazing at Luna's alluring form, Jiang swallowed hard. The temptation was overwhelming. Such a situation could not withstand scrutiny. Though he prided himself on his integrity, the sight of such a stunning beauty before him rendered notions of virtue irrelevant. Jiang approached the bed slowly. Taking a seat at its edge, his eyes fixed on the graceful contours of Luna's figure. His arm rose hesitantly, only to lower again after a moment of indecision. How could he even consider such an act? It was utterly beastly. His thought echoed in his mind. Yet, what was there to contemplate? She had presented herself willingly. To let such a splendid opportunity slip away would be to fall short of even the most depraved of creatures. His mind was divided. Reason and impulse clashed, each with its own justification, engaged in a fierce internal battle. What's he doing? Luna wondered as she squinted at Jiang movements. Why had he lowered his hand again? Why was this grown man so hesitant at such a critical moment? Observing Jiang indecision, Luna steeled herself, reached out, and pulled him onto the bed, swiftly mounting him, exuding an air of dominance. Are elven women truly this assertive? Jiang was taken aback. This narrative had deviated from expectation. Wasn't he supposed to be the one in control? How had the roles reversed? Once Luna had him pinned beneath her, she found herself at a loss for what to do next, lacking any experience. All she could manage was to trace circles on his body with her fingers. Don't do that, Jiang exclaimed, feeling an unexpected ticklish sensation. Was Luna perhaps a bit misguided? The overbearing approach was one thing, but to stall indefinitely was intolerable. He had no desire to partake in such games. Are you misunderstanding something? Jiang called out. Perhaps you could get off me first? Luna wore an expression of innocence, her body swaying slightly, causing their forms to brush against each other. Tears cascaded from her eyes like droplets of rain. Isn't this what you desired? She lamented. The elder sisters in our clan say that men enjoy such things. Come on, I have already accepted you as my master. As long as you treat me well, that is sufficient. Her voice broke into a sob, as if she had suffered a great injustice. What's going on here? Jiang thought, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed that Luna's imagination was far too vivid. Despite his intentions being entirely different, she had misconstrued his actions. Sighing, he could only reflect on how such overactive imaginations could lead to misunderstandings. He even began to wonder if she had watched too many harem dramas. As her thoughts were utterly chaotic, instantly losing interest, Jiang pushed Luna away and leaped off the circular bed. He decided it best to leave her in solitude for now, striding towards a sofa. He was fatigued and longed for a good sleep, indifferent to Luna's thoughts. Was it possible that he had misunderstood her? Before long, Luna heard Jiang's soft snores, leading her to doubt her previous assumptions. It appeared that he had no such intentions. As this realization dawned upon her, she felt a wave of shame wash over her, her face growing increasingly warm. Would her master misinterpret her as a wicked woman? Anxiety fluttered within her heart. As the sun rose high in the sky, Jiang lazily emerged from the sofa, his eyes opening to reveal the pristine white blanket covering him. In this room, aside from Luna, there were no other occupants. It was clear that she had tucked him in. A smile crept onto Jiang's lips at the thought of this girl. Master, you are awake, Luna exclaimed as she exited the bathing area, quickly approaching him with a basin in hand. She placed it before him, dipped the towel into the warm water, and wrung it out diligently. Finally, she respectfully offered it to Jiang. Please, wipe your face. Seeing Luna's enthusiasm, Jiang felt too embarrassed to decline and took the towel from her to clean himself. Once refreshed, he led Luna to the hotel dining hall, where a lavish breakfast awaited. In addition to meat soup and steamed buns, there were an array of delectable snacks. Upon entering the dining area, Jiang noticed Yang Wudi and others enjoying chicken feet at a nearby table. Without hesitation, he approached them and sat down to eat, ignoring the greetings of others. Luna stood awkwardly behind him, momentarily at a loss. Yang Wudi had noticed the unfamiliar girl trailing behind Jiang. Observing her ears, he deduced her true identity. As the leader of the Puji clan, Yang Wudi was somewhat knowledgeable about the various races on the continent. However, he was surprised to encounter a long-lost elven maiden here in my city, a remarkable discovery indeed. In ancient times, the rulers of Douluo continent were not human. The dominant races were the elves, the fire Li, and the dwarves. However, a catastrophic disaster befell these three races, forcing them into obscurity, thus allowing humanity to rise to prominence. Since then, the three races had seldom made appearances, and even Yang Wudi had never encountered such legendary beings. Well, what a lovely little sister you have brought along, Fa Lan remarked, his gaze filled with intrigue. In the Fong family residence within my city, Fong Ying sat composedly in a zetan chair. Despite his calm demeanor, he felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. His son had been missing for an entire night. Although Fong Ping's reputation in my city was somewhat tarnished, his talent was exceptional, warranting Fong Ying's nurturing of him as an heir. However, since Fong Ping attended the auction at the Duhan Arena yesterday, he had yet to return. The guards reported that he had sent someone to summon help, but upon arrival, they were informed that Fong Ping had already left. Initially, Fong Ying assumed his son had succumbed to temptation in the pleasures of the red light district. Yet as the day wore on without any sign of Fong Ping, he began to suspect that something was amiss. He dispatched numerous searches to discover his son's whereabouts, but to no avail. He had nearly scoured every brothel in my city, and his anxiety only mounted. Nevertheless, he knew he must maintain his composure, for as the head of the Fong family, he needed to stabilize the hearts of his kin. As the sun set, an elder hurried back to the council hall, approaching Fong Ying and whispering urgently in his ear. Fong Ying's expression grew dark as he listened, his brows knitting together in concern. It seemed Fong Ping had exited the Dahan Arena with someone and entered a narrow alley, never to emerge again. Witnesses claimed that fierce combat had erupted within the alley, and recalling Fong Ping's previous gambling endeavors, the pieces of the puzzle began to align. Fong Ying knew his son well. He was likely unwilling to accept defeat and sought to reclaim his lost stakes, possibly encountering formidable opponents in the process. The more he pondered, the more dread enveloped him. It was clear he needed to visit the Duhan Arena himself. Rising abruptly from his seat, he understood the gravity of his son's safety and resolved to uncover the truth. The Fong family estate was somewhat distant from the Duhan Arena, but Fong Ying's horse-drawn carriage, pulled by a 500-year-old Yufeng beast, swiftly carried him to his destination in mere minutes. Upon entering the arena, he instructed the staff to inform Yi Fanqing that the head of the Fong family wished to meet her. The attendant, sensing the urgency, hurried to relay the message. Soon, Yi Fanqing arrived in the hall, her expression shifting upon realizing that the head of the Fong family had come personally, likely concerning young Master Fong. Without beating around the bush, she spoke directly. "I've already informed your steward regarding young Master Fong's situation. Is there anything further you wish to inquire about?" Understanding Yi Fanqing's position, Fong Ying softened his tone. "Madam Yi, I come seeking assistance. I implore you to reveal all pertinent information regarding the individual with whom my son engaged in combat." Yi Fanqing was not surprised. However, the Duhan Arena had its own regulations, bound by confidentiality regarding client information, and thus could not divulge such details. "I regret to inform you, esteemed Fong family head, that your request exceeds the limits typically afforded to clients. We cannot comply." Though Jiang had not acquiesced to her demands, she would not betray him. Fong Ying, despite his considerable prestige in my city, was not intimidating to Yi Fanqing. The reputation of the Yi family still held significant weight, and she was confident that Fong Ying would not dare to act recklessly in the Grand Soul Arena. "I kindly request Director Yi to facilitate this matter," Fong Ying insisted, unwavering in his resolve. He was aware of the formidable forces behind the Soul Arena, thus resorting to persuasion rather than coercion. "I'm afraid that is against the rules," Yi Fanqing replied, shaking her head dismissively, clearly uninterested in Fong Ying's promises of generous rewards. After being repeatedly rebuffed, even Fong Ying's temper, which was usually mild, began to flare. He was a distinguished first duke bestowed with honor by the esteemed Xingluo Emperor, and even the lord of my city would greet him with deference. Yet, he found it astonishing that this young woman, Yi Fanqing, continuously disregarded his authority. Were it not for her lineage as a direct descendant of the Yi family, he would have long since dealt her a sharp rebuke. "Then I shall take my leave," Fong Ying declared, flicking his sleeve disdainfully and huffing as he stormed out of the Grand Soul Arena. Yi Fanqing mused privately, "Jiang, I hope you can leave my city unscathed." Fong Ying was not a benevolent character, The entirety of my city was his domain, and she feared for Jiang Yu's safety. If he fell into Fang Ying's clutches, even she would be unable to assist him. Although she belonged to the Yi family, she was not the head of the family, and protecting someone unrelated to the Soul Arena from Fang Ying was undoubtedly a daunting task. Once aboard his carriage, Fang Ying wore a stern expression as he commanded his steward, Fang Quan, notify General Zhou Yuan to secure the city gates. Capture anyone seen in the company of the elven woman immediately. Fang Quan promptly acknowledged the order. Zhou Yuan had a close relationship with the Fang family. In addition to his formidable strength, he served as the city's chief commander, overseeing thousands of city guards, placing him on par with the lord of my city. Fang Ying hoped fervently that the perpetrator responsible for harming his son had not yet fled my city, for only then could he seize that scoundrel and unleash his pent-up fury. As Fang Quan disembarked from the carriage, he swiftly summoned his martial soul, the long-tailed vermilion bird. This was merely a common avian creature, lacking any connection to the legendary divine beast. With a flash of pink light, a charming little bird manifested behind him, measuring only a few centimeters and exceedingly lightweight. Its elongated feathers were pink, while its lower back and waist were adorned in vibrant red. Even its claws were distinctively pink, save for its long tail feathers, which were black. Fang Quan possessed 5 soul rings, 2 yellow and 3 purple, indicating a considerable gap compared to more gifted soul masters. Nevertheless, reaching the rank of Soul King was commendable, as Soul Kings constituted the backbone of the Soul Master community, enjoying privileges across various factions. Upon summoning his martial soul, Fang Quan sprouted a pair of diminutive pink wings, which appeared rather peculiar, as such hues were typically associated with females. A grown man sporting pink wings would undoubtedly attract ridicule. Therefore, he rarely unleashed his martial soul unless absolutely necessary. However, he had little choice now. Fang Quan spread his wings, and his first soul ring glimmered to life. This initial soul skill could enhance his flying speed by 10% while consuming minimal soul power. Although it appeared somewhat ordinary for someone of his humble origins, possessing a yellow 100-year first soul ring was already remarkable. In the blink of an eye, Fang Quan soared over several streets, soon arriving near the city walls. However, before reaching the tower, he descended to the ground. Despite being a member of the Fang family, he had to adhere to the no-fly order in this military zone, as the guards at the city gates were unaware of his identity. Should they shoot him down, the consequences would be dire. For safety's sake, Fang Quan opted to walk, as he was now less than 100 meters from the city gates, a distance he could cover swiftly. As night fell and the silver moon illuminated the sky, 2 carriages sped toward the city gates, driven by members of the Min clan. Inside the carriage were Jiang Yu and his companions. Jiang Yu did not conceal the details regarding Luna's origins or the incident with Fang Ping. Surprisingly, Yang Wudi and the others did not berate him for causing them trouble. Instead, they regarded Jiang Yu with newfound respect. While others might shy away from conflict, they believed that to do so would be cowardly. In the world of soul masters, bravery was esteemed. Jiang Yu, merely a grand soul master, had managed to defeat several soul kings, an achievement even Yang Wudi had not accomplished during his time. The clan was known for its formidable offensive capabilities, and they would confront even the Hao-Yi and Hammer Soul masters without hesitation. Yet, individuals like Jiang Yu were rare. Yang Wudi increasingly admired Jiang Yu, exclaiming, "You, my friend, are truly exceptional." Yang Wudi's smile radiated warmth, his tone filled with admiration. "Were it not for the considerable gap in our soul power, I would gladly challenge you to a friendly duel." Bai He, overhearing his friend's words, couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head in disbelief. "Old goat, you still praise him. The Fang family wields significant influence in my city. They are likely already waiting for us at the gates." Bai He, the most agile scout and an outstanding intelligence officer in Douluo continent, possessed a keen sense for danger and had a hunch that an ambush awaited them at the city gates, lying in wait for their arrival. "Let them wait," Yang Wudi declared boldly. "I chose to depart at night, not to evade detection. As the saying goes, a dark night is a good night for murder. It allows us to strike decisively while minimizing collateral damage." At the mention of murder, Luna furrowed her brow, her lips parting as if to voice her concerns. But she ultimately refrained from speaking. Bai found himself at a loss for words, knowing full well that Yang Wudi's penchant for violence had earned him many enemies. However, he refrained from dissuading him, understanding that such was Yang Wudi's way. The clan bore the name because they possessed a heart capable of obliterating all, facing even divine adversaries without a hint of fear. For them, slaughter was not a malevolent act, but a means to elevate their spirit. Jiang Yu was acutely aware that the Fong family would employ every means at their disposal to uncover the culprit behind Fong Ping's demise. Therefore, he shared Bai He's sentiments, recognizing that the Fong family might very well be waiting for him to walk into their trap. Yet, Jiang Yu remained untroubled. After all, Yang Wudi was by his side, a powerhouse of the soul, Douluo rank, capable of retreating unscathed even after confronting a titled Douluo. Such strength was among the elite on the continent, while the Fong family were mere locals of my city, unlikely to possess a titled caliber soul master. The head of the Fong family was likely just a soul sage, and should he encounter Yang Wudi, he would probably not last long in combat. Thus, Jiang Yu's mood remained remarkably tranquil, with an undercurrent of anticipation for the forthcoming battle. At last, he would witness Yang Wudi spring into action. After a brief interval, the carriage arrived at the city gates, flanked by numerous imposing soldiers, illuminated by the flickering lights. Their resolute faces revealed the decades of service they had dedicated to the city's defense, their strength far surpassing that of mere recruits. As the carriage passed, a soldier approached for inspection, his armor considerably more ornate than that of his companions, indicating his position among the ranks. Chen Shan, though less concerned, adhered to the order issued by the commanding officer. Every individual passing through the gates was to be meticulously scrutinized, leaving no room for even the slightest suspicion. Therefore, he dared not be negligent. Everyone dismount for inspection. Chen Shan bellowed, instinctively reaching for the black iron sword at his waist. Having stood guard at the gates for many years, he had developed a habit of adopting a defensive posture upon encountering strangers. Here they come, here they come. Bai Chunxiang's novel sent a thrill through her, her face alight with excitement. She had never before witnessed such grandeur. Martial soul, manifest. Lord Ifa suddenly unleashed her martial soul, radiating a golden light that enveloped her, remaining contained within her form. A diminutive golden eagle materialized behind her, her eyes transforming to a brilliant gold, and a pair of resplendent golden wings sprouted from her back. With a swift motion, Lord Ifa threw aside the curtain and surged forward like a gust of wind, her first soul ring igniting, casting forth a beam of golden light from her youthful eyes. First soul skill, Royal Child, activate. Chun Shan was taken aback as the individual within launched an attack on the city guard. Soon ensnared by the Royal Child's power, he felt an involuntary urge to submit, too intimidated to resist, even if his life were at stake. It bore the essence of a sovereign commands the minister to perish, and the minister must comply, which is precisely why Lord Ifa's soul skill was aptly named Royal Child. However, this technique proved less effective against those with strong wills, primarily affecting ordinary soul masters. Lord Ifa struck with ruthless precision. The golden eagle's talons swiftly targeted Chun Shan's abdomen, penetrating his body with a single blow. This transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time those around reacted, Chun Shan lay on the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Little Master, there are more chapters ahead. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more thrilling. Yang Wudi was astonished, realizing that this young lady was surprisingly fierce. Before he could make a move, she had already seized the initiative, demonstrating considerable strength, equivalent to that of a soul emperor, a rarity at such a young age. Enemy attack. The surrounding soldiers promptly summoned their martial souls, an array of colors illuminating the scene. Their soul rings were mostly unremarkable, predominantly white, and most were at the level of great soul masters, with only a few having attained the rank of soul elder. The disparity between their strength and Lord Ifa's was insurmountable. They stood no chance against her. Nonetheless, they bought time for their commander, who, at this moment, led his elite soldiers from the city walls to the gates. Bold thieves! How dare you assault officers of the law? You are surrounded. Surrender immediately. Zhou Yuan brandished his long knife, directing it toward Lord Ifa, while the surrounding soldiers swiftly encircled her. A melodious laughter echoed, and a smile graced Lord Ifa's face as she extended her pinky finger downward, a blatant display of disdain. Kill! Zhou Yuan erupted in fury, his teeth grinding in frustration. He yearned to eliminate the woman who had mocked him, believing it would quell his anger. With Zhou Yuan's command, all the soldiers unleashed their soul skills, a torrent of attacks converging upon Lord Ifa. Though she possessed the strength of a soul emperor, facing hundreds of soul skills was no trivial matter. At this juncture, Jiang Yu and Yang Wudi emerged from the carriage. Bai He and Bai Qinxiang lacked significant offensive capabilities, and their presence would only hinder the battle. As the onslaught of attacks descended upon them, Jiang Yu focused his mind, guiding the Qishao sword into the air, where it erupted with dozens of fiery red sword shadows that shot forward. Chapter 140. The Black-Gold Dual-Headed Dragon. Just as the razor-sharp feather blades were about to slice into Lordifa's celestial visage, a crimson sword shadow swiftly cleaved through the brown feather blades. Realizing the imminent threat, Lordifa felt a surge of gratitude toward Jiang Yu for his timely assistance. Otherwise, she might have faced disfigurement. However, true to her nature, she would not outwardly express her appreciation, merely acknowledging him with a haughty nod and a flirtatious glance, saying nothing further. A chill ran through Jiang Yu. To be fair, this Madame F.A. Lan was indeed quite striking and exuded femininity, resembling a perfectly ripe peach. As if a gentle squeeze could yield a torrent of juice, truly the object of many a man's desire. Yet, Jiang Yu felt no particular inclination toward her. Even her flirtation left him somewhat unsettled, as she was simply not his type. Yang Wudi, unfazed by any allure, seized his dark long spear and thrust it forward. The weapon emitted a chilling glimmer. Exceeding 8 feet in length, its spearhead broader than usual, the shaft as thick as a human arm. Adorned with 8 radiant soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black. While the spear's appearance may have seemed unremarkable, it radiated an extraordinary brilliance, exuding an aura of intimidation that left many quaking in fear. This was the legendary weapon of the Pa family, the Pa Soul Spear. Among all spear-type martial souls, only a few, such as the Wanjin Tiger Demon Spear and the Longed and Bright Silver Spear, could rival it. With a sweeping motion of his spear, Yang Wudi effortlessly deflected the dazzling torrent of soul skill attacks. As the patriarch of the Pa family, he had thoroughly studied the essence of Pa, making even titled Douluos exert their utmost to contend with him, let alone these lower-ranked soul masters. The emergence of the Pa Soul Spear resulted in catastrophic losses for the city guard, with some unable to withstand even the malevolent aura emanating from a spear. Zhou Yuan's heart raced with dread as he realized that the seemingly unremarkable old man was, in fact, a formidable soul daw. Such strength was beyond their capacity to confront. In that moment, fear gripped him. He was merely a soul saint without any soul bones, utterly incapable of challenging Yang Wudi across such a vast chasm of power. Just as he prepared to retreat, a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, where the inky night sky revealed dozens of distinct lights, emanating from figures adorned with numerous soul rings. Brother Fong. Zhou Yuan quickly recognized the leader, who was accompanied by a fearsome golden scale dragon, with 7 brilliantly shining soul rings. The soul saints of my city were few and far between, and only one possessed the Jiao dragon martial soul, Fong Ying, the head of the Fong family. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Zhou Yuan's trepidation somewhat diminished. While a single Hun Sheng might not stand a chance against a Hun Douluo, the presence of 2, namely himself and Fong Ying, could indeed pose a formidable challenge even to a Hun Douluo. Zhou Yuan and Fong Ying shared a profound camaraderie, having partaken in indulgences together, even to the extent of swapping concubines. Such a bond was not one easily found. Most significantly, their souls resonated with an unparalleled harmony, comparable to that of twin brothers. Their relationship was exceedingly intimate, to the extent that even the lord of my city dared not offend them, solidifying the Fong family's status as the foremost family in the city. Upon receiving intelligence from his steward, Fong Ying hastily made his way towards the city tower. To expedite his journey, he personally selected capable flying soul masters from his clan to precede him, all in pursuit of capturing the perpetrator. Upon realizing that their adversary had the backing of a Hun Douluo-level powerhouse, Fong Ying was momentarily taken aback. However, he remained resolute in his mission to ensure that the murderer faced justice, for they held a significant numerical advantage and possessed hidden trump cards. A Hun Douluo would not necessarily be his equal. Brother Zhou, let us proceed. Fong Ying's voice resonated like thunder, and as he spoke, he descended from the sky to Zhou Yuan's side. The two exchanged a tacit glance, and simultaneously extended their right hands to clasp each other. A brilliant radiance erupted, enveloping them both, as Fong Ying's late Jiao martial soul emitted an exhilarating roar. At that moment, Zhou Yuan's martial soul gracefully materialized, a black dragon, measuring over 3 meters in length, adorned with lustrous black scales that exuded an ethereal quality. Its eyes gleamed a vibrant red, and its cheeks bulged as if stuffed with 2 golf balls. In no time, Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan became one, their martial souls merging in an awe-inspiring display. The golden-hued Lei Jiao intertwined with the obsidian-hued dragon, culminating in a transformation where the dragon expanded to approximately 7 meters in length. Even more astonishing was the change in appearance. The right side glimmered in gold while the left remained black, with the dragon's head bifurcating into two, exuding a particularly fierce aura. This was the martial soul fusion technique, known as He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao, although their current strength allowed for only a 10-minute fusion. During this time, they could unleash soul techniques up to the 7th rank without restriction. The He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao commanded both the tempestuous power of lightning and the tranquil essence of water, rendering it immensely powerful. The most terrifying aspect was that both dragon heads could unleash soul techniques, making it an extraordinarily unique entity. The colossal He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao roared thunderously, thrashing its massive form in the air. Unexpectedly, Jiang had not anticipated the enemy's ability to execute a martial soul fusion technique. This was far from a mere arithmetic sum. Their power had surged tremendously in that instant, making it unlikely for even a typical Douluo to gain the upper hand. Nevertheless, Jiang held great confidence in Yang Wudi, the esteemed leader of the Peji clan, who was far from an ordinary Douluo. The opponent had evidently miscalculated. Golden lightning and azure water surged from the dragon's twin jaws, illuminating the dark night with their brilliance and crackling in the atmosphere. Torrents of water cascaded from above, evoking the grandeur of the yellow river flowing from the heavens. The city guards had already retreated several meters before the dragon launched its assault. Having witnessed the martial soul fusion technique of General Zhou and clan leader Fong, they were keen to avoid being caught in the crossfire. To the guards, it seemed sufficient to merely stand at the city gate, for even if that old man was a Douluo, he would still be no match for the He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao. The soldiers brimmed with confidence. This was not the first Douluo to fall to the dragon's might, nor would it be the last. With General Zhou and clan leader Fong safeguarding my city, it stood as firm as a mountain, impervious to upheaval from others. Upon sighting the He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao, Yang Wudi could not suppress a radiant smile. The dragoness aura had finally ignited his desire for battle. Engaging with the guards was far too mundane. Should he continue, he would likely succumb to slumber. The dragon's emergence invigorated his spirit. Yang Wudi raised his spear, which erupted with a dense malevolence, gradually taking the form of a general clad in iron armor, wielding a long spear. Jiang noticed that the spear's soul rings did not emit light, indicating it was Yang Wudi's self-created soul technique. The general, akin to an unparalleled warrior, charged directly at the soaring dragon. Even in the face of the fearsome lightning and formidable water pressure, his resolve remained unshaken. The torrential flood surged towards the ground, the tempestuous power of lightning intertwining with the water, becoming increasingly volatile. The general, manifesting from malice, appeared undeterred by this terrifying spectacle, brandishing his spear forward and thrusting it into the merciless waters. The spear tip erupted with a surge of malevolence, the dark aura tinged with a hint of crimson, resembling a beast driven solely by instinct. "Break!" Yang Wudi bellowed, the armored warrior piercing through the water, overcoming numerous obstacles as he surged toward the imposing He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao. The unexpected ferocity of Yang Wudi caught the dragon off guard, its countenance revealing disbelief. As the spear tip approached, the dragon, overcoming its astonishment, lashed out with its tail as thick as a barrel. A tremendous gust of wind erupted as the dragon's tail glimmered with golden light, sweeping forth with a resounding crash, sending the armored warrior hurtling away as the shockwave reverberated through him, his body beginning to disintegrate under the impact. The He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao proved to be even more formidable than anticipated, given that both soul masters had attained the rank of Han Sheng. Although Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan's martial soul fusion technique may not rival the legendary Huang Jintai Sanjiao, it certainly stood on par with the Yuming Baihu. Regrettably, only these two from the Fong and Zhou families could execute the martial soul fusion technique. In stark contrast, clans like the Xing Luo royal family and the Zhu family boasted over 10 individuals in their younger generation capable of merging with the Yuming Baihu, which was indeed a terrifying prospect. Fong Ying's aspiration was for his clan and the Zhou family to cultivate more individuals capable of achieving fusion, thereby unleashing the He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao. Should that come to fruition, their family would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the Luo Empire, surpassing the achievements of their ancestors and earning the veneration of future generations. Fang Ying's ambitions were not unfounded. One need only observe the Yu Ming Duke's residence. Although the Yu Ming Ling Mao martial soul was commendable, it still paled in comparison to the top-tier martial souls. In contrast, the Zhu family resonated with the royal families Xie Yao by Hu martial soul, merging to form the Yu Ming by Hu, thereby catapulting to the status of the empire's elite nobility. While the Luo royal family may not have a titled Douluo in residence, the formidable Yu Ming by Hu formation deterred even the most ordinary of titled Douluo from daring to trespass upon the royal palace. There were even claims from a titled Douluo with soul power exceeding level 95, warning that the Yu Ming by Hu formation was fraught with peril and shrouded in mystery, accessible only to Super Douluo. However, Fang Ying did not aspire for his family to rival the Zhu and Dai families. Achieving the status of the foremost family in the southern territories would suffice. Initially, his son Fang Ping was the most promising candidate to master the He Jin Shuang Shou Jiao fusion technique alongside Zhou Yuan's son. Alas, he had fallen victim to vile treachery. Fang Ying's fury was palpable. Regardless of the formidable support provided by the Han Douluo, he was determined to make those who opposed the Fang family pay a heavy price. The radiant dragon tail, having vanquished the manifestation of the malevolent aura, did not cease its assault. Instead, it unleashed an even more formidable might towards Yang Wudi. Observing this, Jiang Yu hurriedly stepped forward to assist, for the situation had arisen due to his actions, and he could not allow Yang Wudi to come to harm. Although Jiang Yu did not believe that the black double-headed Jiao could injure Yang Wudi, he felt compelled to act. To remain idle at such a critical moment would betray the intentions of others. Even if Yang Wudi was unconcerned, Jiang Yu could not reconcile himself to that notion. A man of honor must repay kindness, and while he was not particularly virtuous, he understood this principle. He could not sit idly by while others bore the brunt of the battle. With a swift motion, he pointed his fingers at the dragon tail, and the first soul ring of the Qi Shao sword erupted into dazzling brilliance, instantly unleashing dozens of sword shadows. The Qi Shao sword formation surged forward as Jiang Yu directed it towards the dragon tail, penetrating 3 inches deep before being met with a thick barrier. Just as the black-gold double-headed Jiao wore a contemptuous expression, the Qi Shao sword sprang into action. The Jiao did not regard the oncoming longsword, believing that a mere great soul master posed little threat, despite the imposing aura surrounding the blade. However, Fang Ying had no fear of even the Han Douluo, so how could he regard Jiang Yu, a fledgling with meager soul power, with any seriousness? The Qi Shao sword, suspended in the air, erupted in a blinding golden flame that illuminated the pitch-black night sky as if it were day, leaving those nearby momentarily blinded. With a swift whoosh, the Qi Shao sword pierced into the dragon tail, and at the moment of entry, the scales adorning the tail shed away, unable to withstand the sword's unparalleled sharpness. In one stroke, it penetrated the dragon's tail. A roar of excruciating pain jolted the black-gold, double-headed Jiao awake, and in that instant, it regretted not confronting the threat with full force. While Jiang Yu's Qi Shao sword was indeed formidable, its effectiveness was amplified by Fang Ying's Jiao spirit, which was derived from serpents, and it was common knowledge that the Qi Shao sword possessed a special affinity for serpents. There was no serpent it could not sever. Had their martial spirit fusion technique been anything other than the black-gold, double-headed Jiao, the impact of Jiang Yu's Qi Shao sword may not have been as pronounced. The audacity of the young was astounding. Yang Wudi could not help but feel a sense of admiration for Jiang Yu. After all, that was a martial spirit fusion technique wielded by 2 soul saints, and even with his self-crafted soul skill, he had not gained the upper hand. Yet here was a fledgling who managed to inflict injury. Yang Wudi mused that indeed, talents arise in successive generations, should young soul masters exhibit such prowess. The older generation would find it increasingly challenging to keep up. His pride stung as he witnessed the sharpness of the child's attack, compelling him to prove his own worth. Third soul skill explosion, Yang Wudi declared, determined to showcase his enduring strength. He seized the Pahun gun and hurled it towards the Jiao soaring in the sky. The violet third soul ring shone brightly as the spear erupted with a thick layer of black light, amplifying its oppressive force exponentially. With a resounding thud, the Pahun gun pierced the body of the Jiao, unleashing a tremendous explosion that produced a shockwave akin to the detonation of 100 pounds of explosives. This was the terrifying effect of Yang Wudi's third soul skill. Upon striking any object, it would generate a cataclysmic explosive force, enhancing the spear's destructive capability. To acquire this soul skill, Yang Wudi had expended considerable effort to locate a Bao Bao Huanyo Shou, a beast aged over 1,300 years, successfully obtaining its innate soul skill. His efforts bore fruit, for the power of this third soul skill was indeed remarkable, repeatedly aiding Yang Wudi in executing astonishing attacks, resulting in numerous foes falling victim to its might. Despite being merely a third soul skill, supported by Yang Wudi's impressive 81st level soul power, the damage inflicted by the Pahun gun was formidable. The once imposing Jiao now displayed an expression of profound agony. Were it not for Fang Ying's unwavering resolve maintaining control over the black-gold double-headed Jiao, it might have succumbed to disarray. Fang Ying then realized he was facing a worthy opponent. He and Zhou Yuan had previously dispatched several Douluo together, and while they too had only just ascended to that rank, it was enough to instill a sense of pride. The strength of this elderly adversary clearly surpassed that of an ordinary Douluo, instilling a sense of dread in Fang Ying, as if he were confronting a peak Douluo, having navigated the realm of soul masters for many years. Today he truly understood the concept of their always greater heights beyond. It was not only Yang Wudi that instilled fear in him, but also Jiang Yu, not for his current strength, but due to his unparalleled potential. Given Jiang Yu's talent, he was destined to ascend to the rank of a titled Douluo. Fang Ying could not help but hesitate. Was it worth offending a potential future titled Douluo for the sake of a troublesome son? After all, he had several sons, with Fang Ping being merely the most gifted among them. After a long deliberation, Fang Ying finally resolved that even if he had already offended them, he must eradicate the threat completely, especially that young boy. What if his talent meant nothing if he did not leave the My City today? Titled Douluo? Fang Ying's pupils dilated as he coldly declared, "You have no chance." The black-gold, double-headed Jiao immediately abandoned Yang Wudi and charged swiftly toward Jiang Yu. As the colossal Jiao descended from the sky, Jiang Yu promptly commanded the Qi Shao sword to return, positioning the long sword defensively before him. The Jiao did not halt. Instead, it opened its fearsome maw wide, seemingly intent on shattering the Qi Shao sword. Fang Ying's decision was indeed audacious, yet should he succeed, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. In the Douluo continent, the bond between a soul master and their martial spirit was profound. Should the martial spirit be destroyed, the soul master would face devastating repercussions. The consequences could range from being deemed a fool to far worse. Thus, all public competitions on the continent strictly prohibited actions that could harm a martial spirit. However, Fang Ying had no intention of adhering to this rule. His sole focus was to eliminate Jiang Yu, showing no mercy. The Jiao's sharp fangs lunged toward the Qi Shao sword. But Fang Ying was caught off guard when the moment his formidable teeth clashed against the blade, they shattered and fell away. Fang Ying had underestimated the Qi Shao sword. If it could be so easily destroyed, it would hardly deserve the title of the Sword of the Emperor's Path. Witnessing the Jiao's teeth crumble, Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle, pondering how Fang Ying would manage to eat without teeth. Perhaps he would be reduced to drinking porridge. Such an image was truly comical. The black-gold, double-headed Jiao, now toothless, erupted in fury, swinging its massive tail violently toward the ground. With a thunderous impact, Yang Wudi gripped his spear with one hand, the yellow soul ring glowing brightly as he leapt over Jiang Yu's form, charging directly towards the Jiao's tail in the air. A surge of explosive energy erupted from Yang Wudi, the Bo Awenchang radiating a brilliant black light. At the moment it was about to make contact with the dragon's tail, a wave of energy surged forth, deflecting it away and causing the massive dragon to retreat repeatedly. Seizing this opportune moment, Yang Wudi tightened his grip on the spear and hurled it forcefully towards the serpent's body. The second soul ring illuminated, instantly doubling the penetrating power of the Bo Awenchang. Before the dragon could react, the spear tip pierced its flesh, eliciting a resounding cry of anguish. The colossal dragon could no longer maintain its flight and plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. In a flash of light, the dragon's form gradually diminished, ultimately condensing into a sphere the size of a fist. Immediately thereafter, Fang Ying and Zhou Yuan reappeared before the crowd. Their martial soul fusion technique had been disrupted, leaving their bodies severely wounded, and more critically, their soul power was nearly depleted. The two were in an exceptionally weakened state. likely inferior even to the most ordinary soldiers of the city guard. Everyone attacked together. Zhou Yuan shouted in desperation, although the surrounding soldiers were somewhat fearful. Their hands trembling involuntarily around their weapons, they slowly began to encircle Jiang Yu and the others. As the commander of the city guard, Zhou Yuan's orders were to be followed without question. Once the city guard had completed their encirclement, the soul masters from the Fong family surged forward, forming a second line of defense. These soldiers numbered well into the thousands, and even Yang Wudi, as a soul Douluo, could not easily dispatch them. The Douluo continent is distinctly different from other fantasy realms. Here, tactics involving sheer numbers truly hold merit. Even a titled Douluo at the pinnacle of power may struggle against the onslaught of tens of thousands. It is worth noting that after becoming a god, Qian Renxue narrowly escaped being gravely wounded by Tang San's hidden weapon. Thus, the two carriages were quickly surrounded so tightly that not a drop could pass. Just then, a commotion erupted from the rear carriage, and a fierce wind burst forth from within. A figure suddenly leaped out. A radiant green light erupted from him as 7 soul rings appeared. With the activation of the 7th soul ring, his entire body began to undergo a tremendous transformation. Within mere seconds, she transformed into a massive emerald serpent, the notoriously venomous Feifei. For a poisoned soul master, being besieged is the least of their worries. Although Granny Yao's martial soul is slightly inferior to Dugubo's green phosphor snake king, it is still among the finest of poison soul beasts. The toxicity contained within is not something an ordinary soul master can withstand. A dense green mist spewed from the serpent's mouth, and in its true martial soul form, the poison of the Jujufitsui was unleashed in full potency. As the nearby soldiers inhaled the noxious mist, they felt their bodies weaken, involuntarily convulsing. In such moments, Granny Yao's influence was hardly less significant than that of a titled Douluo. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of soldiers lost their combat effectiveness, and the effects continued to escalate. Gradually, the soldiers' bodies erupted with the poison. Their eyes turned crimson, and their skin began to decay. Before long, a significant number of soldiers collapsed, and once vigorous men fell lifeless to the ground. Observing the fall of their comrades, the Fong family's soul masters were at a loss. Knowing that escape was not an option, they were all direct subordinates of the Fong family, and the family's fortunes were intertwined. One success was all, and one's downfall was shared. There was no room for retreat. Yet, remaining stationary would lead to a fate akin to that of the fallen soldiers. Despite their higher prowess, they were still apprehensive of the terrifying toxicity of the Innate, not wishing to be as ignorant as others. The chapter is not yet complete. Please click the next page to continue reading the thrilling content. The once illustrious my Douluo was renowned as a master of poison on the continent. Under his influence, the locals of my city had some knowledge of poisons, and they were aware of the fearsome toxicity of the Jujufitsui. As the poisonous miasma began to spread toward them, the soul masters of the Fong family found themselves indecisive. Since retreat was not an option, they needed to devise a strategy against the serpent's venom. They could not simply wait idly. The green mist was approaching. At that moment, a daring soul master launched an attack against the mist. His martial soul was a wind eagle, possessing formidable control over wind. With a flick of his wings, a powerful gale erupted. Inspired by his example, the others ceased to hesitate, and those with similar soul abilities rushed to assist. The third soul skill, Tide Blower, though not a wind attribute soul master, another valiant soul master charged forward to help. His martial soul was a turquoise swallow named Lan Siyan. While this martial soul granted him the ability to fly, it was fundamentally a water attribute soul. Upon activating his martial soul, the Lithiang soul master's mouth transformed into a beak, emitting a resonant whistle. A tremendous stream of water gradually coalesced, ultimately forming an oval-shaped mass. The enormous water sphere surged forward, rapidly entering the dense mist. Unfortunately, Granny Yao was not so easily dealt with. The water, upon contact with the mist, was swiftly corroded by the toxins. The massive serpent's tail swept across, sending the water sphere hurtling back. Under immense pressure, the water sphere burst, raining green droplets down from above. Those Fong family soul masters who were splashed by the droplets felt an immediate itch, an unbearable discomfort. While their suffering was milder than that of the city guard, it was still far from bearable. Only a few of the more resilient Fong family soul masters could endure without being affected by the rain. Witnessing Granny Yao's formidable prowess, swiftly dispatching so many adversaries, the little one hiding in the carriage could not help but feel envious. She aspired to become as powerful as Granny Yao one day. Perhaps then she could avoid marrying that debauched scion. Chapter 143, The Female Coachman. No one anticipated that the most impactful player in this confrontation would be Granny Yao. The venom contained within her Feitsui swiftly dismantled the encirclement formed by the city guard and the Fong family soul masters. Fong Ying's hopes were dashed as he watched the elite members of his family fall one by one, his spirits plummeting to the depths. These individuals were the backbone of the Fong family, essential for its future survival. To see them perish here was an unexpected blow. Even a family as robust as the Fongs could not withstand such losses. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Fong Ying must now pay the price for his erroneous decisions. Yang Wudi showed no mercy. Observing the culprit kneeling before him, he expressionlessly hurled the Bo Aon Chang. The black spear pierced Fong Ying's body, blood gushing from his mouth, quickly pooling beneath him. Fong Ying had no inkling of the formidable foe he had offended. Yang Wudi was not one to show leniency. He had always dealt with those deserving of death decisively and efficiently. Brother Fong, Zhou Yuan cried out in anguish, tears streaming down his face. He and Fong Ying had been longtime friends, and witnessing his friend meet such a grim fate evoked a sense of sorrowful empathy. Yang Wudi, unperturbed, swiftly withdrew his spear and turned it against Zhou Yuan. Yu Chao. Zhou Yuan never anticipated that the elderly figure before him could be so ruthless, sparing neither him nor offering a chance for mercy. This time, both Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan, kindred spirits, were destined to embark on another journey in the afterlife. There was no need for thanks. Yang Wudi drew his long spear, a wicked grin lighting his face, which incited Zhou Yuan to spit out blood, soon closing his eyes in darkness. With the demise of Fong Ying and Zhou Yuan, the remaining individuals lost their will to fight, especially since they were afflicted by serpent venom, rendering them powerless to do anything but helplessly witness the carriage depart from my city. Watching as Yang Wudi and his companions receded into the distance, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Fortunately, their adversaries were not indiscriminate killers, refraining from a massacre. Otherwise, they too would have been drawn into the grave alongside the two. Upon reflection, they had narrowly escaped calamity. The leaders of the city guard even felt a tinge of gratitude towards Yang Wudi. With Zhou Yuan's death, the position of the commander was now vacant, presenting an opportunity for them to ascend to that rank, stirring excitement within them. Upon exiting my city, the carriage sped directly towards the direction of Xingluo Imperial City. They had previously conferred in the hotel about their intended destination. This suggestion had originated from Yao Papa, receiving Yang Wudi's enthusiastic endorsement. Although he publicly expressed a desire to visit Xingluo Imperial City for its sights, it was evident to discerning eyes that his true intention was to pursue Yao Papa. But he held no objections, having heard that Xingluo Imperial City was one of the two largest cities on the continent. In the past, Hao Yinsect had a foothold there. Though Bai he had never been, he was well aware of its location and speculated that their former stronghold might still exist. Additionally, Xingluo City was one of the few places on the continent unaffected by the Spirit Hall, providing Bai He with reassurance. Even though the four major clans had distanced themselves from Hao Yinsect, their historical ties would likely afford them some protection from the Xingluo royalty. The distance between my city and Xingluo City was substantial, separated by 3 provinces, though only a little over 1,000 miles apart. Fortunately, the carriage ridden by Jiang Yu and his companions was swift. The 2 horses possessed the bloodline of spirit beasts, lacking in offensive capabilities but excelling in speed, akin to the Ferraris of the equine world. On the 3rd day, in the morning, Jiang Yu and his party arrived near Xingluo Imperial City, with their destination less than 100 meters ahead. The expanse of Xingluo City was vast, its gates constructed of granite bricks, and the city towers soared at least 100 meters high. Soldiers clad in steel armor patrolled the vicinity, maintaining order. If Tiando City exuded the delicate charm of the Jiangnan waterways, then Xingluo City embodied the robust and grandiose essence of the north. With its inhabitants towering over those of Tiando, each a robust figure standing at least 1 meter 80 tall. It is said that the land nurtures its people, which explains why the military prowess of the Xingluo Empire ranks first on the continent. In addition to their martial valor, their physical stature offered a distinct advantage, a realm where the Tiando Empire fell short. Had it not been for the Spirit Hall's interference, the Xinghua Empire might have genuinely unified the entire Douluo continent. Upon reaching the gates of Xinghua City, the group complied with the necessity of lining up for inspection. After a thorough examination by the gatekeepers, who found only the elderly, women, and children among them, they were permitted entry. Once inside the city, Yao Papa did not lead Xiao Xiao directly to the Duke's mansion. Instead, she chose to check into a nearby hotel. However, Jiang Yu had no intention of lingering there. He had meticulously crafted a plan. His purpose in Xinghua City was to devise a route to the extreme north, a place he had longed to visit, only delayed by the campaign against the Liangshan Principality. Given the current opportunity within the Xinghua Empire, he needed to prioritize his journey to the extreme north. For it was there he would find the powerful ice attribute soul beast he sought. The mere thought of awakening his third martial soul filled him with anticipation, urging him to soar towards the extreme north. For safety's sake, Jiang Yu left Luna in Yang Wudi's care. Although Luna was reluctant, she ultimately yielded to Jiang Yu's authority and complied. After exiting the hotel, Jiang Yu inquired among passers-by about the location of a rental agency. Following their guidance, he walked a short distance from the hotel until reaching an intersection, where he chose the right path to continue forward. After navigating through a series of streets, he finally arrived at the renowned rental street of Xinghua City, lined with a plethora of rental agencies, including well-known chains spanning both empires. Jiang Yu refrained from opting for the less reputable agencies, understanding the adage that quality correlates with price. Thus, he sought a more reliable establishment. After comparing options, he settled on Iche Rental, a long-established brand known for its safety and spacious interiors. Upon entering, friendly staff welcomed him with an assortment of tea and fruits. Upon articulating his requirements, a staff member swiftly perused a booklet presenting recommendations. Esteemed guest, how about this carriage? It boasts 3 horsepower, features genuine leather seating, and is equipped with the latest shock-absorbing devices to ensure a smooth ride. The chassis is crafted from tiger bone, layered with thick rhino hide and coated with tung oil, rendering it impervious to weapons, ensuring high safety standards, while also providing warmth. Jiang Yu examined the design and found it satisfactory, deciding to book the carriage. Also, I require a driver. Not a problem. The staff member proceeded to describe the types of drivers available, noting that, in addition to the common young men, they also employed female drivers, whose numbers were surprisingly substantial. These women generally possessed appealing appearances and remarkable physiques, dressed in standardized uniforms that added a unique charm. The price for female drivers was noticeably higher, with daily wages reaching 100 copper soul coins, escalating further for those of exceptional beauty and figure. The staff assured him that the female drivers were rigorously trained and not merely reliant on their looks. They were seasoned professionals. Chapter 144. The Art of Vocal Mimicry. Jiang Yu did not indulge in excessive scrutiny, casually selecting a female driver who caught his eye. Despite the cost being a bit steep at 300 copper soul coins per day, he was not short on funds and thus refused to compromise on his own comfort. As Jiang Yu departed the rental agency, a striking young woman accompanied him, appearing to be in her early 20s, tall and voluptuous, particularly captivating with her enchanting peach blossom eyes. The woman was named Wu Yao, possessing a wealth of driving experience. Throughout their journey, despite the bustling crowds, she skillfully navigated, ensuring that no unpleasant incidents occurred. Upon leaving the city, Wu Yao steered the carriage northward, one hand grasping the reins while the other wielded a whip, urging the 3 spirited steeds to gallop forth. The sun dipped low, casting a warm glow across the horizon, as Jiang Yu departed from the confines of Xinghua Imperial City. On the verge of entering another province, the sun had already set beyond the horizon. The surrounding environment succumbed to darkness. Fortunately, the carriage was equipped with soul-guided illumination devices on either side, ensuring the path remained visible. Without Jiang Yu's explicit instructions, Wu Yao dare not halt, even as they passed by cities without entering, instead continuing steadfastly along the main road. The carriage was furnished with remarkable amenities. A layer of pure white woolen carpet adorned the floor, while the seats were crafted from rhinoceros leather. On the table lay an assortment of snacks generously provided by the rental agency, alongside fresh candied fruits. A lantern hung from the ceiling, not containing a candle, but rather a transparent orb emitting a soft, warm glow that illuminated the entire space. With ample time still at hand, Jiang Yu felt no urgency to sleep. Taking advantage of his alertness, he reached for a book from the nearby bookshelf. The collection primarily consisted of strange tales and, disappointingly, There were no texts regarding soul masters, as such specialized books tended to be exorbitantly priced and required approval from the Spear Hall. To avoid complications, merchants refrained from stocking literature related to soul masters. Jiang casually selected a book with a yellow cover titled The Wu Sun Yi Run, authored by Guan Baoji Jiao, a name brimming with a sense of the sea. It appeared the author was indeed a rather intriguing individual. Illuminated by the soft light, Jiang delved into the yellowed pages, becoming engrossed in the narrative for over 3 hours. As fatigue began to weigh on his eyelids, he reluctantly set the book aside. However, instead of succumbing to slumber, he sat cross-legged on the carpet, closing his eyes to meditate. 9 days later, the carriage finally entered the expanse of Beijiang, drawing perilously close to the extreme northern region. The roadside was blanketed in thick snow, and large snowflakes danced in the air, infusing the atmosphere with a biting chill. According to the map, Beijiang was in proximity to a city named Fengshui City, situated less than 100 miles from the renowned extreme north of the continent. Upon entering Beijiang, the carriage did not decelerate. Instead, it surged forward, eventually arriving at the outskirts of Fengshui City as night fell. Jiang was taken aback by the sight before him. The city walls of Fengshui City were indeed constructed from snow water, encased in a formidable layer of frost. The walls appeared vast, stretching endlessly before the eye. Unlike other cities, there were no armored soldiers guarding the city gate, and notably, Fengshui City lacked a gate altogether. The central 100-meter expanse resembled an open cavern, welcoming all who wished to enter. Clearly, Fengshui City was a bastion of freedom. Yet this also implied a higher degree of danger compared to other cities, as the absence of order maintained by guards invited criminals to thrive, an unrestrained paradise for wrongdoers. Within 100 meters of the city gate, Wu Yao tightened the reins and brought the carriage to a halt. Aware of Fengshui City's reputation, she had no intention of entering. She had already informed Jiang that she would only escort him to the entrance. Dressed in warm clothing, Jiang immediately retrieved some money from the soul-guided device to offer Wu Yao. He had already settled the fare upon renting the carriage. This was merely a token of appreciation for Wu Yao's diligent service throughout their journey. To reward her efforts, Jiang generously bestowed an additional gold soul coin upon her, acknowledging that her companionship had brought him great joy. Not to mention, her skillful vocalizations were truly exquisite. A marvel to behold. Wu Yao stared at the coin in her hand in astonishment. It far exceeded her expected earnings. "This is too much," she exclaimed, seeing her bewilderment. Jiang smiled and remarked, "Your vocal talent is exceptional, already exhibiting the finesse of a master. You might consider pursuing a career dedicated to this art." Jiang was subtly guiding Wu Yao toward a brighter path, for her talent in vocalization was far too precious to waste as merely a carriage driver. The notion of a career in vocal artistry had never crossed Wu Yao's mind. As she gazed at the diminutive figure ahead, her resolve began to solidify. Perhaps it was time to embark on a new path, and vocalization could indeed be a promising field. Little did anyone anticipate that Jiang words would lead to the emergence of a renowned master of vocal artistry in Douluo, who would even establish a school and leave a lasting legacy. Wu Yao would become the first-generation patriarch of the vocal art school. Upon entering Fengshui City, Jiang was met with a starkly different scene. The ground was littered with refuse, presenting a dismal impression, starkly contrasting with the pristine facade of the city gate. It evoked a sense of superficial splendor concealing inner decay. This was understandable, as Fengshui City did not belong to the Xingluo Empire. Although situated in the northern reaches of the empire, it was a lawless zone. Legend has it that Fengshui City was founded by two sworn brothers who ventured northward into the extreme territories in search of adventure and returned with bountiful rewards. They later formed a mercenary group, and as their business flourished, they established a city near the extreme north. Originally, Fengshui City was merely a few thousand square meters in size. However, as the influx of adventurers increased, the city expanded to its current scale, a modest yet remarkable miracle. Jiang understanding of Fengshui City was limited to what he had learned from locals after entering Beijiang, leaving him unfamiliar with the internal conditions of the city. Fortunately, Jiang was quite handsome and casually approached a young lady along the way to inquire about accommodations. "Excuse me, beautiful sister. Could you direct me to a hotel in the city?" The young woman, clad in a white fox fur coat, brightened at his words, her eyes sparkling with interest. "Oh my, such an adorable little boy is a rare sight. Little brother," she exclaimed, her face breaking into a warm smile, her eyes narrowing with delight. She pointed toward an alleyway, saying, "If you pass through there, you'll find a hotel renowned for its thick bread. It's smeared with a secret honey mixture. Truly a delightful treat that lingers on the palate. You must try it. Come, sister will take you there." With a gleam of mischief in her eyes, she beckoned him forward. However, once they entered the alley, the young woman's true intentions were unveiled. "Little brother, let me treat you to some thick bread," she purred, her gaze filled with a hungry desire. She had a penchant for charming younger boys, finding little appeal in adult men. This was not her first encounter of this nature. In a lawless fengshui city, such nefarious acts were commonplace, and young women like her were not uncommon. Jiang Yu had sensed something amiss about this girl, and was taken aback to discover that her intentions were of a lascivious nature. The notion of being accosted for his virtue left him both amused and exasperated. The girl was not unattractive. Had she chosen a more respectable path, she might have had a promising future. Alas, she had opted for degradation, resorting to such base endeavors. Observing her tactics, one could tell she was quite experienced. Evidently not her first encounter. It left one to ponder how many young souls had fallen victim to her schemes. Jiang Yu resolutely decided to rid society of this menace. The girl's hand moved toward his abdomen, and as she gazed at that protruding area, her eyes flickered with a hint of crimson light, yearning to merge with Jiang Yu at that very moment. However, Jiang Yu had no interest in indulging her theatrics. He harbored no fascination for such nefarious women. He simply found her repugnant. With a flash of red light, the Qishao sword materialized in Jiang Yu's grasp, a wave of searing heat instantly enveloping him. Yet, to his astonishment, he realized that the temperature of his imperial fire had diminished significantly. Though the girl was ravenous, she was not inexperienced. A sense of caution lingered in her demeanor. The moment Jiang Yu summoned his martial soul, she instinctively retreated several meters. "Martial soul, manifest!" The girl promptly unleashed her martial soul, a radiant blue light erupting from her, coalescing into an extraordinary creature behind her. It stood approximately 100 centimeters tall, with a somewhat rotund figure. Black feathers adorned its back, while its front was as pristine and white as the snow beneath. Its limbs were notably short, and its plump, furry hands and feet added an endearing quality. Its beak bore a striking resemblance to that of a bird, and the orange-yellow feathers around its neck resembled avian wings. To Jiang Yu's surprise, the girl's martial soul was none other than a penguin. She possessed 3 spirit rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, indicative of an optimal spirit ring configuration. The transformation brought about by her martial soul was subtle, her mouth merely sharpened. She bore a resemblance to the character Xiao Fu from Doraemon, albeit with a slightly larger frame. With the emergence of her martial soul, a chilling aura enveloped her, for her martial soul was no ordinary creature, but the regal emperor penguin, a formidable soul beast renowned in the northern frontier, emblematic of the extreme north. Her first soul skill, chant, produced a series of resounding calls from her lips, each imbued with a mysterious power. Jiang Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over him, nearly succumbing to slumber. This soundwave attack was indeed cunning. While it may not appear formidable at first glance, such mental assaults were insidious and versatile, complicating any defensive measures. Jiang Yu understood he could not afford to succumb to sleep. He steeled himself against the encroaching fatigue. The girl, inwardly reveling in her success, knew her soul skill possessed an immensely potent lethargy-inducing power, capable of ensnaring even those plagued by insomnia, let alone a typical individual. Despite Jiang Yu's remarkable talent, and having reached the rank of great soul master at such a tender age, she doubted his ability to withstand the effects of her chant. As Jiang Yu's gaze grew unfocused and his eyelids began to close involuntarily, the girl's smile blossomed with delight. Her third soul skill, Ice Seal, was unleashed without hesitation. The third spirit ring flared to life, releasing a relentless stream of chilling frost from her, further plunging the already frigid atmosphere into a deeper cold. In no time, Jiang Yu found himself cloaked in frost, snowflakes as large as ice crystals incessantly accumulating upon him, quickly encasing him in a sheath of ice. Realizing the peril of his situation, Jiang Yu noted that even the air he exhaled crystallized into ice. This ice was not ordinary. It was imbued with the formidable ice attributes of the emperor penguin, plummeting to temperatures exceeding -300 degrees. Such an extreme chill could incapacitate even seasoned soul masters. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's cultivation of the Hongmeng Ziki Ju and the consumption of miraculous treasures like the 10,000-year-old whale gelatin, his physical constitution would have been far less resilient, and he might have succumbed to unconsciousness on the spot. Even so, his predicament was dire. Situated close to the extreme north, the Wind and Snow City was a veritable realm of ice. Despite the formidable nature of his imperial fire, it was suppressed in this elemental-rich environment. He sensed a stark scarcity of fire elements, rendering the Qi Shao sword's power diminished. Fortunately, the unparalleled imperial pressure contained within the sword remained intact. Jiang Yu summoned the imperial might of the Qi Shao sword, unleashing a formidable aura. The girl's countenance shifted dramatically. In that moment, Jiang Yu seemed to embody an ancient emperor, exuding an aura of desolation and supremacy that instilled fear, compelling those around him to kneel in submission. Despite her unwillingness, the girl found herself instinctively bending her knees and collapsing to the snow-laden ground. At that instant, the ice encasing Jiang Yu shattered, and the effects of the ice seal dissipated. No, this cannot be," she exclaimed, her face drained of color. "Who are you? How can you possess such terrifying power?" For the first time, fear coursed through her veins. In that moment, she recalled the boys she had tormented in the past, who had once pleaded for mercy, hoping she would be gentler, less brutal. The thrill she derived from their fear had been intoxicating, yet now she experienced that very dread herself. She vaguely regretted provoking this strikingly handsome boy before her. Alas, those who indulge in malevolence inevitably face retribution. Jiang Yu had no intention of sparing her. Vanquishing a wicked soul was tantamount to saving countless innocents. Without hesitation, he thrust the Qi Shao sword toward her, piercing through her sinful form. The girl was taken by surprise, having preyed upon others, yet finding herself the victim. Regret was futile. No amount of unwillingness could alter her fate as she closed her eyes, her essence fading, paying the ultimate price for her malevolent deeds. As she collapsed, Jiang Yu turned and strode toward the alley's exit. Along the way, he refrained from inquiring with passers-by, realizing that in Wind and Snow City, trust was a rare commodity. The hearts of its inhabitants were colder than the icy snowflakes that fell around him. Jiang Yu traversed the frigid streets, the biting wind slicing through him like a blade, leaving him chilled to the bone. He quickened his pace. Although he cherished the beauty of winter's snow, he had never encountered such extreme cold. The temperatures in this far northern land were significantly lower than those in the Dongsan provinces, reaching a point where water froze upon contact. He urgently needed to find shelter. Chapter 146. Songjing. As the snowstorm intensified, Jiang Yu walked for several minutes without spotting any inns nearby. A chilling gust penetrated his clothing, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The insulation of his cotton coat was rendered nearly ineffective as the cold wind swept through, chilling his skin. "It's so cold." Jiang Yu decided to abandon the search for an inn. Finding a place to take refuge was paramount. In the distance, he spotted a brightly lit tavern, appearing to be a suitable sanctuary to rest. Jiang Yu, without a moment's hesitation, hurriedly advanced towards Songjing Shaojiu. The establishment was not particularly large, occupying roughly 200 square meters, with a massive rock wall on the far right, stacked high with burning black charcoal. Inside, only a few robust men were seated at the bar, engaged in conversation and drinking. Songjing paid no heed to the patron's chatter, focusing intently on heating the spirits over the fire. Those familiar with him knew he was a fervent drinker, consumed by his passion for alcohol. The entire Fengxue city was aware of his insatiable love for liquor, and his brews were renowned as the finest in the city. However, since his wife's departure 3 years ago, his brewing skills had significantly deteriorated, and the quality of his spirits had plummeted, a stark contrast to his earlier offerings. Consequently, the clientele at Songjing Shaojiu dwindled rapidly, plunging the tavern into obscurity among the many drinking establishments in the city. The creaking of the old wooden door announced a new arrival, reminiscent of a reluctant elder striving to assert its worth. "Boss, we have another guest." A bearded giant called out as he peered outside, only to discover a mere child, prompting him to jest, questioning why a child would abandon the comforts of home for a tavern. His companions erupted in laughter, unable to contain their amusement. Songjing, however, dismissed their mockery, respectfully stepping out from behind the bar to warmly welcome Jiang Yu, showing no sign of leniency simply because he was a child. In his eyes, anyone who entered the tavern was a guest deserving of his utmost service. "Boss, may I take refuge in your establishment for a while?" Jiang Yu stated his intention directly. Songjing observed the young boy, noting the frost covering his cotton coat, yet his eyes burned with an intense fervor. "In that case, please make yourself at home," he replied. devoid of mockery or refusal, only a profound warmth radiating from his demeanor. Songjing's hospitality remained unwavering, never resorting to scorn despite a lack of patronage. His smile remained intact. Would you care for a glass of fruit-infused xiaojiu to warm your spirits? Even a child may partake. Songjing kindly inquired, believing that every patron who entered his tavern was a fateful encounter worthy of his concern. Thank you. Jiang Yu accepted the owner's kindness, feeling an instinctual trust in the middle-aged man before him, as he possessed clear, sincere eyes. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and Jiang Yu found merit in this saying. There are indeed individuals from whom one instinctively feels at ease upon first sight, unrelated to anything else, merely a matter of intuition. Excellent. The owner turned back to the bar, his joy palpable. Jiang Yu, however, did not immediately enter, but took a moment to brush the snow off his clothing to avoid dampening the floor. He chose a seat well away from the rowdy drinkers and settled in. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Songjing returned with a glass of fruit wine for Jiang Yu, the small cup brimming with a vibrant red liquid. An invigorating aroma of fruit wafted through the air. This is Yangmei fruit wine, a rarity in Fengshui City. Procured from afar. Do savor it. Songjing enthused, eager to showcase his prized creation. Jiang Yu raised the glass to his lips, the warm liquid flowing down his throat, enveloping his stomach in a comforting warmth. He recalled a post he once read online that queried the difference between wine and water, which resonated with him. The more one drinks wine, the warmer they feel. The more one drinks water, the cooler they become. At that moment, he truly understood this sentiment. On this frigid, biting night, nothing could be more soothing than a cup of warm xiaojiu. Boss, I have another glass. Jiang Yu, not typically one to indulge in alcohol, surprisingly requested more from the tavern owner. Of course. Songjing's smile widened, elated that a patron appreciated his brew. He swiftly returned with another glass for Jiang Yu. This time, Jiang Yu did not gulp it down, but savored the flavors that lingered in his mouth. The raucous men, having lost interest in mocking him, resumed their own conversations. These intoxicated middle-aged men often reveled in reminiscing about their past glories, yet Jiang Yu discerned their tales were embellished. Particularly the burly man who had jested earlier. His stories were ludicrous. Claims of single-handedly battling a titan snow demon or tearing apart an armored sea cow were clearly fanciful, as no one could easily contend with a titan snow demon, a formidable soul beast reigning over the extreme northern lands. Such status was akin to that of the Titan giant ape in the Douluo forest. Legends spoke of the Titan snow demon as a descendant of ancient ice gods, born from the union of titans, towering beyond 10 meters at birth and exceeding 50 meters in adulthood. In terms of sheer size among its kind, the Titan snow demon was one of the mightiest in the extreme north. Even a 10,000-year Titan snow demon would pose a challenge for a soul Douluo. And this middle-aged man could not possibly possess such strength. He was undoubtedly rambling, inebriated nonsense. Jiang Yu regarded his tales as mere entertainment, as there was little else to do on this frigid winter night, and watching a jester perform was a rare delight to pass the time. As the burly man grew more animated, he drained his cup, and upon realizing it was empty, he bellowed for more. Songjing promptly delivered another dozen cups of xiaojiu to their table. The drunken giant's face flushed crimson, and his hands trembled slightly as he lifted his cup. However, this did not deter him from continuing his storytelling. This time, his claims escalated further. He began to recount his romantic exploits, boasting of nights filled with passion, and even spun a tale of having entangled with an ice goddess. This claim elicited disbelief even from his companions, as the ice goddess was a legendary soul beast of the extreme north, revered as a deity among snow spirits. His friends hastily interjected, urging him to cease, for in their eyes, he was blaspheming the divine. The intoxicated man, blissfully ignorant of the gravity of his words, continued unabashedly. Jiang Yu knew well from the records of the spirit hall that the ice goddess was indeed the sovereign of the extreme north, revered by all snow-dwelling soul beasts. The number of 10,000-year soul beasts in the extreme north surpassed even that of the Douluo forest, and it was rumored that the three kings of the extreme north possessed powers more formidable than the two soul beast kings deep within the Douluo. Notably, the ice goddess, according to reliable information from within the spirit hall, had likely surpassed the 10,000-year threshold, reaching unfathomable realms. Such a super soul beast was not something humanity could toy with. Even at the level of Qiandao, Lu, and Bosexi, it may not be possible to defeat Xuedi. Everyone felt that Da Han's words were utterly absurd. Just then, the door creaked open once more. Three enchanting young ladies entered the room, each possessing a unique charm. What misfortune it was that a blizzard had arrived at such an inopportune moment, compelling us to return to fengshuecheng. The speaker was a girl with an oval face, appearing no older than 15 or 16, with a petite frame and striking dark green short hair. Her countenance was exceedingly adorable, reminiscent of a well-known actress from the island nation, Zhuamu Shi, particularly when she spoke. Yu Yao, spare the complaints, consoled another woman clad in a blue cotton jacket, slightly older than her companions, with a tall and voluptuous figure that even thick outerwear could not conceal. Her ash-blue short hair added a touch of boldness, lending her an allure that surpassed the ordinary. In the extreme north, rare blizzards occur annually, usually lasting about a month. Yet this one arrived unexpectedly early. It was prudent to observe the situation in fengshuecheng for a while. The third woman, who appeared the youngest, perhaps around 12 or 13, commanded the utmost respect from her companions. Standing at approximately 1.63 meters, her figure was perfectly proportioned, not excessively voluptuous like a cow, nor painfully thin. Her long, water-blue hair cascaded down her back without adornment, exuding a sense of simplicity and natural beauty that was immensely pleasing. Her fair complexion was adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she might not appear strikingly beautiful, but upon closer inspection, she possessed a magical charm that captivated the beholder, a hazy allure that deepened the more one gazed. Indeed, her companions said, refraining from further remarks, their trust in this youthful girl unwavering. Upon noticing new guests, Yinsong promptly approached, warmly inviting them to the bar. What a handsome young man! The short-haired girl with dark green hair immediately fixated on Jiang at the bar, her heart fluttering at the sight of such a charming boy. It was a weakness of hers. Being captivated by looks, she could overlook everything else. How about sharing a drink with your elder sister? She exclaimed, leaping beside Jiang, her delicate fingers playfully teasing. Yu Yao, be serious. Learn from Xue Wu and observe how composed she is, Waterbinger chided, feeling a mix of annoyance and affection for her half-sister, who, despite her many commendable traits, was easily distracted by handsome men, lacking the modesty expected of a noble lady. Indeed, Xue Wu teased, you could take a page from Bing'er's book and not be so frivolous. Though Bing'er was the youngest among them, her strength had earned her the respect of the younger generation in their Tianshui zone, which was why Xue Wu addressed her as sister. Bing'er, Yu Yao, Xue Wu. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the crux of the matter. While one person might share a name, three could not merely be a coincidence. The appearances and attire of these three beauties bore an uncanny resemblance to several members of Tianshui Academy from the original story. There was no doubt they were indeed the same individuals. Jiang Yu had not anticipated encountering people from Tianshui Academy in fengshuecheng. He had thought he would have to wait until the Continental Soul Master Elite Academy tournament for such a meeting. It seemed fate had brought them together. All right. Jiang Yu raised his glass of Yangmei wine, gesturing towards Xue Yu, then down the contents in one gulp, leaving the three of them in astonishment. Are the children of today such heavy drinkers? They raised a toast without even blinking. Xue Yu was taken aback by Jiang Yu's masculine demeanor and eagerly requested more drinks for Mr. Yinsong. A young man so appealing was a rare find. The displeasure caused by the blizzard was instantaneously forgotten. She now only wished to revel in the company of this handsome boy. As Xue Yu received a drink from the proprietor, a group of inebriated men staggered over. Little beauty, what's the point of drinking with him? Why not come and have some fun with us? The men's eyes glinted with unrestrained desire, their laughter lewd. After a few drinks, our tempers are quite high. We need someone to cool us down. They had not encountered such exquisite beauties during their time in fengshuecheng. Ugh, who would have thought? Xue Yu ignored the drunken men, repulsed by their coarse appearances. Please, uncles, at your age, trying to meet young ladies here is utterly shameless. Just look at yourselves. What is there to attract anyone? Her words were cutting, devoid of any niceties. You should really consider heading home to sleep. Curse it. The leader of the men slammed the table in anger, humiliated by a mere girl with yellow hair. This was a disgrace that would make them the laughingstock of fengshuecheng, and they would likely find it difficult to team up for future ventures in the extreme north. For both personal and public reasons, they felt compelled to teach this insolent girl a lesson, to make her understand that they, the five great wolves of the extreme north, were not to be trifled with. Those who dared to offend would face severe repercussions. Brothers, let this little brat know our might. The leader, a formidable figure among the pack, unleashed his martial spirit, summoning a colossal ice wolf, its entire form a deep blue. The Ice Demon Wolf. A commonly found soul beast in the extreme north, bore black stripes said to symbolize the selling of its soul to an evil deity. Once it went berserk, it would completely lose its rationality, becoming a terrifying beast of slaughter. Upon manifesting his martial spirit, the man revealed black claws, surrounded by dark energy. The optimal 5-soul ring configuration appeared around him. Those who could remain in Feng Shuecheng for an extended period were not without strength. As the leader of the 5 great wolves of the extreme north, his soul power was unparalleled, reaching level 53, undeniably the eldest brother. Witnessing their leader unleash his martial spirit, the other 4 men were not to be outdone and activated their own spirits, filling the room with a dazzling array of black, red, gray, and silver lights. Though their martial spirits were of slightly lesser quality than the Ice Demon Wolf, they had all achieved the rank of Soul Master. Indeed, it poses quite a challenge. Shuawu's brow furrowed in an instant as she assessed the 5 ruffians before her, each possessing formidable strength. The weakest among them was already at the soul sect level. In stark contrast, Shui Binger, their strongest member, held merely the rank of Soul Master at level 33. The disparity in their powers was overwhelmingly apparent. Who were they trying to intimidate? She was unfazed. Shui Wearer, with her fearless disposition, was not daunted by the 5 lascivious men. Despite their superior soul power, she remained resolute, her spirit ignited with fierce determination. "Inu Dolphin, manifest!" Shui Wearer exclaimed playfully, as an ethereal, icy blue aura enveloped her, culminating in the formation of an exquisitely resplendent dolphin behind her. Unlike an ordinary dolphin, this one was translucent, resembling jade, adorned with shimmering ice crystals that exuded an air of nobility. Second soul skill, 0-degree impact. Taking the initiative, Shui Wearer launched an assault on the ruffians ahead. With a swift motion, her right hand rose dramatically, unleashing a chilling wave that spiraled forward with tremendous speed. Dark clouds. Rainfall. Shuawu, concerned for Shui Wearer's safety, hastily activated 2 soul skills. Her martial spirit, akin to a snowflake, was named Qianwu Shueduan, bestowing her the ability to manipulate weather. Despite being an auxiliary soul master, she possessed commendable offensive capabilities, proving she was no fragile damsel. As she activated her skills, Shuawu danced gracefully, for her soul skills required her movements to be synchronized with her dance. Soon, a vast dark cloud formed above the tavern, enveloping the entire area. Then, torrential raindrops began to cascade down, creating a curtain of water. Interestingly, these droplets did not land on the 3 sisters, Jiang or the tavern owner. Instead, they slid off harmlessly as they neared, leaving the 5 ruffians drenched. The frigid rain battered them mercilessly, each drop chilling to the bone, causing them to shiver uncontrollably. To exacerbate their plight, a freezing storm surged towards them. The leading wolf, however, managed to withstand it, as his martial spirit, the Ice Demon Wolf, held considerable resistance to ice and snow. The remaining 4 wolves fared less favorably, as the soul power they wielded offered little protection against the onslaught. Ice Snow Demon Claw. The leading wolf charged towards Shui Wearer, his claws sharper than blades, slicing through the storm. Caught off guard, Shui Wearer did not expect him to reach her so swiftly. The wolf's claws radiated an icy blue light, poised to pierce her fair skin. Ice Seal. At this crucial moment, Shui Binger intervened. Brilliant snowflakes surrounded her as a majestic blue phoenix, exceeding 7 meters in size, materialized silently. The ice crystals on its tail shimmered like diamonds, and its regal form exuded an aura of grandeur. The Ice Phoenix, the pinnacle of martial spirits, rivaled the renowned blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex on the continent. With the formidable Ice Phoenix as her martial spirit, Shui Bing rightfully stood as a paragon among the younger generation of the Tian Shui sect, having even been groomed as a potential successor. An intense chill erupted from her being, instantly encasing the wolf's lethal claws in ice. The freezing aura continuing to spread rapidly across his form. In mere moments, the wolf's robust body was entirely encased, rendered immobile as a frozen statue. Even though the Ice Demon Wolf possessed control over ice, it paled in comparison to the Ice Phoenix's supreme power. For ordinary ice and snow could not rival the ultimate force. In certain respects, Shui Binger's Ice Phoenix might even surpass the blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, as it commanded the essence of absolute ice power. The blue electric Tyrannosaurus Rex, with its purple lightning and azure wind, approached the pinnacle, yet fell short in comparison. Lacking the ultimate essence, it inevitably ranked lower. One could assert that Shui Binger's innate talent exceeded that of the blue electric twin stars. Third soul skill, titanium alloy claw. The chapter is not yet finished. Please proceed to the next page to continue reading. The Crimson Titanium Wolf Soul Master, witnessing his leader trapped in ice, rushed forward to rescue him. As he unleashed his soul skill, his claws hardened immensely, shattering the frost. However, this came at great cost. While his attack was successful, his claws were soon corroded by the icy energy and rendered useless. Nonetheless, his efforts were not in vain, as the Ice Demon Wolf was freed from its frozen prison. As a crucial offensive force in their team, his energy was undeniably significant. These little ladies are quite the tough nuts. The Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master exuded an ominous black light from his eyes, his expression morphing into one of frenzied determination. Brothers, let's go. I refuse to believe that after dominating the Snowstorm City for years, we cannot handle a few girls. With a commanding shout, the leading wolf directed the others to encircle Shui Binger and her companions. It was not a time for chivalry, to avoid a downfall. They disregarded the principle of fair play. Eaming Slash, Titanium Blade, Silverfang Wolf Tooth, Rockfall, Hail. The five ruffians coordinated their attacks with remarkable synergy, unleashing their soul skills simultaneously upon Shui Binger and her sisters. Massive boulders and fist-sized hailstones thundered down, clearing a path. Sharp blades and glimmering fangs loomed ominously behind, seeking the opportune moment to strike. Although the Shui sisters possessed superior martial spirit qualities, they found themselves in a precarious situation due to the significant disparity in soul power. Initially, their opponents had underestimated them, not unleashing their full potential. Now, having faced setbacks, they pressed forward with all their strength. Chapter 149, A Hero's Rescue. Despite the Shui sisters' martial spirit quality far surpassing that of the extreme North Five Wolves, the gulf in soul power was undeniable. The sudden escalation of their opponent's aggression brought considerable pressure upon them. Shui Binger contemplated whether to employ their martial spirit fusion technique against their adversaries, yet she hesitated, reserving such a trump card for dire situations. The pressure exerted by the extreme North Five Wolves was formidable, but Shui Binger sought to harness this strain to refine herself, aspiring for further breakthroughs. Having spent over a year in the extreme north, they aimed to endure challenges in this harsh environment, hoping to seize the championship at the upcoming Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a few years. Thus, Shui Binger was prepared to endure any hardship, for the pressure brought by the extreme North Five Wolves ignited a fervor within her. She aimed to use this as a stepping stone to transcend her limits. Resist Ice Ring. Shui Binger immediately unleashed her most formidable soul skill, her third soul technique, which bore a striking resemblance to Ho Wu's fire resistance ring. This technique was derived from a 500-year-old ice spirit soul beast, a rare entity found only in the frigid northern realms, embodying the essence of ice and snow, akin to the fire spirits. A blue ice ring emanated from Shui Binger, which she then bestowed upon Shui Yuer and Shui Wu. Following this, she released an overwhelming force of ice and snow. As the rocks and hailstones made contact with the blue ice ring, they were repelled, demonstrating that this resistance ring could nullify all physical attacks, making it an extraordinary soul skill. Even Tang San would face considerable difficulty against it, as Jiang Yu had once expended great effort to counter the fire resistance ring, which had a similar effect. How could the insignificant extreme North Five Wolves possibly breach Shui Binger's resistance ice ring? The battle reached a stalemate. Although the three sisters had temporarily alleviated their crisis, they were at a standstill against the extreme North Five Wolves, relegated to passive defense without the means to launch effective attacks, forced to endure. Witnessing the remarkable strength of their adversaries, who showed no fear even in the face of their combined assaults, the Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master grew increasingly agitated. At this juncture, he could no longer afford to hold back and resorted to his ultimate techniques. The Ice Demon Wolf's greatest secret lay in its ability to sacrifice its own soul to gain the favor of the evil god. However, this powerful secret art came with glaring side effects. Excessive sacrifices would gradually erode the host's autonomy, ultimately turning them into a mere puppet of the evil god. It was undeniably a terrifying forbidden technique. Yet, driven by rage, the Ice Demon Wolf Soul Master had clearly lost his sanity, disregarding the repercussions of this forbidden power and obstinately invoking its dark arts. He recited the incantation to exchange strength with the evil god. a cryptic tongue reminiscent of the archaic era. As the incantation echoed, a dreadful transformation occurred. The ice demon wolf soul master's body swelled dramatically, dark demonic patterns emerging across his muscles. A palpable aura of malevolence enveloped him, his eyes radiating a terrifying light, akin to a gaze peering from the depths of hell. His power surged exponentially, and he lunged toward Shui Binger. His claws struck the blue ice ring and, astonishingly, were not repelled. Instead, an evil energy enveloped the entire ring, swiftly consuming its power. The resistance ice ring shattered unexpectedly. For the first time, Shui Binger's formidable third soul skill lost its efficacy, rendered impotent. Without the protection of the resistance ice ring, Shui Binger's delicate form was completely exposed to the enemy's claws. The ice demon wolf showed no mercy. Having shed all human rationality, even the fire of desire had vanished, leaving only a singular focus: slaughter. A frenzied thirst for blood. Just as his sharp claws were about to pierce Shui Binger's skin, Jiang sprang into action. The Qi Shao sword materialized in his right hand, and under his command, it swiftly flew toward the ice demon wolf soul master, severing the wolf's claw before he could react. Crimson blood sprayed across Shui Binger's face, and even the typically composed girl found herself momentarily dazed. Surprisingly, the ice demon wolf soul master showed no sign of pain upon losing a claw. Instead, a smile crept across his face, one that grew increasingly sinister, evoking a sense of cruelty. Jiang Yu's intervention drew the ice demon wolf soul master's attention away from Shui Binger, redirecting his fury. A dense aura of malevolence erupted from the ice demon wolf soul master, coalescing into a black spear several feet long, hurtling directly toward you. Jiang Yu instinctively sought to evade, only to realize a formidable pressure had locked onto him, rendering escape impossible. He could only brace for impact. Qixiao sword formation. Jiang Yu bellowed, summoning the Qi Shao sword back to his side. The magnificent sword unleashed a flurry of fiery red sword shadows, ignited by a brilliant golden flame. An unparalleled aura of supremacy surged forth. Even in this icy realm, while the imperial fire faced suppression, the innate pressure of the Qi Shao sword erupted in full force. As the emperor's sword, no malevolent force could suppress the sovereign aura that enveloped it, not even the power of the evil god. The ice demon wolf soul master's expression turned grave, his eyes betraying an unusual glimmer as the aura of the Qi Shao sword proved overwhelmingly shocking, even causing the evil god's presence to tremble slightly. Slash! Jiang Yu's voice resonated solemnly, reminiscent of a divine monarch issuing commands to the heavens. The imperial pressure from the Qi Shao sword formation swiftly subdued the malevolent aura, repelling the black spear. The Qi Shao sword flew toward the ice demon wolf soul master, piercing through his body despite his protective evil god power. Just before collapsing, the ice demon wolf soul master uttered a string of cryptic incantations, still as obscure as before. His eyes remained fixated on Jiang Yu, the light within transformed, radiating a power far beyond that of the ice demon wolf soul master. Even Jiang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. Fortunately, the ice demon wolf soul master did not last long, soon collapsing to the ground. Was this aura? Yin Song pondered silently. Chapter 150, The Mysterious Boss. He did not anticipate the sword's ultimate power to be so formidable. Astonishment washed over Yin Song's face. This strength surpassed even that of the girl's ultimate ice. His eyes sparkled with realization. Recognizing that this young boy's talent exceeded all those he had known, even eclipsing the renowned Douluo on the continent. A sense of comfort began to blossom in Yin Song's heart. Perhaps humanity's future lay in his hands. The remaining four wolves, witnessing their leader's demise, erupted with fury. Though they were ruffians, they understood the meaning of loyalty. The big wolf was akin to a brother to them, and they were willing to share even women with him. Recalling how the big wolf had once presented a stunning beauty for them to enjoy together, they could not help but feel a pang of regret. Finding a leader with such unwavering loyalty was nearly impossible. Their intense desire for revenge extinguished their fear. The extreme North Four wolves unleashed their full battle prowess, recklessly charging toward Jiang Yu. Fueled by vengeance, their strength surged dramatically, and the potency of their soul skills intensified. The once razor-sharp blades expanded to over a meter in length, becoming even more lethal. Second soul skill, Ice Ring Armor. Shui Binger swiftly activated her soul skill to provide support. She had always been clear about her loyalties. This person had risked himself to save them, and she had to protect him. The azure halo emanated from Shui Binger's form, swiftly gliding to Jiang Yu's side. The radiant light surged into his being, gradually coalescing into a layer of formidable ice armor that enveloped him entirely. This icy shield proved exceedingly resilient. Blades struck against its surface, leaving only faint scratches without inflicting any significant damage, its defensive capabilities surpassing even Jiang Yu's expectations. Shui Yuer and Shui Wu soon joined the fray, instantly transforming the battlefield into a 4-on-4 engagement. The remaining advantage of the 4 great wolves of the extreme north rested solely on their soul power. And though they were all soul masters, bolstered by the force of their hatred, they did not succumb to immediate defeat. The standoff ensued. The red titanium wolf soul master, wielding dual titanium blades, was the first to shatter the stalemate. His arm extended abruptly, revealing a crimson iron blade resembling a sickle, exuding a unique aura. His attack was exceedingly cunning. As Jiang Yu braced himself, the assailant suddenly bent low and lunged toward his lower body. Such treacherous tactics were a first for Jiang Yu. Past battles, though perilous, had seen opponents fight with a modicum of honor, even when resorting to deceit. It was a grim reminder of the malice that lurked in human hearts. The 5 great wolves of the extreme north had long thrived in the city of wind and snow, committing countless atrocities, showing no mercy to anyone, from the babbling toddler to the frail elderly. They were astute, targeting only those soul masters whose power was inferior to theirs, which allowed them to survive for so long. Had they not crossed paths with Jiang Yu and his companions, they might have continued their reign of terror unchallenged. As the sickle-like blade seemed poised to strike its target, Yin Song, who had remained silent on the sidelines, suddenly intervened. Unnoticed by all, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon the red titanium wolf soul master's arm, instantly pulverizing the blade to dust. After executing this feat, he returned to his tranquil state. The red titanium wolf soul master stood momentarily stunned. What had begun as a smooth operation now spiraled into chaos. His soul skill abruptly interrupted. It was truly bizarre. Was it this young lad who had orchestrated this disruption? Jiang Yu, too, felt a sense of perplexity, for the earlier surge of power had no connection to him. The potent aura he sensed was undoubtedly beyond what Shui Binger and her sisters could wield, leaving only one suspect. The innkeeper, Yin Song, who had not engaged in the battle. Could it be that he was a reclusive master? As the saying goes, heroes are not questioned about their origins. Many tales recount legendary figures living incognito among common folk. Take Tang Hao, for instance, who concealed himself in the Holy Spirit village as a mere blacksmith and a dissipated drunkard. Perhaps the innkeeper harbored his own story. With this realization, Jiang Yu dismissed his earlier doubts. Seizing the moment while the red titanium wolf soul master remained dazed, he raised his Qi Shao sword and thrust it toward his opponent's chest. With a single strike, the red titanium wolf soul master fell, swiftly joining his leader in defeat. The scales of victory tipped in Jiang Yu's favor. After dispatching the red titanium wolf soul master, he turned to assist Shui Yuer against her adversary, the silver wolf soul master, whose combat experience appeared to vastly exceed that of Shui Yuer. Moreover, he was a bona fide 4-ring soul master. While Shui Yuer possessed only 2 soul rings, the disparity in levels was stark. Had she been equipped with a soul bone, she might have turned the tide. But such treasures were exceedingly rare. Even the Tianshui clan possessed but a single piece, reserved solely for the clan leaders. Not even Shui Bing, a prominent figure of the younger generation, qualified for such an honor. Before Jiang Yu's intervention, Shui Yuer had already sustained several lacerations on her fair skin. With Jiang Yu's support, she finally found a moment to breathe. The Silver Wolf Soul Master's expression grew grave. Despite the fact that these 2 children were merely great soul masters, they were far from ordinary. Particularly the newly arrived boy, who had bested even their leader, exhibited prowess that clearly belied appearances. At this juncture, neither side could afford to retreat, as the Silver Wolf Soul Master recognized the fight as one of life and death. It would only cease when one party lay defeated. His attacks grew increasingly frantic and desperate, even as he sustained injuries from the Qi Shao sword. He reached for Jiang Yu with clawed hands. Though such a reckless approach was perilous, it nonetheless yielded significant results. Jiang Yu had no desire to indulge a madman in a self-destructive game. Although the Silver Wolf Soul Master could temporarily gain the upper hand, he would not sustain it for long. As his wounds multiplied, defeat became inevitable. Additionally, Shuai intermittently unleashed frigid spirals of wind to support Jiang. Even the innkeeper covertly aided Jiang. Whenever the Silver Wolf Soul Master unleashed a ferocious offensive, he would intervene to nullify the threat. As time wore on, the Silver Wolf Soul Master became increasingly disheartened. Though he maintained an advantage, his adversaries had suffered little damage, while his own injuries accumulated. What struck him with fear was the sense that Jiang was under divine protection. The Silver Wolf Soul Master grew ever more apprehensive. Was this child truly favored by deity? In the Douluo continent, it was said that no new gods had emerged in nearly 10,000 years. Yet here stood a boy seemingly blessed by divine grace. Could he be a descendant of the gods? It was no wonder the Silver Wolf Soul Master found himself ensnared in confusion. Every time he delivered a lethal strike, an invisible force seemed to sap the potency of his attacks. Who other than a god could wield such terrifying power? As for the innkeeper, the Silver Wolf Soul Master had long since dismissed him. In the city of wind and snow, everyone knew he was merely an ordinary man. If he were the source of this interference, the Silver Wolf Soul Master would willingly accept his fate. Clearly, the bewildered Silver Wolf Soul Master now stood at a crossroads. With his opponent seemingly under divine favor, it was evident that no matter how ferocious his assaults, he could not harm Jiang. Realizing this, he resolved that fleeing was the only viable option. With newfound clarity, the Silver Wolf Soul Master feigned an attack, yet his true aim was the wooden door leading outside. Behind Jiang. Suddenly, Jiang, having raised his Qishao sword to block the Silver Wolf Master's silver claws, comprehended the situation. The Silver Wolf Soul Master had not exerted his full strength. At such a critical moment, he had chosen to hold back. This was decidedly uncharacteristic of him. Coupled with the Silver Wolf Master's furtive glances toward the exit, Jiang experienced an epiphany. He intended to escape. Jiang, however, had no intention of permitting the Silver Wolf Soul Master to flee. The 5 great wolves of the extreme north were no benign figures. Should they escape, others would surely fall victim to their malevolence. Such scoundrels would only repent in the depths of hell. And it was not his role to educate them. That was the domain of the Lord of Hell. His purpose was to ensure they reached their final destination. The Silver Wolf Soul Master, believing his ruse successful, unconsciously smirked, revealing a faint smile. Little did he know, his every action was keenly observed by Jiang. Since he was so eager to escape, Jiang deliberately left a flaw. Rather than driving the dog into a corner, it was better to strike a drowning dog. The Silver Wolf Soul Master would certainly not miss such a splendid opportunity. In a swift motion, he broke through the encirclement from the right side. And just as the Silver Wolf Soul Master approached the wooden door with delight, a swift sound came from behind. Before the Silver Wolf Soul Master could comprehend, a magnificent crimson longsword shot forth from his abdomen, piercing directly into the wooden door mere inches away. Upon closer inspection, the blade was stained with bright crimson blood, splattered upon the door like scattered cold plum blossoms. Thus, Jiang had already dispatched 3 of the 5 great wolves of the extreme north, leaving the remaining 2 in a state of terror. The Yuming Wolf Soul Master and the Huiyin Wolf Soul Master were the weakest among the 5, and even their leader, a Soul King with an ice magic wolf martial soul, had been slain. What chance did they stand? The 2 exchanged a glance and made a decision. Wait a moment. What kind of hero is it to bully the few with the many? The Yuming Wolf Soul Master was the first to speak, his face adorned with a righteous demeanor, making one wonder if he fancied himself a grand hero of justice. Ha! Shameless! Shui Yue immediately scolded. How dare you speak such words when it was you who initially bullied us with your numbers? Oh, now that you're incompetent, you blame us? What kind of logic is that? Why can't I bully you? After all, we're not heroes. Shui Yue was not easily swayed by the enemy's tactics. Provocation was of no use against her. The Yuming Wolf Soul Master did not expect Shui Yue to be so forthright and shameless. He immediately felt a sense of role model emerging within him, even feeling an impulsive desire to seek her as a mentor. Yet he understood that this was not the time for personal idolization. The urgent matter was to escape. With a thud, the Yuming Wolf Soul Master suddenly collapsed, kneeling on the ground. Please, esteemed heroes, spare our lives. Just treat us like a passing wind and let us go. The Yuming Wolf Soul Master had completely shed his previous ferocity, pleading with a snotty nose and tears. His transformation was astonishingly swift. Just moments ago, he had appeared steadfast and fearless, yet now he was reduced to a coward, afraid to even breathe, exhibiting the demeanor of a petty villain. Shameless! Shui Binger, standing behind, looked on with disdain. Such a person was a disgrace to the ranks of soul masters. Such a scoundrel was of no use to keep alive. However, after much contemplation, Shui Binger still found it difficult to deliver the fatal blow. Though she had killed some soul beasts, they were still mere beasts, while the ones before her were living. Bratimumans. Even if they were guilty of numerous wrongdoings, they were still of the same kin, which was different from slaughtering chickens or ducks. Shui Binger acknowledged that her heart was not yet ruthless enough. This was her only weakness. She remembered her father's words. To become an excellent soul master, one must first learn to kill. One must never show mercy to the enemy. They must be completely eradicated with a thunderous strike. For a wildfire cannot be extinguished, and spring winds can bring it back to life. Leaving even the slightest remnant is absolutely inadmissible. This is the world of soul masters, immensely cruel, where a single misstep could lead to a bottomless abyss, plunging one into a place of irretrievable doom. Shui Binger held her father's teachings close to her heart, remembering every word clearly, yet knowing something and executing it were two distinct matters. Her state of mind had not yet reached perfection. Jiang Yu looked upon the Yuming Wolf Soul Master's shameless behavior with disdain. A true man would rather stand and die than kneel and live. This person before him had utterly disgraced all men across the continent. Such a despicable villain was indeed contemptible. Jiang Yu was too disinterested in this fool to care. With a swift motion, he thrust a sword into the Yuming Wolf Soul Master's chest. After piercing him, Jiang Yu did not forget about the Huiyin Wolf Soul Master, continuing to manipulate the Qishao sword to strike, skewering both as if threading kebabs. Witnessing Jiang Yu's ruthless methods, Shui Binger felt a strange sensation. The opponent was a few years younger than her, yet his mindset appeared remarkably mature. He undoubtedly possessed the excellent qualities essential for a distinguished soul master, and his future would be boundless. Little brother, you are so impressive. Shui Wearer, with her direct personality, unabashedly leaned against Jiang Yu's arm. With a radiant smile, she said, I've never encountered a capable man like you. Let's have a match sometime and see who is stronger. Shui Wearer then cast a flirtatious glance at Jiang Yu. Yuia. Shui Binger could not help but reprimand. Although her younger sister was older, her mental maturity was quite lacking. Every time she saw a handsome man, she would lose her composure, completely lacking the poise expected of a noble lady. All right, Jiang Yu was not one to be pretentious when a girl was so forward. Why refuse? Engaging in some friendly sparring would be just fine. After agreeing to Shui Yuer's request, Jiang Yu headed straight toward the bar. Thank you, manager, for your assistance. Jiang Yu's eyes were fixed on Yin Song, feeling quite grateful for this stranger's covert aid. Chapter 152. Then instant upon hearing this, Yin Song was momentarily taken aback. But soon a smile returned to his face. Everyone was intelligent enough to forego unnecessary probing, and he did not deny it. It has indeed caused you trouble, manager. Jiang Yu spoke with a hint of guilt. After all, the pile of corpses on the ground was his doing. You are aware of the trouble, huh? Yin Song pouted. Soon he would be busy, as it had been over a decade since he had last dealt with cleaning up corpses. The last time was, sigh. The thought of the past made Yin Song sigh deeply, and his gaze grew dim. It appeared the manager was also a person with a story. Jiang Yu observed everything keenly, though he was curious as to why such a remarkable expert would hide in a small tavern in the city of wind and snow as a brewer. Could it be he fell in love with a soul beast? How could there be so many people enamored with beasts? Jiang Yu couldn't help but mock himself. In the realm of soul masters, it was a colossal taboo for human soul masters to associate with soul beasts. A millennium ago, the most debauched and tyrannical emperor in the history of the Douluo Empire, the Star Dragon Emperor, committed this taboo by forcibly uniting with a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast, the Heart Moon Fox, and even bore a progeny that nearly destroyed the entire continent. Ultimately, the founder of the Spirit Hall sacrificed his life to defeat that progeny, ending decades of evil dominion and sealing him in the land of divine burial. Only then did peace return to the continent. Unfortunately, after the calamity of the progeny, the once unified Douluo Empire began to fracture, evolving into the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire, along with countless kingdoms and principalities. Even to this day, unity has not been achieved. After that lesson, the founder of the Spirit Hall established the rule that humans must not fall in love with soul beasts, and those who violate it would be condemned by the world. With the ironclad laws set by the Spirit Hall, the trend of beast-human relationships on the continent was finally suppressed, though some still flaunted their genius and deliberately sought to be different by engaging with soul beasts. However, under the formidable iron fist of the Wuhuan Temple, a heavy price was inevitably paid. Throughout this process, the Wuhuan Temple committed certain errors, which ignited the rebellious spirit in some individuals. Furthermore, an abundance of poignant love stories emerged, depicting the union between humans and soul beasts, such as those between humans and snakes, humans and foxes, and even humans with fish and flowers. These tales stirred a yearning within humanity for a different kind of love, spreading widely across the continent. Despite the Wuhuan Temple's strict orders to destroy all related literature, such efforts proved futile. Eventually, they had no choice but to relent and allow the populace to read. Nevertheless, it was clear that anyone daring to engage in a forbidden relationship with soul beasts would face the most severe repercussions from the Wuhuan Temple. Thus, even when the illustrious Douluo transgressed by uniting with a soul beast, the Wuhuan Temple had no alternative but to employ drastic measures to apprehend him. Unfortunately, Qian Xuanji developed a covetous desire for the 100,000-year-old Lan Yin Huang during his pursuit, forcing Tang how to unleash his fury and slay it. Of course, Jiang was privy to the inner workings of the matter. At that time, Qian Xuanji had merely been gravely injured. It was indeed Bibi Dong who delivered the fatal blow. Jiang harbored no sympathy for such a disgraceful individual who would even violate his disciples. Rather, had he been present, he would have cheered for Bibi Dong, standing firmly in her support. Since the incident involving the Douluo, there had been no further occurrences of soul masters merging with soul beasts on the continent. Who would dare to risk such a transgression, knowing that even the Haoyan sect could not protect them? Surely, no one believed that soul beasts were akin to precious gems. Therefore, Jiang did not believe that the tavern owner would be involved with soul beasts. It was likely that something else had transpired, possibly involving a woman or a man. However, since the owner remained silent, he would not presume to pry. "Owner, may I have another drink?" Jiang smiled at Yinsong. Of course, Yinsong nodded. But this time he did not serve Jiang the Yangmei wine, instead opting for wheat beer. "Try this. It is brewed from pure wheat germ. Perfect for consumption after battle." Jiang was not picky. He raised his cup and drank heartily. Fortunately, the beer was warm and the flavor was not overpowering, making it exceedingly smooth to consume. After finishing, the outside wind and snow began to subside, prompting Jiang to inquire with the owner about nearby inns. Before he could receive a response, Shuei excitedly began to speak, grandly introducing the hotel where they were staying, her praises flowing like a river. Jiang was indifferent to the details. He merely noted that the hotel was not far from the tavern, and thus decided to accompany Shuei and her sisters for mutual support. After all, they were familiar with Feng Shui City, unlike Jiang, who was visiting for the first time. In terms of experience, Shuei and her companions were far more seasoned. "Owner, I will return for another drink." Jiang jested as he prepared to leave the tavern, nearly causing Yinsong to stumble. "Please don't." Yinsong waved his hands in protest. "If you enjoy my wine, I will personally deliver it to you." "Ha ha ha." Observing the troubled expression on Yinsong's face, Jiang could not help but laugh. The owner was rather amusing. Soon, Jiang followed Shuei out of the tavern. The world outside remained cloaked in darkness, but Shuei appeared well prepared. As she reached toward the towering peaks, her hand brushing against a small round object dangling from a chain. This pink orb resembled a necklace of sorts. However, upon Shuei's touch, a yellow glow emanated forth. It was evident that this was a spatial soul guide. As the glow flickered, a milky white orb materialized in Shuei's hand, casting a warm, bright light. This orb was not a rare item. It was merely a warm light orb used for illumination, devoid of any other purpose. With the warm light orb, the group quickened their pace, and Shuei and her companions no longer proceeded cautiously. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the hotel. Though referred to as a hotel, it was more akin to a larger wooden cabin. Looking ahead, there were likely dozens of wooden structures, with the frontmost being a small blue house, its color distinct from the others. Shuei led everyone into the blue house, and upon entering the room, they were greeted by boisterous shouting. By piecing together the surrounding conversations, Jiang finally understood the situation. It seemed that, for some unknown reason, the blizzard in the extreme northern lands had arrived earlier than expected, prompting many adventurers to return to Feng Shui City, thus causing the hotels to become exceedingly scarce and fully booked. "It seems there are no rooms left." Jiang sighed. "Not to worry. You can share a room with me." Shuei patted Jiang's shoulder, her large eyes sparkling brightly. After all, We have booked a suite in this hotel for a year, so there's no need to compete with others. Since Shui Yuer extended the invitation, Jiang Yu had no reason to decline. It was late, and there was no possibility of searching for another hotel. Not to mention that other establishments might also be fully booked. After careful consideration, he acquiesced. Upon hearing her sister's words, Shui Binger's expression shifted instantly. A young woman sharing a room with an unmarried man was simply scandalous. However, in urgent circumstances, she could not voice her concerns, especially since Jiang Yu had assisted them. She could not bear to see him sleeping on the street. In Shui Yuer's cabin, it was already late at night. The room remained brightly lit, with Shui Yuer's voice occasionally ringing out. I don't stop in the cozy yet cramped space of the wooden cabin. Only Jiang Yu and Shui Yuer occupied the room, and rather than sleeping, the two were engaged in a vigorous struggle. They had maintained the same position for half an hour. Are we done yet? Shui Yuer was drenched in sweat, her urgency palpable. Not yet, it's too deep, Jiang Yu replied, having exerted all his strength. Yet, the entrance was indeed too profound, resembling an abyss. No matter how hard he tried, that cylindrical object remained firmly lodged. I implore you to hasten. Shui Yuer looked at Jiang Yu with pleading eyes. She was exceedingly tired and merely wished to sleep. However, she could not rest until that cylindrical object was removed, leaving her to wait anxiously. I refuse to believe this. Jiang Yu rolled up his sleeves, once more reaching into the entrance, determined to extract the object, convinced that the cave could not be deeper than the icy caverns of the extreme north. Perseverance bore fruit. Jiang Yu's efforts finally yielded results. As the cylindrical object began to stir slightly, he exerted further force, gradually pulling the object from the depths of the cave, water splashing forth in the process. His hands became drenched. Ah! As the cylinder emerged, Shui Yuer exclaimed in excitement. At long last, the pesky wooden object was about to be freed. Don't stop. Keep going. Though Shui Yuer knew she could offer no physical assistance, she could still cheer him on. Half a minute later, with a sudden jolt, Jiang Yu finally extracted the wooden cylinder, bending forward to glance at the cavernous hole in the ground, which indeed appeared to be unfathomably deep. With a faint sound of dripping water echoing within, it seemed that blocking it off would be quite the hassle. Jiang Yu, however, chose to disregard it, urging Shui Yuer to step aside before relocating the wooden bed. Fortunately, the heavy wooden cylinder that had fallen into the cavity was now retrieved, and with Jiang Yu's strength, he was able to move the cumbersome bed to another spot. It was unclear if it had been in use for too long, but the bed suddenly collapsed, prompting Shui Yuer to grumble about needing to lodge a complaint with the proprietor the following day. She had been comfortably lying on the bed with Jiang Yu, only to find that one of the supporting large cylinders had sunk into the deep pit, causing the bed to tilt precariously, rendering it unfit for rest. Now that the bed was no longer an issue, Shui Yuer sprang onto it eagerly, settling herself on the bedding. Sister, could you please be a bit gentler? Jiang Yu quickly reminded her. It was your constant fidgeting that caused the bed to collapse earlier. Shui Yuer blushed, failing to perceive her movements as particularly disruptive, attributing the blame to the bed's inability to withstand any disturbance. If it were a proper bed, it wouldn't collapse so easily. Clearly, the hotel has issues with its quality. She instinctively shifted the blame onto the bed. Alas, it's all the bed's fault for being so rickety. How can I be held responsible? Resigning to the situation, Shui Yuer suddenly felt a twinge of guilt, feigning nonchalance as she waved her hand at Jiang Yu. It's getting late. We should hurry and get some sleep. All right. Since Shui Yuer had spoken, Jiang Yu decided not to dwell on whether the issue lay with the person or the bed. He effortlessly leapt onto the bed. Jiang Yu was unfazed, having grown accustomed to sharing a bed with Hu Laina since childhood. Conversely, Shui Yuer felt a surge of excitement. This was her first time sharing a bed with a boy, especially one as handsome as Jiang Yu. The mere thought sent a shiver of exhilaration through her. Jiang Yu, however, paid no heed to Shui Yuer's musings, soon drifting off to sleep. Observing this, Shui Yuer felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, upon reflecting on Jiang Yu's age, she found solace in the thought that there would be time for such matters in the future. Time sped by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Jiang Yu became more acquainted with Shui Binger and the others. He learned that the trio had traveled thousands of miles to the extreme north for the purpose of completing their sex training. To adequately prepare for the prestigious Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition in a few years, they needed to make ample preparations to lead the Tianshui Academy, associated with their sect, to victory. The extreme north was indeed the ideal place for honing their skills, particularly for Shui Binger. Her martial spirit, the Ice Phoenix, could only undergo transformation in such a frigid environment. This was indeed the case. Shui Binger had only been in the extreme north for just over a year, yet her soul power had risen a remarkable 5 levels, even surpassing the threshold of Soul Master and acquiring impressive soul skills. Her understanding and application of soul skills had significantly advanced, surpassing her capabilities back at the sect. One day, a rare sun ascended in the sky. Assuming that the blizzard in the extreme north had finally ceased, the adventurers prepared to set off once more. After all, staying in Frosty City yielded no income, and they had to bear the cost of lodging. Thus, the adventurers were eager to move on. Jiang and his companions chose this moment to venture into the extreme north. After gathering their necessary provisions, they exited the hotel and headed straight northward. Upon leaving Frosty City, it wasn't long before they arrived at the region of the extreme north, where a warning sign stood not far ahead, inscribed with precautionary notes. The top boldly displayed the words Extreme North. This served as a reminder for the adventurers. Crossing the sign meant they would truly enter the extreme north, where vigilance was essential to guard against soul beast attacks. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The following parts are even more thrilling. After walking for about 10 minutes, Jiang realized that the extreme north was somewhat different from what he had imagined. Along the way, he had not encountered any soul beasts, only a landscape blanketed in pristine white snow. The snow here was exceptionally deep, even more so than in other places, appearing purer in color. This was merely the outer edge, with few soul beasts roaming about. Deeper into the territory, they would likely encounter soul beasts. Shui Wearer explained alongside him, having spent some time training here and thus possessing some knowledge of the extreme north's conditions. Jiang nodded, but he remained vigilant, maintaining a tense alertness. As they delved deeper, the number of adventurers around them gradually increased. These individuals had entered the extreme north at dawn, indicating a competitive spirit among adventurers. A moment's delay could result in valuable treasures being snatched away by others, leaving only a pile of low-value items. This was something adventurers wished to avoid. Although the extreme north was renowned as a gathering place for soul beasts, fraught with various dangers, it was also incredibly rich in resources, many of which were unavailable in other regions of the continent, making them exceedingly valuable. Driven by immense profit, countless adventurers flocked to seek their fortunes, undeterred by the dangers that lay ahead. Gradually, they began to notice the occasional soul beast appearing along the roadside. Though most were merely 10-year soul beasts, consisting of ordinary penguins and aquatic fish. While these soul beasts posed little threat, everyone recognized that they were nearing the outskirts of the core area, where more formidable soul beasts awaited. Everyone heightened their vigilance. Look at that penguin up ahead, how adorable. So plump and chubby, it's almost comical, Shui Wearer exclaimed, captivated by a particularly rotund penguin among a passing group. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and play with it. Sister, do you think we should take it back to the sect as a pet? Shui Wearer's suggestion was undeniably bold, albeit a bit naive, considering that the penguins of the extreme north could only thrive in the cold, making them difficult to care for elsewhere. Consequently, Shui Binger did not endorse the idea. After being denied by Shui Binger, Shui Wearer reluctantly pouted, pleading for her to reconsider. Unfortunately, Shui Binger remained unyielding, firmly guiding Shui Wearer forward. Despite being the youngest among the 3 sisters, Shui Binger was undeniably the authority in their group. Without her consent, Shui Wearer's hopes of keeping a penguin were certain to be dashed. She understood her half-sister's steadfast nature. Once Shui Binger decided on something, it was unlikely to change. An hour later, Shui Wearer finally relinquished her plan to adopt a penguin, inadvertently realizing that they were nearing the core area's outskirts, where soul beasts had become increasingly prevalent, including several hundred-year soul beasts, with even traces of 1,000-year soul beasts visible. Fortunately, the personalities of these soul beasts are generally quite gentle. As long as humans do not take the initiative to attack them, they will not act rashly. It is so cold. Shui Wu continuously rubbed her small hands together, exhaling puffs of breath. As a support-type soul master, her physique was evidently not on par with her companions, and her body began to shiver uncontrollably. May I embrace your sword? The temperatures in this extreme northern region are unbearably low, and Shui Wu, feeling quite overwhelmed, hurriedly nestled beside Jiang. With her red lips slightly parted, she expressed, "Sister, I am in dire need of the warmth emanating from your magnificent sword to warm my body. Observing Xue Wu's slightly reddened skin from the cold, Jiang Yu willingly acquiesced to her request. Helping others is the essence of joy. Moreover, Xue Wu's request was hardly excessive. Jiang Yu promptly summoned the Qi Shao sword and casually handed the fiery red longsword to Xue Wu. Thank you. Xue Wu excitedly accepted the Qi Shao sword, quickly embracing it, but was taken aback by its scorching heat, inadvertently burning her chest. His Xue Wu could not help but let out a soft exclamation. She hastily moved the Qi Shao sword away from her chest. After this lesson, she adjusted to holding the sword with one hand, maintaining some distance from her body, which made her feel more comfortable. In truth, Xue Wu should consider herself fortunate. Thankfully, this was in the extreme north. Otherwise, her chest might have suffered burns, leaving behind unsightly marks. If that were the case, it would be far from aesthetically pleasing. With the warmth from the Qi Shao sword enveloping her, Xue Wu's complexion gradually regained some vitality, transforming from a frostbitten red to a delicate rosy hue. Soon, the group arrived at the foot of a snow-capped mountain. This was the true outer core area, where it was rumored that a 10,000-year-old snow woman prowled within the mountain. To be precise, it should be referred to as a snow demoness. Although this old beast bears some resemblance to the ice fairy, they are fundamentally different entities. If the ice fairy's appearance could be likened to that of a snow maiden, then the snow demoness would be akin to a fierce woman amidst the snow. Legends say that she delights in seducing male soul masters, luring them away to drain their vitality. Over time, the snow demoness has become known as a demonic soul beast among male soul masters. Regarding this rumor, Xue Bing'er and her companions were evidently aware, yet they remained unafraid. As the snow demoness was only interested in men, it was Jiang Yu who should be concerned. Why don't you wait at the foot of the mountain? Xue Bing'er, worried that Jiang Yu might be enchanted by the snow demoness, kindly advised him. No need. Jiang Yu shook his head, rejecting Xue Bing'er's goodwill. He had been trained in the art of beauty since childhood. What kind of enchanting women had he not encountered? How could he possibly fall for the mere snow demoness? Moreover, the sage who once taught him how to deal with beauty traps had said, as long as one is bold, the demoness will take a break. Essentially, it means that when faced with a beauty trap, one need not fear nor resist. Generally, such women are often lacking in love. If one can provide her with sufficient love, conquering her both physically and spiritually, she will be yours, willingly doing anything for you. That sage referred to this as counter-beauty trap. The snow demoness? If she dares to approach, Jiang Yu is confident that he can make her question her existence as a beast. Without further ado, Jiang Yu began his ascent up the mountain, embodying the spirit of knowingly heading into the tiger's den. Seeing his determination, Xue Bing'er had no choice but to relent and quickly followed him, ready to support him if need be. It must be said that although Xue Bing'er appears somewhat cold and speaks little, she is indeed a beautiful girl with a kind heart, a rare combination. The snowy mountain stands at an elevation of over 1,000 meters, and being perpetually covered in ice and snow, even the air is infused with a biting chill. Moreover, the soul beasts atop the mountain are evidently more irritable. Just after a short climb, Jiang Yu and his companions encountered an attack from Soul Beast. It was a massive snow eagle, its feathers a pristine white, with a beak of bright yellow. Its snow-white claws appeared razor-sharp. 3 slender feathers adorned its forehead, not merely decorative, but signifying that its cultivation had surpassed the 3,000-year mark, achieving a significant leap in strength. This snow eagle's power should not be underestimated. The fierce snow eagle swooped down from the sky with incredible speed, its sharp claws poised for an attack. Right away, the snow eagle unleashed its innate soul skill, blade claws, a terrifying move capable of shattering even the hardest stone, clearly intent on leaving no opportunity for humans. Sora, arise! Jiang Yu suddenly felt invigorated, shouting as the Qi Shao sword flew from Xue Wu's grasp. With a firm grip on his long sword, Jiang Yu charged toward the snow eagle, a brilliant golden flame erupting in this icy realm, showcasing its might. At that moment, Jiang Yu appeared as a god ignited with divine fire, radiating power toward the approaching beast. Although the snow eagle possessed the intelligence akin to that of a human child, it was oblivious to the fact that some individuals should not be trifled with. It had clearly chosen the wrong opponent this time. The claws capable of rending gold and stone were swiftly severed by Jiang Yu's Qi Shao sword, and the searing flames enveloped them, rendering them into roasted eagle claws. Witnessing this scene, Xue Bing'er finally breathed a sigh of relief, recalling the ice phoenix she had just summoned back into her body. Truth be told, she was not afraid of the 3,000-year-old snow eagle soul beast. After all, the phoenix is the king of all birds. How could a mere snow eagle possibly compare to the ice phoenix? Shui Binger held a distinct advantage over it. The battle quickly came to an end. The once fearsome snow eagle had been transformed by the imperial fire contained within the Qi Shao sword into tender and fragrant meat. After such a lengthy trek, everyone was famished. While the snow eagle's flesh was rather ordinary, it was devoid of any unpleasant taste and sufficed to satiate their hunger. Soon, the massive snow eagle was reduced to mere bones, buried beneath the thick snow. As for the purple soul ring that had emerged from its body, it would dissipate in no time. Even if others were to witness it, they would be unable to absorb it, as it had been slain by Jiang. Following the defeat of the snow eagle, the group encountered successive attacks from other soul beasts, but fortunately, their strength was relatively low, and even Shui could easily handle them. It wasn't until they reached the middle of the snowy mountain that Jiang Yu and his companions finally encountered a formidable soul beast. Roar! Chapter 155. Ice Phoenix not far ahead. A fierce white wolf was steadily approaching Jiang Yu and his companions. The wolf's fur was entirely snow white, smooth and pristine, resembling the white snow underfoot. Its pale blue eyes emitted a chilling glow, and its sharp teeth were both fearsome and menacing. Unlike other wolf-type soul beasts, its ears were notably smaller, somewhat reminiscent of a fox's ears. While its facial features appeared terrifying individually, together they exuded a somewhat silly charm, giving it a rather foolish appearance. It resembled a husky. Jiang Yu could not help but jest. The wolf in front bore a striking resemblance to a dog. Huskies are notoriously difficult to distinguish from wolves, which is why they are often cast in films and dramas as wolf substitutes. Despite the ferocious expressions the white wolf attempted to display, Jiang Yu found it somewhat amusing. Snow wolf dog. Shui's gaze shimmered with brilliance. This soul beast, commonly found in the extreme northern regions, may appear somewhat fearsome, yet its true strength is rather modest. Some powerful soul masters even keep them as pets. However, observe the patterns on its back. Shui Binger's expression tightened. 5 distinct markings indicated that its cultivation had transcended 5,000 years, signifying its complete evolution into the Snow Wolf King. While the Snow Wolf Hound possesses low offensive power, once it transforms into the Snow Wolf King, its might receives a substantial enhancement. Both its attack capabilities and intelligence far surpass its previous form. With only 1 in 1,000 Snow Wolf Hounds potentially evolving into a Snow Wolf King, making it a formidable presence not to be underestimated. What perplexed Shui Binger was that typically, wolves, as pack animals, rarely act alone. This Snow Wolf King seemed to have encountered some unforeseen circumstances, resulting in its solitary appearance within this vast, snowy mountain range. The Snow Wolf King displayed considerable intelligence, refraining from launching an immediate attack on Jiang and his companions, instead observing intently, awaiting an opportune moment to exploit a weakness. Why isn't it attacking? Shui Yu pondered, recalling how soul beasts typically pounce upon human soul masters without hesitation. It is biding its time for you to let your guard down. Jiang Yu intended to tease Shui Yu, knowing that once she relaxed her vigilance, it would leap forward to bite and drink her blood. Don't come any closer. Indeed, Shui Yu grew frightened, retreating several meters and hiding behind Shui Binger, unwilling to emerge. Even now, you still have the heart to scare her, Shui Binger remarked with a pout, expressing her discontent. After a month of companionship, she had gained a profound understanding of Jiang Yu, admiring his talent, though sometimes found him rather frivolous. Shall you take the lead, or shall I? Shui Binger declared with a proud expression. The Snow Wolf King was not easily dealt with, and both Shui Wu and Shui Yu were still somewhat inexperienced, certainly not its match. Only she and Jiang Yu possessed the requisite strength. You go ahead. Jiang Yu had just slain a soul beast and did not wish to steal the spotlight, preferring to grant this opportunity to Shui Binger. Jiang Yu clearly intended to take the easy route. Although he had just emerged from a fierce battle, it had little effect on him, and his strength remained at an impressive 9/10. A single Snow Wolf King posed no challenge for him. Seeing Jiang Yu defer, Shui Binger had no choice but to step forward, ready to engage the Snow Wolf King in a fierce battle. It was time to showcase her true power. A rich blue light suddenly erupted from Shui Binger, enveloping her in a dazzling aura, with a magnificent blue shadow taking form behind her. Gradually, the shadow materialized into a colossal water-blue ice phoenix, exuding an air of regal elegance. A powerful presence radiated from the phoenix, a testament to the might bestowed by a supreme martial spirit. Under this overwhelming aura, the Snow Wolf King found its legs trembling involuntarily. Its quality paled in comparison to the phoenix, and such a bloodline suppression could not be easily dismissed by mere strength. This fear stemmed from the depths of its soul, and only by surpassing the 100,000-year threshold could it hope to break free. Though there exists a disparity in talent among 100,000-year soul beasts at that level, the differences in racial quality are not as pronounced as humans might imagine, nearly negligible. For instance, in a confrontation between a 100,000-year softbone rabbit like Xiao Wu and a 100,000-year Snow Wolf King, the bloodline suppression wound carry significant weight. One cannot simply apply the natural order of predator and prey in such a simplistic manner. However, for soul beasts that have yet to breach the 100,000-year limit, bloodline suppression remains quite effective. Icebound. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the air. Shui Binger danced with the wind, her feet treading upon the snow as her yellow soul rings erupted in resplendent light, transmitting an unparalleled ice power from her being. The Ice Phoenix's level far surpassed that of Ma Hongjuan's evil Fire Phoenix, although his had successfully mutated into a phoenix. It bore significant flaws compared to the inherently pure Ice Phoenix. The emergence of this supreme ice power caused the Snow Wolf King to shrink back in fear. For within this icy realm, Shui Binger's strength could be fully unleashed. Coupled with the exceptional quality of her ice martial spirit, she could navigate the extreme northern territory with ease, facing little danger unless confronted by formidable 10,000-year soul beasts. Recognizing the precarious situation, the Snow Wolf King hastily unleashed a wave of icy aura, its innate soul skill known as extreme ice freeze. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. The subsequent portions are even more thrilling. Of course, it was still far from possessing the ultimate ice power, so the Snow Wolf King did not harbor hopes of defeating Shui Binger. Its true objective was merely to buy time, hoping to entangle the formidable girl ahead long enough to create an opportunity for escape. Unfortunately, the Snow Wolf King's efforts were in vain. The icy aura was utterly incapable of countering the formidable effect of the ice binding, only amplifying its power. Soon, the frigid energy surged toward the Snow Wolf King, enveloping it in a freezing embrace. In truth, given Shui Binger's current strength, defeating a Snow Wolf King was no simple task. However, the extreme northern environment granted her unparalleled advantages, and the Snow Wolf King itself was an ice-type soul beast. Thus, in the presence of Shui Bing, the Snow Wolf King found itself at a distinct disadvantage, trapped in an extremely unfavorable position. This is why she so easily overcame the Snow Wolf King. Had the conditions been different, victory would not have come as effortlessly. Watching the Snow Wolf King transformed into a frozen statue, Shui Binger finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her palms ceasing to sweat. The battle had unfolded more smoothly than she had anticipated. Defeating a 5,000-year Snow Wolf King filled her with a quiet joy, greatly bolstering her confidence. A broad smile blossomed on her face, excitement radiating from her being as she glanced at Jiang, her eyes gleaming with pride, as if to flaunt her prowess. Regarding Shui Binger's girlish mentality, Jiang remained unfazed. After all, defeating a Snow Wolf King was no small feat. Wishing everyone a joyful holiday. Chapter 153, The Ice Magic Wolf. In stark contrast to Jiang Yu's calm demeanor, Shui Wearer and Shui Wu could hardly contain their excitement, showering praises upon Shui Binger's strength. Truly, she is the light of Tianshui. Even a 5,000-year Snow Wolf King is no match for her. Under Shui Binger's leadership, the Tianshui sect is destined to flourish, ascending to become one of the top 3 sects and fulfilling the ambitions of past sages, allowing the name Tianshui to resonate throughout the continent. Observing Jiang Yu's composed demeanor, Shui Binger's mood settled as well. What a dullard who fails to appreciate her accomplishments, she mused, finding him somewhat tiresome. After a brief moment of exhilaration, the group continued onward, and although Shui Binger wished to claim the soul ring from the now-frozen Snow Wolf King, her distance from the soul sect realm rendered absorption impossible. Thus, she allowed the Snow Wolf King to meet its fate. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Yu and his companions arrived at a mountain gorge, where they encountered a remarkable sight, a pool of water emanating a rich warmth, resembling a hot spring. As Jiang Yu beheld the scene before him, He could not help but marvel at the wonders of nature. In this frigid expanse of the far north, amidst the realm of ice and snow, there existed a warm spring, a truly astonishing phenomenon. Look, steam is rising from the water, Shui Yuer exclaimed with excitement. Thirsty as she was, she sprinted towards the water source and, without a moment's hesitation, scooped up the liquid to drink, oblivious to any potential dangers. It's delicious. After just a sip, she waved her hand towards the others, exclaiming, "It's sweet and warm. Everyone, come and try it." This girl, Shui Binger, could not help but feel a headache coming on. Her lack of caution was troubling. How could she possibly become a qualified soul master with such recklessness? It appeared that Shui Binger had a long way to go in her educational endeavors. Speaking of the sisters, their personalities could not be more different. Despite being younger, Shui Binger exhibited a maturity beyond her years, whereas Shui Yuer was rather boisterous, resembling a young girl who had just awakened her martial soul. If this behavior were to continue, how could she ever establish herself in the world of soul masters? Eventually, as Shui Binger was about to speak, a shadow suddenly darted out, charging toward Shui Yuer. It was a blue wolf-like soul beast, adorned with black stripes, emanating an aura of malevolence. The icebound demon wolf. Shui Binger quickly identified the creature before them. This formidable beast was known to possess such a martial soul. Another wolf. Jiang could not help but voice his annoyance. Could we have some originality? Since arriving at this snowy mountain, we have been besieged by wild wolves, and even I'm starting to feel exasperated. Little did he know, this snowy mountain was also known as Langsu Mountain, home to various wolf species, earning it the title of the Sacred Mountain of Wolves. The icebound demon wolf was swift, closing the distance to Shui Yuer in an instant, causing her to pale in fright. Just as its sharp claw was about to strike her soft chest, Jiang intervened. In a heartbeat, the Qi Shao sword appeared in his hand, soaring through the air to intercept the wolf's claw. A brilliant golden flame erupted forth, causing the icebound demon wolf to retract its claw and leap back several meters. However, the malevolent glint in its eyes indicated that it was far from finished. A chilling aura erupted from within the beast as it stomped its feet heavily on the ground, causing the ice beneath them to tremble and crack. Under its control, sharp ice shards began to shoot toward Shui Yuer. Should these icy projectiles hit, the consequences will be dire. This icebound demon wolf demonstrated intelligence surpassing that of the previous Snow Wolf King, even utilizing the terrain to its advantage. First soul skill. Qi Shao sword formation. Jiang would not allow the icebound demon wolf to have its way. His first soul ring illuminated, and a flurry of sword shadows erupted from the Qi Shao sword, hurtling towards the incoming ice shards. The sharp projectiles were swiftly melted by the searing flames of the sword, transforming into pools of water on the ground. Witnessing this, the icebound demon wolf's eyes flashed with a hint of trepidation. The boy's strength exceeded its expectations. The effectiveness of his soul skill and his mastery over it were not comparable to an ordinary soul master. The icebound demon wolf had encountered countless self-proclaimed genius soul masters, yet all had fallen to its sharp claws, ultimately buried beneath the snow and ice of the mountain. Jiang, however, was a rarity, a monster unlike any it had faced before. Yet, it did not feel intimidated. Pride surged within it, and the prospect of defeating such a formidable human only heightened its eagerness to savor the thrill of the hunt. With a low growl, the icebound demon wolf leaped into the air, its massive form seemingly defying gravity. A wave of icy cold emanated from its body, coalescing into hundreds of ice-blue blades around it, each one radiating a chilling aura that caused droplets to form in the air. The icy blades rained down indiscriminately upon the group, as the icebound demon wolf unleashed its most powerful soul skill, Icebound Blades. Ice Ring Armor. As Shui Binger swiftly activated her second soul skill, a thick layer of ice armor enveloped Jiang and the others. Although Shui Wu intended to assist, her soul skill was of little use at that moment. Being the only support-type soul master present, she felt utterly helpless, watching anxiously. Finally, Shui Yuer regained her senses, hastily unleashing her martial soul and activating her soul skill to counter the threat. Noticing that she was temporarily safe, Jiang quickly recalled the Qi Shao sword. Wielding it with determination, a powerful sword aura surged forth from the blade, aimed directly at the airborne ice blades. The Qi Shao sword, a royal among swords, could not tolerate such provocation from the icebound demon wolf's icy projectiles. Even though those blades were solidified from ice, They were insubstantial compared to the pride of the Qi Shao sword, which would not allow them to act with impunity. The sword aura emitted was more potent than ever, as if to assert its regal strength. While the icebound blades rained down, the icebound demon wolf was not idle. Its massive body quickly approached Jiang. Adhering to the notion that to capture a thief, one must first capture the king, Jiang posed the greatest threat. Once it dealt with him, the other women would be mere trifles. Though the icebound demon wolf strategy was sound, it hinged on its ability to actually overcome Jiang. Otherwise, it was merely empty talk. Under Jiang impenetrable sword dance, the ice blades in the air met their demise. Faced with the icebound demon wolf's sudden assault, Jiang remained unperturbed. Each claw strike was deftly countered with the Qi Shao sword. Despite his youth, Jiang possessed extensive combat experience. He had sparred with the sword Douluo during his time at the Seven-Treasure Glazed Tile School and had witnessed true battlefield ferocity during his journey through the Liangshan Kingdom. Thus, even against the cunning icebound demon wolf, Jiang maintained his composure. As the icebound demon wolf realized that it could find no weaknesses in the human before it, frustration began to mount. The instincts of the beast took over, and its attacks grew increasingly frenzied. While this onslaught posed significant challenges for Jiang, it also revealed the creature's vulnerabilities, creating opportunities for him. Seizing the moment while the icebound demon wolf was distracted, Jiang tightened his grip on the Qi Shao sword and thrust it towards its flank. With a swift motion, the sword pierced the beast's side, causing a gaping wound from which blood flowed freely, the flames singeing the surrounding flesh. The wolf emitted a piercing howl, for it was known that wolves, despite their formidable exterior, had a weakness at their midsection. Jiang strike with the sword was a direct hit to the beast's vital point, eliciting a piercing howl from the ice magic wolf due to the excruciating pain. However, the battle was at a critical juncture, and the wolf, possessing considerable intelligence, understood that it could not afford to falter at such a moment. Otherwise, the chance to retaliate would slip away. It gritted its teeth against the pain, its enormous maw snapping open to reveal razor-sharp fangs. The proximity between the wolf and Jiang was a factor it was unwilling to relinquish. As those lethal fangs were poised to sink into Jiang's neck, countless phantasmal fangs erupted from the wolf's mouth, resembling a storm of deadly blades. This was its other soul skill, Fang Strike. If bitten, the victim would succumb to an extreme negative state, with a 30% reduction in soul power and a chance of losing their sanity. As the phantasmal fangs descended upon him, Jiang resolutely swung his Qi Shao sword forward with all his might. To his astonishment, when the sword struck the phantoms, they merely wavered slightly, sustaining no harm whatsoever. How could this be? A look of suspicion crossed Jiang's face. Such an enigmatic soul skill was rare, and the ice magic wolf's strength was considerable, almost on par with human geniuses. Before long, the phantasmal fangs latched onto Jiang, some aimed at his sword, others clinging to his legs, hands, and waist. Jiang found himself completely immobilized by the phantoms. Though they appeared insubstantial, the pain they inflicted was strikingly real, akin to that of genuine fangs. Qi Shao sword formation. Jiang did not surrender to the entanglement of the phantoms, but called out to the Qi Shao sword, as if it understood his command. The yellow soul ring suddenly glowed, and a fiery red sword shadow shot forth. Yet, Jiang did not hastily confront the phantoms. Instead, he directed the sword shadow towards the body of the ice magic wolf. The ice magic wolf sensed the terrifying threat of the sword shadow. Its focus remained on the phantoms. Even though it was aware that the sword shadow was about to strike, it had no choice but to endure. At this stage of the battle, it was a test of endurance. Whoever faltered first would be eliminated. The Qi Shao sword shadows proved to be even more formidable than the wolf had anticipated, leaving dozens of bloody gashes on its flesh, deep enough to see bone. Blood flowed uncontrollably, and the ice magic wolf felt a wave of weakness wash over it. Nevertheless, through sheer determination, it endured, knowing its own fangs were not easily countered. A glimmer of light erupted from the wolf's eyes, as it believed the boy was ensnared by its soul skill, regardless of his talent. It was certain he could not withstand for long. Once Jiang fell, victory in this battle would belong to the wolf, and it would unleash its fury upon the humans before it. However, the ice magic wolf underestimated Jiang's strength. Although the Fang Strike was indeed peculiar, the damage it inflicted was not as severe as anticipated. Despite being ensnared by the phantoms, Jiang's soul power remained largely intact. His cultivation of the Hongming Ziki Dao endowed him with exceptionally high-quality soul power, far beyond what the ice magic wolf could conceive. The feared negative state did not manifest, indicating that the wolf's attack was not as impactful as it believed. Just as the wolf reveled in its apparent advantage, the Qishao sword circled back to Jiang, unleashing a fierce sword aura against the phantoms, which began to weaken. In no time, they became translucent and ultimately vanished, as if they had never existed. The ice magic wolf glared at the figure before it with indignation, its once proud attack rendered futile, leaving it with a profound sense of loss. Suddenly, it emitted a deep growl, its anger boiling over. In its desperation to defeat Jiang, it resolved to employ any means necessary, even resorting to forbidden techniques. The incantation it uttered was a powerful spell inherited from the bloodline of the Ice Magic Wolf clan, capable of bestowing immense power from the evil god. Yet, the devil's gifts come at a price. Each time it invoked the forbidden spell, its soul would be further consumed by the evil god, inevitably leading to its transformation into a puppet of darkness. According to the rules of Douluo continent, once ascended, a god could not remain on the continent for long and must return to the god realm, lest they face punishment from the laws. However, certain deities devised special methods to circumvent these restrictions, with the evil god descending upon Douluo continent through the sacrifices of its beings. Soon, the aura surrounding the ice magic wolf underwent a dramatic transformation, a wave of immense evil energy sweeping through the area, its pale blue eyes turning a menacing red. Evoking terror, those eyes radiated an eerie glow, reminiscent of the gaze of a fallen ice magic wolf soul master from a month prior. The sight of its blood-red eyes sent chills down the spine, as if the legendary evil god had breached the layers of limitation to stand before one. Its terrifying and malevolent presence, capable of affecting even titled Douluo-level powerhouses, let alone Jiang Yu and his companions. Especially vulnerable were Shui Yu, and Shui Wu, whose martial soul quality paled in comparison to Jiang Yu and Shui Bing. Chapter 158. The Resurrected Evil God. Once again, the evil god had descended. Jiang Yu felt a headache coming on, lamenting the existence of the world consciousness of Douluo continent that allowed such blatant divine incursions. However, he recognized that this was not the time for complaints. The ice magic wolf before him possessed at least 5,000 years of cultivation, compounded by its mastery of dark techniques, making it a daunting adversary, comparable to ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. This understanding was not exclusive to Jiang Yu. Shui Bing quickly grasped the impending crisis they were about to face. At this juncture, they had no choice but to give their all. Shui Wu, let's go. Shui Bing called to Shui Wu, having brought her along not only for emotional reasons, but also for the potential they held in executing a martial soul fusion skill together. With this ultimate technique, their safety in the extreme north would be significantly bolstered, enhancing their chances of completing the sex trials, for the effects of a martial soul fusion skill surpassed mere arithmetic. Shui Wu nodded in agreement. Having collaborated with Shui Bing for so long, their synergy was exceptional, often communicating with just a glance. A radiant light erupted from Shui Wu, and ominous clouds gathered in the sky, unleashing torrential rain that quickly transformed into swirling snowflakes, glistening coldly. Each snowflake concealed lethal intent, sharp as blades, spiraling into a vortex of ice and snow, sweeping towards the ice magic wolf ahead. Do not be deceived by the seemingly enchanting name of Bingshu Piaoling, for it conceals an inexhaustible danger that is far from simple. Wherever the icy vortex passes, the air is filled with the sounds of intense cutting and friction. This is merely the prologue. Although the vortex's offensive power is not difficult for formidable soul masters to withstand, its relentless nature proves formidable. Countless snowflakes, akin to a meat grinder, incessantly slice through the body of the Bingshu Among, causing chunks of flesh to fall away. Strangely, the cold ice wolf seems impervious to pain, ultimately becoming nothing but bones and entrails, yet it emits not a single cry throughout the ordeal. At this moment, the Bingshu Among is truly terrifying, evoking an involuntary chill, reminiscent of a skeletal specter. One cannot fathom how it endures such torment. The Bingshu Among, no, to be precise, it is no longer merely a wolf, has been overtaken by the evil deity that often stirs bloodshed across the continent. Since ancient times, every brutal incident has been orchestrated by this malevolent god, born from chaos, a being so potent that even the god kings struggle to eradicate it. Every millennium, she awakens from her slumber, instigating conflict and plunging the continent into turmoil. Although the power of the awakened evil deity summoned by the Bingxue Moang through sacrifice is minuscule, the ice phoenix, Bingxue Piaoling, finds herself at a loss against it. The Moang emits a chilling caw, then lowers its head to consume the flesh scattered on the ground. The gory spectacle laid bare for all to witness, surpassing even the most grotesque of zombies. Shui Wearer is nearly brought to tears. She has never encountered such a repulsive scene, which shatters her psychological defenses in an instant. Jiang attempts to wield the Qishao sword against the Bingxue Moang, yet its ordinary bones prove harder than iron, rendering his strikes ineffective, leaving no mark upon its surface. Observing Jiang Yu's futile efforts, the Bingxue Moang cannot suppress a mocking grin. While Jiang Yu's prowess is commendable, it is far from sufficient in its eyes. The Moang does not rush to retaliate. Rather, it is intrigued to see just how much strength these human insects possess. Having slept for far too long, accompanied only by solitude, it relishes the rare opportunity to engage with those who have awakened its consciousness, particularly the young boy who previously vanquished a puppet. The once invincible Qishao sword falters before the Bingxue Moang, which appears unfazed, prompting a rare impatience in Jiang Yu. Despite encountering numerous formidable adversaries since his debut, he has never faced one quite like the Bingxue Moang. Is this the power of a deity? Just a fragment of consciousness manifests such terrifying strength. To be candid, Jiang Yu has not perceived Douluo continent as particularly perilous, for it is merely a fantastical realm, far removed from the horrifying worlds capable of obliterating stars with a single blow. Thus, he has maintained a calm demeanor until confronted with the Bingxue Moang, compelling him to reconsider the true nature of the evil deity's power, which undoubtedly exceeds his expectations. Even the Qishao sword and Shui Binger's martial soul fusion technique prove ineffective against the Bingxue Moang. The Moang's mocking laughter reverberates through the air as a malevolent aura, as profound as an abyss, erupts from its form. The bones emit a resonant hum, and overwhelming authority envelopes the world, corrupting the snow beneath into darkness. This malevolence, akin to a demon, annihilates all life in its vicinity, causing even Jiang Yu to gasp for breath. Just as the spectators believe everything is coming to an end, a resplendent golden sunflower suddenly glimmers on Jiang Yu's forehead, holy sunlight radiating from its petals, casting an unprecedented brilliance across the land. The sinister aura seems to meet its nemesis, its previously unchecked expansion abruptly halting, retreating in haste back to the Bingxue Moang's vicinity. The sun god, the Bingxue Moang speaks, though not in the language of Douluo continent. Strangely, all present comprehend her words as if engaged in direct mental communion. Is he the one you favor? The Bingxue Moang chuckles. If so, I'm even more intrigued. Do you think a mere remnant of consciousness can thwart me? The relationship between the evil deity and the sun god resembles that of a Rakshasa and an Asura. One embodies righteousness, the other malevolence. The sun god's divine power is the most potent force against the evil deity, capable of incinerating the impurities within her essence. Thus, the evil deity harbors a profound hatred for the sun god, seeking to obliterate all associated with him. The Bingxue Moang, driven into a frenzy, disregards the sunlight as she lunges toward Jiang Yu, her skeletal frame trembling yet undeterred. Roar. Chapter 159, Defeating the Moang. The Bingxue Moang emanates an unprecedented aura, no longer toying with her prey. Aware that the young boy before her is favored by the sun god, her singular focus narrows to one objective: to slay him. Only then can she satiate her inner fury. Countless awakenings have been thwarted by the so-called righteous deities of the divine realm, particularly the sun god and the angel god, whose interference she loathes. Their combined divine powers suppress her malevolence, and though she once wounded the sun god's essence with a sneak attack, she did not anticipate that the angel god could wield even a fraction of the sun's true fire. Presumably, the sun god imparted some of his essence to the angel god, causing her plans to unravel. Now, the sun god intends to bestow his divine seat upon a mortal, compelling the evil deity to take this matter seriously. She will not allow the sun god to succeed. By eliminating this boy, she will sever the sun god's legacy, thereby diminishing a significant threat upon her complete awakening. The Bingxue Moang's sinister aura surges toward Jiang Yu, disregarding all others. The evil deity shows no interest in anyone else. This black malevolence unleashes an extraordinarily terrifying power, and Jiang Yu, immersed within it, experiences an unprecedented dread, believing he could rely on the sunflower pattern, only to find it ineffective, shrouded in darkness. Jiang Yu's heart plummets to despair. It seems the remnants of that power have dwindled. Otherwise, it would not be so feeble now. Devoid of the sunflower's aid, Jiang Yu must rely solely on his strength to confront the imminent threat. Aware that the Qishao sword may not suffice, he nonetheless brandishes it against the encroaching darkness. Golden flames burst forth, illuminating the surroundings and momentarily causing the black mist to recede, but it soon returns with renewed ferocity, proving to be an arduous challenge. It appears that the Qishao sword has some effect on the malevolent energy. Jiang Yu, having witnessed the earlier scene, gazed pensively, realizing that his current strength was still insufficient. The ice demon wolf was formidable in its own right, and now under the control of the evil goddess consciousness, victory was unattainable for him. Even a soul king would find it impossible to triumph. Was there truly no way out? Jiang Yu pondered, contemplating what cards he held besides the Qishao sword to defeat the evil god. At that moment of despair, Shui Bing'er sprang into action. It was not in her nature to abandon a companion in peril. With graceful strides, she advanced toward the dark energy, emanating a frigid brilliance in an attempt to repel the encroaching malevolence. The ultimate power she wielded was indeed coveted by all soul masters, capable of deflecting even the evil god's sinister energy. However, there was no trace of joy on Shui Bing'er's face. She understood that, despite the appearance of gaining the upper hand, the malevolence had suffered no real damage. It was merely brushed aside, while her own ultimate power was gradually diminishing, akin to the effects of a soul master's attribute-reducing skill. If this continued, the evil energy would eventually invade her body. Could they truly perish in such a place? This was unacceptable. She had to claim victory in the Continental Soul Master Elite competition and definitively defeat the Ice Demon Wolf. Gradually, her resolve solidified, but at that moment, the aura of the Ice Demon Wolf surged dramatically. The icy blue radiance enveloping Shui Bing'er began to fade under the immense pressure, threatening to extinguish entirely. Suddenly, inspiration struck Jiang Yu. Besides the Qishao sword, he also possessed the Hongmeng Ziki. This was the most powerful force in the three realms, rendering the evil god's energy insignificant in comparison. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu unleashed the Hongmeng Ziki from within, an ancient and mysterious aura erupting forth. What is this? The evil god was utterly astonished. The energy before her was terrifying, instilling a profound sense of fear within her. This was impossible. She was a being born from chaos, of the same esteemed lineage as the divine kings of the god realm and the deities of destruction and life. Even the aura of those divine beings could not evoke such terror in her. Was it possible that this young man surpassed even the divine kings of the god realm? Such a notion was utterly inconceivable to the evil god. Yet, the truth lay before her, demanding belief. The purple energy was exponentially stronger than the destructive power of her adversary, though fortunately, it was but a small amount. If this continued unchecked, he might eventually ascend to become a deity, which would spell disaster. The Ice Demon Wolf's expression shifted to one of gravity. If Jiang Yu became a deity, the god realm would gain another divine king-level force, perhaps even one more fearsome than the divine kings themselves. The evil god could not allow anyone to disrupt her plans. He must be eliminated. He had to be slain. A fierce intent to kill surged forth, and without hesitation, the evil god concentrated her malevolence, materializing an evil spirit that lunged furiously at Jiang Yu. The apparition, composed entirely of bones and wielding a massive bony blade, appeared as though it had emerged from the depths of hell. At that moment, the Hongmeng Ziki surged toward the evil spirit. Despite the relatively small amount of purple energy Jiang Yu had summoned, it was more than a match for the malevolent aura of the spirit, effectively suppressing it. Jiang Yu sighed in relief. His decision had proven correct, as the Hongmeng Ziki indeed bore fruit. Even the once mighty evil god's aura had lost its prior formidable presence, becoming less daunting. Before long, the evil spirit was thoroughly vanquished, its form disintegrating and the dark energy dissipating into ordinary air. Immediately afterward, the Hongmeng Ziki drifted toward the Ice Demon Wolf. The evil god instinctively sought to evade it, but was taken aback by the speed of the purple energy, which enveloped the Ice Demon Wolf, compressing its body into a mere mass. despite its diminished flesh. Just when everyone assumed the ordeal had reached its conclusion, the ice demon wolf unexpectedly expelled a surge of malevolence, targeting Jiang. The force struck him, propelling his body backward, and before Shui Bing'er could react, she was caught off guard by the impact, and both tumbled into the warm waters of the pool. Witnessing this, the ice demon wolf let out a laugh. But before it could revel in its triumph, its entire form succumbed to the overwhelming power and was crushed. Jiang felt himself sinking deeper into the water. What had appeared to be a shallow pool now felt endlessly profound, and he lost track of time. Suddenly, a flash of blue light pierced through the depths. Chapter 160. The mysterious land under the influence of that radiant light. Jiang felt his consciousness fade. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Gradually, he regained awareness and, upon opening his eyes, beheld the immense white clouds above. Why is it so soft? The warmth radiating from his palm startled him. As he regained composure, he found his hand resting upon Shu Bing'er's chest, prompting him to hastily withdraw it. How curious. Was I not supposed to be in the water? Jiang scanned his surroundings, realizing he was in an unfamiliar environment. A few meters ahead lay a sapphire blue lake, its crystalline waters reflecting the light, while astonishingly, the area around the lake was a realm of ice and snow. The flora and fauna appeared as if cloaked in frost, presenting a wondrous spectacle. The expanse covered in ice and snow stretched infinitely, far broader than the snow-capped mountains, seemingly without end. As Jiang was lost in admiration of the scenery, Shui Bing'er, still in slumber, began to murmur. Soon after, she awakened. Upon observing her surroundings, her expression mirrored that of Jiang, filled with perplexity. She had been knocked into the pool by Jiang. How could she possibly find herself by the lake? This place bore no resemblance to the Great Snow Mountain, and she had not seen Yue or Shuiwu. Had someone rescued her? Shui Bing'er's mind was a chaotic swirl, uncertain of what had transpired during her unconsciousness. You're awake? Jiang inquired with concern, as her predicament was somewhat linked to him. The collision had been remarkably fortuitous. Yes, Shui Bing'er nodded. Where are we? This place doesn't seem like the Great Snow Mountain. I'm not sure, Jiang replied, shaking his head, equally at a loss. Now that we are here, we must make the best of it. He sought to reassure Shui Bing'er, projecting a strong sense of security. A strange feeling stirred within Shui Bing'er. Despite his youth, he exuded an aura of profound safety, akin to a stalwart protector. Such a man was indeed hard to resist, particularly for someone like her, who appeared frosty but possessed a warm heart. Gazing into those sparkling, innocent eyes, Jiang felt a twinge of unease. He said awkwardly. Let's venture forward. We might encounter others. Shui Bing'er nodded emphatically. Suddenly thrust into an unfamiliar realm, she found herself placing all her hopes upon Jiang. Thus, the two traversed the endless expanse of the snowfield. Although enveloped in ice and snow, the chill was not as harsh as that of the Douluo mountain. Even the sun above radiated warmth. Were it not for Jiang urgent desire to depart, this place could be deemed a delightful excursion. Yet at this moment, both were clearly devoid of time to admire their surroundings. The eerie ambience pervaded the area. Despite its serene appearance, Jiang could not shake off a sense of apprehension. It was too quiet, devoid of any life, not even a fly, an undeniable sign of abnormality. Jiang maintained a vigilant demeanor, keeping a close distance to Shui Bing'er, prepared to support her should any situation arise. After approximately an hour of walking, the landscape ahead remained an unchanging plain, leading them to feel ensnared in a singular location, unable to escape. Just as Jiang grew frantic, akin to an ant on a hot pan, he suddenly spotted a village in the distance. A surge of joy coursed through him. With a settlement ahead, it implied the presence of people. Perhaps they could inquire about their whereabouts and any possible routes back to Douluo Mountain. Ecstatic, he grasped Shui Bing'er's hand and sprinted forward. Feeling the warmth of his hand, her face flushed crimson, instinctively tightening her grip. It was her first experience being led by a boy, an unfamiliar yet comforting sensation. After a brisk 10-minute run, they finally approached the village. Despite its seeming proximity, Jiang's exertions revealed a greater distance. Upon arrival, he was greeted by the sight of people, strikingly different from those on Douluo. Their skin was remarkably pale, adorned with blue eyes and white hair, presenting a peculiar appearance. Shui Bing'er's face bore an expression of astonishment. It was her first encounter with such unusual beings, their origins unknown. In contrast, Jiang Yu found no novelty in their appearance, having previously encountered foreigners. Although they possessed white hair as opposed to golden, he perceived them merely as outsiders. To both of them, these villagers seemed extraordinary. Yet in the eyes of the villagers, Jiang Yu and Shui Bing'er were the true anomalies, appearing as if they hailed from another realm. They had not traveled far when they were intercepted by a man clad in a white fox fur coat, robust in stature, with a thick beard adorning his face. "Halt, outsiders! From whence do you come?" Despite blocking their path, his tone was surprisingly gentle, devoid of the anticipated hostility, suggesting no ill intent. Seeing his amicable demeanor, Jiang Yu disclosed their origins to the imposing figure. After a moment of contemplation, the man's expression transformed into one of realization. "So you stumbled into the pool on Douluo Mountain and arrived here. I had heard tales that the pool connects to our sacred lake, Bibo Lake. I did not believe such legends to be true." He expressed doubt, however. "I have heard that the passage from Bibo Lake to the outside world has been sealed by the ice god. How could you possibly have traversed the barrier established by the deity?" His skepticism was palpable, for in his mind, the ice god was an omnipotent entity, far surpassing all living beings. The notion that anyone could breach the barrier she had erected seemed implausible. "Ice god?" Jiang Yu pondered upon the man's words, realizing that the ice god must be a deity. Could this place, akin to Sea God Island, be a site established by a divine being? If that were the case, it would be remarkable. Perhaps there existed a title de law here, for every divine legacy is typically guarded by an immensely powerful title de law. Renowned figures such as Tang Xun from the Slaughter City, Poseidon from Sea God Island, and Qian Dalu from the Wuhuan Hall were all guardians of divine legacies. It was reasonable to assume that this place would be no exception. Chapter 161. Frost de Law. While the man remained doubtful regarding Jiang Yu and Shui Bing'er's claims, he had little time to dwell on such matters. "I must ask you to leave the village." He gestured with his hand, indicating a request for them to depart. The village of Ice God does not welcome outsiders. Feeling unwelcome, Jiang Yu chose not to press the matter further. After all, it was their village, and respecting their customs was paramount. As he prepared to escort Shui Bing'er away, a resonant voice echoed from afar, "Wait." A figure appeared, rapidly approaching from 100 meters away. The individual had long, ice-blue hair and an exquisite visage. Particularly striking were the fox-like eyes, enchanting yet not overbearing. Clad in simple red cotton attire, he bore a layer of glimmering silver armor, with a silver cape billowing behind him. An imposing 8-legged frost horse, entirely white with wings, accompanied him. He was adorned with 9 soul rings, signifying his status as a title de law. "It's Lord Ouchi." The man's heart stirred with excitement. It was unexpected for this esteemed individual to emerge from the divine palace. Soon, Ouchi descended gracefully from the air, prompting all present to kneel in reverence. He was a guardian of the divine palace, ranked 3rd as Frost de Law, a formidable entity with soul power reaching level 95. "Greetings, Frost de Law." The crowd echoed in unison, their faces reflecting deep respect. Frost de Law, Ouchi bears the edict of the high priest. The imposing title de law fixed a serious gaze upon Jiang Yu and Shui Bing'er, announcing, "The outsiders are summoned to the divine palace." The moment his words fell, astonished gasps rippled through the crowd. It was unprecedented for the high priest to summon 2 outsiders into the divine palace, a sacred place dedicated to serving the ice god. Even the villagers had never set foot in that hallowed ground, now overshadowed by the precedence of outsiders. In a moment, envy filled the air. Upon hearing the Frost de Law's words, Jiang Yu quietly affirmed his suspicions. This must indeed be the legacy of the ice god, as it would not be overseen by a title de law otherwise. Contemplating the invitation from Frost de Law, he ultimately chose not to decline, for he had no alternative, and to escape this place likely depended on the high priest's knowledge. Thus, Jiang Yu, accompanied by Shui Bing'er, proceeded towards the divine palace. As the 7th soul ring on Frost de Law glimmered brightly, unleashing his martial soul's true form, morphing into a majestic horse, an overwhelming aura enveloping them. Ouchi nodded, signaling the two to ascend. Jiang Yu, unceremoniously, grasped Shui Bing'er and climbed onto the imposing white steed before them. Once they were securely seated, the 8-legged frosted horse swiftly soared into the air, galloping away with remarkable agility. Gradually, they became mere specks, akin to the size of broad beans. From atop the frosted horse, Jiang Yu gazed down at the ground, where the figures below diminished to the size of flies. The speed of the steed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they had exited the ice god village and were heading northward, rapidly traversing several villages. Ultimately, the steed brought Jiang Yu and Shui Bing'er to a mountainous region, marking their first encounter with towering peaks since arriving in this mysterious land. The frosted horse flapped its white wings as it ascended to the mountain summit. There stood a magnificent blue palace, rising majestically, its grandeur rivaling that of the Qibao Liuli sect. In this icy expanse, the awe it inspired far surpassed that of any structures outside. Behind the palace loomed a seemingly bottomless abyss, shrouded in darkness, exuding an air of mystery. One could only wonder why the divine palace was constructed in such a stark location, creating a sense of abruptness. After dismounting from the frosted horse, the frosted Douluo reverted to his original form, leading Jiang Yu and Shui Bing'er toward the divine palace at a deliberate pace, each step imbued with profound reverence. To him, the ice god represented his sole faith, thus deserving utmost respect. Upon reaching the silver gates, they swung open as if the inhabitants within had anticipated their arrival. The interior was vast, with a magnificent dome adorned with stained glass murals depicting a stunning beauty clad in ice blue garments. She wielded a resplendent blue longsword, radiating an aura of strength. Jiang Yu surmised that the figure in the mural was the ice god herself. Following the direction of the mural's endpoint, Jiang Yu discovered a colossal statue that mirrored the woman in the painting. Kneeling before the statue was a woman who, upon Jiang Yu's approach, stood and turned, instantly captivating both him and Shui Bing. The beauty before them was extraordinary. She had flowing blue hair and wore a simple blue robe, with a necklace of blue pearls crossing her chest, a round gold medallion at its center accentuating her striking curves. Her features were exquisitely refined, devoid of any imperfection, and her demeanor was cool and ethereal, evoking a sense of distant admiration. She held a massive spear, inscribed with unknown characters, emanating a dangerously potent energy that suggested it could pierce the heavens. Even the frosted trembled slightly in its presence, his expression one of deep reverence, bordering on fervor. High Priestess. The frosted Douluo knelt before the woman in the hall, hands clasped over his chest, and earnestly proclaimed, "I have brought the one you sought." "Thank you for your efforts, Ouchi," the woman replied with a gentle smile. "It was no trouble at all." Ouchi shook his head repeatedly, smiling as he said, "Milady Zaluna, it is an honor for Ouchi to serve you. Without your guidance, we would not have achieved the status of the seven ice gods." The seven ice gods. Jiang Yu swiftly grasped the significance. If what the frosted Douluo claimed was accurate, he must have 6 companions of equal strength. This implied that the ice goddess legacy was guarded by 7 titled Douluos. Indeed, a place of divine association. For even the Qibao Liuli sect boasted only 2 titled Douluos, underscoring the importance of the ice god's inheritance. "Ouchi, you may take your leave to rest." The woman named Zaluna spoke, her demeanor returning to tranquility as she gestured for Ouchi to exit the great hall. "Yes, High Priestess." Ouchi turned without hesitation, striding towards the hall's exit, for he never questioned Zaluna's commands. The reason the 7 ice gods could ascend to the rank of titled Douluo was largely due to Zaluna's influence. Despite her youthful appearance, her age surpassed a century. In the eyes of the 7, this high priestess held a status not dissimilar to that of the ice god herself. Chapter 162. Sharing a room. After Ouchi's departure, Zaluna's gaze was fixed upon Jiang Yu, a faint smile gracing her features. As the most devoted follower of the ice god, she had served in the divine palace for decades, receiving divine revelations that could be counted on one hand. She was curious about the remarkable charm of this young boy. Even the ice god had specifically decreed a grand ice ceremony in his honor. "You are Jiang Yu," Zaluna stated, having already received insights from the ice god. Her inquiry was primarily an attempt to bridge their connection. After all, her time in the palace had mostly involved the 7 ice gods. And while she held the esteemed position of high priestess, she was, in truth, a rather reticent woman. How did the high priestess know? Jiang Yu wondered, perplexed. He had not uttered his name, yet she seemed to be aware of it. "The ice god has just bestowed a revelation upon me, instructing me to host you. I too am puzzled as to why even the deity knows your name, as she should not be able to pay attention to such matters from the divine realm." Not only was Jiang Yu bewildered, but even Zaluna was entirely unaware of the ice god's intentions. It was extraordinary that this supreme deity would bestow the grandest ice ceremony upon an outsider, a privilege typically reserved for herself and the 7 titled Douluos within the ice spirit clan. The ice god? Jiang Yu's confusion deepened. He had no connection to the ice god, So why would she direct Zaluna to host him? Perhaps she was interested in him? That seemed unlikely. If the ice god sought a successor, it would surely be Shui Binger, who possessed the top-tier ice attribute martial spirit, the Hanbing Phoenix. Although Jiang Yu had not inquired about her innate soul power, it was reasonable to assume it was at least level 9. There was even a possibility of her having full innate soul power. She was undoubtedly the prime candidate to inherit the ice god's position. As for Jiang Yu, he was acutely aware of his own abilities. Though he exhibited remarkable talent, neither the Qishao sword nor any of his skills were linked to the ice attribute. Could it be due to the Tianming ice worm? This was the only possibility Jiang Yu could conceive, as the only connection he had to ice attributes was the Tianming. As an unprecedented million-year spirit beast, the Tianming ice worm, despite its lackluster offensive capabilities, possessed formidable cultivation. Was it possible that the ice god favored him for this reason? Otherwise, he could not fathom what else might draw the attention of a deity. Tianming. Jiang Yu attempted to awaken the Tianming ice worm within his mind. Since its brief awakening previously, it had remained in slumber, even failing to rouse in the extreme north. He was uncertain of what had transpired. He needed to rouse it, for it had spent considerable time in the extreme north. Although most of it was in slumber, it should possess some knowledge of the legends surrounding the ice god. Jiang Yu called out for a long time, yet the Tianming Bingcan in his mind did not appear. It remained uncertain whether it had exhausted itself during its last intervention and had succumbed to a state of weakness. The two guests could rest in this divine palace for the time being, as the ice ritual would not commence until dawn the following day. Zaluna raised her hand, gesturing towards the portal at the back of the grand hall, which led to the resting quarters. Although the divine palace typically housed only her, there was no shortage of rooms. Observing that Zaluna had spoken, Jiang Yu had no choice but to lead Shui Binger towards the doorway, convinced that the high priestess bore no ill intentions towards them. Otherwise, she would have commanded the titled Douluo to act against them long ago. There was no need for such elaborate efforts to bring them to this esteemed divine palace. No devotee would dare to commit any indiscretions in the presence of the deity they worshipped, as it would be a grave sin against the divine. Thus, Jiang Yu felt no concern for their safety. Upon exiting the portal, they found themselves in a long, straight corridor, with the left side blocked by a colossal ice crystal wall, leaving only the right path open for passage. Despite the seemingly endless corridor ahead, Jiang Yu felt no trepidation and boldly proceeded forward. Although Shui Binger felt a tinge of fear, she could only trust Jiang Yu, not wishing to remain alone in this unfamiliar place, and thus stayed close to his side. The corridor was even more expansive than Jiang Yu had envisioned. After 10 minutes of walking, he had yet to encounter any rooms, save for the ice crystal walls on either side. The layout of this divine palace was truly peculiar. Unable to restrain himself, Jiang Yu expressed his thoughts, contrasting it with the grandeur of the Wuhuan Palace, which appeared to be a fitting abode for the divine. While this ice goddess palace lacked any semblance of divine elegance. Just look at how magnificent the Wuhuan Palace is. This divine palace, as a place of deity inheritance, pales in comparison to that of the angel god. Did the ice god not feel any embarrassment? There's a saying that aptly applies here. One must adorn themselves. And even deities require embellishment. No wonder the angel god has amassed a large following, while the ice god remains trapped in this frigid northern land. As Jiang Yu pondered these thoughts, he finally spotted a glimmer of light not far ahead, a rich blue radiance illuminating a nearby area, evoking a sensation entirely different from before. Upon stepping into the blue light's realm, Jiang Yu noticed a change in his surroundings. The ground was carpeted with petals of various colors, and even the walls on either side were adorned with neatly arranged flower pots, resembling a garden. In this exceedingly cold northern region, the flourishing of such flowers was nothing short of miraculous, defying the laws of nature. Observing the rooms on either side, Jiang Yu chose one at random, opening the door on his left. The first sight that greeted him was a magnificent floor-to-ceiling window. The blue drapery swayed gently in the breeze, allowing soft light to filter into the room. The ambience was quite pleasant. Jiang Yu intended to rest here, but just as he was about to close the door and part ways with Shui Binger, a striking figure entered. Shui Binger, fidgeting with her smooth little hands and casting her gaze downward, timidly asked, "Could I sleep in the same room as you? I feel a bit scared in this unfamiliar place." Seeing Shui Binger in such a fragile state, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled warmly. Although Shui Binger was an exceptionally gifted soul master, she was, after all, a girl who had not yet endured the harsh realities of Soul Master life. It was entirely natural for her to feel frightened in such an unfamiliar environment. Jiang Yu glanced at the bed and noted its ample size. It could comfortably accommodate 2 people, or even more, without feeling cramped. Then you may sleep here tonight. He agreed to her request, walking to the entrance to close and lock the door. This was not his territory, and caution was advisable when outside. He always ensured to lock the door when staying in unfamiliar places. Chapter 163. Divine Light. Hearing the sound of the door locking, Shui Bing'er felt somewhat flustered, her small hands rubbing together anxiously. A solitary man and woman sharing the same room stirred her heart in a way she had not anticipated. Although it was she who had suggested sharing a room with Jiang Yu, her emotions were now tinged with nervousness. This was her first time sharing a room with a boy. Not even her father had afforded her such an experience. If word got out, how would she ever marry? In contrast to Shui Bing'er's anxiety, Jiang Yu remained calm. He had grown accustomed to sharing spaces with various beautiful women since childhood, even having shared a bed with Hulayina. Such situations no longer stirred any emotions within him. This bed is quite spacious. We can each take half, Jiang Yu remarked, indicating the large round bed in the room. He then made himself comfortable, lying down on the right side. Aye. Shui Bing'er's face flushed crimson, utterly taken aback by Jiang Yu's nonchalance as he lay on the bed without a care for her. What a straightforward man. She silently critiqued him, but did not immediately join him on the bed, instead pacing anxiously in place. After a long moment, she steeled herself and climbed onto the round bed, although she dared not lie too close to the center, fearing any accidental intimacy, choosing instead to remain at the edge. Time passed, and before long, Shui Bing'er gradually drifted into slumber, her body relaxing completely, unconsciously inching towards the center. Neither of them realized it. They both slept soundly through the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the grand floor-to-ceiling window, rousing Jiang Yu from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he found Shui Bing'er nestled against him like an octopus, clinging tightly. The sunlight illuminated her delicate features, and the icy demeanor she often displayed had vanished, replaced by the warmth of a charming neighborly girl, exuding an adorable aura, particularly with her little tongue peeking out. Jiang Yu found himself increasingly drawn to her. While Shui Bing'er's appearance was not unattractive, it paled in comparison to the striking allure of Hulayina, which captivated at first glance. Even Ning Rongrong could claim a more enchanting beauty. Yet, Shui Bing'er possessed an inexplicable charm. Her appearance, while seemingly ordinary at first, drew the eye in a way that deepened with every glance, revealing her beauty more profoundly. In this regard, she could easily hold her own against renowned beauties like Zhu Zhuqing, Qian Rinxue, and Hulayina. 3 minutes later, Shui Bing'er murmured softly, then opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and she let out a startled cry. Shui Bing'er quickly sprang from Jiang Yu's embrace, her face turning a shade redder than a monkey's backside. Why you rogue, she exclaimed, a mix of embarrassment and indignation flooding her features. It was a testament to his male nature. How could he be so brazen? Jiang Yu pointed at himself, a look of astonishment crossing his face. He certainly could not bear the blame. It was clearly Shui Bing'er who had been restless in her sleep, having thrown herself towards him. How could this be attributed to him? With an awkward smile, Jiang Yu explained, I have remained still here. It was you who approached me. Moreover, your foot has been entwined around my waist, and I am beginning to feel a bit numb. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, Shui Bing'er was momentarily taken aback. If this were indeed the case, it was certainly not Jiang Yu's fault, but rather her own predicament, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. As dawn broke, the divine palace was engulfed in a flurry of activity. In preparation for the forthcoming ceremony, Zeluna even summoned some ordinary villagers to assist in adorning the palace. Even the ice god's 7 pillars had arrived at the palace, comprising 7 titled law along with the high priestess Zeluna, representing the pinnacle of power within the entire secret realm. The ordinary villagers, busy with the decorations, were taken aback by this impressive assembly. Such a ceremony was clearly extraordinary, having attracted 8 supreme authorities. It had been many years since such a gathering occurred. The last instance was decades ago, when Zeluna inherited the title of High Priestess of the Ice God, indicating that something significant was about to transpire. The villagers' movements became increasingly nimble. They dared not delay such an important affair. What was initially a time-consuming task was swiftly completed. When Jiang Yu and Shui Bing'er arrived at the Grand Hall, they beheld pillars adorned with ice-blue ribbons, creating a truly grandiose atmosphere. Jiang Yu was somewhat surprised. He had initially thought it would be a simple ceremony, but it seemed he had underestimated the situation. What intentions could the ice god possibly have? As the ceremony was about to commence, Zeluna greeted Jiang Yu with a cheerful tone, her demeanor reminiscent of a young girl. Today, Zeluna had donned a ceremonial outfit resembling that of a priestess, exuding an aura of sanctity. Before long, the ceremony began. Zeluna instructed Jiang Yu to kneel before the colossal statue at the front of the hall. She then began to chant peculiar syllables, which sounded markedly different from the language of the Douluo continent. The incantation bore some resemblance to the sinister spells recited by the Ice and Snow Magic Wolf Soulmaster. Yet the tone was notably more benevolent. Soon, the statue of the ice god underwent a transformation, emitting a dazzling blue light. Witnessing this spectacle, even Zeluna and the 7 titled Douluo knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the ice god," they proclaimed in unison, their expressions filled with profound respect and a hint of fervor. To them, the ice god represented the heavens, the earth, and the very origin of their existence, an unchanging faith for which they would sacrifice everything. Thus, their devotion to the ice god was unwavering. In contrast, Jiang Yu felt more curiosity than reverence. Although he had encountered a malevolent deity before that had merely been a projection, vastly different from an actual divine entity. Moreover, the malevolent god remained an unrecognized evil by the divine realm, while the ice god held an authentic divine status. Following the blue light, the statue of the ice god erupted with additional radiant beams: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, purple, silver, gold, and orange gold, totaling 10 brilliant rays. How could this be? 10 beams of light. Zeluna's expression shifted dramatically, for even when she underwent the ice god ceremony, only 9 beams had manifested, which had already set the highest record in the lineage of the divine palace. The emergence of 10 beams was unprecedented. Zeluna struggled to comprehend how Jiang Yu could evoke 10 beams of light, indicating the ice god's extraordinary regard for him. Her thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion. Chapter 164. The Ice God's Legacy. She had previously believed her own talents to be unparalleled, having attracted 9 beams of light, a feat without precedent. Yet, Jiang Yu's ability to summon 10 beams suggested that the ice god deemed him destined for divinity, a talent unseen for millennia. Zeluna's expression grew complex. At the age of 130, her soul power had reached an astonishing level of 98, just a step away from the coveted 99. Although the gap appeared small, the difference between these levels was akin to a chasm. Zeluna understood that even with decades of effort, she might not breach the threshold to ascend to godhood. After all, transitioning from 97 to 98 had taken her 30 to 40 years. Given that even a titled Douluo has a lifespan of merely 200 years, without fortuitous encounters, her dream of inheriting the ice god's position seemed impossible. Yet despite knowing the slim chances of achieving divinity, she still harbored a flicker of hope. Jiang Yu's performance shattered her last vestige of hope. Did the ice god intend to pass the divine position to him? Zeluna's heart suddenly became tumultuous, her previously tranquil state disrupted. Just as she wrestled with her inner turmoil, the 10 beams of light surged into Jiang Yu's being. Warmth and serenity enveloped him. He had expected the ice god to impart an icy aura, yet was pleasantly surprised by the overwhelming warmth. As the light entered his body, it flowed into his meridians, swiftly expanding them and expelling impurities through his pores. Ultimately, Jiang Yu discovered that all his vital meridians had been unblocked, leading to an indescribable sense of comfort. His soul power surged dramatically under the divine light, skyrocketing from level 25 to 30. He sensed that this miraculous power still had untapped potential. However, he had yet to absorb a soul ring, meaning his soul power could not continue to grow until he completed the absorption of his 3rd soul ring. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu felt immensely satisfied. Since he began cultivating the Hongmeng Ziki Dao, the enhancement of his soul power had been notably more challenging than that of ordinary soul masters. To experience a 5-level increase was a delightful surprise. Observing the fluctuations of Jiang Yu's soul power, Shui Binger felt a mix of joy and envy. After all, he was merely 8 or 9 years old, yet his soul power had already reached level 30. With the addition of a soul ring, he would become a bona fide soul ancestor. Jiang Yu had undoubtedly made history. According to the records of the Wuhuan Palace, the fastest individual to reach the rank of soul ancestor was Tang Hao from the Hao Yan clan, who achieved this feat at the age of 10. Now, Jiang Yu had surpassed that record, and perhaps he would one day break Tang Hao's record as the youngest titled Douluo, earning renown throughout the Douluo continent. Shui Binger felt a surge of envy. After all, a titled Douluo was the pinnacle of power on the continent. Even though she was hailed as a rare talent of the Tianshui clan, the girl most likely to ascend to the rank of titled Douluo in a century. It remained merely a hope. After all, the transition from soul Douluo to titled Douluo required more than just the accumulation of soul power. Otherwise, there would be far more than just a handful of titled Douluos on the continent. While there were not many at level 89, a double-digit count was still achievable. Yet, in all these years, only 2 soul Douluos had successfully ascended to the rank of titled Douluo. One was the Hao Yan Douluo, and the other was the Poison Douluo. This illustrates the rarity of such an accomplishment. The challenge of overcoming the threshold of Fenghao Douluo is indeed formidable, even for Shui Binger, who lacks assurance in this endeavor. The entire ceremony lasted for an hour, and as it approached its conclusion, the ice god statue suddenly emitted a radiant light that surged into Jiang Yu's left hand, ultimately coalescing into the imprint of a small blue sword on the back of his hand. The ice god sword. Upon recognizing this imprint, Zeluna expressed her incredulity. This was a divine artifact wielded by the ice god, renowned even among the divine realm, standing just a breath away from being classified as a super divine artifact. Aside from the artifacts held by the 5 supreme gods, only the sun god sword and the sea god trident could rival the ice god sword in might. Within the entire divine realm, few artifacts of such caliber exist, such as the angelic sacred sword and the Rakshasa scythe. Yet the ice god had conferred such a gift upon Jiang Yu. It appears she has already regarded him as her successor. Zeluna's expression darkened. Having served the ice god for decades and devoted her most precious years to this frost-laden sanctuary, she now found herself grappling with the bitter reality that the ice god had chosen an outsider as her heir. It was only natural for her to feel a profound sense of disparity, making it difficult to accept, and it remained to be seen when she would come to terms with it. Otherwise, her own realm would struggle to advance further. Brother Chensi, although he is the successor you have chosen, as long as he is yet to accept your legacy, I still hold the right to designate him as my heir. I wonder what your expression will be upon realizing I have preempted you. It must be quite amusing. Ha ha, the ice god statue seemed to speak, yet none around noticed. Not even Jiang Yu, who was undergoing the ice god ceremony. Just as the ice god was in high spirits, a commanding voice suddenly resonated in her mind. Ice girl, I see you wish to be spanked again. How dare you steal my successor? Do you think this renders me powerless? Jiang Yu is certainly mine. The ice god was momentarily taken aback by the authoritative voice, but soon erupted in triumphant laughter. Go ahead. After all, my backside has been spanked by you countless times. I fear nothing. He has already accepted my divine inheritance. Can you possibly alter that? The ice god queried, knowing that a successor could only inherit one divine position. And even the sun god, despite his unique standing, could not alter this divine rule. I have no intention of changing that. The sun god's voice turned enigmatic. Since he has accepted your legacy, I shall not intervene. I intend to cultivate him into an unprecedented dual divine successor. How can this be possible? The ice god exclaimed in astonishment. Not impossible at all, ice girl. From now on, you must follow my instructions meticulously. Do not err. The sun god's voice grew increasingly stern. Realizing the gravity of his tone, the ice god refrained from jest and complied with the directive echoing in her mind. Upon hearing the sun god's words, a peculiar expression crossed the ice god's face. Are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Certain, absolutely and unequivocally. The sun god's words were resolute. Seeing her determination, the ice god reluctantly acquiesced to his request. In a moment, a rich blue radiance surged forth from the statue, shooting directly into Shui Binger's body. Chapter 165, Zeluna. The blue light traveled rapidly, entering Shui Binger's body in the blink of an eye. And with everyone captivated by Jiang Yu, none in attendance noticed, save for Shui Binger herself. This blue light possessed an enchanting magic, meandering within her like a small serpent, bringing with it a tingling sensation. More astonishingly, the icy power within her intensified beyond its previous chill, and her soul power instantaneously ascended to the 34th rank. Is this a reward from the ice god? Shui Binger's heart surged with joy, astonished that she too could earn the ice god's favor during the ceremony. Although her gains paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's, she felt immensely grateful. At this moment, her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Jiang Yu. Without him, She would never have arrived at this ice god palace, nor received the ice god's blessing. While Shui Binger basked in her excitement, she failed to notice a circular seal suddenly manifest at her chest, resembling a miniature version of the ice god statue. As the seal formed, a mysterious incantation materialized in her mind, imbued with solemnity that compelled one to reverently worship. For reasons unknown, Shui Binger comprehended the words spoken as she listened. Her face flushed crimson. She could ascertain that the voice belonged to the ice god, and the incantation she recited was a powerful secret technique enabling her and Jiang to perform a martial soul fusion skill together. The judgment of the ice goddess. This technique could summon an ethereal shadow of the ice god, possessing 1/10,000th of the ice god's strength and capable of further enhancing its power in accordance with the hostess soul power. Though the ice god entrusted her with such an immensely powerful martial soul fusion skill, Shui Binger could hardly revel in it. Instead, a rather awkward expression crossed her face. This fusion skill required both her and Jiang to meld their souls, and the thought of their respective markings needing to align was utterly mortifying. How could this be permissible? As she observed Shui Binger's face turn beet red from afar, Jiang surmised that she too had likely received the ice god's earlier message. He wondered if the ice god had contrived this peculiar fusion skill intentionally. While its power was enticing, the method of utilization was far too compromising. How could Shui Binger possibly agree? Jiang could not help but engage in self-deprecation, deciding to feign ignorance. After all, with his current prowess, he could manage the challenges ahead even without a martial soul fusion skill. Before long, the ceremony concluded, and the brilliance emanating from the ice god statue gradually dimmed until it vanished entirely, restoring the statue to its former state. Since you have completed the ceremony, I shall escort you out. Return once you attain the rank of soul sage. Zeluna's tone was remarkably calm, providing no hint of her current emotions. Yet Jiang sensed a profound sense of loss emanating from her gaze. It was understandable. Zeluna had served the ice god for many years and was, in truth, the most qualified to inherit the ice god's position. It was unfathomable that Jiang had usurped that opportunity. It was a reaction anyone could relate to. Was it not the case that Poseidon, upon learning that the sea god intended to pass his divine position to Tang San, also experienced a modicum of disappointment? This was particularly true for Zeluna. Thus, Jiang refrained from saying much, obediently following Zeluna's instructions, as he too wished to exit this secret realm and hasten back to the extreme north. Upon exiting the divine palace, Zeluna immediately unleashed her martial soul, a powerful aura erupting from her as a vibrant green light radiated outward from her form. Gradually, a peculiar creature materialized before them. It was a swan of pure emerald hue, its body remarkably translucent, akin to jade, exuding a rich aura of life from within. As the ethereal figure of Zeluna emerged, 9 soul rings gradually materialized around her, comprising 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black. Notably, the final black soul ring radiated a profound crimson hue, signifying that Zeluna's 9th soul ring was no ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. It was likely approaching the esteemed threshold of 100,000 years. Truly, she was worthy of the title of High Priestess. It is worth noting that on the entire continent of Douluo, the number of titled who could obtain a 100,000-year soul ring is exceedingly rare, with only a few individuals, aside from Tang Hao and Bibi Dong, possessing such an extraordinary treasure hidden from the public eye. The Emerald Swan? In comparison to the soul rings, Zeluna's martial soul astounded Shui Binger even more. The High Priestess wielded the top-tier, healing martial soul, the Emerald Swan. This martial soul possessed an exceptionally pure life force, serving as a tremendous boon for any soul beast, and was a coveted companion for all soul beasts. Suddenly, Zeluna's first soul ring illuminated, and 2 beams of green light burst forth from her being, flying towards Jiang and Shui Binger. In an instant, a pair of petite green wings sprouted from their backs. Shui Binger was taken aback, astonished to discover that Zeluna possessed a flight-related soul skill. While she was still reeling from shock, the wings whisked her away into the distance, with Zeluna swiftly applying her first soul skill upon herself and soon giving chase. Before long, Jiang and Shui Binger found themselves back at the lake where they had initially awakened. Upon landing, Zeluna stood by the water's edge, chanting a mysterious incantation. Soon, the lake erupted with brilliant light, and seizing the opportunity, Zeluna unleashed a surge of power that propelled Jiang Yu and Shui Binger into the water. Clearly, this was Zeluna's form of retribution against Jiang Yu, a means of avenging the theft of her divine position. Observing Jiang Yu being cast into the lake, a smile finally graced Zeluna's features. This was indeed an act of vengeance. Jiang Yu, submerged in the water, felt a sense of helplessness. He never anticipated that a dignified title de law would resort to such juvenile antics. It truly shattered his previous image of the high priestess. To think she retained a hint of childish playfulness at the age of over 130 was quite remarkable. Jiang Yu found himself unable to harbor any anger. Considering he had indeed usurped her opportunity, he might as well let her have her fun. After all, he suffered no physical harm. Thus, Jiang Yu and Shui Binger gradually sank to the lake's bottom. To their surprise, they felt no difficulty in breathing. They could inhale effortlessly underwater. Shortly thereafter, they encountered a portal within the lake, which irresistibly drew them in, a wave of warm light enveloping them. In an instant, Jiang Yu and Shui Binger returned to the warm pool nestled in the snow-capped mountains. Upon emerging from the water, they beheld Shui Yu and Shui Wu, seated with expressions of profound despondency, their faces still glistening with remnants of tears. Chapter 166. The Supersoul beast upon seeing Jiang Yu and Shui Binger reappear. Shui Binger leapt with excitement. Even the usually composed Shui Wu shed tears of joy, relieved that their ordeal had ended without calamity. She had been uncertain how to explain things to the sect leader. After all, Shui Binger was not only her dear sister, but also the future hope of the Tian Shui sect. The sect's potential to ascend into the upper echelons relied on her. In a rush, Shui Yu dashed to Shui Binger, unable to resist embracing her half-sister. Their bond had always been strong, and witnessing her sister's miraculous return filled her with unmatched joy. Silly girl, don't cry. Shui Binger felt warmth in her heart, despite her sister's mischievousness, which could sometimes be bothersome. She was inherently kind-hearted, and Shui Binger genuinely cherished her, which was why she cared so deeply. Observing the bond between the two sisters, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reminisce about Bibi Dong, Hulina, and Ning Rongrong, along with his stern mentor. On the continent of Douluo, he had only a handful of people he truly cared for. If he were to include one more, it would undoubtedly be Hua Wu, for their entanglement was indeed profound. The scene of Hua Wu shielding her from an attack had deeply moved Jiang Yu, and since he had no conflicting interests with her, it had spared him from future complications. If the others were present, they might have rushed towards him with the same fervor as Shui Yu. Yet, upon reflection, Jiang Yu realized he might be overly naive. If these two groups were to encounter each other in the extreme north, a conflict could very well ensue. After all, the Sword Douluo had previously experienced some unpleasantness with the Spear Hall, making it unlikely they would let such an opportunity slip by. The thought of this gave Jiang Yu a headache. He finally understood the hardships faced by undercover agents in crime films. It was no wonder some would betray their cause midway. After all, humans are creatures of emotion. Prolonged exposure would naturally foster bonds. Isn't the very essence of an undercover agent to cultivate a deep emotional connection with their target, gain their trust, and then, with minimal cost, destroy them for their own benefit? Even for a powerful entity like the Spirit Hall, Soul Masters are an invaluable asset. While annihilating the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School would pose challenges, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for the Spirit Hall, albeit at a significant cost. They might have to sacrifice over 1,000 Soul Masters and at least 3 or 4 Title Daw, knowing that the Sword Daw and Bone Daw were formidable opponents, each capable of facing 2 Title Daw simultaneously. It was conceivable that the Sword Daw might even contend with 3 Title Daw without issue. Thus, if the Spear Hall aimed to eradicate the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, they would need to mobilize thousands of Soul Masters, along with at least 5 or 6 powerful Title Daw. Such an endeavor was hardly cost-effective. In contrast, deploying an undercover agent was far simpler and considerably less expensive, allowing them to utilize enemy resources for training, thereby achieving the dual objectives of depleting the enemy's strength while saving a substantial sum for the Spear Hall. It was a win-win situation. Of course, the infiltrated agent must possess an unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall to avoid being swayed by the enemy's favors. This is why Qian Douluo sent his own granddaughter, Qian Renxue, to undertake the mission of infiltrating the Tiando imperial family. Similarly, Bibi Dong Shu's Zhan Yu, whom she had nurtured for her undercover assignment. With such intimate ties, there was little fear of betrayal. Individuals like them were exceedingly rare, necessitating the Spirit Hall to place undercover agents only in crucial positions, relegating other locations to mere informants. Jiang Yu had no intention of betraying Bibi Dong. What would transpire in the future remained uncertain. He believed that where there is a will, there is a way, and would address future matters as they arose. Just then, amidst Jiang Yu's musings, a voice of astonishment resonated in his mind, awakening the long-slumbering Tianmeng iceworm. Tianmeng, you have finally awakened, Jiang Yu exclaimed with delight. Though the creature had refused to stir during urgent moments, it chose to awaken only after the turmoil had settled. He still felt a surge of joy. This million-year soul beast was somewhat amusing, providing Jiang Yu with a touch of levity. Do not interrupt. Tianmeng Binkan, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired. Could it be that, during this time, you have encountered some extraordinary adventure? A powerful aura of icy chill now emanates from you. Despite being a million-year soul beast, your icy presence surpasses even that of the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor. How is that conceivable? On the continent of Douluo, it is impossible for any creature to exceed these two formidable soul beasts in the ice attribute. The tone of Tianmeng Binkan was filled with astonishment. Are you referring to the aura of the ice god? Jiang Yu had no intention of concealing the events that unfolded during the ice god ceremony from Tianmeng Binkan, for they were now irrevocably linked, sharing a fate of mutual honor. Thus, he recounted the matters regarding the secret realm to Tianmeng Binkan. Upon hearing that Jiang Yu had encountered the ice god, this million-year soul beast also became unsettled, as the ice god was revered as the deity of all soul beasts in the extreme north, akin to how the sea god was venerated among all beings embodying the ice attribute. Tianmeng Binkan was no exception, as Jiang Yu accepted the legacy of the ice god. Tianmeng Binkan was not only astonished, but also somewhat exhilarated. Initially, it had little confidence that Jiang Yu would acquire a top-tier ice attribute martial soul in the extreme north. It merely sought to try its luck in this realm. However, it was utterly surprised by Jiang Yu's incredible fortune in gaining the ice god's inheritance. Tianmeng Binkan realized that its plans were now bound to succeed. Laughing heartily in its mind, Tianmeng Binkan felt a premonition that this journey to the extreme north would undoubtedly lead Jiang Yu to the most powerful ice attribute martial soul. The thought of a certain soul beast crossed its mind. Although that soul beast possessed immense strength, Tianmeng believed that Jiang Yu, with the ice god's aura, could conquer this super soul beast. If that were to occur, it would be immensely gratifying. The mere thought of it filled Tianmeng with excitement. At this moment, Tianmeng Binkan was even more impulsive than Jiang Yu, eager to reach the location of that soul beast. However, the most embarrassing predicament was that it had forgotten where that soul beast resided. Although Tianmeng Binkan had spent considerable time in the extreme north, much of it was spent sleeping in a millennium-old ice cave, rarely venturing into the outside world. Additionally, having been away from the extreme north for a long time, it was reasonable that it was unfamiliar with this vast, icy realm. Nevertheless, Tianmeng Binkan believed that finding that soul beast should not be overly difficult, as long as it moved toward the core area. Chapter 167. The Night of Wind and Snow, according to Tianmeng Binkan's reasoning. The more powerful soul beasts were located closer to the core area. The Great Snow Mountain merely lay on the outskirts of the extreme north, housing only moderately strong soul beasts. To acquire a top-tier ice attribute soul beast as a martial soul, Jiang Yu needed to delve deeper into the interior. Thus, he conveyed his intention to explore the core area to the trio of Shui, Bing'er, and her sisters. However, to his surprise, he was met with their astonishment and shock. The three of them hurriedly dissuaded him. With Shui, you were even questioning whether Jiang Yu had been submerged in water for too long, causing his senses to become somewhat impaired. It was well known that the soul beasts in the core area of the extreme north were not at all inferior to the 10,000-year soul beasts found in the Stardew Forest. They had even heard from the elders in their sect that several soul beasts in the core area of the extreme north might have surpassed the 10,000-year limit. They had been repeatedly warned not to venture into the core area before leaving the sect. Do not act recklessly. Shui Bing'er became anxious. Ever since she had spent a night with Jiang Yu, she had developed a peculiar affection for him. Seeing him intent on going to the core area, she quickly urged him to reconsider. In her view, Jiang Yu's desire to enter the core area was nothing short of suicidal. A realm so terrifying that even title dared not tread there, let alone someone as minor as a great soul master. No, after the ice god ceremony, he should be a soul master. Yet to the super soul beasts of the core area, he would merely be a slightly stronger ant. Jiang Yu was well aware that with his current cultivation level, venturing into the core area would undoubtedly expose him to unimaginable dangers. However, fortune favors the bold. To attain a top-tier ice attribute martial soul, he had no choice but to proceed to the core area, with Tianming Bink and accompanying him. He believed he could handle some dangers. Thus, Jiang Yu politely declined the well-meaning offer from Shui Binger and her sisters, intending to journey to the core area alone. Seeing his stubbornness, Shui Binger proposed to accompany him. As for Shui Yuer and Shui Wu, he planned to send them back to Fengshua City to wait, as their current cultivation levels made it exceedingly difficult for them even to remain in the outskirts, let alone enter the core area. Especially Shui Yuer, whose strength, though slightly superior to Shui Wu's, might not be advantageous in the extreme north due to the martial soul fusion technique. Never mind, I shall go alone. Jiang Yu contemplated and ultimately rejected Shui Binger's suggestion. He was determined to acquire his third martial soul on this journey. Although he trusted Shui Binger would not betray his secret, it was wise to remain cautious. After all, possessing 3 martial souls was unprecedented on the continent of Douluo, and the fewer who knew, the better. Moreover, he could encounter unforeseen soul beasts along the way. If Shui Binger accompanied him, he would have to divide his attention to protect her, and with her presence, Tianming Bink and would also be unable to assist him. Overall, it was best not to bring Shui Binger along. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's refusal, Shui Binger pouted in disappointment, unable to fathom why her kind offer to accompany him into danger was turned down. Observing the discontent on Shui Binger's face, Jiang Yu refrained from saying anything further and hurriedly departed, knowing that a woman in a fit of unreasonable anger would not heed explanations. Thus, he swiftly left the great snow mountain, disregarding Shui Binger's forlorn expression. After crossing the great snow mountain, Jiang Yu ventured northward, moving deeper into the realm. Along the way, he encountered various soul beasts and even witnessed 2 ice wolf hounds engaged in an indescribable act by the roadside. This was his first encounter with such a peculiar sight. The 2 ice wolf hounds neither evaded nor attacked him. They continued their amorous activities, presenting an unusual spectacle that left Jiang Yu somewhat bewildered. It was neither spring nor a warm season, and the extreme north was frigid. How could these 2 ice wolf hounds remain unbothered by the cold? Jiang Yu was unaware that this was a custom of the ice wolf hound clan. These soul beasts preferred to reproduce during the heavy snowfall season. The colder the weather, the more excited they became, and the quality of their offspring improved accordingly. Seeing that the ice wolf hounds bore him no ill will, he chose to circumvent them. After all, he was not a soul beast hunter, and he would not take action against creatures that posed no threat. In recent years, the conflict between soul beasts and humans had deepened due to the indiscriminate slaughter by certain soul beast hunters. Generally, ordinary soul masters would not engage in wanton killing. They would only extract the required soul rings from soul beasts, refraining from action unless provoked. Of course, there were also some scoundrels among soul masters who differed from soul beast hunters. They sought pleasure in hunting soul beasts without regard for profit. After skirting around the ice wolf hounds, Jiang Yu continued on his path until nightfall. The temperatures in the extreme north plummeted significantly after dark, dropping at least 10 degrees compared to daytime. Even more concerning was the sudden onset of a snowstorm, forcing Jiang Yu to halt and seek refuge in a nearby cave. After gathering some branches from the ground, he stepped into the cave. Placing the branch upon the ground, he released the Qishao sword, its flames igniting in an instant. The brilliant light illuminated the entire cave, which, though modest in size, was sufficient for Jiang Yu's purpose. He merely sought refuge. The howling wind and snow outside intensified, even infiltrating the cave's confines. Jiang Yu rose and approached the cave entrance, commencing to excavate the snow beneath him. He intended to seal the entrance with snow, thus creating a barrier against the ferocious tempest outside. After approximately half an hour of labor, Jiang Yu finally constructed a wall of snow at the entrance, ensuring that a small opening remained at the top to facilitate airflow. Yet, still feeling uneasy, he retrieved some substances from his soul guide device meant to dispel soul beasts, preventing disturbances during his rest. After scattering the colorful powders upon the ground, Jiang Yu finally allowed himself to rest. Extracting a wool blanket and quilt from the soul guide, items he had meticulously prepared prior to venturing into the extreme north. He had also packed ample cured meats, numerous jugs of clean water, and various snacks. The soul guide's capacity was considerable, equipped with preservation features, offering great convenience apart from the inability to accommodate a person. Uncertain of when the blizzard would cease, Jiang lay down, preparing for a rejuvenating slumber. As he descended into dreams, he envisioned a scene of serene delight. He found himself at the seaside, surrounded by enchanting women. Qian Rinxue massaging his back, Ning Rongrong attending to his feet, Huowu preparing a barbecue, and Shui Bing'er exhaling cool air, warding off the summer heat. In front of him, Zhu Zhuqing fed him milk. Upon awakening, the daylight had already broken. The wall of snow he had constructed had been toppled by the winds and was nearly melted upon the ground. The glaring sunlight struck Jiang Yu's smooth face, prompting him to shield his forehead with his hand. The brightness was overwhelming, causing discomfort to his eyes. Observing that the storm had abated, he gathered his belongings into the soul guide and stepped outside. At that moment, the Tianming ice silkworm also stirred awake. With this native of the extreme north by his side, many troubles were alleviated for Jiang Yu. The Tianming ice silkworm possessed formidable spiritual power, and although its combat ability was limited, it served other purposes. Should they encounter powerful soul beasts, it could unleash potent mental interference, keeping Jiang Yu's presence concealed. With the aid of the Tianming ice silkworm, Jiang Yu's upcoming days became significantly easier. Numerous formidable soul beasts they encountered were deceived by the creature's mental prowess. Days later, traversing the snowy expanse, Jiang Yu felt the biting cold winds, drawing closer to the core of the extreme north, where temperatures reached human limits. Even a tidal Douluo would struggle here. Fortunately, Jiang Yu timely summoned the Qishao sword, its fiery blaze dispelling the chill. Though he still shivered slightly, he managed to endure. As he approached the core zone, the Tianming ice silkworm conveyed its thoughts to Jiang Yu. It revealed that the soul beast it had chosen was one of the three dominators of the extreme north, the Ice Emperor. According to the Tianming ice silkworm, the Ice Emperor was an ice-blue emperor scorpion, having reached an impressive cultivation age of at least 200,000 years. Moreover, it was imbued with immensely powerful ice attributes, rivaled only by the Snow Emperor and the Titan Snow Demon King within the entire extreme north, a pinnacle of excellence. From the tone of the Tianming ice silkworm, it seemed to share a favorable rapport with the Ice Emperor, possessing intricate knowledge of its traits. With its presence, Jiang Yu felt bolstered in confidence. Upon entering the core area, the Tianming ice silkworm did not hasten forward. Instead, it instructed Jiang Yu to construct an ice house underground, although he was perplexed by its intentions. Nevertheless, he wielded the Qishao sword against the snow, uncovering thick layers of solid ice, as hard as steel. Despite the effort, it took him over an hour to create a modest ice house, large enough for only himself. Once he completed the task, the Tianming ice silkworm spoke, indicating that the success of their plan hinged on several factors. There was no need to worry about the cold, for the powerful flames of the Qishao sword would keep him warm in this frigid land, mitigating the risk of hypothermia. What remained was merely luck and his perseverance. The Ice Emperor's might was formidable, and while the Tianming ice silkworm could assure him of an opportunity, it could not guarantee success. As for perseverance, it depended on his ability to endure until the end. The Tianming ice silkworm's tone became increasingly fervent. Jiang Yu nodded earnestly, confident in his purpose for venturing to the extreme north. No obstacle could deter him from acquiring a supreme ice martial spirit. That is precisely the spirit we require. The Tianming ice silkworm remarked with a smile. It then ceased to conceal its aura, unleashing a potent wave of mental energy that surged through Jiang Yu's mind. He felt a momentary dizziness but quickly acclimated, realizing his physical constitution was remarkably robust. Even the mental force of a million-year soul beast like the Tianming ice silkworm had minimal impact on him. Suddenly, the sword appeared in Jiang Yu's hand, its solitary soul ring radiating a crystalline glow, pulsating gently around him. The martial spirit and its host were inherently one. And under the influence of the Tianming ice silkworm's soul ring, Jiang Yu sensed his consciousness rapidly extending towards the horizon, an extraordinary ability akin to gazing down upon the earth from the heavens. The vast expanse of the icy terrain lay before him, as soul beasts below engaged in a relentless chase, while a foolish road deer watched excitedly from the sidelines. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yu experienced an unprecedented sensation. In that moment, he felt as if he were a deity of this world. Surveying the creatures below with a sense of superiority, it was a thrill akin to ruling over all. The land, the ice, and all beings beneath him seemed to yield to his presence. Everything lay within his grasp, and it appeared that with a mere command, he could obliterate all. Wherever his gaze fell, he could issue judgments akin to those of an emperor. As Jiang Yu's thoughts expanded, the core area of the extreme north, spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, suddenly darkened, as if day had abruptly turned to night. An invisible majesty radiated from Jiang Yu, and the previously overcast sky erupted with thunderous roars. Jiang Yu noticed his form transforming into a dazzling golden hue. The soul ring upon his sword gradually shifted colors, from yellow to pale gold, culminating in a brilliant golden hue. The golden light emanating from the soul ring was unparalleled, shining brighter than any other, rendering even the vibrant red soul rings of 100,000 years submissive before the overwhelming grandeur of the million-year soul ring, a true testament to its unmatched splendor on the Douluo continent. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled a phrase. One day, I shall no longer be obscured by the heavens, nor shall the earth be able to bury my heart. I desire all things in this world to submit to me, to be the one who grasps the sun and moon and plucks the stars from the sky. At this moment, Jiang Yu's mindset undoubtedly underwent a transformation, as a belief in his sovereignty over the universe quietly took root in his heart. This sensation of supreme dominion stirred within him, igniting the hope that this lofty ideal would one day lead him to the unparalleled throne of the heavens and the earth. A series of golden lights began to emanate from Jiang Yu's brow. With each burst of light, he felt a wave of emptiness. When a ninth orb of light emerged, his legs wavered slightly, for this was the spiritual essence of the Tianmeng Benkan, the core of its power. After the 9 golden orbs had escaped from Jiang Yu's body, only one remained, as most of its energy had already been absorbed by him. The remaining fragment was retained due to the bond between Tianmeng Benkan and Jiang Yu, which led it to withhold the final orb. The 9 golden lights descended from the vast sky, with the first landing directly upon the snow-covered ground, followed closely by the subsequent orbs, stacking one atop the other. During this process, the size of the light clusters gradually diminished, yet their golden brilliance grew ever more intense. At this moment, the true strength of Tianmeng Benkan was revealed, as even the celestial phenomena were influenced by its formidable mental power, a testament to its status as a million-year soul beast. As the 9 golden lights amalgamated, they coalesced into a colossal golden figure, radiating an astonishing brilliance reminiscent of the day when shining Diga vanquished the evil deity. Should any inhabitants of Earth witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be astounded and reaffirm their belief in the existence of light. Yet, what astonished Jiang Yu even further was that the golden giant bore an uncanny resemblance to him, akin to a twin, even donning identical golden attire, which left him somewhat aggrieved. A powerful thought emanated from the spiritual entity formed by Tianmeng Benkan. Ice Emperor, I know you can sense my presence. Tianmeng has returned. Dare you to show yourself? As Tianmeng Benkan spoke, it exuded a formidable intent that enveloped Jiang Yu's aura, concealing it entirely within the ice chamber. It appeared wary of the Ice Emperor, detecting another's presence, and hesitated to reveal itself. Tianmeng Benkan's mental energy did not impose any adverse effects on Jiang Yu. After all, they had essentially become one. This vast mental force amplified Jiang Yu's perceptions countless times, allowing him to sense a diameter of roughly 1 kilometer, even enabling him to truly see everything in the outside world. A remarkable phenomenon indeed. Following Tianmeng Benkan's utterance, the surroundings remained eerily calm, undisturbed, yet Tianmeng Benkan was unperturbed. The golden light emanating from it grew increasingly fervent, resembling a miniature sun. The previously dim sky was illuminated by the dazzling brilliance it emitted. As Tianmeng Benkan exerted its full mental power, a tremendous upheaval unfolded in the distance. Countless soul beasts were suddenly engulfed in terror, fleeing en masse from the core area towards the periphery. The spiritual might of a million-year soul beast was truly terrifying, causing even 10,000-year soul beasts to feel an oppressive weight. In terms of combat prowess, Tianmeng Benkan might not be particularly formidable, as an ordinary 10,000-year soul beast could potentially defeat it. A top-tier soul beast like the Titan Great Ape could likely triumph with merely a few hundred years of cultivation. However, when viewed from the perspective of mental strength, few soul beasts across the Douluo continent could rival Tianmeng Benkan. To claim that it is the foremost mental-type soul beast in the continent would not be an exaggeration. Had Tianming Bingsan's bloodline been of a higher caliber, it would undoubtedly qualify to compete with the most elite soul beasts of the continent. Unfortunately, its lineage is merely that of an ordinary Bingcan. Even after cultivating for 1,000,000 years and possessing tremendous energy due to the potent effects of the 10,000-year ice essence, Tianming Bingcan could not fully unleash this reservoir of power, akin to a stunningly beautiful woman standing before you, yet you are rendered speechless, unable to even greet her. From the perspective of a soul master, it possesses an immense soul power, yet lacks any soul rings or soul skills. If Tianming Bingcan encountered a foe with significantly lesser strength, it might still prevail through its absolute mental power, but against an adversary of equal might, it would find itself at a loss. This also explains why it was captured by a horde of 10,000-year soul beasts, unable to resist even when subjected to unspeakable torments. After all, even the most formidable mental power must be concentrated and transformed into terrifying mental skills to inflict harm upon an opponent. Otherwise, any influence it exerts would be limited and incapable of causing substantial damage. If Tianming Bingcan possessed a single skill, it would likely face little threat from any soul beast across the Douluo continent. At this moment, Tianming Bingsan's mental power had extended over an immense expanse, encompassing nearly 1/3 of the core area of the extreme north. Moreover, it was clever, releasing a mental aura not of its own essence but rather mimicking that of the soul beast most feared by all in the extreme north, a creature known as the supreme ruler of the 3 great kings of the region. Undoubtedly, this beast reigned as the emperor among all soul beasts in the extreme north, boasting nearly 500,000 years of formidable cultivation, with bloodlines of unparalleled nobility that far surpassed those of Tianming Bingcan. Naturally, Tianming Bingcan did not extend its influence into the territory of this sovereign being. Should it provoke that entity, it would find itself in dire straits. Its goal was simply to drive other soul beasts away from the core area, preventing them from causing trouble for Jiang. Furthermore, the Ice Emperor was intimately familiar with its essence and would never mistake it for that reigning soul beast. The bold declaration made earlier was intended to inform the Ice Emperor of Tianming Bingsan's arrival in the extreme north. With Tianming Bingsan's understanding of the Ice Emperor, it was certain that the latter would seek it out. Surely, no soul beast on the Douluo continent could resist the allure of a 1,000,000-year soul beast devoid of any offensive capabilities, yet possessing immense primal power. Moreover, the Ice Emperor was a powerful soul beast. While others may be unaware, it was cognizant that the Ice Emperor's cultivation had surpassed the 300,000-year threshold, and it was not far from breaking through the 400,000-year barrier. It was likely that, given approximately another 10,000 years, it could advance further. Although this was no simple task, even for the Ice Emperor, whose talents were extraordinary, overcoming the 400,000-year limit would present significant challenges. However, with the assistance of Tianming Bingsan's primal power, the likelihood of success would undoubtedly increase, allowing the Ice Emperor to potentially achieve that breakthrough without the need to wait another 10,000 years. Tianming Bingcan firmly believed that the Ice Emperor would come for it. It was well aware that when the Ice Emperor's cultivation had just surpassed 300,000 years, it had encountered a severe calamity. Although it ultimately survived, its essence was wounded. Hence, only by absorbing the vast and pure essence of Tianming Bingcan could the Ice Emperor possibly break free from its constraints and perhaps even surpass the foremost of the 3 mighty kings of the extreme north. What filled Tianming Bingcan with relief was that the top-ranked Super Soul Beast was entirely unaware of its existence. Otherwise, even within the Star Doe Forest, it would likely have been captured, given the terrifying prowess of that being. As time passed slowly, Tianming Bingcan remained unhurried, donning a serene smile that mirrored Jiang's, as if convinced that its plan would undoubtedly succeed. Nestled within the ice chamber, Jiang could only wait patiently. Although he was uncertain whether the Ice Emperor would indeed arrive, he had no choice but to wait. His only concern being what assurance Tianming Bingcan had to defeat a super soul beast whose cultivation far exceeded 10,000 years. What preparations did it truly possess? Chapter 170, Bing by Di Huangxie. Jiang Yu was oblivious to the entanglement between Tianming Bingcan and the Ice Emperor. Had he known, he would have felt entirely at ease. Just then, a violent disturbance erupted from the distant extreme north, followed by a wave of emerald light that rapidly spread forth, transforming the previously dim sky into a vibrant green, its brilliance akin to that of exquisite emeralds. It has come, Upon witnessing the phenomenon in the sky, Tianming Bingqian was not startled, but rather elated, for none understood the significance of that green hue better than it. It had not seen that shimmering green for hundreds of thousands of years, and a flood of memories surged forth in an instant. In those times, it cherished that green above all. Tianming, you are still alive. An astonished voice resonated, truly befitting the longest-lived entity of the extreme north. While unremarkable in combat, its vitality was remarkably formidable, inciting envy. The voice brimmed with admiration, for longevity was something all beings pursued. Whether emperors or commoners, all yearned for immortality. Even the legendary Emperor Long, who reigned eternally, indulged in alchemy and the pursuit of immortality, hoping to govern the world indefinitely. The enduring vitality of Tianming Bingqian was undoubtedly coveted by all creatures. The Ice Emperor was no exception, having sustained damage to its essence from the previous calamity. It would require a fortuitous encounter to transcend the limits of life once more. Thus, by any means necessary, it must obtain Tianming Bingqian. A powerful aura emanated from afar, causing the snow accumulated on the ground to erupt into 3-meter-high flurries, creating ripples on the once tranquil surface. Fortunately, Jiang was shielded by the spiritual power of Tianming Bingqian, preventing any significant impact. Ice Emperor, you have yet to perish. How could I bear to let you go? Do you remember what I said to you back then? Tianming Bingqian suddenly laughed, its face identical to Jiang Yu's, radiating an exceptionally bright smile. One day, I shall become your companion, and I will tenderly embrace you beneath me. The words of Tianming Bingqian were soft, even somewhat suggestive, making it difficult to fathom such sentiments would escape its lips. Jiang Yu felt an immediate sense of embarrassment, his skin prickling with discomfort. No wonder Tianming Bingqian exuded such confidence. Previously, he had been unaware of the source of its self-assurance, but now it became clear. It appeared that Tianming had a past with the Ice Emperor. Perhaps they had once been lovers. It was hard to imagine a scorpion entangled with a Bingqian. Such a scene was indeed peculiar. Was it usually the case that scorpions pursued Bingqians? Jiang Yu could not help but stifle a laugh. Just as he was lost in thought, a remarkably peculiar soul beast swiftly approached from the north, its form distinctly hexagonal, a rarity indeed. Its body shimmered with an extraordinary brilliance, resembling diamond facets, reflecting myriad colors across its 6 long, sturdy legs. Its 2 pincers extended over 1 meter in length, similarly adorned with unique hexagonal shapes and diamond-like protrusions, while only the tips of the claws and mouthparts gleamed with a mirror-like silvery hue. Most striking were its eyes, yellow and embedded like yellow diamonds, also hexagonal, dazzling like gemstones. This was the true hexagonal warrior. No wonder the Bingbai Dihuang Xie was so formidable. In addition to its unique upper body, the long, gracefully arched tail behind it was equally breathtaking. Typically, a scorpion's tail is laden with numerous segments, evoking a spine-chilling appearance. But the Ice Emperor's tail was unlike any other. Its enormous tail possessed only 5 segments, each of vibrant green, radiating vitality. The foremost segment was the widest, tapering as it extended backward, culminating in a diamond-tipped stinger that gleamed with a silvery sheen, appearing exceedingly sharp. The Bingbai Dihuang Xie resembled a sole beast of gem-like splendor, its entire form captivatingly exquisite, likely to attract the gaze of most women were it on earth. With such a creature, one need not seek a diamond ring for a proposal. Presenting a Bingbai Dihuang Xie would be the epitome of grandeur. Ice Bing, you have finally arrived. Tianming Bingqian gazed at the enchanting figure before it, a look of rapture gracing its face. At that moment, its heart belonged solely to Ice Bing, leaving no room for others. Upon seeing the emerald tail, a longing expression crossed Tianming Bingqian's face, instantly recalling past pleasures. Once, that tail had brought it immeasurable joy. Had Jiang not been nearby, it might have succumbed to the impulse and rushed forth. Observing Tianming Bingqian's golden form, condensed from spiritual energy, the Ice Emperor's crystalline eyes flickered with surprise. It had not anticipated that Tianming would present itself in the guise of a handsome figure to meet her. The Ice Emperor was not one to be swayed by appearances. Otherwise, it would not have entangled itself with Tianming Bingqian, for the large fleshly Bingqian was hardly aesthetically pleasing. Tianming, after such a long absence, why have you become so timid? You dare not reveal your true form, and insist on presenting yourself this way. Even a human guise? Do you think I cannot find your true self? The Ice Emperor chuckled lightly. Even in a spiritual form, You cannot stray too far from your true essence. You must be within a few hundred meters of this vicinity. Reveal yourself. My dear, Tianming Bingsan's tone was playful, akin to a rogue teasing a lady on the street, sounding even more lewd. Time has flown by, yet you remain as captivating as ever. The last time I saw you, your tail had 6 segments, and now it has merged into 5, adorned in this enchanting green. If I am not mistaken, you are not far from your limit. This time, you may not survive the heavenly tribulation. Listening to Tianming's words, the Ice Emperor did not hasten to retort. There was truth in what was said, which was precisely why the Ice Emperor was eager to absorb the potent essence of life from Tianming Bingqian. Only by doing so could the Ice Emperor successfully navigate the impending tribulation. Oomph. The voice of Bingdi, reminiscent of a young girl's, echoed through the air. Initially, I harbored doubts, yet I was taken aback by your eagerness to embrace your demise. This is indeed a divine gift. Once I extract the essence from your being, the tribulations of heaven shall pose no challenge. Ha ha ha. Tianming Bingsan emitted a mischievous laugh. My dear, that simply won't do. In my quest to be with you, I shall not grant you your wish. Do you not know that each time I drift into slumber, I dream of you and our joyous moments together? Finally, my dear, we shall never part again. The demeanor of Tianming Bingsan was undeniably audacious. Bingdi could no longer tolerate its insolent display and immediately brandished its sharp, elevated tail hook. A brilliant beam of white light illuminated the scene, swiftly piercing through the body of Tianming Bingsan. Jiang, you felt the immense spiritual energy of Tianming Bingsan suddenly lurch violently, rendering his vision hazy, akin to a distorted image. Having absorbed your energy, I shall become the most powerful soul beast in the entirety of Douluo. Even Xuedi shall be no match for me. So you would do well to comply? Bingdi remained unmoved by the sweet words of Tianming Bingsan, for it understood that such actions were necessary to transcend its limitations. The white ray that penetrated Tianming Bingsan's form did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually spread within the corporeal manifestation of pure spiritual energy. That golden body was being destroyed piece by piece. Yet, Tianming Bingsan's expression bore no sign of pain, only a hint of regret in its gaze. Alas, you remain as impetuous as ever. However, this way, we shall be together forever. No sooner had Tianming Bingsan finished speaking than Bingdi sensed something amiss. An overwhelming sense of danger surged forth. At its level of cultivation, the perception of peril was exceedingly acute. Suddenly, the golden form of Tianming Bingsan became ethereal and lunged towards Bingdi. In that instant, Bingdi felt its speed drastically slow, surrounded by a viscous sensation. The terrifying spiritual power of Tianming Bingsan enveloped it like an ocean, rendering it ensnared and powerless. Tianming, are you courting death? Bingdi's gaze sharpened, its tail hooks slicing through the air, radiating a vivid emerald glow that was almost overwhelming. How dare you wield your spiritual power? Do you not wish to return to your true form? Do you believe this can contain me? I doubt you shall last more than a few moments. Tianming Bingsan calmly replied, Ha ha, a second or two is more than sufficient. In a corner unnoticed by Bingdi, a white membrane silently approached the ground, while simultaneously Jiang Yu, hidden within the ice chamber, sensed something strange. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. Despite the ice chamber shielding against the external chill, he felt an exceptionally frigid aura at that moment. Fortunately, after undergoing the ice god ritual, his resistance to the power of ice had significantly heightened. Otherwise, he would have likely succumbed to freezing on the spot. As Tianming Bingsan unleashed its formidable spiritual power without reservation, Bingdi suddenly felt a tightness throughout its body, losing its ability to move. Bingdi was astonished, its exquisite form writhing in a frenzy as white and green lights intertwined, unleashing powerful soul skills with all its might. This time, Bingdi held nothing back, giving its utmost effort. Yet, even this desperate struggle proved futile. The formidable soul beast that had roamed the extreme north for hundreds of thousands of years finally sensed fear. The binding sensation intensified at an astonishing rate, pressing upon Bingdi's body, which emitted loud, cracking sounds. No matter how it thrashed, that immense force of restraint only grew stronger, overwhelming even its might. Even Bingdi's elevated pincers were forced down, its tail hook pressed tightly against its body. The once indomitable Ice Emperor, one of the 3 great kings of the extreme north, was now utterly subdued by the overwhelming spiritual power of Tianming Bingsan. No. Bingdi's expression was one of disbelief. How could this worthless creature bind me? What manner of skill is this, that even my abilities cannot resist it? As the golden light gradually receded, the form of Tianming Bingsan, now resembling Jiang, reappeared before Bingdi, a faint smile gracing its lips. There is no rush. Now is not the time for explanations. Once we leave this place, I shall elucidate everything for you. For now, we must depart. With that, Tianming Bingsan raised its right hand and pointed towards Bingdi, a burst of golden light shimmering as the colossal form of Bingdi vanished into thin air. Tianming Bingsan sighed, unexpectedly discovering that, after losing its physical form, it could wield abilities it had never dared to imagine before. Alas, this opportunity is singular. I hope you shall not disappoint me, Bingdi. In the blink of an eye, the white membrane reappeared in the air, gently descending to the ground and enveloping Jiang Yu's entire body within the ice chamber. The profound chill was instantly isolated, yet Jiang Yu's body still bore signs of frostbite, his skin turning a shade of purple with a layer of white frost forming upon its surface. The golden light coursed through him. Tianming Bingsan's voice rang out, "Jiang Yu, how do you fare? Brother has succeeded." Though Jiang Yu trembled slightly, his consciousness remained remarkably clear. "You have long known Bingdi?" Jiang Yu inquired within the realm of his mind. It was evident that Tianming Bingsan and Bingdi shared a profound bond, and its choice to make Bingdi its third martial soul was undoubtedly intertwined with their relationship. In that moment, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of betrayal, sensing that he had been utilized by Tianming Bingsan. His arduous journey to the core of the extreme north had merely revealed Tianming Bingsan's affection for Bingdi. While he had willingly taken a risk, Tianming Bingsan had withheld the true reasons from him. This was what Jiang Yu found most difficult to accept. He had come to regard Tianming Bingsan as a friend, and friendship is built on sincerity. Sensing Jiang Yu's disappointment, Tianming Bingsan hastily explained, "I am sorry, Jiang Yu. I did deceive you. I did not know whether you would accompany me to the extreme north after revealing the truth. However, I hope you understand that my only affection has been for Bingdi. It is akin to the love stories of your kind. Even if it views me merely as sustenance, I love it unreservedly. The reason I did not disclose this to you is that I did not wish for you to look down upon me, to think of me as just a mere sycophant. In this vast expanse of the extreme north, the Bingbai Dihuang Xie are true sovereigns, and Bingdi stands as a queen above all. The primary sustenance of the Bingbai Xie clan comprises my kind, the Bingsan. I recognize that we are natural adversaries. Yet upon first encountering her 200,000 years ago, I fell deeply in love to the point of no return." Tianming Bingsan's voice grew increasingly impassioned, revealing the profound depth of its feelings for Bingdi. Despite the passage of time, its fervent affection had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified. The relationship between Bingdi and Tianming Bingsan can be likened to that of Romeo and Juliet or Liang Shanhua and Zhu Yingtai, despite the vast chasm separating them. Tianming Bingsan harbors an uncontrollable affection for Bingdi. This is the essence of love. In chapter 172, titled The Movement to Create Deities, Jiang Yu is taken aback by Tianming Bingsan's obsessive love for Bingdi, which borders on pathological. The divide between their respective species does not hinder the fervent love that Tianming Bingsan feels. A significant reason for Tianming Bingsan's choice to become Jiang Yu's soul ring is indeed linked to Bingdi. Although it has transformed into an unprecedented million-year soul beast on the Douluo continent, this status brings it perilously close to its end. At this level, there are only two paths, either to ascend to divine status or to vanish forever from existence. Tianming Bingsan then begins to recount its past with Bingdi. It reveals that 200,000 years ago, upon awakening from slumber, it was preparing to seek another place to rest when Bingdi unexpectedly appeared. This encounter captivated both soul beasts. The large, round, and resplendent golden body of Tianming Bingsan was undeniably alluring to Bingdi. Conversely, Bingdi's emerald green tail and her cool demeanor, especially when she expressed her displeasure, profoundly attracted Tianming Bingsan, stirring within it a deep affection, even to the extent that it would not mind if Bingdi sought to harm it. It must be noted that Tianming Bingsan exhibits a certain masochistic tendency. When others insult or threaten it, Tianming Bingsan finds such interactions rather cool. Jiang Yu momentarily considers that Tianming Bingsan may not be entirely wise, as its intelligence appears somewhat questionable. Shortly after narrating its love story with Bingdi, the trapped Bingdi suddenly descends into a frenzy, howling in despair. Tianming Bingsan hastily attempts to soothe Bingdi, urging her to cease her tumultuous movements. It begins to speak, not in a gentle, coaxing manner, but rather with earnest intent. Bingdi, I wish for you to understand that what I am doing is for our future. Although you possess an incredibly noble bloodline and a naturally powerful physique, we cannot overlook the fact that compared to the potential of humans, we fall considerably short. Do not be deceived by the seemingly inferior physicality of humans compared to your ice scorpion lineage. A gifted human can, with decades of cultivation, rival your kin who have trained for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years. Humans are hailed as the apex of all beings not due to any other reason but their unparalleled potential. While their physical prowess may not match that of soul beasts, their extraordinary potential is indeed beyond the reach of soul beasts. Most crucially, the heights humans can achieve are unmatched by soul beasts. A soul master can ascend to divinity once they cultivate their soul power to the 100th level, whereas a soul beast, despite breaking the 100,000-year limitation, must continue to train, facing daunting tribulations every 100,000 years, tribulations that can cause severe injury or even obliteration, leading to the loss of hundreds of thousands of years of cultivation in a single moment. Bia Nijidi. Tianming Bingsan's tone suddenly turned serious. Even though you have survived 3 tribulations, can you guarantee that you can continue to break through? Even if you absorb my origin power and surpass the 400,000-year limit, what lies ahead? The peril of those tribulations escalates exponentially. I dare say even Shuadi may not have absolute confidence. Upon hearing Tianming Bingsan's words, Bingdi refrains from immediate rebuttal, her expression clouded with concern. While Tianming Bingsan's words might be harsh, they bear undeniable truth. The path to divinity for soul beasts is fraught with far greater challenges than that faced by humans. In nearly 1,000,000 years, no soul beast has successfully navigated all tribulations to ascend to the divine realm. In contrast, human soul masters periodically break the limits of soul power to ascend to the divine realm. Although the number of humans achieving divine status has diminished in recent centuries, it still surpasses that of soul beasts. Bingdi realizes that despite her high bloodline ranking, it remains insufficient for divine cultivation. Even Shuadi, who is touted as the most likely to achieve divinity in the extreme north, has only a slim chance. Yet, if soul beasts lack aspirations, they are no different from mere flotsam. Were it not for the pursuit of divinity, Bingdi would never have endured countless trials. However, Tianming Bingsan's words compel her to awaken from her dreams. The road to divinity for soul beasts indeed appears unattainable, and the divine realm is exceedingly impartial to them. Are soul beasts merely to be regarded as subordinates to human soul masters, waiting for a human who has surpassed the 100th level of soul power to benevolently escort them to the divine realm? This explains why so many 10,000-year soul beasts choose to reincarnate as humans to begin anew, especially certain female soul beasts. Even if they cannot break the 100-level limitation to achieve divinity, they can find a human prodigy and cultivate a profound bond, ensuring that the human, once they ascend to divinity, will take their partner along. Bingdi understands that this could serve as a shortcut. However, she finds such a course of action deeply disgraceful, a subservience to humans that she considers a monumental humiliation. Tianming Bingsan notices Bingdi deep in thought and quickly draws closer. You must understand that even the mightiest soul beast will eventually reach its end. Only a deity's life is truly boundless. The chances of reincarnating as a human, while slightly greater than navigating tribulations, are not fundamentally different. The hope of achieving divinity remains exceedingly slim. Thus, we must adopt a different perspective. Tianming Bingsan's voice suddenly amplifies, resonating with conviction. Since we cannot ascend to divinity, we must find another way to create a deity. By forging a divine being, even if we cannot achieve divinity ourselves, we can share in the boundless life of this deity, becoming an inseparable part of them. This is why I chose to become a soul ring for a human. I intend to use my power to assist him in breaking the limitations of soul power, elevating him to the status of a lofty deity. In Tianming Bingsan's eyes, a spark of ambition ignites. Before her stand a young boy, barely 9 years old, yet his talent among humans is undeniably exceptional. Can you imagine? His character, willpower, and even his soul power have already surpassed the 30th level. More importantly, he possesses dual martial souls, and once I become his soul ring, I will not only grant him 4 soul skills, but also assist him in acquiring an additional martial soul. This unprecedented triad of martial souls, given his talent, will undoubtedly lead him to the divine realm, allowing us to ascend together. We will never part ways, becoming the most devoted couple among soul beasts in the divine realm. As Tianming Bingsan continues, its old habit resurfaces, teasing Bingdi. This time, however, Bingdi does not retort but rather, with utmost seriousness, inquires of Tianming Bingsan. What is your level of certainty? This is the question that weighs most heavily on Bingdi's mind. Chapter 173. Bingdi bows down. Should Tianming Bingsan's confidence be low, Bingdi would never accompany it into a gamble, for the opportunity is singular. If they were to lose, it would lead to irrevocable ruin. Unless the probability exceeds 90%, Bingdi would not risk embarking on this venture with Tianming Bingsan. If it were just me, my confidence would only be half, for I possess little offensive capability. Although this lad's sword martial soul is formidable, he has yet to mature. Encountering a powerful adversary would still pose a significant danger. Tianming Bingkan spoke without hesitation, candidly revealing to Bingdi that they were bound together on Jiang Yu's journey. And there was no need for further deception. Honesty might garner goodwill. What? Bingdi exclaimed in utter astonishment. Have you lost your mind? With only half the assurance. You dare to be so audacious? Do you not realize that if we fail, there will be no chance for redemption? Bingdi had assumed that Tianming Bingsan's confidence indicated a high probability of success, only to discover it was merely 50%, a clear trap laid for it. Allow me to finish. Tianming Bingkan retorted with a roll of its eyes. Bingdi had many admirable qualities, yet its impetuousness was a glaring flaw. Before Tianming could elaborate, Bingdi interrupted with its incessant clamor, displaying a lack of rationality. Nevertheless, Tianming Bingkan, deeply affectionate towards Bingdi, chose to tolerate this shortcoming. However, with you by my side, the probability of success increases to over 90%. In numerous aspects, you surpass me, providing tremendous support to Jiang Yu. Coupled with my vast mental energy and the meticulous divine creation plan I devised millennia ago, not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This plan has been refined countless times over the ages, culminating in success with Jiang Yu. This is a divine opportunity bestowed upon us. Tianming Bingkan gazed affectionately at Bingdi. My dear, do you wish to accompany me on this path? Oof. A flicker of annoyance crossed Bingdi's face. Do you think it wise to utter such trivialities now? I'm already ensnared here. Do I have any other options? Bingdi's mood was exceedingly irate, perceiving Tianming's intentions as a forceful imposition, reminiscent of events from 200,000 years past. My dear, do not be angry, Tianming Bingkan replied earnestly. How could I wish you harm when my love for you is so profound? I have experience, under the protection of my potent spiritual essence. Your chances of success are nearly 100%. Indeed, if it were only me, the success rate of this divine creation plan would be less than 50%. But with you, the opportunity rises to at least 90%, a chance at eternal life. Are you certain you do not wish to seize this? Tianming Bingsan's words were undeniably persuasive. The allure of immortality holds immense appeal for both humans and soul beasts, and even the slightest chance could draw one in. Bingdi was evidently captivated, its crystalline yellow eyes shifting toward Jiang Yu, revealing an unusual glimmer. When Bingdi's gaze fell upon Jiang Yu's wrist, it was engulfed by a profound astonishment, displaying an expression of utter disbelief. It recognized an unmistakable mark, the trace left by the ice god. You cannot be serious. How can you, a mere boy, bear the mark of the ice god? Bingdi's tone was laden with incredulity. Oh, you mean this? Jiang Yu raised his hand and explained. It was part of the ice god ritual, a masterpiece of the ice god. Though Jiang Yu's words were nonchalant, they struck Bingdi like thunder on a spring day. It had never anticipated that the ice god would choose a human as a successor. In that moment, all doubt dissipated. If the ice god placed faith in him, Bingdi had no reason to hesitate. Such a monumental opportunity was before it, and it was not foolish enough to refuse. It promptly became resolute. Tianming, why did you not mention his connection to the ice god earlier? Had I known, I would have agreed long ago. Bingdi shot a disapproving glance at Tianming Bingkan. I forgot. Tianming Bingkan chuckled awkwardly, stroking his bald head to ease the embarrassment. Indeed, it was as unreliable as ever. Bingdi sighed in exasperation, finding Tianming's demeanor frustrating. Stop dawdling. Let's proceed, Bingdi urged, displaying an intense urgency. Ah, Bingdi, you agreed. Tianming Bingkan exclaimed, overflowing with joy. Truly, you are the Bingdi I adore. You shall not regret today's choice. From now on, we could be together forever. Bingdi, filled with indignation, retorted, Tianming, if you dare to take advantage of me, I shall have no mercy. Spare me your trivial chatter. Bingdi spoke coldly. Ah, Bingdi, how can you be so heartless? Do you not know the sacrifices I have made for you? Tianming Bingqian lamented. Bingdi offered no response, believing that such a creature deserved no leniency. It abruptly brandished its emerald scorpion tail, poised to attack. Wait. I shall no longer speak nonsense. Tianming Bingqian quickly conceded, realizing it could not compete with Bingdi's might. Though it adored that exquisitely beautiful scorpion tail, it merely wished to embrace it, not be pierced by it. Being stung would be exceedingly painful. Bingdi relented, and Tianming Bingqian dared not continue its frivolous banter. Fully aware of Bingdi's formidable prowess as the second strongest in the extreme north, it could not afford to truly provoke Bingdi. Let us commence, Bingdi declared without hesitation. Its ascension to the present level was undoubtedly due to its decisive nature. Having resolved to proceed, it sought no further delay. Moreover, Tianming Bingqian had lost its physical form, rendering any further tricks impossible. Given Tianming Bingqian's unwavering infatuation, Bingdi was confident that it would not betray it. Before long, Bingdi's crystalline yellow eyes gradually transformed into a vibrant emerald hue, its long, verdant tail rising in unison. A soft green luminescence emanated from the base of its tail, gradually rippling outward, culminating at the tip of its stinger. As the emerald light flickered, a small orb of light detached itself, slowly ascending into the air. Simultaneously, the eyes of the Bingdi Huang scorpion dimmed, losing their luster. This tiny orb represented its spiritual essence. Despite the seemingly simple release process, it was an achievement beyond the capability of ordinary soul beasts. Only those who had surpassed their limits and attained a cultivation level of over 100,000 could accomplish such a feat for a being as extraordinary as Bingdi. This was no challenge. Observing this, Tianming Bingqian promptly released a golden orb from its body. The golden orb immediately surged forth as the emerald sphere approached, rapidly engulfing it in a manner akin to a whale swallowing its prey. It swiftly returned to Jiang Yu's body, piercing through his brow and enveloping him in warmth, shielding him from the cold. Having lost its spiritual essence, the Bingdi Huang scorpion's body could no longer maintain control, plummeting toward the ground. Without the guidance of its spiritual essence, its massive form radiated an overwhelming and terrifying aura. Even the sky, under the influence of this presence, transformed into a vivid green, a testament to Bingdi's formidable power capable of altering the very heavens. Indeed, it is no surprise that this second-ranked super soul beast of the Jibei is formidable. Even the Tianqing Yopong and Titan giant ape likely stand no chance against it. After all, those two soul beasts have only recently entered the realm of 100,000 years, unlike the Ice Emperor, who has weathered 3 tribulations. Although these tribulations pose a terrifying threat to soul beasts, overcoming even one significantly enhances their strength, a disparity that cannot be compensated for by external forces. For instance, even Rogu 2, that has just survived its first tribulation can effortlessly overpower a Titan giant ape that has yet to face such trials, potentially even defeating it in an instant. This illustrates the benefits that tribulations confer upon the bodies of soul beasts. The Ice Emperor's inability to contend with the super soul beast of the Jibei stems from having endured fewer tribulations. This matter bears little relation to bloodlines. Alas, it is unbearably cold. Jiang Yu could not help but rub his body. Even he found it difficult to withstand the frigid aura emanating from the Ice Emperor's essence. A lesser individual might be instantly frozen in place. Young one, your endurance is indeed commendable, as you have not succumbed to my chilling aura. However, this is merely the beginning. My vast power has yet to be fully unleashed, declared the Ice Emperor with pride. Alas, my unparalleled cultivation has been somewhat wasted on you. It feels rather unfair. Hearing its words, Jiang Yu could not suppress a retort, for the Ice Emperor was remarkably aloof, even as a spiritual entity, still boasting of its immense strength. Such a narcissistic disposition is reminiscent of the Tianming Bingqian. No wonder they resonate so well with one another. Just as Jiang Yu was lost in thought, a series of moans from the Ice Emperor echoed in his mind, and he soon felt an overwhelming chill engulfing his soul and body, rendering him somewhat numb and unable to act. His body, lying on the icy surface, suddenly jolted as a wave of emerald light gently lifted him. At that moment, the true form of the Ice Emperor began to stir. A rich emerald glow surged towards its tail hook, and when it turned a deep green, the Ice Emperor forcefully swung its tail, piercing through Jiang Yu's coccyx and swiftly impaling him. Jiang Yu felt an excruciating pain as the sharp tail hook penetrated his skin and flesh, driving deep into his bones. This agony, stemming from the depths of his nerves, was beyond human endurance. Even with his exceptional physique, he could hardly withstand it. His body began to tremble violently. Although Jiang Yu understood that he must endure even more at this moment, the intensity of the pain was overwhelming. After all, he was still human and could not remain entirely unfeeling. Fortunately, a glimmer of golden light suddenly appeared at his brow, and a gentle golden glow enveloped his head, gradually spreading throughout his entire body. His spiritual sea transformed back into a golden hue. At this critical juncture, Tianming Bingcan came to his aid, proving itself reliable and worthy of Jiang Yu's trust. With Tianming Bingcan's assistance, Jiang Yu's body became somewhat more pliable, and the immense pain began to subside. Meanwhile, the Ice Emperor initiated the process of martial soul fusion, and another wave of emerald light surged into Jiang Yu's body. A gentle warmth enveloped him, significantly alleviating the previous agony. Although the pain remained unbearable for most, Jiang Yu found it manageable. Nevertheless, his body began to exude an abundance of sweat. In this icy realm, it was astonishing that he could perspire so profusely, indicating the extraordinary suffering he was enduring. Had it not been for the support of Tianming Bingcan and the Ice Emperor, he would likely have faltered. Before long, Jiang Yu's clothing was soaked through with sweat, as if he had emerged from a bath. At that moment, a surge of emerald light suddenly tore his garments to shreds, revealing the muscles beneath. Despite his youth, Jiang Yu possessed an exceptionally well-proportioned physique, his form nearly perfect, especially considering the robust development of his inherent attributes. Fortunately, this was the core region of the Jibari, with no human presence. Had anyone seen him, it would surely have caused a tremendous uproar. Men would weep, and women would become instantly enamored, unable to extricate themselves from their fascination. Even the Ice Emperor, well-versed in the ways of the world, could not help but envy Jiang Yu's physique, nearly drooling in admiration. However, the Ice Emperor was acutely aware that this was a pivotal moment, and thus focused all its energy. A trickle of liquid emerald began to flow down Jiang Yu's spine, gradually spreading toward his torso. Naturally, it first targeted the spine, a crucial support for the human body. Then the emerald liquid began to travel upward, transforming his ribcage into emerald branches, continuing its ascent. As the emerald spread, waves of intense pain surged through Jiang Yu's body. Though he exerted all his strength to endure, his body reacted strongly. However, under the control of the Ice Emperor, he could not move, merely swaying in place. Jiang Yu repeatedly urged himself to hold on, resolutely affirming that he could not succumb in the Jibari. Time and again, he reminded himself to persist, his fierce willpower projecting outward. The overwhelming pain was dulled by his mental fortitude, allowing him some respite. Witnessing the scene, both Tianming Bingcan and the Ice Emperor were profoundly astonished. They had not anticipated the strength of Jiang Yu's spiritual power, which enabled him to endure. It seemed that the decision made was indeed the right one, and the Ice Emperor silently rejoiced. Jiang Yu had consistently surprised it, and it believed that the divine creation plan would undoubtedly succeed. Tianming Bingcan began to gradually withdraw its influence over Jiang Yu's spiritual sea, quietly retreating to the sidelines. After all, this suffering was also a trial for Jiang Yu, one that would strengthen his mental prowess, providing immense benefits for his future cultivation and growth. Thus, it chose to observe. As the emerald energy enveloped all the bones in Jiang Yu's torso, the emerald glow emanating from the Ice Emperor's true form began to dim. The soul bone fashioned from the Ice Emperor's own essence was an exceedingly vital force. Although the transformation process was fraught with agony, it was undoubtedly worthwhile for Jiang Yu, as this torso soul bone would serve a purpose far greater than any other soul bone he might obtain in the future. After all, while Tianming Bingcan was a million-year soul beast, it merely bestowed a soul ring upon Jiang Yu. Even though it possessed 4 soul skills, the benefits it provided paled in comparison to those offered by the Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's bloodline was exceptionally noble, a veritable born ruler. And with its cultivation having surpassed the limit of 300,000 years, it was now approaching the threshold of 400,000 years, a true combat-type soul beast. This alone rendered its benefits to Jiang Yu immeasurable. Of course, The Ice Emperor had not unleashed all its power. This was but a fraction of its potential. Concerned that Jiang might not withstand the full force, it sealed away a greater portion of its energy within him, intending to gradually release it for absorption once his cultivation advanced. It must be said that the Ice Emperor's considerations are indeed meticulous. With its immense energy, Jiang will no longer need to worry about the bottleneck of soul power, and the rate of his enhancement will significantly increase. The first step of the Tianming Bingsan's divine creation plan has finally succeeded. However, this situation is not replicable. After all, among the million-year soul beasts on the Douluo continent, there exists only the Tianming Bingcan, a uniquely spiritual soul beast. Furthermore, the Tianming Bingcan could only be persuaded to agree to become Jiang Yu's soul ring due to the prior relationship established with the Ice Emperor. Others simply do not possess such conditions. Even if one did, they would be unable to withstand the overwhelming energy emanating from the Ice Emperor. Even Tang San, who has cultivated the Xiantian Gong, would find it impossible, let alone the natives of the Douluo continent. Thus, even if someone were to devise a method to summon the Tianming Bingcan, they would be unable to complete the divine creation plan. The Ice Emperor's energy is exceedingly domineering, far more ferocious than the spiritual energy possessed by the Tianming Bingcan, causing Jiang Yu's body to tremble incessantly. A thick layer of ice beads has already formed on his skin, dripping down to the ground. These ice beads are composed of his own sweat, and blood vessels have begun to surface on his skin, staining the area covered by the ice beads a deep crimson. At this moment, the vital energy within Jiang Yu is circulating rapidly. Had it been an ordinary individual, they would have succumbed long ago. Fortunately, he has cultivated the Hongming Ziki Dao and undergone transformations through 10,000 years of whale glue and purple-red Ju fruit, allowing his physical constitution to reach an exceptionally high standard, enabling him to persevere. At this juncture, the Tianming Bingcan and Ice Emperor within Jiang Yu's mind also began to release their spiritual essence to protect his vital organs, particularly his internal organs, flesh, bones, and meridians, safeguarding them with their power. Thus, even with the rapid circulation of his vital energy, it cannot inflict severe harm upon Jiang Yu. Dense waves of vital energy emanate from Jiang Yu. His skin has grown exceedingly pale to the extent that even his verdant bones are visible, creating a rather terrifying spectacle. Only his eyes remain golden. This is the spiritual energy of the Tianming Bingcan, which prevents harm to Jiang Yu's martial soul, averting irreparable damage. As time progresses, the verdant hue begins to expand and widen, akin to paint fully outlining his bones. The pain Jiang Yu experiences undergoes a transformation. The trunk of his body starts to alternate between extreme cold and extreme heat, as if he were momentarily immersed in an eternal ice cavern in the far north, only to then find himself basking in the sun. This is a tremendous torment, a true manifestation of dual extremes. From frigid cold to searing heat and back again, these two extreme forces alternate. Despite Jiang Yu's exceptionally strong will, he gradually begins to hallucinate, even perceiving Bai Dong dancing seductively before him. This is a scene he wouldn't dare to dream of. As Bai Dong sheds her garments, Jiang Yu's body becomes enveloped in warmth, his entire form reddening. Just as he begins to react, the once revealing figure of Bai Dong suddenly vanishes, replaced by a green-haired girl with twin ponytails. Although she possesses an adorably delicate appearance, the aura she emanates is exceedingly formidable. She resembles a lowly combined with a queen's demeanor, exuding a unique allure. Unlike Bai Dong, this girl does not dance seductively. Instead, she lashes out with her scorpion-tailed whip, swiftly binding Jiang Yu's body. Jiang Yu feels the restraints tightening around him, a frigid aura continuously infiltrating his being, even causing his lips to turn purple from the cold. In truth, the mere fusion of soul bones should not be this agonizing. It is simply that Jiang Yu's cultivation is still too low, barely reaching the Zun realm, and the quality of the soul bone he is fusing is exceptionally high, far surpassing that of a 100,000-year soul bone. It can be said that it is the highest grade soul bone ever absorbed by a human soul master. 30,000-year soul bones have not even been encountered by the angel family or by Bai Dong. This leads to the unimaginable suffering he now endures. Under the onslaught of this formidable power, Jiang Yu feels a sense of disorientation, and at that moment, the spiritual energy of the Tianming Bingcan surges once more, instantly awakening him while simultaneously safeguarding his spiritual essence. Only then does Jiang Yu experience a slight alleviation of pain. Although the Tianming Bingcan desires for Jiang Yu to undergo trials, It will not stand idly by as his spirit approaches collapse. When Jiang Yu nears his limit, the Tianming Bangqian swiftly intervenes to protect his consciousness. Jiang Yu regains focus, yet as a result, the perplexing vision reappears. Bai Dong is now in a naked state. Her snow-white skin pristine, devoid of any hair. Her body resembles white jade, translucent and tender, as if one could squeeze water from it. What man could withstand such a trial? Jiang Yu's resolve nearly shatters. Fortunately, the vision does not persist for long before transforming once more. The aloof, lowly beauty reappears. This time she does not use her hair to bind him, but rather raises her verdant scorpion tail to plunge it towards Jiang Yu, delivering an overwhelming sensation of pain. Jiang Yu hastily steadies his mind. Time feels interminable. Jiang Yu never anticipated that the process of acquiring his third martial soul would be so excruciating. He finds himself devoid of the capacity to think, his entire focus directed towards enduring the torment inflicted by the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Fortunately, whenever Jiang Yu's spirit teeters on the brink of collapse, the Tianming Bangqian steps in to shield his spiritual essence, providing him with moments of respite. Throughout this cyclical ordeal, Jiang Yu's willpower has been comprehensively enhanced, and his spiritual energy has experienced substantial growth. In this moment, Jiang Yu comprehends the Tianming Bangqian's intentions. It is not that it refrains from consistently unleashing its powerful spiritual energy, but rather seeks for Jiang Yu to achieve breakthroughs in the interplay of tension and relaxation. Upon grasping this understanding, Jiang Yu exhales in relief, reassured by the Tianming Bangqian's protection. Even amidst the pain, he would not encounter any grave danger. It is better to grit his teeth and persist. With this realization, Jiang Yu's resolve gradually solidifies, earning exclamations of astonishment from the Ice Emperor and Tianming Bangqian regarding his unparalleled talent. Such willpower may be beyond the reach of a 100,000-year soul beast. Jiang Yu is truly remarkable. Thus, he perseveres from day to night, and from night to day, his verdant radiance intensifying and the vitality within him surging to unprecedented levels. Although the Ice Emperor has only allocated a fraction of its energy for Jiang Yu, it serves as an immense boon, rivaling the purple-red Zhu fruit he obtained at the auction. Jiang Yu's muscles, bones, and internal organs all undergo transformation from this nourishment. Even the head and limbs, which were not encompassed by the soul bone, experience significant enhancement, aligning with the rise in his physical constitution. Consequently, the immense pain begins to diminish. Now, even without the Tianming Bangqian's aid, Jiang Yu can rely on his extraordinary physique to endure. He can distinctly sense his vital energy growing stronger, and his body becoming increasingly resilient. Had it not been for Jiang Yu's current predicament of being at a bottleneck with his 30th level soul power, unable to absorb a new soul ring, the energy from the being Di Huang Xie would likely have elevated his soul power by several levels in an instant. Jiang Yu, this is a crucial moment. Although the integration of the soul bone is nearly complete, the next step involves sealing the power of the soul bone within your marrow. Only this way can you absorb it imperceptibly. This final integration process may inflict pain even more intense than what you have previously endured. You must endure, or all will be for naught, the Bingdi solemnly cautioned. This time, you must rely solely on yourself. Tianming can no longer assist you. However, I have faith in your willpower to persevere. You need to withstand this for just 1 hour to fully possess this soul bone, which has existed for over 300,000 years. The voice of the Bingdi carried a hint of fatigue, for this process involved merging its own essence with Jiang Yu's. It was akin to dismantling its own bones to integrate them into Jiang Yu's body. Despite its formidable cultivation, the suffering it endured was not significantly less than Jiang Yu's. The Bingdi refrained from expressing discomfort solely through the immense willpower honed over hundreds of thousands of years. It was not without pain. At this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. Faced with the imminent trials, Jiang Yu felt no fear and was fully prepared to embrace the forthcoming challenges. However, he did not anticipate that the final wave of soul bone integration would be so excruciating. At the very onset, Jiang Yu jolted violently, the agony surpassing all previous pain combined, causing his mental sea to tremble violently, nearly collapsing in an instant. If the pain had merely been a matter of alternating heat and cold, he could have tolerated it. Yet this sensation was strikingly different. It felt like thousands of ants crawling over his body, an unbearable itch that penetrated to his very bones. In that moment, Jiang Yu yearned not to think of anything else, but to scratch every inch of his skin to relieve the torment. Tianming Bingqian's expression turned anxious. For not only was Jiang Yu affected, but even the formidable Bing Di was trembling violently, clearly impacted by the process. This illustrated the immense magnitude of the suffering. Tianming Bingsan did not worry excessively about the Bing Di, as it had endured countless trials before. This pain was manageable. However, Jiang Yu was a cause for concern. Regardless of his resilience, he was still just a child of 8 or 9 years, and such inhuman suffering was indeed a formidable ordeal for one of his age. Yet, Tianming Bingsan had no recourse but to watch helplessly. If Jiang Yu wished to fully integrate the Bing Di's soul bone, he must endure this torment. Only then could he unleash the full potential of the soul bone. Before long, fissures began to appear in Jiang Yu's mental sea, and should these cracks continue to expand, they would inevitably lead to a catastrophic rupture, plunging Jiang Yu into peril. Tianming Bingsan could no longer hesitate. It raised its hand, unleashing a dense golden radiance that swiftly surged toward Jiang Yu's mental sea. "Do not mind me. I can handle it," Jiang Yu's defiant voice emerged, astonishing Tianming Bingsan. It had not anticipated that even at this juncture, Jiang Yu still retained consciousness. Moreover, it appeared that his condition was not as dire as initially feared. Could it be that he truly possessed a means to cope? Filled with doubt, Tianming Bingsan recognized that Jiang Yu's nature dictated that if he requested no assistance, he must possess absolute confidence in his abilities. With this thought, Tianming Bingsan retracted the golden light, though its gaze remained fixed on Jiang Yu, ready to extend aid should he falter. Soon after, Tianming Bingsan felt a wave of relief wash over it, for Jiang Yu's mental sea was healing at an astonishing rate. In a short time, his mental sea returned to normal, even expanding its boundaries significantly, and his mental strength had multiplied. Suddenly, a dazzling halo of light erupted from beneath Jiang Yu, an extraordinary sight indeed. This halo radiated a deep crimson hue, exuding an air of nobility and coldness, akin to the sheen of a blood sea, emanating an unparalleled authority. For golden patterns flickered subtly upon the crimson halo, though the fourth pattern appeared rather dim in comparison to the first three. At the moment this soul ring manifested, Jiang Yu's aura surged dramatically, a primal energy from ancient times swiftly enveloping the surroundings, rendering him akin to a sovereign of the utmost north. Jiang Yu's physique did not undergo overt transformation, save for the emergence of a verdant-hued emblem upon his back. The shimmering pincers and alluring emerald tail belonged to the Bing Di Huang Xie. The emblem of the Bing Di Huang Xie was immense, covering Jiang Yu's entire back, with its 6 long legs coiling around his ribs and its pincers manifesting upon his shoulders. The long tail cascaded down his spine, curving towards the right side, resting upon his right hip. Beyond this emblem, the most astonishing transformation was observed in Jiang Yu's arms, which were now adorned with a layer of diamond-like granules, densely packed, each resembling a green bean in size and exhibiting a hexagonal form that radiated an intense brilliance. The resplendent sheen of Jiang Yu's arms harmonized beautifully with the grand emblem of the Bing Di Huang Xie behind him, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This was the distinction between beast spirit masters and weapon spirit masters. He appeared to transcend the realm of humanity, akin to the mythical beings of lore, while weapon spirit masters retained a semblance of normalcy. Success. As Jiang Yu absorbed the magnitude of the transformation, tears of joy streamed down his cheeks. After enduring such immense risks, he had finally succeeded in obtaining the Bing Di Huang Xie spirit. In an instant, he was engulfed in overwhelming elation. For this moment, he had borne countless trials and tribulations, and even with his formidable strength, he could not help but weep tears of joy. This hard-earned success was undeniably precious to him. Feeling the powerful energy coursing through his being, Jiang Yu struggled to contain his emotions. It was no wonder he was so moved. He had merged with one of the 3 great sovereigns of the extreme north, the Bing Di Huang Xie, a super-soul beast nearly 400,000 years old. Henceforth, Jiang Yu would stand as the first individual in the history of the Douluo continent to possess 3 life spirits. Even the legendary Tang San had not encountered such an opportunity. For the populace of the Douluo continent, this was not necessarily a misfortune. After all, under Tang San's rule, the continent had nearly become a fiefdom of his family. Following the eradication of the Wuhuan Hall, the Soul Masters did not receive fair treatment. In fact, even the previous subsidies for Soul Masters had been revoked. Consequently, the Douluo continent had effectively transformed into Tang's domain, with Tang San reigning as the highest ruler. No, A more accurate term would be dictator. He had truly established a regime where those who complied thrived, while those who opposed perished. Now, with Jiang Yu possessing 3 life spirits, he undoubtedly emerged as the most likely contender to challenge Tang San in the future. After all, the first soul ring of Jiang Yu's being Di Huang Xie spirit was already nearing 400,000 years in age, and that crimson soul ring adorned with flickering golden patterns could almost rival the 9th soul ring of Tang San, which originated from the deep-sea demon whale king. From this moment forth, Jiang Yu's prowess utterly eclipsed Tang San's, and as his soul power ascended, this disparity would only widen. Even with Tang San's blue-silver grass awakening the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor, he would stand no chance against Jiang Yu. At last, success. The tone of Tianming Bingcan was imbued with immense excitement, as my efforts have not been in vain. Jiang Yu's attainment of the 3rd soul ring brought equal joy to Tianming Bingcan. Their fates were irrevocably intertwined. Jiang Yu's success was essentially its success. Thank you, Tianming Go. Jiang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Without it, such fortuitous encounters would have eluded him. What are we to each other? There is no need for thanks. Tianming Bingcan replied with a gentle smile. We have finally taken the most crucial step. With the body-soul bone gifted by the Ice Emperor, your physical capabilities have increased at least 5-fold, and your endurance has significantly improved. I estimate you could now withstand a 10,000-year soul ring without issue. The most terrifying soul impact from a 10,000-year soul beast would pose no threat to you. This is precisely why I had you fuse with the Ice Emperor before acquiring the 3rd soul ring. The Ice Emperor now serves as the primary soul ring of your 3rd martial soul, and is its very essence. Its augmentation of your abilities may even surpass my own. As your cultivation continues to advance, the powers bestowed upon you by the Ice Emperor will grow increasingly formidable. Initially, I granted you 4 soul skills and a martial soul. Although the Ice Emperor has not yet attained a million-year cultivation, its ancestral lineage is far more potent than that of the Bingcan clan. Given its current capabilities, it can also provide you with 4 soul skills. For soul skills as well. Jiang Yu was taken aback upon hearing this, clearly not anticipating such an abundance from the Ice Emperor. This was an unexpected delight. Indeed, Tianming Bingcan continued explaining. These 4 soul skills comprise 2 from soul rings and 2 attached to the body-soul bone of the Ice Emperor that you have perfectly integrated. Were these 4 soul skills? Jiang Yu inquired eagerly, keen to understand the powers bestowed upon him by the Ice Emperor. Will the Ice Emperor's consciousness be preserved, much like yours? If so, that would be extraordinary. An intelligent soul ring is evidently far superior to a mindless one. If the Ice Emperor retains its wisdom, it would undeniably facilitate Jiang Yu's endeavors in this extreme northern land. After all, his 3rd martial soul embodies the essence of ice. When he seeks to imbue the Ice Emperor Scorpion with soul rings, there could be no more suitable place than this extreme north, where ice attribute soul beasts are abundant and of high quality, especially considering the Ice Emperor's considerable sacrifices. From Jiang Yu's perspective, he sincerely hoped it would retain its spiritual essence. Otherwise, it would be a lamentable loss. The Ice Emperor is fine. Tianming Bingcan's mood suddenly brightened. However, it exhausted much of its energy during the fusion with your body and is now quite fatigued, having fallen into a deep slumber. It should awaken shortly. And the 4 soul skills? Jiang Yu pressed for clarification. Tianming Bingcan smiled mysteriously and said, I am not certain. After all, I am not the Ice Emperor. You will have to discover them for yourself in due course. Now, let us proceed eastward and seek your 2nd and 3rd soul rings. Right? Jiang Yu, momentarily lost in joy, recalled that his soul power had surpassed that of a soul master, allowing him to continue adding soul rings to the Ice Emperor Scorpion. With his current physique, selecting a 10,000-year soul beast posed no difficulty, and since he had come to the extreme north, he was determined to resolve the matter of his soul rings concurrently. Although dual martial souls do not typically enhance both soul rings simultaneously, Jiang Yu was indeed an anomaly. His physique surpassed that of any other dual martial soul bearer. Even Tang San, who had cultivated the Xin Tiangong, could not compare to Jiang Yu, for he not only possessed the advantage of powerful techniques, but had also consumed various rare treasures, eliminating any concerns regarding his physical condition, thus enabling him to elevate his soul rings concurrently. Furthermore, Jiang Yu had devised a comprehensive plan. Perhaps at an opportune moment, he could reveal the secret of his dual martial souls, though he did not intend to showcase the sword. Only the Ice Emperor Scorpion would be revealed. Chapter 178. Ice Bear under the guidance of Tian Bing Can, Jiang Yu continued his journey northward. With the assistance of Tian Bing Can's spiritual perception, he no longer wandered aimlessly. After approximately an hour of travel, Tian Bing Can detected a soul beast ahead, perfectly suited for Jiang Yu. It promptly urged him to hurry. Upon arrival, Jiang Yu discovered that it was an ice bear soul beast, its colossal form resembling a small mountain. Even with its limbs on the ground, it towered over 10 meters tall. Its massive body was enveloped in a thick layer of fur, radiating a strikingly luminous glow. Tian Bing Can elucidated. This ice bear soul beast is renowned in the extreme north, though its bloodline does not rival that of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. It ranks among the top 10 powerful clans, especially in terms of sheer strength, rivaling the Titan giant ape clan of the Stardew Forest. Upon hearing this, a contemplative expression crossed Jiang Yu's face. The ice bear soul beast possessed strength comparable to that of the Titan giant ape, undoubtedly marking it as a high-tier soul beast. Tian Ge, do you know its cultivation level? Jiang Yu inquired earnestly. Tian Bing Can nodded, stating, the ice bear ahead has a cultivation age of approximately 13 to 15,000 years. With your current physical condition, absorbing it should pose no significant challenge. Jiang Yu comprehended this clearly and, no longer hesitating, summoned the Ice Emperor Scorpion Martial Soul. In this extreme northern region, the Ice Emperor Martial Soul would undoubtedly prove more advantageous, and he could seize this opportunity to further explore the capabilities of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. Truly a dual benefit. Once the Martial Soul was activated, Jiang Yu emanated a powerful aura of frost, exuding an imperial presence akin to that of a monarch amidst snow, compelling all to submit. Upon noticing a human approaching, the ice bear let out a furious roar. In this extreme north, only humans had ever fled in terror before it, and no one had dared to challenge its authority. Jiang Yu's actions instantly provoked the ice bear's sense of dominance. As the ice bear roared, a massive blizzard rapidly enveloped the area, expanding swiftly to cover a radius of 100 meters. The biting winds intensified, creating a formidable storm. Be cautious, Tian Bing Can urgently warned. That is the ice bear's innate skill, Ice Bear Blizzard, possessing immense destructive power. Without needing further admonition from Tian Bing Can, Jiang Yu felt the overwhelming might of the approaching blizzard. The icy winds sliced through the air like blades, far surpassing any ordinary storm. However, Jiang Yu remained undaunted, for he had gleaned from the soul ring the skills bestowed upon him by the Ice Emperor. One was the Ice Emperor's Claw, which could render his hands and forearms exceedingly hard, with each diamond crystal possessing formidable refractive capabilities, akin to an indestructible weapon that could amplify strength and inflict tremendous damage in close combat. In addition to the soul skill of the Ice Emperor's attack, the soul rings also bestowed upon Jiang Yu a protective soul skill known as Bing Huang Hu Ti. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Yu immediately unleashed the Bing Huang Hu Ti soul skill. The blood-red soul ring suddenly radiated a rich glow, and a remarkably thick layer of icy crystals enveloped his body, refracting light with an intensity that surpassed even diamonds. With a defensive soul skill at his disposal, Jiang Yu felt emboldened to charge forward, emanating the Ice Emperor's pincers. His arms became incredibly rigid as he plunged into the oncoming blizzard. Within the tempest, Jiang Yu truly grasped the terrifying nature of the storm. The snowflakes resembled sharp blades, mercilessly pressing against his body. Fortunately, the icy shield safeguarded him, preventing injury from the onslaught. Jiang Yu swung his pincers fiercely into the blizzard, and with that strike, the swirling snow was cleaved apart, creating a vacuum around him. Thus, he held his pincers aloft, braving the surrounding storm as he surged ahead with great speed. Before long, Jiang Yu broke through the blizzard conjured by the ice bear, leaping forth to confront the colossal creature. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, he raised his pincers and plunged them into the ice bear's massive form, piercing its hide. The ice bear emitted a pained cry, its mouth expressing anguish as the Ice Emperor's pincers, renowned for their razor sharpness, penetrated even its thick fur. Scarlet blood seeped from the ice bear's skin, revealing its torment. In a fit of rage, the ice bear swiped at Jiang Yu with its enormous paw, unleashing a gust of fierce wind. Jiang Yu braced himself against the impact, his body hurtling through the air from the force of the colossal blow. The sheer power of the ice bear was indeed terrifying, and despite Jiang Yu's remarkable physical resilience and the protection of Bing Huang Hu Ti, he sustained some injuries. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, he fully comprehended the truth in the words of Tian Mengbingcan. The strength of the Titan giant ape was likely comparable, if not slightly inferior. This realization only fortified Jiang Yu's resolve to hunt the ice bear. Once he absorbed the ice bear's soul ring, his physical prowess would undoubtedly reach new heights, greatly benefiting him in facing other formidable soul beasts in the future. After spitting out the congealed blood, Jiang Yu sprang to his feet. These minor wounds would not impede his combat capabilities. Having endured pain to the utmost degree, he charged again towards the ice bear, albeit with a more calculated approach. His movements became increasingly fluid, each time the ice bear attempted to strike. Jiang Yu evaded with agility. No matter how formidable the attack, if it failed to land, it was all for naught. Soon, the ice bear found itself in a state of exasperation, while Jiang Yu grew more adept, leaving faint marks on the beast's massive body with each narrow escape. The ice bear, infuriated, let out roars. It had encountered many human soul masters, yet none were as elusive as Jiang Yu. This little fellow was more cunning than an eel, igniting the ice bear's fury. Although it possessed immense strength, its speed was a glaring weakness, a common flaw among power-oriented soul beasts. Despite its overwhelming might, it could not catch Jiang Yu. The ice bear's bulk rendered it incapable of swift movement. Its absolute power intimidated most foes, often leaving them paralyzed with fear. However, Jiang Yu was an anomaly. His physical capabilities allowed him to withstand the ice bear's terrifying strength, coupled with his agile footwork. The ancient ice bear soul beast found itself unable to subdue him. Jiang Yu, like a slippery eel, eluded the beast's grasp time and again, inciting the ice bear's wrath. Gradually, the ice bear succumbed to rage, losing its sense of reason. It became akin to a beast consumed by desire, relentlessly flailing its arms in frustration. Each strike of its massive paws against the snow sent tremors through the ground, scattering the deep snow and causing the earth to rumble as if an earthquake had occurred. Yet, despite its frantic efforts, the ice bear could not lay a finger on Jiang Yu, who danced around it effortlessly. As the ice bear's movements slowed, Jiang Yu reveled in the realization that it had expended considerable energy. A moment more, and he would seize the opportunity to strike. Indeed, the voice of Tian Mengbing echoed in his mind, praising his tactical prowess. Initially, it had anticipated that it would need to intervene for Jiang Yu to overcome the ancient ice bear. Yet, Jiang Yu had proven remarkably resourceful, executing strategies that surpassed what one would expect from a mere child, flawlessly navigating the encounter without a single misstep. His approach was undoubtedly correct. Against such a strength-based opponent, one must not engage in a direct confrontation, as it would lead to mutual destruction. Instead, leveraging speed and evasion yielded far more satisfactory results. The ice bear, growling in indignation, expressed its frustration. It felt wronged by the human who evaded its grasp, knowing full well its limitations and speed. A powerful chill emanated from within the ice bear, coalescing into a fierce blizzard that swept around it. The sudden storm forced Jiang Yu to slow his movements, for these snowflakes were sharper than blades. Nonetheless, his arms, transformed into the pincers of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, were impenetrable. Even the finest weapons would shatter upon collision. Having acquired the martial spirit of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Jiang Yu found himself remarkably resilient. Each swing of his arms sliced through the oncoming snowflakes. The ice bear's prideful assaults met only with futility, and witnessing Jiang Yu's tenacity incited further rage within it. This humiliation would linger as an indelible shadow in its life. The ice bear was determined not to rest until it had vanquished the agile human before it, for only then could it resume its peaceful existence. In a moment of fury, the ice bear became increasingly frantic, thrusting its massive arms forward without regard for accuracy, desperate to connect with Jiang Yu. The winds whipped up by its strikes scattered the snow, revealing patches of earth across a wide area. In this world blanketed in white, hints of yellow emerged, harmonizing with the hues of the setting sun. However, no matter how fiercely the ice bear attacked, it could never touch Jiang Yu's figure. Gradually, the strength within its body was squandered to exhaustion, and its movements began to slow. After approximately 3 minutes, the ice bear was somewhat depleted and suddenly collapsed onto the ground. In such an extremely cold place in the far north, sweat surprisingly emerged on its body. The ice bear was utterly fatigued, lacking even the slightest strength to continue fighting, and despite Jiang Yu's watchful gaze ahead, it chose to lay down and surrender. The only thing that left the ice bear feeling disgruntled was the realization that it would fall in such a manner at the hands of a human. a thought it had never contemplated. Seeing the ice bear no longer advancing an attack and sitting there with an air of indifference, Jiang Yu hesitated. No one could discern whether the ice bear truly lacked the strength to retaliate or was merely feigning weakness to lure him into action. At that moment, the voice of Tianming Bangqian echoed in his mind, reassuring him that the ice bear was indeed lacking in strength, urging him to seize the opportunity to eliminate it. Given Tianming's firm tone, Jiang Yu had no choice but to trust its words, for the spiritual prowess of Tianming Bangqian was unparalleled in the continent. With such abilities, it could undoubtedly ascertain the current condition of the ice bear. Thus, Jiang Yu decided not to hesitate further and approach the creature. The ice bear emitted an incomprehensible growl, its expression revealing a mix of indignation and fervor. Tianming, what is it saying? Jiang Yu inquired of Tianming Bangqian in his mind. Since both were soul beasts, their languages were likely similar. How should I know? Tianming Bangqian replied, exasperated. I'm a Bangqian, and that behemoth is an ice bear. The languages of soul beasts vary widely. For every 100 soul beast species, there are 100 distinct languages. The linguistic disparity between my Bangqian clan and the ice bear is substantial. Is that so? Then how did you communicate with the ice emperor? Jiang Yu asked, puzzled. If what Tianming Bangqian said was true, how was it that he had seen no communication barrier between it and the ice emperor? Hence, he couldn't help but question Tianming's honesty. Nonsense. I spent a considerable time with the ice emperor, during which it taught me many things, including the language of the Ice Emperor Scorpion clan. Despite its lack of offensive capability, its linguistic talent is quite remarkable, and it can even learn human languages. If that ice bear were willing to teach me its language, I assure you I would learn it swiftly. Yet, Tianming Bangqian had no desire to engage in such efforts. Although I cannot discern its exact words, judging by its emotional fluctuations and facial expressions, it likely desires you to grant it a swift end. To quell Jiang Yu's curiosity, Tianming Bangqian made an attempt to interpret the ice bear's words, though it had no certainty of its accuracy. Chapter 180. Choosing the right person despite harboring some doubts about Tianming Bangqian's words, Jiang Yu nevertheless stepped forward. Observing the ice bear sitting there, panting heavily, he surmised that its condition was likely genuine and not a mere ruse, which reassured him. He then raised his sharp pincers, their diamond surfaces reflecting a ghostly glow, and without hesitation, he thrust them toward the ice bear's body. To his surprise, the ice bear's defense was rather formidable. It withstood Jiang Yu's strike and appeared unfazed, demonstrating an impressive resilience. Fortunately, the ice bear was utterly exhausted, lacking the strength to resist, allowing Jiang Yu to unleash his attacks without concern for defense. Witnessing the ice bear's tenacity filled Jiang Yu with a sense of delight, as it indicated that this particular ice bear possessed strength far beyond that of the average soul beast, making its soul ring significantly more powerful. This disparity in strength explained why even identical soul techniques could yield varying effects. Beyond the soul master's skill in utilizing soul techniques, the inherent strength of the soul beast was a crucial factor. This ice bear, undoubtedly among the elite of its kind, was akin to a genius among humans. Jiang Yu eagerly anticipated the might of the ice bear's soul ring, and as he contemplated, he accelerated his attacks, his pincers striking with increasing speed. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally vanquished the ice bear, this majestic snow-covered soul beast finally closing its eyes. Shortly thereafter, a ring of black light manifested around its body, intermittently shimmering with a captivating glow, signifying a 10,000-year soul ring. Jiang Yu immediately sat cross-legged, having accumulated considerable experience in absorbing soul rings, and swiftly entered a meditative state, using his will to communicate with the luminous ring. Before long, the black 10,000-year soul ring was drawn to his side, its power gradually surging into him, proceeding smoothly. However, Jiang Yu remained vigilant, knowing this was merely the beginning. The main event had yet to unfold, cautiously absorbing the ring's energy as the ice bear's power flowed into him. His body grew increasingly cold, yet Jiang Yu did not experience the discomfort he had anticipated. After all, he had previously absorbed the formidable powers of the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and no ice bear could rival the Ice Emperor. The pain he endured was but a fraction of what he had felt with the Ice Emperor, so much so that Tianming Bangqian need not intervene. Suddenly, a powerful impact arose, soul shock. Bring it on. Jiang Yu was unperturbed by the possibility of a soul shock, which only 10,000-year soul beasts could produce. He had endured even the 100,000-year variant. although this was partly due to the Ice Emperor's voluntary contribution. The 10,000-year Ice Bear was no match for the Ice Emperor. Reflecting on soul shock, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of Jiang, the learned master of theoretical soul master knowledge, who had no inkling of what soul shock was, only learning about it from Xiao Wu. It struck him as somewhat absurd. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Given the master's cultivation level, he had never absorbed even a 1,000-year soul ring, let alone a 10,000-year one. Thus, it was not surprising that he was unaware of the impact of a 10,000-year soul ring, as his strength was simply too low, confining his understanding of soul master knowledge to the pages of books, having never reached the pinnacle of soul mastery. How could Jiang comprehend the world of advanced soul masters? Suddenly, the remnants of the Ice Bear's consciousness within the soul ring erupted in a dazzling burst of light, gradually coalescing into the shadow of the Ice Bear. This phantasm appeared immensely furious, with a deep-seated hatred emanating from its eyes. Though the Ice Bear ultimately accepted its fate at the hands of a human, it did not signify its surrender. It had been waiting for this opportunity. It knew that humans could absorb a second soul ring only after a maximum of 700 years, while its own cultivation had already surpassed 10,000 years. The disparity was staggering. Although it was unclear why Jiang Yu's first soul ring was not the typical white or yellow, but rather an unusual red, to the Ice Bear, it likely appeared that he had merely absorbed a soul ring from a special soul beast, hence the red coloration. It presumed the age of the ring would not exceed 500 years. The Ice Bear's misinterpretation was understandable. It had never encountered a human soul master with a red soul ring in its 10,000 years of training in the far north, making its ignorance of such matters unsurprising. However, it is precisely due to this that the Ice Bear's plan is destined to be in vain, for it is limited by its narrow perspective. In the face of the soul shock initiated by the Ice Bear, Jiang Yu remains entirely unafraid. Even the Tianming Bingsan's offer of assistance is gently declined. He can withstand the mental essence of the Ice Emperor Scorpion. So surely he can endure a mere 10,000-year Ice Bear. A surge of unprecedented confidence wells up within Jiang Yu, transforming his aura entirely as he exudes a formidable imperial presence, as if he could grasp the very stars in the sky with but a flick of his hand. The Ice Bear suddenly realizes that no matter how many times it unleashes a soul shock upon Jiang Yu, there are no signs of mental collapse in his mind, only a slight sway. To Jiang Yu, this level of disturbance is akin to a mere tickle, having no impact whatsoever. Little does the Ice Bear know that Jiang Yu's mental prowess has grown immensely. Only by breaking through the 30,000-year threshold could it possibly affect him. But alas, it has no opportunity for further cultivation. Jiang Yu steadies his mind and continues to absorb the power from the Ice Bear's soul ring. For the soul tremors pose no threat to him. Rather, they expedite his absorption process. After about 15 minutes, the Ice Bear's form begins to fade, and the soul tremors cease. At this point, Jiang Yu has already absorbed 90% of the energy from the soul ring, entering the final stage of his endeavor. Tianming Bangcan observes Jiang Yu with admiration, feeling a sense of relief that its initial choice was indeed correct. Fortunately, it had not chosen to assist the other boy lying there, for he could not possibly compare to Jiang Yu. A swell of pride fills Tianming Bangcan. It is certain that with Jiang Yu's talent, ascension to divinity is inevitable. All it needs to do is reside peacefully in Jiang Yu's mind, and it will eventually ascend to the divine realm, making this transaction exceedingly favorable. This truly is a fortunate win. Tianming Bangcan can't help but whistle with joy, already envisioning the life it will lead after ascending to the divine realm, imagining that the divine maidens there must be extraordinarily beautiful. Hearing the whistle from Tianming Bangcan, Jiang Yu feels a mixture of amusement and exasperation. How can it remain so carefree at a time like this, whistling merrily? It should wait until he has successfully absorbed the Ice Bear soul ring before celebrating. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu does not have the luxury of time to indulge in his thoughts. There remains a small amount of energy from the Ice Bear's soul ring that he must quickly absorb, for the sound of Tianming Bingsan's whistling is truly unbearable. Fortunately, the energy within the Ice Bear soul ring is limited, and Jiang Yu completes the absorption in just a few minutes, successfully acquiring his second soul ring. He feels his soul power rapidly increasing, soon breaking through the level 30 barrier and continuing to rise without signs of halting. 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37. Jiang Yu's soul power reaches level 37 before gradually coming to a stop. Even he did not anticipate such a significant increase, raising his soul power by a full 7 levels. This is not entirely surprising, as Jiang had previously received the inheritance of the Ice God, and combined with the power he absorbed from the Ice Emperor Scorpion, this explains the remarkable elevation. Without these accumulations, relying solely on the Ice Bear Soul Ring would likely have yielded a maximum increase of only 2 levels, given the high quality of his soul power, which makes advancement somewhat challenging. Jiang is more than satisfied with an increase of 7 levels. After 3 hours, positioned at the edge of the core area, Jiang successfully subdued a 15,000-year ice snow dragon. The ice snow dragon is a renowned soul beast of the extreme north, its body measuring over 10 meters, with a neck as long and slender as a giraffe's. Its back is adorned with hundreds of glimmering ice crystals, all formed from condensed snow and ice. According to Tianming Binkan, the ice snow dragon possesses a true dragon bloodline, albeit in small proportion, making it inherently stronger than typical sub-dragon soul beasts, unless one considers those lesser dragon breeds resembling large lizards. After slaying the ice snow dragon, Jiang begins absorbing the soul ring from its essence. Once again, he encounters soul shock, yet this time, it is even more intense than that of the ice bear. However, he is now well-versed in handling such soul impacts, regarding it merely as a minor interruption. Before long, Jiang successfully absorbs the soul ring from the ice snow dragon, although this time his soul power only increases by 1 level. If anyone were to witness Jiang at this moment, they would be utterly astonished, for he is surrounded by 3 soul rings, red, black, black. Such a configuration of soul rings is unprecedented, with the first soul skill being of the 100,000-year caliber, something never seen on the Douluo continent, even among twin martial soul wielders. After successfully absorbing the 3rd soul ring, Jiang prepares to depart from the extreme north. Despite having the mental detection of Tianming Binkan, there remains an element of risk, should he inadvertently provoke the Soul Beast King. The most formidable soul beast in the extreme north, it would spell disaster. Thus, Jiang hastens toward the periphery, moving with remarkable speed, leaving no footprints in the snow. Yet even with Jiang speed, it takes him over an hour to exit the core circle, for the extreme north is vast, justly renowned as one of the 3 major gathering places for wild soul beasts on the continent. Upon exiting the core area, Jiang does not dare to rest, continuing onward until darkness falls. Since cultivating the Hongmeng Ziki Dao, his physique has improved significantly, and his vision has sharpened. Although he is not yet at the level of seeing 1,000 miles, he can clearly discern objects within 100 meters. Coupled with Tianming Bingsan's mental detection abilities, Jiang nighttime activities are not hindered. Though his eyesight is not as clear at night as it is during the day, it is akin to wearing night vision goggles, allowing him to see the roadside clearly. Thus, Jiang walks for 3 continuous hours until he arrives before a wooden cabin, finally halting his steps. How could there be a wooden cabin here? Jiang's expression shifts to one of astonishment. Although this area does not lie in the heart of the extreme north, it is still within its inner bounds. How could humans possibly survive in such a location, and even build a sizable wooden structure? The cabin appears to span at least 100 square meters, with 2 lanterns hanging at the entrance, casting a warm yellow glow that pierces the dark winter night. Strange. Indeed strange. Tianming Binkan, residing in Jiang mind, also expresses its confusion, having never encountered such an odd wooden cabin. It is not surprising that Tianming Binkan is unaware, as it has spent most of its time sleeping in the extreme north, and many locations remain unexplored, perhaps even less familiar to it than to Shui Binger. Just as the man and beast stand in puzzled contemplation, the door of the cabin suddenly swings open, revealing a figure stepping out. Jiang focuses his gaze and is taken aback to discover that it is a woman, an exceptionally stunning one at that. The woman stood at approximately 173 centimeters tall, her figure extraordinarily alluring, boasting a flawless S-curve. Her lower body was adorned with a pair of black stockings that elegantly traced her slender waist, leaving a slight gap at her hips before being drawn up by ribbons to her bosom. The prominent peaks of her form were veiled by a delicate, pure white garment. Yet even this was insufficient to conceal her rounded softness, which beckoned with an enticing alabaster hue. Most astonishing was the visage of the woman. Her complexion was fair and rosy, devoid of any blemishes, not even a wrinkle. She resembled a newborn, her skin remarkably smooth. As she approached Jiang, her steps were light and airy, akin to a sprite gliding through the snow, With each movement, her silvery hair released a subtle fragrance. Unique and unlike that of ordinary women, stirring something deep within Jiang Yu's desires. An unusual reaction surged within him, prompting a physical response that he found perplexing, for he had encountered numerous women before, and such a display of vulnerability was uncharacteristic of him. The woman before him, though breathtakingly beautiful, should not have elicited such a reaction at first glance. Tianmeng Go. Something feels amiss, he communicated silently with the Tianmeng ice silkworm in his mind. It too sensed the peculiarity, yet did not regard the woman as a threat. After all, the Tianmeng ice silkworm was a million-year-old beast, and few could instill fear in it. Let us observe a bit longer, it advised confidently. With me here, she cannot defy the heavens. Hello there, young man. What brings you here alone? The woman's voice was exceptionally gentle. Andy, I seem to have lost my way, Jiang Yu replied, wearing an expression of innocence. As a competent undercover agent, his acting skills were commendable, allowing him to deceive even the likes of Ning Fengji and Douluo without leaving a trace. Little brother, just call me sister, the mysterious woman laughed, seemingly displeased with the term auntie, as her appearance was akin to that of a youthful maiden. Sister, Jiang Yu obediently nodded. Such a good boy. The voluptuous woman bent down to pat Jiang Yu's head, her joy palpable. Come, let us go inside. She took hold of his hand, leading him toward a wooden cabin without waiting for his consent. She was indeed quite enthusiastic. Upon entering, Jiang Yu was greeted by a massive round bed, its diameter exceeding several meters. It was impossible not to notice, as its size overshadowed all other furnishings. Furthermore, the bed was crafted from agarwood, a testament to her incredible wealth, as such a large piece would be worth a fortune. It was common knowledge that the agarwood auctioned by he was worth less than a fraction of what lay before him. Constructing a cabin of over 100 square meters in this extreme northern region, furnished with such a grand agarwood bed, spoke volumes of the mysterious maiden's extraordinary nature. This area was known for being a gathering place for soul beasts, many of which were immensely powerful, often encountered in their 10,000-year forms. How could a woman survive here? Jiang Yu's curiosity deepened. Come, little brother, the enigmatic beauty urged, seating Jiang Yu on a chair before filling a jade cup with water from a jade pitcher, then offering it to him. Have a drink of this warm wine to warm your body. The first thing she did upon entering the cabin was to offer him alcohol. Heightening his vigilance, he knew better than to partake. After all, his previous girlfriend had taken advantage of his drunkenness, and thus, a young man must protect himself in such situations. No thank you, sister, you drink it. Jiang Yu firmly pushed the cup away and shook his head in refusal. Just a little, I assure you, once you taste it, you'll wish for more. This is exquisite wine. The woman's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, her allure intensifying. It was indeed a formidable challenge for Jiang Yu. Even with his resolute heart, he felt a flicker of temptation. Yet he remained steadfast, sensing ulterior motives behind her insistence on alcohol. No, I'm still young. I cannot drink. Jiang Yu remained unmoved by her enchanting demeanor. Such a little brother. You truly lack understanding of romance, the woman noted, recognizing his resistance and deciding against further pressure. She returned the cup to herself and tilted her head back, pouring the contents out. The steaming liquid trickled from the jade cup, some spilling on her flawless skin, creating an unintended display of seduction. Wow! Jiang Yu was taken aback by her audacity, grateful for his unwavering will. He redirected his gaze, observing the simple decor of the cabin, which consisted only of the grand bed and a few pieces of furniture. There was a wardrobe, and the overall aesthetic was strikingly minimalistic, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. Giggling, the mysterious woman noticed Jiang Yu's averted gaze, finding amusement in his shyness. You're quite mature for your age, little brother. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Her voice brimmed with temptation. Come, let us engage in some playful banter and see who can outwit the other. Engage? Jiang Yu was taken aback by her boldness. He was not one to easily converse with women, especially not with someone he had just met. Before he could voice his refusal, the woman abruptly lifted him and carried him towards the bed, tossing him onto it. What do you think you're doing? Jiang Yu feigned terror. Little brother, the more you cry out, the more excited I become. This is the extreme north. No one will come to your aid. So why not submit to your sister? The woman revealed her true intentions, her eyes gleaming with desire, her tongue teasingly flickering as if ready to devour him. Tianmeng, what should I do? Jiang Yu called out to the Tianmeng ice silkworm in his mind. This is quite the opportunity. came the familiar, teasing voice. Why, Haven T, I encountered something like this before. Will you just give in? The tone was filled with envy, revealing its inherent lascivious nature. Not a chance. Jiang refused to heed the Tianming ice silkworm's advice. As the woman's claws reached for him, he swiftly summoned the Qi Shao sword, its brilliance illuminating the room. A surge of golden flames erupted, radiating an imposing aura directed at the woman. Your sword. The mysterious woman, upon detecting the aura emanating from the Qi Shao sword, displayed a profound expression of astonishment on her face. She had discerned the presence of a supreme martial spirit from the sword, and the dignity associated with it was unmistakably that of imperial might, a quality not possessed by just any martial spirit. Sister, it would be wise not to make any rash movements, Jiang warned, gripping his long sword and directing it threateningly towards the woman, his tone imbued with menace. Ha 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 ha. The woman could not suppress her laughter. Although Jiang Yu's martial spirit was formidable, the sword itself bore only 2 soul rings. How could a mere Grand Soul Master hope to challenge her? Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Yu had already transcended to the Soul Sovereign realm. After all, the Qi Shao sword had yet to acquire its 3rd soul ring, and she had not anticipated that Jiang Yu would possess 3 martial spirits. You would do well not to resist, little brother, lest I cannot guarantee your safety, the mysterious woman cautioned. She intended to strike with a force that could not be measured, and she could not promise that Jiang Yu would remain unscathed. Humph! Jiang Yu was not one to cower easily. He was a true man. Chapter 183. Employing all means, seeing Jiang Yu's resolute demeanor. The mysterious woman ceased her verbal sparring and immediately reached out her hand towards him, her pale hands giving an impression of frailty. Jiang Yu, however, would not indulge her. He lunged forward with his sword. Yet, a bizarre scene unfolded. The Qi Shao sword pierced her palm, yet no blood spilled forth. Jiang Yu was left in a state of shock. Was she not human? But if she were not human, then what was she? A soul beast? That did not seem right either. Soul beasts did possess blood, and to transform into a human form, one would need to surpass the threshold of 100,000 years in cultivation. While the extreme north was home to many soul beasts, only a few surpassed the 100,000-year mark, and they resided deep within the core of the extreme north. How could this woman possibly be a 100,000-year soul beast? Not only did Jiang Yu find it unbelievable, but even the Tianming ice silkworm in his mind was puzzled. Aside from the 3 great kings of the extreme north, the number of soul beasts surpassing 100,000 years could be counted on one hand. Even if it had never seen one, it had certainly heard of them. Yet the woman before them was not familiar at all. Ha ha ha! The mysterious woman, upon having her palm pierced by Jiang Yu, exhibited no sign of pain. Instead, she laughed. Her laughter sounding strangely eerie, more unsettling than a cry, yet could not conceal the joy within. You cannot harm me, she declared. Even the title Douluo among your kind may struggle to injure me, let alone you, a mere Grand Soul Master, just beginning your journey. Her words dripped with scorn. But Jiang Yu paid little heed, instead catching a crucial point. The woman's repeated references to your kind suggested she was indeed a soul beast, although Jiang Yu and the Tianming ice silkworm were unaware of her origins. The mere fact that she could take on human form implied her cultivation had undoubtedly crossed the 100,000-year threshold. This posed a significant problem. A 100,000-year soul beast was far beyond Jiang Yu's current capabilities. His previous victory over the Ice Emperor relied on the Tianming ice silkworm, but it had now lost all its power. Who are you? Why do you want to capture me? Jiang Yu voiced his underlying confusion. What was the purpose behind this mysterious woman's actions? He was merely an ordinary human, aside from being somewhat handsome. What warranted such elaborate efforts on her part? Jiang Yu was skeptical that her motives were driven solely by desire. If that were the case, it would imply a rather shallow disposition. Who am I? The mysterious woman hesitated momentarily, but upon seeing Jiang Yu's helpless form on the bed, she decided to reveal her identity. Knowing full well that this little boy could not escape her grasp. Have you heard of the Ice Heaven Demoness? A peculiar smile graced her lips. What? Upon hearing that name, the Tianming ice silkworm in Jiang Yu's mind became alarmed, clearly recognizing the name and possessing some knowledge of the snow demoness. Tianming, who is the Ice Heaven Demoness? Jiang Yu inquired eagerly. Sighing, the Tianming ice silkworm replied with a hint of regret. The Ice Heaven Demoness is an extraordinarily unique soul beast. They are not naturally occurring beings. Each one is transformed from an Ice Heaven Snow Woman. The Ice Heaven Snow Women are the most powerful and rarest of the extreme north region. And one of the three great kings of the extreme north is an ice heaven snow woman, likely nearing 500,000 years of age. The ice heaven demoness is born out of resentment. Each ice heaven snow woman can potentially tread the path of darkness due to a fleeting wicked thought. Once they do, their cultivation speed increases drastically, far surpassing that of their kin. There exists such a soul beast. Jiang was taken aback, aware of the ice heaven snow woman's esteemed reputation. According to record from the spirit hall, they were undoubtedly the rulers of the extreme north. Yet there was no mention of the ice heaven demoness. This was a groundbreaking discovery. Tianming, do you know what abilities the ice heaven demoness possesses? How does she compare to the ice heaven snow woman? Jiang Yu hastily posed the most pressing question. Without knowledge of the ice heaven demoness capabilities, how could he devise a strategy for counterattack? Unfortunately, I do not know, the Tianming ice silkworm admitted, a tinge of helplessness in its tone. It had never encountered the ice heaven demoness. Its knowledge of such a soul beast came from idle chatter with the ice emperor. The Tianming ice silkworm had not probed further, preferring to engage more with the ice emperor than delve into the specifics of the ice heaven demoness. Reflecting on this, the Tianming ice silkworm felt a pang of regret. Had it restrained its desires a bit and sought to understand more about the ice heaven demoness, it could have assisted Jiang Yu today rather than merely watching him fall into a predicament without being able to help. Very well. Jiang Yu had merely asked out of curiosity, knowing that the Tianming ice silkworm was often unreliable, and opportunities for it to be of genuine use were few and far between. Little brother, do not delay any longer. The mysterious woman suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Yu, a fragrant aroma wafting from her lips as her body pressed against him, nearly causing him to lose his composure. Regardless of how steadfast Jiang Yu's willpower was, he was still a vigorous young man, and certain innate reactions were unavoidable. Even fully aware of the danger posed by the mysterious woman, who was not human but rather 100,000-year soul beast, her beauty was simply too enchanting. At that moment, Jiang Yu finally grasped the sentiments of Su Xian and Tang Hao. It was not surprising that they had betrayed humanity. The allure of soul beasts was too captivating. The mysterious woman's smile grew increasingly radiant, her delicate hands dancing around him. Jiang Yu felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, a feeling too delectable to ignore. The last time he experienced such a sensation was during an intimate exchange with a beautiful classmate. That moment was indeed exhilarating. The campus bell, employing both hands and feet, provided Jiang Yu with an unprecedented sense of pleasure that he still savors to this day. In comparison, the methods of the Ice Empress were equally formidable, perhaps even surpassing those of the campus beauty. Jiang Yu found himself reminiscing. Chapter 184. The Ice Empress. Imagine a stunningly beautiful woman, resembling a celestial fairy, whispering enticingly in your ear. What man would remain unaffected, unless he were eunuch? As a mentally mature and normal man, Jiang Yu was naturally influenced by the mysterious woman. As he relinquished his resistance, a triumphant smile graced the face of the enigmatic figure. No ordinary man could remain immune to her allure. In the frigid north, she had previously ensnared countless adventurers who succumbed to her charm, ultimately leaving them drained. Although Jiang Yu appeared to be merely a child, his vitality was remarkably vigorous, surpassing that of many robust adult men. If she could absorb his essence, it would significantly bolster her own strength and facilitate her advancement. The Ice Empress had indeed ascended to a realm of over 100,000 years. Yet she had only recently broken through, having chosen a particularly arduous path. This path was no easier than confronting heavenly tribulations, and to date, there had been no successful precedents. Nonetheless, the Ice Empress resolutely opted for transformation, for unlike other spirit beasts, her unique advantage lay in her ability to absorb human essence to enhance her cultivation. Previously, the Ice Empress had infiltrated the human realm, but was compelled to return to the frigid north due to unforeseen circumstances. Upon her return, she resumed her pursuit of human spirit masters, with Jiang Yu now in her sights. The Ice Empress was impatient, seemingly uninterested in foreplay. To her, human flirtations were trivial as long as the outcome was pleasurable. Thus, she extended her delicate, snowy hand towards Jiang Yu, preparing to hastily remove his trousers for a swift conclusion. However, a sudden look of alarm crossed her features as Jiang Yu instantaneously switched his martial spirit, seamlessly integrating the Ice Emperor Scorpion into his being. Upon activating his martial spirit, Jiang Yu transformed into a formidable beast, especially with his pincers glinting with a chilling light. The Ice Emperor Scorpion? How could this be? The Ice Empress was taken aback, utterly incredulous. This was impossible. Was not your martial spirit that sword? How could you possess the Ice Emperor Scorpion? And why does its aura resonate with that of the Super Ice Emperor Scorpion from the core region? The Ice Empress, having recently taken on human form and lacking formal training as a spirit master, was unaware of the existence of twin martial spirits. The spectacle before her shattered her prior understanding. What astonished her further was that Jiang Yu's Ice Emperor Scorpion martial spirit bore a crimson soul ring, a rarity among spirit beasts of such age. The Ice Empress knew that such a soul ring could only be produced by beings of their level. This was inconceivable. Given Jiang Yu's current realm, how could he possibly absorb a 100,000-year soul ring? It was utterly absurd, yet the truth was evident before her. That blood-red soul ring undeniably adorned Jiang Yu's martial spirit, radiating a brilliant light. Soul rings could not be fabricated. Even at the pinnacle of Douluo, no one could enhance the age of a soul ring nor alter its color. This was a universally acknowledged tenet within the spirit master community. Thus, the Ice Empress did not doubt the authenticity of Jiang Yu's soul ring. She was merely astonished. The handsome young boy before her possessed such extraordinary talent, unprecedented in Douluo continent. Could he be the reincarnation of a divine king destined for greatness? A bold notion took root in the Ice Empress's mind. Jiang Yu's potential surpassed mere exceptional talent. Throughout human history, there had never been a first soul ring of 100,000 years. Not only that, but even a 1,000-year soul ring was unheard of. This was an unprecedented occurrence that she had unwittingly stumbled upon. The Ice Empress found herself wavering. It would be a tremendous loss if such a prodigious talent were to perish at her hands. Given some time, he would undoubtedly break through the 100-level barrier and attain divine status. That was divinity, a realm coveted by both humans and spirit beasts alike. Even with her powerful bloodline, the Ice Empress could not transcend her limitations to ascend to the divine realm. Yet Jiang Yu's circumstances seemed devoid of doubt. He was destined to become a deity. The thought of such a figure falling to her hands stirred a sense of compassion within the Ice Empress. Though it would be a pity, if she could absorb his essence, her own bloodline would undoubtedly undergo another evolution, and her future ascension to divinity would be within reach. The Ice Empress recognized that this might be her singular opportunity for ascendance. Should she miss it, such an encounter would likely never recur. All those years of cultivation could ultimately lead to nothing. After considerable deliberation, the Ice Empress resolved that this opportunity was before her, and she could not afford to let it slip away. She believed that when she became a deity, the handsome young boy would feel honored by the encounter. Without further hesitation, the Ice Empress launched her attack against Jiang Yu. Her eyes instantly turned crimson, and those blood-red orbs began to whirl, resembling a kaleidoscope. Vibrant yet slightly sinister. Soon, her blood-red eyes emitted two beams of red light, piercing directly into Jiang Yu's gaze before burrowing into his mind. Jiang Yu suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness washing over him, his willpower gradually succumbing to confusion. Despite his efforts to maintain clarity within his mind, they bore no fruit, and instead, his consciousness waned. Even the Tianming ice silkworm in his mind could only watch helplessly, although it was an unprecedented million-year spirit beast with formidable mental strength. The Ice Empress's attack was peculiarly effective, seemingly causing no harm to Jiang Yu's psyche, thus rendering even the Tianming ice silkworm incapable of intervening. Before long, a voice echoed within Jiang Yu's mind. This voice bore a striking resemblance to that of the Ice Empress, yet it carried an air of solemnity, reminiscent of a divine whisper. It evoked an irresistible urge to transcend worldly desires and seek refuge within a sacred path. As that voice resonated in his mind, Jiang Yu gradually succumbed to its enchantment, unwittingly drawn into an extraordinary vision. Although Jiang Yu appears to be just a child, the vitality coursing through him is remarkably vigorous, surpassing even that of robust adult men. The essence within him could provide immense replenishment, advancing his cultivation significantly. The Bing Tian Mo Nu has indeed broken through to the realm of 100,000 years. Yet she has only recently achieved this milestone and has chosen a more arduous path. This path is no easier than confronting the heavenly tribulation, and as of now, there are no successful precedents. Nevertheless, the Bing Tian Mo Nu resolutely opted for transformation. Unlike other soul beasts, once she transitions into human form, she possesses a unique advantage: the ability to absorb the essence and blood of humans to aid her cultivation. Previously, the Bing Tian Mo Nu had infiltrated the human realm, but due to certain circumstances, she was compelled to return to the extreme northern lands. Upon her return, she resumed her interest in human soul masters. This time, her focus has shifted to Jiang. The Bing Tian Mo Nu is exceedingly eager, seemingly uninterested in any preliminary seduction. For her, the ultimate comfort is all that matters. Thus, she swiftly extends her delicate, snow-white hand towards Jiang, ready to strip him of his trousers and conclude matters swiftly. However, at that moment, a look of panic suddenly crosses her face. Jiang instantaneously switches his martial soul, seamlessly transitioning into the form of the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion. Upon activating his martial soul, he resembles a ferocious beast, particularly with his pincers reflecting a chilling light. The Bing Tian Mo Nu is taken aback, incredulous that his martial soul is the ice-blue Emperor Scorpion and not the sword she had presumed. Moreover, the aura emanating from his martial soul bears an uncanny resemblance to that of the legendary ice-blue Emperor Scorpion from the core region. Having recently transformed into human form and lacking formal training as a soul master, the Bing Tian Mo Nu is oblivious to the existence of dual martial souls, rendering this scene utterly revolutionary to her understanding. Even more astonishing is the fact that Jiang Yu's ice-blue Emperor Scorpion martial soul possesses a red soul ring, a rarity for a 100,000-year soul beast. She cannot fathom how Jiang Yu, at his current level, could absorb a 100,000-year soul ring. It seems utterly absurd. Yet, the blood-red soul ring genuinely envelopes his martial soul, radiating a brilliant light. Soul rings cannot be fabricated. Even a peak Douluo cannot elevate the age of a soul ring or alter its color. This is an unbreakable law within the realm of soul masters. Thus, the Bing Tian Mo Nu does not doubt the authenticity of Jiang Yu's soul ring. She is merely surprised. This handsome young boy possesses an extraordinary talent unprecedented in Douluo. Could he possibly be the reincarnation of a divine king destined to greatness? A bold thought arises within the Bing Tian Mo Nu. Jiang Yu's potential transcends mere prodigious talent. Throughout human history, there has never been a precedent for someone whose first soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. Not only has there never been a 1,000-year soul ring, but this is an unprecedented first encounter with such a historical marvel. She finds herself wavering. It would be a tragedy for such a brilliant genius to perish at her hands. Given some time, he would undoubtedly surpass the 100-level limitation and attain the divine body, a state coveted by countless humans and soul beasts alike. Even with her formidable bloodline, she may not be able to break her own limitations to ascend to the divine realm. Yet for Jiang Yu, it is almost a certainty that he will become a divine being, should such a figure fall at her hands. The Bing Tian Mo Nu cannot help but feel a twinge of compassion, although it would be a pity if she could absorb his essence. Her own bloodline would surely undergo further evolution, presenting a hopeful path toward divinity. She recognizes this may be her singular opportunity to ascend. If missed, she doubts she will encounter such fortune again, rendering her years of diligent cultivation futile. After much deliberation, the Bing Tian Mo Nu resolves that this opportunity must not be squandered. When she becomes a divine being, she believes the handsome young boy before her will feel honored by their encounter. Without hesitation, she launches an attack on Jiang Yu. Her eyes suddenly turn crimson, and those blood-red orbs begin to swirl, resembling a kaleidoscope, vibrant yet eerily enchanting. Soon, her blood-red eyes emit two beams of red light, piercing directly into Jiang Yu's eyes. Burrowing into his mind, Jiang Yu suddenly feels a wave of drowsiness wash over him, his will gradually becoming muddled. Despite his persistent mental admonitions to remain alert, they yield no effect, and his consciousness begins to wane. Even the Tian Meng Bing Can, a legendary million-year soul beast with unparalleled mental strength, can only observe helplessly. The Bing Tian Mo Nu's attack is peculiar. It does not seem to inflict harm on Jiang Yu's psyche, rendering even the Tian Meng Bing Can unable to intervene. Before long, a voice resonates within Jiang Yu's mind, reminiscent of the Bing Tian Mo Nu yet imbued with a solemnity. It sounds akin to a Buddha's whisper, evoking a sense of transcending worldly desires and embracing a path of enlightenment. As this voice echoes, Jiang Yu gradually succumbs to its allure, and his mind begins to conjure a surreal vision. Chapter 185. The adorable Bing Bing. Before him stands a woman clad in white, bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Bing Tian Mo Nu, yet exuding an entirely different aura, akin to a celestial being. Above her head hovers a pure white halo, If angels truly existed in this world, she would undoubtedly be among them. She radiates an aura of sanctity, reminiscent of Athena from the Saint Seiya or the little dragon girl from the Divine Sculptor, evoking a sense of reverence that stirs within Jiang Yu a desire to submit before her. Observing Jiang Yu's entranced expression, the Tianming Bing can become agitated. If this continues, Jiang Yu will be completely dominated by the Bing Tian Mo Nu. This cannot be allowed to happen. The Tianming Bing Can's demeanor grows serious. Bing Bing, please awaken. If you do not wake up soon, Jiang Yu will fall under the control of another soul beast, and our plans will be ruined. The Tianming Bing can places its final hope in the Ice Emperor, believing that with her cultivation, she might find a way. Whether sensing Jiang Yu's peril or hearing the Tianming Bing Can's plea for help, a green light suddenly appears in Jiang Yu's mind. Gradually, the light reveals a figure, a young woman of exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a charming neighborly girl. Her enchanting, fair complexion was adorned with 4 verdant magic patterns on either side, while her long, dark green hair cascaded carelessly behind her. Her skin was as pristine as freshly fallen snow, possessing a translucence that was beyond the reach of ordinary beings. Clad in a simple aquamarine gown, a faint ethereal glow pulsed beneath her skin. Despite being merely a spiritual entity, the temperature within the wooden cabin plummeted sharply upon her arrival. Bing Bing, the Tianming Bing, can wore an expression of confusion. Although it had never witnessed the Ice Emperor in her human form, the aura she radiated left no room for doubt. She was undoubtedly its Bing Bing. Why have you taken on a human guise? Tianming Bing can inquired, thoroughly bewildered. Isn't it because my corporeal form was bestowed upon this fellow? Thus, my spiritual essence has transformed into this appearance. Quite lovely, isn't it? The Ice Emperor cast a flirtatious glance at Tianming Bing Can. Upon witnessing this scene, the icy heart of Tianming Bing Can melted instantaneously. The transformed Bing Bing remained irresistibly adorable, embodying all of its aesthetic ideals. Beautiful, simply exquisite, it thought, instinctively swallowing hard and breaking into a radiant smile. Bing Bing, no matter how you appear, I shall always cherish you. My heart shall forever belong to you. Tianming Bing Can, now resembling a lovesick fool, completely forgot about Jiang Yu, lost in the beauty of the Ice Emperor. Such a virtue. The Ice Emperor wore a disdainful smile. However, upon noticing Tianming Bing Can's enamored state, she felt a sense of satisfaction, recognizing her own allure. By the way, why did you call for me? The Ice Emperor's tone carried a hint of impatience. Her spiritual form had yet to fully recover and required rest. Yet she had been abruptly awakened by Tianming Bing Can's urgent call. If it weren't for the importance of the matter, the Ice Emperor would have shown the wrath of a super soul beast. Tianming Bing Can suddenly recalled Jiang Yu and urgently sought the Ice Emperor's assistance. It's all your fault for being so beautiful that I forgot. Jiang Yu is in grave danger. He has fallen into a trap set by the Ice Heaven Sorceress. You must think of a way to help him, or we shall be left to serve as a mere embellishment for others. Tianming Bing Can did not wish for Jiang Yu, who had endured countless hardships and lost many experimental subjects to finally arrive, to be thwarted by the Ice Heaven Sorceress. The mention of the Ice Heaven Sorceress startled the Ice Emperor. She was one of the few soul beasts in the extreme north possessing detailed knowledge of the sorceress, who had evolved from her greatest rival. Moreover, her relationship with the Ice Heaven Snow Woman was far from a simple adversarial one. Their entanglement ran deep. The information about the Ice Heaven Sorceress had been imparted to her by the Snow Emperor, who was hailed as the foremost among the 3 great kings of the extreme north. The sorceress's abilities were formidable. The illusions she cast were not merely simple phantasms. Once ensnared, one would be influenced by her spirit, losing their autonomy and potentially becoming her puppet. Thus, upon hearing Tianming Bing Can's revelation of the enemy's identity, the Ice Emperor could not help but furrow her brow. This posed a considerable challenge. In her prime, she would have faced no difficulty. But now her strength was severely diminished, making it a formidable task to confront the powerful Ice Heaven Sorceress. What's wrong? Tianming Bing Can, noticing the Ice Emperor's hesitance to act, inquired. Bing Bing, are you unable to deal with her? How could the proud Ice Emperor concede defeat? She did not wish to be mocked by Tianming Bing Can in the future. I am merely contemplating a strategy. You interrupted my thought process just as I was having a spark of inspiration. If you continue to pester me, I shall give you a hook. The Ice Emperor's tone was laced with a threat. Please no. Tianming Bing Can hastily waved its hands in surrender. The hook from Ice Emperor was not something one could easily endure, and it had no desire to experience that sensation again. Just the mention of it caused a tightening sensation. Therefore, Tianmingbing can promptly cover its mouth, refraining from further urging the Ice Emperor. Very well. The Ice Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Dealing with Tianmingbing can require a firm hand. Given its propensity to take liberties, a slight concession could lead to unwarranted arrogance. Seeing that Tianmingbing had quieted down, the Ice Emperor swiftly activated her intellect to devise a plan against the Ice Heaven Sorceress. Water attack? No, that's too gentle. In an instant, she dismissed that notion, recognizing the limited effect of water against the Ice Heaven Sorceress, who possessed a significant water content within her being. Fire attack. Now that's a promising idea, she mused. However, the critical issue remained. Neither she nor Tianmingbing knew where to source fire, as it was taboo for beings of their polar realm. Furthermore, within Jiang Yu's mind, mere flames would not suffice. They required spiritual fire. Quickly, the Ice Emperor cast aside that idea, her mind racing as she contemplated new strategies. Ultimately, she resolved to place her hopes on Tianmingbing, whose spiritual prowess surpassed that of other soul beasts. The ability to counter the Ice Heaven Sorceress's methods would depend on its effectiveness. If even Tianmingbing failed, she would have no recourse. Soon, the Ice Emperor relayed her proposed method to Tianmingbing, who frowned in skepticism. Are you certain this will work? It bore an expression of doubt. Not that this was unwarranted. The Ice Emperor's plan was quite extraordinary, even to Tianmingbing, who found it dubious. Enough of the hesitation. Just execute it, the Ice Emperor urged, pressed for time and unwilling to elaborate further. Reluctantly, Tianmingbing complied. At that moment, Jiang Yu was gradually falling under the control of the Ice Heaven Sorceress, his very memories beginning to unfold before her. The sorceress commenced her exploration of Jiang Yu's recollections, beginning from the time he fought countless soul beasts to acquire their soul rings. Just as she was about to delve into the memories concerning the Ice Emperor Scorpion, a sudden commotion erupted within Jiang Yu's mind, causing him to awaken abruptly. Realizing his privacy was on the brink of exposure, his consciousness resisted the sorceress's invasion. The matters regarding the Ice Emperor Scorpion were swiftly shrouded in mist, rendering them invisible to the Ice Heaven Sorceress. Many significant memories were obscured by Jiang Yu, leaving the sorceress with only trivial fragments, which held no value for her, until she unexpectedly stumbled upon an image of the Tsangqing Izakaya within Jiang Yu's recollections, along with the figure of Mr. Yen Song. Upon recognizing that familiar visage, the Ice Heaven Sorceress found herself ensnared in a tumult of emotions, neglecting her hold over Jiang Yu. While the Ice Heaven Sorceress became engrossed in the image of Mr. Yen Song, Tianmingbing, adhering to the Ice Emperor's instructions, launched a counterattack. At that moment, Tianmingbing had transformed dramatically, its appearance having undergone a significant metamorphosis, even altering its gender. According to the Ice Emperor, the Ice Empress harbors a profound disdain for the Ice Snow Maiden. Hence, the Ice Emperor proposed that the Tianmingbing transform into the guise of the Ice Snow Maiden, thereby redirecting the attention towards itself. Once the Ice Empress lays eyes upon the current form of the Tianmingbing, she would undoubtedly abandon Jiang Yu without a moment's hesitation and rush forth to confront it. In order to rescue Jiang Yu, the Tianmingbing had no choice but to assume the appearance of the Ice Snow Maiden. The Tianmingbing unleashed a powerful mental wave that penetrated deep into Jiang Yu's consciousness. With this external force aiding him, the already awakened Jiang Yu gradually began to reclaim control over his body, while the Ice Empress remained unresponsive, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Yu's counterattack. She stared blankly at the familiar figure within Jiang Yu's memories, her entire demeanor devoid of vitality. As their strengths fluctuated, Jiang Yu gained the upper hand, ultimately overwhelming the will of the Ice Empress. He fully regained control over his body. Jiang Yu could not help but feel a sense of relief. The Ice Empress's methods were indeed exceedingly bizarre, capable of creating illusions and controlling human thoughts to transform individuals into her puppets, utterly devoid of any resistance. Had the Ice Empress not probed into his significant memories, he might never have escaped her grasp, truly a stroke of luck. The figure of the Ice Snow Maiden descended into Jiang Yu's subconscious, standing before the Ice Empress. Upon witnessing this familiar visage, the Ice Empress was instantly engulfed by a surge of fury. In the clan of the Ice Snow Maiden, every member who transformed into the Ice Empress would be relentlessly hunted down. She had endured countless trials, evading the relentless pursuit of her kin. and the arduous journey to cultivate her powers to 100,000 years was beyond anyone's imagination. The sight of a rival incited her jealousy. The Ice Empress lunged fiercely at the Tianming Binkan, masquerading as the Ice Snow Maiden, unleashing ferocious roars that transformed her from an ethereal being into a malevolent witch, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Observing the Ice Empress's aggressive demeanor, the Tianming Binkan hastily retreated from the subconscious. However, its timidity was not merely out of fear. It was primarily to adhere to the Ice Emperor's directive to lure the Ice Empress away. Two beams of light began to flee from Jiang Yu's subconscious, with the Ice Empress, though departing later, matching the Tianming Bingsan's speed. The distance between them rapidly diminished. Alarmed, the Tianming Binkan exerted all its might. Unwilling to be ravaged by the Ice Empress, having already endured much humiliation during its prolonged stay in the Qingdou Great Forest, the detestable soul beast exhibited no trace of animal instinct. Mere wax drippings and whips were but trivial punishments, yet what truly instilled fear in the Tianming Binkan was. The Tianming Binkan abruptly halted its reminiscence, wishing that those unbearable memories would dissipate like the wind. It had no desire to revisit them. The thought of the grim fate that awaited if captured by the Ice Empress ignited the Tianming Bingsan's latent potential, causing it to accelerate, creating some distance from the rapidly approaching Ice Empress, infuriating her. She had not anticipated that her adversary could accelerate, while she had already reached her maximum speed. Unable to hasten further, forced to watch as the Ice Snow Maiden receded further from her reach, her frustration mounting. In this regard, the Tianming Binkan was not entirely inept. At least its capacity for explosive power in adversity was quite remarkable, rivaling that of other soul beasts. Upon exiting Jiang Yu's subconscious, the Tianming Binkan encountered the Ice Emperor, who wore an anxious expression. To its surprise, the Ice Emperor was so concerned for it. It felt that its efforts to venture into danger for the Ice Emperor were not in vain. The Tianming Binkan unwittingly displayed a sense of arrogance. Do not waste words with me. The Ice Emperor was not inclined to indulge the Tianming Binkan, immediately demanding, "So, was it successful in luring her out? Rest assured, I will handle this." The Tianming Binkan patted its chest, assuring, "It's right behind me. It will emerge shortly." Upon receiving this confirmation, the Ice Emperor exhaled in relief. As long as they could draw out the Ice Empress, both it and the Tianming Binkan would be able to deal with the Ice Empress, who had cultivated for 100,000 years, since the battleground was within Jiang Yu's mind. The Ice Emperor held a measure of confidence in this plan. Moments later, the Ice Empress finally emerged from Jiang Yu's subconscious. Upon seeing not only the Ice Snow Maiden, but also a mysterious woman, she was taken aback. The green-skinned woman, though appearing quite delicate, emanated an aura of extreme danger. At that moment, the Tianming Binkan reverted to its true form, for it was unaccustomed to masquerading as a female, more accurately, a female soul beast. Upon witnessing the true appearance of the Tianming Binkan, the Ice Empress's face contorted with rage. She had been deceived. For the sake of the Ice Snow Maiden, she had even relinquished her hold over Jiang Yu, only to discover that it was merely a large, grotesque caterpillar in disguise. The sight of the Tianming Binkan was utterly unappealing. The Ice Empress found it repugnant. Can one imagine a massive, grotesque caterpillar with a smug expression speaking before them? Even a soul beast as powerful as the Ice Empress found it hard to bear. In her fury, the Ice Empress launched an attack on the Tianming Binkan, condensing her mental energy into a sharp, multi-meter-long spike aimed directly at it. Witnessing the glimmering, menacing spike, the Tianming Binkan was filled with panic, repeatedly calling for help. Seeing its cowardly demeanor, the Ice Emperor felt humiliated and wished to disassociate from it. Nevertheless, the Ice Emperor intervened, unwilling to witness the Tianming Binkan succumb to fear. To avert the sight of such a repulsive scene, the Ice Emperor unleashed its sharp scorpion tail. Although it currently appeared in human form, it retained its essential scorpion tail. The vibrant green scorpion tail erupted from the Ice Emperor's lower back, striking toward the spike. The two forces collided with immense intensity, resulting in a stalemate, neither side willing to yield. As super soul beasts, both having reached the 100,000-year threshold, the Ice Empress and the Ice Emperor were unwilling to concede to one another. This battle was a matter of dignity. Even though the Ice Emperor could fully recover, it was still capable of temporarily handling the situation with its preserved abilities. The absence of a physical body was the Ice Emperor's greatest disadvantage, a fact it was acutely aware of, Hence, it would never allow the Ice Empress to draw it into a protracted conflict. Only a swift resolution, with overwhelming force, could dismantle the Ice Empress's facade. The Ice Emperor then summoned its remaining power, disregarding the potential harm to its current spiritual form. The colossal scorpion tail suddenly erupted with brilliant light. The Ice Empress, positioned opposite the scorpion tail, was momentarily blinded by the dazzling radiance, and in that instant, the tail split into four. Four elongated scorpion tails shot toward the Ice Empress like rockets, and sensing the imminent danger, the Ice Empress abruptly opened her eyes. Suddenly, a brilliant circle of white light radiated from its body, and under the influence of this luminous aura, the Ice Empress's form became ethereal. The sharp tip of the scorpion tail pierced the Ice Empress's body as if encountering an illusion. That figure suffered no harm, merely swaying slightly. Witnessing this scene, the Ice Emperor could not help but furrow his brow. The Ice Empress before him was evidently far more formidable than the Snow Emperor had described. Possessing such an enigmatic technique, it seemed that the bloodline within her was only slightly inferior to that of the Snow Empress. Not at all less impressive than one of the three supreme kings of the far north. This time, the Ice Emperor had encountered a worthy adversary. For a long time, he had been one of the most powerful soul beasts in the far north, and aside from the Snow Emperor, even the Titan Snow Demon King was no match for him. If they were to clash, he would only be on the receiving end of blows. Thus, this was the first time the Ice Emperor faced an opponent of equal strength. Of course, had he been his prime, this 100,000-year-old Ice Empress would not have even had the qualifications to challenge him. However, he had now devoted everything to Jiang, leaving only his soul. While the Ice Empress was at the peak of her power, her fury ignited to unprecedented levels due to the deceit of the dreaming Ice Silkworm, resulting in a surge of strength. Even the Ice Emperor might not be able to subdue the enraged Ice Empress. This battle was undoubtedly fraught with uncertainties, and he did not possess an assured victory. The Ice Empress conjured several gigantic ice spikes and hurled them rapidly towards the Ice Emperor and the dreaming Ice Silkworm. With a cold snort, the Ice Emperor strode forward, ensuring the safety of the dreaming Ice Silkworm behind him. This display deeply moved the dreaming Ice Silkworm, who felt a desire to collapse into the Ice Emperor's embrace. The Ice Emperor, as the ruler of the far north, faced the incoming spikes without a hint of fear, standing resolutely without even a flutter of his eyelids. Moments later, an overwhelming icy aura erupted from the Ice Emperor upon its release. The spikes conjured by the Ice Empress began to tremble uncontrollably, and before they could reach the Ice Emperor, they were already on the verge of disintegration. Never even making contact with his skin, I knew ice would be reliable. The once timid, dreaming Ice Silkworm, witnessing the Ice Emperor's prowess, instantly burst into jubilant movements. The Ice Empress would surely be rendered powerless against ice. With the Snow Emperor absent, who could rival them? The dreaming Ice Silkworm completely forgot its previous fear of the Ice Empress and suddenly grew bold. How outrageous! The Ice Empress, seeing the dreaming Ice Silkworm's petty antics, felt her face flush with anger. It was this shameless soul beast that had lured her out, and now it dared to mock her. The Ice Empress could not help but silently vow to devour the large silkworm before her. Although its flesh appeared aged, flesh was flesh, and she cared not for flavor. The Ice Empress merely wished to make the insolent creature opposite her pay for its transgressions. With this thought in mind, she temporarily abandoned the Ice Emperor, channeling all her energy towards the dreaming Ice Silkworm, which had yet to make a move aside from fleeing, indicating a lack of offensive capability. The Ice Empress quickly gathered her mental energy to form spikes again, this time choosing particularly cunning angles. The spikes glided close to the ground, altering their trajectory continuously, making it nearly impossible to predict their target. Just as the Ice Emperor had not yet reacted, the spikes had already found their mark. Chapter 188. The Power of the Ice Emperor. Wow! The dreaming Ice Silkworm suddenly let out a shriek. For the ice spike unleashed by the Ice Empress had aimed directly at its vulnerable area, an experience both shocking and exhilarating. The dreaming Ice Silkworm had not expected such a ruthless and cunning attack from the Ice Empress, which left no area unexamined. Its cries grew louder, clearly prioritizing its delicate predicament, forsaking all else. What a waste! The Ice Emperor shook his head at the sight of the dreaming Ice Silkworm's distress. Was it truly necessary to make such a commotion over being struck in such a manner? Here was a being that was an unprecedented million-year-old soul beast, lacking any semblance of the dignity befitting a super soul beast. This time, the Ice Emperor did not rush to rescue the dreaming ice silkworm. After all, his cultivation level was evident. The Ice Empress's mental attack would not inflict severe damage upon the dreaming ice silkworm, at most causing some superficial discomfort. The dreaming ice silkworm's cries did not deter the Ice Emperor's assault. He forcefully swung his brilliant, diamond-like scorpion tail towards the Ice Empress with great speed. Although the Ice Emperor's powers were significantly restricted, that scorpion tail remained his most vital asset, its might surpassing the imagination of others. Even a 100,000-year-old soul beast might struggle to withstand the immense power contained within the tail. As the Ice Emperor launched a ferocious attack, the Ice Empress dared not confront it head-on. Her movements suddenly became unpredictable, rendering her trajectory inscrutable. Simultaneously, the Ice Empress conjured several ice spikes that surged towards the dazzling scorpion tail. To her astonishment, the spikes did not function as she had anticipated. The sharp tail swiftly shattered the ice spikes. To make matters worse, the tail appeared to possess a locking mechanism, no matter how she altered her direction. The tail followed suit. The Ice Emperor's power was finally revealed. As a super soul beast, second only to the Snow Emperor in the far north, his abilities were incomparable to those of other soul beasts. Even in his current state as a soul entity, some of his techniques remained usable. Before long, the green scorpion tail pierced the Ice Empress's body. Her evasive maneuvers had failed, and the sharp spike penetrated her skin. The crystalline green liquid seeped into the Ice Empress's fair form, causing her surface to emit a green glow. Under the influence of this liquid, her movements began to slow. She felt the power within her gradually waning, and soon the ice spike that had tormented the dreaming ice silkworm began to dissipate due to the Ice Empress's influence. The dreaming ice silkworm, having endured the ice spike's torment for a considerable duration, finally sighed in relief as it vanished. Witnessing the Ice Empress being struck by the Ice Emperor's scorpion tail, a smile of exhilaration spread across the dreaming ice silkworm's face. Let this be a lesson in martial ethics. Now she had encountered a true opponent. The dreaming ice silkworm immediately raised its delicate, plump hands in applause, praising the Ice Emperor. Truly, Ice was deserving of admiration, the epitome of all female soul beasts. How outrageous! Seeing the dreaming ice silkworm's smug expression, the Ice Empress was instantly infuriated. Clearly, it was a worthless creature. Had it not been for the protection of the Ice Emperor, it would have been eliminated long ago. How dare it mock her? The Ice Empress descended from the noblest soul beast lineage in the far north. How could she tolerate the ridicule of a mere ice silkworm? A creature typically destined only to become prey? No, it is unworthy even to be regarded as sustenance by the being Tianma, who typically feeds on the exquisite caviar found within sturgeons. This inferior food, the Bing Tsan, is clearly beneath its notice. Yet now, such a lowly morsel dares to mock a super soul beast that has existed for 100 millennia. One can only imagine the tumult of emotions within the Bing Tianma, which longs to dismantle the Tianming Bing Tsan and roast it mercilessly over a flame. However, despite its fury, the Bing Tianma finds itself in a precarious situation. The tale of the Bing Di Huangxie is far too peculiar, rendering it beyond its comprehension. If this continues, it fears that its power will be entirely siphoned away by the Bing Di. In this moment of crisis, the Bing Tianma holds nothing back. If it cannot expel that scorpion tail, it will inevitably become prey for those before it, to be slaughtered at will. No, this cannot be allowed. In an instant, the Bing Tianma's aura erupted, unleashing the power contained within it to forcefully eject the green scorpion tail. Yet, in doing so, its wounds began to spout a copious amount of crimson liquid, akin to a geyser's eruption. Blood is indeed the essence of life, and even for a soul beast, it remains of utmost importance. Although the Bing Tianma is a 100,000-year-old soul beast, it cannot escape the realm of the biological. It must gather its chilling aura to the site of its wound, as halting the bleeding is of paramount importance, and its decision is undoubtedly sound. Once the wound is frozen by the icy energy, the bleeding ceases, prompting the Bing Di to cast a sidelong glance. The intellect of this Bing Tianma surpasses that of an ordinary Bing Tianxue. Had it not evolved down the path of malevolence, it might have become another Xuedi. Alas, it has chosen the wrong path, forsaking righteousness for wickedness. It is important to note that the Bing Tianma is not merely viewed as a target to be eradicated by the Xuenu clan. The three greatest kings of the extreme north, the Shuedi, have issued a supreme decree commanding all soul beasts in the region to eliminate the Bing Tianmonu on sight. Any soul beast that dares to conceal its whereabouts will face the cruel punishment of the Shuedi. Consequently, all soul beasts in the extreme north refrain from approaching the Bing Tianmonu, fearful of becoming embroiled in the conflict. After all, the bloodline of the Bing Tianmonu is notably elevated, ranking among the finest of extreme soul beasts. Ordinary soul beasts stand no chance against it, yet they are compelled to obey the Shuedi's orders. Thus, the extreme soul beasts wish to avoid any encounter with the Bing Tianmonu, in order to evade unnecessary trouble. Enchantress, you possess quite the abilities. It is no wonder you have attained the realm of 100 millennia. Your talent appears nearly on par with that of the Shuedi. Yet it is regrettable that the existence of the Bing Tianmonu contradicts the very essence of the world's consciousness. What is the essence? The expression on the Bing Tianmonu's face darkened, and a peculiar smile curled upon her lips. Chapter 189, The Path of Malice. What is the essence? The Bing Tianmonu could not suppress a roar. Do you think I willingly descended into malevolence, becoming what I am now? It is the essence within my bloodline that has transformed me. Which? The Bing Tianmonu let out a chilling laugh. What truly defines justice and what defines evil? In the realm of soul beasts, it has always been survival of the fittest. There is no dichotomy of right and wrong. You label me a witch. How utterly ludicrous. Has the Shuedi never hunted soul beasts? The words of the Bing Tianmonu echoed within Jiang Yu's mind, leaving even the typically astute Bing Di at a loss for a retort. Upon reflection, the Bing Tianmonu has not committed heinous acts. Her actions are merely the natural course of soul beasts. As for the Bing Tianmonu masquerading as a frail maiden to gain the trust of humans and then draining their essence, such deeds cannot be classified as particularly egregious, considering the subjects are human. In the Douluo continent, an inherent opposition exists between soul beasts and humans. If a soul master wishes to transcend their limitations and advance in their cultivation, they must absorb the soul rings from soul beasts to break through those barriers. Otherwise, their strength will remain stagnant. No soul master would choose otherwise. Thus, even the most compassionate soul masters inevitably resort to hunting soul beasts for advancement. The same applies to soul beasts. Since soul masters can derive benefits from soul beasts, it follows that soul beasts can likewise extract what they desire from soul masters. It is well known that the cultivation of soul beasts is exponentially more challenging than that of human soul masters. Humans can reach their peak within a century. Yet soul beasts may require hundreds of thousands of years of effort, illustrating the vast chasm between them. However, soul beasts do possess a shortcut to accelerate their cultivation. By siphoning the power of human soul masters, they can break through their cultivation limitations. Once, a formidable soul beast absorbed all the power from a human titled Douluo, propelling it from 70,000 years of cultivation to 100,000 years, thereby bypassing 30,000 years of arduous training to become a super soul beast. Thus, the conflict between humans and soul beasts is irreconcilable, unless one day, human soul masters no longer require the hunting of soul beasts to ascend in rank. Only then will the discord be resolved, allowing for the possibility of peaceful coexistence. What fault lies with me? The voice of the Bing Tianmonu brimmed with resentment. Why must all the soul beasts of the extreme north consider me an enemy? The Bing Di gazed at the Bing Tianmonu in a state of emotional turmoil. Undoubtedly, her words carried some merit. Yet the other soul beasts are simply following the edicts of the Shuedi. In the extreme north, the Shuedi reign supreme, the ultimate ruler of all soul beasts, even overshadowing the Bing Di. Who among the soul beasts in the extreme north dares defy the command of the king of soul beasts? Therefore, while the Bing Di feels sympathy for the plight of the Bing Tianmonu, it does not perceive the actions of the other soul beasts as erroneous. After all, it is the Bing Tianmonu who has succumbed to malevolence. I know you feel aggrieved. The tone of the Bing Di was calm. However, this is not the time for discussions of right and wrong. As long as you are willing to depart from Jiang Yu's body and cease posing a threat to him, we can let bygones be bygones and grant you a path to freedom. This is the greatest concession I can make. Should the Shuedi learn of this, trouble will surely ensue. Nevertheless, the Bing Di has already transformed into its current state and is no longer concerned with the wrath of the Shuedi. The words of the Bing Di gradually soothed the Bing Tianmonu. To be honest, she did not possess unwavering confidence. The power of the Bing Di Huang Xie far exceeded her expectations. Throughout their confrontation, she had gained little advantage. Yet to relinquish such a monumental opportunity left the being Tianma feeling discontent. Absorbing the energy from Jiang, you would undoubtedly elevate her cultivation, potentially allowing her to break through the limitations of the 99th level. The allure of ascending to godhood at the 100th level is immense. Having chosen to take on human form, the being Tianma sees no other path before her. However, if the transition from a 99th to the 100th level were truly so simple, no one would have failed to surpass the 100-level soul power limit for millennia. Although the Bingtian Majuan was uncertain whether absorbing the energy from Jiang Yu would indeed enable her to break the soul power limitation, her innate talent suggested that the opportunity was significant. She did not wish to forfeit this chance. However, the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion was exceedingly formidable, and she could not devise a definitive solution to overcome her opponent. It was untenable to maintain the current stalemate, as she had only reached the Soul Saint level. Should her soul power be excessively depleted, she would be unable to sustain her martial soul form, thus preventing her from remaining within Jiang Yu's mind. Consequently, the Bingtian Majuan found herself in a dilemma. The opportunity was within reach, yet if she missed it, such a fortuitous encounter might never present itself again. Nonetheless, breaking the current deadlock was nearly impossible, as the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion was far too powerful, certainly not a run-of-the-mill 10,000-year soul beast, but rather a being that had transcended the heavenly tribulation. The thought crossed her mind that a 10,000-year soul beast that had survived the heavenly tribulation possessed terrifying strength. Even if she had retained her previous 10,000-year cultivation, it was doubtful she could defeat the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion before her. After all, the disparity in bloodlines between their respective factions had yet to reach a level of overwhelming superiority. While the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion was somewhat inferior to the Bingtian Xuannu clan when viewed comprehensively, the difference was not substantial. Moreover, after undergoing the trials of the heavenly tribulation, the significance of bloodline disparities among soul beasts had diminished. The Bingtian Majuan was somewhat self-aware. Even in her prime, she might not be able to contend with the Bingbai Emperor Scorpion, let alone in her current state. Furthermore, with Jiang Yu now awake, her mental control techniques had evidently failed. Realizing that they were both within Jiang Yu's mind, the Bingtian Majuan recognized that reversing the situation would be exceedingly difficult. Rationality suggested that retreat might be the wisest course of action. As the Bingtian Majuan fell into contemplation, the Bing Emperor did not urge her, but patiently awaited her decision alongside the Tianmeng Bingcan. After an indeterminate period, impatience finally surfaced on the Bing Emperor's face. It seemed he needed to assist her in devising a plan. A glint of cunning sparkled in the Bing Emperor's eyes. How to assist? As soon as Tianmeng Bingcan finished speaking, the Bing Emperor swiftly flicked his emerald green tail, launching it directly at the Bingtian Majuan. Chapter 190. Yin Song. Bingtian Majuan. Observing the imminent threat of the green scorpion tail, the Bingtian Majuan could not help but curse her opponent's lack of chivalry. Taking advantage of her moment of contemplation to launch a surprise attack had abruptly disrupted her thoughts. Regardless, she resolved to let them off this time. The Bingtian Majuan understood that persisting in this deadlock would yield no benefits. Rather than remain in this stalemate, it was wiser to retreat. Although the opportunity before her was rare, her current strength was insufficient to seize such a grand chance. I believe we shall meet again. The tone of the Bingtian Majuan revealed a profound sense of reluctance, indicating her unwillingness to surrender. In the next moment, she transformed into a flurry of light and swiftly departed from Jiang Yu's mind. With a sigh of relief, the Bing Emperor recognized that the Bingtian Majuan's strength exceeded his expectations. Continuing the confrontation in his current state might not guarantee victory over her. Fortunately, her departure was prompted by his earlier attack, averting a potential clash where the outcome was uncertain. In a wind and snow city, having repelled the Bingtian Majuan, Jiang Yu finally traversed the extreme northern region without incident. Upon entering the city, he did not hasten to reunite with Shui, Bing'er, and the others of the hotel. Instead, he made his way towards the Sangjing Izakaya. He had long suspected the tavern owner's identity to be extraordinary, yet he had not anticipated that Mr. Yin Song was connected to the Bingtian Majuan. From the Bingtian Majuan's demeanor within his mind, Jiang Yu could surmise that the two shared a profound bond, akin to the taboo relationship between Tang Hao and Yin. Upon entering the izakaya, Jiang Yu spotted Mr. Yin Song alone at the bar, gently polishing a wine glass. His movements tender, as if the vessel were a precious artifact rather than an ordinary cup. Mr. Yin Song, Jiang Yu did not intend to beat around the bush. He approached directly, asking, "Have you, by any chance, encountered a Bingtian Majuan soul beast with a cultivation exceeding 10,000 years?" Bingtian Majuan. As soon as Jiang Yu's words left his lips, an expression of profound excitement illuminated Yin Song's face. Even the glass he held slipped from his grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor, yet he seemed unfazed. With a swift leap from behind the bar, Yin Song bounded towards Jiang Yu, grasping his shoulders and urgently inquiring, "What did you see her? What did you see her? Is she still there?" Yin Song's face displayed palpable urgency as he posed these questions in rapid succession. Clearly, Jiang Yu's suspicions had been accurate. Yin Song indeed had a relationship with the Bingtian Majuan. Understanding that Yin Song was a man of passion, Jiang Yu recounted his encounter with the Bingtian Majuan in the extreme northern region, omitting some critical information. He could not disclose the identities of the Bing Emperor and Tianming Bingqian to others, as it was a vital secret that needed to remain known to as few people as possible. Jiang Yu merely informed Yin Song that when the Bingtian Majuan perused his memories, she had glimpsed the scene at the Cangjing Izakaya, especially upon seeing the tavern owner. The once fearsome soul beast had ceased its aggression, transforming into a harmless visage reminiscent of a neighborly maiden. Ultimately, for reasons unknown, the Bingtian Majuan decided not to trouble him further and quickly vanished. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's account, tears welled in Yin Song's eyes and a sob escaped his lips, filled with a complex mixture of emotions. "A Shui, why must you endure such suffering?" A flicker of anguish crossed Yin Song's youthful features. So her name was a Shui. Jiang Yu mused to himself, realizing that this name indeed resonated with the identity of the Bingtian Majuan. Much like how the human name of the Blue Silver Emperor was Yin, simple and straightforward. "Mr. Yin Song," Jiang Yu inquired curiously, "what is your relationship with the Bingtian Majuan?" Although he had all but confirmed Yin Song's romantic involvement with the Bingtian Majuan, such matters required acknowledgement from the parties involved. With a sigh escaping his lips, Yin Song could not help but lament, "This is a long story." He then began to narrate the tale of his love with the Bingtian Majuan. Even though Jiang Yu had encountered the Bingtian Majuan and emerged unscathed from the extreme northern region, which suggested a fated connection between them, Yin Song felt no need to withhold any details, sharing everything with Jiang Yu. The story of Yin Song and the Bingtian Majuan, if overheard by others, would undoubtedly be deemed legendary. Yet, to Jiang Yu, it seemed rather commonplace. After all, he had heard countless tales, and stories of love between humans and soul beasts had grown tiresome, not to mention the classic tales of scholars and foxes falling in love. Such taboo romances across species were prevalent in the Douluo continent. Without delving into the distant past, he was well aware of the relationship between Tang Hao and the Blue Silver Emperor, who had even had a child. Yin Song's experiences were not extraordinary in his eyes. The tale is reminiscent of the classic narratives of Romeo and Juliet or Liang Shanbo and Zhuangtai. Shortly after Yin Song awakened his martial soul, he enrolled in a public soul master academy. Although his family background was modest, his martial soul talent was remarkable. He not only successfully awakened a powerful variant martial soul, but also possessed an astonishing innate soul power of level 9. This exceptional ability earned him the sole position of a working student in his village. Thus, Yin Song entered a Grand City's Soul Master Academy, where he encountered the woman he cherished most, unaware that she was no ordinary human. This woman was the Ice Empress, who had only recently taken human form and, in her quest for cultivation, had to integrate into human society. Fortunately, her disguise was convincing, and since she had not encountered any formidable foes beyond the title Douluo level, her true identity as a soul beast remained concealed. Furthermore, due to her extraordinary level, she swiftly gained admission to the Human Soul Master Academy. This marked the initial meeting between Yin Song and the Ice Empress, echoing the encounter between Tang San and Xiao Wu. Hence, Jiang Yu felt no surprise. The subsequent adventures of Yin Song and the Ice Empress, though fraught with peril, largely unfolded as a conventional narrative. Together, they ventured into the world, encountering bandit attacks, during which Yin Song desperately shielded the Ice Empress in his embrace. Ultimately, they jointly repelled the bandits, and a unique bond blossomed between them, transforming their relationship from mere classmates to trusted companions. From that moment on, they became inseparable, undertaking all endeavors together, and to their fellow students, they appeared as a young couple, with everyone believing they would marry after graduation. Chapter 191. love, and responsibility initially, the trajectory of their lives progressed smoothly. After graduating from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, Yin Song and the Ice Empress celebrated their wedding, officially becoming husband and wife. They then embarked on adventures across the continent, deepening their bond with each passing trial. During this time, Yin Song's cultivation experienced significant growth, reaching the title Douluo level, at which point they ceased their adventures. Upon acquiring their 8th spirit ring, Yin Song brought the Ice Empress to Fengshui City, knowing that a shui hailed from this locale, thus choosing it as their new home. It was during this period that the Songjing Distillery was established. Thanks to their brewing skills, the distillery quickly gained a stellar reputation and became the most renowned establishment in Fengshui City, marking a period of immense joy for Yin Song. However, the tranquility of Yin Song's life was shattered by a terrifying soul beast that suddenly emerged from the far north, invading Fengshui City. Upon entering the city, the beast unleashed a massacre, claiming the lives of hundreds of residents. Despite the presence of many powerful soul masters who ventured into the far north, the sheer terror exhibited by the beast caused them to retreat, paralyzed by fear and unwilling to confront its rampage. As more and more citizens fell victim to the beast, Yin Song could no longer remain passive. That night, shrouded in darkness, he stealthily made his way towards the beast's location. Yin Song had hoped to keep his actions hidden from his wife, but unbeknownst to him, the Ice Empress sensed his every move. Without hesitation and out of concern for her husband's safety, she followed him. Upon arriving at the site of the soul beast, Yin Song was met with a horrific scene of carnage. The ground was littered with corpses, each marked by blood and expressions of sheer terror. The perpetrator of this devastation lay there, peacefully slumbering, perhaps exhausted from its violent spree. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Song prepared to unleash his martial soul to eliminate the beast. However, as soon as he did, the creature awakened. Despite Yin Song's advancement to the title Douluo level, the beast proved formidable, swiftly overpowering him and forcing him into retreat, rendering him powerless. Unbeknownst to Yin Song, the soul beast he faced had existed for over 90,000 years, hoping to breach the limit of 100,000 years by harnessing human strength. Even with all his might, Yin Song, newly ascended to the title Douluo level, was no match for such an ancient creature. Just as he was on the brink of severe injury, the Ice Empress appeared, shielding him from a devastating blow. At that moment, she was merely at the Soul Sage level, her physical prowess superior to that of ordinary humans. Yet still, she suffered grievous harm from the beast's attack. Ultimately, she was compelled to employ her most potent abilities to frighten the beast into fleeing Fengshui City. However, this act unveiled her true identity as a soul beast. And in that moment, Yin Song realized that the woman he loved was not human, but a manifestation of a 100,000-year-old soul beast. A revelation that he found profoundly difficult to accept. Yin Song held particularly traditional views, and his hatred for soul beasts surpassed that of the average soul master. Thus, upon discovering the Ice Empress's true nature, he was plunged into a profound turmoil. Despite the deep affection between them, he could not reconcile the taboo of their cross-species relationship. The thought of sharing a bed with a soul beast sent waves of fear through him. Consequently, Yin Song severed ties with the Ice Empress, who departed Fengshui City that very night, returning desolately to the far north. From that day forth, she never reappeared in Fengshui City. And it was at that moment that the quality of the spirits brewed at Yin Song's distillery began to decline. Before long, it transformed from the city's premier distillery into an ordinary establishment. The once bustling crowds at its entrance dwindled to a quiet solitude, with only a few financially struggling adventurers occasionally visiting for a drink, drawn by the affordability of Yin Song's brews. Mr. Yin Song, Jiang Yu's gaze remained fixed on him, hoping to glean some emotion from his eyes. However, after a prolonged observation, she discerned no other sentiment, only a hint of regret. I can see that neither of you has forgotten the other. If love still lingers, you might consider seeking her in the far north. I believe she has been waiting for you. Jiang Yu's suggestion did not sway Yin Song. He merely shook his head, having no intention of journeying to the far north. How could a human unite with a soul beast? Yin Song asserted obstinately. History is replete with bloody lessons. Those who are not of my kind are bound to harbor different intentions. Humans and soul beasts are inherently adversaries. Although I suffer greatly from my separation from Shui, the union of humans and soul beasts defies all logic, and I cannot betray my principles. Yin Song's voice rose suddenly, resonating throughout the entire distillery. Humans are humans, And soul beasts are soul beasts. Even if a soul beast takes human form, its essence remains that of a soul beast. Yin Song, though deeply enamored with the Ice Empress, did not lose his rationality. Upon discovering a Shue's true identity, he suppressed his profound feelings. While he often reminisced about the beautiful moments shared with the Ice Empress, he understood that their relationship could never return to its former intimacy. The seeds of estrangement had already been sown, making it impossible for them to regain their previous closeness. Rather than prolonging this torment, he deemed it better to bring this ill-fated connection to an end. Observing the resolute expression on Yin Song's face, Jiang felt at a loss for how to counsel him. After all, matters of the heart are best decided by the individuals involved, despite the advice of others. Jiang could discern that, while Mr. Yin Song appeared firm in his decision, he was inwardly tormented. The Ice Empress was, after all, the woman he cherished most. Even though their love was hindered by the barriers of their races, Yin Song's feelings remained undiminished, intensifying instead. Unfortunately, he was no longer a child. He had many responsibilities to consider. Thus, Yin Song resolutely established distance from the Ice Empress. In this regard, he was markedly different from Tang Hao. While Yin Song lacked the reckless abandon that characterized the love-devoted Douluo, Jiang understood his stance. Such taboo affections across racial divides were not universally accepted, and Yin Song's actions were justifiable, for the world encompasses more than mere love. Yin Song seemed disinclined to dwell further on the Ice Empress, and, lifting 2 wine glasses filled with a milky liquid exuding a rich aroma, he spoke. Little brother, this is the first time I have shared my secret with anyone. For some reason, you evoke a rather special feeling in me, which could be considered a form of fate. Let's set aside matters of romance for now and enjoy a drink together. He handed a glass to Jiang, his laughter ringing clear. Men often conceal their sorrows, maintaining a facade of calm even as they weep in solitude at night. Cheers, Jiang said, choosing not to elaborate further. Some things need no words. A single drink suffices to convey all that is unspoken. He took a sip. A unique flavor enveloped his palate. Astonishingly, the drink possessed a taste akin to fresh milk, smooth and not at all bitter. He marveled at how brilliantly Mr. Yin Song had combined milk and alcohol, recognizing him as quite an ingenious individual. This wine is indeed remarkable, Jiang praised. Of course, Yin Song beamed with pride. This is my newly crafted brew. You're the first to sample it. I believe no one on Douluo has ever thought to merge milk with wine. This is a groundbreaking invention. Yin Song felt a sense of accomplishment, proving his unique talent in brewing. Though he could not rival a Shui in traditional winemaking, he had carved out a niche for himself, creating several distinctive varieties of wine that earned him the title of master brewer. Since a Shui's departure, he had devoted all his energy to brewing, and thus, the praise for his wine filled him with exhilaration. Have you named this wine? Jiang inquired with curiosity. Indeed, I have. It shall be called. Yin Song elongated his words for dramatic effect, reminiscent of a singing competition director, unnecessarily prolonging what could have been a simple statement. Jiang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, surprised by Yin Song's playful demeanor. Finally, Yin Song proclaimed, "This wine shall be named Yin Song Pai Nai Pai." "A fitting name indeed," Jiang replied. "Another glass, if you please." As soon as he finished speaking, Yin Song cheerfully poured him another glass, filling it generously. Thus, the two of them commenced their drinking, quickly consuming several glasses of Nai Pai, which fortunately had a low alcohol content, akin to rice wine. For Jiang this level of alcohol was inconsequential. Although he seldom drank, his physique had transcended that of ordinary humans since cultivating the Hongmeng Ziki Dao. Even potent spirits could not intoxicate him. After downing over 10 glasses, Yin Song grew increasingly impressed by Jiang. While he felt a slight buzz, Jiang, appearing unaffected, seemed as if he were merely drinking water. "Come, Mr. Yin Song, let's continue drinking," Jiang exclaimed, raising his glass once more, prompting Yin Song to plead for mercy, unable to keep up with such consumption. Noticing Yin Song's demeanor, Jiang chose not to press him further and continued drinking on his own. Eventually, after an indeterminate time, Jiang felt sufficiently sated and set his glass down, signaling the end of his drinking session. As he prepared to take his leave, Yin Song retrieved a blue token from his pocket, inscribed with the characters Song Jing. "Take this token. It will grant you free access to my establishment for drinks whenever you desire," Yin Song generously offered. This token was crafted by a renowned blacksmith in the city, and only a select few received it, those whom he deemed worthy of his friendship. Seeing the token's inscription reminded Jiang Yu of a teacher from his past, a mentor to many youth. Thus, the name of Yin Tsang's tavern felt particularly endearing, evoking fond memories of his time on Blue Star. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu accepted the token, placing it within his soul guide. After expressing his gratitude, he turned and pushed open the door, walking away from the tavern. Upon arriving at the hotel, Jiang Yu inquired at the front desk about Shui Bing'er and her companions. The youthful and vibrant receptionist quickly checked the records and confirmed that Shui Bing'er and the others had not left, but were waiting for him in the hotel. Receiving this information, Jiang Yu promptly headed towards Shui Bing'er's room. Upon reaching the door, he knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Is it you, Yatu? Wait a moment. I'm changing clothes. Came a familiar voice from within. Changing clothes? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Shui Bing'er to be in the midst of changing. Realizing that this was not the appropriate time to seek her out, he prepared to leave, but just then, he heard the sound of the door unlocking. The door swung open, revealing Shui Bing'er in all her grace. Yu Yatu, you arrived at the perfect time. Please help me with my zipper. Shui Bing'er's flawless back was fully exposed to Jiang Yu, her skin more delicate and smooth than fresh snow, radiating allure. Clearly unaware that the person at the door was Jiang Yu, Shui Bing'er turned her back without glancing at him, assuming it was Shui Yuer. After all, outside of herself and Shui Wu, no one else knocked on her door, and Shui Wu always announced herself before entering. It is precisely for this reason that Shui Bing'er found herself misunderstanding the situation. Well then, Jiang Yu awkwardly chuckled, if you do not mind. I could lend you a hand. Chapter 193. A naive man. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's voice, Shui Bing'er immediately turned around, and upon seeing his unwavering gaze fixed upon her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Alarmed, she hastily stepped back and eagerly shut the door. How utterly embarrassing! Shui Bing'er reached up to touch her burning face, her mind flashing back to the earlier scene. Aside from her father, this was the first time another man had seen her bareback. Reflecting on the earlier events at the Shengong, a peculiar emotion stirred within her. It is often said that a girl's first experience is the most memorable, and Shui Bing'er was no exception. Though she appeared aloof, her heart burned with passion. The icy exterior was merely a shield she employed for self-protection. Those who truly interacted with her would discover that her inner self was no different from that of an ordinary girl, possessing a unique charm that set her apart. Who would have thought he would return at this moment? Shui Bing'er's feelings were tumultuous. She felt both shy and relieved that Jiang Yu had returned safely. After all, the extreme north was fraught with danger, and Jiang Yu's solo venture into the core area was as perilous as a duel between a low-level soul master and a titled Douluo, if not more so. It is said that the extreme north is home to soul beasts that have existed for 100,000 years, whose strength far surpasses that of ordinary titled Douluo. If a newly appointed titled Douluo like Douluo were to encounter a 100,000-year soul beast in the extreme north, he would surely be overwhelmed, likely unable to put up any resistance. That Jiang Yu emerged unscathed from the core area of the extreme north was nothing short of remarkable, an achievement even beyond the reach of most titled Douluo, and it was astonishing that a mere child had accomplished such a feat. As for whether there would be others to follow in his footsteps, Shui Bing'er could not say. However, at this moment, Jiang Yu's accomplishment was unparalleled among novice soul masters across the continent. Confronted with such a talented young man, Shui Bing'er found herself irresistibly drawn to him. Moreover, with his striking good looks, if she were to create a ranking of handsome men on Douluo continent, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly claim the top spot. This was not mere favoritism. Shui Bing'er had yet to encounter any man who could rival Jiang Yu's appearance, not even those who came close. It is worth noting that she did not hail from an ordinary family, and her status afforded her a broader perspective. She had seen countless nobles and talented youths. Yet in comparison to Jiang Yu, they appeared as mere refuse. In contrast to Shui Bing'er's complex emotions, Jiang Yu stood outside the door unfazed. Since arriving on Douluo continent, he had interacted with various girls. During his time at the Wuhuan Palace, he was attended to by different maidservants even while bathing, with new faces each day, none of whom were repetitive, and each more enchanting than the last. Additionally, he often slept with exquisite beauties like Hulaina in his arms. Thus, Shui Bing'er's exposed back was hardly a concern. He felt no embarrassment. Jiang Yu stood confidently at the door, awaiting Shui Bing'er's emergence, for his presence was merely coincidental. While Jiang Yu waited, a rustling sound emanated from within the room, suggesting that Shui Bing'er was changing her clothes. It seemed she recognized that the earlier outfit required someone's assistance to wear, prompting her to select a different one. However, Shui Bing'er took longer to change than anticipated, even slower than the average girl. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu's patience was commendable. He remained still and composed, showing no signs of impatience. For Jiang Yu, this was a form of cultivation. Many soul masters focus solely on enhancing their abilities, neglecting the refinement of their character. Such soul masters could never ascend to the pinnacle of their craft. In contrast to others, Jiang Yu placed considerable emphasis on mental fortitude, particularly in resisting the allure of female soul masters, an area in which he possessed ample experience. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sounds within the room finally ceased, and the door swung open once more. Shui Bing'er emerged, adorned in a flowing water blue gown, the deep V neckline revealing a hint of her fair skin. Any more would have been too revealing, while any less would have been overly modest. Everything was perfectly poised to captivate a man's attention. Especially striking was the gown's hem, which barely brushed her calves, while a thick layer of black stockings adorned her legs, accented by tiny diamonds that added a unique flair to the ensemble. Dazzling yet elegant, the attire transformed Shui Bing'er's aura entirely. If she had not been breathtaking at first glance before, now she resembled a radiant star, drawing the gaze of countless admirers. Even with Jiang Yu's discerning taste honed from extensive interactions, he could not help but acknowledge that Shui Bing'er appeared more stunning than ever. He found himself admiring her without a hint of predation, his gaze devoid of the hunger typical of others. Jiang Yu's eyes were pure, akin to encountering something beloved, filled only with profound appreciation. Noticing Jiang Yu's unwavering gaze, Shui Bing'er initially felt a flicker of irritation. How could he stare at her so openly, devoid of any sense of propriety? However, upon realizing that his expression bore no ulterior motives, her heart gradually calmed. Jiang Yu was indeed unlike other men. While others regarded her with an overwhelming sense of possession, Jiang Yu's eyes were clear and untainted, lacking any impurities. Lost in his autumn-like gaze, Shui Bing'er felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. She even felt a pang of guilt for her earlier misunderstanding of him. This outfit suits you remarkably well. Just as Shui Bing'er was engulfed in self-reproach, Jiang Yu's magnetic voice reached her ears. Did I hear that correctly? Shui Bing'er was taken aback, pleasantly surprised that he had praised her. This was her first time receiving such a compliment from Jiang Yu. Although she often received flattery from other boys, Jiang Yu's words ignited a unique thrill within her. Chapter 194. Wei Cheng in Shui Bing'er's memory. Jiang Yu had never complimented a girl before, so his admiration for her outfit today brought her unexpected joy. Could we perhaps continue this conversation inside? Noticing Shui Bing'er lingering at the doorway, Jiang Yu could not help but inquire, surely we cannot remain outside indefinitely. Some discussions are far more convenient within. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's suggestion, Shui Bing'er's cheeks flushed a bright red. He wanted to enter her room. What could he possibly intend? Should she allow him in? It would be inappropriate to keep him standing outside. However, what if she let him in and... Shui Bing'er found herself caught in a dilemma. I am preparing to return to the Tiandou Empire, and would like to inquire if any of you wish to accompany me. Perhaps sensing Shui Bing'er's apprehensions, Jiang Yu's voice resonated with clarity. It appears I misjudged the situation. How could my thoughts wander there? Shui Bing'er. Shui Bing'er felt a twinge of shame. To prevent Jiang Yu from noticing her discomfort, she hastily invited him into her quarters. Subsequently, Jiang Yu and Shui Bing'er devised a route back to the Tiandou Empire. Since Luna remained in Douluo City, Jiang Yu needed to fetch her before they could return together to the Tiandou Empire. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's reasoning, Shui Bing'er's expression noticeably soured. The fact that Jiang Yu intended to pick up a female companion from Douluo City instilled in her a sense of unease. Unbeknownst to Shui Bing'er, she was experiencing jealousy, having developed an unconscious affection for Jiang Yu. In a secluded part of Douluo, the soul-hunting forest lay shrouded in the stillness of night. Contrary to expectations, the forest, which should have been under strict surveillance, welcomed an unexpected visitor. The warriors guarding the entrance of the spirit hall initially intended to drive him away. For the rules of the spirit hall strictly prohibited soul masters from entering the soul-hunting forest at night, a measure taken for their safety, as the forest was perilous after dark. Human soul masters' vision would be severely impaired at night, while the soul beasts within the forest were largely unaffected by the darkness. Their senses were significantly more acute than those of ordinary soul masters, which is why the spirit hall mandated this decree. Halt! A towering warrior clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear, raised his weapon towards the enigmatic visitor, commanding him to stop. The forest is closed. Entry is forbidden. If you wish to hunt soul beasts, you must wait until morning. The mysterious figure, draped in a black cloak, was entirely obscured, rendering his visage indistinguishable, making it difficult for the warriors to gauge his expression. They tightened their grips on their spears, adopting a unified stance for attack should the stranger make a move. However, the mysterious figure refrained from any unnecessary actions. Instead, he retrieved a medallion from his pocket. As it caught the light, the towering warrior gradually discerned the inscriptions and designs upon it. "Greetings, my lord. I was unaware of your arrival. Please forgive my ignorance." The towering warrior promptly knelt, prompting the others to follow suit. As it was customary to mimic their leader's actions, they were left puzzled by the identity of this mysterious figure and the significance of the medallion that commanded such respect from their captain. "Rise," the mysterious figure commanded. His voice, although seemingly aged, bore an underlying youthful tone. "I wish to enter and hunt for soul rings. I kindly ask for your assistance." His polite demeanor, devoid of any condescension, endeared him to the warriors, even prompting the captain to admire his approachable nature. As the captain, Wei Cheng, recognized the value of the medallion in the mysterious figure's possession, he no longer obstructed his entry into the soul-hunting forest. Soon, Wei Cheng instructed his subordinates to remove the surrounding barriers and respectfully invited the mysterious figure inside, intending to lead a select few to ensure his safety. However, unexpectedly, the mysterious figure declined Wei Cheng's offer and ventured into the forest alone. The soul-hunting forest at night was significantly colder than during the day, and the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. However, the mysterious figure appeared well prepared. He extracted a cylindrical device from his pocket, removed its metallic cap, and a brilliant light emanated from within. Inside was a luminous crystal, radiating warmth and brightness, illuminating the area for miles around. With the glowing crystal in hand, the mysterious figure no longer had to worry about visibility. After walking several hundred meters and confirming that he was not being followed, he lifted the hem of his black cloak, revealing his true identity, Jiang. Indeed, the mysterious figure was Jiang in disguise. He was supposed to travel to Luo City with Shui Bing'er and her two sisters, but upon hearing that the area was rich in fire attribute soul beasts, he decided to keep his intentions hidden and ventured to the soul-hunting forest during the night. After traversing several hundred meters and encountering only 10-year soul beasts along the way, which Jiang deemed unworthy, he pressed further into the depths of the forest. Gradually, he began to encounter numerous century-old soul beasts, including the mid-tier earth fire lizard, which appeared to be around 500 years old. However, it was not suitable for Jiang, who had become discerning after his experience with the Bing by Di Huang scorpion. His objective was a 10,000-year soul beast. He had learned that this soul-hunting forest was the largest in the surrounding provinces, home to even 10,000-year soul beasts. Given Jiang's current constitution, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring posed no challenge for him, as he had already endured the soul impact from the Bing by Di Huang scorpion. What could mere 10,000-year soul beasts possibly present as a challenge? As Jiang ventured deeper into the forest, he encountered an increasing number of 1,000-year soul beasts. Their aggressiveness surpassed that of the century-old ones. After several encounters and battles, Jiang ultimately triumphed over the 1,000-year soul beasts, showcasing his strength. Just as he defeated a 1,000-year fire wolf, a crimson flash zipped through the air, and Jiang distinctly heard the sound of wings flapping. Before he could fully comprehend the sight, the flash darted ahead at incredible speed, nearly outpacing his vision. Chapter 195. Heir of the Fire God Jiang instinctively felt that the crimson flash contained the soul beast he sought. Ignoring the 1,000-year fire wolf at his feet, he swiftly pursued the flash ahead. Although the flash moved rapidly, Jiang was not to be underestimated. Despite not surpassing its speed, he remained firmly on its trail. The flash seemed to have a purpose, its flight path intricate and winding. Jiang adjusted his direction accordingly to avoid losing ground. After approximately half an hour, the flash finally came to a halt, allowing Jiang to discern its true form. To his astonishment, the flash revealed a large insectoid soul beast, significantly larger than typical insects, measuring over a meter long. Its eyes were a vivid red, and it bore a pair of fiery red antennae flanking its cheeks. Its body was robust, adorned with a circle of golden fur around its upper body and 4 small golden legs. Its abdomen was red, while the exterior was a pale blue. Additionally, it possessed 4 pairs of fiery red wings on its back, with golden spots scattered across its wings and abdomen. It was the fire god insect. Jiang Yu instantly recognized the soul beast ahead, deducing from its appearance that this Hushengchong had existed for at least 10,000 years. Each time a Hushengchong breaks through to a significant stage, it grows an additional pair of wings, 2 pairs after a century, 3 pairs after a millennium, and so forth. For pairs of wings signify that its cultivation has surpassed 10,000 years. The Hushengchong is no ordinary soul beast. Its ability to reach 10,000 years illustrates its exceptional talent. It may have even awakened the bloodline derived from the fire god. Although the fire god bloodline within it is limited, it remains pure, granting it immense power over flames. Among fire attribute soul beasts, it is a renowned entity and the most formidable ruler within the hunting soul forest. However, at this moment, its expression bore a hint of gravity, as if it were deep in thought. Soon, the answer to its contemplation would reveal itself. A figure ablaze with fierce flames rushed towards the Hushengchong. It was a large, crimson bird with a sharply pointed forehead adorned with a tufted horn. Its back radiated a vibrant red, while its belly predominantly displayed yellow. Its wing tips and tail feathers were black. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the patterns on its wings, back, and belly closely resembled flames. Moreover, this bird exceeded 1 meter in size. The Jiang. Jiang Yu pondered the direction of the sky. According to the records of the Wuhuan Temple, the Hushengchong and the Jiang are notorious adversaries. Typically, avian soul beasts are the natural enemies of insectoid soul beasts, suggesting that the Hushengchong should not stand a chance against the Jiang. Yet, the Hushengchong was different, bolstered by its fire god bloodline. It exhibited no fear of avian soul beasts. The Jiang, also a fire attribute soul beast, had become the chosen opponent of the Hushengchong. Each Hushengchong selects a Jiang as its rival, akin to human soul masters who grow stronger through the challenges posed by their foes. Jiang Yu was not mistaken. The 2 soul beasts ahead were indeed long-standing rivals, engaging in combat each time they transcended their cultivation limits. The Jiang ahead possessed talent far superior to its kin, and even with the presence of the fire god bloodline, the Hushengchong found no advantage in battle. The moment the 2 soul beasts encountered each other, a powerful battle intent ignited, intensifying their respective auras. The Jiang initiated the assault. No, it should be said it was set to dominate the insect. With a powerful flap of its wings, it charged fiercely towards the Hushengchong, flames erupting around its body in a tempestuous blaze. The crimson flames illuminated the pitch-black night sky. The elemental fire controlled by the Jiang was remarkably potent, with the surrounding flames even tinged with hints of purple. It was no wonder it could contend with the Hushengchong. Jiang Yu speculated that this particular Jiang likely possessed the bloodline of a phoenix, possibly exhibiting a retrogressive phenomenon, thus commanding flames stronger than the average Jiang, enabling it to rival the Hushengchong. After all, the flames wielded by the phoenix are among the few capable of contending with the divine fire of the fire god. Clearly, the talent of the Jiang before him was no less than that of the Hushengchong. This battle promised to be quite captivating. Jiang Yu crouched low, observing the clash ahead. With the cover of plants, he felt no concern about being detected by the soul beasts. At this moment, Jiang Yu was in no hurry to intervene. As the saying goes, when the clam and the heron contend, the fisherman benefits. Regardless of which soul beast emerged victorious, they would ultimately become his prey. As the Jiang charged forward, the Hushengchong remained unperturbed by its attack, exhibiting remarkable composure as it retaliated. A surge of powerful flame erupted from within it, rapidly coalescing into a massive, fiery shield. The Hushengchong did not cease its movements. Its wings continued to beat vigorously, scattering scales and powder that transformed into sparks upon leaving its body. This was the Hushengchong's innate soul skill, Innate. This skill, remarkable in both offense and defense, was virtually flawless, serving as both a protective barrier and possessing formidable attacking capabilities. The sparks were more powerful than those of Tongmen's concealed weapons, shattering even the stones beneath them. The area struck by the sparks instantly ignited into a sea of flames, roaring with intensity. Although these sparks appeared lightweight, they carried considerable weight, and when combined with their potent fiery energy, they represented a rare soul skill. Jiang Yu could not help but feel envious. This Hushengchong's soul skill was exceptionally suited for him. Should he acquire its innate skill, both his offensive and defensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. The Jiang seemed to recognize the might of the Innate, promptly abandoning its reckless charge. Its speed matched that of the Hushengchong. enabling it to evade the sparks just before they struck. Subsequently, the Jiang adjusted its trajectory, creating distance between itself and the Huishenchong. Having battled several times, both soul beasts were keenly aware of each other's skills and weaknesses. Although the Huolin was formidable, it was not without its drawbacks. Distance constituted one such flaw. The attack range of those sparks was limited to approximately 100 meters, necessitating the Jiang to retreat. By increasing the distance, the threat posed by the Huishenchong's soul skill would diminish significantly. Before long, the Jiang reached the 100-meter mark, and then it flapped its wings, releasing fiery red feathers that shot forward with great speed, igniting in a blaze as they flew towards the Huishenchong. The burning feathers resembled sharp, hidden weapons hurtling towards the Huishenchong. Unfortunately, the defensive power of the Huolin was exceedingly formidable. Even the Jiang's razor-sharp feathers could not breach its defenses. However, the Jiang appeared unfazed, seemingly possessing a profound understanding of the Huishenchong's strength. Indeed, in this world, one's greatest insights often come not from friends, but from one's adversaries. The Huishenchong and Jiang had battled numerous times and were well acquainted with each other. The Jiang's actions were merely intended to distract the Huishenchong, preventing it from interrupting the activation of its innate soul skill. At the moment it released its feathers, the Jiang prepared itself. Flames surged within it, and to completely vanquish the Huishenchong, it even resorted to unleashing its primal fire. Soon, the flames enveloping the Jiang began to constrict, becoming so contained that the outside world could scarcely detect its intense heat, as if it were non-existent. Jiang understood that the true contest was only just beginning. This was the Jiang's genuine prowess. Although the flames were not as potent as before, their very restraint rendered them all the more terrifying. The ability to control flames to such an extent indicated the extraordinary talent of the Jiang. This battle promised to be a spectacle. Concealed within the brush, Jiang could not help but murmur. Although the overall talent of the Jiang was slightly inferior to that of the Huishenchong, it was evident that the one before him was a genius within its lineage, its power rivaling that of the Huishenchong. This is akin to the Lan Yin Chao. The ordinary Lan Yin Chao may be regarded as the most rudimentary soul beast. Yet once it evolves into the realm of the Lan Yin Huang, it can rival the most elite of soul beasts, proving itself no less formidable than the powerful ones. In truth, the Huijianchong, which stands in competition with the Huijian, indeed belongs to the lineage of sovereigns, harboring within it the potent bloodline of the Huijian Huang. As the flames enveloping the Huijian became more restrained, their hue began to transform, with a deep crimson flame giving way to a tinge of orange, gradually expanding until it dominated half of its form. A broad smile graced the Huijian's face. This primordial fire was no ordinary flame. Even with a trace of the fire god's bloodline, how could the Huijianchong pose a challenge? The Huijian remained confident in its ability to vanquish the Huijianchong, thereby affirming its own worth. Swiftly, it charged towards the Huijianchong, activating its innate soul skill, Shenniao Chongfeng. This soul skill allowed the Huijian to convert all its energy into offensive power, and coupled with the might of its primordial fire, it was more than sufficient to contend against typical 20,000-year-old soul beasts. Overcoming challenges beyond its level was merely a matter of course. The Huijian's speed was astonishing, surpassing even that of a meteor, and even Jiang struggled to keep pace with its velocity. In the blink of an eye, the Huijian collided with the Huijianchong, shattering the latter's Huolin. The tremendous force reverberated through the Huijianchong's body, sending it tumbling for dozens of meters. Blood gushed from the corners of the Huijianchong's mouth. It was evident that the Huijian's strike had inflicted significant harm, but the most alarming aspect was the primordial fire engulfing its form, emanating a powerful energy that consumed its very being, leaving the Huijianchong in a state of shock. It had not anticipated such a formidable trump card from the Huijian, and even it found the primordial fire somewhat daunting. Observing the Huijianchong spewing blood, the Huijian did not relent in its assault. Although its Shenniao Chongfeng was impressive, it could not be sustained for long. Moreover, this soul skill also bore a backlash on the user. Thus, it was imperative for it to conclude the battle swiftly, defeating the Huijianchong before it could mount a counterattack. The Huijian charged directly towards the Huijianchong, and in response, the Huijianchong, ignoring everything else, suppressed its injuries and reacted swiftly. If the opponent possessed a hidden card, How could it be without one? A powerful aura erupted from within, and violet flames ignited around the Huajin Chong, coalescing into a long sword. The innate soul skill, Jianwu, was activated. A 9-meter-long sword of fire elements danced in the air, the surrounding atmosphere becoming searingly hot, and as the sword twirled, boundless flames surged forth. This was the Huajin Chong's ace. Witnessing the formidable soul skill before him, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel envious. Should he obtain the soul ring from the Huajin Chong, his Qishao Jian will be able to harness the Jianwu soul skill. The Jianwu unleashed by the Qishao Jian would undoubtedly be even more powerful, and Jiang Yu longed to rush forward and slay the Huajin Chong. However, he restrained his impulses. This was not the opportune moment for him to act. When both soul beasts were locked in a state of mutual destruction, that would be his cue to intervene. Sensing the immense power of Jianwu, the Huajin K's expression turned grave, yet once its Shun Niao Chong phone was initiated, it cannot be halted. The Huajin K pressed forward resolutely. The colossal flame sword struck down towards the Huajin K, and soon, the two forces clashed violently. Dense smoke rapidly enveloping an area of 100 meters. The searing flames cascaded like rain to the ground, igniting the Lan Yin Chao beneath. These ordinary Lan Yin Chao were utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of flames and were quickly incinerated, leaving behind a barren expanse where vibrant greenery once thrived, revealing the yellow earth beneath. Both soul beasts sustained injuries from this confrontation. The Huajin K's body was pierced by the flame sword, plummeting painfully to the ground. The Huajin Chong could no longer maintain its soul skill, and a massive flame sword disintegrated. In this clash, both soul beasts suffered grievous wounds, with no victor emerging. However, the Huajin Chong remained oblivious to this, and upon seeing the Huajin K sprawled on the ground, emitting cries of anguish, it displayed a jubilant expression, convinced of its superior skill in this confrontation. Though the damage inflicted upon the Huajin Chong was substantial and it had lost a great deal of strength after executing Jianwu, it deemed the outcome worthwhile. For the Huajin K was now devoid of any capacity for resistance. Observing both soul beasts lying on the ground, Jiang Yu recognized that it was time for him to make his move. Calmly, he emerged from the thicket, no longer concealing his own aura. The Huajin Chong immediately sensed Jiang Yu's presence, and a wave of shock washed over it. After engaging in a protracted battle with the Huajin K, it had failed to detect the presence of a human in the vicinity. The sudden emergence of a human aura was disconcerting, instilling a sense of fear within it. This newcomer could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Chapter 197, Dihua. Upon catching sight of Jiang Yu, the Huajin Chong's face instantly registered astonishment. It had not anticipated that the human before it was merely a child, which was utterly inconceivable. The Huajin Chong could not help but be taken aback. It was aware that it was a 10,000-year-soul beast, yet it had failed to detect Jiang Yu's presence, a feat even the Soul Kings among humans could not achieve. Yet this young boy had managed to do so. Gazing at the fallen Huajin Chong, Jiang Yu refrained from uttering a word and promptly unleashed the Qishao Jian. The resplendent sword emerged, causing both the Huajin Chong and the nearby Huajin K to tremble uncontrollably. The fiery aura emanating from the Qishao Jian instilled a profound fear within them. Both soul beasts were high-ranking fire attribute entities, particularly the Huajin Chong, which housed within it the noble bloodline of the fire god. Yet, they were still taken aback by the Qishao Jian. The Huajin Chong had encountered numerous fire attribute soul masters, and decades prior, it had even clashed with a powerful soul king. That female soul master possessed an incredibly alluring figure, unparalleled among human women. However, her prowess surpassed even her beauty. Her fire dragon martial spirit was ferocious. And even with the Huajin Chong's fire god bloodline, it could not prevail against her. This was one of the rare instances where the Huajin Chong faced defeat, and thankfully, it had been astute enough to flee before the fiery dragon lady fully unleashed her fury. Yet, the Huajin Chong had not anticipated encountering another soul master wielding such a formidable fire attribute martial spirit. The sword in the hands of the young boy before it emanated an intimidation that far surpassed that of the fiery dragon lady. As Jiang Yu's steps drew nearer, an overwhelming sense of crisis surged within the Huajin Chong. It had initially believed that after dispatching the Huajin K, it could consume its essence and augment its own power. Little did it know that a human would intervene. I could not feel vexed. The cunning boy before it was attempting to reap the benefits of another's toil. It could not allow him to succeed. The Huajin Chong would not sit idly by, despite being somewhat worn from its battle with the Huojian. It still unleashed its soul skill in response, a surge of violet flames erupting from its mouth. Although this flame was not as potent as the one previously unleashed, it was more than sufficient to compel ordinary soul master experts to retreat. However, Jiang is not an ordinary soul master. As the singular genius of Douluo possessing 3 life martial souls, his prowess is unparalleled among typical soul masters. Even without cultivating the Hongmeng Ziki Dao, with the soul rings of the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Jiang surpasses all other prodigious soul masters. Confronted by the purple flames, Jiang did not falter. He raised the Qishao sword and fiercely swung it towards the impending flames. A brilliant golden flame erupted from the sword, and the imperial might of the Qishao sword pressed down upon the Huotian insect. The immense pressure, felt even by this millennia-old soul beast with divine bloodline, caused it to tremble in fear. The might contained within the Qishao sword was utterly terrifying, inducing an illusion within the Huotian insect that even the fire god's aura could not compare. This was the first time it had ever felt such a sensation. As the splendid golden flames intertwined with the purple fire, they swiftly consumed the flames emanating from within the Huotian insect. Clearly, the purple flames were inferior to the imperial fire of the Qishao sword. After all, although the Huotian insect possessed the bloodline of the fire god, it was not abundant. Moreover, even the fire god's Tianyin divine fire was merely a high-grade fire. While Jiang imperial fire might currently be somewhat lacking compared to the Tianyin divine fire, the Huotian insect was not the true fire god. The flames within it did not even meet the standard of supreme fire. So how could it possibly compete with Jiang imperial fire? Before long, the purple flames were consumed by the imperial fire, which burned ever more fiercely as it surged towards the Huotian insect. Soon, the flames enveloped the body of the Huotian insect. Although it had reached the level of a millennia-old soul beast, it had already expended most of its strength in the battle against the Huojian Quebec additionally. Its adversary was none other than Jiang, the undisputed number 1 genius of Douluo. Enveloped in the imperial fire, the Huotian insect began to struggle. But it was a futile effort. Jiang remained undeterred and thrust the Qishao sword towards the Huotian insect. Moments later, this formidable millennia-old soul beast collapsed to the ground. And not long after, a circle of shimmering black soul rings burst forth from its body, hovering above it. Jiang did not rush to absorb the soul ring, for he was aware that the Huojian was still nearby. Although it had lost in the skirmish against the Huotian insect, it was still a millennia-old soul beast. The process of absorbing a soul ring was of utmost importance and could not be interrupted. Thus, Jiang had to exercise caution and eliminate the threat posed by the Huojian Quebec. After dispatching the Huojian in a similar manner, a black millennia-old soul ring emerged from its body, its hue no less impressive than that of the Huotian insect's soul ring. However, Jiang had made his decision. In comparison, the soul ring of the Huotian insect was far more alluring, while the Huojian was not weak. Its innate soul skills were evidently inferior to those of the Huotian insect. Consequently, Jiang promptly dismissed the radiant black soul ring. He then approached the location of the Huotian insect, sat cross-legged, and summoned the black soul ring to encircle his body. The black millennia-old soul ring, drawn by Jiang will, began to glide towards him. Soon, the vast energy within the soul ring surged into Jiang body. The impact generated by the millennia-old soul ring being at least tenfold that of a 1,000-year soul ring. This was why soul masters needed to cultivate their soul power to the level of Soul King before they could absorb a millennia-old soul ring. However, Jiang was different. His physical constitution far surpassed that of ordinary soul masters, even eclipsing that of many titled Douluos. Moreover, after absorbing the soul rings from the million-year soul ring and the Ice Emperor Scorpion, Jiang mental strength had been significantly enhanced. Thus, the impact of the millennia-old soul ring posed no threat to him. As Jiang had anticipated, the Huotian insect did not relent. It attempted to launch a soul attack towards Jiang consciousness using the energy from the soul ring. In the face of the Huotian insect's counterattack, Jiang remained remarkably composed. If he was unperturbed by the assault of the Ice Heaven Demoness, a 10,000-year mental-type soul beast, how could he possibly be intimidated by the Huotian insect? Jiang paid little heed to the mental assault inflicted by the Huotian insect. It merely tickled him. Gosing no harm whatsoever. The Huotian insect soon grew incredibly frustrated. No matter how it attacked, Jiang stood resolute, waves of soul shocks seemingly ineffective. Instead, the energy from a Huashan insect was absorbed by Jiang, and its attacks diminished in threat. Jiang merely felt a profound warmth within his body. The fiery energy contained within the Huashan insect was akin to a fledgling swallow returning to its nest. The once turbulent flames calmed upon entering Jiang body. Helplessly, the Huashan insect watched as its energy flowed towards Jiang. Regardless of its fury, it was powerless to stop it. Moments later, its soul-consolidated form began to collapse. Its body transformed into countless motes of light that entered Jiang consciousness. After absorbing the soul power of the Huashan insect, Jiang felt a surge in his mental strength, able to detect even the sound of ants moving within a 100-mile radius. Unbeknownst to him, his mental strength had already transcended to the realm of Linghai. However, the classification of mental strength was not documented even by the Spirit Hall. Only the Elven race understood the mysteries of mental power. They categorized mental strength into 7 levels: Lingyuan, Lingtong, Linghai, Lingyuan, Lingyu, Xinyuan, and Xinhuan. Generally, only a titled Douluo could potentially reach the level of Lingyu, and even then, they had to be among the elite. The average titled Douluo's mental strength typically only reached Lingyuan. Jiang, having just broken through to the rank of Soul Master, achieving Linghai with his mental strength, marked a first in the history of Douluo Dalu. However, it was only to be expected. As a transmigrator, Jiang mental strength was inherently superior to that of ordinary Soul Masters. Furthermore, he had absorbed the immense energy of the Tianming ice silkworm, a considerable portion of which had been sealed, but it was still sufficient for Jiang. He had also received nourishment from the Ice Emperor and several millennia-old soul beasts, making his breakthrough to Linghai unsurprising. Yet, Jiang was unaware that his mental strength had already reached the level comparable to a soul Douluo. He merely felt that his mental strength had grown stronger, which would aid him in battle. At last, the absorption was complete. Jiang could not help but stretch. Feeling revitalized after absorbing the soul ring from the Huashan insect, his entire state rejuvenated. He felt invigorated, even his physical stamina fully restored. As Jiang rose and prepared to leave the area, a sudden change occurred behind him, accompanied by a series of crackling sounds. Soon, 4 pairs of fiery red wings sprouted from his back, adorned with golden spots, gleaming magnificently. Jiang was momentarily taken aback, his face displaying profound astonishment. If his assumptions were correct, those 4 pairs of wings were the legendary external soul bone, second only to a 10,000-year soul bone. Heaven! This is indeed a coveted treasure yearned for by all soul masters. The value of a soul bone is self-evident. Even a single soul bone can incite great turmoil. Among all soul bones, the worth of an external soul bone is slightly inferior to that of a 100,000-year soul bone, yet for the majority of soul masters, the external soul bone holds greater significance than the 100,000-year variant. This is primarily because the 100,000-year soul bone can only be derived from a 100,000-year soul beast, a creature that even a titled Douluo would hesitate to provoke recklessly. In contrast, an external soul bone can potentially be produced by a 1,000-year soul beast, rendering it far more enticing to soul masters. It is akin to the unattainable goddess versus the approachable neighbor girl. While the goddess may be perfect, she is beyond the reach of most. Thus, it is more practical to seek out the neighbor girl, who, though not as flawless, is accessible. Moreover, external soul bones possess a distinct advantage over other soul bones in that their power can escalate in accordance with the host's strength, exhibiting a growth potential far superior to that of other soul bone types. The rarity of external soul bones is even more pronounced than that of a 100,000-year soul bone. Throughout the entirety of Douluo, only Tang San has acquired an external soul bone. Now, Jiang has obtained one as well, and the external soul bone he possesses is derived from a 10,000-year soul beast, surpassing Tang San's 1,000-year external soul bone in potency. The mere thought of this exhilarates Jiang. What of Tang San? Even if he wields the halo of the protagonist, he is not to be feared. He is still beneath Jiang heel. At this moment, Jiang mood is undeniably jubilant. Initially, he sought only to acquire the innate soul skill from the fire god insect. Yet unexpectedly, he has been graced with the delightful surprise of an external soul bone. In truth, the fire god insect did not intend for this to occur. It found itself in a rather vexing predicament. It had bested the fire rocket sparrow and was poised to absorb the energy from this long-standing rival, when Jiang intervened, reaping the benefits. The anger of the fire god insect is easily imagined, thus leading to Jiang Yu's acquisition of the external soul bone. For such treasures are only likely to drop when a soul beast harbors intense hatred. This is precisely why soul bones are so rare, unlike soul rings, which are guaranteed to appear from every soul beast. The emergence of soul bones is exceedingly infrequent. However, they possess an advantage that soul rings lack. A soul bone does not require the soul master to be the one to slay the soul beast for absorption. If a soul master obtains a soul bone but finds it incompatible with themselves, they may choose not to absorb it and may even sell it for any soul bone. Regardless of how ordinary, commands an exorbitant price and is often in high demand. Generally, however, soul masters seldom sell their soul bones, as possessing one is already a significant achievement, and they are unlikely to be choosy. Not to mention, the external soul bone Jiang Yu has acquired is something even titled Douluo's covet. Given the extreme rarity of external soul bones, it warrants a fitting name. Jiang Yu ponders the name for this extraordinary treasure. It must be something grand. After much contemplation, he finally arrives at a splendid designation: Fire God 8 Wings. Though the external soul bone was acquired from the fire god insect, it is aptly named after it, omitting the term insect for a more refined appeal. The 8 wings is easily understood, as this external soul bone boasts 8 wings. Thus it is settled. After determining the name of the external soul bone, Jiang Yu does not immediately absorb it, but opts instead to explore the capabilities of the fire god 8 Wings within the soul-hunting forest. Jiang Yu's intentions are commendable, yet they spell trouble for the soul beasts of the forest. To swiftly master the skills of the external soul bone, Jiang Yu must utilize soul beasts for experimentation. Naturally, he refrains from provoking 10,000-year soul beasts. While his current strength renders him unafraid, he prefers to avoid complications. The power of a 10,000-year soul beast is still formidable, and even should he emerge victorious, it would come at a cost. Furthermore, he currently has no need for a soul ring, as Jiang Yu does not intend to augment his sword with one at this moment. Given that the quality of the soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest is not particularly high, and creatures of the caliber of the fire god insect are scarce. Additionally, they are not suited to his attributes. Jiang Yu, wielding the fire god 8 Wings, soars through the darkened forest. Although the light is dim, the radiance emanating from his wings illuminates the surrounding area, alleviating any concerns regarding visibility. Not long into his flight, Jiang Yu spots a soul beast resting atop a great tree. It is a monkey with a vibrant red body, featuring 3 tufts of hair on its head that resemble flames, forming a mountain-like shape. Its ears are impressively large, reminiscent of flying discs. The monkey's neck is adorned with a thick golden mane that resembles a scarf, and this golden fur connects to 2 robust fire-red arms. Its fingers mirror those of a human, albeit in a fiery hue, and its bright red rear is notably larger than that of a human. The monkey's tail is unlike that of an ordinary monkey. Its fiery red tail is striking and exceptionally soft, especially the tuft of crimson fur at its tip, which evokes an irresistible urge to touch. However, Jiang Yu is well aware that the tail is not to be trifled with, as it is the source of the creature's flame energy. Should it be touched, that soft tail would emit intense sparks. This monkey is known as the Liaohuo, as documented in the Soul Beast Compendium, Spirit Monkey Edition. According to the text, the Liaohuo has a particular fondness for kiwi fruit, which seems to contain a unique substance that stimulates its internal flame energy, allowing it to burn into energy regardless of the quantity consumed. Consequently, the Liaohuo is known to collect kiwi fruit, ensuring that in its presence, this fruit is seldom found, as it has hoarded them all. Jiang Yu directs his gaze into the hollow of the tree, discovering an abundance of kiwi fruit, enough to fill the cavity to the brim. You shall do. Jiang Yu decides to practice on this Liaohuo, with a flourish of the fire god 8 Wings. Hundreds of sparks coalesce upon his wings before being sent flying towards the Liaohuo. The slumbering Liaohuo appears to sense something and suddenly opens its eyes. Instead of fleeing from the barrage of sparks, the Liaohuo swings its fiery red tail, leaping about with ease. The seemingly soft tail demonstrates formidable strength, effortlessly deflecting the searing sparks as though they were mere ping-pong balls, sustaining no damage and instead igniting even more fiercely. Jiang Yu remains patient. The Liaohuo possesses commendable strength, making it a worthy sparring partner. At that moment, the Liaohuo launched a counterattack, its tail coalescing into a massive fireball, which was suddenly hurled in the direction of Jiang Yu. The fireball sped forth with remarkable velocity, akin to a shooting star racing toward Jiang. However, Jiang was well prepared. The Liuho's assault was precisely in line with his intentions. He brandished his Huoshanba Yi, and the 8 fiery wings unfurled before him, enveloping his body within. It appeared as though he had transformed into a sphere suspended in midair, an astonishing feat defying the laws of gravity that would surely astonish any onlooker. Upon colliding with the winged sphere, the fireball failed to breach its defenses, and after a brief moment, it was rebuffed, while the crimson wings began to emanate flames outwardly. This phenomenon resembled the Huolin Duan, leading Jiang to conjecture that the soul bone skill of his Huoshanba was indeed akin to the Huolin Duan. Jiang held a profound satisfaction with this skill. The Huolin Duan was both offensive and defensive, boasting formidable protective capabilities alongside impressive striking power. The sparks shot rapidly toward the Liuho, leaving it overwhelmed and struggling to cope. At that moment, Jiang withdrew the defense of the Huoshanba and promptly unleashed the Qi Xiaojian. The third soul ring, radiating a rich black light, gradually illuminated, and the Qi Xiaojian in Jiang hand swiftly expanded, ultimately transforming into a colossal sword measuring 9 meters in length. A tremendous aura of flames swiftly radiated outward, with scorching golden flames blazing fervently. Sensing the formidable presence of the sword, the Liuho suddenly became agitated, emitting a series of cries. Its sensitivity to flames was acute, and it recognized that the assault from the human before it exceeded its capacity to endure. The sounds it produced resembled pleas for mercy, and combined with its gestures of waving, Jiang quickly grasped its intent. Indeed, soul beasts possess wisdom. Realizing it could not prevail, the Liuho promptly relinquished its resistance, repeatedly gesturing for mercy. Jiang contemplated briefly before retracting the sword, for he had no desire for indiscriminate slaughter. Since his objective had been achieved, he chose not to further torment the Liuho, acknowledging the effectiveness of the third soul skill from the Huoshanshou. The power of the sword dance exceeded Jiang's expectations, truly a testament to the innate soul skill of the Huoshanshou. Moreover, the sword dance skill integrated with the Qi Xiaojian was far more compatible than the Huolin Duan, amplifying its might, perhaps even surpassing it altogether. Jiang sheathed the Qi Xiaojian and, disregarding the Liuho, took flight, flapping his wings and soaring away. As Jiang departed, the Liuho exhaled a sigh of relief, repeatedly patting its forehead. It then retrieved several kiwi fruits from a hollow in a tree, consuming them whole without peeling. Soon, the Liuho had devoured over a dozen kiwi fruits, and the flames on its tail blazed even more fervently. Perhaps this was the only way it could find solace. Jiang's prowess was truly formidable. Chapter 200. Entering the royal city, once Jiang had adeptly mastered his new soul skills and soul bone abilities. The once chaotic soul-hunting forest gradually returned to tranquility. The soul beasts within the forest felt quite stifled. They had never anticipated that a mere human boy could possess such terrifying strength, leaving them in disbelief. Particularly for the century-old soul beasts, Jiang's actions undoubtedly cast a significant shadow over them. This resulted in their hesitation to attack any young boys entering the soul-hunting forest. And Jiang had not foreseen that his disturbance would provide such great convenience to other novice soul masters, significantly enhancing their safety while hunting souls in this forest. In Xingluo City, a faint light appeared on the eastern horizon, gradually illuminating the earth. The dawn spread like rippling water, delicate parabolas ascending slowly, their vibrant red, radiating with resplendent golden light. The bright daylight erupted from the night sky, infusing the land with vigorous life. Moments later, the sun rose steadily, casting its glow upon the sea of clouds. Early birds chirped incessantly, and by dawn, the city gates were bustling with incoming pedestrians. Most were residents from the vicinity of Xingluo City, balancing burdens on their shoulders, their baskets filled with an array of fresh vegetables. The villagers had set out early to transport fresh produce and fruits to Xingluo City, ensuring the supply for the city's inhabitants while earning a modest profit. After all, Xingluo City was the royal city. A carrot that might sell for 1 copper soul coin in the village could fetch at least 3 copper soul coins here. After several days of travel, Jiang finally arrived at Xingluo City alongside Shui Bing and her companions, following the throng entering the city. The city guards dutifully inspected all entrants. According to the laws of Xingluo, commoners were prohibited from bringing weapons into the city. Even fruit knives had to adhere to specific regulations, with violations resulting in immediate confiscation. However, the restrictions for soul masters were considerably more lenient. While they could not openly carry weapons into the royal city, it was tacitly accepted that they could store weapons within soul-guided devices. This was a compromise from the Xinglua Empire, as soul masters possessing soul-guided devices were undoubtedly exceptional, typically hailing from noble backgrounds, and the high cost of such devices rendered them inaccessible to ordinary soul masters. In the Douluo continent, soul masters were the most esteemed profession, and, among them, nobles were held in even higher regard. They enjoyed real privileges within the Douluo continent, with various kingdoms, including Xinglua and Tiando empires, extending preferential treatment to the nobility. The long queue surged toward the city gates, and Jiang and his companions waited for a full hour before finally reaching the entrance. Upon noticing Jiang accompanied by 3 uniquely charming women, the surrounding soldiers exhibited expressions of envy. It seemed profoundly unjust that a mere boy could be surrounded by 3 beauties while they had none. It was said that beauty could symbolize a man's status. And in the eyes of the city guards, Jiang was undoubtedly a noble scion, prompting them to treat him with utmost respect. After a brief inspection, they permitted Jiang and his companions to enter Xinglua City. The entry process was remarkably smooth, devoid of any encounters with unruly young lords attempting to exploit Shui Bing'er and her companions' allure to inconvenience Jiang. Upon entering Xinglua City, Jiang led the trio directly to a hotel. Observing Jiang excitement, the 3 girls were at a loss for words. Jiang moved with great swiftness. Only Shui Bing'er managed to keep up, while Shui Yuer and Shui struggled to match his pace, quickly falling behind. Nonetheless, they could still catch glimpses of Shui Bing'er ahead, preventing them from being left too far behind. Approximately half an hour later, Jiang finally arrived at the entrance of the Rose Grand Hotel. This hotel in the royal city of Xinglua was extraordinarily opulent, its exterior design skillfully balancing aesthetics with grandeur. The outer walls were adorned with a thick layer of gold dust, glittering brilliantly under the sunlight, creating an impression of resplendent magnificence. Although the Rose Grand Hotel had numerous branches throughout the Douluo continent, only 3 possessed such a level of grandeur. Only the 2 Rose hotels located in Tiando City and Wuhuan City can rival Xinglua City in grandeur. The prices here are undoubtedly steep. However, Yang Wudi insisted on staying at the Rose Hotel, and his companions, aware of his intentions, chose not to confront him. Bai He, a close friend of Yang Wudi, supported his decision, recognizing the importance of romantic pursuits, even at a cost. Bai He understood Yang Wudi's feelings for Yao Papa and believed that the 2 were well matched. He did not oppose Yang Wudi's ostentatious display of wealth, especially since Yang Wudi was covering the hotel expenses, leaving Bai He with no grounds for dissent. Otherwise, Bai He could hardly afford such exorbitant accommodations. The Min family, unlike the Pa family, could not amass wealth through the sale of medicinal herbs and exclusive concoctions. Although the Min family was renowned for their speed as the continent's premier scouts, Bai He was reluctant to have his kin serve any nation, wishing to keep them out of the throes of war. Consequently, the Min family typically accepted only minor tasks such as delivering items, which yielded modest commissions and contributed to their financial struggles. In order to survive, Bai He reluctantly set aside his pride, accepting aid from other single-attribute clans. Even though he personally did not care, yet his kin needed sustenance. For their sake, Bai He had no choice but to sacrifice his dignity, a decision born out of necessity. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Jiang was pursued by Shui Bing, the front desk attendant, a voluptuous beauty clad in a form-fitting uniform, was taken aback by the sight of the youthful pair. A couple so young seeking a room during daylight hours was indeed an uncommon occurrence, leading her to wonder about their intentions. However, she soon realized her misunderstanding. They were not there for that purpose. "May I inquire which room Yang Wudi is staying in?" Jiang immediately inquired, directing his question to the front desk. The attendant was momentarily stunned, realizing they were there to find someone, rather than the alternative she had assumed. Having spent considerable time at the Rose Hotel, she was accustomed to young couples coming in for less than innocent reasons. She had even witnessed the city's young aristocrats visiting with twin sisters in broad daylight. Once she recognized her misconception, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, and she promptly provided Jiang with Yang Wudi's room number, 3601. Jiang knocked on Yang Wudi's door. "Who is it? Who comes at this hour?" A disgruntled voice echoed from within, unmistakably belonging to Yang Wudi. The door swung open, revealing Yang Wudi's slightly displeased expression. However, His demeanor swiftly transformed upon recognizing Jiang Yu, his irritation giving way to joy. "Ah, it is you, my boy. You have finally returned." Yang Wudi's tone brimmed with delight. Although Jiang Yu could not be considered his disciple, Yang Wudi held a deep admiration for him, evidenced by his willingness to impart knowledge of pharmacology. "Yang Xianbai, it has been a while, and you appear increasingly vibrant," Jiang Yu remarked genuinely. Yang Wudi seemed to have adopted some sort of rejuvenating regimen, as his complexion appeared more robust than before, giving the impression of youthfulness. Indeed, Yang Wudi grinned at Jiang Yu's compliment, evidently pleased. For the age-old adage that love bestows youth seemed to hold true. "Old goat, where have you been?" A familiar feminine voice suddenly resonated from within the room. Jiang Yu recognized it instantly. It was Yao Papa. After a moment's surprise, he exclaimed, "It is her, Yao Papa." A glint of amusement sparkled in Jiang Yu's eyes as he glanced at Yang Wudi, surprised to find Yao Papa in his room. Their relationship appeared to be progressing remarkably well, perhaps even beyond what Jiang Yu had anticipated. Seeing the smile on Jiang Yu's face transform into something more suggestive, Yang Wudi hastily defended himself. "You rascal, where is your mind wandering? Let me assure you, my relationship with Yao Papa is entirely innocent. Nothing like what you are imagining." Jiang Yu chuckled in response. "Yang Xianbei, no need for explanations. I wish you and Yao Papa a swift arrival of offspring." Yang Wudi's annoyance was palpable as he felt his mustache bristle at the insinuation. Although he held affection for Yao Papa, their relationship had not crossed any lines. They had yet to even hold hands. Yang Wudi's connection with Yao Papa was purer than milk. Realizing Jiang Yu's misunderstanding, Yang Wudi could not contain his irritation. It was one thing for him to be unfazed, but what if rumors tarnished Yao Papa's reputation? "You little rascal, do not speak nonsense," Yang Wudi said sternly. "Fear not, Yang Xianbei. I will ensure that today's events regarding you and Yao Papa remain confidential," Jiang Yu replied earnestly. "Get lost." Observing Yang Wudi's flushed face and raised arm, Jiang Yu hastily retreated, not fearing Yang Wudi's wrath, but wishing to avoid disrupting their discussion. After all, it was rare to see Yang Wudi display such bashfulness. It was evident he held Yao Papa in high regard. Jiang Yu had no desire to jeopardize Yang Wudi's romantic prospects. As dawn broke, Jiang Yu and his companions made their way to the hotel dining area for breakfast. The Rose Hotel, renowned in Xinglua City, offered an exceptionally lavish morning spread. The dining hall boasted an array of culinary delights, exceeding 100 choices, akin to a lavish buffet, with no additional charges for selections. Though the Rose Hotel's prices were steep, the service was commendable, and many dishes featured exquisite ingredients, including abalone, shark fin, and sea cucumber. Notably, the sea cucumbers were significantly larger than those typically found in the market, comparable in size to baozi. According to the staff, the hotel sourced its sea cucumbers exclusively for the Xinglua Royal Kuju team, making them quite costly. Upon learning that these delicacies were meant for the royal team, Jiang Yu eagerly selected dozens of sea cucumbers to fill his plate. It was said that the Xinglua Royal Kuju team's vigor stemmed from consuming sea cucumbers with far superior effects than ordinary ones. So Jiang Yu wasted no time in gathering an ample supply. As he approached his table with a laden plate, everyone around him was astounded. They had never witnessed someone consume breakfast with such gusto, devouring numerous sea cucumbers without a hint of aversion. Jiang Yu paid no mind to their astonishment, savoring a sea cucumber with relish. Yang Wudi, observing Jiang Yu's enthusiasm, suddenly found his own youqiao lacking in appeal. Influenced by Jiang Yu, Yang Wudi rose from his seat and made his way to the sea cucumber station, collecting several for his plate before returning to his seat, where he first offered the most plump ones to Yao Papa. Soon after, he indulged in the remaining sea cucumbers, a smile gradually spreading across his face. The flavor of these sea cucumbers was undeniably exquisite, surpassing all he had previously tasted. After breakfast, the group departed from Meguwei Dajiudian and made their way to the city gate. Yang Wudi had to leave the group to embark on a journey with Yao Popo. Although Bai He teased him for prioritizing romance over friendship, he was genuinely happy for his old comrade to encounter someone he cherished once more. However, the young girl, Xiao Xiao, who had been closely following Yao Popo, chose not to continue the journey with her. According to Yao Popo, Xiao Xiao was headed to Tiando Digua to find someone and thus could not accompany her. Coincidentally, Jiang Yu was returning to Tiando Digua, and Yao Popo entrusted Xiao Xiao to him, hoping he could look after her. Jiang Yu readily agreed, as it was merely an additional companion, and he held no aversion toward Xiao Xiao. Days later, as Jiang and his companions prepared to leave the territory of Xinglua Digua and head toward the Tiando border, Bai He also planned to depart with the members of the Minji family. However, before leaving, he pulled Jiang aside and spoke in hushed tones. Jiang initially assumed Bai He was merely reluctant to part ways, but was taken aback when Bai He expressed his wish to entrust Bai Qinxiang to him, hoping that Jiang would help her gain experience and cultivate her into a formidable individual. Bai He's decision was evidently made after careful consideration. With his experience, he could easily discern that Qinxiang harbored feelings for Jiang. Moreover, the young man's talent was unparalleled across the continent, even surpassing that of Tong Hao. If his granddaughter could forge a deep bond with him, the Minji family would undoubtedly experience a renaissance. Chapter 202. The Duke Tiando City. After many days of travel, Jiang finally returned to this grand city. As the capital of Tiando Digua, Tiando City is regarded as the most prosperous city on the Douluo continent, even slightly eclipsing Xinglua City. Gazing upon the expansive city walls, Jiang couldn't help but reflect. He had anticipated returning after conquering Liangshan Gongwa, but unforeseen complications had arisen. Nevertheless, contemplating the rewards of this journey made it worthwhile. Had it not been for the interference of assassins, he would not have encountered such remarkable adventures. Additionally, the unique relationships formed among his companions, including Bai He entrusting his granddaughter to him, felt like a tremendous gain. "Let us proceed to dine," Jiang proclaimed, waving his hand generously at the stunning women beside him. After a journey filled with dried rations and flatbreads, arriving in Tiando City warranted a lavish meal at a fine establishment. Upon entering the imperial city, Jiang guided the ladies toward Tianxianglo, a renowned restaurant famous for its chefs, who were formerly royal cooks serving the emperor's grandchildren and dignitaries from various nations. Consequently, the prices at Tianxianglo were not modest. However, Jiang had enough funds and was determined not to deprive the lovely ladies accompanying him. Once at Tianxianglo, Jiang chose a large table. The patrons nearby could hardly contain their envy as they gazed at the striking women surrounding him. They were captivated by his company, lamenting the fortune the young man possessed. Ignoring the murmurs, Jiang focused on ordering the signature dishes of Tianxianglo, including golden kumquat beef, Tianxiang bean rolls, soy sauce abalone, matsutake chicken, and fish maw and sea cucumber soup. These dishes were favored by royal guests, and among the most popular selections at the restaurant. Given that he had brought these exquisite ladies to Tianxianglo, it was only fitting they experienced the culinary delights. The pace of service at Tianxianglo was not particularly swift, as the emphasis was on fresh ingredients and immediate preparation. Unlike some establishments that pre-prepared dishes for quick reheating, here, everything was made to order, which naturally slowed down service. Nevertheless, patrons frequented the restaurant for the quality of the cuisine, and most were willing to wait for it. The proprietor, being astute, offered complimentary cold dishes to each table to appease guests, which were served without charge. Shortly after placing his order, Jiang was presented with several plates of cold dishes, including marinated kelp, spicy chicken skin eggs, and pickled cucumbers, along with a large bottle of fresh juice. While enjoying the appetizers, Jiang overheard a discussion from the next table that piqued his interest. "Have you heard about the intriguing event that recently transpired within Tiando Digua?" "Oh, what is it?" "Not long ago, the Emperor of Snowy Night personally conferred a title of Duke upon a young man who, despite his youth, made significant contributions to Tiando Digua. He has been heralded as a once-in-a-millennium talent by the Emperor. Unfortunately, this prodigious youth fell victim to an assassination attempt, prompting the Emperor to invest millions in constructing a memorial square in his honor." The surrounding patrons gasped in astonishment. What remarkable talent must this young man possess to be bestowed such an honor by one of the most powerful figures on the Douluo continent? It was a title reserved for nobility, the highest rank attainable by anyone outside the royal family. It is said that this young genius excels not only in soul master skills, but also displays exceptional military acumen. Alas, had he not been assassinated, Tiando Digua might have entirely vanquished Xinglua Digua, unifying the entire Douluo continent. Old home, your words seem overly grandiose. Do you truly believe the 4 divine generals of Xinglua are mere trifles? Each possesses strength rivaling that of General Long, undoubtedly among the continent's elite commanders. Indeed, in the realm of Douluo, only General Gailong, along with Tabai, she from the Wuhuan Temple, and the Valkyrie militia from the Kingdom of Aderlinda, can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 divine generals of Xinglua. The young lad, despite possessing remarkable talent, found that military campaigns were not comparable to the rigors of training. Without the trials of war, his skills amounted to mere theoretical knowledge. I do not exaggerate. Even the esteemed General Gailong, the commander of the 3 armies of the Tiando Empire, holds the boy in high regard and is deeply impressed by him. Hearing your words, I am curious to witness the prowess of this young prodigy. Why not? Let us visit the memorial square later. Upon hearing their discussion, Jiang Yu felt a twinge of surprise. Could it be that the Tiando Empire has produced another extraordinary talent during this period? One so favored by the Snow Knight Emperor that even Jiang Yu wished to see him. The young genius. Shui Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement as she shook Shui Binger's hand, exclaiming, "Sister, shall we go see him too?" Chapter 203, The Duke of the Heavenly Sword. The memorial square constructed by the Snow Knight Emperor in honor of a young genius is known to all within Tiando City. As such an event is rare in the annals of the Tiando Empire. Only a handful of founding fathers in the empire's history have received such an honor. Thus, the news of the emperor's dedication of a memorial square for a single youth has spread like wildfire. Even the ordinary citizens of the city are aware of it. This magnificent square is situated in a bustling area of the city, sprawling over an area comparable to a football field, surrounded by flourishing flora. Since its inauguration, the square has attracted numerous visitors, becoming a renowned tourist destination within Tiando City. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yu and his companions hurried to the memorial square. Observing Shui Yuer and the others' eagerness to see the sight, Jiang Yu decided to accompany them. Upon their arrival at the memorial square, the group of ladies was captivated by the splendid scenery, which, if it were on Blue Star, would surely become a popular destination for selfies among many young women. Chilled sour plum soup, handcrafted, 1 copper soul coin per bowl. If it's not delicious, you won Tio a thing. Soon, Jiang Yu heard the lively calls of a vendor and glanced up to see an elderly man seated nearby. A towering stack of wooden bowls was piled beside him. Yet there were no visible containers for the sour plum soup. Just as Jiang Yu pondered this, he noticed a customer approaching to purchase some soup. "Soup master, I would like a bowl of chilled sour plum soup," the patron called, clearly familiar with the vendor. "Ha ha, old son, you're back again." The elderly man chuckled warmly before reciting a soul incantation. "I have a bowl of sour plum soup. I have a bowl of sour plum soup. I have a bowl of sour plum soup." With the incantation's release, a brilliant light suddenly emanated from the old man's hands. Soon, he conjured a small water sphere, its color resembling that of the sour plum soup, adorned by 3 radiant soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. It appeared that the old man was a food-type soul master. As is universally known, food-type soul masters have the slowest cultivation speed among soul masters. They simply cannot compare to their combat-oriented counterparts. Thus, reaching the rank of soul master is a commendable feat for a food-type soul master. First soul skill, chilled sour plum soup. As the first soul ring illuminated, the small water sphere in his hand began to cool, emanating a slight chill. The old man then grasped a wooden bowl, positioning the water sphere above it. With a resounding pop, the sphere burst, spilling the sour plum soup into the bowl. Witnessing this spectacle, Jiang Yu understood why the old man had not prepared a container for the soup. It was crafted directly from his martial soul, showcasing the advantages of food-type soul masters. Though they may not excel in combat, their ability to generate income is often superior, as they can produce food using their martial soul for sale, essentially at 0 cost. Whether it be the old man's sour plum soup or the beautiful woman selling abalone that Jiang Yu had previously encountered, they shared this commonality. Even Oscar, a rare talent among food-type soul masters with innate full soul power, operated a sausage stall at the academy. Thus, while food-type soul masters may lack combat prowess, they lead comfortable lives. Many affluent figures in the culinary realm of Douluo continent are indeed food-type soul masters, who have built extensive culinary empires utilizing their food-type martial souls. They often attract powerful soul masters to serve them with their wealth, as typically, soul masters are wary of offending them. After all, in Douluo continent, wealth is as crucial as strength. Refreshing. The customer took a sip of the chilled sour plum soup, feeling a wave of coolness spread throughout his body. After finishing, he produced a copper soul coin and handed it to the old man. This was worth every coin. Your chilled sour plum soup is far superior to that of other establishments. The satisfaction on the customer's face was evident as he smiled broadly and gave the old man a thumbs up. Seeing this, Jiang Yu approached. The weather in Tiando City was exceedingly warm, even in the morning, making the chilled sour plum soup a perfect remedy for the heat. He soon arrived at the old man's stall and requested a bowl of chilled sour plum soup. The old vendor, recognizing another customer, skillfully recited his soul incantation, and soon a bowl of the chilled delicacy was ready. Jiang Yu accepted the bowl and savored the soup, contrasting with the previous customer who had gulped it down. Jiang Yu treated it like a fine wine, sipping it slowly. The icy soup flowed into his mouth, trickling down his throat, alleviating the heat within him. This was no ordinary soup. The martial soul of a food-type soul master is indeed unique. Although Jiang Yu was uncertain of the specific effect of the old man's first soul skill, he could surmise some benefits. This chilled sour plum soup likely had properties to dispel heat and soothe the mind, making it an exceptional beverage for hot weather. As Jiang Yu enjoyed his soup, Shui Wearer and the others had already reached the central area of the memorial square, where a grand statue stood prominently. The statue depicted a strikingly handsome young man, lifelike in appearance, with his name inscribed on a plaque, Duke of the Heavenly Sword, Jiang Yu. How could it be him? Shui Yue exclaimed in disbelief, her expression one of shock, for she had not anticipated that the prodigy spoken of by others was indeed Jiang Yu. He appeared to be anything but a genius in her eyes. Shui Binger's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Such a young duke was indeed a rarity. It was worth noting that even the supreme commander of the three armies, General Gailong, held merely the title of Marquis. Chapter 204. The Mature Beauty. Jiang Yu, upon seeing the inscription on the statue by Chunxiang, was momentarily taken aback, her large eyes, reminiscent of a Cazalan, filled with confusion. This was clearly Jiang Shanyo. Could it be that he had previously used a false name? Bai Qinxiang quickly pondered the possibility that some adventurers, in their quest to avoid trouble, often adopt pseudonyms while traveling. Jiang Yu evidently shared the same sentiment. However, despite her understanding, she couldn't shake off the displeasure of feeling deceived. How generous of the Snow Knight Emperor to bestow upon him the title of Duke. One could only wonder if he would regret it upon discovering that Jiang Yu was still alive. Shui Binger wore a slight smile, for a duke is granted lands. According to the nobility standards of the Tiando Empire, a duke's fief must encompass at least 10,000 households, effectively the size of a small city. Furthermore, within this fief, Jiang Yu would wield authority exceeding that of the city lord, as all official appointments within his territory would require his endorsement before being reported to the empire, making it impossible for the empire to bypass Jiang Yu. Though Shui Binger hailed from one of the 7 great sects, the Tinshui sect, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards Jiang Yu. The status of a duke in the empire was hardly inferior to that of the sect leaders. It was astounding that Jiang Yu had only recently awakened his martial soul, and yet had already attained a noble title. If he were a son of the emperor, it might be understandable, but he had no relations with the royal family, which was truly remarkable. Jiang Yu had just finished sipping his chilled sour plum soup when Shui Binger and several other beauties eagerly pulled him towards the statue. Initially puzzled by their urgency, he soon found himself mesmerized by the statue, astonished by the generosity of the Snow Knight Emperor in granting him the title of Duke, a turn of events he had not anticipated. In reality, the Snow Knight Emperor's decision to confer the title of Duke upon Jiang Yu was not made lightly. It was a well-considered choice. Although Jiang Yu's contributions were significant, they were not monumental enough to warrant a title of such stature. Had Jiang Yu not been a member of the Qibao Lily sect and a disciple of the Sword Doll, the Snow Knight Emperor would have never granted him the title. Moreover, he had not foreseen Jiang Yu's ability to evade the assassin's attack. Initially, the emperor only intended to offer a title to placate the Qibao Lily sect and prevent any dissatisfaction from Ningfengji. To Jiang Yu's delight, he was indeed now a duke. Regardless of the circumstances, this title was a cause for celebration. He suddenly recalled a senior named Xiao Bao, who also possessed multiple identities and surrounded himself with 7 beautiful companions. Jiang Yu found a certain resemblance in his own situation, and the thought brought him joy. In future introductions, he could proudly declare himself as a disciple of the Qibao Lily sect, a disciple of the Sword Doll, a duke of the Tiando Empire, and the strongest gourmand personally nurtured by the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Of course, he would keep that last thought to himself. At this moment, Jiang Yu truly felt a taste of protagonist treatment. In terms of status, he had clearly surpassed many, and in matters of affection, aside from Huwu, he enjoyed favorable relationships with numerous beauties. He even had a stunning elven maid, a privilege not afforded to Tang San. Moreover, in terms of cultivation talent, Jiang Yu could be said to surpass Tang San by a considerable margin, as both the Qishao sword and the sword were of higher quality than the Haotian hammer and the blue-silver emperor. Not to mention, Tang San's blue-silver grass martial soul had yet to evolve into the blue-silver emperor. Upon reflection, Tang San did not seem so formidable. Aside from his troublesome Tang sect hidden weapons, Jiang Yu could be considered to have outperformed him in every other aspect. As for the hidden weapons, although Jiang Yu found them somewhat bothersome, he did not feel overly apprehensive. After all, he had cultivated the Hongmeng Ziki Dao and had consumed numerous medicinal treasures to enhance his physique, rendering his physical strength comparable to that of a titled Douluo. Even Tang San's Zhuge crossbow would pose no threat to him. Additionally, the more advanced hidden weapon techniques were beyond Tang San's current capabilities, so there was no need for excessive concern. Upon learning of Jiang Yu's title as Duke, Bai Qinxiang and Shui Yiwer began to press him for gifts. In good spirits, Jiang Yu did not refuse and led the group of beauties to the Tiando Great Soul Arena to shop for presents. As one of the largest edifices in the Tiando Imperial City, the Tiando Great Soul Arena was not merely a venue for soul master competitions. It also served as the empire's largest commercial hub. It offered an extensive array of goods, from gold and silver jewelry to divine weapons, even soul bones. As long as one possessed sufficient wealth, anything could be acquired within the Tiando Great Soul Arena. Upon entering, a female staff member approached to attend to Jiang Yu and his companions. She stood at least 6 meters tall, with flowing black hair. Her figure was notably mature, reminiscent of a perfectly ripened peach, with curves in all the right places. While her beauty may not have matched that of Jiang Yu's companions, her physique was undeniably captivating. Shui Bing'er and the others were beautiful, yet they had yet to fully develop. It was clear that Jiang Yu was a significant client. Jin Xiang, observing the array of stunning beauties surrounding him, recognized that his identity was extraordinary. Ordinary individuals could not possibly attract such an entourage of exquisite women, making it evident that Jiang Yu was of noble descent. With this realization, a radiant smile broke across Jin Xiang's face, entirely different from her previous mechanical demeanor. Having spent some time at the Tiando Great Soul Arena, she was aware that influential figures frequented this place, which is why she chose to work there instead of pursuing better opportunities. Her aspiration was to secure a wealthy partner and achieve a leap in social status. From marrying well surpassed working well. For someone like Jin Xiang, who came from humble beginnings, soaring to great heights was no small feat, fortunately. Her looks and figure were quite appealing. Thus, she sought a shortcut, relying on her beauty to attract a noble partner. Chapter 205. Temptation. Upon seeing the female staff member ahead, Jiang Yu's eyes brightened. Although her beauty was slightly overshadowed by that of the women beside him, her figure was truly exceptional. She had clearly matured into an alluring form. Even with Jiang Yu's discerning eye, he couldn't help but admire her, causing Jin Xiang to feel a sense of pride. She was confident in her physique and had never met a man who could resist her enchanting form. The male staff members at the Great Soul Arena had long been captivated by her. Unfortunately, her standards were too high, and she looked down upon those around her, considering them merely backup options. "Welcome, young sir." Jin Xiang greeted Jiang Yu with a radiant smile, slightly bending forward as she said, "I am Jin Xiang, and it is my pleasure to serve you." A dazzling expanse of pure white snow entered Jiang Yu's vision, so intense that it nearly blinded him. It was vast, truly immense. Just look at how pristine and grand it is. Jiang Yu swallowed hard, feigning composure, as he was acutely aware of the numerous beautiful women observing him. He did not wish to lose his dignity. How shameless! Bai Qinxiang lowered her gaze to her somewhat flat terrain and couldn't help but murmur. So what if it's large? It resembles a dairy cow, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. A faint blush crept onto Bai Qinxiang's face. She despised dairy cows. In contrast to the subtle hostility exhibited by other women, Shui Yiwer displayed none, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. She too swallowed hard, seemingly quite pleased with Jin Xiang. "Sister, you are truly stunning," Shui Yiwer exclaimed, suddenly bounding in front of Jin Xiang, eagerly clutching her arm and nuzzling against her. Taken aback by such unexpected praise, Jin Xiang felt a touch flustered, yet she appreciated Shui Yiwer's words. After all, no woman dislikes being complimented by another, especially from a peer. This recognition brought her a sense of accomplishment. Jiang Yu, observing Shui Yiwer constantly nuzzling Jin Xiang, couldn't help but harbor suspicions. As the focal point, Jin Xiang did not ponder it deeply. The prevailing culture of Douluo was rather conservative, so her thoughts did not stray in that direction. Jiang Yu, however, was different. He had grown accustomed to such behaviors on Blue Star. After being influenced by various films and novels, his mind naturally wandered to more intimate interpretations upon witnessing Shui Yiwer's actions. Under Jin Xiang's guidance, Jiang Yu and his companions swiftly arrived at a designated shopping area for gifts. This expansive zone, spanning thousands of square meters, was filled with a dazzling array of goods, with hundreds of vendors offering a myriad of items. In addition to fine jewelry and jade, there were numerous local delicacies from Tiando City on sale. Even roasted soft-boned rabbits and Tiando sausages were presented in exquisite packaging, suitable for gifting. The vast space exhibited no disorder. Each stall was arranged with aesthetic appeal. Upon entering, the several beautiful women accompanying Jiang Yu seemed to have stepped into a grand bazaar, each displaying a keen interest in their surroundings. It is often said that a woman's innate nature is to shop. Even Shui Binger, the aloof genius, had her eyes gleaming at the sight of such myriad offerings. It appeared that no matter how formidable a woman may be, she could not escape the powerful thrill that shopping brings. As they dashed off to select their treasures, Jiang Yu took the opportunity to explore on his own, but Jin Xiang was not about to squander this rare chance for solitude. She quickly approached him. In light of her enthusiasm, Jiang Yu chose not to protest. After all, it was her duty, and it was not an easy task. Thus, he did not refuse her company. Throughout their journey, Jin Xiang subtly leaned closer to Jiang Yu. Had it been any other man, he would likely have felt compelled to display his prowess. However, Jiang Yu was far from an ordinary man. He had grown accustomed to the advantages of being surrounded by beautiful women, regarding it as trivial. He graciously overlooked her advances, believing that a true man should accept minor losses without concern. With Jin Xiang beside him providing explanations for unfamiliar items, Jiang Yu found himself relieved of many burdens, quickly purchasing several items. During this exchange, Jin Xiang continued to tempt Jiang Yu, yet he remained unfazed, leaving her with only minor advantages to claim. Jiang Yu was not so easily deceived. Such older women might be entertaining to observe, but he had no intention of taking one as a bride. Recognizing that Jiang Yu was impervious to her charms, Jin Xiang realized she had encountered a formidable opponent. His response exceeded her expectations. She had anticipated that dealing with such a youthful boy would be simple, yet his experience proved to be quite extensive. No matter the method she employed, Jiang Yu effortlessly countered her advances. Little did Jin Xiang know, Jiang Yu had been raised among women. Without mentioning Bibinon and Hulain. Even the servants who attended to him would be regarded as campus beauties in Blue Star. Such exquisite women were only capable of assisting Jiang Yu with bathing, massages, and foot rubs. Thus, it was evident that Jiang Yu was not a typical young man. The allure of seduction held no sway over him. Frustrated by her inability to gain the upper hand with Jiang Yu, Jin Xiang felt a sense of urgency. Yet, he remained astute, neither rejecting her physical proximity nor uttering any unnecessary words, behaving not like a child, but rather like a seasoned strategist. Jin Xiang couldn't help but acknowledge that she had finally met her match. However, she would not concede easily, as captivating men was her forte. If she couldn't manage a mere boy, how could she maintain her reputation in this realm? Subsequently, Jin Xiang unleashed her full arsenal of charms upon Jiang Yu. Yet, he remained as unyielding as a monk in meditation, revealing little reaction. No, to be precise, he was slightly more resolute. His posture was erect, particularly his legs, which stood straight like pillars, radiating a holy aura. He evoked in Jin Xiang a sudden pang of guilt, as if the Jiang Yu before her had transcended into a divine being. This figure appeared so pure and noble that it inspired no thoughts of desecration. No, Jin Xiang quickly shook her head, suppressing such errant thoughts. How could she entertain such absurd notions? He was merely a young boy, distinguished only by his handsome appearance. No different from other men. How could he be compared to a deity? Jin Xiang silently reflected, her expression swiftly returning to normal. Chapter 206. The pride of by dawn. The offerings at the Great Soul Arena were truly abundant. Even though Jiang Yu was not particularly inclined towards shopping, he still found himself purchasing a considerable number of items, easily spending thousands of gold soul coins. It is no wonder that others say soul masters, while the most esteemed profession in Douluo, are also the most extravagant, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary soul masters to compete with their noble counterparts. In Douluo, the wealthy can enhance their cultivation speed through resources, while the impoverished must rely on mutations, much like Ma Hongjun, whose awakened chicken spirit evolved into a phoenix spirit, earning him the mentorship of Flender and liberating him from the plight of being a common soul master. Otherwise, he would never have even crossed the threshold of Shrek Academy. For Flender had little regard for average soul masters. He sought students who were inherently talented, not those who could merely be molded into talents. In this world, where martial spirits reign supreme, possessing a phoenix spirit like Ma Hongjun undoubtedly marked him as a genius. Thus, Flinder made an exception to accept Ma Hongjun as a disciple and allowed him to study at the academy. Reflecting on this, Jiang felt fortunate, his mind flashing back to the moment he encountered Bai Dong. It was a splendid day, and their meeting took place deep within the Star Do forest. Though Jiang could not recall how he had arrived there, he only knew that their encounter was exceedingly remarkable. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted from deep within the serene depths of the Qingdao Great Forest. The formidable soul beasts residing near that area hastily fled, their instincts urging them to avoid the domain of the 100,000-year soul beasts, even though they remained oblivious to the cause of the disturbance. The fierce battles among the 100,000-year soul beasts are not within the realm of the mere 10,000-year soul beasts. As numerous soul beasts scampered away, three figures emerged, resolutely advancing deeper into the forest. Should other soul beasts witness this, they would surely be astounded. How audacious for humans to trespass into the territory of the 100,000-year soul beasts. The three individuals emanated an overwhelming aura, indicating they were far from ordinary. Among them, two possessed soul power fluctuations that had reached the esteemed rank of Douluo. Their profound mastery of soul power was incomparable to that of newly ascended Douluo, marking them as seasoned powerhouses within this tier. Surprisingly, these two formidable elders flanked a woman, displaying an attitude of utmost reverence. This indicated her extraordinary status. Although her stature was modest, she exuded an undeniable sense of authority. Clad in resplendent golden martial attire, her figure appeared remarkably well-toned, with a hint of allure. Her skin was exceptionally fair, evoking a desire to compose a symphony of admiration in her presence. Adorning her head was a 9-curved purple-gold crown that shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Despite the traces of age that lingered on her visage, she retained a youthful charm, radiating an enchanting beauty. This woman was none other than Bibi Dong, the newly appointed pope of the Spirit Hall, while the two elders beside her were the illustrious Douluo and Douluo, renowned figures who had long served the Spirit Hall and were the first to pledge their allegiance to Bibi Dong. Their presence accompanied her to the Qingdao Great Forest to assist in acquiring soul rings. Although she was considerably younger than them, her rapid progress in soul power cultivation was remarkable, approaching that of Hao Yi and Douluo, having already attained the formidable level of 90. While Qian Douluo had supported her ascension to the papacy, her cultivation still invited skepticism. The only way to dispel such doubts was for Bibi Dong to break through to the rank of Douluo. The two esteemed Douluo had firmly allied themselves with her, hoping to see her grow even stronger. Although the Spirit Hall boasted a significant number of Douluo, merely possessing them would not suffice to dominate the competition. Thus, the two elders had set their sights on a target, the 100,000-year soul beasts. Despite the Spirit Hall's abundance of Douluo, none possessed a 100,000-year soul ring. Securing such a ring would undoubtedly silence her critics. However, hunting a 100,000-year soul beast was no trivial task, especially those residing deep within the Qingdao Great Forest, known for their formidable strength, which even the two Douluo dared not challenge lightly. Had they not received word that the tyrannical Tianqing, Niumeng, and the Titan Great Ape had vacated the forest, they would not have dared to venture in. Upon reaching the depths of the Qingdao Great Forest, Bibi Dong and her companions quickly identified their target, a soft-bone rabbit that had cultivated for 100,000 years. Though its innate talent paled in comparison to that of the ancient Titan Great Ape, the disparity in their strength post 100,000-year cultivation was not as pronounced as one might assume. In terms of combat prowess, the soft-bone rabbit was evidently outmatched by the Titan Great Ape, yet the gap in their capabilities was not as vast as imagined. Even the Titan Great Ape could not easily overpower the soft-bone rabbit, as both were 100,000-year soul beasts. Bibi Dong was keenly aware of this, and thus did not insist on acquiring the Titan Great Ape's soul ring, knowing that her two martial souls were not strength-based. Instead, the speed of the soft-bone rabbit greatly complemented her spider martial souls, prompting her immediate choice. Truly, as a 100,000-year soul beast, its speed was astonishing. Observing the incredibly swift figure ahead, Bibi Dong could not suppress her admiration, further solidifying her resolve to obtain the soft-bone rabbit's soul ring. It seemed she would require the assistance of the two elders. Addressing the two powerful Douluo beside her, she revealed her intentions, clearly having prepared for this endeavor. The reason she brought Douluo and Gae-Ga along was not only due to their formidable strength, but also their remarkable martial soul fusion technique. Although their two-polar stillness technique lacked offensive power, its rare ability to immobilize was unparalleled when executed correctly, rivaling any fusion technique. Chapter 207. Success, let us proceed. The two Douluo spoke in unison, exchanging glances. As they spoke, they unleashed their martial soul fusion technique. Having spent decades together, while not brothers by blood, their bond surpassed that of kin, their synchronization unparalleled. The two-polar stillness domain was swiftly activated, and both radiated brilliant golden light. The luminescence enveloped the surrounding area of the forest for hundreds of meters, as a colossal force descended upon the Qingdao Great Forest. In an instant, a vast domain formed around the two Douluo, constraining all beings within its reach. Even the soft-bone rabbit, having attained the 100,000-year mark, found itself ensnared by this immense power, rendered motionless as if bound by unseen chains. Upon witnessing the soft-bone rabbit finally ensnared within the domain, the two Douluo couldn't help but chuckle. Their martial soul fusion technique was formidable enough that even the renowned sword Douluo would find it challenging to breach. The prospect of capturing the soft-bone rabbit filled Bibi Dong with elation, stirring even the typically composed Pope. Swiftly, she advanced towards the soft-bone rabbit, unimpeded by the immense power contained within the domain, thanks to the elder's consideration. Her speed was remarkable. Once her martial soul manifested, her spider legs played a pivotal role, and the terrain of the Qingdao Great Forest provided her an advantage. In a short span, Bibi Dong approached the soft-bone rabbit. With a powerful thrust of her spider legs, she leaped into the air, landing before the rabbit. Noting its terrified expression, a slight smile graced her lips. The soft-bone rabbit, believing its remarkable speed could secure its escape, had gravely underestimated her determination. The elder's martial soul fusion technique proved extraordinary. Even these formidable 100,000-year-old beasts struggled to resist its grip. Obediently transform into my soul ring. With a piercing gaze, Bai Dong's eyes glinted with a chilling light. In an instant, a layer of crystalline emerald green radiance emanated from her body, and 3 pairs of dark green spider legs silently emerged from her back. Bai Dong's arms morphed into spear-like appendages, entirely cloaked in deep green and remarkably sharp, exuding a chilling aura. Without hesitation, she swung the emerald spear, aiming to pierce the body of the Rogu Tuesday swiftly. The razor-sharp spear penetrated the soft flesh of the Rogu Tuesday. The spear, forged from spider legs, was imbued with a terrifying toxin, which flowed incessantly from Bai Dong into the Rogu Tuesday. Even its formidable body, cultivated over 100,000 years, could not withstand the effects. Although Bai Dong had not studied the art of poison, the toxicity inherent in her martial soul far surpassed that of Dugu Bo's Bai Lin Shi Huang. While Dugu Bo was renowned for his poisonous prowess, his Bai Lin Shi's venom was not the most potent on the Douluo continent. Bai Dong's spider venom was considerably more lethal. Under the influence of the spider toxin, the Rogu Tu's complexion rapidly turned a deep purple, clearly indicating that even this 100,000-year-old beast could not withstand such dreadful poison. It was no surprise, as Bai Dong possessed one of the most superior martial souls among spider-type souls. In terms of quality, her martial soul was not inferior to the prestigious blue lightning tyrant dragon of the Lan Dianba Wang Long Zone, and her strength extended far beyond that. In addition to inheriting the legacy of the Rakshasa god, she had successfully passed the trials from the city of Slaughter, acquiring the formidable domain of Slaughter. Thus, even without breaking through to the rank of title Douluo, she already possessed immense power comparable to that of a title Douluo, truly a prodigy in every sense. As the toxin continuously surged into the Rogu Tu's body, its expression grew increasingly grim. However, under the effects of the polar stillness domain, escape was utterly impossible. It could only remain frozen in place, resigned to its fate. Observing the escalating toxicity, the Rogu Tu could not help but sigh inwardly, recalling its daughter, Xiao Wu. Though their species' innate talents fell short compared to the top soul beast races, its daughter was indeed extraordinarily gifted, a rare prodigy within the Rogu Tu lineage. What delighted it further was that Xiao Wu had formed close bonds with powerful soul beasts in the forest, such as the Tianqing Yomang and the Titan giant ape, and had encountered fortuitous circumstances that led to a significant enhancement of her abilities after consuming a rare heavenly material, almost reaching the level of the top soul beast species. After consuming the treasure, Xiao Wu's cultivation had surged by nearly 30,000 years, which explained her current endeavor to break through the 100,000-year limit. In order to ensure her ascension to a 100,000-year soul beast, her two sworn brothers had departed from the Douluo Great Forest to seek valuable medicines to elevate their ranks. Unfortunately, this allowed Bai Dong and her companions an opportunity to strike. Fortunately, it seemed that these nefarious individuals were unaware of Xiao Wu's impending ascension to a 100,000-year soul beast, a thought that brought the Rogu II some comfort, momentarily overshadowing its pain. Feeling the spider toxin wreaking havoc on its meticulously cultivated body, the Rogu II understood that escaping the clutches of this villain was beyond hope. In that moment, a profound sense of desolation washed over it. Although soul beasts enjoyed a lifespan far surpassing that of humans, where even a titled Douluo might only live a few centuries, soul beasts could easily live for thousands or tens of thousands of years. Yet, the difficulty of their cultivation was significantly greater than that of humans. It had taken 100,000 years to reach the pinnacle of soul beasts, only to be ensnared by a few humans who had scarcely cultivated for a century. Now it was on the brink of becoming this woman's soul ring, rendering its century-long effort null and void, merely serving to adorn a human. Contemplating this reality, the Rogu II felt an overwhelming bitterness. Had it not been for the formidable fusion technique of those two elders, even it, a 100,000-year soul beast, would not have been trapped so easily. It would have long since escaped, and this woman would not have succeeded so effortlessly. Witnessing the Rogu II's plight, Bai Dong's smile grew ever more pronounced, for she knew that this 100,000-year Rogu II was now entirely hers. Chapter 208. Soul Bone. Bai Dong was not deceived by the Rogu II's adorable exterior and swiftly dispatched the powerful soul beast that had broken through to the 100,000-year mark. Before long, the Rogu II collapsed in a pool of blood, a brilliant red ring slowly manifesting from within its body. A smile instantly eron BV dongistatse. Thank you, esteemed elders, for your protection. Without the slightest hesitation, Bai Dong swiftly seated herself on the grass, directing her consciousness into the red soul ring to absorb the potent energy within. A resonant humming emanated from the soul ring. Unmoved, Bai Dong unleashed her soul power, hastening the absorption of the energy. The magnitude of the energy within a 100,000-year soul ring was immense, and even Bai Dong's extraordinary talent nearly faltered under its impact. Fortunately, her awakening of dual martial souls had fortified her body to an incredible degree. Her physical prowess was certainly on par with that of Douluo, and perhaps even superior. Moreover, Bai Dong's will was remarkably strong, verging on an indestructible state. Aside from Yu Xiaogang, it was unlikely anyone could sway her formidable resolve. Not even the spiritual shock from the 100,000-year soul beast could penetrate her defenses. As she engaged in a mental tug-of-war with the residual spirit of the Rogu II, Bai Dong's defenses grew increasingly fortified. Initially, the influx of spiritual energy posed a slight threat to her, but as she continuously absorbed the energy from the soul ring, the residual energy fluctuations diminished, losing all threat. Approximately an hour later, Bai Dong successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring, and her Zhu martial soul now bore an exquisite red soul ring, an object coveted by all soul masters, the rare 100,000-year soul ring, regarded as a priceless treasure, even surpassing external soul bones in rarity. Congratulations, Your Holiness! Upon witnessing Bai Dong successfully absorb the 100,000-year soul ring from the Rogu II, the two elders of the Spirit Hall were instantly filled with excitement. Those within the Spirit Hall who had previously doubted her would certainly remain silent now. This was a 100,000-year soul ring, a super soul ring that even titled Douluo experts found difficult to obtain. In the realm of Douluo continent, aside from that forbidden existence, it seemed only Her Holiness had the fortune to possess a 100,000-year soul ring. The two elders exchanged envious glances, lamenting that they had already absorbed their 9th soul ring, rendering them incapable of absorbing any further soul rings. Thus, they could only dream of it. However, Bai Dong's ascension to the level of title Douluo would bring them greater assurance. At last, Bai Dong's position as Pope was thoroughly secured. Even Xian Dao Lu could not undermine her authority, and more soul masters within the hall would undoubtedly become her steadfast supporters. The two elders were to attain elevated statuses, becoming the most formidable elders, rivaling even the Elder Council. One of the reasons that Douluo and his companion chose to support Bai Dong was that, Although her influence paled in comparison to that of the Grand Elder Douluo, she exuded an extraordinary regal demeanor that set her apart from ordinary women. Moreover, Bai Dong was the newly appointed pope, and as long as she refrained from committing acts that would incite public outrage, her position within the Spirit Hall remained unshakable. The two elders felt fortunate to have aligned themselves with Bai Dong. Otherwise, they would have never had the opportunity to stand on equal footing with the members of the Elder Council. Those elders, relying on their bond with Douluo, acted with impunity within the Spirit Hall, disregarding everyone else. Even Douluo and his companion had suffered at their hands. However, the formidable strength of these elders, each possessing soul power exceeding level 95, coupled with Douluo as their backing, made them a force to be reckoned with. Although the former pope had not held the title for many years, his accumulated prestige was unparalleled, even surpassing that of Bai Dong. Thus, despite the Elder Council provoking many, few dared to voice their dissent. As Bai Dong advanced to the rank of title de law, the smiles on Douluo and his companions' faces were uncontainable, and they hurried forward to congratulate her. The young pope, however, did not allow herself to be swept away by her triumph. She approached the Rogu II, searching for a soul bone within its body. A soul beast that had lived for 100,000 years was unique, guaranteed to yield a soul bone. Soon, Bai Dong discovered a translucent bone radiating a brilliant light from the Rogu II's body, unmistakably a soul bone. Without hesitation, she grasped the 100,000-year soul bone, preparing to absorb it. The process of absorption was significantly easier than that of soul rings, and Bai Dong effortlessly incorporated the coveted treasure into her being. After absorbing the powers of the soul ring and the soul bone, her soul power remarkably surged to level 93. Typically, upon reaching the title Douluo realm, advancing even a single level could take an extensive period, with some requiring years of cultivation to achieve even the slightest improvement. Yet, Bai Dong had managed to elevate her power by 3 levels in one go. This was hardly surprising, considering she absorbed the essence of a 100,000-year soul ring and the power of a 100,000-year soul bone, representing a fundamental transformation in the soul beast cultivation, far surpassing that of ordinary soul beasts. Hence, the magnitude of Bai Dong's advancement was enviable to others. Just as she prepared to leave the Xingdo Great Forest after her absorption, a sudden sound of a baby's cry resonated from a distance. This sound immediately captured Bai Dong's attention. After all, this was the core area of the Xingdo Great Forest. What could possibly bring a baby here? Swiftly, she made her way toward the sound, with the two titled Douluo following closely. Although their martial souls were not particularly known for speed, they moved with remarkable swiftness, comparable to speed-oriented martial souls. After all three were titled level powerhouses, and at this level, there were no significant weaknesses, making them far superior to ordinary soul masters. This was why even 10-peak soul Douluo could not match a newly initiated title Douluo. Before long, they arrived at the location of the infant. Upon seeing the child, Bai Dong was struck by a peculiar sensation. The baby was exceptionally beautiful, unlike any ordinary child, and radiated a warm, dazzling light. As Bai Dong became entranced, the infant unexpectedly sprayed water in her direction. Chapter 209. The power of the one clan. Bai Dong had never anticipated being splashed by an infant, and her expression was one of astonishment. Yet, she did not react with anger. Instead, she found herself admiring the child for his audacity. The more she looked at him, the more affection she felt, a long-lost maternal instinct awakening within her. The fact that this child could remain unharmed in the Xingdo Great Forest, without being attacked by the surrounding soul beasts, indicated he possessed extraordinary luck. Elders, I feel a connection with this child. Let's take him back to the Spirit Hall. Bai Dong proposed to the two elders. Everything is at the discretion of your holiness. The two titled Douluo replied in unison. The child before them exuded an exceptional aura, clearly not an ordinary infant. It was a wise decision for the Pope to bring him to the Spirit Hall, and they had ample resources to care for him. It was said that the 7-treasure glazed tile school was incredibly wealthy, possessing vast riches. However, the accumulated wealth of the Spirit Hall over the years was certainly not inferior, and might even surpass it. Thus, Bai Dong took the infant back to the Spirit Hall, naming him Jiang based on the inscription found on his token. Reflecting on this remarkable experience, Jiang marveled at the serendipity of encountering Bai Dong upon his arrival in Douluo, especially after unintentionally splashing her. Rather than being angered, the esteemed Pope had chosen to take him back with her. This feeling was truly extraordinary. From the One Clan, we have always acted with integrity and have never stolen anything from you. What is the purpose of your baseless accusations? Do you truly believe that we, of the One Clan, can be bullied at will? Today, you must provide an explanation. A resounding voice interrupted Jiang Yu's thoughts, prompting him to turn toward the source of the sound. The One Clan? Could it be him? Ever since he began practicing the Hongming Ziqi Dao, Jiang Yu's physical form had undergone significant enhancement. He could now perceive as acutely as Tang San, who had cultivated the Ziji demon child. Despite the distance, he recognized the figure before him. There were three individuals encircled, the one in the center being a white-haired elder, his short hair standing upright like steel needles. The elder was remarkably robust, with deep-set eyes resembling an abyss, standing with the immovability of a towering mountain, exuding an aura of inherent authority. Despite his white hair, his vitality remained striking. Beside him stood a middle-aged man and a relatively young boy, all three exhibiting similar robust physiques. It was him. Jiang Yu quickly recognized the young boy as Tai Long, whom he had seen during the previous competition in the palace. Thus, it was evident that the two other figures were Tai Long's father and grandfather. Jiang Yu's gaze lingered on Tai Long's grandfather, the strongest of the One Clan, with soul power reaching the Soul Sage realm, the Titan. In the original narrative, the first person Tang San subdued was this Titan elder, whose assistance enabled Tang San to subdue the other three major single-attribute clans and the Divine Craftsman Guild, thereby laying the foundation for the Tang sect. Jiang Yu was deeply intrigued by this Titan, a formidable Soul Douluo, although he himself was only at the Soul Douluo level. His sheer strength was such that even a title Douluo would hesitate to challenge him. Moreover, Tai Tan is one of the three eminent blacksmiths on Douluo. His mastery of metallurgy is truly extraordinary, making him a rare talent. Jiang Yu gazed at Tai Tan, lamenting that such a gifted individual is wasted on Tang San. It would indeed be a wise choice if he could be persuaded to ally with him. Concerning the Wuhuan Temple, Jiang Yu was well aware of the deep-seated enmity between the Li family and the Wuhuan Temple. The conflict had erupted due to Tang Hao, leading the Wuhuan Temple to launch an assault on the Haotian sect. This resulted in significant clashes between the single-attribute clans affiliated with the Haotian sect and the Wuhuan Temple, inflicting severe damage on the four major clans, while the Haotian sect's leader, at that crucial moment, cowardly announced the sect's withdrawal from the world of spirit masters. Following this battle, the four single-attribute clans suffered catastrophic losses and declared their departure from the Haotian sect, each seeking to develop in different cities. Despite the Haotian sect's underhanded tactics, treating the four clans as mere cannon fodder, it was ultimately the Wuhuan Temple that perpetrated the massacre. The overwhelming hatred stemming from this betrayal is something the Li family could never forget. Thus, they would never consider allying with the Wuhuan Temple. Jiang Yu had no intention of persuading the Li family to ally with the Wuhuan Temple. As long as they did not side with Tang San, it sufficed. Without the support of the Li family, it would be intriguing to see how Tang San would establish Tang Men. This would also alleviate some pressure on the Wuhuan Temple. It is crucial to note that it was the support of the Tang Men army that allowed the Tiando Empire to surpass the Xingluo Empire, causing considerable troubles for the Wuhuan Temple. While battles between high-ranking spirit masters could influence the course of the war, had there not been so many members of Tang Men participating, the Wuhuan Temple would have long since defeated the Tiando Empire. Even Tang Sen could not alter the grand scheme of things. Thus, Jiang Yu planned to cultivate a closer relationship with Tai Tan, perhaps to win him over. Just then, Tai Tan found himself in conflict with those who sought to trouble him. A confrontation was imminent. Surrounding Tai Tan and his grandson were 5 muscular men, whose physiques, although not as exaggerated as those of the Li family, exuded a palpable sense of strength. These 5 individuals swiftly summoned their martial spirits, all of which were of the same nature, that of a colossal elephant shimmering with gem-like brilliance. The earth trembled at the manifestation of the giant elephant, and a terrifying pressure emanated from the elephant spirit masters, instilling fear in the onlookers. The diamond mammoth. Those gathered quickly recognized their martial spirit as that of the Xiangjia sect, one of the 7 great sects. Although the Xiangjia sect did not possess the strength of the top 3 sects, it was still formidable, lacking only a title Douluo to solidify its standing. Despite this, the sect's leader, Huyin Jun, was a peak Soul Douluo, not to be underestimated, and even ordinary title Douluo would think twice before provoking him. Renowned for their celestial prowess within the spirit master community, The Xiangjia sect also boasted another soul Douluo among its ranks, placing it just below the top 3 sects in terms of strength. Titan, of course, recognized these individuals as members of the Xiangjia sect and quickly grasped the situation at hand. Since the arrival of the Li family in Tiando Imperial City, the Xiangjia sect had long coveted their assimilation, hoping to bolster their own power and ascend to the ranks of the top 3 sections. However, Titan had persistently rebuffed Hu Yinzhen's overtures for merger. Despite the Xiangjia sect's considerable strength and their signature martial spirit, the Diamond Mammoth, which could contend with the Li family's great strength gorilla in terms of power. The merger was merely a guise for Hu Yinzhen's ulterior motives to absorb the Li family rather than forge a genuine alliance. Titan, fully aware of Hu Yinzhen's insincerity, had resolutely declined the proposal, as he refused to allow the Li family to become a vassal of another. Furthermore, the Xiangjia sect lacked the strength to command his loyalty. Although Hu Yinzhen's spirit power surpassed his own, he could not overpower Titan in raw strength. With Titan's pride, how could he ever submit to someone inferior in power? After all, Titan had recognized Tang Hao as his master precisely because of his unparalleled talent and strength, surpassing even the might of the Li family. Moreover, Tang Hao was one of the few who held no prejudice against the profession of blacksmithing, which delighted Titan. For this top talent in the Spirit Master realm displayed a keen interest in the art of forging. Not long after Titan began to mentor Tang Hao in the forging arts, he exhibited astonishing talent, swiftly achieving the status of a divine craftsman. It is worth noting that on Douluo, apart from Titan, only Lu Gao was revered as a divine craftsman, and Tang Hao, though merely dabbling in forging, managed to reach the pinnacle of divine craftsmanship. Truly, he was a genius. Only someone of Tang Hao's caliber could inspire such unwavering loyalty in Titan, compelling him to serve willingly. Hu Yinzhen, however, clearly did not possess the requisite qualifications. To their astonishment, the renowned leader of the Li family was accused of theft, much to the chagrin of their sect leader, who had been eager to recruit them into the Xiangjia sect. An elder standing at the center wore a mocking expression. Despite appearing to be at least 90 years old, his muscles were remarkably well-defined, entirely inconsistent with his age. The physique of a spirit master is far superior to that of an ordinary individual. Nourished by spirit power, their appearance and build are incomparable to that of mere mortals. This elder, known as Hu Yinzhen, served as the vice leader of the Xiangjia sect. His status even surpassed that of the sect leader, who referred to him as uncle. Hu Yinzhen was the most formidable expert in the Xiangjia sect after the sect leader, possessing a spirit power level of 83. A genuine soul Douluo powerhouse. You speak nonsense. Titan was not one to maintain a gentle demeanor. In fact, he had a notoriously fiery temper. Unable to endure such slander, he retorted vehemently, "I never expected the Xiangjia sect to stoop so low, resorting to such despicable tactics. Inform Hu Yinzhen that the Li family will never affiliate with such scoundrels." Titan bellowed, detesting the behavior of these petty individuals. If the Xiangjia sect had confronted the Li family openly, relying on their strength, he would have respected them as worthy adversaries. Yet, they had the audacity to accuse the Li family of theft. What despicable behavior! Titan felt fortunate that he had previously declined Hu Yinzhen's proposal to join the Xiangjia sect. Since the leader of the Li family refuses to partake in our hospitality, we shall proceed with due process. If you are a member of the Xiangjia sect, gifting you that item would be no great matter. However, not only do you refuse to join us, but you also have taken something that belongs to the Xiangjia sect. This is an undeniable provocation, and today, the Li family must provide the Xiangjia sect with an explanation. Hu Yinzhen's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Titan. The two were evenly matched in spirit power, and Hu Yinzhen had entered the realm of soul long before Titan. While others might fear the Li family's great strength guerrilla martial spirit, he was unafraid. It is essential to recognize that the Diamond Mammoth spirit of the Xiangjia sect possesses not only formidable strength, but also unparalleled defensive capabilities. Although Hu Yinzhen may be slightly weaker in sheer power compared to Titan, the disparity is not significant. Coupled with the formidable defense of the Diamond Mammoth, Hu Yinzhen feels confident about the battle ahead. Moreover, the opposing team consists of merely 3 individuals, one of whom is a mere child, while Xiangjia sect boasts 5 elite soul masters within their ranks. Thus, Hu Yinzhen has no reason to fear Titan. As for the outcome, it will ultimately depend on the strength of my fist. Titan refrained from further dialogue and immediately charged toward Hu Yinzhen with a fist raised. by neutralizing this soul master. He believed the others would pose no threat. Since the Xiangjia sect resorted to such shameless tactics, Titan, as the leader of the Leaf family, felt compelled to make these slanderous individuals understand the consequences of defaming the Leaf family. Although Hu Yinshan is also a soul master, Titan did not regard him highly, simply launching a punch without even employing his soul skill. This action infuriated Hu Yinshan, for the lack of soul skills was an undeniable insult to him. In order to preserve his dignity, Hu Yinshan chose not to use his soul skill either, advancing with a punch fueled by the innate strength of the diamond mammoth, which alone exceeded 10,000 pounds. Even without utilizing any soul skills, the power behind this punch was not to be underestimated, rivaling the might of a typical 1,000-year soul skill. With a cold snort, Hu Yinshan expressed his disdain, perceiving Titan's arrogance as a grave miscalculation, believing that mere brute strength could overpower their diamond mammoth spirit. While the mighty gorilla is indeed famed for its strength, the diamond mammoth is equally formidable, possessing an overall quality that may even surpass that of the mighty gorilla. Titan had evidently misjudged the situation. Hu Yinshan confidently prepared to unleash his punch, his own imposing aura enveloping the arena. The two colossal fists soon collided, producing a deafening sound and unleashing a powerful gust that compelled the surrounding onlookers to retreat in astonishment. This was no ordinary human. Such immense power was astonishing. Titan and Hu Yinshan were undisturbed by the spectators' gasps, their focus solely on each other. The diamond mammoth spirit of the Xiangjia sect was indeed extraordinary, and even Titan had to concede that the Xiangjia sect possessed formidable capabilities. Although Hu Yinshan's strength was slightly inferior, it was remarkably close. Without utilizing soul skills, defeating his opponent would require considerable effort. Chapter 211. Tai Long. While Hu Yinshan may not match Titan in overall strength, he is far from weak. During his rise to fame on Douluo continent, Titan had not yet reached the realm of Soul Sage, and Hu Yinshan boasted extensive combat experience that rivaled Titan's. As a result, despite the astonishing power of Titan's punch, Hu Yinshan managed to withstand it, thanks in part to the formidable capabilities of the diamond mammoth. The Xiangjia sect's inclusion among the 7 great sects is largely attributed to the prestige of its signature spirit. In a realm of soul masters, a saying circulates: the unparalleled Tyrannosaurus rex, the invincible defensive mammoth. The Tyrannosaurus rex refers to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, hailed as the supreme beast spirit, while the mammoth signifies the diamond mammoth spirit of the Xiangjia sect. Although some dispute this, claiming that the armored giant rhinoceros spirit of the Yu family possesses comparable defensive strength, such opinions represent only a minority. The powerful defensive capability of the diamond mammoth remains unquestioned. From Hu Yinshan's performance, it is evident that he has not brought shame upon the Xiangjia sect. It is noteworthy that Titan is not an ordinary soul master. His strength is nearly equivalent to that of a peak soul master. The fact that Hu Yinshan could endure a direct hit from him without faltering is indeed remarkable. Seeing Hu Yinshan withstand his attack, Titan could not help but display a pleased expression, as finding a worthy opponent was a rarity, and he felt a thrill at the prospect of facing someone who could contest his strength. Observing from a distance, Jiang was equally captivated by the clash between Titan and Hu Yinshan. As a fellow assault-type soul master, although he treads a different path from these two muscular figures, he finds inspiration in their straightforward approach, relying solely on their innate power to combat their adversaries. This reflects the martial philosophy that absolute strength renders all tricks superfluous. Although Jiang differs from the awakened beast spirit assault-type soul masters, he has cultivated the power of the Hongmeng Ziki Dao, which can rival the strength of the Li family's singularly powerful soul masters. It is worth noting that the Hongmeng Ziki Dao is no ordinary technique. The renowned flying Peng God general is celebrated as the foremost divine general in the divine realm due, in large part, to this method. Even the acknowledged strongest physical entity, the demon lord, could not gain the upper hand against him. Douluo continent is but a small world, vastly inferior to the exalted divine realm. It can be said that even the secret techniques passed down by the esteemed Haotian sect, the world's foremost sect, pale in comparison to the Hongmeng Ziki Dao, akin to refuse, if not even beneath that level. The disparity between the two is immense. With a powerful roar, Hu Yinshan surged with renewed vigor, sweat pouring down his face, while Titan appeared entirely unfazed, showing no signs of exertion. It was evident that Titan's strength surpassed that of Hu Yinshan. The third soul skill. Mighty Mammoth Charge. The third purple soul ring on Hu Yinshan's body illuminated instantaneously. Upon unleashing this soul skill, the power within him surged exponentially, and his muscles began to swell. As a prodigy of the Xiangjia sect, Hu Yinshan's third soul ring was extraordinary, exceeding 1,500 years in age and originating from the immensely powerful earth dragon elephant spirit. This spirit is renowned for its incredible strength and dragon lineage, celebrated for its bravery even among soul beasts, and even the king of soul beasts would not dare to underestimate the earth dragon elephant. Under the influence of the soul skill, Hu Yinshan's strength erupted entirely, and confidence returned to his eyes. While Titan's power may be greater, he was not necessarily Hu Yinshan's match in the mighty mammoth charge. At last, it begins to resemble a proper contest. Titan's tone bore no hint of fear. He regarded this level of power with disdain, as though he had merely been toying with his opponent until now. "Do not underestimate me, Titan," Hu Yinshan bellowed in anger, incensed by Titan's blatant disregard for the Xiangjia sect. "I do not believe you can withstand this attack." He fixed a piercing gaze on Titan, hoping to discern even a flicker of fear in his eyes. Unfortunately, Titan's expression revealed no trace of trepidation. Instead, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit. Rarely had he encountered someone who genuinely did not fear him, leaving Hu Yinshan momentarily taken aback. The third soul skill, Tiger Demon Strength. The soul rings of the Li Ji clan predominantly lean toward strength, and the Titan is no exception. His third soul ring is derived from more than 1,500-year-old King Kong Tiger Magical Beast, a variant of the King Kong Tiger. A century-old King Kong Tiger Magical Beast is sufficient to contend with a millennium-level King Kong Tiger Soul Beast. The Millennium-level King Kong Tiger Magical Beast that Titan absorbed is even beyond the capabilities of an ordinary 5,000-year soul beast. In terms of quality, the King Kong Tiger Magical Beast, while inferior to the Earth Dragon Elephant, is not significantly so. After all, both dragons and tigers are apex soul beasts. Furthermore, Titan is firmly on the path of pure strength, rendering the quality disparity of the soul rings almost negligible. Moreover, Hu Yinshan is considerably older than Titan, and his vitality is no longer at its zenith. This ebb and flow of strengths means that Hu Yinshan's advantages are not as substantial as imagined, even falling short compared to Titan. Therefore, although his third soul skill, the Mighty Elephant Charge, is formidable, it has not allowed him to gain the upper hand against Titan. In fact, after Titan unleashed his third soul skill, he thoroughly suppressed Hu Yinshan, imposing an overwhelming pressure upon him. At the moment of confrontation between Titan and Hu Yinshan, other soul masters from the Elephant Armored Sect were entangled with Tai Nuo and Tai Long. Due to their numerical superiority, the Tai Nuo father and son soon found themselves at a disadvantage. If not for their tough physiques, relying on their formidable bodies to withstand the enemy's attacks, they might have already been captured by the soul masters of the Elephant Armored Sect. Nevertheless, even in this dire situation, their bodies were already covered in wounds, and if this continued, they would undoubtedly become mere prey. The soul masters from the Elephant Armored Sect are renowned strong warriors within their sect, possessing considerable strength. Although their talents may not rival those of Tai Nuo and Tai Long, they have navigated the soul master world for many years, amassing extensive combat experience. Conversely, on the side of the Li Ji clan, Tai Long's strength was evidently a hindrance. Despite being a rare talent within the clan, his own power had only just reached the realm of Soul Sovereign. Such strength is simply inadequate, particularly for Tai Long. He possesses the least soul power among them. Although Tai Nuo stands guard beside him, the opposing soul masters are not to be underestimated. Even Tai Nuo cannot guarantee that Tai Long will remain unharmed by the soul masters of the Elephant Armored Sect, and some soul skills have indeed landed upon Tai Long. Despite his tough exterior, he was unable to withstand the onslaught entirely. Had it not been for the formidable physique bestowed upon him by the great strength gorilla, he would have likely been eliminated by the enemy already. Nonetheless, Tai Long's condition was far from ideal. Even though he employed the rock shield skill, he was still injured by the iron fists of the Elephant Armored Sect's soul masters, and he was spitting out blood in great quantities. In truth, the great strength gorilla martial soul of the Li Ji clan is not significantly inferior to the diamond mammoth martial soul. Unfortunately, Tai Long's soul power is too lacking compared to his opponents. Even if he possessed the world's greatest beast martial soul, the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus, it would be improbable for him to triumph over them. Before long, Tai Long's body was riddled with wounds, and the relentless barrage of attacks from his opponents had thoroughly suppressed him. Fortunately, only one soul master from the elephant-armored sect was attacking Tai Long, while the others focused on besieging Tai Nuo, as his strength was comparable to Titan and thus drew the enemy's concentrated attention. Faced with such a precarious situation, Tai Long did not relent. As a core disciple of the Li Ji clan, he could not afford to bring shame upon his kin. Thus, even with wounds covering his body, he remained steadfast in his resistance, embodying a tenacious spirit in fending off the enemy's assaults. This young man is quite the commendable soul master. The soul master from the elephant-armored sect could not help but silently praise Tai Long. Although they were adversaries, they still appreciated such a resolute opponent, for the members of the elephant-armored sect were straightforward individuals who admired strong, formidable men. Alas, who could forget that he belongs to the Li Ji clan? While the elephant-armored sect's soul masters appreciated talents like Tai Long, they would not forget the orders of their sect leader. Titan and his companions not only disregarded the elephant-armored sect's merger proposal, but also repeatedly insulted the sect leader, necessitating that the Li Ji clan pay a price. An elephant-armored sect's soul master immediately unleashed their most powerful soul skill, the Elephant Demon Power Fist, causing their strength to surge in an instant as their muscles rapidly expanded. The situation gradually turned unfavorably for Tai Long. The disparity in soul power between him and the elephant-armored sect's soul master was insurmountable, making it impossible for him to withstand such a blow. Just as the enormous fist was about to strike Tai Long, Jiang intervened. His speed was astonishingly swift. Those around him barely caught a glimpse of his shadow. In an instant, a crimson long sword appeared in Jiang hand. As the Qi Shao sword emerged, a wave of scorching heat radiated from Jiang, causing the surrounding temperature to rise rapidly. When the soul master from the elephant-armored sect believed they could easily dispatch Tai Long, they suddenly realized that their fist had not struck the intended target at all. It had been blocked by the fiery long sword that had materialized unexpectedly. A searing torrent of flames surged into their body along with their punch, overwhelming them with an unprecedented heat. Such a terrifying firepower was something they had never encountered before. Even the members of the Blaze Fire sect could not possibly possess such fearsome flames. Upon noticing the color of the soul rings on the sword, the elephant-armored sect soul master's face revealed an expression of disbelief. The Qi Shao sword bore 2 yellow soul rings at its forefront, which, although not common in the realm of soul masters, were not unheard of among the talented individuals within the elephant-armored sect. What truly astonished the elephant-armored sect soul master was that from the 3rd soul ring onward, all the rings on the Qi Shao sword were black. Everyone in the soul master community knows that only 1,000-year soul beasts can produce black 1,000-year soul rings, indicating that the opponent had absorbed a soul ring only attainable by a soul king, despite being in the realm of soul sovereign. This was unprecedented in the soul master world and could not merely be described as talent. Jiang Tai Long's face displayed a look of astonishment upon recognizing the figure who had shielded him from the attack as his teammate from the palace. How could he be here? The entire Tiandou Empire was aware that Jiang encountered an assassination attempt by assassins while returning from the Liangshan Principality, and even the Snow Knight Emperor presumed he had sacrificed himself for the nation, thus bestowing upon him the title of Duke as a testament to his merit, serving as an example to the people. Yet unexpectedly, Jiang appeared unscathed in the imperial city, suggesting that the assassins had failed. Most astonishingly, his strength had significantly increased during this time, and he had even absorbed a 1,000-year soul ring. Tai Long pinched his own face, a surge of pain confirming that this was no dream. The person before him was indeed the real Jiang. Who might you be? And what brings you to intervene in the matters of the elephant-armored sect? The elephant-armored sect's soul master, while perceiving Jiang as merely a child, did not underestimate him. He was not one of those rogue cultivators. Since the opponent could acquire a 1,000-year soul ring, they were certainly formidable. Furthermore, the damage inflicted by the flames from the sword was still affecting him. Qi Bao Lu Li Zong, Jiang. Though his voice may be soft, it resonates with immense power. Jiang. The face of the Xiang Jia Zong soul master was filled with astonishment as he gazed ahead, his voice trembling with excitement. You are the genius of Qi Bao Lu Li Zong, the divine general of Tiandou, Jiang. Today, throughout the entirety of the Tiandou Empire, it is widely known that the greatest contributor to the victory in the Liangshan battle is not the legendary Grand Marshal Galang, but a young soul master who has only recently awakened his martial soul. Even Grand Marshal Golong feels a sense of inferiority and willingly concedes the title of Divine General of Tiando to Jiang. He even boldly proclaimed that. In terms of military strategy and tactics across the continent, Jiang Yu stands unrivaled, destined to be the foremost commander of Douluo continent, unmatched by any other. The moment Golong's words were uttered, they sparked a tremendous uproar. The four military gods of Xing Luo immediately voiced their rebuttals to Golong's claims, igniting a fierce debate. Even the female military god joined this war of words, casting doubt upon Jiang Yu's abilities. It is essential to acknowledge that Jiang Yu is merely a child, fresh and inexperienced, who has never set foot on a battlefield. How could he possibly possess such prowess? Many believe that Golong's assertions are merely an attempt to deify the Tiando Empire, dissuading Xing Luo from recklessly invading Tiando's territory. Furthermore, this maneuver serves to prevent overshadowing the master, as Golong's own achievements are already glaringly evident, reaching a point where there is little left to be awarded. Chapter 213, Qi Xiao displays might. Although Tai Nuo and Tai Long have unleashed a power far beyond the ordinary, the soul masters opposing them from Xiang Jiazong are no pushovers. They're not only the elite of Xiang Jiazong, but also renowned soul masters across Douluo continent. The most ferocious of them, a robust man, possesses strength that even surpasses Tai Nuo's. His fists, as formidable as mountains, strike with a force and speed that defies imagination. This formidable man is called Huyen Kuei. Despite being from a collateral branch of the Huyen family, his talent exceeds that of many direct descendants, marking him as an exceptional genius within Xiang Jiazong, earning him the title of the Elephant King, recognized for his potential to ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo. Huyen Kuei alone is already engaged in a fierce exchange with Tai Nuo, and with two others supporting him. Tai Nuo is burdened with the added responsibility of protecting Tai Long. After all, Tai Long has only recently broken through to the realm of Soul Master, and the disparity in strength compared to the masters of Xiang Jiazong is immense. Tai Nuo cannot afford to let him be attacked, which inevitably hampers his performance in battle. The members of Xiang Jiazong take advantage of Tai Nuo's weakness, showing no regard for martial ethics. While Huyen Kuei engages Tai Nuo, they continuously harass Tai Long, striking fiercely and showing no mercy for a mere child. This scene starkly illustrates the brutality inherent in the world of soul masters, where strength reigns supreme and the law of the jungle prevails, devoid of any principle of respecting the elderly or cherishing the young. An elder clad in yellow martial attire, his expression grim and his eyes sharp as a hawk, seized the opportunity while Tai Nuo and Tai Long were preoccupied, launching himself towards Tai Long with a sinister smile of impending triumph. In his eyes, Tai Long was already within his grasp, an easy target that could solidify his status within Xiang Jiazong. This accomplishment might even earn him the favor of the sect leader, further elevating his position. A series of ominous chuckles escaped his lips as Tai Long, recognizing the impending threat of the Soul King, knew evasion was futile and braced himself for confrontation. With no other choice, he decided to fight back. Determined not to tarnish the reputation of the Li Ji family, Tai Long unleashed his soul skill, Rock Shield. Although the name suggests a defensive technique, it is anything but. Under the influence of this skill, Tai Long's strength surged dramatically. As the effects of the soul skill activated, the elder, witnessing the boy's refusal to flee and his choice to resist, snorted derisively, underestimating the audacity of a mere soul master to challenge him. The elder looked upon Tai Long with an air of arrogance, quickening his pace. When their fists collided, a tremendous shockwave erupted, tearing through the elder's sleeves. His expression shifted to one of disbelief as he regarded Tai Long, clearly having underestimated the young man's power. This prodigy of the Li Ji clan was far from an ordinary strength-type soul master. No wonder the sect leader has coveted the Li Ji clan. With their alliance, Xiang Jiazong would undeniably qualify for contention among the top 3 sections. In that case, Xiang Jiazong would not lag behind the Lan Dianba Wang Long Zong in terms of power, and as long as the Hao Tian sect remained silent, it would be challenging for any other sect to rival them. Ever since the Hao Tian sect was forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall, Xiang Jiazong has been eyeing a position among the top 3 sections. The Qibao Lu Li Zong, guarded by 2 title Duo, is not easily overtaken, even by Hu Yinjun. However, if they could absorb the Li Ji clan to bolster Xiang Jiazong's strength, they would possess the means to contend with the Lan Dianba Wang Long Zong. Both Hu Yinjun and Tai Tan are exceptional among the Soul Douluo, and their alliance would suffice to withstand most title Douluo. While they may not secure a position among the Lan Dian Ba Wang Long zone, they could at least aim for the third seat, entering the ranks of the top 3 sects and reveling in boundless glory. Just as the elder was lost in contemplation, Tai Long could endure no longer. The overwhelming force pushed him back numerous steps. Under the strain of such immense power, he coughed up blood, feeling an indescribable discomfort as the elder's force assaulted his body, nearly fracturing his ribs. Nevertheless, Tai Long's achievement in enduring such a blow is remarkable, considering he faced a powerful strength-type Soul King, one who possessed the formidable Diamond Mammoth martial soul and was capable of contending with Soul Emperors. For a mere newly ascended Soul Master to withstand the full force of such an attack is indeed commendable. Cough, cough, cough. Tai Long could not suppress his coughing, his face paling from a pain. Observing this, the elder rushed forward, clearly sensing that Tai Long had lost the will to fight. Capturing him would allow him to leverage the situation against Tai Tan, forcing compliance. As the prospect of such a momentous achievement loomed closer, the elder grew impatient. Just as he believed victory was at hand, a sword enveloped in blazing golden flames shot towards him from afar, catching him completely off guard. The magnificent crimson blade was unlike anything the elder had encountered in his extensive years among Soul Masters. Its vibrant beauty was matched only by the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, instilling fear even within him, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Whose martial soul is this? The atmosphere exuded an unparalleled aura of sovereignty. The elder's expression suddenly turned grave, for the configuration of the soul rings on the sword was truly astonishing. While the first 100-year soul ring might be somewhat acceptable, the third black soul ring was undeniably extraordinary. Who could have anticipated that someone would successfully absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the level of a Soul Master? This was indeed an unprecedented marvel in the realm of Soul Masters. What kind of hero takes advantage of a child? It was utterly disgraceful to all Soul Masters. A tender voice emerged, prompting the elder to glance in its direction, where he beheld its owner, a small boy. Indeed, the assailant was none other than Jiang, who was somewhat familiar to Tai Long. The fact that he took it upon himself to assist against overwhelming odds was truly contemptible. Therefore, Jiang intervened, wielding the Qishao sword to thwart the elder's attack. It was him. Upon recognizing the attacker, Tai Long was taken aback. Although he and Jiang had only met once, he had heard numerous rumors about him and was well aware of his prowess. In the 214th chapter, titled A Word to Dissuade the Elephant Armor, it became apparent that without the genius Jiang, their hastily assembled team would never have triumphed in the competition. They had faced formidable opponents like Yu Qianheng and Feng Xiaotian, both of whom were super geniuses. Yet, despite their strength, they could not gain an advantage over Jiang and ultimately lost, becoming mere stepping stones for his rise. The Li family had always revered the strong, and Jiang abilities had long since conquered Tai Long, who even felt an impulse to regard Jiang as an elder brother. Although he was slightly older than Jiang, the world of Soul Masters was not bound by strict conventions. It was predicated more on strength. The one with the mightiest fist could assume the role of the elder brother, with no one daring to question it. Even a well-known Soul Master on Douluo continent had taken a disciple much younger than himself, and no one derided him, for his master was a title Douluo. Others could only envy such a status. A title Douluo stood atop the Douluo continent, their position rivaling that of emperors from the two great empires, if not surpassing them. To be a disciple of a title Douluo was a coveted honor, and many would vie for even the role of a servant, let alone a disciple. Given Jiang potential, it was certain he would ascend to the realm of title Douluo. Tai Long felt no shame in being associated with a future powerhouse. Although the Li family was not lacking in strength, it had been quite some time since a title Douluo had emerged from their ranks. Though his grandfather's abilities were not far from those of an average title Douluo, if he were to employ his poison, someone like Douluo Bo could be defeated, but alas, Tai Long was merely a Soul Douluo. He had yet to reach that level. Even if he could barely contend with a typical title Douluo, his strength had not attained that echelon. If Tai Long's power were to break through to title Douluo, would the Elephant Armor sect dare to bully them so brazenly? Hu Yanjun felt emboldened to pressure the Li family into joining the Elephant Armor sect, relying solely on his superior soul power compared to Tai Long. The members of the Elephant Armor sect initially believed their endeavor would be a sure success. Although the Li family was not weak, they had consistently held the upper hand. However, they did not foresee that a young boy's intervention would alter the tide. With Jiang Yu's current strength, Hu Yinshan did not regard him as a threat. But his background was formidable. Even the Elephant Armor sect would not dare to underestimate him. No matter how arrogant Hu Yinshan was, he would not offend the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Moreover, Jiang Yu was a disciple of the Sword Douluo, and simply based on this identity, even Hu Yinshan, the sect leader, would have to tread carefully. Who on Douluo continent did not know that the Sword Douluo was fiercely protective of his own. Should he discover that his disciple was being bullied, even Hu Yinshan would struggle to withstand the Sword Douluo's wrath. Furthermore, the emperor of the Tiando Empire, Shui, held Jiang Yu in high regard, even bestowing upon him a title of nobility, clearly indicating his intent to win him over. Although the Elephant Armor sect maintained a close relationship with the Spirit Hall, Hu Yinshan understood that if the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Tiando Empire were to collaborate against them, the Spirit Hall might not come to their aid. In recent years, while the situation on the continent simmered beneath the surface, it appeared relatively tranquil outwardly. The Spirit Hall would not disrupt the delicate peace merely for the sake of the Elephant Armor sect. After much contemplation, Hu Yinshan resolved to cease hostilities against the Leaf family, hoping to persuade Jiang Yu to refrain from meddling in the affairs between the Elephant Armor sect and the Leaf family. "Young brother," Hu Yinshan said as kindly as he could, "I have heard of your name even within the Elephant Armor sect. It is said that not only do you possess exceptional talent, but your military acumen is also profound, surpassing even the renowned General Galong of the Tiando army. Today, I see that your reputation precedes you. As the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor sect, I hope you will do me the favor of not involving yourself in our dispute with the Leaf family. In the future, the Elephant Armor sect will surely reward you handsomely." Typically, if a soul master were to hear such words from the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor sect, they might hesitate, perhaps even feel compelled to show favor to the sect. After all, the Leaf family's strength paled in comparison to the colossal presence of the Elephant Armor sect. However, Jiang Yu is different. Others might fear the Elephant Armor sect, but he did not. Favor? Jiang Yu had no intention of granting any favor to the Elephant Armor sect. This was an opportunity to win over the Leaf family. If he could earn Titan's gratitude, it would be an incredibly advantageous deal. What was the Elephant Armor sect, after all? Titan was one of the 3 renowned blacksmiths of the continent, his forging skills being profound and immeasurable. Even the forging techniques of the Haotian law were learned from Titan. If not for the quality of the Haotian hammer itself, Tang Hao might not have surpassed Titan in technique. Moreover, it was rare that Titan was not averse to innovative forging methods. Thus, his spirit of innovation surpassed that of the other 2 master blacksmiths. Jiang Yu did not wish to let such an outstanding talent slip away. He even considered subduing Titan, lest he leave him for Tang San. It would be better to intercept him now. Even if he could not subdue Titan, establishing a strong relationship with him would still be quite beneficial. Furthermore, Jiang Yu sought to learn forging techniques from Titan, and if he could resolve the conflict for the Leaf family, he would certainly not refuse such a request. What was the Elephant Armor sect, after all? Jiang Yu's stance hardened significantly. The Leaf family was under his protection as a duke. Any sensible person would take their leave with their entourage. Since the Emperor Shui had conferred upon him a title of nobility, he could certainly utilize it. Hu Yinshan's countenance darkened instantly. This young lad was exceedingly audacious, daring to insult the Elephant Armor sect. The 7 great sects were the pinnacle of power on the continent. And as the Grand Elder of the Elephant Armor sect, Hu Yinshan did not need to bow even before an imperial emperor. His status was indeed exalted. Now, being humiliated so egregiously by a mere child made his anger boil. Had it not been for the reputation of the Sword Douluo, he would have already struck this insolent boy. "You dare to insult the Elephant Armor sect? Today, I shall deal with you." An enraged soul master from the Elephant Armor sect, witnessing the dishonor to their sect and Grand Elder, could no longer contain his fury and prepare to teach Jiang Yu a lesson. Just as he was about to take action, he was intercepted by Hu Yinshan, who stood beside him. Although his anger was no less than that of the disciple from the Xiangjia sect, he had to consider the greater picture and refrain from offending the Qibao Luli sect and the Tiando Empire at this stage. Thus, he conceded to the Xiangjia sect, granting them this favor. Yet he hoped they would remember this incident today. In the future, the Xiangjia sect would naturally reclaim this favor. Though Hu Yinshan had a compromise, he nevertheless made a stern remark to preserve the dignity of the Xiangjia sect before leading the disciples away. "Thank you, Brother Yu." With the crisis averted, Tai Long hurried forward to express his gratitude, as they were old friends. There's no need for such formality among friends. Jiang Yu smiled warmly at Tai Long. dismissing the matter as a mere, trifling effort. One must commend Jiang for his eloquence. Tai Long and the Titan behind him immediately developed a favorable impression of Jiang, realizing that this young man was not one to cling to favors. At such a tender age, his character was truly admirable, a testament to the adage that heroes emerge in youth. Observing Jiang, Titan couldn't help but recall the formidable Innate, who dominated the Spirit Master realm, renowned as the continent's greatest genius. Only he could earn Titan's unwavering allegiance. Junior Jiang pays respect to Senior Titan. Jiang bowed respectfully to Titan. "Oh, you know my name?" Titan, coming back to his senses, was momentarily taken aback. He had no prior acquaintance with this newly appointed duke. Of course, Jiang responded with a flurry of compliments. The name of Senior Titan, leader of the Li Ji clan, is known throughout the Douluo continent. You are a legendary power-type spirit master, and few can match your prowess in pure strength. What is even more admirable is your unparalleled skill in forging, revered by all blacksmiths across the continent as a divine craftsman. A status rarer than that of a titled Douluo. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Titan's face flushed with embarrassment. Although he held the prestigious title of clan leader, he had never received such praise, especially regarding his forging skills. It is worth noting that the status of blacksmiths in the Douluo continent is quite low, and even a divine craftsman is merely renowned within the blacksmithing community, standing in stark contrast to the highly esteemed profession of spirit masters. "Junior Jiang, you flatter me," Titan said with a warm smile, recognizing not only Jiang's assistance in resolving the Li Ji clan's crisis, but also his remarkable talent. Having reached the Spirit King realm at such a young age, surpassing even his master, Hao Yanduo, Tang Hao, he treated Jiang not as a child, but as an equal. "I express my gratitude to you, young brother, for your timely assistance. Otherwise, that rabble from the Xiangjia sect would not have let the Li Ji clan off so easily." Titan bowed in appreciation. Jiang quickly stepped aside and attempted to help Titan up, only to find himself nearly overwhelmed by Titan's considerable weight. Without utilizing his internal strength, he almost succumbed under Titan's mass. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, exerting himself to counter the formidable force and lift Titan up. Titan gazed at Jiang in astonishment, surprised that such a young figure could unleash such potent strength, rivaling that of a formidable soul Douluo with the martial soul of a mighty gorilla. It is noteworthy that Jiang was merely a spirit king and not one who specialized in pure strength. Yet he could overpower the Li Ji clan with ease. A truly remarkable feat. I had no idea you possess such strength, young brother. It is genuinely humbling. Titan's eyes were filled with admiration, clearly expressing his sincerity. Although such praise from Titan, a figure of considerable stature, brought Jiang a sense of pride. He maintained an air of calmness, regarding Titan with his usual composure. Witnessing this exchange only deepened Titan's appreciation for Jiang. He had encountered many geniuses, yet those individuals often carried an air of arrogance, akin to proud roosters. However, a talent like Jiang, who exhibited neither servility nor arrogance, reminded Titan of his former master. "You jest, senior," Jiang replied with a serene demeanor. "This bit of strength pales in comparison to yours, and your forging skills are beyond my reach. I often enjoy crafting items, but after years of exploration, I have yet to grasp the fundamentals. I'm truly far from your level." By intentionally mentioning forging, Jiang not only allowed Titan to regain some dignity, but also piqued Titan's interest further. After all, a genius spirit master like him would seldom concern himself with the profession of blacksmithing. As anticipated, Jiang's words immediately captivated Titan's attention. The two engaged in conversation, oblivious to the bustling surroundings, and continued their discussion for quite some time. Their dialogue grew increasingly animated. Although Jiang's forging skills were modest, he often articulated many innovative ideas, leaving even Titan, the divine craftsman, in awe. After all, Jiang had been nurtured by modern knowledge. Although he had not specialized in the field of forging, he had researched the history of the craft to some extent. This knowledge, steeped in thousands of years of tradition, even Titan had to acknowledge. Despite the Douluo continent's development over tens of thousands of years, many professions had made significant advancements, while others remained stagnant or even regressed. And blacksmithing was one such profession. The status of blacksmiths was regrettably low, deterring many from pursuing a career that was both arduous and financially unrewarding. As a result, the profession had not flourished. Even Titan, as a divine craftsman, would not have garnered respect were it not for his position as the leader of the Li Ji clan. Encountering a young genius so deeply interested in forging and exhibiting remarkable talent brought Titan immense joy, and he spoke at length for an entire hour. Tai Long, observing his grandfather in wide-eyed disbelief, noted that he rarely spoke so freely. He seemed like a different person altogether. During this conversation, Jiang Yu gained considerable insight into forging techniques, and it became clear that Titan was indeed one of the 3 divine craftsmen of the Douluo continent, with skills that reached extraordinary heights. Jiang Yu aspired to learn the art of forging, viewing Titan as the ideal mentor. He listened intently, absorbing all the knowledge imparted by Titan. In Tiando City, at the residence of the Li Ji clan, after exiting the Great Soul Arena, Titan led Jiang Yu to their abode. Seeing Titan's warm hospitality, Jiang Yu felt it was inappropriate to decline, and since he was genuinely interested in visiting the Li Ji clan, he followed along. Although the Li Ji clan's residence did not appear ostentatious, it exuded a sense of grandeur. The gates on either side were forged from rare metals, appearing exceptionally sturdy. As they walked, Titan took pride in introducing the Li Ji clan's residence, revealing that even the entrance gates were reinforced with precious metals like secret silver, making it impervious to damage, even by formidable soul sage-level beings. What a magnificent residence! It is clearly a castle. Chapter 216. The Embrace of Ning Rongrong. This estate is a proud creation of the Yu clan, and no one on the continent can surpass their architectural prowess. Titan proudly introduced. Jiang Yu was well aware of the Yu clan's capabilities, yet he feigned astonishment, displaying an expression of shock. The several beautiful women beside Jiang Yu also exhibited some surprise, but refrained from speaking, as they were accustomed to grand spectacles. Wow, this is truly magnificent. Bai Qinxiang feigned astonishment. Titan's face flushed slightly. Having just exited the great fighting soul arena, he recognized his niece Bai Qinxiang, and the two had already acknowledged each other. Hence his embarrassment, knowing she was merely flattering him. After all, this little niece had visited the Li clan when she was young. Although she was quite small then, she surely remembered this estate. Upon entering the great hall, Titan shooed everyone away and instructed the clan members to host Bai Qinxiang and the other ladies with the utmost hospitality, leaving only Jiang Yu in the hall. The two conversed for several hours, not stepping outside, even once. When hunger struck, servants naturally brought forth food, so they were not left wanting. It was only at dusk that their conversation concluded, and Jiang Yu, accompanied by the lovely ladies, departed from the Li clan. However, due to Titan's insistence, Bai Qinxiang decided to remain with the Li clan for a few more days, thus she did not leave with the others. Upon exiting Tiando City, Xiao Xiao and Shui Binger bid farewell to Jiang Yu. The sisters had been away from their sect for some time and needed to return for a visit. As for Xiao Xiao, her purpose in arriving at the Tiando Empire was to seek someone, so Jiang Yu said nothing, merely advising her to exercise caution on her journey. After parting ways with the ladies, Jiang Yu proceeded with Luna to the residence of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With Jiang Yu's current soul power, he arrived at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School in no time. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, the disciple guarding the gate was taken aback and staggered backward. After a moment, he finally responded, "Why you, Jiang Yu? I am fine. Hurry and inform the sect master and my master that Jiang Yu has returned." Jiang Yu replied with a calm demeanor. "Yes, at once." The disciple promptly unleashed his martial soul, a brown bird, and after activating his first soul skill, wings sprouted from his back. Shortly after, Jiang Yu saw several figures rushing towards him. It was Ning Fengji, Jiandao, Thuo, and Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the last, Ning Rongrong, who had become even more beautiful since their last meeting. Heaven blessed the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Seeing Jiang Yu return unscathed, Ning Fengji's smile returned. He had not smiled since Jiang Yu's disappearance, and now, seeing him again, his former spirit was restored. "You brat, where have you been?" Douluo, although concealing it well, could not hide the concern etched on his face. Before Jiang Yu could respond, a delicate figure leapt heavily into his arms. It was none other than Ning Rongrong. Feeling the budding curves against his chest, Jiang Yu's heart warmed. "Woo!" Ning Rongrong immediately burst into tears. "They all said you were harmed, and I refused to believe it. But after such a long time without seeing you, I'm just glad you're back today." Jiang Yu gently stroked Ning Rongrong's hair, looking down at the enchanting figure in his embrace, and felt a surge of tenderness at her tear-streaked face. "Do not cry. I have returned, haven't I?" Jiang Yu comforted the weeping Ning Rongrong. Observing his daughter in Jiang Yu's embrace, Ning Fengji felt a twinge of jealousy, yet he did not intervene, as he intended to betroth Ning Rongrong to Jiang Yu, so he refrained from saying anything further. After a moment, Jiang Yu shyly pushed Ning Rongrong away, not because he wished to end the embrace, but because the others were staring intently at him, making him somewhat uncomfortable. Moreover, her father was present, and Jiang Yu feared that Ning Fengji might act. At this moment, Ning Rongrong also realized her sobs ceased abruptly and a blush spread across her cheeks. However, she did not move away. Jiang Yu adjusted his clothing and greeted the elders in attendance. Xiao Yu, quickly tell us who sent those individuals to harm you in Liangshan. Humph, daring to touch my disciple. If I find out who it is, I shall have their skin stripped, Jian exclaimed, a surge of anger erupting from him. Observing the concerned expressions of the elders, Jiang Yu wasted no time in recounting all that he had experienced in recent days. Naturally, he withheld certain secrets, including the matter with Yang Wudi, merely stating that he had been rescued by a mysterious elder. Upon hearing Jiang Yu's series of encounters, Ning Fengji and the others were astonished. They had not expected Jiang Yu to gain such fortune from misfortune, acquiring so many rare opportunities. It is worth noting that both the 10,000-year whale glue and the crimson fruit are exceedingly rare materials for body refinement. For an ordinary person to obtain even one is a tremendous stroke of luck, let alone both. Even more enviable was the fact that Jiang Yu's soul power had broken through to the 39th level in just a few months. Furthermore, he had obtained the most coveted treasure in the realm of soul masters, an external spirit bone, second only to a 100,000-year spirit ring. You brat, release the spirit bone, Jian said with an expression of envy. Although Jiang Yu did not understand why Jian wanted him to release his spirit bone, he obediently summoned the Hua Shanba Yi, a dazzling golden light illuminating the area. 4 fiery red wings sprouted from Jiang Yu's back, their spots bursting forth with resplendent brilliance, captivating everyone's attention. Ning Fengji and the others, being sharp-eyed, could not fail to notice the extraordinary nature of Jiang Yu's external spirit bone. Observing the external spirit bone on Jiang Yu, Jian gaze sharpened, and suddenly a tremendous surge of soul power erupted from him, aimed directly at Jiang Yu. The unexpected turn of events did not instill fear in Jiang Yu. He understood that Jian meant him no harm. Indeed, Jian soon articulated his intentions, revealing that he wished to assist Jiang Yu in fully integrating with the external spirit bone. Once they achieved complete fusion, the external spirit bone would be unassailable. Gradually, the soul power exerted by Jian reached the level of 50. Yet, Jiang Yu maintained a composed expression, not a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Good lad, Jian repeatedly praised. He then unleashed even more potent soul power, quickly advancing to 60. However, even then, Jiang Yu merely furrowed his brow slightly, without even releasing his martial soul. It appeared that this was not his limit. Jian no longer held back. With Jiang Yu's current physique, he likely could withstand soul power of 70. Soon, Jian released soul power reached 73, and a hint of pain appeared on Jiang Yu's face. Yet he still did not unleash his martial soul. It was not until Jian soul power reached 81 that Jiang Yu finally summoned the Qishao sword. As the treasured sword emerged, a breathtaking imperial pressure surged forth, directed straight at Jian. The Qishao sword sensed the formidable force of the Qishao sword, mistakenly interpreting it as a provocation, and immediately unleashed unprecedented power. The Qishao sword is the sovereign among swords, and all others must submit before it, allowing no room for offense. Even the sword Douluo felt a tremor upon sensing this astonishing sword intent, as the Qishao sword within him revealed a hint of panic. The sword Douluo hastily withdrew his soul power and called upon the bone Douluo for assistance. Old bone, here's your chance. You take over, he said, feeling somewhat apprehensive. After years of companionship, the bone Douluo could easily read the trepidation on Jianshen's face, but he understood that this was not the moment for jesting. He promptly unleashed his bone dragon martial spirit, releasing a soul power of level 90 immediately. At this moment, Jiang Yu felt an unprecedented pressure, even with his current physique. He struggled to withstand the soul power suppression of a tidal Douluo. Fortunately, the bone Douluo harbored no intent to kill him. Otherwise, under such pressure, Jiang Yu would have been forced to kneel, and it was only now that he truly comprehended the chasm between himself and a tidal Douluo. Not only Jiang Yu was astonished, the shock within the bone Douluo was equally profound. Jiang Yu was merely a soul master, yet he could endure the soul power suppression of a soul Douluo. This proved that his body had reached an extraordinary realm. When the Douluo elevated his soul power to level 91, the fire god's 8 wings within Jiang suddenly crackled, merging completely with him, no longer distinguishable as separate entities. It was at this moment that the fire god's 8 wings truly belonged to Jiang and no outsider. Not even a titled Douluo could seize the external soul bone from him. Chapter 217. The unique lawn grass. Years later, in the Balak Kingdom, there exist 2 cities of utmost importance. The capital city, Balak City, where King Balak resides, and Soto City, located in the heart of the kingdom's most fertile plains, renowned as the Granary of Balak. Both cities are fortified with thousands of elite soldiers, making them vital to the kingdom's security. At this moment, just past noon, under the blazing sun that scorches the earth, 2 young individuals entered the gates of Soto City. They appear to be merely in their early teens, 1 boy and 1 girl. The boy, though dressed simply, possessed an impressive and striking appearance, reminiscent of a noble scion. Standing around 180 centimeters tall, he wore light blue martial attire, adorned with a ring set with a gemstone crafted from pure jade, clearly of considerable value. The girl wore a simple white long dress, exuding a sense of cleanliness, with short hair framing her exquisitely fair face, radiating an aura of nobility. They were none other than Jiang and Ning Rongrong. Uncertain of how Ning Rongrong learned of the name Shrek Academy, upon discovering its story, she insisted on visiting, prompting Jiang to accompany her. Upon entering the city, Jiang casually asked a passerby about the enrollment period for Shrek Academy and learned that the examination would take place in 2 days, leading him to decide against rushing to the academy. Since it was their first visit to Soto City, he thought it wise to enjoy a couple of days of leisure with Ning Rongrong. Although Soto City was considerably smaller than Tiando City, it was bustling with activity. The streets were teeming with throngs of tourists, keeping the soldiers maintaining order quite busy. Jiang and Ning Rongrong sampled some local delicacies before heading to a hotel for accommodation. Shortly thereafter, they arrived in front of a luxurious hotel, 3 stories tall. While not expansive, its exquisite decor captivated the eye, with rose decorations adorning the exterior. A red sign emblazoned with golden letters read Rose Hotel. Upon entering, a rich fragrance of roses enveloped them, providing a refreshing ambience. Suddenly, a cacophony disrupted the tranquility, and even before reaching the front desk, they could hear it from afar. A crowd had gathered around something, piquing Ning Rongrong's curiosity, and she eagerly pulled Jiang closer. Jiang remained composed. If he guessed correctly, it was likely Tang San and Dai Mubai engaged in combat. The amusing reason for their altercation was a dispute over a room. Dai Mubai had intended to bring a pair of twin sisters for a scholarly endeavor, only to find that the room had been rented to Tang San by a new staff member. The two had clashed at the slightest disagreement. By the time Ning Rongrong and Jiang approached, their battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with both having summoned their martial spirits. Dai Mubai, martial spirit, White Tiger, level 37 Soul Master, at your service. Beneath him, 3 radiant rings slowly rose, 2 yellow and 1 purple, as a surge of soul power erupted forth. Is that a Soul Master? Ning Rongrong expressed her astonishment, noting that this boy appeared only to be in his early teens, yet had cultivated his soul power to such a level. Such talent was rare, even in the Qibao Liuli sect, making it a surprise to witness in a remote city like Soto. After a brief moment of surprise, Ning Rongrong's expression returned to normal. Although the White Tiger Soul Master had slightly greater potential than her, he paled in comparison to Jiang. Tang San, martial spirit, Lan Grass, level 29 Weapon Soul Master. As a deep blue light surged, a tuft of deep blue grass sprouted from his palm. Though still ordinary Lan grass, it exhibited numerous transformations, with slender leaves adorned with serpent-like patterns, morphing from flat to cylindrical and covered in fine thorns. 2 circles of yellow soul rings spiraled upward from Tang San's feet, encircling his body. Lan Zat? Ning Rongrong exclaimed involuntarily. This seemingly useless martial spirit can be cultivated. The mere fact that such a lowly martial spirit could reach such a level completely shattered Ning Rongrong's preconceived notions. Tang San, at the epicenter of the uproar, momentarily darkened in countenance, though he quickly masked it. Your martial spirit is merely Lan Grass. Dai Mubai was equally taken aback. There are no worthless martial spirits, only worthless soul masters, Tang San retorted loudly, as if to ensure everyone around could hear him. Laughter and skepticism rippled through the crowd. Tang San's statement garnered no support. In the Douluo continent, talent was intrinsically linked to martial spirits, and only those who awakened top-tier martial spirits were deemed geniuses. Worthless martial spirit? They have never seen anyone rise to the pinnacle of soul mastery using a worthless martial spirit. Brother Yu, isn't that what you said? Ningronggrong nutget yang yu plaishuli. Recalling that he had uttered those words when awakening his martial spirit. It seems you've truly gained fame, even in a small place like Soto City. She couldn't help but tease. Jiang Yu felt a tinge of embarrassment. That statement was not his original thought. Well said. Dai Mubai's deep blue eyes glimmered with approval, clearly in agreement with Tang San's sentiment. There are no worthless martial spirits, only inept soul masters. Allow me to experience the peculiarities of your Lan, Yin, Chao martial spirit. Soon, the two engage in combat. Although Dai Mubai possessed significantly higher soul power than Tang San, he found himself at a disadvantage. Tang San's enigmatic Tang Men internal arts instilled a sense of caution even in Dai Mubai, the formidable assault-type soul master. Realizing that his opponent was not to be underestimated, Dai Mubai decided to unleash his 1,000-year soul skill, the White Tiger Diamond Transformation, his most potent ability. In this instance, he managed to regain some semblance of dignity. Despite Tang San's agile movements and diverse techniques, his martial spirit was merely Lan Yin Chao. In the face of such a 1,000-year soul skill, he struggled to maintain his ground, barely holding on. Nonetheless, Dai Mubai sensed that Tang San had some hidden capabilities, prompting him to refrain from pressing too hard. He even offered his room to Tang San and Xiao Wu, stating that they could mention his name if they encountered any troubles at the Shrek Academy. After speaking, Dai Mubai took his leave, embracing the twin beauties, eager to vent his frustrations upon them. Unbeknownst to him, this scene of him departing the hotel with the twins caught the eye of a strikingly youthful beauty with a voluptuous figure. Such scandalous behavior. How could such a lecherous creature be worthy of my hand in marriage? This engagement is no longer binding. Beneath a grand tree not far from the hotel, a figure clad in leather, perfectly accentuating her alluring physique, was Zhu Zhuqing. She resolutely decided to dissolve her engagement with Dai Mubai. Chapter 218. Encountering Tang San again. After a long absence, who would have thought that Xiao San had learned to book a room? Jiang Yu strode directly toward Tang San. He was no longer the timid newcomer who had just traversed into the Douluo continent. His fear of Tang San had dissipated. The so-called hidden weapons of the Tang sect seemed trivial compared to Jiang Yu's current prowess. As for the Xian Tiangong, it paled in comparison to the Hongmeng Ziqi Dao he cultivated. You are. Initially, Tang San felt a surge of anger at the mockery. But upon seeing the figure before him, his ire evaporated instantly. Although years had passed, he could never mistake the silhouette of Jiang Yu, whose shadow had haunted him for years. His relentless training had been aimed at surpassing Jiang Yu. Yet, as Jiang Yu approached and the aura he exuded washed over him, Tang San's expression shifted. He sensed that Jiang Yu was now at least several dozen times more formidable than before. A sense of helplessness enveloped him. What are you doing here? Tang San secretly activated the Xian Tiangong, and only after circulating his inner power for a full cycle did the oppressive aura emanating from Jiang Yu begin to wane. Xiao San, who is he? Xiao Wu, sensing Jiang Yu's formidable presence, instinctively stepped behind Tang San, acutely aware that the individual before them was extraordinary, imbued with a mysterious power. Despite being a 100,000-year soul beast transformed into human form, she still felt trepidation in the presence of Jiang Yu. Xiao Wu lowered her head, hesitant to meet Jiang Yu's gaze. Having encountered him previously, Tang San dismissed her actions as mere shyness. Xiao San, is this your girlfriend? Jiang Yu inquired, pointing at Xiao Wu with a hint of feigned ignorance. This marked his first encounter with Xiao Wu, and he couldn't help but scrutinize her closely. Although she was young, her form had developed remarkably. Her silky black hair was neatly braided into a scorpion braid that cascaded down to her calves. She wore a pink top that modestly covered her burgeoning curves, and her slender waist was almost delicate to the touch. Her long, straight legs were encased in white trousers, presenting an impeccable golden ratio. Her eyebrows resembled a crescent moon, while her bright, large eyes complemented her round, rosy face, exuding beauty and a touch of playfulness. Oomph. Observing Jiang Yu's unwavering gaze upon the young girl, Ning Rongrong felt a surge of jealousy and pinched his waist. Jiang Yu winced at the sudden pain. Although Ning Rongrong had tempered her temper over the years, her innate demeanor as a young lady of wealth remained unchanged. Whenever he conversed with other girls, she could not help but feel envious, causing Jiang Yu considerable distress, as his charm naturally attracted many admirers. Stop it. Jiang Yu's tone turned serious, halting Ning Rongrong's mischievous antics. Reluctantly, she acquiesced, aware that she must maintain her composure in public and not embarrass him. Jiang Ji, you jest, Tang San replied earnestly. This is my adopted sister. Although he said this, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Could he truly regard Xiao Wu as nothing more than a sister? Could their relationship remain purely sibling-like? How could I even think that? Tang San, she is your sister. Though merely an adopted sister, she was still a sister. He quickly extinguished this train of thought, unwilling to delve deeper. By the way, Jiang Ji, what brings you to Suatawa City? Tang San swiftly changed the subject. Curiosity piqued by Jiang Yu's presence. Could he be here to attend Shrek Academy as well? The mere thought of this possibility disheartened him. He did not wish to share school with Jiang Yu. Unbeknownst to Tang San, Jiang Yu had no inkling of the turmoil within his mind. Nor did he realize that in Tang San's eyes, he had become his greatest rival. I heard that there's a unique Soul Master Academy in Suatawa City, called Shrek Academy. Though it may be small, it has produced many renowned Soul Masters, so I brought my little sister along to take a look. Indeed, he had come for Shrek Academy. Upon hearing this, Tang San contemplated abandoning his plans to take the entrance exam, but recalling the master's instructions. He understood that this was not an option. What a coincidence! Tang San forced a smile. My sister and I are also registering at Shrek Academy. Perhaps we will become schoolmates. Thus, Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong settled into the Rose Hotel. Although only one room remained, its spaciousness was more than adequate. Even a group of 10 could comfortably reside there. Despite the room's somewhat suggestive decor, both Jiang Yu and Tang San had matured beyond embarrassment. However, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu inevitably felt a bit shy, as young girls often do. This peculiar tension did not linger long, as lively conversation soon quelled any awkwardness. Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu discovered common interests, having been close friends in the original narrative, and quickly became at ease with one another. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. The following day, after finishing breakfast at the hotel, Xiao Wu suggested they go out and explore. Soon, they arrived at a small shop located in a bustling area of the city. Although the storefront was modest, the sign hanging above it was unlike those of any other establishment. The sign above depicted a circular imprint adorned with several enigmatic symbols. While the average person might struggle to decipher their meanings, figures such as Jiang Yu, Ning Rongrong, and Tang San, along with Xiao Wu, instantly recognized their significance. It represented a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, mirroring the emblem inscribed on the Wuhuan Temple's token. The presence of such imagery in a humble shop was perplexing. Upon seeing this establishment, a smile crept onto Jiang Yu's face. If his assumptions were correct, this shop belonged to one of the renowned Golden Triangle of the Soul Master community, established by the illustrious Flandra, the founder of Shrek Academy. The exquisite bored crystal, the golden dragon whisker needle, had been procured from Flandra himself. As they entered the dimly lit shop, a peculiar energy surge captured their attention. This energy bore a striking resemblance to that found within the Wuhuan Temple, leading them to deduce that the presence of soul-guiding devices was the cause. The existence of such devices in a modest store was indeed surprising for Ning Rongrong, who understood that, while most soul-guiding devices lacked offensive capabilities, their intricate manufacturing processes had long been lost to time, making any existing devices precious relics from antiquity. The saying goes, rarity increases value, and thus each soul-guiding device held significant worth, capable of purchasing the very establishment before them. It was evident that the owner of this shop was no ordinary individual. Ning Rongrong, a prodigy from a prestigious sect, astutely inferred the exceptional nature of the shopkeeper from such subtle observations. Chapter 219. Fish Bladder in the Dimly Lit Shop. A solitary figure reclined in a wooden chair, eyes closed, swaying gently. This individual was undoubtedly the proprietor of the establishment. Appearing to be around 50 years of age, he maintained a commendable physique, exhibiting robust muscles that indicated a life of physical training. However, his facial features were somewhat unseemly. A jutting chin, broad cheekbones, a flat face, and a hooked nose rendered him somewhat shifty in appearance. He exuded the aura of a shrewd merchant. Adding to the absurdity of his demeanor were the crystal spectacles perched upon his nose, which lent him an unintentionally comical air. As Tang San and Xiao Wu entered, They were immediately drawn to the soul-guiding devices displayed within the shop, while Jiang Yu scrutinized the figure of Flandre before him. Although the original text offered little description of Shrek Academy's president, he had moments of brilliance that were often more endearing than those of Yu Xiaojing. "Boss, how much for this crystal?" Tang Xin soon broke the tranquility of the shop with his abrupt inquiry, having spotted the bored crystal and eager to acquire it. Awakened from his reverie, Flandre's mood shifted, and he began to tease Tang San. The originally priced 100 gold soul coins for the bored crystal quickly escalated to 500. Inciting Xiao Wu's fury and prompting Tang San to shake his head in resignation, preparing to leave the shop, as such an expense was not trivial. Even the subsidies from the Wuhuan Temple could not cover it. However, just as he was about to exit, Flandre's gaze fell upon the jade belt at Tang San's waist. Seemingly recalling something, the ever-cunning Flandre unexpectedly changed his tune, declaring that he would not charge a single gold soul coin, gifting the bored crystal to Tang San. Jiang Yu merely smiled at this exchange. While others might remain oblivious to the underlying reasons, he understood that Flandre had recognized the jade belt, a possession of Yu Xiaojing. Given Flandre's relationship with the master, it was impossible for him not to identify such a personal item. In that instant, he surmised Tang San's identity. Even if Flandre were inclined toward profit, he would never exploit a disciple of Yu Xiaojing. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yu couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of having someone to provide protection. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu held no particular desire for the bored crystal. Although it was the ideal material for crafting dragon whisker needles, which effectively countered internal energy, it bore no significance for him. When the Emperor's fire manifested, no hidden weapon could withstand its might. Anything approaching him would be melted by its formidable power. Others might be vulnerable to Tang San's concealed weapons. Even a titled Douluo could potentially fall prey to his ambush, but Jiang Yu was unperturbed. Trivial hidden weapons posed no threat to him. Having exited the shop, the group lacked the inclination to continue their shopping and promptly returned to the hotel. Upon entering their room, Tang San hurriedly took Xiao Wu toward the restroom. After all, Jiang Yu was an outsider and, more importantly, his greatest rival. He could not risk revealing the secret of the bored crystal. "What do you think they're rushing off to the restroom for?" Ning Rongrong's large eyes brimmed with curiosity. Could it be for that kind of thing? The mere thought of such a possibility left her mouth agape, large enough to fit a sausage. "What are you thinking?" Jiang Yu bleichuli slicket Ning Rongrong's forehead tukling. "I wonder who you learned such thoughts from at such a young age." "Ouch, that hurt." Ning Rongrong feigned injury, rubbing her forehead. "You need to be gentle. What if you break it? You'd have to take responsibility." "Stop pretending. There's no way that little bit of force could hurt you." Jiang Yu was not fooled by Ning Rongrong's act. No one knew her better than he did. Over the years, her acting skills had only grown more refined. Had she been on Blue Star, she would surely sweep the major film festivals. Seeing that Jiang Yu offered no words of comfort, Ning Rongrong's dissatisfaction was palpable. He clearly lacked an understanding of tenderness. With that attitude, you won't find a girlfriend. You need to be gentle with girls and pamper them. It's not right to be so straightforward and rough. Jiang Yu smiled slightly, responding, "Well, I don't lack for girlfriends. A multitude of beauties are vying for my attention." "You." Ning Rongrong immediately erupted, her face etched with grievance. While Jiang Yu's words sounded somewhat arrogant, upon reflection, they bore a kernel of truth. Over the years, how many women had eagerly pursued him? From the distant Hua Wu to the many he had brought back from his travels. Ning Rongrong could sense the infatuation of Bai Qinxiang and the elven maiden toward Jiang Yu. It was even rumored that Shui Binger of the Tianshui clan held special feelings for him. Even the Tiando Emperor had intentions of marrying his daughter Shui Ku to Jiang Yu. Had it not been for Ning Rongrong's insistence on her father Ning Fengji and her grandfather Jian Doa to temporarily decline the Tiando Emperor's proposal, Jiang Yu might have already become the royal consort of the Tiando Empire. Seeing Ning Rongrong resembling an agitated cat, Jiang Yu quickly grasped her small hand to soothe her. "All right, enough of that." He wore a gentle expression. Gazing at Jiang Yu's exceptionally handsome face, Ning Rongrong's anger dissipated in an instant. Indeed, she was captivated by appearances. No matter how Jiang Yu provoked her, the sight of his striking visage rendered her powerless. As the moon ascended into the sky, the long night passed in tranquility. Jiang Yu and his companions remained within the hotel, even ordering dinner to be delivered to their room, amidst a few misunderstandings. The server, in a curious turn of events, handed both Jiang Yu and Tang San a transparent fish bladder. Its shape bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a condom. While the materials differed, Jiang Yu quickly discerned its purpose. As for Tong San, the moment he laid eyes on the fish bladder, his face involuntarily flushed. In his era, this fish bladder was commonly used as a contraceptive. Although he had never utilized one himself, many of his fellow disciples in Tongmen had certainly made use of them. When he first entered the outer sect, he was tasked with taking out the trash, where he would collect baskets full of these fish bladders daily, especially from the elders with profound inner strength, who would typically use at least 3 each time. Despite Tong San's mature mindset, he was still a novice and found himself at a loss as to how to handle the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang, with his wealth of experience, returned the fish bladder to the waiter and handed over several gold soul coins to send him away. Thus, the predicament was swiftly resolved. Once the waiter had departed, Tong San realized he was still holding onto the fish bladder, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Hey, you haven't taken this back," he called out, waving the fish bladder. But the waiter was long gone and did not hear him. "Just keep it. It could serve as a balloon," Jiang jested. Tong San's expression darkened instantly. "A balloon? Does this thing have any other purpose?" Observing the oil coating the fish bladder in his hand, he hastily discarded it onto the ground, as he had no intention of playing with a balloon. Chapter 220, A Little One at the Break of Dawn the following day. The group exited Suatawa City through the southern gate, setting off towards Shi Lake Academy. Leaving the city, they traveled southward, flanked by vast farmlands abundant with various grains. Suatawa City truly lived up to its reputation as the granary capital. After a long journey, they failed to spot any signs of an academy nearby. Just as they were about to lose hope, they finally glimpsed a small village ahead. Upon entering the village, they were greeted by a crowd at the entrance, mostly comprised of youths accompanied by their parents. A table was set up at the entrance, behind which sat an elderly man, approximately in his 60s. To their astonishment, a dilapidated sign hung from a wooden archway at the village entrance, bearing the simple words, Shi Lake Academy. Beneath the inscription was a green emblem resembling that of a humanoid creature. The elderly man also wore a matching green circular badge on his chest, likely the emblem of Shi Lake Academy. Could it be? Ning Rongrong gazed at the scene before her, somewhat dumbfounded, unable to believe that this humble village housed the renowned Shi Lake Academy in the world of soul masters. In that moment, she felt a significant sense of disappointment. After all, soul masters emerging from Shi Lake Academy could attain the rank of Viscount within the Empire, a title far more prestigious than that of a kingdom's Viscount. The nobility of the two great empires held substantial value. Ning Rongrong couldn't help but cast a look at Jiang, her expression filled with admiration. A youth of his age, neither a prince nor a bastard child of the Tiando Emperor, who achieved a ducal title through merit, seemed almost mythical. His accomplishments surpassed even those of her father, Ning Fengji. It was often said that girls are extroverted, and this saying proved true. Ning Rongrong could very well end up marrying Jiang. If that were to happen, Ning Fengji, as her father, would find himself in an even lesser position. Poor Ning Fengji remained oblivious to the fact that his pampered daughter was already drifting away. Observing the somewhat modest registration area, Jiang said nothing and promptly took Ning Rongrong to form a line. Tong San followed suit, pulling Xiao Wu into the queue. The first few youths lacked notable talent, and not a single one succeeded in gaining admission. This incited anger among many, as the registration fee was no small sum, 10 gold soul coins. Ultimately, they were dismissed by the elderly man with a simple statement regarding age eligibility, as the academy only accepted children under 13 and the fee was non-refundable. This was clearly a case of exploitation. A wave of indignation swept through the parents. At this moment, Dai Mubai made his entrance. As the foremost combatant among the students of Shi Lake Academy, it was only fitting for him to quell such a disruptive scene. Without wasting words, Dai Mubai unleashed 3 soul rings, instantly intimidating the crowd. In the ensuing commotion, the queue diminished by a third, as no one wished to donate money to Shi Lake Academy for nothing. Another youth approached the elderly man, exuding confidence unlike the others. His parents stood behind him, brimming with pride. With unwavering assurance, the parent placed 10 gold coins into a wooden box, awaiting their son's performance. The boy met the academy's age requirements, yet he bore only a century-old yellow soul ring and wielded a rather unimpressive vine as his martial soul. While this martial soul bore some resemblance to Tong San's, it was not grass, but merely a vine. Disqualified. The elderly man's words struck like a cold splash of water, jolting the boy from his buoyant self-assurance. The parents, evidently displeased with the elderly man's judgment, interjected, arguing that their son's first soul ring was a century ring, not something just anyone could possess. The elderly man remained stern, letting out a dismissive grunt. Shy Lake is a place for monsters, even among soul beasts. It is an extraordinary existence. The Academy's essence is that of a monster academy, only accepting those who are extraordinary. Those over 13 years of age or possessing soul power below level 21 should not waste their time here. We do not welcome the inept. As he spoke, the elderly man exuded an overwhelming aura, sending shivers down the spines of Tong San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, while Jiang remained unfazed, seemingly immune to the pressure. The elderly man's astonishment grew as he realized that his soul emperor-level pressure had failed to unsettle this child, prompting him to regard Jiang with newfound respect. A flash of red light appeared, and the elderly man's right hand manifested a long soul with countless intricate patterns. Even more astonishingly, 6 soul rings emerged around him, instantly capturing the attention of all present. The colors of the 6 soul rings were 1 white, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, a 10-year soul ring, a 100-year soul ring, 3,000-year soul rings, and 1 10,000-year soul ring. Though not the optimal soul ring configuration, he was undoubtedly a genuine 6-ring soul emperor. Witnessing this, the parents fell silent, no longer daring to protest. Who would dare offend a soul emperor, especially one with a 10,000-year soul ring? Soon, the parents led their children away, and the line that had once exceeded 100 dwindled to merely a dozen. Before long, it was Ning Rongrong's turn. Upon seeing her, the elderly man visibly trembled, seemingly recognizing her identity. His demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect, and she was swiftly allowed to pass the examination. Next was Jiang. The elderly man assessed him through a bone examination and determined he was already 13 years old, which should have disqualified him. However, seeing that he accompanied Ning Rongrong and recognizing his extraordinary demeanor, he permitted Jiang to proceed. Subsequently, Xiao Wu and Tong San also passed the initial admission test for Shy Lake Academy. As the registration period was nearing its end, a young lady arrived in a flurry. Like a gust of wind at the registration site, she appeared slightly younger than Ning Rongrong, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders, standing at a height comparable to Ning Rongrong's, and possessed a fair complexion. However, the impression she gave was strikingly different from that of Ning Rongrong. Her exceedingly voluptuous figure belied her age. If one were to overlook her face, she could easily be mistaken for a mature young woman, particularly due to her prominent bosom, which would undoubtedly attract the gaze of all men. In stark contrast to her alluring physique, the expression on the young girl's face was rather aloof, exuding a frosty demeanor that seemed to emanate from her very bones, giving off an air of exclusion. Xiao Xiao. Upon seeing the arriving young lady, Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, astonished to encounter an acquaintance in such a setting. Wait, Xiao Xiao, what brings you to Shrek Academy? Observing her stature and demeanor, Jiang Yu instantly pondered a certain possibility. Chapter 221, Tang San's Shock. Although he harbored suspicions, Jiang Yu did not reveal them. Striding forward to grasp Xiao Zhao's delicate hand, his expression brimming with excitement. It's you. Xiao Xiao, no, it should be Zhu Zhuqing. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's presence, her frosty visage unexpectedly flushed with a hint of crimson, a rare display of shyness. In that moment, she realized her feelings for Jiang Yu differed from those she felt for others. Even in the presence of Dai Mubai, she had never experienced such a peculiar sensation. As Jiang Yu engaged in playful banter with a voluptuous beauty, Ning Rongrong's countenance darkened immediately. A strong sense of crisis surged within her. Her instincts alerted her that the beauty before her posed a far greater threat than Huo Wu and the others. Gazing at the curvaceous figure, then glancing down at her own slightly flat physique, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but sigh. If she were a man, she too would undoubtedly choose the beauty across from her. After all, a striking appearance can overshadow many flaws. She recalled the words of the ladies in her sect, stating that men are most fond of women with ample figures. Are you going to register or not? Just as Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing were caught up in their playful interaction, an exasperating voice interrupted them. It was the elderly man in charge of registration, eager to return for his meal and unwilling to prolong the process. Register. Zhu Zhuqing gently moved Jiang Yu's hand aside and swiftly approached the elderly man. The man quickly determined her eligibility, noting that more students had passed the test than he had anticipated. After completing the first round of evaluations, the elder entrusted the group to Dai Mubai and hurried off to eat. Dai Mubai, in turn, led the newcomers into the village. The village was comprised of simple wooden structures, reflecting its modest means. After a short walk, Dai Mubai brought them to an open space surrounded by wooden houses, approximately 500 meters in size. The previously tested students awaited them ahead. After outlining a few rules, Dai Mubai hastily departed. At that moment, a soft voice echoed through the air. Sausages for sale. Come take a look. Oscar brand sausages, delicious and sweet, reasonably priced and generously portioned. Looking up, they saw a vendor nearby, pushing a cart and calling out. The man was simply dressed, with neatly trimmed hair and a full beard, yet possessed large, expressive eyes. His gaze wandered toward the female candidates in the crowd, suggesting impure intentions. As the aroma of grilled sausages wafted through the air, several of them felt their appetites awaken. Having eaten only a light breakfast in preparation for the admissions test, they now found themselves irresistibly drawn to the enticing scent. Tang Xin noticed that Xiao Wu was also hungry and promptly approached the vendor to purchase sausages. Ning Rongrong, observing this, contemplated buying one for Jiang Yu. But just as she was about to stride toward the stall, Jiang Yu seized her arm. Perplexed by Ning Rongrong's confusion, Jiang Yu drew her and Zhu Zhuqing closer, whispering that the sausages before them were not genuine grilled sausages, but rather the product of the vendor's martial spirit. What? How could such a revolting martial spirit exist? Ning Rongrong's appetite vanished in an instant. The very thought that the sausages were created by a soul master extinguished her desire to eat. Even Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze away from the sausages. Only Tang San, oblivious, purchased 2 sausages, a satisfied expression on his face as he offered one to Xiao Wu. Just as they were about to indulge, Dai Mubai appeared, just in time to prevent Tang San and Xiao Wu from consuming the expired sausages. He sternly instructed Oscar to prepare fresh sausages, as he held a certain appreciation for Tang San and wished to prevent him from being taken advantage of. What? Is there something wrong with these sausages? Tang San questioned, eyeing the tantalizing sausages with suspicion. Oscar recognized that he could not provoke Dai Mubai. As a food system soul master, even if his soul power exceeded that of a strong attack system soul master, he was not their match. Moreover, Dai Mubai was a 3-ring soul master, with far superior soul power. I have a large sausage. Oscar's lewd voice rang out, momentarily stunning the crowd. 2 yellow rings materialized around him, and shortly thereafter, a sausage identical to the one in Tang San's hand appeared in his grasp. Initially skeptical of Jiang Yu's claim that the sausages were products of the vendor's martial spirit, Ning Rongrong was taken aback to see this scene unfold. Instantly, she developed a sense of aversion toward Oscar. While food system soul masters could awaken various meat-related martial spirits, they typically manifested as steaks or chicken legs, making it her first encounter with someone who had awakened a sausage. This was difficult for many, particularly the girls, to accept sensorially, especially when combined with the incantation Oscar recited. Even Tang San couldn't stomach it. He quickly returned the sausage to the grill and followed Dai Mubai away from the stall. Approaching the teacher responsible for the initial testing, Dai Mubai whispered to him before leading the group onward, as their talents rendered them exempt from further assessments. They would only need to complete the final round of evaluations. Witnessing this scene, the other candidates could not help but murmur among themselves, voicing their discontent and claiming unfairness, suggesting that there was evident favoritism and demanding an explanation from the teachers. The instructor overseeing the assessments merely informed them coolly that any student with soul power exceeding level 25 would not be required to participate in this round of evaluations. The students were skeptical that Jiang Yu and his companions possessed soul power at that level. Young master, there's more to this chapter. Please click to the next page to continue reading. It gets even more exciting. They dismissed the teacher's statements as mere rhetoric intended to allow this privileged group access to the academy. In response to the skepticism, Dai Mubai produced a crystal ball used to test soul power. The group wasted no time. Tang San was the first to place his hand on the crystal ball. And indeed, his soul power met the standards set by the instructor. Following suit, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing also tested their soul power, all achieving the requisite level. When it was Jiang Yu's turn to be tested, he refrained from immediately placing his hand on the crystal ball. You might want to use a different crystal ball, Jiang Yu remarked with a calm smile. I fear that your crystal ball may not withstand the pressure of my soul power. Hearing Jiang Yu's words, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback, for he knew that the crystal ball in his possession could endure fluctuations from soul power up to level 30. Jiang Yu appeared only slightly older than Tang San and the others. Had his soul power already surpassed the limit of 30 levels? Noticing Dai Mubai's skepticism, Jiang Yu chose not to elaborate further and summoned his martial soul directly. A long sword radiating imperial might manifested in his hand, adorned with 4 soul rings: yellow, yellow, black, black. While the first 2 soul rings were relatively standard, the presence of the 3rd and 4th black rings was nothing short of astonishing. A black soul ring signified that its age had reached approximately 10,000 years. How could this be possible? Typically, a soul master could not absorb a 3rd soul ring older than 1,700 years. The sight of the soul rings on Jiang Yu's martial soul left everyone in a state of shock, shattering their long-held perceptions and completely overturning the established rules of the soul master realm. Even the composed Tang Sen took a step back, overwhelmed by a profound sense of defeat. The gap between them had widened significantly. Chapter 222, The Mighty Golden Bear. Tang Sen had always believed that despite his hard work over the years, he would at least be on par with Jiang Yu. Yet now they found themselves 2 soul rings apart. The age difference between them was minimal, yet the disparity in soul power loomed like a chasm. How could he possibly surpass Jiang Yu? Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's martial soul, Dai Mubai's expression grew grave. The instant his opponent summoned his martial soul, his evil-eye white tiger trembled, despite being a top-tier beast martial soul. He felt no fear even when confronting the continent's strongest beast martial soul. Yet Jiang Yu's martial soul instilled a sense of dread within him. The assessment teacher, observing the soul rings on Jiang Yu's sword, wore an expression of utter disbelief. Although Shrek Academy was renowned as the Monster Academy, its admission criteria merely required students to be around 12 or 13 years old and possess 2 soul rings. Jiang Yu's strength was already sufficient for graduation. With his talent, he could be considered a monster even among the continent's most prestigious powers. It was unexpected for him to arrive at Shrek Academy. The assessment teacher promptly instructed Dai Mubai to take Jiang Yu and the others to the final round of assessments. While he was aware that Jiang Yu and the others would undoubtedly gain entry into the academy, proper protocols still needed to be observed, and these prodigies likely wished to prove their capabilities. Soon, Dai Mubai led the group to another open area, significantly smaller than the previous one. A middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50, was seated in a chair, dozing off. Teacher Zhao, I've brought participants for the assessment. Oh, this year we have someone reaching this stage, and 5 of them no less. Excellent, excellent. The middle-aged man blinked awake, astonished as he regarded the group of young boys and girls before him. Moments later, Teacher Zhao rose from his chair. Although his stature was unremarkable and his appearance quite ordinary, his muscles were impressively developed, exuding an aura of strength. His broad shoulders resembled a fortress, rendering his coat unable to conceal his robust physique, which instilled a formidable sense of pressure. Stretching. Teacher Zhao looked at the young participants and flexed his fist, which was as large as a cooking pot. Your arrival at this stage proves your remarkable talent. However, talent alone does not suffice. A soul master must rely on strength, and combat experience is essential for every soul master. With a smile, he scanned Jiang Yu and the others, introducing himself as Zhao Wujin and requesting to engage them in battle. If they could withstand his attacks for the duration of a burning incense stick, they would pass the assessment. Moreover, if even one of them lasted until the end, all would be deemed successful. Dai Mubai immediately objected, exclaiming that it was absurd, as Zhao Wujin was a soul sage. Even the most gifted Jiang Yu might struggle to pass the test. However, Zhao Wujin disregarded Dai Mubai's counsel, insisting on assessing the new students. He swiftly retrieved an incense stick from his pocket, igniting it with a flick of his finger before planting it into the ground. Realizing the situation was set, Dai Mubai informed the new students of Zhao Wujin's strength. Upon learning that Zhao Wujin was a soul sage, shock spread across the faces of all but Jiang Yu. Even Tang San could not help but feel apprehensive. After all, Zhao Wujin not only possessed high soul power, but also wielded an exceptionally powerful beast martial soul, the mighty golden bear. This martial soul had virtually no weaknesses, boasting terrifying defensive capabilities that even soul masters of equal rank would find difficult to breach. Ning Rongrong gasped in surprise. She initially thought it was merely a coincidence of names, but upon discovering that this teacher's martial soul was indeed the mighty golden bear, she realized that the seemingly unassuming instructor was a legendary figure. It was unexpected that he had taken a position at Shrek Academy. Zhao Wujin had once offended the Wuhuan Temple, the most powerful force on the continent. In retaliation, the temple dispatched dozens of bishops to besiege him. Yet Zhao Wujin astonishingly broke free from their encirclement. The bishops of the Wuhuan Temple were all at least Soul Emperor level, while Zhao Wujin was merely at the Soul Emperor level at that time. Moreover, the Soul Emperors of the Wuhuan Temple were not comparable to those of lesser factions. The fact that he could evade the siege of so many Soul Emperors showcased his terrifying prowess. Ning Rongrong glanced at Jiang Yu, realizing that their success in the upcoming assessment depended heavily on him. Although Zhao Wujin was formidable, she had faith in Jiang Yu, believing he would find a solution. Despite the daunting challenge posed by Zhao Wujin, the group did not flinch, each introducing their abilities. When they learned Jiang Yu's soul power had reached level 49, everyone, except Ning Rongrong, was momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that Jiang Yu was on the brink of acquiring his 5th soul ring. Furthermore, both his 3rd and 4th soul rings were of 10,000 years in age. It was worth noting that even Zhao Wujin, as a soul sage, possessed only 3 10,000-year soul rings. Clearly, the outcome of this contest hinged upon Jiang Yu. All eyes turned to Jiang Yu, awaiting his strategy. Even the usually self-assured Tang San was eager to see his approach. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu began to outline his plan. Rongrong, you will provide support. Xiao Wu, you will engage in close combat. Zhu Zhuqing, your speed will be crucial for flanking him. Tang San, your task is to control Zhao Wujin's attacks. The rest is up to me. After laying out his plan, Jiang Yu looked at his companions and asked, who is in agreement and who opposes? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing nodded in approval of Jiang Yu's proposal, while Xiao Wu turned her gaze to Tang San. After a moment of consideration, Tang San nodded in agreement. With his consent, Xiao Wu naturally had no objections. They had no choice but to formulate a straightforward strategy for now. The effectiveness would only be revealed in the heat of battle. They understood that the strength of their opponent could only be gauged through direct confrontation. At the very least, with Jiang Yu possessing 10,000-year soul rings, their disparity with Zhao Wujin had undoubtedly diminished somewhat. Otherwise, armed only with their century-old soul rings, how could they possibly contend with Zhao Wujin's 10,000-year soul rings? The disparity between century-old soul techniques, millennium soul techniques, and 10,000-year soul techniques is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. A 10,000-year soul ring can even bridge the gap between different martial souls. Even the 10,000-year soul technique unleashed by the blue silvergrass, widely regarded as a feeble martial soul, surpasses the prowess of a millennium soul technique from a powerful assault-type soul master. However, it is worth noting that the soul master wielding the blue silvergrass has yet to be heard of possessing a 10,000-year soul ring. This is precisely why all soul masters aspire to acquire a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 233. Sword Intent. The 7 treasures turn out to be Liuli. Ning Rongrong, as a support-type soul master, is the first to act. Her body spins gracefully in the air, and a resplendent cascade of colorful light emanates from within her. Where the vibrant light converges, a towering 7-colored pagoda, measuring over a foot in height, materializes in her right palm. The brilliance of the treasure radiates an aura of nobility. Ning Rongrong appears ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being, exuding an enchanting and otherworldly charm. 2 circles of yellow soul rings quietly revolve around her. The 7 treasures are renowned. First for their might. The first yellow soul ring gently ascends, enveloping the 7-colored pagoda, as Ning Rongrong points with her left hand. For beams of colorful light are simultaneously released, enveloping Jiang Yu and her 3 teammates. In an instant, Jiang Yu feels a warm surge of energy flowing into his body, invigorating him with newfound strength, causing even his internal soul power to bubble with vitality. Zhao Wujin gazes at the pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands, his eyes glinting with surprise. He had not anticipated that among the candidates there would be a scion of the 7 treasures Liuli clan, one of the wealthiest families on the continent. It seems that the academy need not worry about funding. Zhao Wujin can't help but chuckle inwardly. The 7 treasures are also famed for their speed. More beams of colorful light emerge, enveloping the group. They feel their bodies lighten, affirming the extraordinary efficacy of the continent's strongest support martial soul. At that moment, Zhao Wujin moves, but he does not charge toward Jiang Yu and the others. Instead, he crouches slightly, fists clenched tightly, striking the ground with great force. Zhao Wujin is acutely aware of the prowess of the 7 treasures Liuli sect. Although the students before him possess a significant disparity in soul power, he knows that one must exert full effort even when facing a seemingly lesser opponent. hence he does not underestimate these young individuals. Although his attack is not specifically aimed at Ning Rongrong, this widespread assault is clearly intended to disrupt her support effects. Jiang Yu swiftly steps in front of Ning Rongrong, unleashing his full soul power as the Qi Shao sword manifests, emitting a resounding clang. With the appearance of the Qi Shao, all swords bow in submission. Jiang Yu wields the imperial sword, embodying the demeanor of an emperor. Soul masters within a 100-mile radius, awakened to the sword martial soul, tremble in fear at the invincible sword intent radiating from the Qi Shao sword, hesitant to even unleash their martial souls. The overwhelming sword intent shields Zhao Wujin from the oppressive pressure, causing this formidable soul saint to frown in discontent. Jiang Yu's might stirs even Zhao Wujin, known for his brute strength, to a state of alarm. With a thunderous sound, the earth quakes, sending a wave of yellow energy rippling toward the students. Notably, the direction where Jiang Yu stands is met with an even greater force from Zhao Wujin. A dark blue vine stealthily strikes. Tang Sen has also made his move. The vine bears no thorns, as Tang Sen has only imbued it with the effects of his first soul technique. The vine swiftly coils around Xiao Wu's waist, lifting her into the air as Tang Sen leaps. With Jiang Yu guarding Ning Rongrong, Tang Sen focuses solely on Xiao Wu. As for Zhu Zhuqing, he is not well acquainted with her. Moreover, with his current strength, he can only assist Xiao Wu. The rest is left to her own capabilities. Zhu Zhuqing, true to her nature as an agile assault-type soul master, reacts swiftly, darting from the side to evade the tremors. Xiao Wu go, Tang Sen shouts, raising his hands to propel her forward, treating her as a projectile. After years of camaraderie, their synergy is unspoken. Xiao Wu knows instinctively where Tang San's hands are positioned. She springs off Tang San's hands, propelled like an arrow toward Zhao Wujin below. Seeing Xiao Wu charge towards him, Zhao Wujin does not evade. He is somewhat bored, and given the vast disparity in soul power, he regards her as an assault-type soul master with limited strength. Thus, he allows her to approach. Xiao Wu seizes this opportunity, curling her body midair and rolling forward. As she nears Zhao Wujin, she extends her form, executing her martial soul embodiment, planting both feet onto Zhao Wujin's shoulders. Two muffled grunts sound as Xiao Wu's feet land on Zhao Wujin's shoulders, yet he appears to be enjoying the moment. Comfortable, little girl, put in a bit more effort. Upon hearing Zhao Wujin's disdainful remark, Xiao Wu huffs, unleashing her full strength in an instant, twisting her body and spinning in the air. At that moment, the spiked vines have already ensnared Zhao Wujin's body. The vines constrict, releasing the toxins contained within, while simultaneously, the vines erupt from the ground, lifting him off the ground. Despite Zhao Wujin's formidable power, being off the ground renders him unable to stabilize himself, and Tang San's blue-silver grass envelopes him, restricting his movements. With Ning Rongrong's support, Tang San and Xiao Wu unleash soul power that exceeds their previous capabilities. However, Zhao Wujin, known as the Unmoved King, does not unleash his full strength until he is ensnared, at which point he releases the power within. Xiao Wu, caught in motion, suddenly becomes rigid as Zhao Wujin pulls her back. With a resounding thud, the vines on Zhao Wujin shatter, scattering onto the ground. The blue-silver grass martial soul is merely a feeble one. Tang San has yet to awaken the bloodline of the blue-silver emperor. Even though he has enhanced the resilience of the blue-silver grass with 200-year soul rings, it is insufficient against a formidable opponent. This remains his greatest weakness. At that moment, Zhao Wujin bellows, his body beginning to swell. His already terrifying muscles expand more than twice their size, even increasing his height by a meter. He appears exceedingly formidable. 7 dazzling soul rings manifest, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. 7 terrifying soul rings affixed to him. A cacophony of sounds erupts from behind Zhao Wujin as Xiao Wu takes the opportunity to ensnare him. The series of sounds is the result of Zhu Zhuqing's attack. After embodying her martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes transform dramatically. Her left eye becomes a deep green, while her right eye turns a clear blue. Her hands morph into claw-like spikes. Her attacks are precise, compelling even Zhao Wujin to deploy his martial soul for defense. Faced with Zhao Wujin's full defensive might, Zhu Zhuqing's strikes struggle to yield any effect. Zhao Wujin's body is as impenetrable as a fortress, exhibiting no signs of impact. Zhu Zhuqing is forced back by the explosive power emanating from him. Observing this, Jiang Yu rushes forward to catch the fiery maiden who has been flung away. cradling her in his arms and feeling an astonishing sensation. Chapter 224. The true form of the Diamond King Jiang, you delicately savor the tender, tofu-like skin of the beauty in his embrace, momentarily lost in thought. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed with warmth. The robust physique of Jiang Yu and the fervent sensation emanating from him captivated her. Her feelings for Jiang Yu were intricate. He was the first man she genuinely adored. As for Dai Mubai, despite their betrothal, their encounters had been few and far between. Furthermore, although Dai Mubai held the esteemed title of prince in the Xinghua Empire, his notorious flirtations with women and indulgence in debauchery, even with courtesans, had sullied the royal family's reputation. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing harbored doubts, suspecting that such rumors might be mere slanders from rival princes. However, upon witnessing Dai Mubai emerge from a hotel with a pair of twin sisters in his arms, she realized the rumors held truth. This revelation solidified her resolve, dispelling any lingering guilt. "Do not force yourself," Jiang Yu remarked with concern, gazing at the beauty in his arms. "Zhao Wujia's prowess as a soul sage is formidable. The fact that you can withstand the might of his Millennium Soul technique is commendable." Jiang Yu did not chastise Zhu Zhuqing. Instead, he afforded her dignity, acknowledging her strength. Having navigated the challenges of the continent for so long, Zhu Zhuqing could discern the veracity of Jiang Yu's words. She understood he was not deceiving her. How infuriating! Even now, he is preoccupied with flirting. Ning Rongrong seethed, observing the intimate exchange between Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai, watching from the sidelines, was consumed by a surge of anger, inexplicably enraged. The sensation was peculiar, akin to being betrayed. Although Dai Mubai did not recognize the beauty Jiang Yu embraced as his fiancée, he felt an instinctual ire towards Jiang Yu's actions. Meanwhile, Tang San wielded Xiao Wu as a bludgeon against Zhao Wujia. Although Tang San's hidden weapon techniques posed a slight threat to Zhao Wujia, they were insufficient to truly disturb him. Setting aside the disparity in soul power, the quality of their martial souls fell short compared to Zhao Wujia's. The blue-silver grass was unimpressive, and the soft-bone rabbit was not a top-tier martial soul. Despite the fact that any soul beast that reached 10,000 years of cultivation would exhibit diminishing differences in essence, the actual strength of the soft-bone rabbit paled in comparison to that of formidable soul beasts like the Titan giant ape. Moreover, Xiao Wu had not yet attained full mastery, preventing her from unleashing the true potential of the soft-bone rabbit. Confronted with Zhao Wujia's immense golden giant ape, even with Tang San's support, they gained no advantage. Zhao Wujia's ferocious assault swiftly repelled Xiao Wu, causing her to cough up blood and collapse into Tang San's arms. Xiao Wu's injury ignited Tang San's fury. Prior to this, he had been merely indignant. However, witnessing Xiao Wu harmed filled him with unbridled rage. Just as he prepared to draw forth his crystal blade, Jiang Yu made his move. The third soul technique, Sword Dance, was unleashed. The third black soul ring illuminated, and Jiang Yu's Qi Shao sword abruptly thickened, expanding until it transformed into a massive sword nearly 10 meters in length. A torrential surge of fire elements erupted, causing the temperature within a 1,000-meter radius to soar. Sensing the power radiating from the Qi Shao sword, Zhao Wujia's brows furrowed. Although Jiang Yu's soul power was vastly inferior to his own, he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Zhao Wujia could not afford to be careless. Instantly, he unleashed his Millennium Soul technique, fully focused on Jiang Yu, exclaiming as he activated his powerful soul technique. A tremendous pressure descended, forcing everyone to feel the weight of gravity's grip, especially Jiang Yu. It was evident that this force was deliberately targeted at him, with others merely collateral damage. Even so, pain was etched on the faces of the others, particularly Ning Rongrong, the support-type soul master. Despite years of rigorous training with Jiang Yu to enhance her endurance and physicality, as a support-type soul master, she still found herself insufficient against the Millennium Soul technique of a powerful soul sage. Comforting. Though Jiang Yu bore the brunt of the gravitational pressure, his expression remained serene and untroubled. Comforting? Zhao Wujia regarded Jiang Yu with astonishment, as he had never encountered anyone who openly declared comfort in the face of his gravitational pressure. Not even Frank could achieve such a feat. Although Frank possessed greater soul power, had it not been for his cat-eagle martial soul's flight capability, Zhao Wujia might have struggled against him as well. Zhao Wujia's anger intensified at the sight of Jiang Yu's ease, perceiving it as the utmost humiliation, a soul sage unable to subdue a mere student. This is your doing. Zhao Wujie seethed, no longer concerned with the assessment. His expression indicated he was prepared to engage in earnest. The seventh soul technique, martial soul true form, was activated. The seventh soul ring flickered, and Zhao Wujie's physique swelled dramatically, flourishing and enveloping his entire being. He transformed, no longer recognizable as human. Martial soul true form. Dai Mubai gazed in horror at Zhao Wujie, astonished that this seemingly ordinary assessment would provoke Zhao Wujie to unleash his martial soul true form. His gaze returned to Jiang, now imbued with a newfound respect. To compel a soul sage to resort to his true form was beyond the realm of mere monstrosity. In comparison to Jiang, he felt like an ordinary person. No wonder the master stated that only those above soul sage could be deemed high-level soul masters. The martial soul true form was indeed formidable, rendering typical soul masters utterly powerless against it. Tang Sen recalled the master's words, experiencing the profound impact of witnessing the martial soul true form for the first time. Youngster, to force me into using my martial soul true form. Even if you were to lose, you would have ample reason to take pride. Zhao Wujie, now fully transformed into a formidable golden giant bear, spoke, his accent unchanged. Unmistakably his. My martial soul true form allows me to utilize all soul techniques within the 7 rings, except for the martial soul true form itself, with an increase in power to 150% and a 200% boost in defense. With your current strength, victory is utterly unattainable. Zhao Wujie intentionally revealed the extent of his true power, clearly hoping Jiang would retreat, as this was merely an entrance assessment. Zhao Wujie did not wish to unduly burden the student. Chapter 225. Blue-silver grass. Jiang recognized the disparity in soul power between himself and Zhao Wujie, but had no intention of retreating. He was unafraid even of title Douluo, let alone a mere soul sage. Although the sword Douluo and bone Douluo had not unleashed their full strength in training him. Jiang ability to withstand nearly 100 exchanges against these 2-peak title Douluo was already a remarkable feat if it were anyone else. They would likely be unable to withstand even a single blow, and under the oppressive aura of a title Douluo, they would probably kneel on the spot. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, Jiang replied confidently. However, as a fellow Assault System Soul Master, I am eager to experience the true strength of the Dali King Kong Bear. Jiang words elicited gasps from the crowd. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of deep concern, while Tang San and Xiao Wu's faces also reflected surprise. It is crucial to note that Zhao Wujie's martial soul had already manifested in its true form, and his power had reached its zenith. Given Zhao Wujie's might, even Jiang would find it nearly impossible to contend with him. Even an average soul sage would not stand chance. Dai Mubai regarded Jiang with increasing intrigue, feeling he could not quite grasp the new student before him. While others may be unaware, he knew just how terrifying Zhao Wujie was when he unleashed his martial soul in its true form. It was likely that he could even confront a soul Douluo head-on. Dai Mubai himself would not dare to engage Zhao Wujie in combat. The new student was far too formidable. Hidden in a corner, Oscar watched the unfolding scene, unable to suppress his murmurs. He had thought Dai Mubai was already impressive, but this newcomer seemed even stronger. It was likely that once he entered the academy, Dai Mubai's position would need to be reconsidered. It was no wonder Oscar thought this way. After all, he had never witnessed anyone directly confront Zhao Wujie. Even the academy's dean, Flinder, could only employ his aerial advantage to gradually wear down Zhao Wujie. Observing Jiang Yu's composed demeanor, Zhao Wujie's eyes glimmered with appreciation. He recalled how he, too, had once possessed such courage. Even when faced with formidable foes, he never flinched, daring to strike first against a dozen opponents with higher soul power from the martial soul hall, carving his way through. For soul masters, while the strength of their martial soul is undoubtedly significant, the bravery to draw one's sword against powerful adversaries is the most vital trait. Although there are not many geniuses awakening high-level martial souls across the continent, a few emerge each year. Yet, those with such courage are exceedingly rare. At least, Zhao Wujie had never encountered one. Even the academy's most outstanding student in recent years, Dai Mubai, lacked this kind of bravery. Although Jiang Yu's resilience against his aura left Zhao Wujie feeling somewhat embarrassed and irritated, the prospect of meeting such a talent exhilarated him, and he could not help but crack his knuckles in anticipation. Since you were so insistent, do not blame me. Zhao Wujie had no intention of holding back. He was eager to witness Jiang Yu's true strength. In that moment, Zhao Wujie regarded Jiang Yu as a genuine rival. Holding back would be an insult not only to himself, but to his opponent as well. He was determined to give his all. Without delay, Zhao Wujie unleashed his second soul skill, Dali King Kong Palm. He swiftly followed with his third soul skill, Gravity Enhancement, increasing the gravitational force surrounding Jiang Yu to its maximum. Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on him. Were it not for the significant enhancement to his physique from the 10,000-year whale gel and the absorption of several 10,000-year soul rings, along with the formidable Ice Emperor Scorpion, he would likely struggle to endure it. Faced with Zhao Wujie's ferocious assault, Jiang Yu did not succumb to panic. He understood that maintaining composure was vital in such moments. Gripping the Qi Shao sword tightly, he refrained from deploying his divine and demonic sword or the Ice Emperor Scorpion martial soul, as these three martial souls were extraordinarily exceptional. It was likely that no one on the continent had ever awakened three martial souls, and even those who possessed two were exceedingly rare. Jiang Yu did not wish to reveal his trump cards. The Qi Shao sword was more than sufficient to confront Zhao Wujie. This was not due to any underestimation of Zhao Wujie. The Qi Shao sword was among the pinnacle martial souls within Douluo, while Zhao Wujie's Dali King Kong Bear was merely a high-level martial soul. Although the difference between top-tier and high-level martial souls was only one rank, the disparity between them was enormous. This single rank gap was more significant than the difference between a soul master and a titled Douluo. The third soul skill, Sword Dance, was activated. The brilliant third soul ring shimmered with intense light, causing the Qi Shao sword in Jiang Yu's hand to enlarge and thicken rapidly. Soon, it transformed into a colossal sword measuring 10 meters in length. Staring at the enormous sword before him, Zhao Wujie paused momentarily, but quickly regained his composure. At that moment, Zhao Wujie was like an arrow drawn taut, compelled to release. If he were to be forced back like this by Jiang Yu, he would have no face left to remain as a teacher at Shrek Academy. Golden flames erupted swiftly, sweeping outward, the scorching heat blazing fiercely. The appearance of the imperial flames instilled a sense of dread in Tang San from a distance. Logically, with his willpower, such a feeling of fear should not have arisen. Yet, given that his martial soul was blue silvergrass, which was severely restrained by fire-type martial souls, this was a natural instinct that affected him. He had hoped that with the addition of soul rings, the quality of blue silvergrass would improve. Although it had grown considerably stronger compared to when he first awakened, it still paled in comparison to more powerful martial souls, especially fire-type ones. Tang San glanced at his other hand, where his Hao-Ian hammer martial soul resided. At that moment, he even felt an impulse to attach soul rings to the Hao-Ian hammer. If he could cultivate the Hao-Ian hammer, he would possess the mightiest power, rendering him fearless against anyone. However, he merely entertained the thought. The master had mentioned that one could not attach soul rings to the Hao-Ian hammer until resolving the conflict between the two martial souls. Never mind. Even though the blue silvergrass martial soul had significant limitations, Tang Min's hidden weapons were sufficient to handle some powerful soul masters. Tang San recalled his greatest trump card, the hidden weapons of Tang Min. Jiang Yu did not expect that his display would even cause Tang San to waver. At that moment, he had no time to consider Tang San. Zhao Wujie's bare paws were already forcefully advancing toward him. Observing the gigantic paw descending from above, Jiang Yu brandished the Qi Shao sword to meet it head-on. Bang! The ground trembled as the Qi Shao sword collided with the bare paw. Despite Zhao Wujie's formidable soul power shielding him, the searing flames scorched his paw, releasing a delectable aroma of roasted meat. This compelled the students present to swallow hard. Of course, Dai Mubai and Oscar dared not show their reactions. If Zhao Wujie discovered them, they would be in serious trouble. After all, Zhao Wujie was their teacher, and he had many ways to discipline them. How could this boy's fire attribute be so intense? Zhao Wujie found it difficult to believe. Chapter 226, Student. Zhao Wujie had traversed the world of soul masters for many years, having encountered numerous fire-type soul masters. Yet, even the fiery woman known as the Killing Horn within the Golden Iron Triangle, who possessed a fire dragon martial soul, had never wielded flames of such perfection. The flames Jiang Yu released had evidently reached the standard of ultimate fire. Otherwise, they could not have breached the defenses of his Dali King Kong Bear. This was not something ordinary flames could achieve. Although he had temporarily forced Zhao Wujie back, Jiang Yu did not let his guard down. After all, his opponent was a soul sage. If provoked, it was likely that Zhao Wujie would disregard the fact that this was merely an assessment and unleash his full power, revealing his true strength. As expected, moments later, Zhao Wujie roared, enduring the searing heat of the imperial flames, and with all his might, he thrust his hands toward Jiang. His colossal body surged forward like a mountain. The Dali Jingang Xiong martial soul, while not particularly renowned for its speed, is far from the sluggishness typically associated with offensive beast martial souls. As the immense hands, casting shadows from afar, descended upon him, Jiang Yu executed a swift slide to position himself behind the Dali Jingang Xiong, unleashing the Qishao sword with fervor. With a vigorous throw, the fiery blade surged towards the beast's hindquarters. A sharp gasp escaped Zhao Wujie's lips as he initially felt only a tingling sensation, but soon, an overwhelming pain compelled him to cease his assault on Jiang Yu. Clutching his rear, he cried out in agony. Despite Zhao Wujie's Dali Jingang Xiong being famed for its high attack and defense, the effectiveness of such attributes is contingent upon the opponent's capability. The Qishao sword, revered as the Emperor's sword and the Monarch of Blades, would indeed be deemed unworthy of its title should it fail to breach the defenses of a Dali Jingang Xiong. It was astonishing that Jiang Yu could triumph even against a soul saint. Tang San's expression was one of disbelief. Although he believed he could withstand Zhao Wujie's attacks using hidden weapons, he dared not claim he could secure victory against him, especially with the ease displayed by Jiang Yu. Ever since encountering Jiang Yu, Tang San had faced numerous setbacks, and despite his training in Tang Sec's skills and techniques, he felt an oppressive force weighing upon him. He harbored a nagging intuition that even with all his trump cards, he would not stand a chance against Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu himself had not anticipated that his recent performance would exert such pressure on Tang San. He silently rejoiced, relieved not to have succumbed. Facing a soul saint of Zhao Wujie's caliber, who was known for his ability to challenge opponents of higher ranks, even a soul Douluo would find it daunting. Moreover, the vast disparity in soul power between Jiang Yu and Zhao Wujie was undeniable. It would be hard to convince anyone that Jiang Yu could emerge victorious. Yet, the current outcome was remarkable. Jiang Yu had triumphed without external aid, relying solely on his own strength to defeat Zhao Wujie. This was indeed absurd. Even Dai Mubai, standing nearby, wore a look of shock. As a fellow offensive-type soul master, he understood Zhao Wujie's prowess all too well. If he were in Zhao Wujie's position, he would hesitate to spar with the formidable teacher bearing the Dali Jingang Xiong martial soul, let alone engage in an actual battle like Jiang Yu had. It seemed the position of the first student at Shrek Academy would soon change hands. However, Dai Mubai harbored no objections. Though he was proud, he held great respect for the strong, as the Xingluo royal family had always revered strength above all else. Those with power could ascend to higher positions. Even the throne was determined by strength. Without it, wisdom alone could not secure the crown. Dai Mubai's father, though wise and influential, was outshone by his brothers in terms of political power. Yet, he was the first to reach the sole emperor realm, his talent far surpassing that of his siblings. This was why Dai Mubai's father could inherit the imperial throne of the Xingluo Empire. Should he gain the support of such a person, the throne would be within easy reach, freeing him from fear of rival contenders. Dai Mubai couldn't help but contemplate winning Jiang Yu over. Although he felt some resentment regarding Jiang Yu's earlier contention over a woman, securing the throne was worth far more than such trivial matters. He understood that offending a gifted soul master over a mere woman was unwise. Raised in a royal family, he quickly suppressed his discontent and focused on befriending Jiang Yu. "You are impressive," Zhao Wujie admitted, acknowledging his defeat gracefully. Even if a student had bested him, a true gentleman could accept such setbacks. Zhao Wujie released his martial soul and returned to his original form, addressing Jiang Yu and the others. "I have lost this match. You have all passed. Welcome to Shrek Academy." He extended his arms in a welcoming gesture. Each of the 5 students before him was a rare talent, particularly Jiang Yu, who held great promise for reaching the rank of title Douluo in the future. If Shrek Academy could produce a title Douluo powerhouse, funding would no longer be an issue, as surrounding kingdoms would undoubtedly invest in the academy. Consequently, the salaries of the teachers would also improve, alleviating their current reliance on tuition and donations from students' families to maintain basic educational operations. Dai Mubai, take them to select their dormitories. Zhao Wujie instructed before departing the training ground, leaving the administrative details to Dai Mubai. Once Zhao Wujie had left, Dai Mubai promptly guided the new students to their accommodations. The so-called dormitories were modest wooden houses in the village, appearing somewhat shabby. The walls were constructed from a mixture of mud and straw, with thick thatch covering the roofs. Sunlight filtered through the thatch, casting a golden glow that intertwined with the green of the straw, rendering the humble abode somewhat presentable. Observing the thatched dwelling, Ning Rongrong frowned, surprised by the poor conditions at Shrek Academy, where students were relegated to sleeping in such huts. She had never slept in such accommodations before. In contrast to Ning Rongrong's disdain, the others displayed no overt signs of dissatisfaction. The thatched houses featured large communal sleeping areas rather than individual rooms, forcing Ning Rongrong and the other girls to share a space. Jiang had to squeeze in with Tang San and Oscar, thus resolving the issue of room assignments. As night quietly descended, the outside world grew darker. Oscar, revealing his less savory side, began discussing the distribution of female students with Jiang and Tang San. He aimed to allocate one female student to each of them, but was met with firm opposition from Jiang and Tang San. Are you joking? Tang San retorted. Although he claimed to regard Xiao Wu as a sister, his feelings for her were far deeper than mere sibling affection. He would never allow Oscar to encroach upon that. As for Jiang, the new female students, aside from Xiao Wu, were all his partners, and he would never consider sharing them with Oscar. Faced with the resolute expressions of the two new students, Oscar refrained from further protest, recognizing his status as a support-type soul master. Even with formidable attack power, he was no match for these two, particularly Jiang, who was unafraid even of Zhao Wujia. The late hour brought stillness, and while Tang San and Oscar succumbed to slumber, Jiang donned his attire and stealthily approached the door, pulling it open to let the moonlight spill in. After closing the door behind him, he intended to find a place to relieve himself, but a sudden noise from afar caught his attention. Who goes there? Jiang queried, pursuing the source of the sound. The intruder's presence in Shrek Academy at such an hour suggested ulterior motives. Swiftly, Jiang followed the mysterious figure beyond the confines of Shrek Academy, entering a nearby grove, where the individual vanished from sight. Jiang entered the forest without a moment's hesitation, unperturbed by the possibility of the mysterious figure attacking him. Observing his demeanor, he did not appear to be malevolent. Within the forest, the undergrowth was lush, with the ground carpeted in bluegrass. Although this lawn Inchao possessed remarkable vitality, it was a common sight throughout the continent. Merely an ordinary plant, the number of lawn Inchao that could cultivate to 1,000 years was exceedingly rare, primarily serving as sustenance for soul beasts, particularly the Rogu Tu, which thrived on this vegetation. Come out. Jiang halted, gazing into the dimness ahead, his eyes reflecting a hint of wariness. Who are you? The enigmatic figure did not respond directly, but remarked coolly, I did not expect to find such a prodigy in this obscure place. With your talent, reaching the rank of title Douluo is undoubtedly within your grasp. Draw your sword. As he spoke, the mysterious figure emerged from shadows, positioning himself a few meters away from Jiang. Allow me to see your sword. The figure was tall, draped in black garments, including a hood that obscured his face, leaving only the impression of a man. As he raised his right hand, a dark luminescence coalesced, transforming into a formidable weapon. Simultaneously, 9 soul rings manifested around him, 2 yellow, 2 purple, for black, and 1 red. Unlike Zhao Wujia's soul rings, which pulsated rhythmically, these remained stationary at various points on his body. 9 soul rings. Jiang discerned the identity of the mysterious figure upon seeing the soul rings. In Douluo, the number of title Douluo was limited, making it easy to identify them by their distinctive traits. The glaring red soul ring was exceedingly rare, even among title Douluo. Aside from the Pope Bibi Dong, it was only possessed by Tang Hao, the reclusive soul master revered as the most gifted in the Haoyan sect in a century. A talent seldom seen on the continent. Jiang was taken aback that Tang Hao sought him out instead of Zhao Wujia to discipline his son Tang San. Was he envious of my superiority over Tang San? Jiang mused, considering that Tang Hao had covertly protected Tang San, and it was natural for him to harbor such thoughts upon witnessing Jiang potential. However, a dignified title Douluo should not bully a mere child, he thought bitterly. Noticing Jiang lack of fear upon seeing his 9 soul rings, the mysterious figure nodded in approval. It was rare for even seasoned title Douluo to remain unafraid in the presence of such a formidable soul ring configuration. 10,000-year soul rings were not to be compared with ordinary ones. Aside from him, perhaps only the current pope of the Wuhuan temple possessed such power. Kid, do not accuse me of bullying you, the mysterious figure confidently declared. I will suppress my soul power to match your level and will not use any self-created soul skills. relying solely on the power of my martial soul. As he spoke, he lifted the hammer in his hand. Then let us begin. Jiang Yu was resolute, eager to witness the might of the legendary Haotian law. A flash of crimson light erupted as a long sword appeared in his grip, its ornate exterior glistening ominously, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, it is no mistake. The mysterious figure's eyes lit up upon seeing the words Qi Shao inscribed on the sword. It truly is the Qi Shao sword. His voice brimmed with astonishment. 3,000 years ago, the continent's foremost weapon martial soul was not the current Haotian hammer. It was said, martial soul supreme, sword Qi Shao. As long as the spirit does not depart, who can contend? The mysterious figure held the Qi Shao sword in high regard, believing that even the divine martial souls at the pinnacle of power could not quite compare to it. Their clan had engaged with several families possessing divine martial souls, and even the angel martial soul of the Qian family did not intimidate them. However, the Qi Shao sword was different. 3,000 years ago, the mysterious figure's ancestor had battled a soul master wielding the Qi Shao sword. In that confrontation, the Qi Shao sword master had completely dominated with his blade against the ancestor's hammer. Had it not been for the subsequent disappearance of the Qi Shao sword sect and the lack of any soul master awakening its power since, the title of the continent's foremost weapon martial soul would not have been claimed by their clan. Although the mysterious figure recognized the Qi Shao sword's reputation, he remained defiant, determined to prove that the Haotian hammer was equally formidable. To earn the honor of being deemed the continent's premier weapon martial soul, he needed to defeat the Qi Shao sword master, ensuring no one would ever question it again. The mysterious figure was also curious to discover what was so special about the legendary Qi Shao sword martial soul that allowed it to suppress all weapon martial souls for millennia. Thus, in the spirit of fair competition, he not only sealed much of his own soul power, but also refrained from employing any self-created soul skills or formidable techniques. He intended to engage in a fair contest of strength based solely on their martial souls. Gripping his hammer, the mysterious figure focused intently ahead, unwilling to make the first move. At his level, he possessed the dignity of a true warrior and would not take advantage of another. In Chapter 228, titled Imperial Sword Domain, Tang had been observing the duel between Zhao Wujie and Jiang Yu from the shadows. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's martial soul was the Qi Shao sword, even Tang Hao felt a surge of astonishment. This prompted him to seek out Jiang Yu late at night, disregarding Zhao Wujie's bullying of his son, knowing Zhao Wujie was trapped in this confrontation. Jiang Yu, recognizing Tang Hao's formidable presence, felt no anger. After all, he stood before the illustrious Haotian Daw, acclaimed as the most powerful assault-type title Daw on the continent. Despite Tang Hao suppressing his soul power to match Jiang Yu's level, the experience and skill of the title Daw were beyond Jiang Yu's current capabilities. Then let us commence. Jiang Yu grasped the sword with one hand, his aura surging as his entire demeanor transformed, embodying the essence of a profound mountain. He channeled his soul power into the Qi Shao sword, while also infusing it with a surge of spiritual energy. This fusion embodied the principle of swordsmanship, uniting man and sword. In that moment, the Qi Shao sword seemed to come alive, soaring from Jiang Yu's grasp, enveloped in golden flames as it streaked forward, tracing a golden arc across the sky. Tang Hao gazed, astonished. He had never imagined martial souls could be wielded in such a manner. This strike was extraordinary, with no soul rings illuminating along the blade, indicating it was not a soul skill. Could it be a self-created soul skill? Tang Hao watched Jiang Yu in disbelief. The ability to create one's own soul skill was rarer than innate full soul power. Only a handful of soul masters in the realm could claim such a feat. Faced with Jiang Yu's self-created soul skill, Tang Hao, though confident in his ability to withstand it, remained fully alert, uncertain of the effects of Jiang Yu's technique. He tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer. Since the opponent employs their own unique soul technique, it is only fitting for him to counter with the soul skills of the Haotian school, thus revealing who truly embodies the foremost weapon spirit. Tang Hao exerted force through his calves, unleashing an explosive surge of power throughout his being. He is a soul master who adheres strictly to the path of raw strength. Regardless of his adversary, he will prevail through sheer might. At this moment, the force emanating from Tang Hao can only be described as terrifying. The strength of an assault-type soul master naturally surpasses that of other types, and with his weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer, renowned for its might, he exemplifies the purest form of power. Although he has suppressed his soul power to a level comparable to Jiang Yu, his physical strength remains unrestrained. Even Zhao Wujie may not match his formidable might. With a swift pivot, Tang Hao began to swing the Haotian hammer, the colossal weapon in his hand exhibiting no sense of inertia. A whirlwind erupted around him. His hammer techniques had reached an unparalleled pinnacle. Each swing was executed flawlessly, rendering retaliation exceedingly difficult. Indeed, he lived up to the title of Haotian Douluo. Jiang Yu recognized that Tang Hao would be a formidable opponent, but upon confrontation, he discovered that the prowess of this Haotian vastly exceeded his expectations. Even the sword-wielding Douluo, known for his ferocity, seemed slightly inferior in comparison to Tang Hao. The Haotian hammer collided with the approaching Qi Shao sword, unleashing two distinct forces from these top-tier weapon spirits. The Haotian hammer represented pure strength, overwhelming everything with its sheer power, while the Qi Shao sword emanated an unparalleled majesty, as if it were a supreme ruler, instilling fear in all living beings. In terms of sheer power, the Qi Shao sword might not rival the Haotian hammer, but its transcendent sword intent caused the Haotian hammer to tremble. For the first time, Tang Hao witnessed his weapon's spirit exhibit a sense of trepidation. Although minimal, it was enough to astonish him. This was an occurrence that had never transpired before. Even when facing the angelic weapon spirit of the former Pope of the Spirit Hall, his Haotian hammer had remained unafraid, even unleashing unprecedented strength to firmly suppress the angelic spirit. In that battle, Tang Hao had just reached the rank of titled Douluo, lacking any additional soul rings. Yet he managed to break free from the encirclement of the Pope and several titled Douluo, the Platinum Bishop, and a multitude of renowned experts across the continent. He even inflicted severe injuries upon the Pope. Throughout his journey, Tang Hao had always held a deep-seated confidence in his weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer, deserving of its title as the continent's premier weapon spirit. However, today, the Haotian hammer exhibited fear towards the Qi Shao sword. The Sumi hammer, although he could not unleash his full power, Tang Hao still employed his most formidable technique. This Dasumi hammer is the most powerful inherited soul skill of the Haotian school, traditionally bestowed upon only the sect master. Although the current sect master is Tang Xiao, he himself does not possess this technique. The Dasumi hammer was imparted solely to his grandson, Tang Hao, underscoring the profound expectations placed upon him. The Dasumi hammer allows one to merge all their soul rings into a singular entity, channeling them into the Haotian hammer, transforming into the purest form of power and attack, exhibiting strength that surpasses one's own soul power, following the principle of overwhelming force. Nevertheless, Tang Hao did not fully unleash the entirety of the Dasumi hammer's power. For doing so, even in victory, would lack honor. However, compelling him to utilize the Dasumi hammer was already a source of pride for Jiang Yu. It is noteworthy that even when facing typical title Douluo, Tang Hao would refrain from employing the Dasumi hammer technique. It is only when confronted with a formidable opponent that he resorts to the strongest hammer technique of the Haotian school. As his first soul ring shimmered, all of its power surged into the Haotian hammer. In that moment, the Qi Shao sword found itself suppressed by the might of the Haotian hammer. The supreme imperial sword was, astonishingly, being overwhelmed by the Haotian hammer. Jiang Yu, unwilling to hold back, unleashed his entire soul power, communicating with the Qi Shao sword, which seemed to sense the provocation from the Haotian hammer. A resounding roar emanated from the sword body. At that moment, the Qi Shao sword too was incensed. It had always been the one to dominate others, never having been subdued by anyone. Not even the Xianyuan sword had dared to insult it in such a manner. An unprecedented force suddenly manifested. The latent power within the Qi Shao sword erupted completely. This energy formed a unique realm of swords. United with the Qi Shao sword, Jiang Yu instantaneously comprehended this newfound power. Within this sword realm, the power of all weapon spirits was halved, while the sword spirit's strength was augmented significantly. Moreover, the Qi Shao sword's fiery attributes were also doubled. Within this realm of swords, the mental faculties of opponents were adversely affected, potentially inducing a dizzying effect. Emperor's Sword Domain. Jiang Yu aptly named this novel power the Emperor's Sword Domain, for the Qi Shao sword is the sword of imperial essence. Tang Hao furrowed his brow, observing that he was on the verge of overpowering Jiang Yu, only to find that the Qi Shao sword in his hands had erupted at that moment, awakening the power of the domain. A domain, even titled Douluo, positioned at the pinnacle of soul masters, may not necessarily awaken the power of a domain. Chapter 229. The power of the domain. A domain. Jiang Yu had indeed awakened the power of a domain. Tang Hao stared in shock at the youth before him. The talent of this young man surpassed that of his own son. He had mastered the domain at such a tender age. Even a genius like him could not achieve this at Jiang Yu's age. Once the Emperor's sword domain manifested, Tang Hao felt the Haotian hammer in his grasp being instantaneously suppressed, with even the power of the Desumi hammer technique significantly diminished, rendering the inherent strength of the Haotian hammer ineffective. This exemplifies the wondrous nature of the domain. Tang Hao ceased to hold back. The murderous aura surrounding him erupted instantaneously, transforming into a dense black mist that enveloped his form. The swirling darkness instilled involuntary tremors in all around him. Even the blue-silver grass at his feet withdrew, ceasing to absorb the moonlight's essence. The formidable killing intent surged towards the Emperor's sword domain. The pressure surrounding Tang Hao gradually diminished. This is his domain, the domain of the god of slaughter. In the past, he had endured trials in the city of slaughter, demonstrating immense fortitude to successfully acquire the god of slaughter domain. It is known that throughout the millennia, only a few have passed the trials of the city of slaughter. The difficulties encountered were akin to achieving the rank of title Douluo, and those who succeeded were all extraordinary prodigies. With the emergence of the god of slaughter domain, Tang Hao's momentum surged dramatically, and his strength erupted forth. Conversely, Jiang Yu's own power experienced a decline of 10% due to the influence of the slaughter domain. Although this reduction, owing to the amplification of the Emperor's sword domain, did not severely impact Jiang Yu's overall prowess, his opponent was not an ordinary soul master. He was one of the mightiest individuals on the continent. Both sides refrained from underestimating one another. The Black God of Slaughter domain and the Fiery Crimson Golden Emperor's sword domain held their respective territories in the sky, distinctly separate. The two supreme domains yielded neither ground, each refusing to relent, embodying the dignity of top-tier domains. The commotion in the forest roused Flander and Zhao Wujia from their slumber. They arose from their beds and proceeded towards the direction of the grove. Flander summoned his cat-eagle weapon spirit, and upon spirit manifestation, enormous wings appeared behind him. His entire form was enveloped in a layer of feathers, and his eyes transformed into a striking orange hue. 7 resplendent soul rings emerged from his being. Once his martial soul manifested, Flander's speed increased significantly. With a swift spread of his wings, he soared several hundred meters, quickly darting into the grove. Zhao Wujia, on the other hand, was not particularly adept at speed, especially when compared to Flandra, a soul master with a flight-type martial soul. In stark contrast to Flandra's swift movements, Zhao Wujia's pace could only be described as leisurely. Fortunately, the grove was not far from the academy. As he neared Jiang Yu, still several hundred meters away, Flandra gently descended, coming to rest among the grass. Despite the night, Flandra could still discern Jiang Yu and Tang Hao ahead of him, thanks to the exceptional vision granted by his feline eagle martial soul, which was unaffected by the darkness. Upon noticing the hammer in the mysterious man's hand, Flandra's expression transformed into one of astonishment. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. It was him, Flandra murmured, unable to fathom that the Haotian Douluo would appear at Shrek Academy. Wait, the person beside him was a student who had come to enroll today. Flandra could hardly believe what he was witnessing. Jiang Yu was remarkably on par with the Haotian Douluo, although it was evident that the Haotian Douluo was suppressing his realm. The situation was still astonishing. Such talent could hardly be described as monstrous. Even though Flandra had always accepted only the most exceptional individuals since founding Shrek Academy, he had never encountered someone as stunning as Jiang Yu. This individual was destined to reach the pinnacle of soul masters, perhaps even achieving divinity. The mere thought of this filled Flandra with excitement. If he could truly nurture a god, Shrek Academy would undoubtedly gain renown across the continent, becoming the foremost institution. Wealth and prestige would be within reach. Just as Flandra indulged in these fantasies, Zhao Wujia arrived at the grove. Seeing Flandra lost in thought, he clapped his large hand on Flandra's shoulder, jolting him back to reality. Zhao Wujia. Flandra needed no further contemplation to identify the source of his distraction. Such an irritating presence could only be Zhao Wujia. Though slightly irritated, Flandra restrained his voice, not wanting to disturb the two figures ahead. Dean, what are you doing crouched here? There are intruders in Shrek Academy, and you aren't driving them away? The dim light of dusk obscured Zhao Wujia's view of Flandra's slightly irate expression, as well as the identities of the two individuals ahead. He only knew that those who dare to intrude upon Shrek Academy at such a late hour must possess ulterior motives. Wait. As Zhao Wujie was about to spring into action, Flandre reached out to restrain him. Although Zhao Wujie was tall and robust, the dean of Shrek Academy was not to be trifled with. That individual ahead is not someone you can provoke, Flandre warned. If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise to wait here quietly. A beating? Zhao Wujie furrowed his brow. Had anyone else uttered such words, he would have dismissed them entirely. However, since it was Flandre speaking, someone he had known for so long, he understood that Flandre, despite being miserly, never spoke without reason. His words implied that the opposing party was indeed formidable. For someone to render Zhao Wujie powerless, they would need to possess at least the strength of a peak soul Douluo, if not a title Douluo. This left Zhao Wujie perplexed. How could such a person come to the humble Shrek Academy? Flandre and Zhao Wujie believed they were concealed well within the underbrush, yet they remained oblivious to the fact that their movements had already been sensed by Tang Hao and Jiang. Although Jiang lacked the cultivation level of Tang Hao, his spiritual power was not to be underestimated, especially after absorbing the power of the Tianming ice worm, the only million-year soul beast on the continent, and a spirit type one at that. Thus, it could be said that Jiang Yu's spiritual strength rivaled that of a title Douluo, possibly even surpassing that of an ordinary title Douluo. Nonetheless, neither of them spoke, nor did they mind having onlookers. As the two domains erupted, Flandre and Zhao Wujie felt immense pressure. However, being soul saints, they could endure it. Moreover, Tang Hao had suppressed his soul power and was not utilizing his full strength, allowing Flandre and Zhao Wujie to withstand the strain. Their gaze remained fixed on the front. Tang Hao, wielding the Haotian hammer, unleashed the full force of his killing god domain, resembling the legendary god of death, exuding authority. Jiang Yu, brandishing the Qishao sword, activated the Emperor Sword domain, akin to an ancient monarch commanding vast territories. In a clash of extraordinary talents, neither Jiang Yu nor Tang Hao was willing to yield. One wielded a sword, and the other a hammer, both domains unleashed to their utmost potential. Jiang Yu rarely employed the earth-shattering sword technique. The Qishao sword radiated a brilliant sword light, imbued with boundless malevolence and an inexplicable aura of mystery. Faced with such enigmatic power, Tang Hao tightened his grip on the Haotian hammer. The sword light, stretching 100 meters, shone like a great sun. Flandre and Zhao Wujie, concealed in the grass, felt a twinge of fear in response to this power. It seems this lad has yet to reveal his true strength during today's assessment. Zhao Wujie murmured to himself, witnessing Jiang Yu's performance at this moment. Zhao Wujie came to realize just how formidable Jiang Yu's true capabilities were. Although taken aback by the 100-meter sword light, Tang Hao was not intimidated. He had never submitted to anyone, not even to a limit Douluo. This resolute spirit was his greatest pride. With a mighty swing of the Haotian hammer, he charged forward, the massive hammer appearing weightless in his grasp. His attacks seemed unembellished, devoid of extravagant effects, yet they emanated a tremendous force. The impact of the hammer clashing against the Qishao sword unleashed a tempest, with the two martial souls' powers intertwining, creating a storm that radiated outward. Surrounding trees were bent by the fierce winds, and the blue silver grass was uprooted, scattering across the ground. Even Flandre and Zhao Wujie, positioned hundreds of meters away, were pushed back by the powerful gusts. However, it appeared that Flandre retreated further, as he was a sensitive attack-type soul master and not as robust as Zhao Wujie. Conversely, although Zhao Wujie's soul power was lower than Flandre's, his strength surpassed his counterpart. The clash of the Haotian hammer and the Qishao sword intensified, producing increasingly potent forces. The chaotic sword energy of the Qishao sword collided with the hammer, placing immense pressure on its wielder. Both Tang Hao and Jiang Yu experienced rapid depletion of their soul power. The more formidable the soul technique, the greater the consumption. After a series of exchanges, their soul power dwindled to less than 10%, unless Tang Hao were to release the suppression on his soul power. The outcome of this battle was bound to be determined. Given Tang Hao's character, he would never resort to overpowering the weak. He would not unseal his power. As he struggled to contain Jiang Yu, Tang Hao swiftly comprehended why the Qishao sword had always been regarded as the continent's foremost weapon martial soul. It was indeed formidable. Even Tang Hao had to concede that with the Qishao sword in play, the Haotian hammer could not rightfully claim the title of the continent's premier weapon martial soul. Realizing this, Tang Hao reluctantly retracted the Haotian hammer. At this moment, his soul power was insufficient to unleash a formidable attack, and he had already gained a significant advantage in this conflict. Continuing to entangle himself would not be fitting for a true gentleman. Observing Tang Hao retract the Haotian hammer, Jiang Yu finally felt a sense of relief. Had the struggle persisted, victory was not guaranteed for him. Fortunately, amidst this immense pressure, he had managed to endure. Truly, the Qishao sword is untainted by disgrace. Although Tang Hao was entirely enveloped in clothing, his tone unmistakably conveyed sincere admiration for Jiang Yu. In the future, within the realm of soul masters, few could hope to rival him. Perhaps none could stand beside him at all. Tang Hao clearly acknowledged Jiang Yu's strength. It was no small feat for someone of his character to utter such words. Despite his son Tang San awakening with innate full soul power and possessing twin martial souls, in his eyes, these attributes were insufficient to surpass Jiang Yu. Tang Hao remained unaware that Jiang Yu possessed two martial souls. Otherwise, the expression on his face might have been even more remarkable. Nevertheless, the mere fact that he could speak thus, given his prowess, affirmed Jiang Yu's position as the foremost among them, a status that was essentially unshakable, for Tang Hao's perspective and realm were not comparable to those of ordinary titled Douluo. Come forth, both of you. After his defeat to Jiang Yu, Tang Hao refrained from voicing his discontent, but could not suppress a sense of unwillingness. He was in urgent need of an outlet for his frustration. Initially, he had intended to seek out Zhao Wujia to demand an explanation regarding Tang San, and now he found himself in the right place. Respectfully greeting you, my lord. Although Flender recognized the identity of the mysterious figure, he refrained from disclosing it, instead respectfully flying before him. Zhao Wujia, too, dared not be negligent, hastening his steps toward the mysterious individual. A titled Douluo was not someone he could provoke. Tang Hao said little, seizing this renowned soul master and delivering a flurry of strikes. However, he exercised restraint, ensuring that no critical areas were harmed. Thus, while the other felt pain, there was no substantial injury. After the altercation, Tang Hao imparted some skills and methods for harnessing power to the individual before turning to depart. No one noticed the crimson hue that escaped from the corner of Tang Hao's mouth, a clear indication that the sword energy had indeed affected him. Although he quickly suppressed this influence, Jiang Yu's achievements were already remarkable. Jiang Yu chose not to linger in the grove. He had gained much from the recent conflict and acquired deeper insights into the application of power, promptly taking his leave from the two academy instructors. He swiftly returned to his dormitory. Gently, he settled onto his bed in a cross-legged position, reflecting on the earlier confrontation with Tang Hao. As dawn broke, Jiang Yu stepped outside to an open area, commencing his cultivation of Hongmengziki. The sun gradually ascended the horizon, and a wave of purple energy began to manifest. Jiang Yu activated his technique, slowly absorbing the purple gas from the sky. As the purple energy entered his body, his skin radiated a rich purple glow, and he appeared increasingly divine. The innate purple energy was extraordinarily precious. It only manifested at this moment when the sun rose upon Douluo continent. No one on the continent comprehended the mysteries of innate purple energy, which is why it had never been utilized for cultivation. Moreover, even if one were aware of the purple energy's benefits, without a high-level technique, it was impossible to absorb the energy surrounding the sun. Only Jiang Yu and Tang San, due to their respective techniques, could harness the purple energy for their cultivation. As Jiang Yu absorbed the purple energy to nourish his body, Tang San also rose to begin his training, for only the morning's innate purple energy could elevate his Ziji demon eye to its fullest potential. However, Tang San did not absorb much purple energy, as his cultivation technique was vastly inferior to Jiang Yu's, making it impossible for him to seize the innate purple energy. The little that Tang San managed to absorb was merely the remnants left after Jiang Yu's consumption. Hence, over the years, his Ziji demon eye had yet to even reach the minor completion stage. Unbeknownst to Tang San, most of the innate purple energy had already been consumed by Jiang Yu. He assumed there was only so much to go around. Chapter 231. Strategy. When will this Ziji demon eye ever reach minor completion? Tang San couldn't help but sigh. Cultivating the Ziji demon eye required the absorption of innate purple energy to make progress. Yet, the innate purple energy on Douluo continent was exceedingly scarce, even less than in his previous world. Tang San did not realize that the scarcity was due to Jiang Yu's absorption. He believed it was a limitation of this world. With a resigned sigh, he shook his head, ceasing his cultivation, and began contemplating the battle from the previous day. Jiang Yu's performance had far surpassed his expectations. With his current strength, He was no match for Jiang. Even with Tang Sek's hidden weapons, he stood no chance unless he could forge weapons ranked among the top in 100 solutions. However, these hidden weapons required a powerful inner strength as support, unless they were of the mechanism type, such as the storm pear flower needles and the peacock feathers. Yet, the manufacturing process for these hidden weapons was extremely complex, with stringent material requirements. Under his current circumstances, it was impossible for him to create them, and even if he had previously crafted these hidden weapons, he would still require considerable time to remake them, not to mention the challenge of sourcing materials. Although Tang San was eager to produce the storm pear flower needles and peacock feathers quickly, enabling him to compensate for his strength disparity against opponents like Jiang Yu, he also understood that such matters could not be rushed. Rather than fret, it would be wiser to enhance his soul power first. Upon this realization, an impulse to cultivate the Hao Yian hammer surged within him. Although the blue-silver grass had significantly improved in quality due to the enhancement from soul rings, it remained grass. Suitable for dealing with average soul masters, but inadequate against talented soul masters with awakened, powerful martial souls. If he could cultivate the Hao Yian hammer, he would gain the confidence to contend with Jiang Yu. Little did he know that his father, the renowned Hao Yian Douluo, had utilized the legacy soul skill of Hao Yian sect only to be defeated by Jiang Yu. Had he known this, he might not have harbored such thoughts. With a deep breath, Jiang Yu expelled a breath of turbid air, feeling invigorated, his body brimming with strength, and his physical condition enhanced. The sound of his stomach growling reminded him that he had yet to eat since he had been cultivating. It was time for breakfast. He should seek out Rong Rong and the others. Jiang Yu presumed that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing had not yet had their breakfast, so it would be fortunate to find them together. The distance from the girls' dormitory to the boys' dormitory was not far, merely a few dozen meters. Soon, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, but he did not push the door open directly. After all, besides Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao was also inside. Therefore, Jiang Yu called out Ning Rongrong's name from the doorway. Before long, the door opened, and Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing emerged. Still dressed in the same attire as the previous day, their faces bearing signs of sleepiness. Rongrong, Zhuqing, Jiang Yu said boldly, unafraid of their surprise. Would you care to join me for breakfast? Breakfast? Ning Rongrong rubbed her drowsy eyes. She had been hungry for some time, and upon hearing the mention of breakfast, her face immediately lit up with excitement. Wait for me, brother Yu, Ning Rongrong exclaimed as she turned back into the room. I'll call Xiao Wu, and then we can all go for breakfast together. She had not forgotten about her other roommate. Zhu Zhuqing stepped out of her room and slowly approached Jiang Yu. Her cheeks flushed, whether from just waking up or another reason, she could not tell. How are you? Zhu Zhuqing asked shyly. During yesterday's assessment, it was entirely thanks to you that the examiner was held up. Did you sustain any injuries? Seeing her concerned expression warmed Jiang Yu's heart, even though he had not suffered any harm. However, Jiang Yu knew he could not reveal that. Clearing his throat, he pretended to cough a few times, furrowing his brow and feigning discomfort. After all, she was a soul sage, a powerhouse, and he felt considerable pressure in her presence. Although he had not sustained any serious injuries, he had inevitably experienced some internal strain. Jiang Yu elongated his tone and gently replied, as long as you are unharmed. That is what truly matters. This minor injury is inconsequential. As he spoke, he pretended to cough again. Zhu Zhuqing, unaccustomed to such attention, quickly succumbed to her emotions. No one had ever treated her this way before. In an instant, she felt warmth in a certain part of her body. Tears welled up in her eyes. Witnessing the beautiful girl in tears, Jiang Yu realized his words had struck a chord and was preparing to comfort her. At that moment, footsteps approached from inside the room, and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly wiped her tears away. She did not want Ning Rongrong to witness this scene. Jiang Yu had no choice but to withdraw his embrace. Soon, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu emerged from within. Xiao Wu appeared slightly fatigued, but otherwise, she showed no signs of distress. Truly, she was a transformed spirit beast of 100,000 years, and despite being toyed with by Tang San, as if she were a weapon yesterday, she had sustained little damage, remarkably resilient. Just then, Tang San arrived at the girls' dormitory and was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Jiang Yu at the door. He soon realized the reason for Jiang Yu's presence. He was likely there for the same purpose as Tang San, only he sought to have breakfast with Xiao Wu. Upon seeing Tang San, Xiao Wu's fatigue vanished, and she bounced towards him joyfully. After exchanging a few words, Xiao Wu draped her arm over Tang San's, appearing intimate. Ning Rongrong, observing this, mimicked her actions and reached for Jiang Yu's hand. Her straightforward nature meant she had no concept of gender boundaries. And given the open culture of Douluo, she felt no sense of wrongdoing. Zhu Zhuqing watched as Ning Rongrong held Jiang Yu's hand, feeling a twinge of envy. She wished to be like Ning Rongrong. However, given her character, she found it challenging to take a man's hand in front of so many people. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing's hesitation, Jiang Yu felt a surge of compassion for her. Unlike Ning Rongrong, who had the affection of her father and two grandfather-like titled Douluos, growing up in an enviable environment, Zhu Zhuqing, despite her father being a duke of the Xinglua Empire, had faced a harsh reality where strength was paramount. The brutal environment, while fostering resilience, could also be stifling over time. Thus, Zhu Zhuqing could not be as carefree as Ning Rongrong. Their personalities were starkly different. Jiang Yu subtly extended his other hand towards Zhu Zhuqing, whose icy palm instantly warmed at his touch. Chapter 232. Phoenix. Zhu Zhuqing had never held hands with the opposite sex before. This sensation was warm, an experience she had never encountered. She tightly grasped Jiang Yu's hand. Thus, Jiang Yu held the hands of both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong as they searched for the dining hall in the village. Tang San, witnessing Jiang Yu holding hands with the two girls, was taken aback. Such a scenario was possible. Although Tang San was exceptionally gifted in cultivation, he lacked similar aptitude in matters of the heart. He had always been immersed in his studies of hidden weapons and internal cultivation, never having had deep interactions with women. The scene before him profoundly affected him. Jiang Yu, unaware of Tang San's thoughts, grew frustrated after searching for the dining hall without success. What is the matter with Shrek Academy? Is there not even a dining hall? He had no desire to continue searching, and upon seeing the busy villagers nearby, an idea struck him. Since he did not know the location of the academy's dining hall, he might as well purchase some food from the villagers. Although it was early, the villagers, unlike soul masters who could sleep in, were likely already up, toiling in the fields. When Jiang Yu expressed his intention to buy food from the villagers, Tang San did not object. He was too hungry and did not wish to continue searching for the dining hall. Just as they were about to find a villager's home to buy food, a commotion erupted nearby. The group turned to see a boy and a girl arguing. The girl appeared to be around 15, with an ordinary appearance and dressed in simple farmer's attire, likely a villager's child. The boy, arguing with her, seemed to be of similar age, short and chubby, with short hair and small eyes, his round face marked by chubby cheeks. The most humorous aspect was the two little tufts of hair above his lips, seemingly just sprouted. Ma Hongjun, please do not seek me out again. I will not be with you. Suehua, can we not break up? No, honestly, I do not dislike you, but you're simply too much. You should find someone else. Breaking up is fine, but you must go out with me one more time, and then I will agree to your request. As he spoke, Ma Hongjun attempted to grab Suehua, but she retreated like a frightened little rabbit. However, Suehua was just an ordinary girl and could not escape Ma Hongjun's grasp. Before long, he had captured her and pulled her into his arms. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to force himself upon her, Jiang Yu quickly intervened, exclaiming, "Let go of that girl." Releasing the hands of the two girls, he strode forward. "Who dares to meddle in my affairs?" Ma Hongjun cursed, his anger flaring as he prepared to engage in a more intimate encounter with Suehua. He had not expected someone to obstruct him. Jiang Yu, perceiving Ma Hongjun's furious gaze, understood that he was on the verge of an outburst, yet he remained unafraid. Even if Ma Hongjun had not fully evolved into an evil fire phoenix, he would not fear even a true phoenix. Although the phoenix was revered as the king of birds, wielding the most potent fire element, the Zhishao sword was also known as the Emperor of Fire. With the Emperor's fire unleashed, all flames would bow down. Moreover, Jiang Yu's Zhishao sword had surpassed the realm of basic ultimate fire through years of cultivation and the nourishment of solar divine power. Even the true flames of the phoenix could not shake the imperial fire contained within the Zhishao sword. Ma Hongjun, since she does not wish to be your girlfriend, why must you force the issue? A forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. After all, you are only friends. Why resort to violence? Jiang Yu advised. He understood that Ma Hongjun's actions stemmed from the flaws in his martial soul, but that was no excuse for his attempt to coerce Suehua. If there were genuine desires, he could easily resolve them himself. It's easier said than done. Ma Hongjun swung his fists, a faint purple light shimmering around him as he harnessed his soul power. Jiang Yu did not shy away. Instead, he confronted Ma Hongjun head-on. With a surge of strength from his calves and an erect posture, he concentrated all his might into a single punch. A dull thud echoed as Ma Hongjun staggered back several meters. It was astonishing that such a robust man could not withstand even a single blow from Jiang, suffering a significant setback right from the outset. No, this cannot be. Ma Hongjun gazed at Jiang in utter disbelief. You are also a soul master. Since entering Shrek Academy, he had never experienced such a devastating defeat. Among his peers at Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun believed himself to be on par with the others. Even Dai Mubai only had the upper hand due to his superior soul power. It was inconceivable that he could force Ma Hongjun back with a single hit. Unwilling to concede, Ma Hongjun glared at Jiang. Phoenix possession. Realizing that his opponent was significantly stronger, Ma Hongjun had no choice but to unleash his martial soul, hoping to regain control of the situation. After all, in the realm of martial souls, there were few that surpassed the Phoenix martial soul. The most elite were the inherited martial souls of the continent's mightiest families. Ma Hongjun could not believe that Jiang hailed from one of those powerful families. For such aristocratic offspring would not need to attend Shrek Academy. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun's martial soul was the Phoenix, the others present, apart from Jiang, were taken aback. This was a top-tier martial soul, certainly not inferior to the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the Lan Dianba Wang zone. In fact, it might even be superior. However, the rarity of soul masters awakening the Phoenix martial soul had prevented the formation of a sect. Thus its fame did not rival that of the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Phoenix. Ning Rongrong could not help but recall that girl from the Tian Shui zone who had awakened the Ice Phoenix martial soul. It was said that she shared a close bond with Brother Yu. Just because she awakened the Phoenix martial soul, she dares to compete with me. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to set her up with this rotund fellow. Ning Rongrong pondered privately. If she were to inform the leader of the Tian Shui zone about Ma Hongjun, he would undoubtedly try to recruit him. After all, among the entire Tian Shui zone, only Shui Binger had awakened the Ice Phoenix martial soul, while most members had awakened water attribute martial souls like Dolphin or Water Flying Phoenix. If Ma Hongjun were to unite with Shui Binger, their offspring would have a significant chance of awakening the Phoenix martial soul. Who knows? The combination of the two Phoenix martial souls might even give birth to a more powerful variant. This had precedent in soul master families that relied on bloodline inheritance. A strong alliance would only yield greater strength. Thus, many powerful soul master families on the continent typically sought to intermarry with families of similar status. Only those who had awakened top-tier martial souls could lower their standards. Even if you were a grassroots soul master from a common family, you could become the son-in-law of a grand family. Although Ma Hongjun was not particularly handsome and clearly came from humble beginnings, none of that mattered. What was important was that he had awakened the Phoenix martial soul. This alone was enough to attract the Tian Shui Zong's attention. With that thought, a smile crept on Ning Rongrong's lips. Chapter 233, Acting. The primary distinction between beast martial souls and weapon martial souls lies in the transformation of the soul master's body toward that of the soul beast upon martial soul possession. This beastification significantly enhances the soul master's physique. Generally, soul masters who awaken beast martial souls are far more powerful than those who awaken weapon martial souls. However, once they reach the soul sage realm and the weapon soul master attains their weapon form, the situation may reverse. Upon the Phoenix's possession, Ma Hongjun's short hair instantly lengthened, drawing inward toward the center. A purplish-red glow emanated from within him, radiating tremendous heat. 2 rings of yellow light appeared around him. His bare arms sprouted thick feathers, and his hands transformed into claw-like appendages. Witnessing Ma Hongjun in his martial soul form, Xiao Wu could not help but chuckle, mocking his martial soul as a mere country chicken. The juxtaposition of Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial soul with his rotund physique indeed seemed to resemble a common chicken rather than a legendary entity. Even Ning Rongrong could not resist chiming in with her jest. The remarks from Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong incited Ma Hongjun's fury, for he could not abide the comparison of his Phoenix martial soul to a mere chicken. While it was true that the villagers from his home awakened mostly chicken martial souls, his was no ordinary one. Despite its flaws, it was a genuine Phoenix. Igniting his ire, Ma Hongjun disregarded the fact that he was facing a girl. His first soul ring illuminated as he opened his mouth wide, unleashing a stream of fine, purplish-red flames towards Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong. Jiang Yu and Tang Sen would not stand idly by. They sprang into action, albeit with differing approaches. Tang Sen released his blue silver grass, deftly pulling Xiao Wu to safety away from Ma Hongjun's flames. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu swiftly positioned himself in front of Ning Rongrong, confronting the purplish-red flames head-on. Observing Jiang Yu shielding her from the attack, Ning Rongrong's expression was a complex blend of worry and sweetness, revealing her mixed emotions. However, her concerns were clearly unwarranted. Even the genuine phoenix flames could not harm Jiang Yu. The purplish-red fire inflicted no injury upon him. Amidst the flames, Jiang Yu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his stature exuding an indescribable grandeur. Radiant light surged from within him, encircling him in a golden glow that rendered him almost godlike. The Qi Shao sword materialized in Jiang Yu's grasp, adorned with 4 resplendent soul rings. Yellow, yellow, black, and black. For soul rings. A black 10,000-year soul ring. Ma Hongjun shook his head in disbelief upon seeing the soul rings on the Qi Shao sword. His understanding was momentarily shattered. How could it be possible for someone to have a 3rd soul ring with a tenure reaching 10,000 years? While Ma Hongjun's performance at the academy was modest, he had enough knowledge of soul master conventions to understand that a 3rd soul ring typically only lasted for a little over 1,000 years. Once surpassed, a soul master's body could not withstand the impact of the soul ring's power unless they possessed extraordinary materials to enhance their physique. Yet even so, it was unheard of for a soul master to absorb a 3rd soul ring exceeding 5,000 years, let alone one around 10,000. Though Ma Hongjun appeared simple-minded, he was far from foolish. In fact, he was rather astute. Recognizing the martial soul of his opponent, he understood that this adversary was not someone he could contend with. Realizing he had struck a hard wall, Ma Hongjun's face quickly shifted from anger to a forced smile. He withdrew the flames enveloping him. With a thud, Ma Hongjun's legs buckled, and he knelt on the ground. The fierce demeanor he had moments ago melted away, revealing a pitiful, simple-hearted figure. "Brother, I was wrong." Ma Hongjun looked at Jiang Yu with an innocent expression. "Please forgive my transgressions. I was left with no choice. If it weren't for the flaw in my martial soul, I would not have troubled Xiao Cui." Seeing Ma Hongjun relent, Jiang Yu could not help but smile. Deciding not to press him further now that he acknowledged his errors, Xiao Cui swiftly rushed to Ma Hongjun's side, offering her support while gazing at him with concern. Fearing that Jiang Yu might take action, she hastily provided an explanation. In truth, Xiao Cui did not harbor any disdain for Ma Hongjun. Rather, she held a certain fondness for him. However, Ma Hongjun's relentless vigor in certain aspects was overwhelming, demanding her presence 3 times a day for approximately half an hour each time. Such intensity would be unbearable for any ordinary girl, let alone a female soul master. Despite her affection for Ma Hongjun, Xiao Cui reluctantly proposed a breakup. This led to the earlier scene of their entanglement, which sparked misunderstandings among those present. At that moment, Dai Mubai arrived, and upon witnessing Ma Hongjun on his knees alongside Xiao Cui, he immediately deduced the situation. As classmates, Dai Mubai wished to prevent any further misconceptions about Ma Hongjun, and thus he began to explain the side effects resulting from Ma Hongjun's martial soul mutation. Although Ma Hongjun's rather unremarkable martial soul had undergone a mutation in a positive direction, the overwhelming power of the Phoenix martial soul brought about certain adverse effects that troubled him greatly. To simplify, the malevolent fire within him could not be contained and needed to be released. This resulted in Ma Hongjun's heightened demands in certain aspects, leading to his frequent changes in romantic partners. Fortunately, as a soul master, coupled with the support from the Martial Soul Hall, he was able to maintain his relationships. Otherwise, he might struggle to find a girlfriend at all. However, no girl could withstand the peculiar demands of Ma Hongjun. Over time, all suitable girls in the village had reached their limits due to his antics. If this continued, he would have no choice but to seek companionship in the city. Thus, he clung to Cui Hua for assistance. This misunderstanding was thus resolved. Since Ma Hongjun's actions were unintentional, no one continued to pursue him further. It can only be said that Ma Hongjun's martial soul was indeed quite extraordinary. Dai Mubai's arrival also spared Jiang Yu and the others from wandering in search of the cafeteria, and soon they arrived there. The so-called cafeteria was merely a simple thatched hut, and the meals were prepared by several villagers hired by the school, offering only basic breakfast items. Besides steamed buns and eggs, there was only rice porridge. Nonetheless, despite its simplicity, the portions were generous. Being quite hungry, the group did not complain and immediately began devouring the food on their plates. Jiang Yu peeled open an egg, placing the shells in a small dish, then split a steamed bun and nestled the smooth, white egg inside before taking a hearty bite. Observing Jiang Yu's enjoyment, the others followed suit, also placing eggs within their buns. The flavor was indeed distinct. Though it was simply a regular steamed bun and egg, the combination proved surprisingly delightful. By the end of the meal, everyone had eaten more than they usually would. Even Ning Rongrong, who typically had a modest appetite, indulged in several extra portions. In Chapter 233, Oscar, while they were dining, Dai Mubai took the opportunity to enlighten the new students about the rules of Shrek Academy. Compared to the regulations of other Soul Master academies, those at Shrek were remarkably lenient. In essence, aside from prohibitions against heinous acts, there were few restrictions. In fact, gambling and combat were even encouraged, leading to its reputation as the Monster Academy. Of course, while these regulations appeared peculiar, they were not without reason. Ultimately, Douluo continent is an extraordinary world that prioritizes martial prowess above all. Individual strength can supersede everything, making the encouragement of combat justifiable. After all, the significance of combat experience in understanding one's martial soul is undeniable, and enhancing combat skills is crucial for a soul master's growth. Thus, the Academy's endorsement of student battles is entirely reasonable. However, Jiang Yu felt that the encouragement of gambling was unnecessary. Although the principal claimed that gambling serves as a psychological game, greatly benefiting mental fortitude, judgment, and observation skills, Jiang Yu believed it was merely Flander's peculiar interest and should not be imposed upon the students. After discussing the Academy's rules, Dai Mubai reminded the new students to prepare their tuition fees, as the first class of the semester was dedicated to collecting payment. Alas, Shrek Academy had financial constraints, relying entirely on the tuition fees of its students for sustenance. The annual fee was modest, merely 100 gold coins, manageable for low-level soul masters who received financial aid. However, Shrek Academy admitted few students each year, and with the inclusion of this new group, there were only 8 students in total. Consequently, the faculty lived rather modestly. Fortunately, the principal owned a shop in the city, providing some supplementary income for the academy. Additionally, Dai Mubai contributed some gold coins, allowing Shrek Academy to maintain its operations adequately. As soon as Dai Mubai finished speaking, a clamor echoed through the academy, summoning students to the training ground. Upon arriving, they discovered a solitary figure standing there, appearing quite fatigued while leisurely consuming a sausage. "Who is that?" Ning Rongrong questioned, casting a quizzical glance at the individual and whispering to Jiang Yu. Could there be another new student? Yet, she hadn't seen him during the assessment yesterday. Perhaps the principal had accepted a bribe to admit him secretly. Jiang Yu recognized the individual immediately. Oscar had undergone a remarkable transformation. He was now clean-shaven, his handsome features framed by charming peach blossom eyes. Appearing even more attractive than Dai Mubai, he resembled an elegant young nobleman, which explained why Ning Rongrong failed to associate him with the scruffy sausage vendor from the previous day. Not only Ning Rongrong, but even Tang San and Xiao Wu did not recognize him as the same Oscar they had encountered earlier. It was surprising to see Oscar so concerned about his appearance. Observing this transformation, Dai Mubai could not resist teasing him. It seems the allure of beautiful women has a significant effect. As if sensing his thoughts had been exposed, Oscar awkwardly scratched his head. It was true that he had developed a certain interest in the new female students. However, he was also acutely aware of the close bond between Tang San and Xiao Wu, and it was evident that Ning Rongrong was paired with Jiang Yu, leaving him to set his sights on Zhu Zhuqing. Despite her icy demeanor, she boasted the most alluring figure among the girls, possessing a youthful visage and ample curves. Oscar recognized that his previous appearance would hardly attract any female admiration, prompting him to adopt a new look, as he was quite confident in his looks. To be candid, Oscar's appearance was indeed commendable, ranking just below Jiang Yu within the academy. In terms of pure attractiveness, Dai Mubai paled in comparison. However, Oscar's efforts did not yield the desired outcome. Zhu Zhuqing paid him no mind, for her affections were solely for Jiang Yu, rendering any other suitor irrelevant. Moreover, in her eyes, Jiang Yu was the most handsome individual in the world, incomparable to anyone else. This realization left Oscar feeling disheartened. He had not anticipated that his pride in his looks would fail to sway the hearts of women. This was his most formidable asset. As a food system soul master, Oscar did not excel in other areas. While he was among the rare few with innate full soul power, the limitations of a food system soul master were considerable. It is well known that food system soul masters possess minimal offensive capabilities, with their physical strength only slightly surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Even when a food system soul master reaches the esteemed rank of title Douluo, Their attack power remains inferior to that of a commonplace battle soul master. This limitation inherent to the food system has left Oscar, despite his handsome appearance, unable to find a romantic partner. In this regard, he is even less fortunate than Ma Hongjun. Although Ma Hongjun is somewhat rotund, he is a battle soul master who has awakened the phoenix martial soul. While it may appear unremarkable, as stated by the dean, it is indeed a genuine phoenix, albeit not yet having undergone its transformation. Once that metamorphosis occurs, it will undoubtedly astonish the realm of soul masters. Thus, Ma Hongjun's future is exceptionally bright, even outshining Dai Mubai. Conversely, Oscar, endowed with innate full soul power, finds himself at the bottom of the Academy's rankings. Just as Oscar wallows in despair, a middle-aged man approaches from the opposite side of the playground. Upon seeing him, Tang San and Xiao were momentarily taken aback. The newcomer appears to be in his 50s, with a robust physique. His face bears an odd appearance, characterized by broad cheekbones, a flat visage, and a hooked nose, all complemented by a pair of crystal spectacles, giving him an air of slyness. "Isn't that the unscrupulous merchant?" Xiao Wu exclaims in astonishment. "What unscrupulous merchant?" Oscar inquires, puzzled. "That is the dean of our Shrek Academy, Si Yin Mao Ing Flandra, a bona fide high-ranking soul sage, whose strength surpasses that of teacher Zhao, and he possesses a flying-type beast martial soul." Upon hearing Oscar's explanation, Xiao Wu visibly relaxes, but after a moment, she seems to recall something and continues to inquire. "I wonder if our academy has any soul Douluo level experts?" Xiao Wu's sudden question breaks the silence. "Do you think soul Douluo are as common as blue silvergrass?" "They're exceedingly rare, not only in our academy, but in the surrounding kingdoms. There are no soul Douluo level powerhouses." Only then does Xiao Wu cease to appear anxious. Tang San is equally perplexed by Xiao Wu's concern regarding the soul Douluo. Among the group, perhaps only Jiang Yu understands the reason for Xiao Wu's unease. Although she has successfully transformed, she has not entirely shed the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Should she reach the level of soul Douluo, her true nature may be discerned, revealing her identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Tang San asks, observing her demeanor. Xiao Wu shakes her head, attempting to conceal her feelings. "It's nothing, just worried that the unscrupulous merchant might cause trouble." Tang San chuckles. "That shouldn't be a concern, as he is the dean of the academy, and he likely won't take offense at your remarks." Chapter 235, Support Type. Tang San's words provoke Oscar's teasing. Everyone in Shrek Academy knows that Flandra has a notorious reputation for being miserly, reaching a level of vindictiveness. As Flandra strides toward the playground, it seems he has overheard Oscar's remarks, his gaze suddenly shifting in that direction, revealing a glint of something unusual in his eyes. Oscar feels a chill run down his spine, realizing that Flandra has indeed caught wind of his words. "Oh no, the dean must have heard what I said. This is going to be disastrous. Given his personality, he will certainly retaliate." Flandra approaches the students and briefly delivers a few words of welcome before getting straight to the point, instructing them to submit their tuition fees to teacher Li in charge of finances. Once the fees are paid, they are free to return and rest. Flandra's teaching methods are rather peculiar, scheduling the first class for the evening. However, before departing, Flandra calls Oscar and Ning Rongrong aside. Unlike the other students, these two are support system soul masters, thus their teaching methods differ significantly. In the Douluo continent, each individual has their unique cultivation method, with different martial souls. The training approaches naturally vary. Therefore, Flandra does not instruct them on cultivation methods, but rather on how to utilize their martial souls. Although Ning Rongrong and Oscar possess different martial souls, they fundamentally belong to the support system. Ning Rongrong provides attribute enhancements, while Oscar amplifies through food. This distinction results in both lacking sufficient combat prowess, making the ability to flee paramount for a support system soul master. If one can run fast enough, no adversary can defeat them. Flandra is correct. Speed is of utmost importance for a support system soul master. To enhance Ning Rongrong and Oscar's stamina, Flandra orders them to run laps around the village, stipulating that they must return before lunch, or they will go hungry. Ning Rongrong has no objections to this training. She glances at Jiang Yu and then dashes outside. Jiang Yu is unperturbed by Ning Rongrong's departure. Observing her agile form, he cannot help but smile. Ever since Ning Rongrong awakened her martial soul, he has diligently trained the young princess, often pushing her to the point of exclaiming in protest. Yet even so, Jiang Yu remains strict with her training regimen. Running a few kilometers is trivial within the scope of the training plan he has designed for her. Seeing Ning Rongrong already sprinting ahead, Oscar, despite his reluctance, reluctantly follows suit. As he watches Ning Rongrong and Oscar dash away, Flandre points to Tang San, instructing him to visit the office. Jiang Yu recognizes that Flandre likely wishes to inquire about Yu Xiaojie. He does not leave the playground, instead finding a patch of grass to recline upon. Upon seeing this, Zhu Zhuqing joins him, sitting closely by his side. Dai Mubai furrows his brow, feeling displeased by the close proximity between Zhu Zhuqing and Jiang Yu. Nonetheless, he suppresses the urge to act, knowing well that he cannot contend with Jiang Yu. To engage him would only lead to humiliation. Although Dai Mubai is proud, he is not foolish. As Jiang Yu lies basking in the sunlight, he is enveloped by a faint, alluring fragrance. This delicate aroma undoubtedly emanates from Zhu Zhuqing. A gentle breeze carries the scent into Jiang Yu's nostrils, lifting his spirits. Zhuqing, you smell wonderful. Jiang Yu turns to glance at the enchanting figure beside him. Zhu Zhuqing's face flushes instantly, caught off guard by Jiang Yu's boldness in teasing her so openly. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, is enraged, his nose curling in indignation. He prides himself on being a skilled wooer, yet he would never dare to flirt so brazenly. Jiang Yu's audacity surpasses even his own. What is more infuriating is that the object of Jiang Yu's flirtation happens to be the woman he is fond of. Zhu Zhuqing stammers for a moment before managing to utter a single phrase, her tone indicating she is not truly angry, merely a bit bashful. While Jiang Yu and Zhu Zhuqing share a moment of flirtation, Ning Rongrong has already covered several hundred meters, her physical prowess significantly exceeding that of Oscar, who struggles to keep up. Oscar, feeling the pressure, is unwilling to be outdone by a girl, and hastily begins to chant his soul mantra. I have a large sausage. In the realm of food-type soul masters, the release of soul skills necessitates the accompaniment of soul incantations to be fully realized. Oscar, whose martial soul manifests as a sausage, naturally encounters a certain peculiarity in the nature of his soul skills. However, the quality of the sausages produced by his martial soul is undeniably exceptional, given their rarity as meat products. Moreover, Oscar is a rare talent endowed with innate full soul power, a hallmark of the most gifted individuals among soul masters. Notably, Oscar's culinary prowess exceeds even that of Tang San. After consuming a sausage, Oscar felt an invigorating surge of strength, dispelling any lingering fatigue as he swiftly pursued Ning Rongrong. Yet, to his surprise, Ning Rongrong exhibited greater resilience than he anticipated. She summoned the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, augmenting her agility and significantly increasing her speed. The Seven Treasures Glazed sect is renowned as the premier auxiliary martial soul of Douluo, its enhancements far surpassing those of other auxiliary souls. Had Oscar not possessed innate full soul power, his auxiliary capabilities would pale in comparison to the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. As Ning Rongrong benefited from the tower's enhancements, she rapidly distanced herself from Oscar, quickly covering half the distance. Thanks to Jiang Yu's rigorous training, her endurance had greatly improved. Even after running several kilometers, she showed no signs of fatigue. Despite consuming the large sausage, Oscar found himself unable to catch up with her and soon resigned himself to a slower pace, his physical constitution unable to match hers. As noon approached, Ning Rongrong completed the laps mandated by Flandre and returned to the academy grounds. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing beside Jiang Yu, she felt a pang of jealousy. Initially pleased to find Jiang Yu waiting for her, she was disheartened to discover him engaged in flirtation. Fuming, Ning Rongrong ran towards Jiang Yu, forcefully pushing Zhu Zhuqing aside before seating herself on ground. Observing her irate demeanor, Jiang Yu mistakenly assumed she was upset with Flandre and sought to comfort her. Rongrong, do not blame the dean. He is not wrong. While the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower's auxiliary capabilities are indeed unparalleled, it lacks sufficient offensive power. Even with my protection, it does not equate to your inherent strength. Thus, your ability to protect yourself is paramount. If you possess speed that outmatches your enemies, even the mightiest foes will pose no threat to you. Ning Rongrong, somewhat speechless at Jiang Yu's reassurances, was not annoyed with Flandre at all. Rather, her frustration stemmed from Jiang Yu's penchant for attracting numerous admirers. Chapter 236. The competition. Thanks to Jiang Yu's training, Ning Rongrong's physical prowess surpassed that of her counterpart in the original narrative. Thus, she approached the tasks assigned by Flandre with diligence, even exceeding expectations. This led to an absence of quarrels between her and Flender, allowing the Academy's students to continue their training upon Oscar's task completion. Flender, with a swift step, directed his attention towards the Academy's exit. Though the new students were unsure of Flender's reasons for leaving the training ground, they followed closely behind. Everyone quickly kept pace, while Flender intentionally controlled his speed. As a soul sage specializing in agility, he outstripped the other students effortlessly. Only Jiang remained steadfastly behind Flender, maintaining the gap, with Dai Mubai, blessed with profound soul power, trailing a few steps behind him. Following them were Zhu Zhuqing, then Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Despite the finesse of the Tang sect's footwork, they could not match the straight-line acceleration of agility-type soul masters. As for Ma Hongjun and Oscar, neither excelled in speed and thus lagged at the back. The group traveled in silence, and after covering several hundred meters, they arrived at their destination, Soto City. The distance from Shrek Academy to Soto City was not great, and as they neared the southern city gate, Flender finally halted. Once all the students caught up, they entered the city. Soto City, located within the Barak Kingdom, remained shielded from external threats, its gates open throughout the day and night. As they walked along the spacious streets, illuminated shops lined either side, while vendors selling unique snacks and trinkets emerged for the evening crowd. Although Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong had previously resided in Soto City, they had never ventured out at night. Nonetheless, accustomed to grand spectacles, Jiang Yu did not display much astonishment, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, with their youthful exuberance, appeared enthralled by the sights. Drawn to intriguing items, the two girls could hardly resist the urge to take a closer look, risking getting lost without supervision. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her icy demeanor, smiling only faintly when her gaze fell upon Jiang Yu. Conversely, Ma Hongjuan's behavior was markedly different. He was conspicuous, his eyes darting about, fixated on the more alluring attributes of the women passing by. Fortunately, his position at the back of the group spared him from detection by the others. Flender glanced at the sky, then stopped, instructing the students to catch up. He led them to an unassuming tea house, where they gathered around a round table. Staying true to his frugal nature, Flender ordered only the cheapest tea. As he sipped his drink, Flender pointed toward a nearby building and remarked, "That is where you will attend classes." Following his gesture, Jiang Yu beheld a towering structure, its height nearly reaching 100 meters, with faint glimmers visible within, resembling a colossal beast overseeing Soto City at night. The sight of the building altered Dai Mubai's expression, revealing an unusual intensity on his otherwise frosty countenance. "Dean, are we really bringing them there on the very first day?" Flender adjusted his glasses and replied coolly, "You are not ordinary individuals. Remember, you are monsters. As such, you must adopt the training methods befitting your monstrous nature." Strictly speaking, Flender was not a particularly qualified instructor. Despite his commendable strength, he lacked expertise in systematically nurturing students. His teaching methods were akin to those of common soul masters, relying solely on combat, an unceasing cycle of battles to enhance strength. While this approach proved beneficial for honing a soul master's skills, it demanded a high level of aptitude. Moreover, the likelihood of injuries during combat was significant. Continuous fighting could harm the body, necessitating the use of rare materials for recovery and fortification. However, Shrek Academy did not possess the financial means of larger sects. It lacked alternative revenue sources, making it impossible to acquire vast wealth. Let alone procuring rare materials, they could scarcely afford high-grade soul medicine, relying instead on inferior remedies for bodily restoration. Thus, Flender was compelled to raise the admission standards of the academy. It was not that he desired to limit enrollment. His avarice would not allow him to pass up the opportunity for tuition fees. However, ordinary soul masters often could not withstand his rigorous teaching methods, and admitting them only added to his troubles. If Jiang Yu were to evaluate Flender's teaching style, he would describe it as straightforward and brutal. However, for a commoner's institution like Shrek Academy, this approach undoubtedly proves to be both cost-effective and labor-saving. Flender gestured toward the magnificent edifice and remarked nonchalantly, "That is the Great Soul Arena, a structure only worthy of prosperous cities." Thus, the presence of a Great Soul Arena serves as a crucial benchmark for assessing a city's might. Typically, such arenas are named after their respective cities. Hence, this architectural marvel is called Suatoa Great Soul Arena. Within the confines of the Great Soul Arena, one can engage in combat with any challenger and face various soul masters. For a nation, the prowess demonstrated in its soul arena can even dictate its developmental trajectory. Tongsan found himself somewhat skeptical of Flinder's assertion, as he perceived soul masters as a noble profession, unbefitting of mere performance for public entertainment akin to actors on a stage. Conversely, Jiang harbored a differing perspective. In the realm of Douluo continent, the Great Soul Arena can be regarded as a unique power. It does not belong to any nation nor to the Spirit Hall, but is established by the 7 foremost soul master families of the continent. Those who gain renown within the Great Soul Arena can not only amass considerable wealth, but also achieve significant fame. Moreover, the Great Soul Arena has always upheld the principle of fairness, even if one were to slay a descendant of a major power. There is no cause for concern about retaliation. For capable commoner soul masters, the Great Soul Arena remains one of the few venues where their dreams can be realized. Countless commoner soul masters have emerged from the Great Soul Arena, becoming coveted assets for various powers. Thus, from this perspective, the existence of the Great Soul Arena is undeniably valuable. Flinder then proceeded to elucidate the regulations of the Great Soul Arena. According to him, any soul master, regardless of rank, must represent their soul in the arena. Upon securing a victory, they are awarded a badge. Each victory contributes to a corresponding score. And once the score meets the requisite threshold, the badge's rank can be upgraded. The badge symbolizes one's standing within the Great Soul Arena and is universally recognized across all arenas in Douluo continent. The badge ranks vary by quality, commencing with the Iron Badge, followed sequentially by Copper, Silver, Gold, Purple Gold, Sapphire, Ruby, and culminating with the Diamond Badge, encompassing a total of 8 tiers. As Flinder's gaze swept over the students, he stated, "Your task is to secure at least a Silver Badge before graduation. Do you understand?" This encapsulates Flinder's expectations. Chapter 237. The Jade Foot Combination. Do not underestimate the Silver Badge S rank. Acquiring it is no trivial feat, even Dai Mubai, after participating in battles at the Great Soul Arena for over a year, has only managed to earn 2 points. Transitioning from an Iron Soul to a Copper Soul demands 100 points. Indeed, winning a match grants 1 point, yet losing results in a deduction of points. Even if one manages to achieve the requisite points for Copper Soul, falling below 100 points will lead to disqualification from the Copper Soul tier. Ascending from a Copper Soul to a Silver Soul necessitates 1,000 points. Naturally, victories among Copper Souls yield more points than those among Iron Souls, amounting to 10 points per win. The Great Soul Arena attracts numerous formidable soul masters from various regions, many of whom possess extensive combat experience. Even the most gifted soul masters may find themselves challenged within the arena. Although Dai Mubai's talent is commendable, it still falls short of the pinnacle of genius. Nonetheless, he has encountered numerous setbacks at the Great Soul Arena. There are 3 forms of competition within the arena. One is a sparring format, categorized by rank and divided based on the number of soul rings. This format prohibits lethal combat, making it suitable for novices just entering the Great Soul Arena. Regardless of the competition format, there are 3 styles of matches: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and group battles. After conveying the rules of the Great Soul Arena to the newcomers, Flinder settled the T-bill and led them toward the arena. The Douluo Great Soul Arena stands as the most magnificent edifice in Douluo City, with its vast, oval dome shimmering with golden splendor, radiating dazzling light in the night. The arena's interior is expansive, accommodating over 60,000 spectators, resembling a colossal sports arena. Registering for a soul battle is remarkably straightforward, with virtually no restrictions. One merely needs to complete a registration form to participate in the matches. The form requires basic information such as name, age, place of origin, and martial soul. Afterward, participants receive an Iron Soul badge, which necessitates a registration fee of 10 gold coins. Following the acquisition of their badges, the staff conducted a soul power assessment to determine each individual's level. Prior to every battle, participants must undergo a soul power test to ascertain their opponents. Naturally, Flinder would not cover the registration fee for his students, leaving Jiang and the others to bear the cost themselves. Fortunately, they were not lacking in funds. However, before Jiang could retrieve his money, Ning Rongrong graciously paid for him, making him feel somewhat like a kept man. It is understandable, considering Ning Rongrong's family wealth rivals that of nations. Being with her indeed made Jiang appear as if he were relying on her. When the staff discovered that Jiang had previously registered, they informed him that he could not register again. It then dawned on him that he had participated in a match at the Great Soul Arena before with Fong Ping, but his Iron Soul badge had vanished post-match. Consequently, he had forgotten about it. Jiang Yu had no choice but to inform the staff of his lost badge, uncertain if he could obtain a replacement. The staff, evidently having dealt with such scenarios on numerous occasions, efficiently assisted Jiang Yu with the replacement process. A new badge also required 10 gold coins, and thus the staff did not refund the coins he had previously submitted. After successful registration, they swiftly proceeded to arrange the soul battles. Newcomers like them were not eligible to compete in the main arena and could only partake in the sub-arenas. Winning a match as an Iron Soul not only provides points, but also rewards 10 gold coins. Losing yields no reward. Many Soul Masters are drawn to the arena for the monetary prizes, resulting in crowded competition venues. Since Jiang Yu and his companions arrived together, they were assigned to the same sub-arena, although their opponents' ranks varied, matched according to the number of soul rings. Different Great Soul arenas have varying ticket prices. For instance, the one-on-one matches in the sparring sub-arena where Jiang Yu participated had the lowest ticket prices and attracted the fewest spectators. The participating Soul Masters were organized to rest in a common room, which was quite spacious. The arrival of Jiang Yu and his friends soon captured the attention of others, primarily due to their youthful appearance. Nevertheless, no one mocked or provoked them. All were engrossed in meditation to maintain optimal states for the upcoming matches. Ning Rongrong tugged at Jiang Yu's sleeve, exclaiming with excitement, "Brother Yu, although each Soul Master can only compete in one match per day, they can participate in different types. Let us also sign up for a 2-on-2 match." Jiang Yu replied with a gentle smile, "No problem. Given that Ning Rongrong is a support-type Soul Master, it would be impossible for her to secure victory in a 1-on-1 match. She could only participate in 2-on-2 or group battles, as she was not familiar with the others. And Jiang Yu was the strongest among them. She effortlessly decided to team up with him. Observing Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong's partnership, Tang San and Xiao Wu also formed a duo. Dai Muba seizes the opportunity to invite Zhu Zhuqing to form a team. However, Zhu Zhuqing declines to partner with him and directly approaches Jiang Yu, blushing shyly as she extends her invitation to team up. Naturally, Jiang Yu does not refuse, and thus, the two successfully form a team. This action incites dissatisfaction from Ning Rongrong. Nevertheless, despite being dubbed the Little Witch, she does not vent her frustration on Jiang Yu. Instead, she maintains decorum in public, refraining from causing any disturbances. Secretly, Ning Rongrong feels a surge of anger. As for Dai Mubai, he is left with no choice but to team up with Ma Hongjun or Oscar, which he finds displeasing but accepts, since they must wait for 1-on-1 battles. They proceed to register for the 2-on-2 arena. Jiang Yu and Ning Rongrong raise their Iron Battle Spirit badges for inspection by the staff. They are asked to create a name for their duo, according to the rules of the Grand Battle Spirit Arena. Both 2-on-2 matches and team battles require a combination name for ease of introduction by the announcer. Jiang Yu ponders for a moment and suggests naming their team Jiang Rong for him and Ning Rongrong, and Yu Zhu for him and Zhu Zhuqing. Jiang Yu's chosen names are quite straightforward. Tang San, upon seeing this, also names his team with Xiao Wu as San Wu. The staff promptly engraves the names onto their badges. Soon, the names are inscribed, and when Jiang Yu receives his badge and sees the engraved names, he is left both amused and exasperated. The inscription reads, Jiang Rong and Yu Foot. The staff member's carelessness is quite remarkable. Not only Jiang Yu's team is misnamed, even Tang San and Xiao Wu's team is mistakenly engraved as San Wu instead of San Wu. Just as Xiao Wu is about to express her frustration, her one-on-one battle is about to commence, leaving her no choice but to accept the erroneous team name as she rushes toward the arena. Jiang Yu, however, does not wish to bear that name. Jiang Rong may be tolerable, but Yu Foot must be changed. Otherwise, he risks being perceived as strange, and he has no desire to be the subject of gossip. Seizing the opportunity before their match is called, he hastens to request a name change. In Chapter 238, Han Run, when Jiang Yu proposes the name change, the staff member displays evident impatience and coldly states, to change the team name, you must re-register your Iron Battle Spirit badge. Only this way can it be altered, and any prior achievements will be annulled. Jiang Yu is left speechless by the staff's words. This seems like a money-making scheme. It is hard not to suspect that the staff deliberately made the mistake to collect a registration fee. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu is too indifferent to argue with them. He does not mind the cost. Holding his badge, he requests Zhu Zhuqing's badge and heads to re-register together. Meanwhile, the matches in the arena have already begun. The first to compete is Xiao Wu. Despite being a separate arena, it is still quite spacious, providing ample room for the Soul Masters to engage in exhilarating battles. Perhaps due to the division, The audience in attendance is sparse, creating a somewhat lackluster atmosphere. Xiao Wu's opponent is a muscular giant, towering at nearly 2 meters, with muscles as hard as granite and skin of a deep, resilient hue. His large, bell-like eyes are filled with fierce intensity, and upon entering the arena, he lets out a deafening roar, making a formidable entrance. It is evident that he is a formidable, strength-type soul master, presenting a powerful impression. In contrast, Xiao Wu appears like a neighborhood girl, seemingly incapable of standing against such a giant. To the audience, this match seems devoid of suspense, resulting in a lack of enthusiasm among spectators, with only a few calling out the giant's name. Although the giant soul master appears fearsome, he is not malevolent. Upon seeing his opponent is a little girl, he forces a smile and urges Xiao Wu to withdraw, wishing not to harm her. Naturally, Xiao Wu refuses to concede. As the match commences, she launches a fierce attack. Her first soul skill, Waist Bow, activates. Even with the giant's strength, once Xiao Wu closes in, he finds it challenging to evade her unique assault. With a powerful kick, she sends the giant flying, and fortunately, the protective ropes at the edge of the arena cushion his fall, allowing him to crash down outside the platform with a muffled thud. A stunned silence envelopes the grand battle spirit arena, and the audience is eerily quiet. Even the announcer was an expression of astonishment. No one had anticipated that this match would conclude so swiftly, and that victory would belong to a little girl. After a brief moment of silence, cheers erupt. The spectators, regaining their senses, applaud Xiao Wu's performance, creating a thunderous applause. Who could resist admiring such a talented and charming young girl? Xiao Wu's display captivates the audience, and those who were previously disinterested become animated. Next up is Jiang, whose opponent appears to be an ordinary man in his 40s. With a slender build and flowing white hair, he does not seem formidable at all. However, his martial soul presents a stark contrast. This seemingly frail individual wields a blue giant hammer, weighing at least several hundred pounds. This soul master does not follow the agile attack route. Instead, he opts for a brute force approach. Sensing the formidable aura of his opponent, Jiang realizes that he is not to be underestimated. This giant hammer soul master possesses soul power equivalent to his own, reaching the 49th level. Moreover, his soul ring configuration is impressive, boasting 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. Indicative of an optimal setup, Jiang summons the Qi Shao sword, its blazing blade radiating with golden red light, the flames swirling and distorting the surrounding air into waves. The giant hammer soul master does not underestimate Jiang for being a child. On the contrary, he approaches the match with utmost caution. A child capable of reaching such a level, with a superior soul ring configuration, is undoubtedly a rare talent. Han Run's ice hammer strikes the ground heavily, activating the first soul ring as a torrent of cold water swirls around him, forming dozens of ice crystal barriers for robust defense. Han Run's actions draw criticism from the audience, who expect to witness fierce combat rather than passive defense. They recall that his previous matches showcased a swift and aggressive style, dominating his opponents. Now, faced with a child, he has adopted a defensive stance, transforming from a fierce predator to a meek sheep. Jiang makes the first move, twisting his wrist as a golden flame spirals forth from the sword's edge. 9 flames shoot from the Qi Shao sword, swiftly melting through the layers of ice crystal barriers. The ice released by the ice hammer is evidently inferior to the level of the extreme fire. The rising white mist reveals the icy blue silhouette of the hammer, the hammerhead's wave patterns shimmering with cold light. "Rise!" Han Run exclaims, as the second soul ring glimmers. Countless droplets of water burst forth, conjuring a torrential downpour that coalesces into icy spikes in the air, crashing around with the sound of thunderous rain. Undaunted, Jiang wields the Qi Shao sword, spinning it into a fiery wheel. Wherever the sword's aura sweeps, the falling ice shards evaporate into white mist, posing no threat to him. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Han Run seized the Hanbing hammer and leapt forward, astonishingly maintaining his speed despite the weight of the enormous weapon. With a resounding crash, the 2 martial souls clashed, producing a thunderous reverberation akin to the roar of a tempest. The imperial fire emanating from the Qi Shao sword collided fiercely with the icy breath released by the Hanbing hammer, resulting in a dazzling spectacle of golden and azure halos exploding across the arena like a cascade of fireworks. At that moment, Jiang suddenly withdrew the Qi Shao sword, pivoting gracefully as the blade emitted a scorching aura, slicing toward Han Run's lower body from all angles. Reacting swiftly, Han Run raised the Hanbing hammer defensively, summoning a colossal water dragon to coil protectively around him. The splashing flames met the water dragon, yet were not extinguished. The quality of the imperial fire had long surpassed the limitations of elemental attributes. The Qishao sword whirled, resembling a blazing sun ascending into the heavens, as the flames condensed into a fireball that plummeted toward Han Run. The massive water dragon instantaneously dispersed, transforming into myriad droplets that scattered across the arena surface. How could this be? Han Run gazed incredulously at the Qishao sword in Jiang Yu's grasp. His Hanbing hammer, with a high-ranking martial soul, and its icy water attribute should have countered the flames. In the past, even soul masters with higher spirit power had succumbed to him due to the prowess of his martial soul. Yet this time, his Hanbing hammer was utterly dominated when confronted by a fire attribute's soul master. Han Run exclaimed in disbelief. Having triumphed in countless matches, he never anticipated losing to a mere child. Noticing Han Run's momentary stupor, Jiang Yu seized the opportunity and unleashed a strike. The Qishao sword sent Han Run staggering backward, and the audience watched as he retreated beyond the confines of the arena. Synopsis: Jiang Yu traversed to the Douluo continent, where he was taken in by Bai Dong. He initially sought a life of tranquility, but was unexpectedly selected to serve as an undercover agent for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. More astonishingly, the martial soul he awakened was the legendary Imperial Dao sword, the Qishao sword, akin to the divine sword wielded by Jing Tian and Xianjian San. Thus, Jiang Yu's life underwent a profound transformation. Bai Dong remarked, "No wonder I have chosen you, my child. The future of the Martial Soul Hall and my daughter rests in your hands."